Han Qing's consciousness slowly awakened in a sea of darkness. His first thought was, I'm not dead. The screech of brakes, the panicked cries of the driver and passers-by still echoed in his ears. Even though the impact had knocked him senseless, Han Qing could tell from the excruciating pain radiating through every cell that he had been in a car accident. Working overtime until dawn, then getting hit by a car on the way home. Han Qing couldn't think of anyone more unlucky. This is a workplace injury. That heartless boss has to pay. Wait, why don't I feel any pain anymore? Han Qing tried to open his eyes to see what was happening, but found he couldn't no matter how hard he tried, as if he had lost that organ entirely. Panicking, he struggled with all his might, and suddenly broke through the surface. He finally saw the scene outside. The breathtaking sight before him left him speechless, his mind going blank. Before him lay the vast, boundless universe displayed in perfect clarity. Celestial bodies of all sizes, dense and numerous, revolved slowly and silently in an extremely orderly motion around him. What is this, eh? Han Qing stared blankly at the celestial bodies in front of him. The nearest was a dim gray planet, slightly farther an orange-yellow one, and beside it a blue sphere. The home planet he had seen countless times in textbooks and online. Why can I see Earth? Am I not on Earth anymore? Han Qing fell into deep thought. Looking at himself, he gradually understood. His body had transformed into a massive celestial body, standing at the center of the entire galaxy. At the core of this celestial body, nuclear fusion occurred continuously. Hydrogen nuclei collided at extremely high speeds, fusing into helium nuclei. An endless stream of light and heat was released, radiating across the entire galaxy. This was the center of the solar system, the entity worshipped by Earthlings for millennia, endowed with supreme divinity, the sun. Han Qing had become the sun. Such a sudden and staggering transformation left him dazed. Before he could react, a flood of memories surged into his mind. After a long while, Han Qing finally managed to digest it all. So I've transmigrated into the three-body universe and become the sun. As a youth of the new century steeped in online literature, Han Qing accepted this result fairly easily. At least as the sun, he wouldn't have to work like a beast of burden every day as a human. Moreover, even if the Trisolarans invaded, he would be safe. He just didn't know which stage of the three-body timeline he was in. As he pondered, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding. Diligence compensates for weakness system activated. Han Qing's heart leaped with joy. A system. One more expert. But when he thought about the name, he had a bad feeling. Diligence compensates. Could it be a grind system? I don't want to be a beast of burden again. System, what do you do? Tell me. Han Qing communicated with the system through his mind. This system is the diligence compensates for weakness system. The host only needs to fulfill the duties of the sun, work diligently, and you will receive generous rewards from the system. The system replied succinctly. Han Qing was a bit speechless. The sun doesn't shine for no reason. It's through a series of nuclear fusion reactions. Now that he was the sun, he would probably have to control the fusion of hydrogen nuclei inside him every day. As a human, he was a beast of burden. Now that he's become the sun, he still has to work every day. Diligence compensates. Diligence, my foot. Han Qing grumbled inwardly. Work? Impossible. Lazing around feels good now, and will feel good forever. Since he was now the sun, even if he slacked off completely, no one would come to tax him. Han Qing withdrew his consciousness, and the nuclear fusion in the sun's core immediately ceased. He felt his entire being lighten, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Whoever wants to work can work. I'm going to sleep. I haven't had a good night's sleep in over half a year. I need to catch up. Sleepiness overcame him, and Han Qing's consciousness returned to darkness. There was a comfortable feeling like a baby sleeping in its mother's arms. Time passed, and Han Qing persisted in lazing around every day, either daydreaming or sleeping. When bored, he counted the celestial bodies in the solar system. In short, he was too lazy to fuse. For a former corporate slave who had been crushed by high-intensity work, Han Qing didn't find this life boring at all. Instead, he felt incredibly comfortable. Of course, it would be better with some cola fried chicken and a PS4. Ding. System notice: as the sun, if the host does not fulfill their duties and work properly, it will have serious consequences for yourself and the solar system. The system's voice suddenly rang out, waking Han Qing from his deep sleep. Han Qing reacted for a moment, then asked curiously, serious consequences? What consequences? If the host stops working, the fusion of hydrogen nuclei will decrease, the sun's temperature will rise automatically, triggering the fusion of helium nuclei, producing a helium flash. Helium flash. Han Qing had heard of the helium flash crisis in his past life, mostly from a certain movie. It was said that such celestial events could destroy Earth. Han Qing didn't want to work, but he also didn't want Earth to be destroyed. After all, his self-identification was still human. If Earth was destroyed, he would be utterly alone in the vast universe, too lonely for comfort. System, if I don't work, how long until the helium flash? Han Qing asked. According to the current situation in your body, the helium flash will occur in about 100 years. About 100 years. Longer than my lifespan. Han Qing asked again, so it's okay if I slack off for a few years, right? If the host returns to normal work after a few years, the condition inside can be restored in a short time. Han Qing sighed in relief. Slacking off feels good now, well let me enjoy it for a few years first. I can work hard later anyway. System don't bother me unless it's important. Received. Han Qing then fell into a sweet, dreamless sleep. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia Kingdom, National Astronomical Observatory, astronomical researcher Sha Ruishan was observing the sun through astronomical instruments. Sha Ruishan frowned deeply, looking at the real-time data from the Space Solar Observer, his face like he had constipation. Is the instrument broken? It shouldn't be. Sha Ruishan stared at the clearly abnormal data, lost in thought. The scale of nuclear fusion has dropped significantly, only a third of normal. The hydrogen participating in fusion per second has also decreased from 600 million tons to 200 million tons. This doesn't make sense. The decrease in fusion was because the hydrogen in the sun was decreasing. For a main sequence star in its prime like the sun, this shouldn't be happening. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility occurred to Sha Ruishan. Could the sun be entering the red giant phase ahead of time? A red giant can be understood as the old age of a star. After a star passes through its long prime, depleting the hydrogen fuel in its core, combustion shifts to the hydrogen layers surrounding the core. Through a series of reactions, the star becomes brighter, its volume expands, and its color leans toward red, hence the name red giant. When the sun becomes a red giant, Earth and the entire solar system will suffer catastrophic consequences. Temperatures will rise sharply, living beings will go extinct, and Earth may even be engulfed by the sun. Astronomers had once predicted the sun's lifespan. The sun would not enter this phase for at least 5 billion years. But studying the monitored data, Sha Ruishan had reason to believe the sun was entering the red giant stage ahead of schedule. Has he lost his mind? Am I the one gone mad, or has the world gone mad? Sha Ruishan scratched his head, tussling his hair into a messy state. He anxiously inspected the instruments. Rather than accept that he was overturning the entire astronomical community's authoritative consensus, he preferred to think the research institute's equipment had suddenly malfunctioned. Several minutes passed, and Sha Ruishan found nothing wrong with the instruments. Refusing to accept it, he went to the adjacent department and swapped in a different piece of equipment. Massive amounts of data streamed back, continuously displayed on the large screen. Sha Ruishan compared the data with previous monitoring results. He discovered all the indicators were nearly identical. Most critically, the nuclear fusion scale had dropped even more severely, now only a tenth of what it had been. What's going on? Is it stalling? Sha Ruishan shouted. What's wrong, Dr. Sha? The researchers in the department cast curious glances his way. Look for yourselves. Sha Ruishan wore an uneasy expression. A group of physics doctors gathered around. Upon seeing the sensor data on the screen, they were all dumbstruck. The sun's mass consumption per second has dropped to 200,000. I'm not seeing this wrong, am I? Is the equipment broken? Sha Ruishan gave a bitter smile. I wish it were just the equipment. In the face of such a monumental event, he dared not delay. He immediately called the Shu Province Observatory requesting they send over their latest sensor data on solar nuclear fusion. The other side responded with impressive efficiency, and within minutes the data arrived. Dr. Sha, I suspect our observatory's equipment is malfunctioning. The solar nuclear fusion scale is only 1/20th of normal, and the mass the sun consumes each second continues to drop constantly, setting new lows. This is utterly absurd. The Shu Province Observatory staff member's voice brimmed with confusion. Hearing this response, Sha Ruishan's heart grew cold, and he said bitterly, Your instruments are fine. It's the sun that's broken. There was no time to waste given the terrifying nature of this event. Sha Ruishan hung up immediately and reported to the observatory director. Within half an hour, all key members of the observatory gathered in the conference room. Director Wang Jinan Operations Department, Minister Chang Weici Operations Force Commander, Shi Chang Operations Department Consultant, and physicist Wang Miao, along with numerous core elites, filled nearly the entire meeting room. Director, what's the emergency that called everyone here? Have the Trisolarans made another move? Shi Chang voiced what everyone was thinking. Wang Jinan's brows furrowed deeply, his hands clasped before him on the table. Sha Ruishan, you were the first to detect the anomaly. Please give everyone the briefing. Sha Ruishan stood, and all eyes turned to him. He pulled up the two datasets from his own tests along with the data transmitted from the Shu Province, Jian Province, and Su Province observatories, then prepared a comprehensive data visualization. Through the data visualization, everyone could clearly see all of the sun's key indicators plummeting at an alarming rate. As you can see, within the past hour since my initial detection, the sun's burning mass, hydrogen content, and nuclear fusion scale have all been continuously declining. The fusion scale has dropped to 1,000th of the 10-year average, and it's still falling. The atmosphere in the conference room grew extremely tense. Despite their shock, everyone's professionalism kept them silent as they continued listening to Sha Ruishan's report. Through the hydrogen in the sun's core we can observe 5 minutes elapsed. Sha Ruishan provided an exceptionally professional explanation of the sun's transformation. Growing confusion rippled through the group. So there's no explanation for why the sun would undergo such a radical change? Wang Miao asked. Based on our current detection methods, the sun hasn't been affected by any external factors, Sha Ruishan replied. Entering the red giant phase 50 billion years early represents an incomprehensible transformation for any star still in its main sequence phase. Chang Weici spoke gravely. I believe there must be some hidden factor at play. Could the Trisolarans be behind this? Shi Chang immediately speculated. The discussion intensified as attendees explored various possibilities of Trisolaran interference, each contributing their own theories with growing conviction. Wang Zhenan turned to Wang Miao. Professor Wang, what's your assessment? Wang Miao shook his head. Based on my current understanding of the Trisolarans, they don't yet possess this capability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have limited themselves to merely locking onto Earth's fundamental physics with sophons. As the preeminent authority on the matter, his words immediately quieted the room, ending all speculation. Yet doubt persisted. If it isn't the Trisolarans, and we can't identify any cause, then why has the sun suddenly undergone such a drastic transformation? Surely it isn't simply tired and on strike, is it? Shi Chang reflexively reached for his cigarettes before catching himself and putting them back. No one truly believed the sun was simply going on strike on its own accord. Sha Ruishan suddenly spoke. You say, could there be a more advanced civilization using technology beyond our comprehension that attacked the sun? His words fell, and an eerie silence descended upon the room. It might be the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, how could the sun undergo such a terrifying transformation out of nowhere? Wang Miao's expression deepened with concern. One Trisolaran threat had already overwhelmed Earth. Now another advanced civilization lurking beneath the surface. Could humanity survive yet another cataclysm? We're done for. At the rate of nuclear fusion decline, I fear we won't even last until the Trisolarans arrive. What do these advanced civilizations actually want? If the other side controls the sun, they control the fate of billions on Earth. They wouldn't even need to attack us. Panic spread through the conference room. Wang Zhenan's hands trembled slightly. He rose and slammed both palms onto the table. Every eye in the room refocused on him. Enough. The notion of a superior civilization is merely speculation. Do not terrify yourselves without cause. Sha Ruishan, continue monitoring the sun and be prepared to report to me at any time. Professor Wang, stay after the meeting. I have words for you. Wang Zhenan said gravely. Furthermore, the contents of this meeting must remain strictly confidential to avoid causing panic. Though he himself leaned toward believing a superior civilization was involved, he knew he had to suppress such speculation for the greater good. Otherwise, defeat would come before the battle even began. 11-dimensional space. The Sapon operated with methodical precision, transmitting every word of the observatory meeting, strictly forbidden from being leaked, to the Trisolaran world light years away. The Trisolaran world. Desolate and barren. Upon receiving news from the Sophons, communicators immediately reported to their superiors. The Earthlings' speculation about a higher civilization had also drawn sufficient attention from the Trisolarans. Within the council chamber, the Trisolaran supreme leader, along with the chief administrative officials of science, military, agriculture, industry, and culture, convened together. How exactly did the anomaly of the sun come about? Someone asked curiously. Has a truly higher civilization than us actually appeared in the solar system? The Dark Forest Law, someone stated. It is not surprising that Earth has been exposed to other higher civilizations. The higher civilization attacked the sun, attempting to seize control of the solar system. Others, however, remained unconvinced by this reasoning. The military commander spoke. There is no evidence to prove the existence of a higher civilization. I have reason to believe this gathering is an Earth plot. Based on information transmitted by Sophons, deception and conspiracy are what the Earthlings excel at. They are not like us. What is the purpose? Someone asked. The purpose is nothing more than to deceive us, to make us retreat upon realizing the difficulty and abandon our conquest of Earth. The military commander asserted with conviction, nothing anomalous has happened to the sun. This is a lie. His intensity visibly infected those present. Earthlings are indeed cunning and treacherous, someone remarked. Yet the supreme leader remained vigilant and ordered, have the Sophons continue their reconnaissance. Verify whether the data regarding the sun's anomaly is genuine or fabricated. Within the borders of Daxia, all information about solar anomalies was strictly contained and sealed off. However, abroad, neither the conditions nor the willingness existed to do the same. Leading with Western state media, every outlet from major networks to smaller publications swarmed the story of the sun's anomaly, and soon the reports reached Daxia's territory. Once such explosive news hit the internet, it spread like water poured on a hot oil, erupting instantly and beyond any means of containment. The sun is currently 4.57 billion years old. According to astronomical predictions, it was expected to remain stable for another 5 billion years. But based on the anomalous data provided by foreign media, the sun is now projected to enter its red giant phase 50 billion years ahead of schedule. Good heavens, are you saying the sun is aging to death? What about those extra 5 billion years? Who stole them? No one stole them. The hydrogen in the sun's core has plummeted dramatically, making it unable to sustain the original nuclear fusion scale, which has forced the sun into premature aging. Then can we artificially inject hydrogen into the sun to reverse its aging? Humanity's technology has not yet reached such a level. The sun's surface temperature alone reaches 6,000 degrees, and its core exceeds 10,000. What could we possibly use to inject hydrogen? The end of the world is upon us. Let the tall people hold up the collapsing sky. Let the Americans fret about it. Even if the sun is aging prematurely, there is still a process involved. It would take several hundred years at least to reach the red giant phase. By then we will all be long dead. Why bother worrying about it? Exactly. After I am dead, let the flood come. The internet echoed with every conceivable voice, fear, dread, excitement, and morbid curiosity. Most people failed to grasp the gravity of this crisis. Solar system. Ding. The system detects that nuclear fusion activity within the host is declining sharply. Please perform your duties properly. The system's voice suddenly rang out, startling Han Qing from his slumber. Didn't I tell you not to bother me when there is nothing urgent? Han Qing was visibly irked. Whether this system genuinely could not understand human language or simply chose to ignore it remained unclear. The system, however, showed no concern and repeated. Ding. System alert: as the host serves as the sun, failure to fulfill duties and work properly will result in severe consequences for both the host and the solar system. Aren't you going to repeat the same words again? Han Qing was rendered speechless. Ding. System alert: as the host serves as the sun, failure to fulfill duties and work properly will result in severe consequences for both the host and the solar system. The system repeated it yet once more. Han Qing now seriously doubted whether this system's intelligence could pass the Turing test. Keep your nagging. I consider myself defeated the moment I listened to you. Han Qing's temper flared, and he simply ignored the system entirely. Little did he know, for the following month the system would come nagging every single day. And each time the nagging session grew longer than the last. Each visit added 1 or 2 sentences, accumulating steadily. Eventually it became as relentless as Tang Sanzang reciting the tightening spell, driving Han Qing to the brink of sheer exasperation. An actual explosion was impossible, of course. But to avoid being nagged to death by the system, Han Qing had no choice but to begin working. I'm completely at your mercy. You're exhausting me to death. Let's see where else you'll find a host. Han Qing channeled his spirit inward. The hydrogen in the sun's core reactivated, and the scale of nuclear fusion gradually began to rise. Daxiao National Observatory. Throughout the past month, Director Wang Zhenan had been presiding over endless meetings, strategizing responses to the solar anomaly. Yet another marathon session lasting several hours finally drew to a close. Wang Zhenan, Wang Miaosha, Ruishan, and the others were utterly drained and parched. Still no viable solution had been reached. The conference room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with despair. You are all top minds in your respective fields. If even you cannot find a way, then I fear the helium flash crisis may truly be insurmountable, Shirchong sighed. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, we are helpless against the sun's helium flash crisis. This is not something that can be solved by simply sitting here and brainstorming. Sha Ruishan, equally disheartened, added, our current hope may lie solely in attempting to communicate with that higher civilization. Communication was merely a polite euphemism. If a higher civilization were truly attacking the sun, their intentions were self-evident. Humanity would have no path forward except surrender. Shirchong shook his head. I still cannot comprehend it. The Trisolarans invaded Earth because of our habitable environment. That higher civilization attacking the sun is tantamount to destroying Earth's livability. What do they hope to gain? Entities should not be multiplied beyond necessity, Wang Miao said in a hoarse voice. The director is right. Our speculations about higher civilizations remain just that, speculation. We must keep our focus on the sun itself. However, the Trisolarans have locked down Earth's fundamental physics with sophons. Our technology can no longer achieve qualitative breakthroughs. Relying on scientific means to resolve the helium flash crisis is simply unrealistic. Sha Ruishan continued, the sun's core nuclear fusion scale has been declining continuously for a month. It has now dropped to 1/1,000,000th of its original level. If this continues, a helium flash will occur, not in thousands of years, but within hundreds. He paused. Hundreds of years from now, or perhaps even just decades, all life on Earth will perish. We absolutely do not have enough time. In merely a month's span, Wang Zhenan's hair had turned significantly whiter. Upon hearing Sha Ruishan's words, the wrinkles between his brows seemed to deepen further. Just then an observatory researcher rushed in, hastily face alight with excitement. Director, good news, excellent news. The solar data has improved. What? Wang Jinan and the others changed expression and rose to their feet. The group arrived at the research lab, where the large screen displayed real-time imagery of the sun. Even through the screen, the fiery red hue gave one the sensation of scorching heat. Just now, the scale of nuclear fusion in the sun's core began to rise slowly. Although the rate of increase is very gradual, it has stopped declining. This is good news. A researcher in charge of monitoring said excitedly. Have you detected the reason why the sun is improving? Wang Jinan asked in a grave voice, his expression stern. So far, we can only detect a large number of hydrogen atoms appearing. In other words, no other cause could be found. Even so, this was the best news in a month. These professors and doctors at the observatory were the ones confronting the truth and standing on the battlefield. The mental strain on them was extraordinary, and now that the solar data had improved, they all unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But what on earth is going on here? It worsened for no reason, and now it is improving for no reason. Shichang could not understand. The furrow between Wang Miao's brows had eased considerably. In any case, we should now be able to rule out the possibility of an advanced civilization attacking the sun. If it were an advanced civilization, they would not simply stop their attack unless they intended to begin communication and negotiation with Earth. This is incredible. Is the sun healing itself? Xia Ruishan watched the steadily recovering data and wore an expression of disbelief. A group of researchers simply stared dumbfounded as the numbers kept rising. Shichang then leaned close to Wang Miao and asked in a low voice, Professor, Wang, do you really think this has nothing to do with the Trisolarans? What are you trying to say? Wang Miao asked in return. What I mean is the Trisolarans' use of sophins to blockade Earth's fundamental science does not mean they have no more advanced methods. Besides, there are all their various plans. Shichang's expression seemed to say, you know what I mean, right? Wang Miao remained unmoved. Shichang said, fine, I am wondering. Could this be part of the Miracle Project? The Trisolarans and the Adventists had many plans against Earth. The Coloring Project, the Miracle Project, the Sapon Project. The Miracle Project in particular was meant to use incredible illusions to deceive people and deprive the humans of Earth of their confidence and resistance. Wang Miao thought for a moment and said, I have my reservations. If the Trisolarans truly had the ability to manipulate the sun's lifespan, there would be no need for them to go to such lengths to blockade Earth with sophins. Fine. Shichang shrugged. Wang Miao continued, the current situation is actually very difficult to explain through science. The decline in the sun's nuclear fusion scale previously detected by the observatory was because hydrogen had stopped participating in nuclear fusion. Yet the hydrogen which served as fuel had not disappeared. Instead, it continued to exist in a special state akin to slumber. Now it had become active again. What happened in between is truly baffling. Seeing that Shichang only half understood, Wang Miao stopped elaborating. Everyone at the observatory stared without blinking at the data on the screen. They feared that if they blinked even once, the nuclear fusion scale would begin dropping again. Only after Wang Jinan issued orders did the crowd reluctantly disperse and return to their respective duties. Whatever the unknown cause might be, the sun had begun to recover. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Although slow, the scale of nuclear fusion kept climbing. Since the news could no longer be suppressed, and with good news now at hand, the observatory stopped concealing things and voluntarily released the data to the public. Online discussions erupted once more. Topics about the sun occupied nearly the entire trending list. So with no cause found at all, the sun just recovered. Has the sun, after working for 5 billion years, gotten tired and decided to slack off, only to realize that slacking off would be the end of it, so it went back to work? The great sun god merely fell into a brief slumber. Little ice ages are hardly rare in history. It is just that this slumber was unusually short, nothing strange about it. I'm done for. Your observatory has really ruined me. I thought the apocalypse was coming, so I spent all my savings from years of work at the foot spa. What do I do now? What do I do? Bro, don't worry. Just hand me your phone. Although we don't know what exactly happened, since the sun is back on track, we humans won't go extinct. It's fine, everyone go home. Father-son saw that April Fool's Day was approaching and deliberately played a joke on us. Most netizens on both Eastern and Western networks were quite happy, though some extremists felt deep regret over it. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Qing worked unremittingly every day, and the sun's nuclear fusion scale gradually returned to normal levels. Qing, however, had grown somewhat mentally drained. But the effort was worth it. The system honored its promise and presented its reward. Ding. The system has detected that the host has worked diligently for 10 days. The system will reward the host with a supernatural ability. Ding. The host has obtained dream projection. Dream projection. Qing was stunned for a moment. As the name suggested, the ability was easy enough to understand. But during this period, he had not dreamed at all while sleeping. No, perhaps this dream projection is meant to be used on humans. Qing quickly figured it out. Forget it. I've worked for 10 days already. I need to get some proper rest first. System, I warn you, don't bother me while I'm resting, or I'll stop working completely. Qing cast the thought aside and felt utterly relieved. Ding. System notification as the sun. If the host fails to perform duties and work properly, it will bring severe consequences upon both the host and the solar system. There it was again. If Han Qing had ears, he would have covered them. Meanwhile, at the Dasha Observatory, Xia Ruishan, the researcher in charge of monitoring, immediately noticed the sun's anomaly and hurriedly reported to Director Wang Zhenan. Director, this is bad. The sun's nuclear fusion scale has started to drop sharply again. Wang Zhenan's expression turned grim. He rose to his feet and said, convene an emergency meeting immediately. The entire observatory once again resounded with groans. Han Qing ignored the system's call, contentedly loafing around. Although doing nothing and slacking off feels pretty good after a while. Han Qing gazed at the silent, lifeless solar system, where celestial bodies revolved in steady orbits. Artificial satellites orbited the celestial bodies in endless repetition. Repetition upon repetition. It was rather dull. If only he could return to Earth. All right. The system rewarded me with an ability, dream projection. Maybe I can use it to return to Earth. Han Qing checked the ability. In his sea of consciousness, a cluster of lustrous white light flickered continuously. This was the ability orb. His instinct told him that he only needed to stir his thoughts. The cluster of light immediately extended several branches, and at their tips ripples spread, revealing dream worlds one after another. Most of the dream worlds were distorted, abstract, and indescribable. Only a few dream worlds remained stable, adhering to the rules of reality. If I immerse my spirit into one of them, I can perform projection, but I still need to carefully select a stable dream. Han Qing deliberated left and right. In the end, he locked onto a young girl. The girl's dream was set in a school. On the campus, cherry blossoms were in full bloom, the spring sunlight was warm and pleasant, and the broadcast station played spirited songs, so serene and delightful. Most importantly, the girl was exceptionally beautiful. She had the standard long, straight black hair, a tall and alluring figure, a school uniform skirt, and two fair long legs. You're the one. Han Qing excitedly rubbed his non-existent hands and forcefully crammed his spirit into the girl's dream. After entering the dream, Han Qing was merely a shapeless consciousness. It took him quite a while to mold himself into human form. Then with a single thought, he appeared at the door of the girl's classroom. The only student in the classroom was the girl, seated at the central desk, burying her head in her homework, while chanting like a demon under a spell, I don't want to do homework, I don't want to do homework. This girl was doing homework even in her dreams, yet she absolutely hated it. Han Qing recalled how he himself had once worked overtime in a dream and felt a sense of shared misery. I don't want to do homework. I want to go out and play. Finally, controlling herself in the dream, the girl raised her homework above her head with both hands, and with a ripping sound, she tore it in two. Her delicately arched brows lifted as she burst into joyful laughter. Yet in that moment, figures began to materialize before her. Towering shadows loomed over her. Her laughter died abruptly, echoing through the empty classroom. Not doing homework. Only bad students skip homework. Bad students deserve punishment. Lin Wanqing, do you want to be punished by your teacher? The shadows spoke one after another. Han Qing realized that these people were all teachers of the girl named Lin Wanqing. Math teacher, Chinese teacher, English teacher, physics teacher. 7 or 8 teachers brandished pointers and surrounded the girl menacingly. This was clearly beyond the girl's expectations, and she immediately let out a terrified scream. Help! The teachers pressed her down onto the desk. Crack! The pointer lashed out, and the girl's scream grew even louder. Help! The teacher is killing me. Han Qing found it amusing. This little sister's dream was far too bizarre. Seeing the girl's utterly devastated expression, Han Qing decided not to stand by idly. Disperse. The moment the thought arose, a surging torrent of spiritual force crushed forward. In an instant, all the teachers vanished into thin air. The girl looked toward the source of the sound and stared at Han Qing in bewilderment. After a moment, she snapped back to her senses, scrambled to her feet, and adjusted her skirt in embarrassment. Thank you for saving me, she said with her back to Han Qing. You're welcome. By the way, is your butt okay? Han Qing said with a mischievous grin. What are you talking about? Of course I'm fine. Lin Wanqing turned around and retorted with shame and annoyance. She gave Han Qing a quick once-over and asked warily, why aren't you wearing the school uniform? Are you a new teacher? School uniform. He had overlooked that detail. Still, it was hardly a big deal. Han Qing walked into the classroom and said with a smile, if I were a new teacher, you'd still be lying over that desk right now. Oh, that's true. Then who are you? Lin Wanqing's big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Han Qing's expression gradually turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, I am a deity walking among mortals, the sovereign of light and flames, an omnipotent supreme being. The air was thick with awkwardness. 3 black lines appeared on Lin Wanqing's forehead. Where did this Chinibu patient come from? From her expression, Han Qing could tell that his attempt at showing off had fallen short of the mark. So he stirred his thoughts, and his body radiated blazing light as his voice became as majestic as a god high above the heavens. Mortal, you may address me as the sun. Lin Wanqing's eyes gradually widened. The SSS sun, the sun god, had actually come to save her. This is wonderful. From now on I'll never have to do homework again. With a thud, Lin Wanqing shamelessly dropped to her knees and exclaimed excitedly, Sun God, take me away with you. In the 11th dimensional space, the Sapon methodically organized massive amounts of data. It was all the data that Earth's nations had detected regarding the sun over the past month. After compiling the data, the Sapon sent it all to the Trisolaran world. In the Trisolaran world, after receiving the Safan's data, the Trisolaran sovereign and the executive officers held a meeting. This data contains all the solar observations gathered by Earth's human nations during this period. The science executive officer said, judging from this data, we can basically rule out the possibility of an Earthling conspiracy. The sun has indeed developed some kind of problem. The Sapon could monitor the words and deeds of all humanity on Earth. If this were a conspiracy, the Sapon could not possibly have failed to detect a flaw. The science executive officer had full confidence in the creation he had developed. The data shows that the hydrogen atoms inside the sun underwent some unknown anomalous change. They were dormant for 3 months and ceased participating in nuclear fusion, which caused considerable panic in human society on Earth. I believe our first consideration should be whether a higher civilization has interfered with the solar system. The science executive officer added. The military executive officer followed up. So you also agree with the humans' view, believing that a higher civilization attacked the sun? I think this possibility exists. The sovereign looked somewhat worried. If this is true, then that higher civilization must be more powerful than our Trisolaran civilization. After all, it was an existence capable of controlling stars. The Trisolarans were still far from possessing such an ability. Otherwise, they could simply control their 3 suns directly instead of going to great lengths for interstellar migration. Then, should we give up on Earth? The agriculture executive officer asked a fatal question. Since the higher civilization has intervened in the solar system, their target must be Earth. They possess the ability to control stars, and if we become their enemies, the consequences would be catastrophic. The agricultural executive said. The industrial executive replied, if our speculation is true, then we have no choice but to accept it. The executives of the Trisolaran civilization were momentarily cast into gloom. Earth was already within their grasp. But now the prize was about to slip away, and no one could find cause for optimism. The leader remained silent for a long while before speaking. Here's what we shall do. Scientific executive, have Sapon make contact with this higher civilization. Let us learn their intentions and see if there is room for negotiation. Earth is of great importance to us. Unless absolutely unavoidable, we must not abandon it. The military executive expressed his concern. Leader, what about the Dark Forest Law? Since this higher civilization has set its sights on Earth, we naturally cannot remain hidden. Early contact may allow us to make decisions sooner. The leader responded. There was no better solution at present, and no one objected. Earth 11-dimensional space. The supercomputer Sapon emitted various energy signals toward the sun. However, its signals received no response whatsoever. Sapon was somewhat puzzled. While intensifying and amplifying its signal transmissions, it also conducted searches and detections of the sun within a certain range. The results only deepened Safan's confusion. It had detected not a single trace of any civilization. Could a higher civilization truly exist? More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qing satisfiedly withdrew his spirit from a young woman's dream. Instantly, the system's familiar yet cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding. System notification. Earth has sent a special signal to the host. This sudden development caught Han Qing somewhat off guard. Earth's signal. Has humanity discovered my existence? Han Qing was bewildered. Did the humans of Earth in this Trisolaran world possess such powerful technology? He had merely slacked off for a few days without working, and now they were trying to confirm his existence. Ding. System notification. The source of the signal is not Earthlings, but a supercomputer composed of special microscopic particles. Upon system identification, this supercomputer is a creation of an extraterrestrial civilization. Special microscopic particles. Upon hearing this description, Han Qing suddenly understood. So it was Sapon. It turned out the Trisolarans had discovered him. Han Qing immediately became interested. He actually wanted to make contact with extraterrestrials. At the very least, he wanted to see with his own eyes what these Trisolarans looked like. System, receive this signal for me, so I can see what Sapon wants. The system responded. Ding. This system does not possess such a function. Han Qing was speechless for a moment, then asked, then how can I receive signals? Ding. The host may receive signals by obtaining the next stage superpower reward, electromagnetic projection. Electromagnetic projection. Han Qing felt a slight anticipation, but he quickly realized he would have to start working again. Even transmigrating into the sun cannot change Sisyphus's fate. Han Qing helplessly mobilized his spirit and began to drive nuclear fusion. Earth. As Han Qing exerted himself, the Great Summer Observatory immediately detected anomalous data. A group of professors and doctors who had been frowning and worried about how to cure the sun never expected the sun to begin healing itself again. The scale of nuclear fusion is rising rapidly, and the data is improving. Sha Ruishan said excitedly, watching the equipment with clenched fists. So what on earth is going on? A researcher nearly pulling his hair out said in bewilderment. The previous data showed the sun had clearly entered the minimum period. How could it suddenly come back to life in such a short time? This is unscientific. No one could explain why. Wang Miao shook his head and said, rather, our level of scientific understanding is still insufficient to explain this phenomenon. Director Wang Zhenan did not care whether it was scientific or not. His heart heaved with immense relief. For the past month, the scale of nuclear fusion had been declining steadily, nearing record lows, yet the observatory remained helpless. The pressure from higher authorities, the fear of the unknown, and the mission he bore had converged into a great stone pressing upon him. He did not even know how he had endured it. Wang Zhenan resolved that during this period when the sun was showing improvement, he would do his utmost to uncover the reason behind the sun's anomaly. Another 10+ days passed. Han Qing's relentless work finally brought a response from the system. Ding. The system detects that the host has worked diligently for 10 days. The system will reward the host with a superpower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining electromagnetic projection. As soon as the system's reward was credited, Han Qing immediately dropped his work and turned to study his newly acquired ability. The sun itself possesses electromagnetic waves, and they are transmitted outward, ceaselessly radiating into cosmic space. The electromagnetic wave energy received by Earth accounts for merely 1/2200 millionth of the sun's total radiation into the universe. This demonstrates how powerful the sun's electromagnetic waves are. However, prior to this, Han Qing did not know how to control them. After obtaining this ability, Han Qing could effortlessly command the vast electromagnetic waves as if by instinct. As Han Qing was sensing this wondrous energy within the cosmos, currents of electromagnetic waves surged like tidal motions, wave upon wave approaching. This should be the electromagnetic wave signal sent by Saphan. Let's receive and see. As soon as Han Qing focused his thought, the two electromagnetic waves instantly connected. Let's see what Saphan wants to say. Following the principle of not making the first move, Han Qing did not proactively greet her. And surprisingly, Saphan showed no urgency and did not initiate communication immediately. And so, nearly half a day passed. Han Qing, growing somewhat impatient, was finally met by Saphan's initiative. Respected sir, I mean no offense to your existence. However, due to the sun's recent abnormal behavior, which has caused great concern, I had no choice but to risk contacting you. If you find this offensive, I will automatically close the communication channel. Saphan's demeanor was exceedingly humble, bowing low to the dust. Han Qing was momentarily unable to comprehend. Even though he was the sun itself, there was no need to be so fearful. Regarding the existence of a higher civilization, if you do not mind, I would like to pose several questions on your behalf. You may choose to answer or not, and you may terminate this conversation at any moment. Higher civilization. Han Qing pondered these 4 words momentarily, unable to process them. He was the sun itself. Wasn't this universally known? Only he in the entire universe knew this. In other words, had Saphan misunderstood? Did it think he was a higher civilization that controlled the sun? This would actually work in his favor. It would save him the trouble of lengthy explanations. A thrill of excitement rose within Han Qing's heart. He had finally responded with words that caused a momentary disruption in Saphan's computational processes. Oversteppers, you Trisolaran civilization, have no right to speak with me, Han, with a haughty bearing. As the Saphan, it immediately surged of danger. The law of the jungle proved true indeed. The other side even spoke the 4 characters, TR civilization, in one breath, suggesting they had long known of the Trisolaran existence. Then why had they not chosen to communicate all this time? Oversteppers. Saphan calculated. The being they were engaging with should be a high-ranking figure within a higher civilization. But where could the other party be hidden? Why can't it be detected? The sun's core temperature was far too high to allow any life to exist there. Or perhaps the life form of the other party had surpassed its own cognition and sensing range. No offense intended, the Saphan courteously stated. Yet, before the words could finish, Han Qing cut them off abruptly. I know your Trisolaran's shabby plans. Believe me, I understand you far more than you think. Saphan. Is that so? Go back and tell the Trisolarans they have no right to know of my existence, nor to be my match. But if they dare to covet Earth further, even step into the solar system by 1 notch, I will personally strike and wipe out the entire Trisolaran civilization. Han Qing had no intention of playing savior. Yet the pressure before him could not be ignored. Anyway, the timeline of this Trisolaran world seemed to be in a phase where Saphan's blockade of Earth's basic physics was still in effect, and the Trisolarans were powerless to stop it. Even if a Trisolaran fleet arrived, the other party only desired to live within the solar system and could not offend me. After a long while, Sapon replied, "No offense intended. I will relay your warning on your behalf. Please calm your temper. Next, I will proactively terminate the dialogue. May this exchange not affect your mood." The transmission ended. Han Qing felt greatly pleased. What a thoroughly thrilling display of swagger. I hope my performance was convincing. Yet it was due to Safin's misinterpretation. Why would the other civilization think I am a higher civilization? Could it be because the sun's anomalous changes? Yes. The other side did not yet have the ability to control a star, while I could control the sun, hence they thought I was a higher civilization. Probably such a warning would scare the Trisolarans out of their wits. Han Qing found it amusing and began to look forward to how things would unfold. Sapon transmitted the chat records between itself and the existence back to the Trisolaran world. At the same time, it established a quantum communications channel with the science administrator. In the conference hall, Sapon briefed the assembled officials. "I have completed contact with the higher civilization, but my calculations suggest there are doubts about the other party's identity." The leader and many administrators looked at the chat transcript. They trembled with fear, yet the report also sparked further doubt. "What doubts? Be precise," the leader said. "I suspect the other party may not be a higher civilization at all." Safin, without emotion, said, "In my attempts to communicate with the sun, I sent various signals, but they could only accept electromagnetic waves, neglecting other quantum signals. For a civilization more advanced than the Trisolarans, this is illogical. Moreover, the entity communicating with me uses the Earthlings' language systems, the Xia language, and its behavior and logical structure upon analysis closely resemble Earth humans. Therefore, I infer that this so-called higher civilization is highly likely Earth humans in disguise." Safin, after all, remained Sapon. From the calculations, they nearly saw the truth. The moment this argument arose, the Trisolarans stirred with restlessness. After all that Earth humans had deceived them, these bugs are too cunning. Yet the leader remained uneasy, asking, "Then how do you explain the sun's anomalous changes?" The Trisolarans fell silent, curious. Since a higher civilization doesn't exist, could Earth humans have mastered stellar control? Sapon did not answer for a moment, evidently calculating. The agriculture administrator said, "Perhaps Earth humans have mastered some ability," tricked Sapon into thinking the sun had truly changed. "I think the data Sapon collected is likely fabricated by Earth humans as well. In any case, I don't believe they can control a star. That's unscientific." The science administrator shook his head. Safin's technological prowess far surpasses Earth. Earth humans do not yet possess such capabilities to deceive Sapon. Could it be that another civilization helped Earth humans? Or Earth humans obtained technology from other civilizations? The industrial administrator asked. "Perhaps," said the science administrator. "These speculations lack evidence and require further verification." The leader added, "Have Sapon intensify the effort and verify quickly, though our plan must be foolproof." A certain slacker, unaware that his disguise had already been torn to shreds, had plunged headlong into Earth humans' dreamscape. Thanks to his laziness, the sun's nuclear fusion scale began to fall again. The Disya observatory rang with wails once more, especially Director Wang Jinan. In just 10 days, the data began to decline again. What rule was the sun following, oscillating between good and bad? Wang Jinan stared at the data charts, his brow furrowed. He rubbed his temples with a tired sigh. The sun is really going to kill us. On the other side, in a dream, Lin Wanqing lay on a desk in a deep sleep, her lashes fluttering, a bead of crystal-clear saliva at the corner of her mouth, ready to drool. Although this vibrant beauty looked appealing, she drooled in her sleep. Han Qing felt somewhat repulsed. Glancing at the towering heap of homework on the desk, "I wonder how long it took this guy to finish it. Looks like last time spanking left a shadow in the dream. He even finishes his homework earnestly." Han Qing said with a chuckle. He rapped the desk and in a lowered voice added, "Lin Wanqing sleeping in class. Then hurry up and get up to do your homework." Lin Wanqing's body stiffened upright, quickly wiped the saliva with the back of her hand, and cried out loudly, "Teacher, I didn't sleep." The air grew quiet. Their eyes met. Han Qing winked with mischief. Lin Wanqing blushed with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" "I just fell asleep, okay? Don't worry, you're not awake yet." Han Qing laughed. Lin Wanqing muddled, felt as if a barrier was about to be pierced, but the feeling vanished in a flash. She stood, scratched her head in confusion. "By the way, I remember you. You seem to be called Son." "What? I've come to find you so many times, and you only remember my name," Han Qing said, irritated. "I even fulfilled your dream of standing on the top floor of May World Trade Center to relieve yourself. How could you forget your benefactor?" Of course that's a lie. He only uttered the dream talk from Lin Wanqing's dream on the spot. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened at the remark. "I did indeed have such fantasies before. But how could such a ridiculous thing be possible? And to be spoken aloud so loudly, it's so embarrassing." Her pretty face flushed in an instant, nearly steaming. "Who would believe it? I warn you, if you keep talking nonsense, I will pepper you with a mouthful of salt soda." Although it was just a casual joke, Han Qing saw how serious she was and couldn't help teasing her with a mysterious smile. Perhaps it's true after all. I can tell you more details. Stop talking. Lin Wanqing flew into a rage, unleashing the 9-in white bone claw as she pounced at the other party. Yet she could only grab hold of a ball of blazing light. A sensation of weightlessness washed over her. Lin Wanqing shuddered and jolted awake from her dream. The young girl blinked her sleepy eyes and discovered she was clutching a teddy bear pillow in her arms while lying in her own bed. The classroom and the man called the sun. They faded away. What a relief it was just a dream. Lin Wanqing felt somewhat frustrated. She shook her head immediately. Don't say just. You should say it's a blessing it was only a dream. If in reality she had really done such a thing at the Twin Towers, and not only that, but an unfamiliar man witnessed it, it would be better to jump off right then and there. The sun. How many times have I dreamed of him now? The thought arose. Lin Wanqing quickly sat up and began counting on her fingers, frowning in calculation. Once, twice, 3 times. After careful counting, she realized she had already dreamed of that sun 7 or 8 times. I've never met this person in reality, so why do I dream about him every day? How strange. Lin Wanqing was bewildered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on her desk suddenly vibrated, urgently interrupting her thoughts. Lin Wanqing glanced at the caller ID and silently cursed. As soon as she answered, a sugary, scolding voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. You idiot, Wanqing. You're still sleeping in, aren't you? Did you forget we have duty today? It was Lin Wanqing's best friend Ma Lily. Who said that? I got up long ago, I'm leaving right now. Lin Wanqing's voice was unconvincing yet defiant as she hurriedly got out of bed to dress and wash up. In your dreams. I'll give you 5 minutes, I'll wait for you downstairs. Ma Lily didn't buy it for a second and hung up immediately. 5 minutes later, Lin Wanqing ran downstairs with 2 slices of bread dangling from her mouth. Ma Lily was already waiting outside. She was pretty a head shorter than Lin Wanqing. She was a petite and charming beauty. Seeing Lin Wanqing come downstairs, she showed off her cute pink wristwatch. Miss, 7 minutes have already passed. Oh no, Lily, I have something really strange to tell you. Lin Wanqing chewed on the bread and mumbled unclearly. I'll let it go this time. Ma Lily huffed prettily. The two walked side by side. What is it? Did you run into something weird? She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. Did you dream about the sun again? Lin Wanqing nodded vigorously. How many times has this been? That's way too exaggerated. Ma Lily looked at her with a strange expression. Wanqing, honestly, your situation probably means something's wrong with your nerves. Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. For real? You're not kidding me. Why would I lie? I read about this in a science magazine before. Ma Lily launched into a lengthy explanation, finally reaching her conclusion. You most likely have some neural issue, so I strongly recommend you go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Wanqing felt extremely uneasy after hearing this. After hesitating for a while, she agreed. Okay, fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll go with you after school. The two took a taxi to the First People's Hospital in the city center during lunch break for a neurological examination. They lined up to register first, then had CT scans and physical checks. Inside the examination room, Lin Wanqing nervously stared at the doctor in white coat. The doctor was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his brows deeply furrowed as he reviewed her brain CT scans. Doctor, what's wrong with me? Is it serious? Lin Wanqing couldn't help but ask. The doctor gave her an odd look, set down the films, and said, You're not sick. Your body is completely healthy. We found no issues at all. Huh. The two girls exchanged glances, both finding it hard to believe. Lin Wanqing stammered, But doctor, I keep dreaming about a strange man these days, and what happens in my dreams feels so real, just like the real world. What's going on? Perhaps it's caused by excessive academic pressure, nothing serious. I'll prescribe you some melatonin. Rest well, lately listen to soothing light music, and you can also try some meditation. The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and started typing on his computer. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt somewhat helpless. All right. Thank you, doctor. After leaving the hospital, Lin Wanqing felt rather dejected. She had spent half a month's allowance only to find out there was nothing wrong. But this was also something to be glad about. At least she proved she wasn't sick. Don't overthink it, Wanqing. Maybe your brain's just been too tired lately. Listen to the doctor and get more rest, you'll be fine. Ma Lily comforted her. Lin Wanqing nodded, though she couldn't shake the doubt in her mind. If she wasn't sick, then why did she keep dreaming about that man called the sun? Could he truly be the sun god? Lin Wanqing looked up at the sky. White clouds floated like mountains, and the sun peeked out from behind them with reddish edges, emitting brilliant golden rays that were almost blinding. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qing had spent this entire month within the dreams of people on Earth. The stable dream world was almost indistinguishable from reality, a pure little realm where one could enjoy food, drink, and entertainment to one's heart's content. But the observatory was in dire straits. They were monitoring the sun's day and night as it rapidly declined, creating an atmosphere of gloom and despair. Observatory Director Wang Jinan was particularly despondent throughout the day. He was either in meetings or on his way to them. His sleep had been reduced to just 4 hours a day. He was truly being tormented by this capricious sun. Director, the meeting starts in 5 minutes. In the observatory hallway, Sha Ruishan caught up with Wang Zhenan's pace and handed him the documents from his arms. These are the materials needed for this summit. Wang Zhenan casually took them and said sternly, "How's the sun's data?" He had been busy preparing for the summit these past days and hadn't paid close attention to the specific data. Sha Ruishan shook his head. Although it hasn't hit a new low, it's still continuing to drop. This was expected. Yet Wang Zhenan's expression darkened even further. Nodding, the group fell silent and soon entered the vast conference room. Inside, the scientists from the Great Summer Observatory had all gathered. They discussed matters in small groups with serious expressions. At the far end stood an extra-large screen where communication staff were conducting signal tests and other procedures. As clear images appeared one by one, it signified that the World Science Summit convened to address the solar anomaly was about to begin. Wang Zhenan waved his hand and took his seat, asking, "Is everything ready?" The testing staff replied, "All preparations are complete." As time passed, the Global Scientific Online Roundtable Summit addressing the solar anomaly officially commenced. On the luminous screen, grid images of scientists from the United States, Japan, the United Kingdom, Russia, India, and other nations flickered into view one after another. Though the World Summit was attended by a great many people, only the principal leaders of each nation's scientific community had appeared on the screen so far. From the Daxia Observatory, only Wang Zhenan, Wang Miao, and a few others were shown on screen. Meanwhile, a serene, pleasing female voice came from the light screen, speaking English and moderating the meeting. The interpreter beside Wang Zhenan whispered a simultaneous interpretation. In very concise language, she announced the reason and purpose for convening this meeting, then introduced the leading scientists of each country, including Wang Zhenan and the others. Thunderous applause filled the conference room. Next, the applause gradually faded. The white-haired, blue-eyed old scientist from the United States began to address the meeting at an unhurried pace. At present, the scientific community has determined that the sun, still in its main sequence stage, has entered the red giant phase ahead of time for some unknown reason. The interpreter delivered it steadily in simultaneous interpretation. If these terrible figures continue, it can be predicted that a helium flash is certain to occur within a few hundred years. Everyone is well aware that in perhaps 200 or 300 years, not just our home, yes, the entire solar system, will be destroyed. And humanity's hope rests entirely on a bunch like us. To speak without false modesty, we are the most intelligent people in this world. I hope that at this summit today, we can find the answer to this catastrophe. If anyone present has any ideas, please speak up. As his voice fell, a bearded male scientist from Japan chattered on in a torrent of words. With our current level of science and technology, we cannot reverse the destruction of a star like the sun. What humanity should do now is build enough spacecraft, find planets suitable for survival in the universe, multiply anew, and carry on civilization. The Indian scientist voiced agreement. Since the last century, American scientists have already attempted to develop spacecraft, such as Project Orion. If the United States is willing to release its research results, it will be an enormous boost to this plan. Moreover, I believe that during this special period, all countries should be honest with one another, open up their respective technologies, and learn from each other. In the face of disaster, we must unite. A female scientist from the United Kingdom also nodded in deep agreement. Building enough spacecraft to escape the solar system is the only way at present. We indeed should, and must, pool the world's cutting-edge strength. Otherwise, under the Trisolaran's technological blockade, we will never break through. Scientists from various nations began exchanging views frequently. Half an hour later, Wang Zhenan found that the solutions proposed by the scientists were almost all to build spacecraft, flee the Earth, and flee the solar system. This was indeed a viable approach. But had no one considered the enormous cost of this plan? He was just about to speak. Wang Miao, however, could not resist interrupting the Japanese scientist's fluent exposition. "Sorry, let me interrupt." The other replied, unbothered, "No problem, please go ahead." Wang Miao went on. "The ARC plan is indeed feasible and has a very high chance of success. But all of you just calculated that with our current technological strength, we cannot build enough arcs to hold all of humanity. At most, only a few 100,000 people can board the arcs. Have you thought about what the other billions are supposed to do?" This was a cruel question. It could only receive a cruel answer. Everyone fell silent for a moment. The Indian scientist said, "To preserve the spark of human civilization, sacrifice is necessary." At this moment, the Russian scientist, who had been silent all along, asked, "If the ones sacrificed are you and your family, would you still be willing?" Another silence fell over the gathering. After a long pause, the Indian scientist finally said, "If the sacrifice has meaning, I will agree. Even if the ARC plan could be implemented, it would still be decades, or even a century later. By then they would long since be in their coffins. Whether or not to sacrifice would naturally no longer be his turn to decide." The Russian scientist said, "Our discussions at this summit will be classified as top state secrets. I hope they never leak, otherwise war will be unavoidable. Those who cannot board the arks will furiously overturn the entire world. If there truly is no other way besides this plan, then we propose that all countries begin a sterilization program. If all humans stop reproducing, then after decades or a century the population will decrease at an alarming rate, ensuring as far as possible that all remaining humans can enter the arks. This highly humanitarian proposal drew much approval. But the old American scientist shook his head. This was a plan to be implemented across the entire world. It would be very difficult to put into practice. Actually, I also have a plan. A scientist from Daxia's Shu Province Observatory cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone quieted down. Wang Zhenansha, Ruishan, Wang Miao, and the others wore serious expressions, ready to listen. Please go ahead, Professor. After the female moderator gave the floor, he nodded slightly and said the ARC plan certainly has a high chance of success, but the tragic price it demands is also clear to see. Who can lightly give up the lives of billions of fellow human beings? Who can abandon the mother planet we have inhabited since ancient times? We must acknowledge that humanity has an emotional bond with Earth like that between an infant and its mother. Of course, I am not saying the ARC plan is bad, only that this plan can be made better. The Daxia scientist spoke with such conviction that it gave people an inexplicable confidence. The old American scientist's eyes flashed with sharp light. It seems you have a better idea for perfecting this plan. Please tell us. The mellow jade-soft voice of Daxia sounded again. As everyone knows, the Great Flood is an element shared by Eastern and Western mythology. When the ancient sages of the West faced the flood that destroyed the world, they chose to build an ark and flee the land, carrying aboard every kind of beast and seed, waiting for the waters to recede, and then returning to land to multiply and continue human civilization. When the ancient sages of the East faced the world-ending flood, they chose to brave the wind and waves and hew a path through thorns. This is precisely how do you tame the floods in Daxia. This time the disaster is an irresistible force that we cannot govern. But we can make this ark larger, not merely to hold Adam and Eve, but to hold all of human civilization. The breath of the delegation from Daxia Observatory grew heavier. It seemed they had already anticipated what he was about to say. Rather than building ark ships that can hold only 10,000 people, why not take the Earth itself as the ark, carry everything aboard, escape the solar system, and travel to another star system? Though we do not yet know which star system can accommodate our mother planet and humanity, we can keep wandering until we find a place to belong. I think this plan can be named the Wandering Earth Project. These words landed like a sledgehammer upon the hearts of every Daxia citizen. Wang Zhenan and Wang Miao exchanged a glance, shock written in their eyes. Such a bold, visionary notion was almost too incredible to fathom. If it could truly be carried out, no one in this world would ever perish from the sun's helium flash. And yet, when these words were rendered into other languages, they drew ripples of laughter across the conference hall. The mockery woven into them needed no elaboration. Using Earth as an ark to flee the solar system is a lovely idea. If we were capable of such a feat, we would not be sitting here in conference. We would already be setting about curing the sun. The scientist from Sakura country shook his head with a smile, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The people of Daxia were, as ever, hopelessly fanciful. The elderly scientist from Flower Flag country kept shaking his head as well. The technological might of human civilization is utterly incapable of this. Besides, how would you even set Earth in motion? What's more, I'd wager that even if you could get Earth moving, it could never wrench itself free from the sun's colossal gravitational pull. The Orion project can harness nuclear power as its propulsive energy. The Wandering Earth plan, I imagine, could borrow a page or two from it. It is merely a question of added mass. Wang Zhenan shot back a rebuttal, then added, Comrade, your idea is excellent and warrants in-depth study. Let us deliberate further amongst ourselves before drafting a formal proposal. The Wandering Earth plan. It was too astonishing, too earth-shattering. Current technological strength truly could not accomplish it. Nor did he wish his own people to lose face. Even as he defended his side, he hoped to brush past the issue. But that scientist said with great excitement, Director Wang is right. We can build engines with nuclear power. Yes, planetary engines. Using them to push Earth, we can construct a corresponding number of planetary engines based on Earth's mass, though we must first calculate each engine's maximum thrust. As he spoke as if struck by a surge of inspiration, he buried his head in computation. The assembled scientists were in no hurry. They chatted back and forth, but most of them dismissed the plan. While the most powerful controllable planetary engines we can build today could individually achieve a thrust of 13 to 15 billion. To move a planet as massive as Earth, taking even the extreme upper limit of 15 billion, we would still need to construct 10,000 more units. Considering the problem of steering, at least another 2,000 steering engines would be required. In that case, Earth's maximum propulsion speed could reach 0.5 of the speed of light. Of course, this would consume approximately 30 of Earth's mass, and would also trigger global earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and other calamities. At the same time, vast stretches of the continents would be blasted away by nuclear fusion. Well, let me recalculate. Yes, to fly out of the solar system, nearly all land above sea level would be consumed. We would have to build underground cities and relocate beneath the surface. As for Mr. John's question about how to break free of the sun's gravity, I believe we could utilize Jupiter's orbital acceleration, the slingshot effect, to escape the solar system. Well, of course, this is merely a tentative idea. He calculated maniacally, never once glancing at the camera again, as if muttering neurotically to himself. But the assembled scientific minds who heard his soliloquy could no longer remain composed. Build planetary engines with an individual thrust of 15 billion powered by nuclear energy. Then use the slingshot effect to hurl Earth out of the solar system. At first listen, it seemed like utter nonsense, sheer fantasy. But everyone present was brilliant beyond measure, and upon quiet reflection, they realized this seemingly insane notion actually held considerable feasibility. Wang Jinan, Wang Miao, and the entire Dachau Observatory were both shaken and elated. Even if this plan had only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was still far more worthy of deliberation than the ARC plan, which would carry merely a few 100,000 humans out of the solar system. His calculations are not wrong. With a few more years of technological development, we could indeed construct engines of such thrust. But building 12,000 of them is an immense challenge, and the intense heat they generate carries grave danger. Earth could very well become a world like Venus. A scientist from Bear Country buried his head in calculations for a long while, then spoke to the assembly. The scientist from Sakura Country, who had just been sneering at the plan, now clenched his fists in excitement. In other words, as long as we can control the temperature, piloting Earth out of the solar system is achievable. Genius. This plan was conceived by a genius among geniuses. The elderly scientist from Flower Flag Country was also moved. To escape via the slingshot effect. That was indeed a method only a genius among geniuses could conceive. Yet he remained composed. Since this plan holds promise, let us all calculate together and see exactly how feasible it truly is. If the Wandering Earth plan can truly be implemented, without sacrificing a single human life, then nothing could be better. The Dachau scientist's proposal was merely a rough outline, a skeletal framework. To truly and concretely realize the plan, countless obstacles still loomed ahead. After computation and deliberation by these world-class scientific minds, a final result was deduced. Given Earth's current level of technology, so long as all nations worked in unison, within a few decades the Wandering Earth plan could be launched. Amid the catastrophic crisis of the sun aging prematurely, this was undoubtedly electrifying news. However, they did not hasten to seal the decision. Instead, using this as their overarching direction, they engaged in another month of intense debate. During that time, they settled every detail and patched many loopholes. Only then did they turn it into a formal proposal and place it on the desks of their nation's highest leadership. The Wandering Earth plan, pooling the might of the entire world to gamble on a path to survival. If it succeeded, it would not only avert the sun's helium flash crisis, but might also dodge the Trisolaran invasion. Such an enticing plan was impossible to refuse. The leaders of all nations held their roundtable meeting for over a month before finally signing the Wandering Earth Plan Charter in secret. These meeting proceedings in every minute detail were monitored by Sophins and transmitted in full to the Science Executive Officer of the Trisolaran world. The Trisolarans received the baton from Earth and convened yet another meeting. In the Trisolaran world, they looked upon the records of Earth's conferences sent back by the Sophins. For a time, the Trisolarans fell into silence. The Wandering Earth plan. With Earthlings making such an enormous commotion, could it really be a hoax? There is no need for doubt. This is a deception through and through. The Science Executive Officer said, Earthlings are exceptionally skilled at manufacturing lies. Among them, this is called stratagem. The Military Executive Officer spoke with restrained fury. So the sun is in fact perfectly safe and the bugs of Earth are deceiving us. This is patently obvious. The Science Counselor declared with conviction, to make certain we believe their stratagem, the Earthlings kept raising the ante, even inventing an advanced civilization that never existed at all. Their aim was to deceive us, to plant fear in our hearts, and to convince us that the solar system was too perilous to invade. We came within a hair's breadth of believing them, the Agriculture Counselor remarked with a sigh. The assembled high-ranking officials could not help but feel a grudging admiration for the Earthlings. The intelligence of this civilization was hardly inferior to that of the Trisolarans. Had it not been for the Sophins' blockade on fundamental physics, Earth's future technological progress might truly have overtaken them. Fortunately, we have the Sophins, the propaganda counselor said with heartfelt sincerity. The sovereign then issued an order. In that case, the invasion plan remains unchanged. The solar system. The sun's radiance had dimmed considerably compared to times past, owing to the continuous decline of nuclear fusion within its core, a decline that could naturally be attributed to a certain slacker. Inside the dream world, Han Qing was sunbathing on the beach of a coral island nation. With a straw hat and sunglasses, he cut a dashing figure. At hand was a cool cocktail made of iced pineapple juice, rum, and coconut. His gaze lingered on a group of beautiful young women in bikinis playing volleyball on the sand, their sweat flying as they moved. It was pure bliss. A life like this was something Han Qing would never have dared to imagine in his previous existence. Yet now it had come true in the dream of an old lecher. True, the cocktail had no flavor, the sun radiated no warmth, and the wind carried none of the sea's briny tang. And besides, ding, the system has detected that the host has stopped working for 3 months, and the nuclear fusion within the host's body is plummeting at an alarming rate. Host, please get to work. Host, please get to work. The system's voice suddenly burst forth, repeating the same message with tireless persistence. It was exactly like the Tang monk reciting the headband incantation. In just a moment, Han Qing's head was on the verge of being battered to pieces by the chanting. Fine, you win. I'll work. Just stop your damn chanting. Han Qing's body transformed into the sun itself and directly melted the dreamscape away. On Earth, a certain old pervert who had thought he was being bombed by nuclear missiles abruptly woke from his sweet dream. Han Qing resumed his work, seething with resentment. The hydrogen within the sun's core accordingly began to churn violently. Thus he worked day and night for 10 days without rest. The system stirred once more. Ding. The system has detected that the host has worked diligently for 10 days. The host has been rewarded with a superpower evolution ray. Evolution ray. It sounded somewhat like Tesla's death ray. Can it truly cause living beings to evolve? System, then can this ray be fired at me as well? To let me evolve a little? Han Qing pondered for a moment and asked curiously. The system gave no reply. If it can't manage even that, it hardly deserves to be called the evolution ray. Han Qing muttered and turned his gaze toward Earth. The sun's electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire planet. That was his eye. He picked a spot at random and fired a ray. A golden beam flashed across the silent, lifeless cosmos, plunged into the azure Earth, pierced the atmosphere, and landed in the heart of an ancient city. Daxiao Astronomical Observatory. The evolution ray had not escaped the surveillance of Earth's technology. Anomaly. An unidentified object has fallen from outer space into Daxiao territory. A meteorite. No. The satellite imagery has come back. The monitoring instruments registered an anomaly. That unknown object is a bizarre ray. Sha Ruishan and several scientists soon saw the satellite image. It appeared to be a golden filament piercing through heaven and earth. This ray is far too peculiar. We can't even detect 90% of the matter it contains. It doesn't belong to any category of radiation within our knowledge. Could it have been launched by another civilization? A scientist asked, bewildered. Sha Ruishan vaguely sensed that this was connected to the sun's anomaly, and immediately said, notify the observatory director at once, then determine the ray's landing point before we discuss any of this. Observatory Director Wang Jinan, General Chang Weisi, and other high-ranking officials were all alerted and immediately swung into action. We've located it. The landing point is on a street in the old city of Jian Province. However, the magnetic field there has become wildly disordered, and our satellites cannot monitor the exact situation. Sha Ruishan delivered the report. Chang Weisi's expression was grim. Without the slightest hesitation, he swept his hand and said, send a reconnaissance team there at once. The magnetic disturbance is absolutely inseparable from that ray. This could be a Trisolaran attack. Evacuate the civilians, and the entire force is to enter a state of war. The atmosphere instantly turned grim and deadly. Jian Province immediately moved upon receiving the order, forming a special task force that rushed to the ray's landing point, the Old Street, on Renmin Road. At this very moment, Old Street was packed to the brim with out-of-town tourists, local residents, the elderly, women, and children. Dialects and accents from every direction intermingled in a deafening hubbub. A uniformed officer stepped out of the special task force, bullhorn in hand, clearing the way. We are carrying out official duties. All bystanders must leave the scene immediately. Seeing this, the crowd noisily parted to open a passage. Yet not a single person left. Pressed for time, the special task force paid them no further mind and prepared to venture deeper into Old Street to investigate. After they pressed deeper in, they all stared in disbelief. Instantly they understood why the crowd had refused to leave, even at the risk of being crushed. There before the entrance of a shop, a great willow tree swayed its branches gently, though there was no wind. Its emerald leaves emitted a faint snowy luminescence, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. Within a radius of roughly 5 meters around it, pebbles and fallen leaves had all broken free from gravity's bonds, hovering in midair, even a shopkeeper's little folding stool. Without a doubt, the great willow had mutated, and it was highly likely caused by irradiation from the ray. Captain, this should be the ray's landing point, but no radiation has been detected. A team member holding a radiation detector stepped forward to report. The captain recovered from his initial shock and said gravely, no radiation doesn't mean there are no other dangers. Evacuate the crowd and residents, immediately notify higher authorities, and dispatch troops to seal off this area. Afterward, the crowd was gradually evacuated. But gawking at a spectacle is only human nature, especially a scene that science could not explain. One that could be called a miracle or an uncanny tale was bound to draw every eye. Some internet influencers propped up their phones to film stubbornly refusing to leave until they saw the authorities meant business, whereupon they scurried away in a panic. How stingy. What's the harm in filming? You call this obstructing official business? Go ahead and arrest me if you dare. Exactly. No matter what happens, we have the right to know. What right do you have to drive us away? Oh, stop grumbling, you two. They already told us this place might be dangerous. Let's not cause more trouble. Several young men and women stood at the entrance of the street, holding selfie sticks, still muttering their complaints with reluctant, sulky resentment. One young girl tried to dissuade them, but to little effect. A short while later, 4 olive green military trucks sped over from the end of the road. Fully armed soldiers of the people jumped down one after another, and only then did the grumblers hastily leave. That's terrifying. With so many soldiers sealing off the scene, something huge must really be happening. Hey, do you think that could be gamma rays? The kind from superhero movies? You've watched too many movies. When were gamma rays ever gold? Anyway, that ray was definitely no ordinary thing. Didn't you see it? The auntie beside me weighed at least 100 kilos, and she floated straight up. I don't know why our phones couldn't capture it. Otherwise, if we posted it online, we'd definitely become famous. This is a miracle. A divine miracle it may not be. It smacks more of cutting-edge technology. Yet the fact that this ray wields no destructive force whatsoever is profoundly peculiar. Let's ask around on the forums. There's bound to be some guru in the know. Word of the golden ray gradually spread across the internet. Though no footage of it remained, quite a number of people had witnessed the spectacle firsthand. Almost the entire ancient city of Qing province had laid eyes on it. With provincial troops deploying to seal off a wide area, many of those involved came forward online to confirm that the news was no fabrication. Speculation over the ray ran rampant. Theories of gods and ghosts, scientific treatises, extraterrestrial civilizations, each more extravagant than the last. Shocking. The golden ray over the ancient city in Qing province is suspected to be an alien attack, proof of extraterrestrial civilization. Shocking. A willow tree attained sentience, and undergoing tribulation drew down golden thunder. Save it now before it vanishes. The state is clamping down on all coverage. Watching the endless barrage of promotional pop-ups flood her screen, Lin Wanqing irritably swiped them all away. These unscrupulous marketing accounts were like stubborn psoriasis. They could blow a trifling matter up into the apocalypse and dredge up ancient moldy gossip just to seize eyeballs. Who even knew what that golden ray was? Probably just some alien flying saucer or the like. Push notifications every single day, annoying beyond belief. Once I become president of the Flower Flag Nation, I'll have every last one of these marketing accounts dragged out and shot. Lin Wanqing declared, brimming with grand ambition. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind. Startled, her hand twitched, and she hastily stuffed her phone into the desk. Cell phones were forbidden on campus. If discovered, the device would be confiscated and her parents summoned. Lin Wanqing, what are you looking at? Hand over the phone. The footsteps halted behind her, followed by a stern male voice. I'm done for, utterly done for. Lin Wanqing was seized with panic, yet her ears caught a hint of something off. She frowned and turned around. A handsome young man was watching her with a mocking grin. What teacher? It was unmistakably that man called Sun, toying with her once again. Why is it you again? Lin Wanqing no longer felt nervous. She burst out in despair. Go away. I don't want to dream about you anymore. Haha, you're making progress. You know you're dreaming now. Han Qing chuckled. His hearty laughter to Lin Wanqing's ears was like demonic sound boring into her brain. She covered her ears, buried her head in her arms, and wailed in torment. Why do I keep dreaming of you? The doctor said I'd get better after resting. So why haven't I gotten better? The entire classroom dissolved like an ink wash, transforming into a hospital consulting room. A middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses sat before a computer, holding a CT scan, and recited in a mechanical monotone. It's nothing serious. Just rest up and you'll be fine. It's nothing serious. Just rest up and you'll be fine. He droned on, his face twisting into a swirl. Suddenly, outside, gale force winds raged and thunderbolts flashed violently. A plump pink cat's paw reached out of the void, abruptly ripping open the heavens. These surreal apparitions were the omens of the dream world collapsing into chaos. Han Qing was stunned. What in the world? Was this little girl so terrified of him that her dream world crumbled the instant they met? Recalling her mutterings along with the consulting room and doctor that had appeared, Han Qing began to grasp the situation. Because she keeps dreaming of me, she suspects something is wrong with her mind. Thinking about it, that made sense. To dream of the same person for months on end, and most crucially someone she had never even met, was indeed a genuinely horrifying thing. Lin Wanqing, calm down. Han Qing shouted. Who are you really? Go away. Lin Wanqing shrieked. Didn't I tell you? I am the sun god. I don't care if you're a god or a ghost. Stop following me. You're not allowed to follow me. I beg you. But you're my candidate to become a believer. Lin Wanqing's shrieks grew even louder. In the real world, she would never have behaved this way. But this was a dream. Her rationality was dulled to nothing while negative emotions ran high, giving rise to such a scene. Beyond the consulting room window, heaven and earth shattered. Seeing that the dream world was on the verge of collapse, Han Qing spoke at once. If you don't believe me, come to Qi Mountain at midnight tonight, and I shall bestow divine power upon you. With Lin Wanqing's piercing scream, the dream world shattered completely. Lin Wanqing bolted upright, her pupils trembling, and her smooth forehead covered in cold sweat. She took a few deep, ragged breaths, and gradually came to her senses. I dreamed of him again. Am I out of my mind, or am I being haunted by a ghost? Son, just who is he? An anxiety attack overtook Lin Wanqing. She hugged her plush bear for a long while before she finally settled down. The scenes from her dreams surfaced once more in her mind. Her cherry lips quivered as she murmured, dazed. Midnight Qi Mountain. Will he really appear? After a full day of schoolwork, Lin Wanqing packed her hiking gear, told her parents a white lie, slipped out of the house, and took a car to Qi Mountain. The mountain was pitch black. Clutching a flashlight, Lin Wanqing tread timidly along the mountain path. Wind whispered, insects chirped, ravens cawed. Rustling sounds stirred within the woods. It sounded like the whisper of growing grass, and yet like something creeping and following her through the dark. Lin Wanqing was overcome with regret. She shouldn't have hidden the truth from her parents and come to this godforsaken place in the dead of night. Her footsteps paused for a while, but she did not leave. Instead, she pressed forward. She had to unravel this mystery that had plagued her for months. At the same time, she had to confirm whether she was in fact insane. Damn you, sun god. You didn't even give a specific location. Qi Mountain is huge. Where am I supposed to look for you? After climbing for ages, Lin Wanqing was dripping with sweat, her calves soft and aching with no strength left to continue. She plopped down on the ground, panting. Forget it. I'll just wait right here. If you really are the sun god, you'll find me. If you can't, that proves you're not. The words had just left her lips. A blazing, dazzling beam of golden light descended from the heavens. The light seared Lin Wanqing's eyes, making them impossible to open. She raised a hand before her face and squinted through the gaps of her fingers. There in the sky, she saw that lightning-like evolutionary ray. Her brain gave a violent buzz. In a flash, she remembered the deluge of clickbait news. The alien attack was real. Help! With a scream, Lin Wanqing flung away her backpack, scrambled to her feet, and bolted for her life. How was she this unlucky? Even something like this had to happen to her. Lin Wanqing had barely run a few steps when she stepped on a pebble. Losing her balance, she toppled straight off the mountainside. At that instant, the ray vanished into her body. Darkness like a tide swallowed Qi Mountain once more. Wind whispered, insects chirped, ravens cawed. The rustling continued unabated as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Wanqing's beautiful wide eyes were round as saucers. Her already ghastly pale face turned even whiter beneath the flashlight's stark beam. At this very moment, she was spread-eagled, her body rigid and taut as a steel plate, suspended motionless in midair. Beneath her yawned a wilderness of trees more than 30 meters down. If she fell, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Lin Wanqing had no idea why she was floating in midair. She guessed it had something to do with that golden ray. Could it truly be an alien civilization attacking Earth? Then why was she unscathed? Suddenly she thought of what that man in her dream, the one who called himself the sun god, had said. In an instant, an immense sense of absurdity flooded her heart. She didn't want to believe it, yet she had no choice but to. He truly was the sun god. And that golden ray, it was the divine power he had bestowed. The most urgent thing now was to get back to the ground. Lin Wanqing's thoughts surged one after another. I need to go back. Her floating body drifted to the mountain path and landed steadily. She was saved. Lin Wanqing's mind suddenly relaxed and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. After resting for a long while, she climbed to her feet, picked up her backpack, and headed back. Back home, in her cozy bedroom, Lin Wanqing sat on the bed looking at her arm, scraped by tree branches, and felt a strange sense of peace. This was proof that she had been to Xishan, evidence of the sun god's gift. She wasn't insane. She was truly the chosen one. She thought back to the dangerous situation she had faced at Xishan. At that moment when her life hung by a thread, all she thought was don't fall, don't fall. And then truly an unseen force caught and supported her body. Then she thought of returning to the ground, and that force slowly carried her back onto the mountain path. Although that power was a divine gift, yet Lin Wanqing could sense that it surged from within her own body and could be controlled by her thoughts as naturally as moving her own arm. She sat up, her expression serious, and fixed her eyes on the Doraemon alarm clock on her desk. After a moment, the alarm clock actually left the desk and floated up. It moved through the air and finally landed in Lin Wanqing's hand. It seems I've gained the kind of superpower Professor X and the Scarlet Witch have. Right, telekinesis. Lin Wanqing stared at the alarm clock. The anxiety and fear accumulated over the past months were swept clean away. Excitedly, she hugged her teddy bear and rolled around on the bed. Aya, This is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I never have to do homework again. I love you, sun god. Mwah mwah mwah. She showered the teddy bear with kisses. After the excitement faded, Lin Wanqing couldn't help thinking, out of more than 1 billion people in Daxiao, why had the sun god chosen her? It must be because I have so many virtues. Lin Wanqing thought confidently. The sun god has granted me divine power, so I can't be ungrateful. But the sun god is a deity, and I'm just a mortal. I don't seem to have anything worthy of offering in return. After racking her brains for a long time, her eyes suddenly lit up. The sun god chose her and gave her divine power likely to expand his following. If so, she would establish the Church of the Sun God and help him gain believers. Return kindness with kindness. Lin Wanqing decided to first recruit her closest friends into the church, so she arranged to meet them at a wetland park in the city. The park was close to all of them and very easy to reach. It was the weekend. The lawn was dotted with camping tents of every color, and some elderly people were flying kites under the sun. Dragon-headed centipede, carp, swallow, and octopus kites clustered densely in the sky, vying to outshine one another. The girls picked a less crowded spot. They spread a blue floral print camping blanket on the grass and sat together. Ma Lily took out macarons, tiramisu, and other sweets from her backpack and passed them around. I made all of these myself. Watching Yao Tiao, Nana, you have to try them. Besides Ma Lily, there were 2 other girls in the friend group. One was Yao Tiao, a baby-faced girl in round-frame glasses who looked every bit the top student. The other was Yang Na, a pretty girl with a heart-shaped face, dyed blonde hair, and a white backless dress. They had been classmates since elementary school and had all joined the school broadcasting station together after moving up. They were close friends. Don't eat yet, you guys. I have something important to say. Lin Wanqing stopped them. The girls asked in unison, Wanqing, did you dream about the sun again? What sun? You should address him as the sun god. Lin Wanqing stared at the sun with fervent intensity. Hearing this, the girls exchanged awkward looks. Their expressions all said, she's finally lost it. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You don't actually think I've gone crazy, do you? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened. Wanqing, actually, my dad knows a few feng shui masters. Since modern medicine can't find anything wrong with you, why don't we try another approach? It's no good to keep going on like this. Yang Na said earnestly. Yao Tiao, completely unbothered, started nibbling on the tiramisu. Ma Lily rolled her eyes. Right. Go buy a blessed talisman from some master and blow over 100,000. Don't stir things up, okay? Yang Na retorted. The hospital can't find anything wrong, and Wanqing keeps dreaming every day. It wouldn't hurt to try something else. Seeing that an argument was about to break out, Lin Wanqing quickly stopped them. Stop, stop, stop. You two just listen to me. The 2 girls quieted down and looked at her. Struggling to contain her excitement, Lin Wanqing said, he kept appearing in my dreams because I am the sun god's chosen one. Just last night, he granted me divine power and saved my life. It was at Shishan, really. Did you see that golden beam over Shishan last night? That was his miracle. In short, I have superpowers now, just like Professor X and the Scarlet Witch. And I've decided to found the Church of the Sun God. I'll be its leader, and if you join now, you'll all be high priestesses. So, are you interested? After she said all that, the girls felt their IQ points plummeting exponentially, and their eyes glazed over. Yao Tiao gave her the kind of look you'd give an idiot, then reached out and pressed her hand against Lin Wanqing's forehead. Wanqing, are you okay? Seeing her friends act like this, Lin Wanqing knew they didn't believe her and grew a little flustered. Do I look like something's wrong with me? The 3 girls nodded in unison. Yes. Ma Lily snapped her fingers and said with total confidence, I've got it. Truth or dare. Right? Hearing this, Yang Na breathed a sigh of relief. That made sense. She was only saying all this to fulfill a truth or dare punishment. Like hell it is. Lin Wanqing said urgently. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me, okay? After all these years as sisters, would I lie to you? Seeing how anxious she was, the 3 girls could all sense she was serious. Yao Tiao finished the last bite of tiramisu, picked up a macaron, and said calmly, it's easy enough to make us believe. Didn't you say you've gained superpowers? Show us. Fine. Lin Wanqing agreed readily. She glanced around and finally set her sights on the kites in the sky. Do you see that group of kites? Yang Na and Ma Lily exchanged looks. We see them. Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes and pressed her index and middle fingers together, slowly sweeping them through the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Yao Tiao was about to speak when the densely packed kites suddenly soared into the sky beyond all control, as if carried by the wind, and every single string snapped. Lin Wanqing made a small, grabbing motion with her hand, clenching it into a delicate fist. The kites, now even higher in the sky, came to an abrupt stop, then arranged themselves into a shape with remarkable order. It was a circle, the shape of the sun. It held for a few seconds, and then all the kites drifted away with the wind. The elderly men on the lawn burst into an uproar, noisily grabbing their kite reels and turning into old men chasing kites. Staring at the clear, spotless sky, the girls' eyes went wide with shock. Yao Tiao's macaron dropped onto the blanket. Yang Na blurted out 2 words through her teeth. Holy shit. If a flock of kites breaking free simultaneously was merely coincidence, then the kites arranging themselves into a circle, yes a sun, could no longer be explained away as chance. There was only one answer. Lin Wanqing had truly gained superpowers. Do you believe me now? Tell me, will you join the Church of the Sun? Lin Wanqing asked proudly. After a moment of shock, the 3 girls nodded eagerly like chicks pecking rice, agreeing to join without hesitation. Good. Go back and wait for news. Tonight I will commune with the great Sun God and seek his divine will. If permitted, you too shall receive the blessing of superpowers from the chosen. The girls naturally had no objections, but they eagerly questioned Lin Wanqing for an hour before each returned home. Night fell once more. Lin Wanqing tossed and turned, unable to sleep from joy. After much thrashing until midnight, she took 2 melatonin pills and finally drifted into peaceful slumber. In the dreamscape, Lin Wanqing suddenly awakened in her classroom. She looked up to find the man who had granted her divine powers sitting at the podium, smiling warmly at her. Overcome with emotion, Lin Wanqing shot to her feet. Sun God. At that same moment, several girls at neighboring desks also awakened. Were we dreaming? It seems we were too excited during the day. You all appeared in my dream. Wait, Wanqing said the Sun God communicates with her in dreams. Yao Yao pushed up her round glasses, glanced at the handsome man on the podium, and analyzed calmly. Could it be? We were all summoned here by the Sun God. Upon her words, Ma Lily and Yang Na also realized what was happening. Their eyes shining with excitement, they looked at Han Qing. This little girl is quite clever. Han Qing smiled slightly upon hearing the analysis. Your reasoning is sound. Ma Lily and Yang Na both dreamed of the conversations you had during the day, so I simply gathered you all together. Lin Wanqing said, Lord Sun God, it's wonderful that you already know. I wonder if you could bestow divine power upon them as well. We will surely develop the Church of the Sun into something magnificent and not fail your blessings. Hearing this, Han Qing couldn't help but smile. Actually, I only wanted to test the effectiveness of the evolution ray. I never intended to develop a religious cult or any of that nonsense. This is entirely Lin Wanqing's one-sided imagination. However, if she wished to establish a faith dedicated to herself, that was not impossible. Having a group of superpowered beautiful girls who worshipped her. Thinking about it, it did sound rather interesting. Thus, Han Qing said without refusal, since you are sincere, there is no objection. However, remember this, the Church of the Sun can only accept members, never dismiss them. If one day you wish to leave or betray, you must pay the price. Given there was no particularly effective method to control followers, yet Han Qing issued a veiled warning. Ma Lily's expression grew solemn. She felt a touch of fear in her heart. But Lin Wanqing was unafraid, immediately agreeing like a happy puppy. Fear not, Lord Sun God, we are willing to serve you for life. As servants and slaves. Never to betray. Han Qing said, very well. Then tomorrow at midnight each of you find a high place and await the divine blessing. The next day, midnight, 3 golden rays descended from outer space into Earth, piercing through clouds before finally striking residential areas in a certain city of Daxia. After dispatching the evolution rays, Han Qing observed the 3 girls' transformations using electromagnetic waves. The evolution ray had granted Lin Wanqing telekinetic powers. What abilities would the 3 girls each awaken? Within a group chat named, Where the Radiance Shines, is Our Territory. Ma Lily, Wanqing, my body feels no reaction. Lin Wanqing, that's impossible. After being struck, my telekinesis awakened immediately. Feel your body's changes carefully. Yang Na, holy crap. Everyone look. I can turn invisible, sisters. A video was posted. In the video, Yang Na stood before the floor-length mirror in the room, her figure slowly fading into the air without a trace. Yao Yao, this makes it more convenient for you to peek at the handsome boys on the basketball team. Yang Na, nonsense. Slander. Lin Wanqing, invisibility, quite good. This was a power I desperately wanted as a child. By the way, Yao Yao, what is your ability? Yao Yao did not reply. Instead, she sent a photograph. The photo covered the entire residential complex with lights scattered orderly among the buildings. Such a high vantage point was usually achieved by drones. But what she sent was clearly not that simple. In the corner of the photograph, a half-visible hem of clothing peeked out. Lin Wanqing, Yao Yao, can you fly? Yao Yao, obviously. Yang Na, damn it, a flying little piggy. Yao Yao, get lost. At this moment, Ma Lily also finally awakened her ability. Ma Lily, I am the king of strength. She posted a 14-second video. Inside the video, she kneaded a small iron hammer with one hand. The hard hammer became like dough in her grasp, quickly molded into an irregular iron sphere. Yang Na, Yao Yao, Lin Wanqing, with that kind of strength, she could easily uproot willow trees by their branches. Han Qing observed the 3 girls' abilities with great satisfaction. Not bad. We have a mage, warrior, assassin, and shooter, complete. What a beautiful girl idol group. Developed this way, the Church of the Sun might truly become a powerful faction. Lin Wanqing, from now on we'll all be superheroes. Know what are superheroes? We are the chosen people of God. Divine elect. We must repay Lord Sun God. Develop the Church of the Sun vigorously. Type 1 to show support. Yang Na 111111. Ma Lily 111111. Yao Yao Childish. Lin Wanqing, High Priestess Yao Yao. Yao Yao 1. Daxiao Astronomical Observatory. Shiruishin was giving a report to Observatory Director Wang Jinan and General Chang Weishi. In the past month, those golden rays have frequently struck within Daxiao's territory. Currently detected incidents number over 100, mostly in residential areas. Geographically, they appear random. The peak was on the 24th of last month with 8 rays appearing in a single day. Strangely, no foreign territory has recorded a single case. It seems these rays specifically target our Daxia. The light screen was filled with images of golden rays. Wang Jinan asked, can we analyze the specific composition of these rays? We need to determine whether they are harmful to Earth and humanity. Shiruishin shook his head. Our current technology cannot decipher them. Could it be the Trisolarans behind this? Shi Chang interjected. Or that higher civilization, yet unseen. The rays were obviously the work of another cosmic civilization. Whether Trisolarans or the higher civilization that caused the sun to sicken, both possibilities were terribly ominous for humanity. Either outcome, for humanity, would be extremely dire. This ray was emitted from the sun, and it should have nothing to do with the Trisolarans. They do not possess the ability to control the sun. So it can basically be concluded that this is the work of that advanced civilization. Wang Miao said, regarding alien civilizations, I do not hesitate to speculate with the worst malice. This ray can be nothing but harmful to Earth. The Trisolarans want to occupy Earth as their home, so they would absolutely not destroy the sun or Earth. But other civilizations are a different matter entirely. These words clarified the thoughts of everyone present. General Chang Weishi nodded and said, it seems we can now confirm that it is that advanced civilization which is damaging the sun, causing it to enter the red giant phase ahead of schedule. Wang Jinan followed up, perhaps we could try communicating with that civilization. Regardless of the outcome, it is worth attempting. General Chang Weishi said, your observatory shall be responsible for transmitting signals toward the sun to contact this alien civilization and see whether friendly communication can be established. Wang Jinan replied, understood. Shi Chang, continue your in-depth investigation into the effects of the ray. You must determine what it does. Report any problems immediately. Shi Chang answered gravely, yes, General. The observatory transmitted signal after signal toward the sun, attempting to use it as an amplifier to broadcast the message across the entire universe. Only in this way could they maximize their chances of making contact with that unidentified advanced civilization. Han Qing, however, received the signal almost immediately. Earthlings. They can't be trying to contact the Trisolarans. So they're contacting me. I have been slacking off recently, but the scale of the fusion reactions hasn't dropped all that much. Han Qing muttered to himself. Then suddenly he realized something. It was the evolution rays. The frequent appearance of the evolution rays during this period must have attracted Great Xiao's attention. After thinking it over, Han Qing connected to the signal transmitted from Earth. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to play around for a bit of amusement. He first ignored their friendly and goodwill-filled greetings. Then, with a mischievous streak, he transmitted a jumble of gibberish pretending to be an alien. Only after a while did he begin communicating properly. Language learning complete. Switching complete. Greetings. He amiably greeted the people at the observatory. At the Great Xia Operations Department. Chang Weishi and the others watched this scene, utterly shaken. Not only did the advanced alien civilization truly exist, but it had also learned the Great Xia language at an astonishing speed. Suppressing his shock, General Chang Weishi asked, may I ask how you or your kind should be addressed? The staff immediately transmitted the message. Han Qing thought for a moment. Because of the Sophan, Earth had no privacy whatsoever from the Trisolaran civilization. For all he knew, Asapan was watching and listening to this very conversation. He had to maintain a consistent persona. If his cover was blown, he would no longer be able to deter the Trisolarans. So he replied, humanity is too weak to bear my true name. In your language you may address me as Qing. The moment those words were spoken, everyone was even more shaken. Were Earthlings truly so insignificant in the eyes of this being that they could not even bear a name? What would the consequences of being unable to bear it be? What kind of strength did this civilization possess? Everyone was filled with curiosity about the power it commanded. Conversations continued to pop up on the screen. Very well, Qing. Regardless, may we ask that you and the civilization behind you stop damaging the sun. This is of utmost importance to Earth's civilization. If your civilization has any conditions, please feel free to raise them. Everything is negotiable and can be resolved peacefully. We are not damaging the sun. Recently, the scale of the sun's fusion reactions has dropped dramatically. By the standards of our civilization, it has entered the red giant phase 5 billion years ahead of schedule. If this continues, in about 100 years the sun will undergo a helium flash and both Earth and the solar system will be destroyed. Perhaps your civilization does not intend to damage the sun, but you have truly affected it, and we Earthlings are very troubled by this. These words sent Han Qing into deep thought. The message revealed a great deal of information, especially the final phrase troubled. Perhaps the Great Xia Observatory did not want to appear too humble and submissive in this communication with an alien civilization. To put it more bluntly, it should be called fear. The people of Earth were deeply afraid. Han Qing had never imagined that his own laziness could have caused such an immense impact on the people of this world. After all, he knew with absolute certainty that the sun would not be in any trouble. Yet the people of Earth, staring at the sun's plummeting data and seeing an apocalypse that should have arrived 5 billion years from now suddenly thrust before their eyes, would have been abnormal if they were not panicking and terrified. We have more than enough sincerity and hope to resolve this issue. If you, Lord Qing, have any demands or require any assistance, we will do everything in our power to agree and fulfill them as a condition for not destroying the sun. This is the shared aspiration of our entire Earth civilization. Unless absolutely necessary, we are unwilling to leave the solar system and migrate away. Seeing that Han Qing had not replied for a long time, Chang Weici felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He immediately ordered the observatory to add another message. They urgently conveyed their sincerity. Yet these words stirred a trace of guilt within Han Qing. I am terribly sorry. I was merely conducting an experiment. An experiment? Wang Miao and the others exchanged bewildered looks. Using a star for an experiment. And from the sound of it, the experiment was not being conducted by an entire civilization, but by a single individual. This advanced civilization was almost absurdly powerful. What experiment are you conducting, sir? Perhaps we could offer some small assistance. After pondering for a moment, Han Qing replied, No, you cannot help. But I can guarantee that the sun will not undergo a helium flash. You may continue to live in the solar system without worry. There is no need to migrate. With that, Han Qing ended the connection on his own initiative. In the observatory, the people of the operations department fell into silence. Do you think Qing's words are credible? General Chang Weici asked with a frown. Wang Zhenan shook his head. Although he showed no hostility, placing the fate of billions of Earthlings entirely on an alien's experiment is simply too absurd. Shi Chang added, We know far too little about this civilization to make a judgment. Even if he were lying, we wouldn't be able to tell. The other party remained hidden in the darkness, revealing only the tip of the iceberg, while Earth's civilization had already been laid bare before them with absolute clarity. With such an asymmetry of information, blindly believing would be far too naive. Chang Weici let out a sigh and fell silent once more. It seems we forgot to ask about that golden ray being emitted from the sun. Sha Ruishan quietly added. Hearing this, Chang Weici grew even more frustrated. Wang Zhenan and the others also wore strange expressions. They had been so occupied with shock that they had forgotten all about it. A female scientist said, Qing mentioned that he was conducting an experiment. Perhaps this golden ray is also part of his experiment. No matter how the observatory staff speculated, Earth civilization, being the weaker party, had no say in the direction of the situation. However, because of this conversation, Han Qing, driven by an unavoidable trace of guilt, began to work diligently. After all, work would earn system rewards, and it would also prevent his fellow Earthlings from falling into panic. It was a win-win, so why not? It would just require some hard work. At the Grand Xia Observatory, Sha Ruishan exclaimed in surprise, Director General Chang, the solar data is recovering. He transmitted the data to the large screen. Everyone felt it intuitively as they watched the soaring numbers. It seems Qing wasn't lying. Wang Miao remarked, I never expected this alien to truly fulfill his promise. Then can the Wandering Earth plan be shelved for now? If we can befriend this advanced civilization, maybe we can rely on them to fight against the Trisolarans. Many scientists discussed excitedly. Chang Weici and Wang Zhenan exchanged a glance, both relieved and inwardly thankful. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. The sun slowly turned in the universe, surrounded by the colorful celestial bodies of the solar system. A system notification echoed in Han Qing's mind. Ding. The system detects that the host has worked diligently for 1 month and rewards the host with solar divine status. A stream of information flooded his mind. The function of the solar divine status was self-evident. Can one become a god, even in a sci-fi world? Han Qing was somewhat puzzled. He could sense that his divine soul had undergone subtle changes seemingly related to the divine status. As long as I absorb faith power, I can possess divine power. That is to say, if I have enough believers in the future, can I truly become the sun god? Han Qing was somewhat excited. For now he had the divine status, but no divine power, so he was not a true sun god. But if he had enough faith power, he was still calculating when. Suddenly, an invisible force seeped into Han Qing's body in wisps. My. Sensing something unusual, Han Qing immediately checked his sea of consciousness. Threads of white faith power were streaming in endlessly from the void. These were contributed by believers on Earth. The faith power carried the believers' murmured whispers, Sun God bless me, I must pass level 6 this time. Let my mother recover soon, thank you Sun God. By the Sun God above, grant me success in the promotion. Sun God, if you truly have divine power, please let me win 5 million, no 10 million in the lottery. These murmurs gathered all sorts of mortal desires. Through solar electromagnetic waves, Han Qing observed the source of the faith power. The believers were all people of Grand Xia scattered across the land. The thickest strand came from Lin Wanqing in Haiqingnan province. If other people's faith power was like thin incense smoke, wispy and faint, hers was like a stream gushing ceaselessly. Slightly inferior were the chosen ones who had been irradiated by the evolution rays, such as Ma Lily. This little girl truly is my devout believer. By the way, didn't she found the Sun God cult before? That's perfect for expanding the faith. Looking at Lin Wanqing, Han Qing immediately recalled this matter. Having worked continuously for a month, he had almost forgotten about it. The strands of faith connected man and God. God can hear people's prayers, and in turn people can hear God's edicts. Lin Wanqing. Han Qing called out. Lin Wanqing, who was helping her mother with the cooking, was startled, then cried out joyfully, Sun God. Her mother was startled as well and rolled her eyes. What are you shouting about? Nothing, Mom. I have something to do, I'm going to my room. Lin Wanqing giggled, put down the salmon, and scurried out of the kitchen. Her mother frowned and muttered, this child has been acting so strange lately. Back in her room, Lin Wanqing pressed her hands together devoutly and asked, Sun God, do you have some edict to deliver? Han Qing activated the broadcast channel so all believers could hear his voice. Since the founding of the Sun God cult, I have neglected its management. Today I shall assign sacred offices among you. You must fulfill your duties and serve me. Across Grand Xia, countless believers heard the Sun God's voice and were overcome with excitement, pricking up their ears for fear of missing a single word. From this day forth, Lin Wanqing shall retain her sacred office and continue as the cult leader of the Sun God cult. Ma Lily shall be the holy maiden. Yao Tiao and Yang Na shall be the high priests. Wen Kersen, Ling Yue, Li Yuzhen, Zhaomin shall be assistant priests. Sun Qiqi, Su Xian. Han Qing established 9 sacred offices for the Sun cult. He personally delineated the top 4 ranks of pure faith cult leader, holy maiden, high priest, and assistant priest. The remaining 5 ranks, deputy, assistant priest, ceremony, attendant, doctrine, protector, scripture chanter, and gatekeeper, were left for Lin Wanqing and the others to appoint themselves. You shall do your utmost to expand the cult and contribute your faith to me. When your merits are sufficient or your faith is devout, I shall naturally send down miracles and bestow blessings upon you. The grand and majestic divine voice echoed in every believer's mind. At this moment, Lin Wanqing also set aside her playful attitude. With utmost reverence and seriousness, she replied, as you command. The divine edict ended. Lin Wanqing quickly sent a message in the group chat named, wherever the light shines is territory, come to my house at 7 tonight. We shall hold the cult's first sacred meeting. Yao Tiao received. Yang Na received. Ma Lily received. At 7 in the evening, the 3 women arrived punctually at Lin Wanqing's home. After greeting Lin's mother, the 4 of them huddled in the bedroom and began the meeting. The Sun God wants us to expand the cult. Do you all have any ideas? Lin Wanqing sat cross-legged on the bed and asked seriously. She had just taken a shower, her hair draped over her shoulders. Under the lamplight, she inexplicably radiated a sacred air. Yao Tiao pushed up her round glasses and said, the Sun God has bestowed many chosen ones across Grand Xia recently. We've only contacted half of them so far. I believe that while expanding, we should also unite the forces within the cult, at least the top 4 ranks of clergy, so that expansion can proceed faster. You're right, Lin Wanqing said. We've been too low profile before. Starting today, we must raise our banner high. That way the chosen ones will see it and naturally join us, and it will also attract new followers. Ma Lily added, also Wanqing, shouldn't we establish a set of doctrines? As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without norms and standards. In the future, the number of followers will surely grow, so we can't do without it. As expected, Lily is so thoughtful. Lin Wanqing happily tousled Ma Lily's hair, her spirits lifted. All right then, the doctrines are yours to draft, holy maiden. Once it's done, hand it to me for review. Ma Lily said indignantly, stop patting my head, or I'll never grow any taller. Yang Na asked eagerly, Wanqing, then what should Yao Tiao and I do? Lin Wanqing thought for a moment. You two are mainly responsible for expanding the church. Start with relatives and close friends. You should already know how to do that, right? Yang Na said excitedly, of course we do. Don't underestimate us. She came from a merchant family with an enormous network of relatives. Once they began expanding, it would be no small matter. There's another issue I think we should consider. Yao Tiao spoke up again. The other women turned their eyes to her. She continued, since we're going to expand the church and recruit followers widely, we'll inevitably come into contact with the authorities sooner or later. If the authorities suppress our church, how should we respond? Moreover, if we expose our supernatural abilities, there's a good chance we'll be captured and dissected for research. We need to think through these issues in advance, so we'll be prepared if they actually happen. This question made the atmosphere turn solemn. Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment, then said nonchalantly, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. When the time comes, we'll decide after seeing the authorities' attitude. As for supernatural powers, we simply won't use them unless absolutely necessary." A flicker of worry passed through Yao Tiao's eyes, but she said nothing more and simply nodded. Lin Wanqing clapped her hands, drawing the others' attention. "All right, let's go over our roles. Lily is in charge of establishing the church's rules. Yao Tiao and Nana will lead the lower clergy to expand the church, and I'll use psychic force to search for other church members. Everyone has their own duty. Let's get moving. For the sun god. Expand the faith." The three women nodded firmly. At that moment, with a creak, the door was pushed open. The four women looked over. There stood Lin's mother at the door, holding a plate of cut fruit, her face livid. Lin Wanqing's cheek twitched. "Mom, you heard all that just now." "I heard everything. If I hadn't, heaven knows what would have happened." Lin's mother slammed the fruit plate onto the table, snatched up her phone, and said, "I'm calling your father right now, and then I'm reporting this to the police. You're so young, and yet you've taken up with an evil cult. How on earth did this happen?" Hearing this, Lin Wanqing said urgently, "Who said it's an evil cult? Mom, don't call Dad yet. Listen to me first." Ma Lily chimed in quickly, "Annie, our sun god church is real, not like those others out there. You're all too deeply brainwashed. You're finished, all of you." Lin's mother was so angry that her hands were trembling. She turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing waved her hand, releasing her psychic force, and swept her mother's phone away. "Mom, please calm down, and let me explain, okay?" Lin's mother turned around and stared at the phone hovering in front of her daughter, utterly shocked. Was it haunted? Or was she dreaming? "This is a gift from the sun god. Mom, calm down, and let me tell you." Lin Wanqing ended the call, and with helplessness began her missionary journey with her mother. Over the following period, the sun god church expanded like wildfire. Word spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100. As the number of believers skyrocketed, the movement also drew the attention of the authorities. Haicheng Police Bureau Office Building. Luo Yu, captain of Patrol Unit 1, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, and a cup of coffee in hand, crossed the office area and pushed open the meeting room door. Inside, the meeting members from the Traffic Unit, the Public Security Unit, and the Information Department had basically all arrived. Luo Yu sat directly beside Su Hongfang, captain of Unit 2, and asked casually, "How's it going?" Su Hongfang yawned. "No problem, just a bit sleepy." "Who asked you?" "I'm asking about our informant." Su Hongfang was speechless. "No problem there either. It's already been confirmed that at this cult gathering that mysterious leader will show up in person." Luo Yu licked his lips. "Excellent. We've paid out such a long line. Tonight we must land this big fish." At that moment, Shi Jinyuan, director of the Haicheng Police Bureau, walked in, holding an insulated cup. "Little Luo is right. Tonight we must root out this entire cult in one fell swoop." Everyone in the meeting room stood up. "Director." "Good evening, Director." Shi Jinyuan waved his hand. "Sit down, everyone." They all sat down. He switched on the LED display, which showed all kinds of important information about the Sun God Church. This cult, called the Sun God Church, has been running rampant throughout Haicheng recently, brazenly preaching heretical nonsense, recruiting believers, and even preying on underage high school students. It is anti-science and anti-civilization. It poses a grave threat to the public safety of the people of Haicheng. Tonight, the Sun God Church will hold a grand ritual at the Sun Palace, and their leader, who has long hidden behind the scenes, will finally appear. This time we must capture that cult ringleader and round them all up. Shi Jinyuan declared in a powerful, resonant voice. Everyone stood up again, saluted, and shouted in unison, "We guarantee the mission will be completed." The Sun Palace was an entertainment complex beside an artificial lake in the heart of Haicheng. It contained a theater, cinemas, upscale restaurants, and luxury boutiques, and was surrounded on 3 sides by commercial towers. Every night its lights blazed brilliantly. Usually by evening the crowds here would begin to thin. But tonight was different. Luxury cars pulled up and parked at the entrance one after another, and fashionably dressed young men and women surged into the Sun Palace in droves, making it nearly livelier than during the day. Li Pianxian, an undercover informant inside the Sun God Church, glanced out the car window and couldn't help remarking, "This cult really knows how to bewitch people. All these owners of luxury cars are here for the holy gathering, aren't they? Aren't all cults like this? It's almost time. Let's go in first, or old Luo will start worrying." Wang Mei, another informant in the passenger seat, said, while touching up her makeup in the rearview mirror. The two stepped out of the rather shabby Beetle and followed the crowd into the Sun Palace. In the Sun Palace Theater, although many people had come for the gathering in that grand theater capable of seating nearly 2,000, no crowd was too large. At the entrance to the theater stood 4 burly men and 2 women, confiscating every entrance phone without exception and also carrying out body searches. Li Pianxian and Wang Mei handed over their phones and entered. They quickly found the small group that had recruited them and joined in the lively conversation and laughter. More and more people arrived. Several assistant deacons were on the theater stage whispering and scheming about something. Some lower-ranking clergy members had also gone up ready to await orders at any moment. In the seats, Li Pianxian scanned the room with a crafty gleam in her eyes and whispered, "Maisie, have you noticed? Most of the Sun God Church's believers are women. Less than half are men." Wang Mei shifted, pushing the miniature communicator clipped inside her clothes toward her lips. "I noticed that a long time ago. Besides, the woman chosen to receive the blessing this time is a young model named Winning, I think. If you ask me, the leader of this Sun God Church must be an old lecher. He picks such beautiful believers. And those high-ranking women on stage are the same. Each one is more stunning than the last." Li Pianxian nodded in profound agreement. She considered herself something of a beauty in the police bureau. But compared with those women on stage, she was more than a cut below. At that moment, the lights on all sides blazed open, making the whole theater as bright as day. A beautiful deacon stepped forward on the stage and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone silence. Next, the ritual ceremony will be presided over by me. It now officially begins." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The ritual was extremely simple. It consisted of reciting poems praising the sun and then sincerely praying to the sun god. On the surface, even the undercover informants could not see any harm in this sect. Half an hour later, the ceremony finally reached its main event. The beautiful deacon said, "The sun god loves all beings in the world. As long as you possess devout and pure faith, you will have the chance to receive his blessing. Now let us invite the chosen one blessed in this ceremony, Ms. Wening." Amid the applause, a beautiful woman in a white dress with a graceful figure and an exquisite face stepped onto the stage. She greeted everyone with a poised, elegant smile. The men among the believers all stared with entranced eyes. This woman was undoubtedly the most beautiful one of the night. She was more than a match for even the most wildly popular female celebrities. The beautiful deacon's voice grew excited. "Now, with great honor, let us welcome the esteemed leader of our Sun God Church to the stage." The applause grew even more fervent, enduring, and unceasing. Amidst the burning gazes of the crowd, Lin Wanqing stepped forward. A divine light seemed to halo her figure. She exuded a sacred purity and majestic beauty that demanded reverence. For a moment, the faithful were transfixed, then whispers rippled through the crowd. Even the undercover informants stared in astonishment. The leader of the mysterious and exalted Sun God sect, a teenage girl. Wen Ying's faith is pure and devout. She has passed the Sun God's trial. Now I shall pray to the Sun God to descend a divine miracle upon her. Please pray with me." Lin Wanqing maintained a solemn expression. Her melodious voice echoed throughout the theater. She brought her thumbs and index fingers together, forming a circle above her head. Wen Ying, about to receive the blessing, showed tension as she joined the faithful in the theater, forming the gesture and praying silently. In the solar system, Han Qing suddenly felt waves of pure faith power surging into his divine core. He then observed Earth through solar electromagnetic waves. A ritual ceremony. This little girl Lin Wanqing is doing well. But Han Qing's electromagnetic waves detected the armed police waiting outside the Sun Palace. After hesitating, he chose not to issue a warning. First, Lin Wanqing had the ability to handle it. Second, he needed to test her capabilities. After all, he had chosen her as the leader of his sect. How could he not nurture her? Sensing the prayers flowing through the threads of faith, Han Qing descended the evolution rays as they wished. A brilliant golden light pierced through the atmosphere, landing in Haiqing and finally merging into Wen Ying's body. Though this scene happened quickly, everyone saw it clearly, their expressions growing excited. Above the stage, an invisible force seemed to support Wen Ying, lifting her entirely into the air. Her white dress fluttered like a celestial maiden. The entire theater fell completely silent. Everyone was so overwhelmed by the scene that they were speechless, deeply moved in their hearts. Is it really true?" Li Pianxian was so shocked, she became a stutterer. Wang Mei scoffed, "Hanging wires with special lighting. You actually believe such a crude trick? Don't say you know me when you leave." She took out the mini communicator from her chest and said, "Old Luo, the leader of the Sun God sect, has appeared, but I suspect she's just a stand-in." "Stand-in? She looks only 16 or 17 years old." The other end was silent for a moment, then still said, "Continue the arrest operation." The order was given. Wang Mei, Li Pianxian from Team 1 along with the Team 2 informants who stood up from the back rows of the theater all walked toward the stage together. The beautiful assistant priest saw this and frowned, scolding, "What are you doing? Sit back in your seats." The few did not respond, but instead quickened their pace, even broke into a run. Although unarmed, with their physical fitness and martial skills, suppressing these ordinary citizens should be no problem. At the same time, the theater doors were kicked open with a bang. A group of heavily armed special police rushed in immediately, causing unrest among the believers. On the stage, Lin Wanqing watched this scene and also furrowed her brows. It seems Yao Tiao's prediction came true. Her expression was somewhat helpless. "Everyone, hands on your heads, squat on the ground, hands on your heads, squat on the ground." The armed police roared. The believers seeing this scene were both fearful and panicked, immediately preparing to put their hands on their heads and squat on the ground. Just then, Lin Wanqing spoke. Don't be afraid, they can't hurt you. Wang Mei and Li Pianxian, who had rushed over, sneered, really? Take care of yourself first. The two leaped onto the stage in one bound. With just 2 more seconds, they were confident they could tackle Lin Wanqing and capture the ringleader. However, before they could even take a step, they felt as if they had crashed into an invisible truck. A massive force surged, and with a bang they flew backward. Lin Wanqing gently waved her hand. Hundreds of weapons from the armed police brigade all flew into the air. Another wave of her hand. They were all overturned by an invisible force, pinned down motionless, unable to speak. Wang Mei and other undercover agents, as well as numerous believers who had not received the divine blessing, all felt their brains short-circuit and crash. What kind of mighty power is this? Could there truly be gods in this world? In the solar system, Han Xing felt that the faith power had increased significantly, and he was even more satisfied with Lin Wanqing in his heart, not fearing the battle, handling it calmly. For a high school student, this was already quite remarkable. His appointment of this sect leader was correct. Hello, what's happening? Hello. Inside the mini communicator, Captain Luo kept shouting. Wang Mei lay on the ground, fear in her eyes, muttering, I don't know. She couldn't understand what was happening here, or rather refused to believe it. So she could only say she didn't know. Let's go, Lin Wanqing said to the several high-ranking members of the God sect beside her, and to Wen Ying, who had just received the blessing. She led the way, flying down from the stage and walking calmly toward the exit. The others followed with pale faces tense. As for Wen Ying, beneath her nervousness, there was a hint of excitement. After walking a few steps, Lin Wanqing sensed something. She beckoned to Wang Mei, who lay at the base of the stage. Telekinetic powers surged wildly. The mini-communicator on Wang Mei's chest instantly flew into her hand. Lin Wanqing looked at the device and immediately understood its purpose. A slight smile curved her lips. Hello. Inside the Patrol Bureau command vehicle, Luo Yu, who was in charge of commanding this operation, had a grim expression. Why had all his 100-plus subordinates lost contact in an instant? He shouted loudly, What do you mean you don't know? What exactly is happening at the scene? Report immediately. However, it wasn't Wang Mei who responded, but a girl's voice, green yet pleasant and melodious. Hello, Patrol Bureau. Several people frowned. Luo Yu's heart sank further, and he countered, Who are you? I am the leader of the Sun God sect. Luo Yu couldn't imagine what had happened at the scene or why the communicator had fallen into the other party's hands. Gritting his teeth, he said, What have you done to our people? I warn you. His words were interrupted gently before he could finish. No harm done. As the leader of the Sun God sect, I promise you that the Sun God sect will not endanger anyone in the Dacian society. Our ceremonies are merely to promote the divine religion. We hope you won't do this in the future, okay, uncle? Though her words were calm, but to everyone present they were extremely harsh. Veins bulged on Luo Yu's forehead, his face filled with anger. He was about to speak. The communicator emitted an extremely shrill screech, then went completely silent. Fuck! Luo Yu struggled to suppress his violent rage, but still cursed aloud. He smashed the communicator with a wave of his hand, and shouted loudly, Call the director, immediately deploy personnel from the branch bureau. I must crush this cult today. Old Luo calmed down. Su Hongfang's expression turned grim as well. The situation has escalated beyond our control. Even if the director agrees to deploy more men, we won't be able to catch them. A staff member from the information department added, All surveillance in the vicinity has gone dark. Hackers are interfering, making it extremely difficult to trace their escape route. See that, old Luo? Let's head back and report the situation to the director, Su Hongfang urged. Over 100 armed police officers had lost contact in an instant without so much as a ripple. He couldn't fathom how the other side had managed it. However they had done it, the power they possessed was beyond anything they could handle at the moment. Luo Yu panted heavily and took a moment to compose himself. Only then did he force out 2 words through gritted teeth, Stand down. The Haiqing Patrol Bureau's operation to arrest the cultists ended in failure. The reason for their failure was truly baffling, even absurd. Inside the director's office. What happened at the time? At that moment I felt as if an invisible car had rammed into us, sending us all tumbling off the stage. The impact made my internal organs feel like they were about to explode. I nearly blacked out. Then I saw that little girl, the leader of the Sun God cult. She waved her hand, and all the weapons of the armed police flew into midair, just like a sorcerer in the movies. Then, she waved her hand again, and without the slightest effort pressed every one of us to the ground. That feeling, I don't know how to describe it. It was like being pinned down by a ghost in a nightmare, barely able to even speak. She must possess some kind of sorcery or superpower. Director, I feel that the divine arts the Sun God cult preaches might actually be real. Li Pianxian bit her lip and spoke slowly, lost in recollection. Seeing the director's face darken further, Luo Yu bellowed, What nonsense are you spouting? In the 21st century, you still harbor such futile and superstitious thoughts. Did you sleep through all your political education classes? Write a self-criticism of 10,000 characters when you get back. After being scolded like that, Li Pianxian snapped out of her recollections and realized the gravity of the mistake she had just made. She dared not argue and muttered, "Yes, Captain." Shi Jinyuan gave a cold snort. There are no gods in this world and no ghosts either. Only people who play the god and play the ghost. Those people must have mastered some kind of high technology. That's how they have such power. As staunch materialists, none of them believed Li Pianxian's claims. Su Hongfang's eyes lit up. Director, haven't those golden rays been descending upon Qing frequently lately? The higher-ups pay close attention to them. Could this sun god cult be connected to the extraterrestrial civilization the observatory mentioned? Shi Jinyuan frowned in deep thought, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, there must be a connection. They've certainly gotten their hands on alien high technology. Luo Yu's face showed reluctance. Director, how about I take a few men and investigate further? I can plant an informant. Once we infiltrate their upper echelons. Shi Jinyuan shot him a glare. What are you running low on cases? Extraterrestrial affairs are not our jurisdiction. Report this case to the operations department immediately. Luo Yu stiffened his neck and remained silent. Seeing this, Shi Jinyuan knew Luo Yu couldn't swallow the bitterness of the failed operation, so he soothed him. If the operations department concludes that this cult has nothing to do with aliens, you may investigate however you please. I'll go along with you. The matter of the Qing sun god cult was soon reported to the operations department. This bizarre and extraordinary case became a key clue in the investigation of the solar rays and was listed as the primary target of investigation. General Chang Weisi took the matter very seriously, entrusting the mission to the captain of the operations department squad, a soldier he had trained himself. Shi Chang, I'm putting the sun god cult investigation in your hands. I'll assign you personnel. Report to me immediately on any special circumstances. Chang Weisi held the phone and spoke gravely. On the other end of the line, Shi Chang's gruff voice promptly rang out, "Yes, General. Qing no. One high school." Inside a dimly lit utility storage room, desks and chairs were piled high, like mountains, dust coating everything. Several beautiful girls in school uniforms huddled together in the open space, fiddling with their phones. I said we shouldn't hold the meeting here. There might be cockroaches. Come on. You're the venerable high priestess of the cult. Don't be so timid. If you're afraid of cockroaches, how will you ever conquer the four corners of the world for our divine Lord? All right. Everyone must be getting impatient. Let's start the meeting quickly. Ugh, my VPN's run out of credit. Let me top it up. Moments later, the online meeting officially commenced. On the phone screen, a dense grid of video feeds displayed the many high-ranking members of the sun god cult from subdeacons upward. Every single one of them was a beauty. Not a man in sight. No sooner had the meeting begun than a woman wearing an OL suit with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye said coolly, "The authorities are conducting a strict investigation into our cult. Is it too risky for your holiness to convene a sacred meeting at this time?" Another extremely alluring mature woman asked curiously, "Your holiness, I heard that the sacrifice gathering at the Sun Palace was swept by the authorities some time ago. Is that true?" The slender girl beside her cried out excitedly, "Of course it's true. I was there too, and I was privileged to witness your holiness's heaven-shielding divine might. Your holiness's power is simply unparalleled. Even though I've awakened divine power myself, I'm nowhere near comparable." A pleasant voice chimed in. It belonged to Wen Ying, the young model who had recently been bestowed with power. The group of beauties chattered away, each more excited than the last, virtually all of them discussing Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's face flushed red with shyness. Nevertheless, facing the assembled high-ranking members, she still put on an air of authority. Ma Lily restored order, saying silence. As soon as the holy maiden spoke, everyone quieted down at once. Yao Tiao adjusted her round-frame glasses and continued, "This sacred meeting has been convened to discuss the future development of our cult. Please refrain from discussing anything unrelated to today's agenda." The women exchanged bewildered glances, expressions tinged with confusion. Lin Wanqing spoke slowly. "This meeting is primarily to discuss whether the cult should stay or leave." "Stay or leave? Is the cult going to relocate from Qing?" asked a priestess. Lin Wanqing nodded. "After deliberations with the holy maiden and the two high priestesses, we unanimously agree that the current domestic environment is not conducive to the growth of our cult. First, the traditional culture of Daxia means very few people within the country follow any religion, making proselytization exceedingly difficult. Even performing miracles would more likely than not get us dismissed as frauds. Second, through this official operation, the authorities' stance toward us has become clear. We've already been categorized as a cult. If we show our faces again, without doubt we'll face a severe crackdown." "So," the teardrop mole woman asked, "does your holiness mean to take the proselytizing abroad?" "Exactly," Lin Wanqing replied crisply. The glamorous woman asked, "Have you made plans?" Which country will you go to preach in? Countries like the Sakura Nation and the Taegyuk Tiger Nation, both belonging to the East Asian cultural sphere and both with enormous religious populations, are all excellent choices. But after discussion, we still decided to set our sights on one with an even firmer religious foundation where believers make up as much as 90%. Lin Wanqing said solemnly, the Flower Flag Nation. The glamorous woman revealed an admiring expression. The cult leader, the holy maiden, and the two high priestesses. Although you are still students, your foresight is truly remarkable. These small East Asian nations have tangled faiths and countless religious groups. Developing there will not be easy. The Flower Flag Nation, on the other hand, values freedom and gives preaching considerable liberty. I support this proposal. Next, I will call for a vote. Please cast your vote for or against. If the opposing votes outnumber the supporting votes, we will discuss this again. Lin Wanqing nodded. 15 minutes later, the proposal to enter the Flower Flag Nation and develop the cult passed with 30 votes in favor and 9 against. The yes votes outnumbered the no votes. This also meant the Sun God cult would go abroad and set its course for the Flower Flag Nation. The priestesses had mixed feelings, their expressions varying. Cult leader, I also have several companies and properties in the Flower Flag Nation. If you need anything, please feel free to instruct me. At the meeting, a young woman in casual clothes who had remained silent said, if any of my sisters have any needs or difficulties, do not hesitate to contact me. I will not say much else. At least one green card for each of you I can manage. At these words, the women cheered joyfully. With such a sister to receive and assist them, matters would become a great deal easier. After all, everyone's financial situation is different, and getting everyone abroad is not so easy. Since we are all followers of the Sun God, we should stand united and be like one family. If you have any trouble, contact Assistant Priestess Su Xian. Also, I will record this contribution of Assistant Priestess Su Xian. Lin Wanqing said with relief. Outside, the class bell rang. Hearing it, she decided to end the meeting. Does anyone have further questions? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Just then, the woman with the tear mole hesitated for a moment before speaking. Cult leader, I support the cult's development overseas, but I personally do not intend to go abroad. I do not want to leave my family and friends, nor do I want to give up my career. I will do my best to develop believers at home as well. I hope you can understand. The women exchanged glances. Lin Wanqing asked aside from Assistant Priestess Zhuang Gulin, does anyone else want to stay? After a moment, another 9 priestesses raised their hands. They were exactly the ones who had voted against. Leaving Great Xia and their hometown, going to a foreign land 10,000 miles away, and once gone, no one knew how long it would be. After weighing the matter, they all felt they could not do it. Seeing so many people, Lin Wanqing was a little disappointed. Her plan had originally been for all the senior members, not one fewer, to go to the Flower Flag Nation. After all, there is strength in numbers. Everyone's superpowers were different, and they could look out for one another in the Flower Flag Nation. However, still, she said, you must understand that the authorities are hunting us everywhere right now. If you remain, you are very likely to fall into danger. If you still decide to stay, even knowing that, then I will not force you. Zhuang Gulin said, I will do my best to protect myself. The other women also made promises. Lin Wanqing said no more. Then stay. But let me be clear about one thing, the price of betraying the cult is something you cannot bear. No matter what happens, pray to the Sun God, and he will protect you. The meeting is over. After ending the call, Yao Tiao's expression immediately turned cold. Wanqing, you should not have agreed to them. Once they are arrested, they will leak the cult's secrets. Lin Wanqing smiled. We do not have any secrets to speak of yet. Besides, with them at home, we have one more information channel. If our development in the Flower Flag Nation does not go smoothly, we will also have an extra way back to the country. Isn't that good? I think we should worry about the matter of going abroad. Our parents will definitely not agree easily, but we must go abroad as soon as possible. Yang Na said with a grin, no problem. My dad has wanted me to study abroad for a long time. I will have him persuade everyone's parents. It will definitely work. Ma Lily propped her cheek on her hand, looking troubled. Sigh, my English is so bad. What will I do abroad? Haha, who told you to be so unbalanced in your studies? If you diverted the energy you use for making desserts into studying English, you would have passed IELTS long ago. There is still some time before the move and the passports. Just take the chance to have Yao Tiao give you a good tutoring session. Yang Na mocked ruthlessly. Ma Lily turned and vigorously rubbed Yang Na's face. Oh, so my desserts really went into an ungrateful wolf's stomach. You mock me. Lin Wanqing watched this scene, warmth filling her heart. Meanwhile, in the solar system, Han Qing listened to the entire meeting of believers on Earth. So they have decided to preach in the Flower Flag Nation. That is fine. However, the sweet scent of freedom in the Flower Flag Nation is too strong. Already strong enough to be dangerous. The superpowers of you little girls may not be enough when you go there. Han Qing fell into deep thought. The Flower Flag Nation was a gunfight server. Moreover, gangs stood everywhere and American-style quick draws were everywhere. As people of Great Xia with yellow skin and black eyes, Lin Wanqing and the others would easily be discriminated against and bullied there. They were his own people. Han Qing absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Nourished by the power of faith, I now have a good amount of divine power. What would happen if I poured divine power into my followers? They do not have divine status, only mortal bodies. Doing that seems too dangerous. Then simply shine the evolution ray on them. Letting them evolve a few more times should make them much stronger. Han Qing considered for a while and finally decided to act cautiously using the evolution ray. He first communicated with Lin Wanqing and the others, telling them to go to a high place and wait at night. When evening arrived, he fired the evolution ray again. Atop West Mountain and Haiching, golden rays descended like a meteor swarm, flashing across the sky and vanishing. The pitch-black West Mountain was briefly dyed gold, then quickly returned to its original state. Yao Tiao and Yang Na each received 1 evolution ray. Ma Lily received 2 evolution rays. Lin Wanqing alone received 3 evolution rays. A moment later, all 4 women felt a reaction arising within their bodies, and with an intuitive flash of insight, sensed the new abilities they had evolved. I can control the air, Yao Tiao murmured, placing her hands in front of her. In an instant, a great wind burst out, rustling the mountain forest loudly. I think I can shapeshift, Yang Na said uncertainly. Her body rippled like the surface of water, twisting and transforming. She turned into Lin Wanqing's exact appearance. Her face, her height, her voice. Everything was identical, completely indistinguishable. Wow, so freaky. Ma Lily watched dumbfounded. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes at this moment and stared at Yang Na, her gaze deep. Yang Na felt that she had no secrets at all under those eyes and could not help shivering. Wanqing, what ability did you obtain? Why is it so terrifying? Lin Wanqing placed her hands behind her back, her expression growing mischievous. Nana, you truly are a little pervert, wanting to spy on the men's bathhouse using this ability of yours. Yang Na instantly snapped back to her senses, her cheeks flushing crimson as she cried out. I most certainly do not. Why are you talking nonsense to Wanqing? Don't you? Just a heads up, Lin Wanqing continued with a sly smile. I acquired both telepathy and mental manipulation abilities. I can compel someone to voice their truest thoughts. Lin Wanqing flashed a cunning grin. Yang Na, caught between fear and embarrassment, protested. This is just bullying. She grabbed Ma Lily's arm. Lily, save me. Ma Lily stroked her chin, tinged with envy and resentment. Indeed, rather unfair. Wanqing, there's simply no secret we could keep from you, is there? Lin Wanqing shook her head. I haven't grown that powerful yet. I can only sense one person at a time, and even that is limited to surface-level thoughts. This ability would be tremendously useful for our missionary work. Yao Tiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as she asked, You were struck by 3 rays earlier. You should have another ability, don't you? Lin Wanqing flashed a playful smile and raised a single finger. A tiny flame flickered at her fingertip. Though modest in size, the energy within was formidable, and the surrounding temperature rose noticeably. In that case, Wanqing is the strongest among us. Yang Na murmured enviously, then turned to ask, By the way, Lily, what ability did you awaken? Ma Lily scratched her head, perplexed. I'm not entirely sure myself. I just feel my body has grown stronger, my 5 senses sharper, and my thinking quicker. As she finished speaking, Lin Wanqing let out a soft hum of surprise. My telepathy doesn't work on you either. What? Ma Lily's eyes widened. Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes and nodded. Unexpected. Mental manipulation fails as well. It seems you've developed an immunity. Ma Lily quipped. That's wonderful then. I won't have to worry about your shameless prying anymore. Lin Wanqing retorted grumpily. Hey, I'm your sect leader. That's highly disrespectful. Praise the great sun god. Ma Lily formed a circle with her hands above her head, beaming with delight. Days passed like a swift dream. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. The sun's radiance had intensified further of late, drawing mournful wails from the observatory scientists. Inside the conference room, Sha Ruishan rubbed his temples in frustration. The solar data has begun its steady decline once more. That alien showed no intention of sparing the sun. I had expected him to honor his word, yet he broke it so readily. Wang Zhenan sighed. Placing the survival hopes of billions upon an alien we barely understand. It was our folly from the start. Well said. Our fate rests solely in our own hands. Chang Weixi's expression grew stern, brows knitting. Ultimately, we must rely on ourselves. During this month, Han Qing had devoted herself to absorbing the faith of her followers and condensing her divine body, neglecting her official duties. Hence the observatory's misunderstanding. They turned to discussing the Wandering Earth project when Chang Weixi's phone rang, an unwelcome intrusion. Glancing at the caller ID, he decided to answer. General, my investigation into the solar deity cult has reached a pivotal point. Shi Chang's gruff yet excited voice crackled through the line. Chang Weici gestured to those present. Very well. Proceed with your report. I'm in a meeting at the observatory, and it would benefit everyone to hear this. Wang Zhenan and the others had already heard whispers of the solar deity cult. Yet this nascent sect remained shrouded in mystery. All they knew was its apparent connection to solar radiation, with no further leads to pursue. Understood, General. With the speaker activated, Shi Chang's voice resonated clearly throughout the chamber. Given the persistent solar radiation targeting Qing, I established it as my investigative base and spent over a month observing. I've uncovered something significant. My initial assessment is that this solar radiation poses no threat to Earth itself. It mirrors the gamma radiation depicted in fiction. When absorbed by the human body, it triggers mutations. These mutations manifest as various supernatural abilities. I deployed agents to monitor residential areas affected by the radiation, systematically screening for young attractive women who occupy leadership roles within the solar deity cult. Following the Qing Police Bureau's raid on the Solar Palace, most high-ranking members have relocated to the Flower Flag Nation. However, a significant number remain, though only 2 hold senior ecclesiastical positions. Based on my assessment and their testimonies, I can confirm that the cult's leadership possesses supernatural abilities, though extraterrestrial technology remains a possibility that requires scientific verification. In summary, I suspect their powers are linked to that alien's experiments. This concise briefing gave everyone a fresh perspective on the solar deity cult. They relocate abroad after a single disruption. This cult is remarkably cautious, Wang Miao remarked, furrowing his brow. Good riddance, one scientist scoffed. If they'd stayed in Dachau, they'd continue preying on our people. Wang Miao shook his head. Given the current situation, the solar deity cult hasn't openly threatened society, so we shouldn't hastily judge them. My concern is that they might be exploited by the Flower Flag Nation abroad. Whether through supernatural abilities or alien technology, they wield considerable power. Zhang Weici shared these concerns, yet it was too late to rectify the situation. The snake had not only been startled, but had also fled far beyond our borders. Large-scale arrests were no longer feasible. Shichang, have you managed to contain those 2 high-ranking cult members? Shichang offered a wry smile. Barely. They must have realized resistance was futile, so they didn't fight back excessively. Otherwise, my limited personnel might have struggled. They're all supernatural beings. Zhang Weici nodded. Excellent. Bring them back to the operations department immediately. They hold tremendous value for us, whether for superpower research or to trace and apprehend other cult leaders. This line of inquiry is essential. Shichang continued. General, I've already negotiated with them. They've agreed to cooperate with the operations department on superpower research. I believe we should extend some goodwill toward the solar deity cult. If we press too hard, it could backfire. Zhang Weici pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Handle this as you see fit. As long as they cooperate fully, we can discuss terms. Understood, General. The call ended. Shichang exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his request had been granted. Otherwise, those goddess priests might have erupted in violence right then and there. He pushed open the door to the adjacent interrogation room. 2 women sat inside. One possessed striking beauty, a teardrop mole beside her, lending her an air of enchanting charm. The other exuded an aloof, cold demeanor, her expression unreadable, clad in a white lab coat, with the sharp scent of antiseptic clinging to her. These 2 were precisely the high-ranking goddess priestesses who had chosen to remain within the nation. I've already settled it. As long as you cooperate with our operations department on the experiments, everything can be arranged. I can guarantee that we'll do our utmost not to affect your daily lives or your families. Shichang said. Zhuang Guilin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, if that's the case, then there's nothing better. She held a cup of coffee in her hand. There was no spoon stirring it, yet the coffee in the cup was rapidly spinning on its own, forming a small vortex. Chen Jingbai asked warily, this experiment won't harm our personal safety, will it? The lights in the interrogation room flickered a few times as if they had a bad connection. Shichang knew that this was a leak of her supernatural ability caused by emotional fluctuations. He immediately tried to soothe them. We are in a cooperative relationship. The experiments will be conducted under the premise of ensuring your safety and health. You can rest assured. Chen Jingbai stared at Shichang for a moment, then sat down and fell silent. I have no more questions. If she smelled the scent of a lie, she would immediately activate her superpower and flee this place. At worst, she could flee to the United States. Even dying on the road would be better than dying in a laboratory. Fortunately, her superpower gave no reaction, which meant the other party was not lying. Shichang looked at the 2 exceptionally beautiful women and sighed inwardly. Beautiful as they were also genuinely dangerous. The sun god cult had better develop abroad. Otherwise, with so many superpowered individuals, if just one lost control, it would be a disaster for the people. The solar system. Han Qing's consciousness gradually revived. Over the past few months, he had been immersed in condensing a divine body. But he had never succeeded. A drop in the bucket. The faith power is completely insufficient. Han Qing felt troubled. At this rate, to condense a divine body would require at least 1 or 200 years. 1 or 200 years. That's enough for me to live several lifetimes. Han Qing merely had to think about it for a moment, and an endless weariness surged over him, as if he had become Sisyphus pushing a boulder to the mountaintop day and night over and over again. Take it slow. Anyway, my lifespan is very long. There's no need to rush. The The faith power condensing his divine body ceased to operate. Once Han Qing started slacking off, his mind immediately relaxed. He felt refreshed and at ease. However, he had not enjoyed it for long before the system's eternally unchanging mechanical voice sounded in his mind again. Ding. The system has detected that the host has not worked for 3 months. The scale of nuclear fusion within the host is dropping sharply. Please work hard. Work hard. Han Qing was speechless. Having just soothed his heart, he was wounded once again. He had originally planned to ignore the system's slack off and rest for a few days before working. But when he thought of his fellow humans on Earth trembling again because of it, Han Qing sighed and devoted his mind to work. And so he worked day and night without rest for 10 days. The system's reward followed as well. Ding. The system has detected that the host worked diligently for 10 days, and the system has awarded the superpower microscopic projection. Information about microscopic projection surged into his mind. Can it project into the microscopic world? What a useless superpower. This is basically useless to me, isn't it? System, are you doing this on purpose? Han Qing couldn't help complaining. Naturally, the system gave no response. You'd better give me a surprise with the next reward. Give me a powerful superpower. Otherwise, if I'm discovered and destroyed by a higher civilization, one day you won't fare well either. Han Qing muttered to himself and started studying microscopic projection. The microscopic is opposite to the macroscopic. It refers to material systems in particle science with spatial dimensions smaller than 1 nanometer. This includes molecules, atoms, atomic nuclei, elementary particles, and their corresponding fields. Han Qing concentrated his mind and probed his surroundings. Electrons, photons, neutrons, protons, and other matter in the universe appeared before his eyes with incomparable clarity. He might have been better off not observing. But once he did, he discovered an anomalous particle. That particle unexpectedly contained a large-scale integrated circuit. If not for microscopic projection, Han Qing would never have found it. Why is it near the sun? Its movements seem regular. It seems to be observing, no monitoring me. Han Qing observed for a moment and drew a conclusion. Without hesitation, he used microscopic projection. Inside the particle, space twisted and an indescribable figure appeared. This was Han Qing deliberately hiding his true identity. After projecting into a form that even he himself could not name, Han Qing sent out a signal. A sapon. Being able to put such a large-scale integrated circuit inside a particle was impossible with Earth civilization's technology. This was clearly a sapon used by the Trisolaran civilization to monitor Earth. The sapon was silent for quite a while before replying with confusion. Are you a being of a higher civilization inside the sun? You are monitoring me. Han Qing tacitly admitted his identity with a deliberately ignorant question while also releasing a trace of anger. It seems the Trisolarans still haven't found their place, daring to make such an offensive move. Do you want to know what consequences this will bring? After saying this, Han Qing wanted to destroy the particle. But a projection was only a projection. He found that he did not have the ability to destroy it. At the same time, a force surged from inside the particle, as if trying to repel him. Unfortunately, Han Qing remained utterly unmoved. After another moment of silence, the sapon replied, I apologize sincerely. I had no intention of offending you, Your Excellency. I appeared only to monitor solar data and had no intention of spying on you. At the same time, it rapidly synchronized this conversation back to the Trisolaran world. The science executive immediately reported the matter to the Trisolaran sovereign, who was attending to state affairs. When he learned that the other party had appeared within the Safan's internal space, the Trisolaran sovereign was profoundly shocked. He had not expected the sapon to be discovered by the other party. Earth civilization's technology absolutely could not accomplish this. This meant things were not as they had predicted. The Earthlings had not lied, and the wandering plan was not intended to deceive the Trisolarans. A higher civilization truly exists. Sovereign, how should we deal with this now? The leader of that civilization is already angry. The science executive asked. The sapon can only stabilize him for now. The Trisolaran sovereign thought for a moment, and feeling that it was extremely troublesome, said, Let me speak with him directly. Only by showing sufficient sincerity can his anger be quenched. The science executive immediately manipulated the sapon to switch functions. The Trisolaran sovereign's words were then transmitted through the sapon to Han Qing. I am the sovereign of the Trisolaran civilization. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I had the sun monitored without your permission and thus offended you. I apologize for that. Han Qing was surprised. He actually managed to draw the Trisolaran sovereign into a direct conversation. It seemed he indeed weighed heavily in their hearts. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to completely dispel the Trisolaran's ambition to invade. Han Qing said, I know you Trisolarans cannot lie. Your apology is sincere and I accept it. The Trisolaran sovereign was startled. Your Excellency seems to know the Trisolaran civilization quite well. I've said long ago that I know you even better than you imagine. Whether you monitor the sun or monitor me, you do it because you fear Earth will be destroyed, and you Trisolarans will have done all this for nothing. Am I right? Your Excellency is right. The living environment of our trisolaran world is extremely harsh. Earth is a paradise to us. We will not allow it to be harmed. That is none of my concern. The solar system is already in my grasp, and Earth is my property. If your trisolaran civilization insists on invading Earth, then I will annihilate the trisolaran civilization to protect my interests. Han Qing put on an extremely arrogant posture. This was of course to frighten the trisolarans. He was still far from having such power. But then again, Earthlings could lie as they pleased. Yet Han Qing never expected that these words would instead have the opposite effect. The trisolaran sovereign was silent for a moment, then spoke with a relaxed tone instead. It seems the civilization to which you belong is not advanced either. You are merely bluffing. If you truly possessed the power to destroy the trisolaran civilization, you would not be wasting your breath here. Han Qing's heart gave a jolt. If you were truly more powerful than our trisolaran civilization, you would have destroyed our civilization and plundered our resources long ago. But you did not. Instead, you chose to waste your breath here. The trisolaran leader's expression turned contemptuous. The more you try to prove your strength, the more you reveal your weakness. It seems you truly do not understand the laws by which the universe operates. His words struck like a thunderclap. Han Qing's heart jolted. Hearing the other party mention the word laws, he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. This universe operates on the dark forest law. An advanced civilization never wastes words on a lower civilization. Upon discovery, it simply destroys. The creed is, I destroy you, and what business is it of yours? Those who talk too much are on roughly the same level. He himself had said far too much enough to let the trisolaran leader see through him. You are courting destruction. Han Qing refused to admit it. He kept up the persona of an advanced civilization. I don't think so. Sapon has analyzed you. It believes your thought patterns are almost 100% identical to an Earthling's, that you are an Earthling in disguise. The facts prove that you are not, but it is also easy to imagine that your civilization differs little from Earth's, and your technological capabilities are likely about the same. The trisolaran leader said arrogantly, You are also a bug. Han Qing was so angry that he laughed. Just moments ago this man had been as servile as a dog coming out on his own to apologize. Now he was calling Han Qing a bug. This old codger had changed his tune far too quickly. Since you have already decided this is the truth, there is no point in my saying more, Han Qing said. But remember this, every future calamity of the trisolaran civilization will have been brought about by the words you spoke today. Ridiculous. Just like the bugs of Earth, you are skilled at lying. The trisolaran leader sneered. His arrogant, self-important attitude was enough to infuriate anyone. He went on, Bug, there is one more thing I must warn you. You had better stop destroying the sun immediately. Earth is the future home of our trisolaran people. If you dare to destroy it, war between our two civilizations will be inevitable. Since you claim to understand our trisolaran civilization, you ought to know how powerful we are. If you do not wish to die or to have your civilization destroyed, you, all of you, had better leave the solar system at once. Sapon will keep watch on you at all times. Trisolarans do not lie. They say whatever they think, so every word he had spoken was his true intent. Rage surged in Han Qing's heart. I don't believe a pack of freaks in human skin like you possess such ability. Since war between us is unavoidable, then go ahead and bring it on. We'll see whose civilization ends up destroyed. After saying that, Han Qing cut off the conversation. Through the microscopic projection, he saw Sapon still lurking nearby. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He contacted the system directly and asked, System, is there any way to launch a long-range strike against the trisolaran world? Ding. Host, as long as you work hard, you will gain powerful abilities to face your enemies in the future. The system had painted a grand picture. Han Qing was somewhat speechless. But on reflection, if he worked hard, he truly could obtain that promised reward, so his resentment abated somewhat. Even if the trisolarans enter the solar system, I can do nothing to them. However, to destroy the trisolaran civilization, I don't necessarily have to act myself. After thinking for a long time, Han Qing came up with an idea: broadcast the coordinates of the trisolaran world into the universe. Once an advanced civilization in the cosmos received them, it would naturally eliminate the trisolarans. However, this had a drawback: sending out the trisolaran world's coordinates would also expose his own. The trisolarans might well turn the same tactic against him. Even with the system backing him, he might not be able to withstand a blow from an advanced civilization. Therefore, this was a mutually destructive strategy. After careful thought, Han Qing decided it was not worth it. He had endured who knows how many lifetimes of hardship before being reincarnated as the sun. Now, with godhood in hand, he was destined to become the sun god. He absolutely could not make such a losing deal. The best approach is still to work hard, obtain a powerful superpower, or accumulate enough faith power to unleash divine might and directly destroy the trisolaran fleet and the trisolaran world. Moreover, I must also possess the strength to stand against advanced civilizations. Otherwise, those old codgers from Trisolaris, like the Earthlings in the original novel, might choose mutual destruction before their demise and expose the solar system to the universe. If that happens, I'll be finished too. In short, work hard. Han Qing's spirits lifted slightly. He had to obtain a powerful superpower and vent this pent-up anger. Han Qing immediately threw himself into his work with undivided attention, and the scale of the sun's nuclear fusion surged dramatically. In the dead, cold universe, there was only silence. The celestial bodies revolved in slow, orderly motion. Beyond the solar system stretched the boundless universe amid countless vast, resplendent rivers of stars. At every moment, a star perished. At every moment, a star was born. Yet Han Qing remained utterly oblivious to it all. He devoted himself heart and soul to his work 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Half a year. A year passed in the blink of an eye. At the Daxiao Observatory, Wang Zhenan, Wang Miao, and the others looked at the latest solar data detected by their instruments, and all of them were moved to emotion. The days of anxiety are finally over. The sun has returned to its normal state. It seems now that exactly as Qing said, a helium flash is not going to happen. Then the Wandering Earth project probably doesn't need to be launched. Xia Ruishan said with relief. That may not be the case. Wang Zhenan shook his head. The crisis has only been resolved temporarily. There is an even greater crisis waiting for us. The Trisolarans will not let Earth go, and Earth may still have to wander. At the mention of the Trisolarans, everyone's expressions tightened once again. Earth's fate had truly been fraught with misfortune. One wave had barely subsided before another rose. But come to think of it, what exactly is that alien up to? Xia Ruishan asked in bewilderment. Was the experiment he spoke of simply creating a group of superpowered people on Earth? Wang Miao shook his head, equally perplexed, and said, by all rights his civilization ranks far above Earth. It should not be difficult for him to take control of Earth, yet he chose not to. Instead, he left a group of believers behind. It is utterly impossible to fathom what he wants. Has Captain Shichong made any new progress on the experiment concerning the sun god cult's superpowers? Wang Zhenan turned and asked. Chong Weisi, his expression deep and unreadable, shook his head. No, the research is extremely difficult. He is still working on it. Wang Zhenan said regretfully, if the sun god cult's leader had cooperated, the experiment might have been easier. Unfortunately, they have all gone to the United States. Had it not been for that crackdown by the Qing Patrol Bureau, today's situation might have been different. But now it was too late to say anything. I have already asked Shichong to do his best to contact the upper echelons of the sun god cult. Chong Weisi folded his arms like a cast iron statue, sharp light flashing in his eyes. Their days in the United States have been hard. As long as we relax conditions back home, they will definitely come back. The United States is also researching superpowers, and their methods are far more brutal than ours. Those with abilities within Daxia are basically willing to cooperate. But in Hawaii country, those scoundrels with criminal blood in their veins would only resort to violence. Both the sun god cult and the military faction are causing quite a disturbance. They will be back sooner or later. Chong Weisi said confidently. That's the best outcome. Wang Zhenan nodded. If Hawaii country develops superpowers first, the situation would be far from ideal. Due to the invasion by the Santee civilization, nations around the world had temporarily united, but the hierarchy remained clear. It was hardly something to celebrate if Hawaii country permanently occupied the dominant position. Hawaii country. Military base. Military pickup trucks drove through the gate and sped straight to the experimental building deep inside. Opening the door revealed numerous beautiful Asian women detained inside. Their hands and feet were restrained, special devices fitted on their heads, and anesthetic injected intravenously, leaving them unconscious. Soldiers carefully lifted them like precious artworks and carried them into the building. Luocheng. The streets teemed with people and traffic buzzing with noise. Inside a coffee shop, Wening, wrapped in a black wool coat and wearing a brown cap, kept watchful eyes on passers-by from all directions. She sat by the window with a clear view. High Priestess, the Luocheng branch has fallen. Many sisters were captured, and only I escaped. The FBI is tracking me, and I may not escape this time either. You must be extremely careful. The military has developed new technologies specifically designed to counter those with abilities. Wening spoke in a low voice into her phone, her expression both sorrowful and anxious. I learned about the branch fall an hour ago. Also, the FBI is right near you at 3 o'clock. The reminder made Wen Ying's heart skip a beat. Just as she was about to look up, the voice spoke again. Don't look, you'll be discovered. Wening lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. What should I do? The other end fell silent for a moment before speaking. Act as naturally as possible. Pay your bill and walk out of the coffee shop. Go straight for 500 meters and you'll find a subway station. Take the subway. Someone will be there to meet you. Wening followed the instructions and walked out of the coffee shop. Head bowed, she hurried through the crowd on the street and kept moving toward the subway entrance. Hawaii country valued freedom. It was the world's top immigrant nation. There were plenty of Asians. No one would notice a single drop of water in the ocean. But FBI agents on the street had their eyes fixed on Wening in the crowd. However, with so many people around, they could only try to keep up and couldn't arrest her immediately. Wening soon merged with the crowd and entered the subway station. Two FBI agents inside the subway station, at 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock positions. You'd better change your appearance within 10 seconds, or you'll be caught between them. Even with your luck, ability escaping will be nearly impossible. The person I sent to pick you up will arrive on the next train in 30 seconds. Time it right. Amidst the crowd, Wen quickly removed her hat and pulled a golden wig from her bag to wear. She took out a mini makeup box, dipped her index finger in blue eyeshadow, and applied it to her eyelids, then used her middle finger to apply red lipstick to her lips. She removed the black coat that hugged her figure and tossed it onto a homeless person, revealing a green floral dress underneath. She tied her golden hair into a ponytail. In just moments, her appearance had completely changed. The two FBI agents inside the subway station adjusted their earpieces and searched around, but couldn't find their target, looking slightly puzzled. Wen walked past them with confidence, acting as if nothing had happened. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest. They didn't recognize me. Wen felt a surge of relief, about to exhale. But suddenly a rough hand grabbed her shoulder. A cold, hard object pressed against her waist. Her pupils constricted, and she froze in place. It was a gun. "Ma'am, I suggest you don't resist, and come with us quietly." The FBI agent's voice was low. As he spoke, 3 more FBI agents closed in. Wen forced herself to stay calm, and said in English with appropriate panic, "Who are you? If you want money, I have it in my bag. Don't hurt me." She pretended to be an innocent bystander. But the FBI agents weren't fooled. They threatened her coldly. "Don't play any tricks, or you'll suffer the consequences. You know why we're arresting you." Wen felt desperate inside. She only hated that her ability wasn't combat-oriented. She couldn't take them all down with her. Moved. The FBI agents pushed her and turned her around. Just then the subway train roared in and came to a stop. Through the reflection in a passerby's sunglasses, Wen vaguely saw a petite Asian girl in an adorable pink hoodie stepping off the subway. She looked very familiar. It was the Holy Maiden. Wen's heart raced with excitement. Ma Lily walked briskly down from the train and moved through the crowd, like teleporting, appearing before the 4 FBI agents in an instant and blocking their path. All 4 were stunned when they saw her. Before they could react, Ma Lily threw her fist at blinding speed, striking all 4 in the chest. Cracking sounds of broken bones echoed from their bodies. They collapsed to their knees, weak and lifeless. The FBI agent, holding the gun, still drawing breath and enduring excruciating pain, unhesitatingly aimed at Wen and pulled the trigger. However, the gun clicked, jamming. Wen's face turned pale with terror. "Sorry, Wen. I held back a bit so I wouldn't splatter blood on you." Seeing this, Ma Lily gave Wen an apologetic smile. Then she raised her foot and with tremendous force kicked the burly FBI agent, scattering him into a mist of blood. Then she grabbed Wen's hand and vanished from the spot instantly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Passers-by hadn't even reacted yet. Huai Country, Imperial City. Inside the public library, Yao Tiao stared at the computer screen with a blank expression. The screen showed a grid of surveillance footage, constantly switching to track Ma Lily and Wen. "She's safe now. No need to worry about her." "Chi-Chi, try hacking into the Huai Country CIA server. Something feels off." Yao Tiao gazed at the Huai Country map on the table, lost in thought. Scattered across the states were many red X marks. These were all Sun God cult branches that had been cleared by the Huai Country military. And if you connected these X marks, they would form an irregular circle surrounding the clean central area of the map. Yao Tiao sensed danger. "I can try, but I'm not sure I'll succeed." The computer screen suddenly switched automatically. Green virtual code flooded the entire display, surging like tidal waves. After a moment, the interface returned to normal. Chi-Chi's voice sounded a bit embarrassed. "High Priestess, the intrusion failed. Their firewall is too powerful. I can't crack it for now. But if the Sun God would bestow another evolution, holy light, and allow my consciousness to be fully transformed into virtual code, I should be able to do it." "All right. I'll report this to the cult leader and let her try to get you the opportunity." Yao Tiao pressed her lips together and did not insist. She closed her laptop, stood up, and left the library crowded with American college students. A gentle breeze swept past. Her figure at the doorway had already vanished. Back at the Sun God cult's headquarters, Yao Tiao immediately reported to Lin Wanqing that the Los Angeles branch had fallen. After hearing this, Lin Wanqing remained silent for a long time without saying a word. Yet the temperature of the entire meeting room rapidly rose to an appalling degree. The painting of the Sun God that covered the entire wall had curling corners at all 4 edges, faintly yellowed and blackened, almost about to catch fire. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing's fury was quickly brought under control. The meeting room and the many senior members were spared from being roasted. Seeing this, Yao Tiao marveled inwardly. During that year, Wanqing had grown tremendously. In the past, she would probably have slammed the table, kicked over benches, and rushed out to seek revenge against the American military. But now she could rein in her anger and fury in such a short time. For a lively teenage girl in the bloom of youth, that was no small feat. The branches in major cities have been uprooted one after another, and our sisters have been arrested by the military. We must prepare for the worst. I believe the military's next main target will be the cult's headquarters. Yao Tiao handed over the map and said, so I would ask the cult leader to evacuate temporarily. Lin Wanqing glanced at the map and asked, evacuate? Evacuate to where? The best plan is to return home, Yao Tiao said. The moment those words were spoken, many senior members looked hopeful, hesitating as if they wanted to speak. The cult's growth in America is at its zenith. This is a critical moment. How can we retreat? Lin Wanqing shook her head and rejected the idea outright. Besides, so many sisters have been captured by the military. It was I who brought them to America in the first place. How can I abandon them now? The sun god cult had taken root and flourished in every state of America. After a year of development, it now had over 1 million believers. But this had also exposed their divine power. The American military set its sights on them. Within just a few months, the branches in major cities had fallen one after another. Many senior cult members and believers with supernatural abilities were seized by the military and subjected to cruel experiments. Lin Wanqing had been agonizing over this recently. She sent the holy maiden Ma Lily and the high priestess Yang Na to form a rescue team. As for herself, she led a group of senior members. While hiding from place to place, she continued to preach. Life had become unbearably miserable. Yao Tiao's words were harsh and struck at the heart. We are not yet able to contend with the American military. If we stay, we won't be able to save them. It will only cause more sisters to fall into peril. At a critical moment, the cult leader must know what to sacrifice. Wait until we grow strong enough, then we can return and take revenge on the American military. As a founding elder and one of only 2 high priestesses in the cult, Yao Tiao had always been extremely methodical. Although the women in the cult were all older than she was, they all deferred to her. The prestige she had accumulated was only slightly below Lin Wanqing's. At this moment she spoke. Several deaconesses and assistant deaconesses who had long wished to return home echoed in succession. Yes, cult leader. America is too dangerous. We can't fight against the violent machinery of a nation. If we stay, not only will our development be hindered, but our lives will also be in danger. It would be better to go back home. Cult leader, when we agreed to come to America to preach, we never imagined it would become so dangerous. So many of our captured sisters are likely in grave danger. I still want to fulfill my filial duty to my parents. Recently, Assistant Deaconess Zhuang Gulin and Assistant Deaconess Chen Jingbai have both sent word telling us to return. Cult leader, although preaching is harder back home, at least our safety is guaranteed. As long as we cooperate with the government, even being test subjects will not be dangerous. Living in constant fear day after day is too tormenting. Cult leader, let's just go back. Lin Wanqing thundered, enough. Seeing her anger flare, the women dared not continue. Lin Wanqing stood up and said, it is true that home is safe, but have you thought about how many years it would take to develop 1 million believers there? In America, we did it in just 1 year. We are the children of the sun god, and those who serve the divine. If we cannot bear even this danger or overcome even this difficulty, what future is there to talk about? Besides, do you think we can still return home now? The military has probably already laid an inescapable net waiting for us at airports and border crossings. Hearing this, Yao Tiao knew that Lin Wanqing was determined to stay and fight to the bitter end in America. She shook her head helplessly. The senior members all fell silent. The cult leader's words did make sense. If they tried to withdraw, they would likely suffer heavy casualties as well. The danger was not one bit lower than staying. In the universe and the solar system, Han Qing listened in on the meeting and was extremely satisfied. Only someone with faith as firm as Lin Wanqing's was worthy of his gift. A year ago, she was a naive high school girl worrying about homework. A year later, she had already grown into a qualified cult leader. Han Qing considered himself clear in rewarding and punishing. Since Lin Wanqing had made such a decision, he naturally could not fail to reward her. Through the power of faith, he sent a wisp of divine power to Lin Wanqing. In an instant, a waterfall of holy light suddenly descended from the void above Lin Wanqing's head in the meeting room, shrouding her body. Lin Wanqing felt herself bathed in a wondrous force. Her physical body and even her soul were elevated as if she had been reborn from the womb. The ineffably marvelous sensation made her let out a soft moan. The sun god has manifested a miracle. Yao Tiao was startled. The many senior members looked on in both shock and envy. Lin Wanqing, the cult leader, is steadfast and devout in faith. I now specially bestow divine power and grant you a new life. Han Qing's majestic voice echoed in the minds of all the believers. The women were thrilled by the divine voice, and at the same time a strange feeling grew in their hearts. Toward the sun god, lofty, too dazzling to behold, inviolable and beyond description, they all felt awe. At the same time, Han Qing spoke again. America has audaciously persecuted my believers. In 3 days I will bring down divine punishment as a warning. Upon hearing this divine oracle, the women were incomparably excited. With the sun god taking action, what was there to fear from the American military? Moreover, the captured sisters could be saved. The white holy light faded. Lin Wanqing completely absorbed that wisp of divine power. She seemed reborn, and from her originally pure temperament, there emerged a radiant, holy, and majestic divinity, almost like the Virgin Mary. Yao Tiao looked at her, and felt she was immensely unfamiliar, not just in temperament, but also in strength. Lin Wanqing's lips parted slightly, her expression serene and devout. She raised a circular hand gesture, and said, "Praise the sun." Overcome by the irresistible influence, the women likewise responded with equal reverence, "Praise the sun." In an instant, an immense surge of pure devout faith power poured into Han Qing's sea of consciousness. The sensation was incomparably lucid and refreshing. Han Qing had never known the touch of ice, but at this moment, he felt that absorbing faith power was 10,000 times more refreshing than ice. The more firm and devout my believers are, the more abundant and pure the faith power they provide. Once I bring down divine punishment, I should reap a bountiful harvest of faith power. Han Qing thought with considerable excitement. That little girl Lin Wanqing made exactly the right move with this play. If I were back in Daxiao, I would never have had such an opportunity. The United States. Inside the Army Command Office, silver-haired General Ross sat on a sofa with a blue cat in his arms, gazing with paternal amiability at Colonel Brian standing before him. Though he was well into the twilight of life, his body and spirit too enfeebled to properly hold up the smart military uniform. Those blue eyes could still flash at moments with blade-sharp keenness. "Brian, are you absolutely certain that what you found is the Church of the Sun God's headquarters, not a branch?" Colonel Brian, cold and severe, replied with ironclad certainty, "Yes, General, I am certain. What lies hidden in Empire City is the headquarters of the Church of the Sun God." Not only had the CIA provided definitive intelligence, but the military Sky Eye system had also traced the trail of the Church's mysterious young high priestess. Every piece of evidence proved that this was the Church's lair. General Ross straightened his back as if he had grown years younger in an instant, and praised with radiant vigor, "Very good, Brian. You have done very well. Whether the United States can be great again rests on this very battle. If you successfully capture the High Priestess of the Sun God Church, your name will be etched into history." Brian lowered his head with humble deference. At the same time, he could feel the envious stares of many colleagues behind him. It was easy to foresee that in the overt and covert struggles to come, they would never make life easy for him. But Brian paid it no mind. As long as he took down the Church of the Sun God, these colleagues would forever be left staring at his back. Military satellites quickly locked onto the Church's headquarters stronghold in Empire City, an upscale restaurant owned by a Chinese American. Sniper teams took optimal firing positions on the surrounding buildings, while the Army Command's elite special forces changed into plainclothes and slipped into the restaurant disguised as diners. On a wide avenue a kilometer away, all traffic had ceased because the roads had been sealed off. The road was packed with the Omris Tank Battalion, the Shadow Sonic Missile Battery, and 4 infantry battalions. On the building rooftops stood rows of unmanned combat aerial vehicles, and every so often the newest Vixis attack helicopters swept across the sky. It could be said that the Army Command had deployed all its cutting-edge elite forces. They had even committed a large number of new type weapons as well as special equipment designed to counter superpowered individuals. From their clashes with the Church of the Sun God, they had learned a profound lesson. Once they struck, it would be with all their might, never with the slightest contempt for the enemy. "General, the deployment is complete. We can launch the attack at any moment," Colonel Brian reported through his tactical earpiece. A moment later, from it came General Ross's aged voice, thick with bewilderment. "Wait a moment, Brian. See what the Church of the Sun God is up to. How did she break through the network blockade and launch a global live stream?" Hearing this, Brian felt a whisper of doubt. He waved his hand, and a signal soldier immediately handed him a laptop on which a live broadcast was playing. The broadcaster on the screen was a maiden in a white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her expression serene and solemn with an unassailable air of sanctity. And she was precisely the young high priestess of the Church of the Sun God whom the U.S. military had been obsessing over, Lin Wanqing. Brian knitted his brows and said in a low voice, "Earlier a force attempted to invade the CIA's servers, and the IP address pointed to Empire City. I suspect that was the Church's hacker, and the ability to break through the network blockade must also have been that hacker's covert handiwork." General Ross was silent for a moment, then said with authority, "Shut down this live stream as soon as possible. Do not let them transmit any information to the international community." Inside the half-dream Chinese restaurant, Lin Wanqing faced the camera, her voice calm and strong. "Hello everyone. I am Lin Wanqing, the High Priestess of the Church of the Sun God." At the same time, Sun Qiqi's voice sounded in her earpiece. "High Priestess hackers are attacking the live stream. I have held them off for now, but they will probably keep sending more reinforcements. You will need to pick up the pace a little." Sun Qiqi, the Church's subdeacon, had acquired a superpower that allowed her consciousness to transform into virtual code. Having been a hacker herself, she found the ability like a fish in water. If not for her repeated interception of military intelligence, the Church of the Sun God might not have survived until now. The global live stream that broke through the blockade was likewise her handiwork. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing went straight to the point. In fluent, crisp, and pleasant English, she said, "Many friends may not know us very well. Our Church of the Sun God is a new religion that worships the Sun God, guiding people toward kindness, to love oneself, to love all people, and to love the sun. At present, our believers in the United States have grown to more than 1.3 million. But because our believers and priests in various U.S. states have endured constant terrorist attacks and persecution by the U.S. military, I must stand up and denounce their crimes to the world. The Sun God our church believes in is not a spiritual comfort invented by humankind. On the contrary, he not only truly exists, but also works miracles. Those among us who believe with firm and devout faith will receive the deity's blessing. Those who receive it will awaken divine power, what everyone calls superpowers. The United States arrested our church's senior priests precisely in order to conduct human experiments and desecrate the deity's gift. More than 1,000 of our senior priests have already been seized. They are now in the U.S. military's testing bases, their fate unknown. We also have many ordinary believers who were brutally slaughtered during their operations. Immediately afterward, the live broadcast screen showed photos emerged of U.S. military operations arresting believers along with the Church of the Sun God's sanctuary ravaged by war. Many believers who died in the war appeared in the photographs. These were the evidence of the United States crimes. People watching the live broadcast in Dacia, Russia, Japan, the United Kingdom, France, and other countries all saw these bloody scenes. Across every major livestream platform in the Dacia nation, the Sun God cult's channel dominated the #1 recommended slot. Netizens flooded the broadcast with a torrent of Dhamaka comments. Gotta say, this truly does look like something the US would pull. After all, they've done it before, using washing powder as weapons of mass destruction to rain indiscriminate bombardment upon the Lion of Babylon. This Sun God cult leader, she looks like a schoolmate of ours from Haiqing No. 1 high school. The United States is downright cruel, but is what she said true or false? Can the Sun God really bestow superpowers upon people? Hard to say about that. But this cult has become really trendy in the US lately. They've built tons of temples. I even visited one during my last trip. Eagles, the sort that won't release the falcon without spotting the hare. If the Sun God cult's superpowers were fake, would they really be making such a huge fuss? This cult leader is so young. Looks only 16 or 17, still a total high schooler. The key thing is she's truly beautiful. Compared to her, those pretty celebrity stars pale into insignificance. In the end, she's too young, too naive. If she really has superpowers, why not take her followers and flee the US right now? What use is appealing to the international community? The UN is just a punching bag that can only pass on messages. Exactly. The US's laundry list of crimes is set in stone. Genocide, wars of aggression. Aren't these all worldwide consensus? But so what? They still stand atop the world, all the same. If you ask me, they should hurry back home, cooperate with Dacia. Maybe then they'd still have a chance at revenge. In the Dacia operations department, Chang Weisi and the others were watching the live stream, their hearts gripped with anxiety. Frontline intelligence, the U.S. Army, is conducting a massive top-secret military operation in Empire City. The Sun God cult's headquarters should be right there. At such a critical juncture, why aren't they fleeing while they can? Why hold a global live stream? Chang Weisi's brows were tightly locked, his fists clenched like iron behind his back. The faces of the others were equally grim. If the Sun God cult leader fell into U.S. hands, the fragile equilibrium among the world's nations could very well be shattered. For Dacia, this was a catastrophe that could not be worse. Across the internet of other nations, the Sun God cult's live stream likewise reigned as the #1 hot topic. But the netizens' responses were unlike Dacia's. Instead, a chorus of skepticism arose. Not believing in God, yet putting faith in some Sun God, and even claiming their priests possess superpowers. Has she lost her mind? These images look blatantly fake, photoshopped right. Obviously, they're computer-generated mock-ups stitched together from Middle Eastern war ruins. East Asians are past masters at thievery. The Sun God cult's leader is a little girl. Are you kidding me? I suspect she's not the real leader at all, but a pawn pushed on a center stage by some shadowy hand. Dear God, is today April Fool's Day? I'll admit, I was almost taken in. Something like this couldn't possibly be real. Folks, I just did some digging. Hackers have broken into important websites across the globe. This is probably just a prank pulled off by some hacker collective. Science alone is truth. If she hadn't fabricated superpowered priests and a non-existent sun god, perhaps more people would believe her. In the operations room of the U.S. Army Command, General Ross narrowed his eyes at Lin Wanqing on the big screen before him, sinking into deep thought. Was this a do-or-die gamble from a cornered position, a ploy to make him pull his punches? Or was the sun god cult unruffled in the face of crisis, truly concealing another trump card? The live stream was nowhere near its end. On the LED megascreens of Times Square and Empire City, and throughout every street and lane of the United States, Lin Wanqing's serene, solemn, and commanding voice resounded. Countless Americans were witnessing this very scene. The U.S. military's brutal human experiments upon our cult's priests are a desecration of human rights and law, the cardinal sin of blasphemy against the gods. The military thinks it has covered everything up well, but raise your head. 3 feet above there are gods watching. Lin Wanqing's eyes were fixed on the screen as though staring through it into Ross's very soul, and she issued a question that cut straight to the heart. Do you believe you can deceive the gods? General Ross. Despite the gulf of time and space, when their eyes met, Ross could not suppress a shiver creeping down his spine. The U.S. military's blasphemous acts and its persecution of our cult's followers have enraged the great sun god. He has issued his decree today upon the soil of the United States. Divine punishment shall descend, as a warning. If the U.S. military does not release our followers as ordered and refuses to repent, then an annihilating catastrophe will most certainly befall you. These words. Lin Wanqing believed them. The faithful of the sun god cult believed them. But the netizens of every nation did not. For the march of this world was steered by science and technology. For them to believe the gods existed, the gods would have to appear in person before their very eyes. Has she gone mad? How can she spout such preposterous nonsense? I think her mind has been completely corroded by that cult. She may not be lying. I now suspect the sun god cult is a radical fundamentalist sect. They might be plotting a terror attack on U.S. soil to make a statement against the government. Ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Is HBO shooting some fantasy series? God save us. Such a pretty little girl brainwashed by a cult into this state. Alas, how tragic. I believe I can now understand why the U.S. wants to arrest them. General Ross watched the scrolling comments and Damaku in the livestream chat. The tension knotted in his chest gradually began to loosen. If the sun god cult was planning a terrorist attack, that would indeed prove thorny. But as long as he captured this girl, leader in hand, Congress would naturally be unable to stir up any waves. As for international public opinion, that was the territory of politicians and lawyers, none of his concern. Naive girl. If this is your last trump card, then you have left me thoroughly disappointed. A covetous smile glistened in General Ross's eyes as he spoke to the soldier on the other end of the communication channel. A lost lamb needs its shepherd to guide it. Brian, make your move. Brian answered gravely. As you command, General. However, at that very moment, an intelligence soldier suddenly shoved open the door and burst into the operations room, speaking urgently. General Ross, the USNO has sent an urgent dispatch. The sun is exhibiting anomalies. Ross's expression turned somewhat impatient at the words. What was so urgent about a solar anomaly? For over a year now that infernal sun had been acting up on and off. Scientists around the world had racked their brains sore over it. But what bearing did that have on this military operation? The two were utterly unconnected. Why report it to him now merely to irritate him? On the big screen in the operations room, Lin Wanqing revealed a smile filled with icy chill. Divine punishment is about to descend upon the mortal world. Everyone please wait and see. Divine punishment. The sun god. The solar anomaly. The threads of thought in Ross's mind suddenly linked together these bead-like keywords. His countenance shifted at once, and he whipped his head around toward the window, at the sky's edge where clouds converge. That blazing sun was erupting with incomparably fierce and scorching radiance. The solar system. Han Qing listened to Lin Wanqing's declaration with leisurely ease, and playing his part to perfection unleashed the new ability he had recently acquired. Solar flare projection. The sun's atmosphere is saturated with magnetic fields. The more complex the magnetic structure, the more magnetic energy it tends to store. When the magnetic energy stored within those fields becomes excessive, it is released through solar eruptive activity. Solar flares are one form of solar eruptive activity. A solar flare can release enormous energy, 1020 to 1025 joules, in a short period. This is roughly equivalent to the energy of over 10 billion giant hydrogen bombs detonating simultaneously, or the combined energy of 100,000 to 1 million powerful volcanic eruptions. Under ordinary circumstances, this only happens inside the sun. But Han Qing's newly acquired ability, flare projection, could project this annihilating force all the way down to the Earth's surface. This was the divine punishment Lin Wanqing had spoken of. Once this strike lands, it will surely scare the United States out of its wits. It will both rescue the captured believers and harvest the power of faith. 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Qing thought with quiet confidence. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Army Command Operations Room, a blue cat as plump as a suckling pig screeched and leaped off General Ross's lap. The old man was left clutching a handful of loose cat, for suppressing the dread in his heart. What's going on with the sun? Could it affect the Earth? The signalman answered quickly. A solar flare erupted a minute ago, the most powerful on record in X8. 7 class event. The USNO has observed that this solar flare is being projected toward Earth, and calculations show its destination is Nevada in the western part of our country. As his words fell, the staff officers in the operations room froze, then burst into an uproar. How could a solar flare be projected out of the sun? That is a phenomenon of the sun itself, an internal reaction. At most, coronal mass ejections could affect Earth. Even then, in the worst case, it would only trigger a geomagnetic storm. Nothing serious affecting merely electronic communications. But now a solar flare had broken away from the sun and was being projected toward Earth, and with deadly precision, toward this nation's own territory. The catastrophe it would cause would be unimaginable beyond measure. Could this be the divine punishment the Church of the Sun God had spoken of? General Ross's face turned deathly pale. Cold sweat streamed from his forehead. His fists clenched, then went slack as if all strength had drained from him. On the screen before him, satellite images appeared. A fireball, condensed like a burning meteor, shot through space, plunged into the Earth, and streaked through the atmosphere toward the ground. This scene could be seen not only by the world's militaries. The Church of the Sun God, using Sun Chi-Chi's hacking ability, had intercepted the satellite feed and was live-streaming it for global audiences to witness. An asteroid hitting Earth. The special effects aren't bad. Looks like the Church of the Sun God has some computer experts. I'm more curious how the Church of the Sun God plans to wrap this up. It's already more than just a farce. How much did they spend on these effects? The background looks fake. Wait, something's off. This is satellite monitoring footage. I checked it. It hasn't undergone any computer processing. Does that mean it's real? A space meteorite really is falling to Earth. Bro, are you kidding? If that were true, the National Weather Bureau would have issued warnings long ago. It wouldn't be left to them to live stream it. Looks like it can still fool a few people. Anyway, I'm not buying it. Netizens around the world still refuse to believe the divine punishment was real. U.S. netizens were among them. But their skepticism did not crumble until the solar flare's energy struck the Great Basin Desert in Nevada. A terrifying nuclear blast erupted in the boundless desert. The world-destroying force instantly melted a vast expanse of sand and earth, and a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The immense desert, fully 5,200 square kilometers, trembled without end. The violent tremors and the unceasing roar like a stellar explosion were felt with absolute clarity by more than 10 million people across the 4 U.S. states bordering the desert. The residual force of the blast shattered countless windows in cities, and the hurricane winds it stirred up toppled deep-rooted street trees on more than 1,000 streets. At that moment, only then did the witnesses finally realize that this divine punishment was no empty threat. The sun god truly existed. Some elderly people, seized with terror, even began to pray. Meanwhile, the believers of the Church of the Sun God were overcome with indescribable excitement, elation, and shock. In the high-rises, broad streets, and alleys of the United States, more than 1 million believers raised both hands in circular gestures above their heads, offering the most profound reverence to the Sun God. Our Church of the Sun God was founded not long ago, and the Sun God has never manifested before the world, so I understand everyone's doubts. The divine punishment in the Great Basin Desert is sufficient proof of everything. It has more power than my words. The worldwide live stream showed with absolute clarity this cataclysm equivalent to 100,000 volcanic eruptions. Lin Wanqing's voice rang out once more. The comment section erupted. No joke. My home is in Nevada. The divine punishment is real. The ground is still shaking here, and my legs are too weak to walk. I'm in Idaho. It's a major earthquake here too. I'm hiding under the table sending this message. I live in Oregon. The bulletproof glass of my RV has been shattered into pieces. It's truly unbelievable. Folks, you might not believe me, but every street tree in Slab City was blown over by the hurricane. Good thing I weigh 200 pounds, or I'd have been blown into the sky too. What? Paid shills. Are you guys for real? This is unbelievable. The sun god actually became enraged. Am I really not dreaming? She wasn't lying. The divine punishment really came to pass. My god, are there actually deities in this world? Then the military is going to be in serious trouble. How dare they treat the priests and believers of the Church of the Sun God like that? The atmosphere in the live chat reversed in an instant. This earth-shaking, horrifying spectacle directly transformed countless witnesses' perceptions in the United States. Lin Wanqing continued in an icy voice, if the U.S. military continues to blaspheme against the divine, the next divine punishment will not fall upon the Great Basin Desert. It might be a U.S. military base or an aircraft carrier or the White House. I can't say for certain. This was a naked threat. Political leaders in every U.S. state, including the man in the White House, heard these words but could not summon the slightest anger. If the divine punishment just now had struck the places she mentioned, or any city in the United States, the mere thought would chill one to the bone. In the U.S. Army Command Operations Room, General Ross's limbs went weak, his face turned ashen, and he slumped into his chair. The officers around the long table swallowed hard, silenced by fear. How could this war be fought? How could mortals resist gods? General Ross, the president, is on the phone. A secretary hurriedly handed him the phone. General Ross reached out a large withered hand like a chicken claw and took it. From the receiver came a voice that, though suppressed, was still almost a roar. Old Ross, in the name of the president, I order you, immediately right now, to cancel this military operation. Get the hell back here. At this point there was no choice but to retreat. The front lines had received General Ross's order. Colonel Bryan ground his teeth, his forehead, veins bulging, standing perfectly still, his fierce eyes brimming with reluctance. After so much effort to locate the headquarters of the cult of the sun god, just when the net was about to close they had to retreat. It was truly unacceptable. Colonel, we must withdraw. It is the president's order, a lieutenant reminded him. After internal turmoil, Colonel Bryan let out an unwilling snort and said, retreat. Retreat. Did I give you permission to retreat? In the solar system, Qing sneered coldly. His followers had suffered heavy losses at the hands of these people. How could he let them come and go as they pleased? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. His divine punishment was far from over. Qing manipulated the solar magnetic field. The retreating army was suddenly frozen by an invisible force and halted their advance. Tanks, military trucks, missile vehicles, and the firearms in the soldiers' hands. All of them defied gravity and rose into the air. The combat helicopters in the sky were also immobilized. Colonel Bryan, sitting in the lead command vehicle, noticed this, and his expression changed drastically. What the hell was going on? He immediately realized the cult of the sun god must be behind this. Enraged, he kicked open the car door and jumped from midair. Many other officers followed suit, jumping from their vehicles. After they landed, those tanks, helicopters, weapons, and trucks rapidly coalesced into a massive steel hand that blotted out the sky, descending upon the ground forces with devastating force. Fuck! Bryan's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he turned to flee. But the soldiers, paralyzed by terror, were so packed together they could not even move their legs. Running was out of the question. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the steel fist smashed down the ground, crumbling, blood mist erupting from between its fingers. Then the military equipment erupted in explosions, the noise as dense as a sudden rain. This army that had come to attack the cult of the sun god was thus turned to ashes in the flames. United States Army Command. General Ross watched this scene through the satellite, his aged heart nearly exploding along with those tanks and helicopters. Those weapons, those soldiers. Each one had cost real gold and silver. Alongside his pain, anger grew, gradually suffocating his fear and filling his chest. I have already ordered the retreat. What more do you want? Why did you kill them? Damn you! Damn you! General Ross slammed his fists on the table, overcome with rage. All the senior officers present fell silent as crickets. But the next moment, an invisible magnetic force enveloped the entire war room. The series of strange noises around them drew everyone's attention. General Ross also frowned, looking around. They were shocked to discover all the screws in the room were being forcibly unscrewed by an invisible force and floating in midair. This scene looked very familiar. They had just witnessed this firsthand. A group of senior officers instantly turned pale, nearly falling from their chairs. God above! Sun God, this is not our decision. Spare us. This is all Ross's fault. It is none of our business. General Ross was so terrified he nearly lost his wits and rose to flee the war room. But those sharp screws gave him no chance. They shot out like bullets with pishing sounds piercing his body. A layer of iron plates instantly formed on General Ross's body. He collapsed stiffly to the ground, his life extinguished. The senior officers present were soaked in cold sweat, watching the blood slowly spread beneath General Ross's body. They sat frozen in their chairs, daring not to move. Great Xia War Department. Having watched the complete live broadcast of the cult of the sun god, everyone remained silent for a long time. Their emotions were extremely complex. Shock, confusion, even a momentary doubt about the science they had devoted most of their lives to studying. Deep in their hearts they could not help but wonder, could there really be gods in this world? But the answer to this question, if thought about deeply, was obvious. The sun's attack was entirely due to technological assistance provided by that alien, having nothing to do with gods whatsoever. It was just that Earth's scientific understanding was still unable to comprehend how the other party accomplished this. After such a display, the United States should not dare to make a move against the cult of the sun god again. Playing a risky move, finding life through desperation. This Lin Wanqing, though young, has great courage, Wang Zhenan remarked. If she could take this opportunity to return to our great Xia and cooperate with us, that would be ideal. The sun god's descent of divine miracles has had an unprecedented positive impact on the cult's development. If I were her, I would definitely stay in the United States to continue developing and absorbing more faith. Returning to the country would be the worst choice. No one present lacked the intelligence to understand this principle, and they could not help but feel regret. How could they have let such a talented person go overseas in the first place? Sha Ruishan also expressed confusion, but I still cannot figure out why an alien civilization with such powerful technology would need to cultivate faith. This was also a question General Chang Wei had been pondering. There must be extraordinary reasons behind such illogical behavior. Since he is doing this, there must be benefits. Nothing comes without reason. This must be part of his so-called experiment. Chang Wei said, this subject deserves thorough investigation. If we study it comprehensively, we might glimpse the entirety of his experiment through this single aspect. Everyone picked up on his implicit meaning. Wang Jinan suggested, why not recruit scholars with relevant expertise to form a research team dedicated to this subject? Chang Wei nodded, that is exactly my intention. If you know anyone with expertise in this area, feel free to recommend them. I have a feeling this cult of the sun god and that alien civilization will create tremendous upheaval in the future. The sooner we understand them, the more confidence and assurance we will have. Once General Chang Wei issued the order, the War Department moved swiftly, recruiting numerous scholars from universities across the country and even abroad to join the research group. Some came voluntarily after hearing the news. There were quite a few academic groups researching extraterrestrial subjects in society. Since the Trisolarans were exposed, they sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. Luo Ji, who studied cosmic sociology at Tsinghua University, was among them. Through Shi Chang's introduction, he also joined the new department of the War Ministry. While they were intensively researching the behavioral logic of higher civilizations, the Trisolarans were not idle either. Sapan transmitted every detail of these events on Earth back to the Trisolaran world, just like Chang Wei and others. The Trisolarans were also puzzled by the decisions of that higher civilization. The science governor said, the civilization that attacked the sun should theoretically have technology comparable to ours, so why engage in such meaningless actions? I cannot understand. The military governor said, there is only one possibility. He intends to use faith to conquer Earth's civilization without shedding blood. However, conquering Earth through military force would not require much effort either. Using faith, Earth is home to billions of humans with different cultures and ideologies. To assimilate them all and form a unified theocratic regime would take at least several centuries. Such unnecessary complication serves no purpose, the propaganda governor added. His words caused the Trisolarans to fall into deep thought. It seems his cultivation of believers and development of faith serves deeper purposes. The culture and education governor said, I believe we should learn from Earth's great Xia civilization and thoroughly study the behavioral logic behind this civilization's pursuit of faith. The results might benefit our Trisolaran civilization. At the very least, we could understand that civilization's purpose and gather intelligence on our enemy. I object. This is a waste of time. The military governor scoffed somewhat disdainfully. Technology was the most powerful force. Developing technology was the right path, but why waste resources on this? The culture and education governor makes a valid point. The Trisolaran leader, however, agreed. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Even if we find nothing useful, we will gain greater understanding of that mysterious civilization. However, studying them need not consume our precious energy and time. He turned to someone beside him and said, Science Governor, leave this matter to the ETO on Earth. 2 birds with 1 stone. The science governor said with admiration, as you command. After the meeting ended. Upon receiving the divine oracle, the ETO organization rapidly assembled a team of scholars to study the behavioral logic and theology of that higher civilization. In the solar system, Han Qing felt the continuous stream of faith power and was in high spirits. Ever since he unleashed his divine punishment, faith power had surged day by day more than tenfold. No wonder every religion includes hell as an essential component. It is an eternal truth that fear is the primary productive force. This made Han Qing want to deliver another devastating blow to the United States. However, after thinking it over, he restrained himself. Excess is as bad as deficiency. One must be strategic in when to strike. Let us see if the United States will comply and release the prisoners. If they do not obey, we will unleash another divine punishment for fun. Han Qing thought contentedly and observed the situation on Earth. In the Flower Flag Nation, a month had already passed since the sun god unleashed divine punishment. During this month, the number of those who came to believe in the sun god surged without cease. Now the faithful numbered more than 10 million. Though this could not yet compare with the old established faiths that boasted over 200 million believers in the Flower Flag Nation, the speed of this nascent religion's expansion and its vitality were unprecedented. Beneath the blazing sun, none dared question its magnificent future. The Flower Flag Nation's military had also held military conferences lasting days and nights, ultimately deciding to release all the test subjects they had captured. As for the officers and General Ross who had died, cowed by the sun god's divine punishment, they could only swallow their grief and resentment. The moment the released priestesses saw the welcoming party led by Lin Wanqing, the accumulated terror of life and death over these months, the joy of seeing daylight once more, and the gratitude in their hearts, all converged. Tears could no longer be held back, streaming down without end. It's all right now, everything is all right. Lin Wanqing also yearned to cry, yet she held the two sisters before her and comforted them, saying, "By the sun god's blessing, everyone is safe now." Her gentle words were like soothing medicine, healing the immense wounds in the women's hearts. They embraced one another, dissolving into a sea of tears. A female assistant priest in Lin Wanqing's arms knelt on the ground, her tear-streaked delicate face raised devoutly toward the sky, her expression filled with boundless piety. "O sun god above, your maidservant vows to serve you for all her life unto death." They were originally Han Qing's believers, and after passing through the gates of hell and narrowly escaping death, their faith had become even more unshakable. Behind her, the other priestesses knelt in succession, praying toward the sun. Han Qing suddenly felt a pure torrent of faith power surging toward him like a great river. These priestesses had contributed an amount equivalent to the combined faith of 100,000 ordinary believers. Such immense faith power testified to their loyalty. "At this rate, I'd almost think you haven't suffered quite enough." Han Qing thought wickedly. Harming his own believers was of course something he would never do. In his delight, he earnestly began calculating the conversion of divine power. "If the faith power keeps converting at this pace, in about 10 years, I should be able to condense a demigod body. As for the complete divine body, a few decades should also suffice. The Sun Church certainly won't always have only a little over 10 million believers. If I could expand the faithful to 100 million, or even 200 million, then I could condense a demigod body in 2 or 3 years. But that's rather difficult. The Flower Flag Nation only has a little over 300 million people in total. If there were 1 billion believers, then I could condense a demigod body within half a year. That would be even more difficult. Little Wanqing, your burden is heavy and the road is long." Han Qing gazed at Lin Wanqing, lost in hopeful thought. ETO game. Within a magnificent and vast pyramid, a group of figures dressed in both ancient and modern attires sat together discussing something. At the head was an emperor wearing a crown and dragon robe, his features majestic, Qin Shi Huang. On his left and right were Newton, Mosey, Aristotle, King, one of Zhou, Leonardo da Vinci, and many other game characters. That civilization. For now, let us call it the Sun Civilization. The god has ordered us to study the purpose of the Sun Civilization's proselytizing on Earth. After all these days, have you produced any conclusions? Qin Shi Huang spoke, his voice deep. Newton, with his classic Western features, scratched his disheveled hair and said, "Due to our lack of understanding of the Sun Civilization, with insufficient information, our inferences are also quite limited. My current view is that the Sun Civilization is spreading its faith on Earth in order to cultivate subjects and erode Earth's civilization." The others listened intently to his eloquent exposition. "Just as we worship the Trisolarans as gods, hoping to welcome the advent of the Trisolaran civilization. When the Sun cult develops to a certain stage, the Sun Civilization will be able to pluck this ripe fruit without any effort. As for why they chose the path of religious faith, it is obvious. This can maximize the cohesion of an organization." Qin Shi Huang countered. "But have you considered this? The Sun Civilization is right at hand, and Earth is within easy reach. Why would they go the long way rather than the short, choose the slow path rather than the fast? Why not simply conquer with military force?" Newton answered, "Perhaps it is merely the vanguard of the Sun Civilization's advance, or perhaps this civilization has already declined, lacking sufficient strength to take further action, and so chose this road instead. There is another possibility. Their civilization may need new vitality to continue its existence and serve its cause, and they regard Earth's humans as an important resource as well." Most members nodded in agreement. Apart from this, Mosey also spoke. "Religious faith can also befuddle people's minds. It allows them to rule more easily." Qin Shi Huang said, "In other words, you all believe that the Sun Civilization does not intend to destroy Earth's civilization, but rather to enslave Earth's people." "Yes." Newton and Mosey answered in succession. The crowd then revealed expressions of indignation. King, one of Zhou, coldly snorted, "Earthlings, such filthy creatures should be wiped out entirely. This Sun Civilization harbors sinister designs." Surprisingly, such words also won agreement from the crowd. What angered them was not that the Sun Civilization intended to enslave Earth's people, but that the Sun Civilization actually refused to destroy Earth's people. As extremists, they desired nothing but the annihilation of all humanity, including themselves. The Sun Civilization's gentle approach was virtually a violation of their bottom line. Does anyone hold a different view? Qin Shi Huang ignored King, one of Zhou's words, and swept his gaze across the gathered members, asking once more. Leonardo da Vinci hesitated briefly, then said, "I do have a somewhat different perspective." Qin Shi Huang said, "Please speak." Leonardo da Vinci stood up. "In my view, a civilization as highly advanced in science and technology as the Sun Civilization, no matter how declining or withered, could easily take Earth. Even if they wished to enslave humanity, they could do so through military conquest just the same. Why must they propagate such an ancient and backward religious belief as worshipping a deity, a sheer waste of time? Newton, Mosey, and the others furrowed their brows. Leonardo da Vinci paid it no heed. After much contemplation, I have reached a conclusion: they can obtain something through religious faith that military conquest cannot achieve, the power of faith. When I was in university, I read some web novels and fantasy fiction. These works contain a trope derived from folk mythology, where gods can gain power through the force of faith. I believe this alien may possess some kind of high technology beyond our comprehension, technology capable of absorbing faith power as an energy source. This is the most reasonable explanation for why they took the long road instead of the short, chose the slow path rather than the fast. To them, an abundance of faith power should be far more valuable than the direct gains of conquering Earth's civilization. As his words fell, everyone exchanged glances. Even Qin Shi Huang remained silent. After a moment, Mosey said, "This conjecture is far too fanciful." Newton also agreed, "Too absurd. How could such an intangible thing as faith power be converted into motive force?" Leonardo da Vinci glanced at Qin Shi Huang. Seeing that the emperor did not speak, he sat back down disheartened and said no more. Aristotle and the others meanwhile whispered among themselves, discussing the first and second theories. They too evidently dismissed the faith power theory as too absurd, and it was not included in their scope of discussion. Yet at that very moment, a crisp, lovely female voice speaking Japanese drifted into everyone's ears. "I believe Leonardo da Vinci's argument is more correct." All eyes turned toward the source. A beautiful woman from the land of cherry blossoms, clad in a kimono, walked in with graceful, measured steps. It was none other than Sapon. No Onizi to appear here, and they all rose to their feet. Qin Shi Huang, however, cared more about what she said and asked in confusion, "Do you mean that the true purpose of the Sun civilization is to convert Earth's people's faith into energy?" Jizi, soft and gentle, was exceedingly melodious. "From the data I have gathered across various aspects, and from monitoring the Sun and the Sun God cult, this possibility is the greatest. Earth and the entire solar system, every state of affairs, were laid bare before her eyes. The evolutionary ray and the Sun God cult were no exception." Jizi compiled the superhuman abilities information of every Sun God cult priest who had demonstrated powers enabling comparison with the evolutionary ray, most crucially the Sun God power she intercepted earlier. This, she claimed, was the critical link to her conclusion. Da Vinci's face lit with excitement. Indeed, his deductions were correct. All those days of painstaking contemplation and plotting had not been in vain. If that's the case, could we see these data? Aristotle seemed unable to accept the result. Jizi pursed her lips and smiled. "The data set is enormous. You would need at least a year to analyze this conclusion from the data. Are you sure you want to proceed like this? She is the crystallization of the three-body civilization's wisdom. To doubt her would only bring humiliation." Aristotle fell silent. "In short, the Sun God, that alien, has a 90% probability of growing stronger by drawing on Earth's people's faith," Jizi said. "As Da Vinci said, he may truly possess the godlike power described in the novel." The crowd gasped. "Impossible. Do gods truly exist? Then behind Earth's other deities are there alien civilizations standing as well?" Kongzi exclaimed in astonishment. "Impossible. If that were the case, those alien civilizations would have clashed over the faith long ago. There are indeed records of gods clashing among Earth's great civilizations. Perhaps alien civilizations discovered Earth long ago. After the initial shock, they chose to trust Jizi and discuss more possibilities." Jizi interrupted their conjectures. "Do not indulge in unnecessary speculation. Your target is only the Sun God and the Sun God cult. If the Sun God really exists, then can the three-body civilization slay the god?" Jizi did not answer immediately, seemingly contemplating. After a moment, she said, "He isn't very powerful. Our three-body civilization can deal with him, and it's not difficult. This deity, after all, has developed a path of civilization ascent that differs completely from technology, and his level of technology is not stronger than the three-body civilizations." With those words, Qin Shi Huang finally breathed easier. "That is good, that is good. If the three-body civilization cannot defeat him, Earth would surely become a breeding ground for his followers, and humanity's annihilation plan would not be realizable. This is the situation the ETO organization fears most. The commander has orders for you all." At this moment, Jizi delivered a weighty statement. Her program was in communication with the Jizi of the three-body world. Over there, led by the three-body leader, they were in a meeting. And based on the Sun God inference, they quickly reached a decision. Upon hearing that the leader had issued an order, everyone grew very excited and expectant. "What does the leader want us to do?" "Eliminate the Sun God cult," someone asked. Jizi said, "Just now the leader launched a plan named the Godslayer. You must select 4 people to implement the plan." Godslayer. The name alone stirs the blood. After some discussion, 4 people stepped forward to Jizi Nyo Dun Da, Funchi, Yili Shi Duo De Zhou Wenwang. They showed unambiguous excitement. The three-body civilization was their god. To serve the god was a glorious honor. Jeezy continued, Godslayer no. 1 no. 2 no. 3 no. 4. You four are responsible for carrying out the Godslayer plan. You may call upon all ETO resources, and you will receive three-body technology support to develop technology. You four carry the mission of slaying the god. Be sure to kill this so-called deity before the three-body civilization's cosmic fleet arrives. Soft and deadly words filled the air with a killing intent. The four answered in high spirits. Even if we are ground to pieces, we will surely complete the great mission entrusted to us by our master. The United States. In the heart of its capital, a colossal complex of buildings was rapidly taking shape. Cranes with long booms punctuated by towering structures looked incongruous beside the surrounding glittering skyscrapers. Just days earlier, City Hall had allocated funds to build a temple for the sun god cult, here a temple rivaling St. Peter's Basilica. Media outlets even published photos of a certain politician's family joining the sun god cult to take oaths. As a public figure, such bold actions naturally drew attention and commentary from all quarters. But more people were influenced by it. They glimpsed the United States government's attitude toward the sun god cult in the days to come and joined the sun god's embrace. Among them were true fervent followers and ordinary people who feared being harmed. After the divine punishment, news that alien civilizations resided on the sun could no longer be hidden. News spread like a plague across the globe. The omnipresent coverage and discussions allowed even a 3-year-old or a street beggar to voice sharp opinions. This also made more people fear alien invasion and take various measures to protect themselves. Warwick Street. A flamboyantly pink Bentley Continental GT rolled in, standing out among the pack and drawing the crowd's frequent glances. You're still quite nervous, Lee. Why not let you give it a try this time? You are the church's holy maiden. You must bear the responsibility as well. Inside the car's rear seat, Lin Wanqing clung to Ma Li's arm in a coquettish plea. Ma Li all but indifferent refused. No, the holy maiden's share isn't enough for me. This press conference cannot be led by anyone but you, the cult's leader. In last time's global live broadcast, everyone knew you. When you spoke of divine punishment, it arrived instantly, and people believed what you said. Last time it was because the moment was ripe. Things had to be said. Lin Wanqing, seeing trouble looming, admitted with frustration, and I was drenched in sweat from nervousness. No problem. Grit your teeth and you will get through it. After all, you've memorized the speech upside down and inside out. Treat it as an English class to practice speaking and take a sip of water. The driver cum bodyguard attendant stepped out and opened the back door for them. Ma Li's great strength caused her to haul Lin Wanqing out of the car by force. Once outside, they found themselves in the public eye. Lin Wanqing could only helplessly retract her girlish manner and revert to the solemn sun god cult leader. She shot Ma Li a sharp glare, looked up at the towering building, drew a deep breath, and said, "All right, let's go in." "Faithfully, Your Holiness," Ma Li said with a smile, extending her hand. The two stepped onto the stairs, followed by 4 female attendants responsible for security. Their abilities were all combat-oriented, and their prowess was formidable. Just then a loud gunshot rang out nearby, drawing the women's keen glances. Pedestrians on the street screamed and fled in haste. A gang of thugs, guns in hand and whistles on their lips, wove through vehicles and crowds, calmly crossing the road toward Lin Wanqing and the others. "Are they coming after us?" "Military personnel." Ma Li frowned and murmured. "They don't look like it," a female deaconess said coldly. Her black long hair stirred without wind, growing rapidly from her shoulders down to her waist. Lin Wanqing saw them with no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of worry lingered in her gaze. Ever since the United Nations announced the Wandering Earth Project, America seems to have grown more chaotic. Fear, besides birthing more fear, also breeds anger. After the extraterrestrial civilization on the sun was exposed before the world, some chose to join religious sects out of terror, while others, driven by hatred and fury, opted to attack believers. Gunfight incidents in America surged to a peak. The group of thugs advancing toward them clearly belonged to the latter camp. "I hope this press conference can resolve the matter. I'll leave them to you. Lily, let's go." Lin Wanqing's worried expression flickered and passed. After giving the instruction, she led Ma Li into the building housing the Qing radio station No. 166. Behind them, gunshots and the sound of objects tearing through the air echoed together, accompanied by the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. She did not need to look to know that the female deaconess's hair, tougher than alloy and capable of growing and retracting at will, had pierced through the rioters' bodies. 10 minutes later, Lin Wanqing appeared at an international press conference broadcast worldwide. Reporters from major media outlets gathered below, camera flashes flashing continuously. Facing the cameras calmly, she delivered her speech in fluent English. "Regarding the United Nations Wandering Earth Project, I have 3 points to make. This serves as both a response and a clarification statement. First, the solar god will not destroy the sun, and a helium flash will not occur. Second, the solar god will forever protect Earth and its believers. Third, the solar god will assist humanity in combating the Trisolaran civilization. I would actually recommend that the United Nations cancel the Wandering Earth project. The birth of this plan signifies the UN's distrust toward the solar god. More gravely, it constitutes an act of blasphemy and incites hatred toward the solar god religion among the public. However, the solar god cherishes all people. Due to the continuous decline in the scale of nuclear fusion on the Sun, just 5 days earlier the UN Secretary-General had announced the Wandering Earth project at the General Assembly. They had lost all trust in the higher civilization on the Sun, namely Qing. Moreover, after unanimous deliberation, they concluded that placing humanity's survival hopes on a single alien was unreliable. Launching the Wandering Earth project would not only allow them to evade the solar god, but also escape the Trisolaran civilization, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This project was also one of the triggers for numerous attacks retaliating against solar god followers, which is why Lin Wanqing convened this press conference. The solar god religion's press conference was broadcast globally. Men, women, old and young of every race, countless faces watched this pristine maiden with solemn seriousness. The audience naturally divided into 2 factions, believers and non-believers. In the solar system, Qing, listening to Lin Wanqing's speech, felt nothing but complete agreement. Why on earth start a Wandering Earth project? He had only been idle for a few days. He wasn't even slacking off. He was cultivating divine power. These mortals on Earth have no idea what the power of faith truly is. A Wandering Earth project. It would be a miracle if the Trisolarans succeeded. However, this was not without its benefits. Binary opposition required almost no mental effort. Whether to believe or not, one simply chose a path. No need to fall into agonizing contemplation and hopeless confusion. Qing could feel his believers steadily increasing. Though the growth was slow, many drops make an ocean. As time elapsed, and the crises brought by the solar god and the Trisolaran civilization grew ever more intense, naturally more people would join the solar god religion. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the solar god religion's believers grew at a high rate, surging to over 100 million, reaching a level where they could compete with America's established religious denominations. Meanwhile, the Wandering Earth project, after days and nights of preparation and division of labor, finally began implementation. The United Nations prepared to build underground cities with plans to complete them within 50 years. This task naturally fell upon the infrastructure powerhouse, the Great Xia Nation. Ding. The system has detected the host's diligent work. Reward, the superpower divine listening, has been granted. In the solar system, Qing, who was focusing intently on his work, heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Simultaneously, a stream of information surged into his consciousness. In an instant, he understood the function of this superpower. Divine listening. This is exactly the divine ability of immortal masters from those novels. As long as someone speaks my name, I can sense it immediately. Qing thought gleefully. He was becoming more and more like a true god. However, this resemblance existed only in terms of ability. In terms of mindset, Qing sincerely believed he had not changed at all. He gathered his thoughts and listened carefully, immediately hearing many overlapping voices of men and women. Their intertwined words and prayers all contained the phrase, "Solar God. Solar God above, please let my breasts develop one more time. B-cup is enough, I beg you, I beg you." They call him the solar god, but he's merely an alien wielding advanced technology. He's nothing like our traditional deities. How can his promises be trusted? I unconditionally support the Wandering Earth project anyway. Solar god above. Whose brat is this? He's been crying nonstop for half an hour. If no one takes care of him, I'm calling the police and sending him to an orphanage. As long as your appearance is sufficiently beautiful and your faith is devout enough to sacrifice your life for the solar god, you can receive the god's blessing. A bewildering array of chaotic discussions and prayers converged into a torrent flooding into his mind. Qing did not feel uncomfortable. He simply found it rather noisy. However, among it all there were interesting cases. A couple of solar god religion believers, one man and one woman, fervently chanting his divine name while engaging in intercourse, openly declaring this was their effort for the development of the solar god religion. Strictly speaking, their reasoning wasn't entirely wrong. I never expected that at any given moment so many people on Earth are reciting my divine name. It seems I've truly become famous. Qing pondered. Suddenly, he sensed some abnormality. It did not come from divine name listening, but from microscopic projection. Within his microscopic perception, a sapon had appeared near the sun again, conducting surveillance on him. Previously, it had disappeared for a period of time. Qing had thought the Trisolarans had abandoned monitoring him. He did not expect it to have returned by now. I currently lack a physical form, so I am not afraid of being monitored. But once I condense a divine body in the future, if a sapon watches me constantly, acting freely will be highly inconvenient. Qing's thoughts raced. He was still hoping to someday grant blessings to his believers. If the Trisolarans discovered that he looked exactly like the great Xia humans of Earth, all sense of mystery would vanish. His deepest secrets would be completely exposed. I need to find a way to eliminate the Sapon. Han Qing fell into deep contemplation. For the happiness future life and personal freedom Han Qing decides to eliminate. However, some study he discovers that he cannot yet do away with this high-tech device capable of freely entering an 11th dimension. Thus he must settle for a fallback. He seeks a way to disrupt Jizi's surveillance. After attaining godhood, Han Qing studied the powers of divine power and uncovered a clever application for it. That is the ability to imitate various superpowers. The power capable of countering Jizi's surveillance is currently only microprojection. It seems we should study and develop it thoroughly. Han Qing pondered earnestly, then conducted an in-depth study. He found that the microprojection power has many untapped applications. Among them lies the ability to interfere with Jizi's surveillance. Creating a new power may be difficult, but when facing a model to imitate copying the work outright, who could deny it? 5 days later, Han Qing successfully used divine power to simulate this superpower. He pruned away the extraneous, keeping the essence, expanding his advantage. The stronger the divine power, the broader the interference. Stronger than the powered version, this is the first divine art he has created. He notes that this divine art can be used not only by him, but also shared with Lin Wanqing and the others. If this divine art were handed to them, would Jizi not become blind to the truth? Jizi's surveillance is not limited to Han Qing. As for the entire Earth, the Tang Shinjio faithful are included as well. He already looks forward to the moment when the Santi Rin suddenly realized Jizi's surveillance has failed. At that moment, Han Qing hears someone pronounce his divine name in a familiar voice. He extends his consciousness toward it. The operations department. General Chang Weisi and many staff officers are in a secret meeting. The Tangshan half a year ago ETO launched the Slaughterer plan, and with full technological support from the Santi Run, it has progressed remarkably in such a short time. It is time to close the net. Take all the technology they obtained from the Santi Run. In this way, we keep a backup to guard against contingencies. Even if the Tangshan intends to strike Earth in the future, we shall not fear. An officer proposed this meeting is to decide whether to harvest ETO's Slaughterer plan. Many at the table nodded in agreement. Another officer said Tangshan plans to preach on Earth, so we should launch the Wandering Earth project, sever his ties with the believers, placing him in direct conflict of interest. Having a sword in hand, but not drawing it is a different matter, so we must not miss this Slaughterer plan. If we are to act, there is one thing to consider. I would like to add something. Chang Weisi nodded. You speak. That officer said behind ETO are the Santi Rin and Jizi. The last Gujing plan's success rested on Jizi observing. ETO's capture indicates this Slaughterer plan is Jizi-led. I think if we strike ETO now, Jizi may not watch. Perhaps the content of this meeting has already been passed to ETO by Jizi word for word. If we act, we must consider this. These words left the room in silent thoughts. Chang Weisi found it somewhat tedious. If that is the case, their odds of success would be not merely low, but zero. Since the Santi Run intend to slaughter the gods, it shows their seriousness. Jizi will surely safeguard the operation. Chang Weisi pondered for a moment, and then rejected the harvesting plan. If that is the case, let ETO do as they wish, and see if they can really eliminate Tangshan. Anyway, both sides are threats. Sitting back to profit from the conflict would also be a fine option. The officers and staff at the conference room echoed in agreement. Within the solar system, Han Qing heard their meeting and could not help but smile. These people are truly wishful dreamers. Among the three factions the weakest, yet they aspire to be the fishermen. Yet the Santi Ren had quietly begun the Slaughterer plan. They have mistaken themselves for a sick cat. Han Qing withdrew his consciousness, and through the power of faith sent a telepathic message into Lin Wanqing's mind. The United States. Tang Shinjio headquarters. Lin Wanqing and a circle of senior female priestesses are racking their brains over how to name their cult's newly created scripture. Taiyang. This is exactly like the acupuncture points in traditional Chinese medicine. Taiyang Shenjing. The word Jing seems somewhat blasphemous. Taiyang Shenjing. That could work, but it would overlap with the term from scriptures. While biting the pen in thought, Lin Wanqing's mind suddenly heard a voice. Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing froze, then answered with a delighted smile. Tayangshan. Tayangshan, you have not contacted us for a long time. We have missed you dearly. Han Qing spoke. Be quiet. I have a mission for you all. The women looked on with expectant faces. Lin Wanqing exclaimed. Tayangshan, please announce the mission. Oh, we will surely complete it. Not any less energetic as expected, these young women. Han Qing continued. The ETO organization launched 6 months ago a Slaughterer plan against me. Your mission this time is to target them. Hearing this, the women were stunned, then their anger flared. Slaughter the gods. What an insult. Not killing them cannot vent their fury. Ito. Lin Wanqing's smile hardened, a blade of killing intent flashing in her eyes. I understand, Tayangshan. I will personally strike and root out that organization. Han Qing said, no, I am not asking you to annihilate them. Their existence or not is not important. This left the women stunned. Doubts rose about the nature of the mission. Before they could ask, Han Qing added ETO's plan is backed by Santiran technology. I want you to seize all the technology ETO obtained from the Santiran and use it to develop Earth. Upon hearing this, the women understood. Compared with the civilization's technology and Earth's future, those few mortals' lives are indeed insignificant. Yet Lin Wanqing's new doubts began to surface. Tayangshan, doesn't your civilization possess higher-grade technology? Why must we seize the Santiran's lower-end tech? They trusted Han Qing unconditionally. They also assumed that the civilization behind Han Qing was more powerful than the Santiran, so they could not understand his willingness to seek the golden opportunities. Han Qing felt a twinge of guilt, but still spoke with righteous zeal. The civilization behind me has reached godhood, not suited for primitive Earth. Even if I grant you this, you cannot imitate it. The women all displayed admiration. Lin Wanqing nodded in emphasis. I see, Tayangshan. Rest assured we will complete this mission. Very well, I will grant you a divine art that can interfere with Jizi's surveillance. Once learned, you must act immediately. From the void above their heads, a sacred white light instantly shines down. Divine art bestowal. The women need not undergo formal cultivation. Merely familiarizing themselves with it would suffice for them to wield its power. After Lin Wanqing and the others had internalized the teachings, they were all astonished by the miraculous subtlety of the divine art. They grew all the more convinced that Han Qing, this sun deity, was omniscient and omnipotent. When Lin Wanqing activated the technique, a pale white divine radiance enveloped her form. The other women mimicked her movements, and suddenly the entire room was shrouded in an impenetrable barrier beyond the reach of Sapon's surveillance. At that moment, the women gathered around together. Yang Na rubbed her fists with eagerness and volunteered, Sister Wanqing, I'm experienced in situations like this. Let me handle it. I guarantee I'll leave the ETO headquarters completely stripped. Her superpower granted her the abilities of invisibility and transformation. After another evolution, she had also acquired the power to alter her size, making her especially suited for missions involving the theft of intelligence. Another goddess official, elegant and willowy, spoke up. Exalted leader, may I join this operation? I will surely not be a burden. Moreover, my superpower is luck. I am certain I can be of assistance. Lin Wanqing surveyed the group and shook her head. No, all of you remain here at headquarters. For this mission, I shall personally take action. Yang Na muttered unhappily. Wanqing. But Lin Wanqing was unmoved. Though you can turn invisible and alter your appearance, your ability to defend yourself is too weak. If I send you alone, I would need to assign another sister to protect you, which would multiply our numbers and increase the risk of exposure. She then turned to the eager goddess official. And you, Wening, I understand you wish to prove yourself through action, but this mission is equally unsuitable for you. Wening bowed her head in dejection. One of the 4 divine guards of the sect leader, a dark-haired woman named Jian, noticed the others falling silent and could not resist offering her counsel. Exalted leader, as the saying goes, a man of noble bearing does not sit beneath a crumbling wall. You should task your subordinates with this. ETO headquarters is a den of vipers, a dragon's pool, and a tiger's lair. For you to go in person is far too perilous. With the divine art bestowed by the divine lord, I could charge through 7 encirclements and 7 breakthroughs, and they would be powerless to stop me. Do you not trust me, or do you not trust the divine lord? Lin Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at her. The woman's expression shifted subtly, and she fell silent. At that moment, Chi-Chi's voice drifted from the wristcom. Exalted leader, I have tracked down the whereabouts of a core ETO member. He is in Los Angeles, United States. We may be able to extract the headquarters location from him. Excellent. Lin Wanqing instructed the women, remain within the sect and guard the interior. I shall return shortly. Without hesitation, she turned and departed. Los Angeles. Time 1949. Within a solitary villa in the affluent district, Professor John returned home exhausted after a day's labor. Upon entering, he tossed aside his long-washed olive-green military jacket and headed straight for the refrigerator. Retrieving a bottle of Lafite red wine, he took several sips. The tart yet sweet flavor spread across his tongue, and he closed his eyes in relaxation. This had become his habit since joining the ETO. On the surface, he was a senior physics professor at Caltech. Yet simultaneously, he harbored a hidden identity beneath the underground. He was one of the core members of the ETO organization, professing faith in the Trisolaran civilization and dedicating himself recklessly to the ideal of eliminating human tyranny. It was on this very day that ETO core members convened once more, deliberating whether to strike against the sun god cult. Slaughtering gods could not be accomplished in a single stroke. Naturally, they must begin with their followers. A deity stripped of faith's power and forgotten by the world draws ever closer to death. However, the 4 godslayers had decided after discussion to prepare further, seeking absolute certainty before delivering a single blow to sever these beautiful wings of the sun god. John Humphrey. Old John suddenly heard someone calling his name. It was not the nanny nor the family physician. It was a very unfamiliar maiden's voice, yet it seemed as though he had once heard it somewhere. If he were 10 years younger and his mind clearer, he would certainly have recalled it. In the span of a thought, old John retrieved a .45 caliber pistol from within the refrigerator. If I were you, I would not do that. The voice sounded once more. Old John turned around and saw a young woman in a white dress seated upon the living room sofa regarding him with cold detachment. He suddenly remembered where he had heard this voice. During a certain globally broadcasted live event and at a news conference half a year prior. She was that maiden who had proclaimed the descent of divine retribution. Lin Wanqing, sect leader of the sun god cult. Old John's body hair bristled. Without any hesitation, his trembling hand aimed and prepared to pull the trigger. Yet the trigger felt heavier than 1,000 June, impossible to depress. The two locked gazes. A sheen of cold sweat manifested upon old John's body as though he'd just endured the most nerve-wracking encounter imaginable. His arm involuntarily turned the gun toward his own head. John, I ask you, where's the ETO headquarters? You should know, don't you? Lin Wanqing activated her mental domination. Old John's gaze grew vacant as he answered, at the United States military base near Auckland, New Zealand. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing expressed some confusion. How could it be there? Old John replied, this is the new headquarters relocated to ensure the smooth implementation of the Godslayer project. Then, the Godslayer technology bestowed by the Trisolaran civilization, is it all contained within this headquarters? Old John nodded. Yes. Very well, I understand. Lin Wanqing smiled faintly and rose from the sofa. Then farewell, John. She turned and departed, and a gunshot echoed through the villa. 1 hour later, Los Angeles International Airport. Lin Wanqing boarded a flight bound for New Zealand, and the aircraft departed the city under the cover of night. She had changed into a hoodie and jeans, wearing a baseball cap with a black backpack slung across her shoulders. Earphones hung around her snow-pale, slender neck, resembling an energetic young girl preparing for worldwide travel. No one would have suspected that this was the sect leader of the sun god cult, who commanded over 100 million believers. 18 hours later, Lin Wanqing successfully arrived in Auckland, the New Zealand city nearest to Antarctica. Once again employing her mental domination ability, she managed to infiltrate the ETO headquarters undetected. Levitating above the vast complex on waves of telekinetic force, she surveyed the area in all directions before ultimately descending before the tallest building, walking straight through the entrance with unabashed confidence. The armed soldiers stationed at the doorway regarded her as though she were invisible. This too was a product of mental domination. With only a subtle suggestion and hypnotic prompting, she could achieve the effect of complete concealment. Hiding within a United States military base. How fitting for the ETO to seek out such a nest. Lin Wanqing entered the building, and alongside a group of ETO personnel stepped into the elevator. Chi-Chi's voice sounded from the wristcom. Exalted leader, I have already infiltrated their headquarters internal server. The intelligence should be stored on the 19th floor. That is the sole area I cannot access, likely blocked by Trisolaran technology. Lin Wanqing nodded. However, the button for the 19th floor remained unlit. Clearly none of the members present were heading there. Without iris scanning and a special identification credential, Lin Wanqing herself could not ascend to that floor. Chi-Chi, Lin Wanqing called out. Immediately, exalted leader. Soon thereafter, the button for the 19th floor illuminated. When the elevator arrived at the 19th floor, only Lin Wanqing remained inside. The doors slid open, and she stepped out with the leisurely grace of one strolling through a tranquil courtyard. Upon reaching the 19th floor, the first thing that caught the eye was a massive circular alloy gate. Along the corridor beside it, verification devices emitted a menacing red glow. Obviously, special clearance was also required to pass through. Your Holiness, I'm afraid this door is beyond my ability to open. Chi-Chi said, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Wanqing stepped into the corridor and said calmly, no matter. They'll have someone coming in and out. And so they waited for over an hour. The wall-thick alloy door was slowly pushed open from within. Researchers and scientists filed out in droves, each with an access badge hanging around their neck. 3 men and 1 woman led the way. The 3 men were Western-featured while the woman had Eastern features. Judging by their clothes and bearing, they must be the leading figures of the Godslayer project. With grave expressions, they conversed in hushed English as they passed Lin Wanqing, ignoring her entirely, as if she did not exist. Lin Wanqing deftly filched 1 man's access badge, then strode briskly down the corridor and slipped through the narrowing gap of the door just before it closed. The research facility behind the door was another world entirely. Cutting-edge high-tech instruments that defied comprehension were scattered everywhere, and server banks as tall as walls stretched in unbroken ranks. It was nearly the size of 10 basketball courts. Guided by Chi-Chi, Lin Wanqing quickly located the work area of the technical department. This must be their headquarters technical USB drive, right? Lin Wanqing removed a USB drive from the main computer in the technical department. Your Holiness, please plug it back in. I want to verify it. Chi-Chi said sweetly, all right. Lin Wanqing turned on the computer using the access card bearing the name von Neumann and reinserted the USB drive. With internal access, Chi-Chi broke into the system in no time, green code, cascading across the screen. A brief moment passed. Chi-Chi confirmed, "That's right, Your Holiness. This drive indeed contains the Godslayer project. All the technology provided by the Trisolaran civilization is inside." Mission accomplished. A sly, bewitching smile curled on Lin Wanqing's lips. She took the USB drive and departed without delay. 20 minutes later, a group of ETO scientists, having finished their meal, returned to the research laboratory. Standing before the alloy colossus von Neumann, Godslayer No. 1, was about to open the door when he touched the access card around his neck and his countenance changed. "Where is my ID card?" "My ID card is gone." The group was instantly alarmed. Godslayer No. 3 A Shanshan Huizi frowned and asked, "Did you leave it somewhere?" Von Neumann cried out in disbelief, "How could that be? Would you forget your ID card in some random place?" "I'm not that careless." He searched all his pockets, but found nothing. The scientists exchanged uneasy glances. No. 2 also sensed something amiss and said, "Open the door first, let's see if it's inside." The alloy gate, which could withstand repeated missile bombardment, required simultaneous authentication by at least 3 Godslayers to open. The 3 used their ID cards to open the massive alloy door, and the group made a beeline for the work area. Von Neumann searched around his workstation and was instantly scared out of his wits. His access badge was nowhere to be found. Even worse, the technical USB drive on the computer was missing. The other 3 turned ashen, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. This must be an enemy raid. The thief may not have gone far. Seal off the base immediately. Shanshan Huizi sprang forward and slammed the emergency button beside her. The entire research lab erupted with alarms bathed in flashing red light. In the next moment, ear-splitting sirens blared across the whole base. The base was sealed and soldiers launched a search. They ransacked the base down to the last cranny, turning out even the insects hidden in the corners and trampling them to oblivion. Yet of the thief who had taken the USB drive, there was no sign. Fortunately, the surveillance room still had traces. The 4 Godslayers and the base commander watched the monitor footage. A girl in a baseball cap was seen brushing past the crowd in the corridor on the 19th floor. She even deftly plucked off von Neumann's access badge. Yet von Neumann himself, in fact everyone, remained utterly oblivious. It was as if she were invisible. In the next moment, the girl entered the technical area, took the USB drive, and swaggered out of the base. How could this happen? She. Von Neumann's lips quivered as he stammered, "Why couldn't we see her? But, why? Why didn't the Lord warn us?" Godslayer No. 2 was filled with despair. Has the Lord forsaken us again? The previous Operation Gujing had succeeded precisely because the Trisolarans had abandoned them. Today they experienced the fear of being abandoned once more. Many ETO scientists remained silent. Just then a line of text appeared on their retinas, "The Lord has not abandoned you." That was Sapon. Von Neumann's spirit lifted. The characters on his retina swiftly refreshed. "The intruder was able to block my surveillance. I did not detect her either. She must be from the Sun God cult using technology granted by the solar civilization." At those words, the ETO members plunged into panic again. Neither the naked eye nor Sapon could see her. And now the Sun God cult knew the location of the headquarters. Wouldn't that allow them to come and go at will? Then, is there any way to counter their jamming? Von Neumann asked hopefully. "Surely there must be." Sapon replied, "At present, I am unable to." Upon hearing that even Sapon was helpless, the members felt even more lost. The Sun God cult must have learned of the Godslayer project from somewhere before coming to steal classified files. Now that the USB drive is in their hands, half the plan is already ruined. Shanshan Huizi said, "We have to think of a way to recover." "Absolutely." Von Neumann's face twisted with hatred and madness. "Let's launch missiles at the Sun God cult's headquarters right now. I don't believe their superpowers can stop it." Sapon replied, "Patience. I am calculating the thief's location." Godslayer No. 2 said, "The Flower Flag Nation's military won't allow missiles to fly into their territory. If we force a bombing and blow our cover, we'll immediately invite their retaliation. At most, we can use missiles on that thief, if we can locate her." The text on their retinas updated, now analyzing. The supercomputer roared into operation, enshrouding the entire continent of Oceania beneath its terrifying computational might. Less than an hour had elapsed since Lin Wanqing's departure. After layers of intricate analysis and computation, it finally pinpointed her location 3 minutes later. On the large screen appeared a direct flight itinerary from Auckland, New Zealand to the imperial capital of the Flower Flag Nation, along with detailed coordinates of east longitude and north latitude. There is an 81.53 probability that she is aboard this flight. The location had been provided. The 4 Godslayers exchanged looks, then turned in unison to the base commander, who nodded with solemn gravity. "Launch the missiles immediately. Bomb that plane. As long as she dies, the Godslayer project will not be exposed." Von Neumann's face brimmed with murderous intent, his voice icy and venomous. Above the deep space clouds, Lin Wanqing sat in the window seat of the airplane, her baseball cap pulled low to shade half of her delicate face. Through her earphones played, "I really want to stay at your house," and she gazed at the sun beyond the sea of clouds humming softly. Bringing back the Godslayer project this time. The Divine Lord should be pleased, right? No, this kind of technology would hardly stir the sun god's emotions. Come to think of it, the Divine Lord hasn't visited me in dreams for a long time. In her mind, Lin Wanqing recalled the handsome young man she had regarded as a nightmare over a year ago, and now she missed him incomparably. Just as she was lost in aimless thought, her radiating telekinetic sense suddenly detected an anomaly. More than a dozen missiles were howling toward the plane from 100 meters away in the high sky. It went without saying that this was ETO's retaliation. How did they find out I'm on this plane? Lin Wanqing quickly thought of something and cursed through gritted teeth. It must be that bitch Shizi. She swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt and, facing the direction from which the missiles at the tail were approaching, swung both hands fiercely. A surging telekinetic force burst forth, wrapping around each of the missiles that weighed hundreds of kilograms. Under the telekinetic control, the missiles all hung motionless in the air. "Little girl, what are you doing?" The bespectacled blonde man in the neighboring seat called out in dissatisfaction. He had been holding up his phone to film himself, but Lin Wanqing bumped into him, knocking his phone askew. Lin Wanqing, however, ignored him. Her expression turned ugly, for the hovering missiles had all unhesitatingly activated their self-destruct mechanisms at that moment. The terrifying, explosive energy directly shattered her telekinesis. At the same time, another wave of missiles arrived in the blink of an eye. The plane began to jolt from the blast waves. In the cockpit, the captain and the first officer were nearly scared into cardiac arrest. Watching the radar response grow stronger and stronger as the missile swarm closed in, only one thought filled both their minds: it's over, it's over. Under the deadly crisis, they couldn't even spare the mental capacity to wonder why missiles were attacking this plane. "Whoa, Mom, look, there are missiles." A little boy of 7 or 8 pointed out the window and shouted excitedly. His mother, a rather stout New Zealand woman, stared blankly out the window for a moment, then trembled all over and let out a scream that was full-bodied, yet so shrill it could pierce one's eardrums. Then panic spread. The flight attendants tried their best to soothe the crowd. "Damn it, the missile explosions consumed too much of my telekinesis. I may not be able to stop all of these missiles." Lin Wanqing's hands trembled slightly as she panted heavily. She sensed the missiles drawing ever closer. Without hesitation, she released her telekinesis once more. The invisible force precisely seized each missile outside the plane. This time Lin Wanqing had learned her lesson. The instant she seized them, she directly hurled the missiles away with her telekinesis, then quickly withdrew her power. Yet even so, faced with the dense missile swarm, she still had more will than strength. One missile slipped through her defense and slammed directly into the right wing. Lin Wanqing wrapped the fuselage in telekinesis as a shield, but it was already too late. The plane lost its balance and began to shake violently. Cries and sobs mingled into a chaos inside the cabin. Flames roared from the wing with billows of thick, black smoke pouring out. There was no doubt about it. This airliner that had lost its wing would crash within 10 minutes. Suppressing the panic in her heart, Lin Wanqing rapidly thought about how to handle the present situation. The first priority was ensuring her own safety. She could fly, even if the plane crashed, it could not hurt her. "Miss, please save my son. You can do it, can't you? I beg you. I only have this one child." The plump woman, tears streaming down her face, unbuckled her seatbelt and prostrated herself on the floor, clutching Lin Wanqing's ankles with both hands. Lin Wanqing was floating in midair, her feet off the ground like a witch. Furthermore, many of those present had seen her wave her hand to fend off the missiles just now. In this crisis, the plump woman had latched onto her as the very last straw. Lin Wanqing looked at the despairing, pleading eyes of the plump woman, and her heart softened. If she simply fled like this, then surely not one person in this plane could survive. After all, this was a calamity she had brought upon them. They were all implicated because of her. Lin Wanqing decided to take responsibility, but her telekinesis was nearly at the bottom. "It seems I must pray to the Divine Lord for help." Suppressing her shame, Lin Wanqing raised both hands into a circular sun gesture and prayed devoutly, "Great Sun God, your divine grace is like mountains, like seas. Please save the lambs trapped in the storm. Let not your people perish." The bespectacled blonde man beside her clutched his phone and murmured in astonishment, "The Church of the Sun God. The solar system." Han Qing, who was cultivating his divine power, heard Lin Wanqing's voice. His consciousness instantly extended across the distance, and he also discovered the plane that was about to crash. Attacked by ETO's people. Could the micro-interference have failed? No. She has an extra USB drive on her. It looks like the mission succeeded. So it was Zizi who calculated her escape route. That damn thing really is troublesome. Han Qing quickly analyzed all of this information. Divine power surged within his sea of consciousness as he prepared to make his move. If it had been in the past, he would have been utterly powerless. But recently he had acquired a new ability. Weather control, the ability to control the weather of an entire planet. Perfect chance to test this out and show some divine presence. Han Qing transmitted his voice through faith power. Lin Wanqing wrapped the plane with your telekinesis. At this moment the plane that had lost its right wing was no longer able to fly properly, and was plummeting rapidly. The screams of the passengers in the cabin grew even more hysterical. Hearing the divine words in her mind, Lin Wanqing was overjoyed and shouted in English, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Calm down. The sun god will save us." She immediately drew her telekinesis together, pressing it tightly against the fuselage like a layer of clothing. Most of the passengers in the cabin couldn't take in anything at all, while the small remaining minority managed to keep their composure and were recording their last words. Hearing this, they too began praying to the sun god with hope. Among them was the bespectacled blonde man sitting next to Lin Wanqing. Fear mixed with excitement. His phone's video recording was still on. As a minor internet celebrity, he had keenly sensed the opportunity for going viral. A divine miracle was at hand. As long as he could capture this, he was sure to become an overnight sensation. Han Qing's ability was activated. The strong air currents around the plane slowly converged and spun, forming a massive hurricane that lifted the plane. Boom! The rapidly descending plane met this force, shuddered violently, and then gradually resumed a smooth gliding state. In the cockpit, the captain and the first officer were dumbfounded at the sight. The passengers in the cabin gradually quieted down one by one, too shocked to speak. The sun god has taken action. It is the sun god saving us. Long live the sun god. A middle-aged man so excited that saliva sprayed everywhere unbuckled his seatbelt and dropped to his knees with a thud, knocking his head on the floor in a deep kowtow. The sun god has truly manifested a miracle. The plump woman, after her initial shock, wept tears of joy and embraced her wailing son in his seat. The little boy had no real sense that the plane was about to crash. He was simply frightened to tears by the passengers. The other survivors, having narrowly escaped death, embraced one another and wept. Some took out their phones and filmed outside the window. In particular, the blonde, bespectacled man beside Lin Wanqing wailed with excitement and gesticulated wildly. What a blessing to witness a divine miracle in one's lifetime. And so, carried aloft by the hurricane, the plane landed safely. Lin Wanqing was finally relieved and secretly sighed. Fortunately, these people were fine. Otherwise, her guilt would have been immense. This ETO bunch were truly extreme. To kill her, they hadn't shown the slightest regard for the lives of everyone on board. These traitors to humanity. Sooner or later we'll wipe them all out. Lin Wanqing thought, then used mental control to make everyone ignore her, swiftly exited the plane and disappeared into the crowd. The blonde, bespectacled man clutched his phone, followed her off the plane, looked at the bustling crowd and wondered, what was I about to do just now? He simply could not remember. So he turned off the phone's camera and excitedly opened his gallery to watch the miracle he had recorded on the plane. As long as I upload this online, I'm sure to become super famous. Sun God, I love you to death. Please bless my views to explode. From now on, I'm your faithful believer. I promise to make my whole family believe in you. The blonde, bespectacled man muttered as he uploaded the full video directly to TikTok and YouTube. Quite a few people on the plane had filmed the miracle, and unsurprisingly, they all uploaded their videos online. The videos went viral at an astonishing speed. Millions, even tens of millions of views were nothing special. The blonde man's complete video directly reached over 100 million views. Beneath it were hundreds of thousands of comments. An overwhelming number. This hurricane doesn't seem like something technology could produce, but rather like superpower or even divine power. Could the sun god actually exist? I always believed that the sun god was merely a virtual deity created by those Asians out of fanatical worship of an alien civilization, that the sun god did not exist, but was a collective term for a civilization. This video has completely overturned my worldview. This missile appears to be the Thunder Sparrow missile that the United States developed only in the past couple of years. Why would the U.S. garrison in Auckland bomb this plane? I believe the U.S. government owes us an explanation. If the sun god hadn't intervened, those hundreds of people would all be dead. What exactly is the U.S. trying to do? Who is the real terrorist? This is the video my grandmother shared with me. Oh God, what did I just witness? I was a passenger on that plane. The voice begging the church leader to save my son was mine. From now on, my family will worship only one religion for generations, the Sun God Church. Thank the Sun God and the church leader for saving us. Really? That girl is Wanqing Lin, the leader of the Sun God Church. I'm afraid she can already rival the gods, can't she? To withstand a missile with a mere mortal body. I can hardly imagine it. The second miracle of the Sun God, this wind that saved hundreds of families, deeply moved me. I have decided to paint it into my artwork and donate it to the Sun God Church. I strongly condemn the United States. They must give a satisfactory answer. Thank you all for watching my video. I am the creator of this video, David Lynch. My family and I are deeply grateful for the Sun God's miracle. We have already gone to the Sun God Church headquarters to be baptized. I'll upload more videos later, so I hope everyone follows me. Among the comments were those shocked by the miracle, those condemning the US, and those thanking the sun god. There were also voices of doubt, but they didn't make the slightest splash, and were simply drowned out. After this wave, the Sun God Church's followers surged once again. Han Qing reaped abundant faith power. It seems I need to occasionally perform miracles to make followers grow faster. In such a short time, I've gained at least a few million more fans. No followers. Han Qing mulled it over and had another idea. The terrorist attack quickly escalated. The U.S. government, caught in the crossfire despite knowing nothing, immediately held a press conference to clarify that they had nothing to do with the incident and promised to investigate the full details and provide an explanation. Only then was a bit of the anger among over 100 million domestic believers eased, preventing an immediate strike and street protests. Next, the Sun God Church launched a live broadcast. Lin Wanqing appeared on camera telling the public that the terrorist attack was the work of Ikyo, then declared that the Sun God would soon deliver divine punishment upon them. By now, the Sun God Church had become an unignorable force in the world. Every move it made was the center of attention. The church's live broadcast no longer needed Chi-Chi's hacking abilities to spread worldwide. Every country voluntarily rebroadcast it. The live stream was made front-page news on every medium and website. Titled Divine Punishment on ETO Headquarters. 1 minute after the broadcast began. Warm-up complete. Han Qing activated his supernatural power, took control of Earth's weather, and summoned a great wind against the U.S. military base in Auckland. The wind surged like waves, one after another, stacking ceaselessly and endlessly, swiftly forming a ferocious tornado. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, howling toward the ETO headquarters building. Houses, vehicles, and trees along the way were all shredded and devoured. Some ETO members who hadn't fled in time were caught in it. Their figures were like ants against the wind. With a single whirl, they vanished without a trace. The hurricane quickly wrapped around the ETO headquarters. The skyscraper swayed, held on for a while, but could not resist the might of the heavens. With a thunderous crack, the foundation that extended 40 meters underground snapped. The skyscraper shot straight up, blown into the sky like a child's toy blocks. It looked both comical and terrifying. Han Qing instantly felt the faith power soaring and was deeply satisfied. The ETO headquarters was destroyed. Let's see if the Tri-Solar Ants still dare to continue their Godslayer project. Playing against me, you old fogies are still too young. Han Qing gloated inwardly, already imagining how enraged the Tri-Solaran leader must be. Meanwhile, in the Tri-Solaran world, the Tri-Solaran leader and a group of executive officers witnessed all of this through Sapon transmission. The technology U-Disk was stolen and the headquarters was destroyed by the solar civilization. The Godslayer project is probably going to fail, the science executive officer said helplessly. The military executive officer said furiously, "Are we just going to let the solar civilization destroy ETO?" Everyone fell silent. If not, what else could they do? They were helpless. Only the headquarters was destroyed. And besides, as long as humanity is not extinct, ETO will continue to exist. As long as ETO exists, the Godslayer project can be restarted. The Tri-Solaran leader suppressed his anger and said these words. The executive officers all responded with deep agreement. The science executive officer then said, "I honestly cannot understand. A weather-level hurricane like this. Our civilization's technology can easily achieve the same. But to create a tornado in this way to attack enemies is a waste of energy and inefficient. Why would the solar civilization use such a method? Could it be that their technological capability is so weak that they cannot produce energy-efficient and powerful high-tech weapons?" Han Qing's behavior was almost considered foolish by the Tri-Solar Ants. On a helicopter in New Zealand, the fleeing members of ETO all offered answers to the Lord's question. Von Neumann said sullenly, "The solar civilization can even project solar flares. How could they lack high-tech weapons? It's simply to reveal his divine manifestation." A Sapon inquiry appeared in his retina, divine manifestation. Yamasuji Keiko said, "When a deity manifests sacred miracles, it can inspire humans to worship or fear and thus believe in him." He summoned the hurricane precisely to absorb more faith power. In the major myths of Earth's civilizations, gods have dominion over weather, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. As humans, having dealt with religion for thousands of years, they had a deeper insight into the sun god's modus operandi. After receiving this explanation, the Tri-Solarans suddenly understood. From the fact that the solar civilization understood Earthlings better than they did, they realized their own civilization still had much to learn. Vile solar civilization. Don't think destroying our headquarters will stop the Godslayer project. Von Neumann gritted his teeth, looked at the sun outside the helicopter window, and said, "Our ETO will destroy you even at the cost of our lives." This was also the heartfelt sentiment of every ETO member. Any civilization that did not intend to destroy humanity on Earth was their mortal enemy. Videos of the miracle, the world online. Han Qing, the sun god, truly rose in fame. Believers spread from Huachi Gua to the ends of the earth. Han Qing, gratified, channeled his surging divine power and issued another divine decree to Lin Wanqing with the impact of this miracle as much as possible, as quickly as possible, double the believers again. Unable to wait any longer, he began to coalesce his divine body. The master has set the KPI. Does anyone have good ideas? Sun God Church headquarters. Lin Wanqing lounged on a genuine leather sofa, legs crossed, sipping an iced milk tea latte. Behind her hung a colossal Picasso-style abstract painting. One could barely discern a sun in the painting. Saint Ma Li and High Priest Yang Na were still slacking off. Yao Qiao pushed up her round-frame glasses and spoke calmly. The present rate at which the Huaqigua faith is expanding has slowed. Doubling it again is difficult, and in the short term it's impossible. After all, those who still refuse to join our church are God's faithful followers. Sun Chichi, newly promoted to assistant priest, spoke from an apple-shaped speaker. Yes, master, I've calculated that if we want to absorb all Huaqigua people into our church, it will take at least 8 more years. If the Huaqigua government doesn't crack down on us, the success rate would be 98. 27. 8 years. That's too long, Lin Wanqing muttered, giving the tea a firm shake. Ma Li rested her chin on her palm and said, then we'll shift our base to other countries to spread our faith. I see many people on TikTok posting videos begging us to come preach in their countries. Yang Na's eyes lit up. Shall we go to the Gaulish nation? I hear Paris is fun. The three of them looked at her in unison. Yang Na reddened, as if exposed. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Yao Qiao coldly vetoed, motives impure, not approved. Ma Li smiled warmly. French men are quite trashy, and even if you go, you'll only be able to look. The Sun law dictates. Only virgins can hold the posts of deputy priest and higher clergy to ensure the Sun God Church's purity. The consequences for breaking the law are severe. I was basically here for the scenery, so fierce, Yang Na muttered, shrinking her neck. At that moment, an elegant female assistant priest Wen Kursin said, Master, I think we should select targets with large populations such as our homeland Xia and Asingua, so that believers can expand faster to meet the master's requirements. Lin Wanqing glanced at her. Has deputy priest contacted you again? Wen Kursin nodded. Not impossible, but would Xia allow us to preach freely? Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. The Xia structure is different from Huaqigua. Security is real, but control is truly strict. In the early days, the Xia officials misunderstood our church due to lack of understanding and adopted some erroneous strategies. But as they grew to understand us, their attitudes softened a lot, and officials have always treated our members with kindness. I think with proper negotiation and some exchange of interests, freedom to preach is still achievable. When Kursin analyzed, compared to the other option, choosing Xia is indeed the better choice. Yao Tiao nodded. Indeed, Xia is the preferable choice. People of Asingua are not yet enlightened. The religious atmosphere is thick. If we go there, we will still vie with native faiths for followers, and the number of enemies will only rise. We can deploy our main force to strike Xia, letting the Asingua students within the church return home to preach, and after they've integrated with local religions, and there is room for growth, we will provide strong support to continue preaching. What do you think? Lin Wanqing asked the priestesses seated at the back. They all shared the same supportive stance. Lin Wanqing nodded, silent in thought. Actually, she harbors affection for Xia. After all, she carries the blood of Yin Huang and grew up on that land. Also consider the situation. Developing the Sun God Church into Xia is most timely. The officials will not grant unconditional preaching. Would exchanging interests suffice? Merely cooperating to study superpowers is not enough. They must be moved to action. Yes. If we copy the data stolen from ETO and give them a copy, wouldn't that work? Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened. She threw away the iced Americano and said decisively, then it's settled. Yao Tiao, you contact the Xia government. I want to speak with them directly. Yao Tiao was surprised now. Lin Wanqing said seriously, yes, the sooner the better, the faster the better. All right. An hour later, a cross-border online meeting began. Lin Wanqing was straightforward in laying out her demands and terms. In the video, General Chang Weisi of the Operations Department considered for a moment and spoke with steadiness. Please allow us to discuss this. Then the camera cut. The senior officials in the Operations Department began to discuss the issue. The Edo USB drive contains 3-body civilization technology that we cannot access. If we can learn it all, whether facing the Trisolarans or the solar civilization, our grasp would be greater. I think this deal is quite worthwhile. The Sun God Church can share such technology with great cost, showing their sincerity. If we refuse, they might not include Xia in future missionary considerations. Most crucially, if we do not cooperate, they can trade with other countries. This technology flowing to other nations would be a great loss for our country. A brief discussion later. The group unanimously agreed to accept the deal. Chang Weisi's view aligned with that as well, and he said solemnly, very well, I understand. The camera turned on, and he reappeared in the frame. Lin Wanqing steadied her nerves and asked calmly, General Chang, how did the negotiations go? Since the master has shown enough sincerity, we are willing to cooperate with the Sun God Church. The senior women immediately wore excited expressions. If they weren't still on the call, they would have cheered. Lin Wanqing was also happy delivering her prepared lines. We are kin by blood. If we can cooperate deeply, that would be even better. The master instructed me to use these ETO technologies to benefit Earth. I believe Xia has the ability and the heart, and will make good use of the technologies to build a better Earth village. Hearing this, Chang Weisi smiled. This girl looks young, yet she is not simple at all. After this negotiation, the Sun God Church and the Xia government began deep cooperation, entering a honeymoon period. Although many in Xia are non-believers, or perhaps a faith of hammer and sickle, yet with such a large base, spreading the Sun God Church nationwide would surely attract many believers. Even as it deepened its cooperation with the Daxia nation, the Sun God cult had not forgotten to extend its reach into the Asen nation. More than 10,000 Asen student believers on the verge of graduation were summoned into Huachi Field in the Queen's Borough of Empire City. In fact, there were even more Asen students studying abroad than Daxia students, over 1.32 million. Yet only a little more than 30,000 of them believed in the Sun God cult. This showed how deep-rooted and tenacious the native faiths of the Asen nation were. At the gates of Huachi Field, brown-skinned young Asen men and women brimming with youthful vitality walked and chatting and laughing. At the end of the road, a yellow McLaren F1 suddenly roared up, darting about recklessly and radiating arrogance. It frightened many people into dodging to both sides and drew a chorus of curses. But when they saw the convoy of bodyguard vehicles trailing close behind the McLaren, they fell silent. Instead, they widened their eyes, curious about the identity of the car's owner. So arrogant. Could he be here to cause trouble? Impossible. Today is our sacred right day, and the cult leader has come in person. Who would dare cause trouble for us at such a time? At the field entrance, a group of beautiful Huachi priestesses responsible for security and gatekeeping also began to speculate among themselves. When the McLaren's engine died, and the person inside stepped out surrounded by a group of burly bodyguards in suits, the priestess's eyes went wide in shock. Matesi, it's him. Oh my heavens, the world's richest man. The Asen students also buzzed with astonishment. It was Matesi, the great Huachi capitalist. The man at the top of the global rich list, crowned with the title of the world's richest man. His earlier announcement that he had joined the Sun God cult had sparked months of heated debate around the world. Who could have imagined that this global figure of the moment would appear at Huachi Field? Was he also here to attend the sacred rite? The priestesses wondered, stepping forward to conduct the usual security check on Matesi. Just then a petite, charming Eastern maiden walked out from inside and said in rather stiff English, "There's no need to check him. Matesi, come with me." "Very well, Lady Saintess." The newcomer was none other than Ma Lily, the cult saintess. Matesi gave the priestesses a polite smile and followed her into the venue. As he walked, he raised his arm to adjust his suit sleeve, on which was a sun-shaped cufflink encircled by flames. This was an accessory that only those of deacon rank or above were permitted to wear. As one of the few people standing at the pinnacle of the global business world, and having donated $3 billion in offerings, he had been granted exceptional favor upon joining the cult. By the cult leader's personal decree, he was appointed subdeacon, setting a precedent for a man holding high clerical office. However, he still could not receive the sun god's supernatural gift. He was granted only an honorary title. At the center of the vast green field inside the stadium stood a towering altar. Most of the more than 40,000 spectator seats were still empty, but nearly all of the 10,000 Asen students had already taken their places. The cult leader is waiting for you at the altar. Ma Lily led the way and said, "Today is the great sun god's day of grace. The cult is to add 1 subdeacon and 19 acolytes. You've arrived just in time to witness the divine Lord's blessing." She had been diligently practicing her spoken English. Turning her head, she found Matesi smiling at her and realized she had certainly said something wrong somewhere. Her face flushed red as she said shyly, "My spoken English isn't very good. Sorry." The Lady Saintess has been so occupied with religious affairs that it's natural for her studies to fall by the wayside. If the Lady Saintess wishes, I can hire a personal English tutor for you. A linguistics professor from MIT, Harvard, or Stanford, whichever you prefer. Matesi was extremely generous, displaying his magnanimity to the fullest. Imagining herself followed around by an old Huachi man, Ma Lily waved her hands again and again. "Thank you, but someone will help me improve my English. No need for subdeacon Matesi to worry. The cult leader is waiting for you. Let's hurry over." Hearing this, Matesi said no more. He told his bodyguards to wait in the circular corridor and followed Ma Lily to the altar. Lin Wanqing was conversing with a group of beautiful Asen believers. When she saw Matesi arrive, she waved her hand and had them stand aside and wait quietly. Matesi bowed politely. "Cult leader, this is the second time I have had the honor of beholding your peerless beauty. After all these months, your beauty has surpassed even its former brilliance." Lin Wanqing blinked and said, "I think so too." Matesi smiled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Lin Wanqing added, "All right, no need for such courtesy. You've come for the Mars migration plan, haven't you? Yao Qiao told me you've applied to the headquarters several times. But I've been busy with the cooperation with the Daxia government and haven't had time to review it. In truth, she had already read the proposal several times. The delay in approval was simply her way of putting Montesi under pressure. This man was so enthusiastic about the Mars migration plan. He had invested a great deal of money before, yet now he wanted the sun god to terraform Mars without spending a single cent, trying to freeload off the sun god. Lin Wanqing was the first to refuse. As for that, 3 billion. That was the money used to buy a clerical office. I heard the cult leader would be holding the sacred rite, so I hurried over immediately. With the cunning peculiar to capitalists in his eyes, Montesi said, I hope the cult leader can use this rite to convey my Mars migration plan to the Divine Lord. If the Divine Lord agrees, I am willing to donate another 10 billion in offerings to the cult in support of its sacred cause. 10 billion. That was a substantial sum for the sun god cult. Although the cult had long since left behind its early hardscrabble days of stretching every cent into two, who would ever mind having too much money? Lin Wanqing was elated inside, but her face remained impassive as she said, I've read your proposal. I will report it to the Divine Lord, but whether it will succeed, I cannot say for certain. If it succeeds, you don't need to hand that 10 billion over to headquarters, I just convert it into shares in your company. If Mars truly was successfully terraformed. Once the migration plan was launched, it would no longer be a petty business worth a few billion or a dozen billion. It would be trillions, tens of trillions, or even more. Investing in Montesi's company was clearly the more advantageous choice. Montesi felt a pang of reluctance, but he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He knew that Lin Wanqing possessed the supernatural ability of telepathy. Forcing a smile, he said, of course. Who would have thought the cult leader would also have such a remarkable head for business? Lin Wanqing said proudly, naturally. This is the wisdom bestowed by the sun god. Ma Lily reminded her cult leader, it's almost time for the rite. Lin Wanqing nodded and said, very well. Take Subdeacon Montesi to the stands to watch the ceremony. The sacred rite soon began. The entire Huachi field resounded with the sun god cult's newly composed hymn of praise to the sun god. Amid the sacred atmosphere, golden evolution rays descended from beyond the sky. They sank into the bodies of more than a dozen beautiful Aeson women on the altar. They were all virgins chosen from among 10,000 carefully handpicked priestesses of the mortal world, brides wedded to the sun god. Every one of them had features capable of rivaling a Bollywood film star. Several of the women, having just acquired supernatural powers, could not contain them and burst forth with mighty mystical visions. Above the entire field, there appeared the phantom of a colossal white elephant. It raised its trunk lifelike in every detail, drawing frenzied gasps from the entire audience and giving rise to even more faith power. Montesi watched spellbound, his face brimming with excitement. In his heart, the strange thought actually arose, if only I were a woman too. In the solar system, Han Qing absorbed this stream of devout pure faith power, and Lin Wanqing's voice echoed in his mind. Divine Lord, would you take on a big deal? Speak. When the two communicated privately, it was not as sacred and inviolable as the believers imagined. That was because Han Qing had once lived in Lin Wanqing's dreams for half a year. The familiarity and closeness between them could not be compared with anyone else. There's a believer named Montesi who wants to ask you. Lin Wanqing immediately began relaying the matter of terraforming Mars. Han Qing was quite interested after hearing that. With Earth's current technology, terraforming Mars would be extremely difficult. No wonder he came seeking my help. Since he is willing to invest in the sun god cult, it's not impossible for me to lend a hand. Han Qing calculated that his divine power had already reached a certain level, and he could also project solar flares and manipulate celestial phenomena. Terraforming Mars, in theory, could be done. The most crucial point was that Han Qing believed this project would bring him even more believers. Think about it. The United Nations had launched the Wandering Earth project, toiling away with great effort, claiming that underground cities could be realized within 50 years. And then they would still have to spend an extremely long time building planetary engines before they could carry Earth out of the solar system and flee the Trisolarans. Yet he quietly, and without any fanfare, had turned Mars into a second Earth in just a few years. Even if the Trisolarans really attacked, the people of Earth could retreat to Mars and continue to survive. Which was superior and which was inferior went without saying. As long as he publicized it well, the number of believers was bound to surge. After thinking it over, he sent a telepathic message to Lin Wanqing. Reply to him. I agree. After Lin Wanqing conveyed the divine oracle to Mattis, the latter was overjoyed. Filled with gratitude, he made one promise after another before finally taking his leave. Meanwhile, Han Qing had finished perusing Mattis' proposal. He now had a notion of how to transform Mars as well. There were three chief difficulties in terraforming Mars. First, the atmospheric problem. Second, the environmental problem. Third, the magnetic field problem. The Martian atmosphere was far too tenuous to provide sufficient oxygen or shield against radiation. Under such circumstances, humans could not survive without relying on technology. In that case, 2 months would be practically the limit. Survival could not be sustained any longer. To improve this state of affairs, the surface environment would have to be transformed first. The plan set forth in the Mattis Company's proposal was to melt the rocks of the Martian surface using thermal decomposition to reverse binding reactions, releasing the oxygen embedded in iron oxides and the carbon dioxide in carbonates so as to construct an atmosphere. To reach this end demanded no less than 5500 C, equivalent to the surface temperature of the Sun. For humanity's current technological capacity, this was an undertaking of colossal proportions. Even with ready-made solar pump lasers powered by sunlight, one would still need to erect in space a mirror array as vast as 11 United States. Only then could sufficient sunlight be concentrated upon the lasers to melt Mars. It seems that ever since I first delivered divine punishment, this Mattis has had his eyes on me. My flare projection is far more effective than those lasers. Han Qing mused to himself. His consciousness swept over and locked onto Mars, and a thought surfaced in an instant: flare projection. Terrifying energy surged into being within his body, gradually coalescing into a solar flare. It was then compressed into a miniature sun that traversed space and plunged straight into Mars. A world-shattering spectacle instantly came into being. Viewed from afar in space, it was like a single crimson flower blooming. Mars was not as vast as Earth, but to melt the entire surface, this amount of energy was clearly insufficient. In the period that followed, Han Qing worked off and on gradually melting all the surface rock of Mars to a depth of tens of meters. The entire surface of Mars was like a scene from hell, molten lava crisscrossing in every direction. The skies too were shrouded in storms, a sight that stirred dread in anyone who beheld it. Fortunately, Han Qing had long grown accustomed to gazing at the universe, so he was hardly moved. Next, let the temperature drop. Mars was inherently very cold. I only need to give it a slight push to accelerate matters. Han Qing manipulated the celestial weather, summoning great winds upon Mars that rapidly cooled the magma into ground. Tempests, and yet more tempests. Storms linking heaven and earth swept across the entirety of Mars. Within a few short days, it had returned once more to its frigid state. Bizarre snowflakes drifted down from the sky, ashes of silicon and iron that had reverted to solid form upon cooling. Han Qing then helped the process along once more, causing a torrential downpour upon Mars. The rain came chiefly from the polar ice caps and from water buried deep beneath the surface. Under the incineration of the solar flares, they had been transformed into vapor. Ascending into the sky, it formed layers of clouds, and then came the rain. This primordial rain brought a host of benefits. It could wash away harmful substances in the atmosphere, such as chlorine gas, and then form shallow seas upon the surface. With Han Qing's blessing, this step was likewise completed in short order. Now Mars already bore a marked resemblance to the early Earth. In the future, the people of Earth will surely immigrate here. I should leave a logo behind for them to gaze upon in awe. Han Qing suddenly recalled something amusing. A great wind arose without warning on Mars, condensing and compressing into a heaven-covering giant hand that dug with all its might at the planet's central region. Gradually, an iconic landform took shape, there a colossal ring-shaped mountain. Henceforth, this would be the sacred mountain of the Sun God Church on Mars. A holy city would also be established upon the mountain, just like Jerusalem on Earth. Han Qing looked upon his own masterpiece with immense satisfaction. The oxygen-bearing atmosphere has already been created. Now comes the final step. This final step was also the most arduous. At this point, the Martian atmosphere was nearly pure oxygen with a pressure of merely 0.2 bar. It was unsuited for breathing, exceptionally flammable, and perilous beyond measure. To correct this, vast quantities of nitrogen had to be introduced. Han Qing was entangled in hesitation and indecision. The nitrogen Mars required was staggering. Earth was absolutely incapable of supplying it. It could only be drawn from other planets. Han Qing screened the various planets of the solar system. He ultimately settled on his target, Titan, the sixth satellite of Saturn. Titan was enshrouded in an atmosphere composed almost entirely of nitrogen. Han Qing first activated his unique ability, manipulating celestial phenomena. Titan's atmosphere was ceaselessly gathered and compressed. From it, a single drop of liquid was born. Soon afterward, more liquid formed, slowly merging and converging. At first, it was a trickling stream, then a small river. Under Han Qing's sustained and unflagging efforts, Titan's atmosphere liquefied into an immense surging ocean that churned and roared amid the deep void of space. Next, I must use divine power. My ability becomes unusable away from a planet, nor can it keep this vapor liquid from evaporating in space. Han Qing focused his mind. The divine power within his sea of consciousness burst forth with a thunderous roar, traversed the universe, and arrived directly at Titan. His monumental divine might bore up this ocean of 3 quadrillion tons, surging without pause out of Titan through the pitch-black cosmos and into Mars. This single exertion consumed nearly 3/10 of Han Qing's divine power, and his divine soul was somewhat exhausted. After succeeding in transforming Mars, if the believers don't multiply several-fold, it will be a disgrace to all my effort. Han Qing grumbled wearily to himself. This was not over yet. After the vapor liquid from Titan poured into Mars, Han Qing directly crushed it with divine power, fusing it with the oxygen. Like the thunderous boom of a red giant expanding and exploding throughout the universe, the ocean of 3 trillion tons was drained in an instant, merging with the atmosphere of Mars. In this manner, Mars' initial transformation was completed. Next came the construction of the biosphere. This could be left entirely to the people of Earth to build themselves. As for the magnetic field issue, it was even simpler. The Martian atmosphere had been stripped away because Mars lacked a magnetic field and thus could not resist the solar wind. But as the sun itself, Han Qing merely needed to exert control over the solar wind and steer it around Mars. This difficult problem resolved itself with ease. Although I put in tremendous effort to transform Mars, it still took over a year. But to the people of Earth, this speed is already nothing short of divine. If they had to do it on their own, without 100 or 1,000 years, they wouldn't stand a chance. Only I, the handsome and formidable sun god, could accomplish so much in so little time. Han Qing savored the thought, then contacted his subordinate through the power of faith. Lin Wanqing, Mars is fully transformed. Time to reap the harvest. Back on Earth, Lin Wanqing, who was in the middle of a meeting, suddenly began flailing her arms and dancing about, laughing with ecstatic joy. "Ha! Wonderful! Wonderful! The shares are about to land." Seeing her carry on like this, the assembled executives exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what had occurred to so delight their church leader. Lin Wanqing excitedly announced, "The god has taken Mars. Yao Tiao, bring Mattis here." Lily convened a press conference. "This is the perfect opportunity to expand our followers." The women were stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. The press conference was soon held. Standing before a crowd of reporters with cameras and flashing lights, Lin Wanqing, proud and solemn, declared in fluent English the great news that the sun god had successfully transformed Mars. The next day, this news dominated headlines across major global media outlets. For a time, on internet forums and workplaces and schools, on every street and alley, people of all ages were buzzing about the topic. Times Square in New York also unveiled a promotional image of the sun god cult's conquest of Mars with the slogan, "Under the radiance, all is sacred ground." For humanity on Earth, this was undoubtedly great news. However, those who believed it were few and far between. This explosive news at the height of public attention actually drew entirely negative reactions. A blatant scam. Master's Mars colonization plan was never anything but a fraud, and now the sun god cult is colluding with him, trying to pull the same trick again. I bet they'll start charging registration fees soon, and then the whole thing will just fizzle outright. Even if we poured all of Earth's resources into transforming Mars' environment at any cost, it would take at least 2 generations. And evolving it to a truly habitable state would take who knows how many more years. Master joined the sun god cult last year, and this year they claim Mars has already been transformed. Transforming Mars in just 1 year. Are they taking us for fools? How do they solve Mars' oxygen-free atmosphere? What about the soil? Mars is all rock, and Mars has no magnetic field to resist the solar wind. Even if it were truly transformed, one blast of solar wind would doom it all. The sun god cult must be insane bragging such nonsense. If Mars could really support human life, I'll stand on my head and shit. If the solar civilization were really that powerful, why didn't they transform Mars earlier? Why wait until now? It must be fake. I seriously suspect that this is a conspiracy between the Flower Flag government and the sun god cult to deceive the whole world. Let's be objective. The solar civilization is indeed more advanced than Earth. Maybe they really are transforming Mars, but the sun god cult's publicity is too absurd, claiming it's immediately habitable. I'm sorry, but I can't believe that. Comments from all walks of life were varied and numerous. Many experts and professors wrote articles questioning the claim, insisting that the successful transformation of Mars was utterly groundless. For a time, attacking the sun god cult became the prevailing trend in academic circles. Their critiques were scathing, their logic clear, and they were regarded as gospel by many who bore hostility toward the cult. Yet the sun god cult offered no response at all, as if in disdain, or perhaps because they knew they were in the wrong. On the contrary, observatories in various countries released statements claiming that Mars' weather had indeed undergone tremendous changes, but lacking evidence, they refrained from drawing conclusions. Whether it was suitable for human habitation remained an open question. At SpaceX, Lin Wanqing sat in Mattis's office, gleefully signing the equity acquisition contract. In a mature, seasoned tone, she said, "Sub-Prelate Mattis, if you encounter any difficulties with the Mars migration plan, you may always seek my help. You know the holy cult is the most solid backing for every believer. The sun god protects us, no matter what happens." Even after a long time digesting the news, Mattis still felt excited and moved by the fact that Mars had already been fully transformed. His lifelong dream was about to be fulfilled with the sun god's help. In comparison, ceding his shares no longer pained him so much. Mattis said with renewed vigor, "With the holy cult's strong support, I believe the migration plan will proceed smoothly in every way." Meanwhile, in the ETO's three-body game, inside the massive heavy and cold pyramid of bonfire blazed, yet it could only bring a sliver of light and warmth to the surrounding darkness. Qin Shi Huang, Aristotle, Mosey, Leonardo da Vinci, and a host of other game characters gathered together also discussing the sun god cult. Human stupidity is simply appalling. Faced with a religion backed by an alien civilization like the sun god cult, they only write articles to attack it. If they don't wipe it out early, it will multiply like bugs until it covers the whole world, and then it will never be eradicated. Once humanity discovers that Mars is truly habitable, mark my words, the sun god cult's followers will at least double again. Has the Sapon confirmed it? Of course, Mars' weather is now almost identical to Earth's. According to the Sophan, that sun god, in order to create a habitable atmosphere, used solar flares to melt Mars' entire surface, then directly seized Titan's atmosphere to fill Mars. No wonder it was accomplished in just 1 year. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang slowly spoke, suppressing the crowd's fury, and said, "Mars is an unpolluted Eden. We should seize it. Before exterminating humanity, we should relocate Earth's animals there. They deserve to survive far more than humans do. In short, we must never allow filthy humans to set foot on it." Several Godslayers and core members all showed resolute and approving expressions. Alpha Centauri, the Trisolaran world. The Trisolarans were discussing the matter as well. Since the Sapon has verified that Mars is habitable, there's no need for us to occupy Earth. Mars is large enough for us to survive on. What do you all think? The Culture Council said, "Those bugs on Earth possess extraordinary intelligence. Even in war, we cannot guarantee their complete annihilation. Rather than wasting resources, we should invest them into building up Mars." The Propaganda Council also said, "I agree." The Military Council said, "I agree as well." All the councils approved of this course of action. Upon hearing this, the Trisolaran sovereign nodded and said, "Then let the ETO negotiate with the Earthlings. As long as they have the sun god cede Mars to us, we will agree to spare their lives." The order was quickly relayed to the ETO through the Sapon. Qin Shi Huang and the others who were still in the game meeting suddenly wore very grim expressions. They existed to annihilate humanity. How could they possibly accept such a command? Master, humanity's ambition and treachery are beyond your imagination. Even if you spare them, they will not be grateful. Instead, they will see you as a thorn in their side, a dagger in their flesh. Von Neumann said through gritted teeth, "Give them a single chance to catch their breath, and from that day on their first goal will be to annihilate Trisolaran civilization. They will not rest until they achieve it. Master, if Trisolaris wishes to settle in the solar system, we must wipe out humanity. Every last one." The Trisolarans were visibly stirred by these words. Godslayer Keiko Yamashita stoked the flames. Nearly every country on Earth shares a cultural tradition. Of those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Historically, the United States genocidal massacres of Native Americans, the German massacres of Jews, Herero and Nama, the Ottoman Empire's massacres of the Armenians within its borders. Such harrowing slaughters have never ceased. A scholar of the Great Xiao once said, "Open the pages of history, and the only words written there are eating people." Human beings are exactly this kind of animal. They do not spare even their own kind, and they are even more savage, ugly, and filthy toward alien races. If the Lord does not extinguish humanity, now then under the patronage of the solar civilization, human beings will grow stronger day by day. Sooner or later, they will turn against the solar civilization and strike at the Lord. Sapon relayed these words verbatim. The sovereign and the counselors of Trisolaris fell into a profound silence. At first, they had not taken humanity seriously at all. To them, humanity was nothing but bugs. Now, however, that was clearly not the case. After a long pause, the science counselor sighed. "From what you say, humanity truly is an exceedingly dangerous race." The military counselor responded gravely, "If that is so, then if we wish to settle the solar system in peace, we must exterminate humanity. Otherwise, if we give them breathing room and the solar civilization gives them the means to turn their fortunes around, they will eventually turn around and annihilate us in return. Only humans understand humans," the sovereign said with a nod, changing his mind. "The humans of Earth must be eliminated. Mars and Earth, we want them both." The Trisolaran Second Fleet and the ETO's Godslayer plan were being frantically plotted and built in the shadows. The sun god cult expanded its flock, and Matisai's Mars immigration project was likewise blazing ahead. Thus 5 spring and autumn cycles passed like drifting smoke. During those 5 years, Han Qing continued to slack off exactly as before. He busied himself with his own work for a while, then played, cultivated his divine power for a while, then played again. Even so, he had received more than a dozen system rewards. Meanwhile, the sun god cult flourished, with believers numbering as many as 300 million throughout the globe. The cult's nanotechnology had outstripped the entire world, and it had begun building a space elevator on the moon inside a base covering an area of 3,000 square meters. Intelligent robots and a fleet of massive engineering vehicles tasked with cutting, excavating, and transporting were working in perfect order. Tons of sliced lunar rock were delivered to the open plaza at the base's center, piling up like mountains and waiting for further processing. An automated robot carrying live streaming equipment rolled along on its wheels, capturing every strange and wondrous sight along the way and transmitting it in real time to a news studio in the United States. Meanwhile, at the Gabon base on Earth, one factory after another was just as bustling with fiery activity. Unlike the moon, this base was operated by human engineers and workers. Yet the machines and instruments they used also had a sleek, advanced technological aura that transcended the era. It's simply unbelievable. Weren't these advanced machines and devices originally no more than imagined concepts? How come they've already been put to work here at the Sun God Cult? Even if the Sun God Cult announced today that it was launching a Dyson Sphere plan, I wouldn't be surprised in the least. They've got an alien Big Daddy to rely on, nothing we can do about it. The UN must be dying of envy. It feels like walking onto the set of a sci-fi movie. The Sun God Cult's technological level is at least a century ahead of ours. A century? You seem a bit too confident in Earth civilization. Even 2 centuries from now, we might not reach that level. I'm beginning to believe that the Mars immigration is real. With the Sun God Cult and Matisse joining forces and investing this much in a space elevator, they can't possibly be trying to fool people. If they really can build the space elevator, then I'll join the Sun God Cult and immigrate to Mars. Why don't you ask what the price is? Bullet comments cascaded through the live stream like tides, one wave rising after another. Everyone marveled at the Sun God Cult's epic, transcending technological capabilities, believing all of it was bestowed by the Sun God. Little did they know all of this was Trisolaran technology, snatched from ETO headquarters. Back in the live stream, the interview was still underway. A female official reporter from the United States, her hair ablaze of wine-red flame, was interviewing Lin Wanqing, the leader of the Sun God Cult. 5 years had passed. Lin Wanqing had grown from a slim young girl into a ravishingly beautiful woman. Her willowy brows swept above phoenix eyes, her nose was as delicate as jade, and her mouth was shaped like an apricot bloom. Ink-black hair was coiled into a round bun and fastened with a hairpin carved into a sunbird ready to take flight. Clad in a restrained qipao patterned after blue and white porcelain, she revealed a graceful, sinuous figure full of the East's elegant and stately allure. The lunar base and the Gabon base on Earth have been completed. Our space elevator project has currently entered its second phase. Once the counterweight for the space elevator, 3,000 tons of lunar rock, has been collected, we will enter the third phase, launching a mobile carbon nanotube factory from Earth. In short, we plan to complete the space elevator within 5 years, perhaps sooner. Then 5 years after that, we will build a spaceship and fully carry out the Mars immigration plan. Lin Wanqing said gently into the camera. She was speaking the language of the great Xia, even though she had already earned a doctorate in English. But she was more accustomed to speaking her mother tongue. The Sun God Cult already had the strength and confidence to make the entire world accept and adapt to this fact. The female reporter went on with keen interest. In fact, around the globe, there are still many voices questioning whether Mars can truly serve as a second Earth. I would like to ask cult leader Wanqing, what do you think? Lin Wanqing smiled faintly. We have an Eastern proverb, the deeper you dig the well, the clearer the water becomes. I don't want to say too much about this. Time will prove everything. 5 years, 10 years from now, once the Mars immigration plan is launched, everyone will naturally learn whether Mars is truly habitable. Bullet comments in the live stream suddenly multiplied. Maybe 10 years later they'll make us wait another 10 years. The Sun God Cult is a pack of frauds. Don't be fooled and don't join because of this. They aren't after our money. They're after our faith. Objectively speaking, I do believe in the Sun God Cult. With an alien civilization backing them, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve this, and there's no need for them to lie. The key thing is we don't know the situation on Mars. The solar civilization is so much better than the Trisolaran one. They only want faith, not to destroy us. If that Sun God can truly destroy the Trisolaran civilization, then it's not impossible for us to join the Sun God Cult either. During these 10 years, Mars can harvest wealth, while the Sun God can harvest faith. But who can guarantee that Mars will definitely see human settlement within a decade? A world where only ordinary people suffer has come to pass. Everyone, do not be too pessimistic. I actually believe the Sun God can be trusted, even if only temporarily. At the very least, before the Trisolaran civilization is destroyed Earth, and he can cooperate. Many still harbor doubts. Yet compared to 5 years ago, the Sun God Church has already greatly improved its public standing thanks to the space elevator project. Consequently, more people are beginning to trust Han Qing. Even if full trust has not yet been established, a foundation of goodwill has been laid. This is precisely the main reason why the Sun God Church's followers continue to grow. Within the solar system, Han Qing eagerly monitored the changes within his spiritual sea. An endless stream of faith power was being refined into pure divine energy, already forming an ocean of power. If released, it would exceed the 3 trillion tons of liquid on Titan by 4 or 5 times. This was more than enough to condense a demigod's physique. After waiting and waiting, this day had finally arrived. Han Qing thought excitedly and channeled a stream of divine power through the link of faith back to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing had just finished her live broadcast interview when a brilliant golden radiance suddenly poured down from the void above her head. Her entire body was bathed in its glow. It was like a dream, as if she were about to ascend to the divine realm at any moment. The radio station staff were all stunned, watching with gaping mouths. Lin Wanqing tilted her head back, her eyes flashing with astonishment as she murmured in confusion, "Why has the Divine Lord suddenly infused me with so much divine power?" The divine power condensed. A pale golden flame pattern bloomed between her eyebrows. "Lin Wanqing, I have planted a divine restriction within your body. If you encounter danger, it will automatically activate to protect you from harm." Han Qing's voice resonated in her mind. Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Why would he suddenly implant such a restriction inside her? Divine Lord. Is something major about to happen? Not exactly. Han Qing pondered for a moment. Was condensing a demigod's body really something major? It is neither big nor small. I am about to condense my divine body and will be unreachable for a while. During this time I cannot protect you anymore. This restriction serves as a precaution. Do not overthink it. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing finally felt reassured and asked, "How long will it take for the Divine Lord to condense the divine body?" "About 10 years, assuming nothing goes wrong." 10 years. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened. "Yes. During this time, you must protect yourself well. As for the Sun God Church, if you encounter difficulties you cannot resolve, endure when necessary and yield when appropriate. We will address everything once I return," Han Qing instructed her. Lin Wanqing responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Divine Lord. I will manage the church well and await your return." The only threat to the Sun God Church was ETO. But with micro-interference, this primary threat lost its power. "Good," Han Qing replied briefly. The golden divine radiance gradually faded. Lin Wanqing knew Han Qing had already departed. An inexplicable sense of loss filled her heart. In 10 years, the Mars colonization plan should be complete by then. With proper promotion, the number of followers should double again. When the Divine Lord completes his divine body condensation, I must give him a surprise. The thought of seeing Han Qing in his human form after 10 years sparked fresh excitement within her. Amidst the stunned gazes of the radio station staff, she walked away, surrounded by fellow goddess priestesses. In Lin Wanqing's projection of the future, the number of Sun God Church followers would steadily rise, reaching another peak when the Mars colonization plan was completed in 10 years. But she never expected that when Han Qing went silent, the sun itself would cease its normal operations. As time passed, a month, 3 months, a year. Without Han Qing's control, the scale of the sun's nuclear fusion was declining at a terrifying rate, with every metric hitting new lows. Astronomical observatories around the world issued consecutive warnings the red giant era was coming 50 billion years prematurely. Such warnings and events had occurred many years before, and the sun had recovered afterward, so the public did not take this one too seriously. Only those hostile to solar civilization and hateful toward the Sun God Church seized upon this to launch fierce attacks against both. Even they did not take it seriously. They simply treated it as a weapon. But as time slipped away bit by bit, the sun did not recover as the public had assumed. Its hydrogen fuel seemed to have been exhausted, and combustion had shifted to the hydrogen layers surrounding the core. The sun began to grow brighter, and its volume started expanding. Intense radiation far beyond the photosphere enveloped the entire Earth, and the planet's temperature rose sharply. The red giant era had truly arrived. In the United States, the Sun God Church Cathedral in the Imperial City. Beneath the blazing crimson glow of the red giant, a massive protest procession converged and blocked the entrance. They held high anti-Sun God Church signs, wielded loudspeakers, their faces flushed red as foul language poured from their mouths in torrents. If it were not for the American police establishing barricades, they might have swarmed in and torn the cathedral apart. "Get off Earth! Get off Earth! Give us back our sun! Give us back our sun!" The protesters were men, women, and old alike, some gaunt and emaciated with a frenzied, morbid appearance. This situation was not limited to the imperial capital or the various states of the United States. Wherever the Sun God Church had temples, from Gallia to India, protesters had surrounded them all. Some extremists even hurled Molotov cocktails attempting to burn down the temples. Lin Wanqing stood beneath the statue of the Sun God, her face expressionless, praying devoutly and offering her faith power. Within the vast, empty cathedral, the jeers of the protesters outside echoed. "My lord, should I drive those people away?" A short-haired goddess priestess frowned and stepped forward to speak. Lin Wanqing did not open her eyes, saying calmly, "No need. Their discontent must be vented somewhere." Due to the intense radiation from the red giant, the number of cancer patients on Earth had increased by tens of times in just 2 years compared to previous years. That was the reason for the public's anger. But if this continues, there will be no one left to come and pray. It is the same if believers pray at home. Lin Wanqing rose to her feet and said, Additionally, send word to all branches under the premise of protecting their own safety, avoid conflicts with the masses. I do not wish for any branch to be involved in violent incidents with the public. The masses were already dissatisfied with the Sun God Church. Combined with the instigation from those who harbored hatred toward the Sun God, the protest crowds grew larger and more extreme. If conflicts were to escalate further, the consequences would only become worse. Yes, High Priestess, the priestess replied helplessly. Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment, then said, also notify Yang Na to organize the priests in the sect who have healing abilities and draft a plan to treat cancer patients. Cure as many as we can. Even if it was like a drop in the bucket and could not change the situation, at least let the outside world see the Sun God cult's attitude. If they could influence even one person, it would be worth it. And it was worth it. The cancer incident grew more and more intense. Most ordinary people had lost all goodwill toward the Sun God cult. Those who had been hostile in the first place even formed a civilian violent organization called the Sun Hunters, specifically attacking believers of the Sun God cult, and only low-ranking priests who lacked supernatural powers. This tactic indeed caused considerable harm to believers everywhere. As time passed over the years, even the faithful began to waver. There were believers who, disappointed with the Sun God and hoping to protect themselves, left the cult. Some even turned from belief to hatred. However, the high-ranking members, led by Lin Wanqing, remained steadfast. They put a halt to preaching and stopped social activities unless necessary. They focused solely on the Mars immigration plan. In addition, they set up a special foundation to treat cancer patients around the world who had been afflicted by solar radiation. Yet such actions were not forgiven by the people of the world. The United Nations strongly condemned the cult, demanding Lin Wanqing summon the Sun God and heal the Sun, but this time she chose to ignore the demand. The Sun God cult's reputation plummeted. From one low point it fell into an even deeper low. These were the worst 10 years. The sun became ever brighter and the world grew ever darker. The sun had entered its red giant phase 5 billion years ahead of schedule, completely upsetting the normal rhythm of society globally. Earth's temperature soared, sea levels fell, more than 1 trillion tons of seawater were lost, rainfall diminished, and crop yields dropped. Despite government attempts to suppress and regulate, vegetable and grain prices continued to soar. Radiation was rising, cancer rates rising, unemployment rising, national debt rising. An economic crisis swept the world. On chillier nights, angry people took to the streets, gathering, marching, protesting, and storming the temples of the Sun God cult. The police, however, became increasingly slow to turn out. Sometimes only after the clashes ended and the rioters had dispersed did they leisurely arrive, taking Sun God believers back to the station to make statements. The churches and temples of the Sun God cult rapidly diminished around the world. Ordinary churches had long been destroyed by Molotov cocktails, and even temples protected by high-ranking priests were on the brink of collapse. There were still people in this world who believed in the Sun God, but no one feared the Sun God anymore. A rage that had burned for 10 years was enough to incinerate all fear. The solar system. Han Qing woke from a state of near slumber. A pleasant warmth spread through his limbs and joints, as if he were basking in a cozy hot spring in the dead of winter. He slowly opened his eyes, and a dense piercing crimson glow immediately flooded his vision, making his eyes feel scorching hot. I have eyes, Han Qing thought in excitement. This field of vision was different from the strange one he had perceived through electromagnetic waves as the sun. This one was more vibrant, more familiar, and more reassuring. As expected, I'm still more used to a human body. After 10 years, I've finally condensed a demigod form. It's done. With high spirits, Han Qing looked at his true body, yet he couldn't help frowning. In his perception, the body had swelled greatly, and its color had turned red. The situation was obviously bad. After 10 years of inaction, have I become a red giant? Earth must be in a mess. I have to restore it as soon as possible. Han Qing's perspective abruptly changed back to the sun's view. He then immediately revived the activity of the hydrogen in the core. The scale of nuclear fusion returned to normal. The avatar's perspective did not disappear. After condensing the demigod body, Han Qing possessed parallel consciousness, a dual-core CPU. The main body did its job, while the avatar did other things. No problem at all. As long as the main body works for a few years, the sun should be able to reverse its red giant phase and return to a main sequence state. As for the avatar, let it go back to Earth first and see how the Sun God cult is doing. Han Qing thought. Like a newborn breaking through its fetal membrane, he swam out of the sun's outer corona. He left the sun and entered outer space. An intense chill invaded his body. To Han Qing, this was bearable. It was just a little uncomfortable. A divine body is a divine body. The high temperature inside the sun and the extreme cold of the vacuum. Ice and fire, two extremes, cannot harm me at all. I wonder how strong I am now. Can I beat the droplet of the Trisolaran civilization? I've only been cultivating for a little over 10 years. On the current timeline, the second fleet of the Trisolaran civilization won't reach Earth for another 400 years. Even if I can't beat the droplet, I still have time to grow. Han Qing's thoughts drifted as he swam toward Earth. Earth. Daxiao Observatory. Sha Ruishan, who had worked through the night and was about to clock off, suddenly saw a strange object on the images sent back by the solar observation satellite. It was a white, unknown mass that had flown out of the sun and was roaming through space. Roaming was not quite the right word, because the thing seemed to have both a purpose and a target moving along a course. What is that thing? It seems to have flown out from inside the sun. Wait, the sun? Sha Ruishan was startled. His brain, muddled from staying up all night, seemed to be doused with cold water and suddenly became fully alert. He immediately dialed the director's phone. The observatory's senior staff, hearing the news, flooded into the observation room. Can't the satellite see it clearly? What is that thing? Could it be a weapon of a solar civilization? 10 years later, there was finally an incident concerning the sun again. Wang Zhenan was quite excited, firing off a series of questions. Unfortunately, no one knew and no one could answer. Director, that unknown object seems to have a jamming effect on our satellites. Both the Shiha and the Xuantian Space Telescope can't take clear images. We're trying to fix that and should be done in about 10 minutes. Several scientists said as they operated. Hurry, we must find out what that thing is. Wang Zhenan said. He watched the satellite images, becoming more uneasy the more he thought. He then called General Chang Weisi of the Operations Department. At the same time in the Operations Department, Chang Weisi and a group of Daxia's senior generals were also watching the satellite images with grave expressions. Under his command, the operational departments in all regions had entered the highest alert state, ready for combat at any moment. It wasn't only the Daxia war zone. The military forces of the United States, the British Empire, Germany, Russia, India, and other nations all entered their highest level of alert at the same moment, nervously watching the unknown object that had flown out of the sun. The solar civilization has been out of contact for a decade. The possibility that it was destroyed by the Trisolaran civilization cannot be ruled out. That mass of matter may well be a weapon of the Trisolarans. We must determine its nature as soon as possible and intercept it. Chang Weisi spoke with gravity. Over the past decade, they had attempted to communicate with the solar civilization, namely Qing, the sun god, countless times. Yet none of these attempts had succeeded. Various theories about the solar civilization subsequently emerged, with destruction by the Trisolarans being among the more prevalent. If they could identify that unknown object, perhaps they would finally unravel the mystery behind the sun god's decade-long disappearance. After the astronomers' persistent efforts, 9 minutes later, the satellite imagery was finally restored and broadcast simultaneously by both the observatory and the operations department. The footage left them speechless with shock. How is this possible? Is that a human being? Chang Weisi's throat tightened as his understanding of reality shattered. On the satellite feed, a man entirely naked, resembling a Terminator, emerged from the crimson sun. He flew into space. The sun's surface alone reaches 5,500 degrees Celsius, while the vacuum of space plunges to near absence of oxygen at a frigid -270 degrees Celsius. How could any human navigate such extremes unscathed? Could this still be human? These iron-willed military commanders and steadfast materialist scientists alike fell into profound shock. America. Army Command. The newly appointed Army Commander General Brooks and numerous military officers stood frozen, as if bewitched, unmoving, each with eyes bulging wide as they stared at the devastating footage on the large screen. This is absolutely not human. This is a monster. General Brooks's voice quivered as he muttered, his cloudy brown pupils trembling slightly, while fixing his gaze on the man in the satellite image without missing a single detail. His physique, his musculature, truly a masterpiece beyond compare. Even if Michelangelo himself returned to life, he could never carve such a work. What exactly is he? A humanoid creation of the solar civilization, or something else entirely? Even faced with a body identical to a human's, he refused to believe it was human. A human being could not emerge from the sun and traverse the cosmos. No human could possess such a perfect physique. Why? Why does he have an Eastern face? Look at this, someone cried out in alarm. As the man on the screen approached the moon, the satellite imagery grew sharper, revealing his sharply defined Eastern features. Even by Western aesthetic standards, his face was flawless, a living embodiment of divine beauty. Within General Brooks's shocked heart, envy, admiration, and a tangle of other unsettling emotions instantly sprouted. This must be a technological creation of the solar civilization. Those present could finally reach this conclusion. The sun god's preference for Eastern civilization was now an undeniable fact recognized by nations worldwide. The upper echelons of the sun god cult were predominantly Eastern women. Even the classified technology seized from Ikkyo was traded exclusively with the Great Xia nation. And this man who had traversed space and emerged from the sun with his Eastern features was undeniably connected to them. Great Xia nation. Both the observatory and the operations department had also noticed this shocking detail. Many female scientists and even many male scientists Faced with that irresistibly handsome and beautiful face, they couldn't help but briefly show expressions of fascination. Human beings cannot fly in space. That much is certain. He is not human. I suspect he is an android created by the solar civilization. His face alone serves as the best proof. Luo Ji furrowed his brow as he analyzed, whatever has happened to the solar civilization, its emergence signals further developments. We must prepare in advance. Whether this portends good or ill no one could say. Chang Weishi nodded and sighed. When Qing first spoke of the sun, he said it was all merely an experiment. It appears now that his experiment has failed. I hope this creation comes to handle the aftermath and prevent further disaster. In space, Han Qing, who had originally planned to head straight to Earth, was drawn by the strange sights beyond the moon. A colossal space station floated steadily in the void between the moon and Earth, with nearly 300 cables thicker than a person dangling from it, tautly disappearing deep into the planet. Occasionally, luminous passenger capsules raced along the cables from Earth to the station at incredible speeds, resembling four-winged drones wreathed in flames. So this is the space elevator. It appears to be complete. I never thought I'd see the day. Han Qing gazed at this technological marvel with astonishment. In his previous life, this had existed only in science fiction films. Yet now it stood complete and real before him. Let me take a look. Han Qing altered his course, making his way toward the space station along the space elevator. Inside the recently departed passenger capsule, a petite Eastern beauty opened her eyes wide, her face etched with disbelief. Is something wrong, holy maiden? Are you uncomfortable? We can reduce the G-force. That would improve the experience. A bearded American in a pressure suit shouted, his voice oddly muffled in the chaotic environment. No, this pressure means nothing to me. Her physique was so formidable that she wore no pressure suit. Why would mere 10 Gs concern her? Hesitating, she asked her companions beside her, did any of you just see a but fly past the capsule window? Everyone froze at her words. Ma Lily shook her head. She was certain she had just seen a blindingly white plump backside outside the capsule. But how could a human appear completely naked in outer space? Could she have simply mistaken her eyes? Han Qing was halfway to the space station when he suddenly recalled his Terminator state. It was rather indecent. If his followers saw him in this form, it would not do. So he activated a supernatural ability, and the space around his skin warped and twisted as a crimson hooded robe materialized, enveloping his divine form. Though this was merely a plain vintage-style robe, it stood out, due to Han Qing's sacred and inviolable noble bearing. Yes, this will do. Han Qing raised his head satisfied, and soon reached the space station. Several spacecraft were docked above. Inside the space station, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Han Qing laid eyes upon his most loyal believer, Lin Wanqing, the sovereign of the sun god cult. She was already past 30 now, yet her appearance remained as youthful and beautiful as ever. She was no different from a delicate maiden of 18. Divine power had granted her an ageless life. Lin Wanqing was at this moment conversing with a smooth-tempered middle-aged man from the United States. Han Qing thought for a moment and recognized him as Mattis, the great capitalist who had commissioned him to terraform Mars. All supplies have been replenished, and everything is in place, Your Holiness. The spacecraft may set out for Mars at any moment. Go inspect everything once more yourself. This is the first time we are dispatching a vessel to journey to Mars. We must not make the slightest mistake, even if it is only a trial. I anticipated Your Holiness would say that. The High Priestess Yao Tiao was uneasy, so she is personally inspecting it on my behalf. She should return very soon. Han Qing listened to their conversation and felt profoundly gratified. A voyage to Mars, achieved in merely 10 years. Reaching this step had been far from easy. It was plain that Lin Wanqing had invested boundless effort. Before long, Yao Tiao entered the space station's control room accompanied by 2 female priests. The childish roundness of her doll face had receded, her features refined and exquisite. Her lips were stained with vivid red, and lively sunbird pendants dangled from her ears, adorable, yet with a trace of sensuality. No problems, Your Holiness. The Shiha experimental is ready to depart. Shiha, in Daxiao mythology, the servant who drove the chariot for the sun god. According to legend, he harnessed 6 tailless dragons to his chariot every day, carrying the sun in a wild gallop across the heavens. After her final check, all was confirmed beyond doubt. At last, that immense spacecraft named Shiha was set into motion. 6 cylindrical vacuum engines thundered into operation. 6 pillars of flame, each as thick as a skyscraper, erupted from its aft. The sheer terror of its thrust tore the ship away from the station at breakneck speed, racing toward depths of space. Aboard the ship were over 100 astronauts and an even greater number of intelligent robots. Should the ship successfully arrive at Mars, they would be used to pioneer the planet, erect the first shelters, and lay the groundwork for future Martian cities. At present, Mars only requires time to complete the construction of its biosphere. No other problems remain. As long as sufficient resources are invested, the first immigrant city can be raised rather quickly. Han Qing watched the spaceship recede into the distance before passing through the station's smooth outer hull into its interior. Taking in the deeply high-tech equipment that filled the station, Han Qing was as thrilled as a hunter who spots his prey. Although he had become the sun god of this world, he had never before witnessed such advanced technology. Unable to resist, he reached out and stroked it. The feel was sleek and cool, utterly splendid. Just then footsteps sounded from behind. Han Qing turned and encountered two staff members from the United States. Both were visibly taken aback. Then they shouted in panic and without the slightest hesitation sounded the alarm. The entire station was suddenly bathed in flashing red lights as the sirens shrieked. The engineers, scientists, and astronauts working at the Ark space station had all undergone intensive training. They knew perfectly well that no such oddly dressed yet incomparably handsome Asian man existed here. Neither could he belong to the sun god cult, which allowed only senior female priests. Therefore this Asian man could only be an intruder. The wailing sirens quickly brought the whole station to a state of combat readiness. Using their extraordinary powers, Lin Wanqing, Yao Tiao, and the others converged upon the core module in an instant. Yet when they laid eyes on the thoroughly embarrassed Han Qing, they were all astounded. "Oh Lord, Lord Divine, is it really you?" Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes flew wide open as she asked in disbelief. She had spent 6 months together with Han Qing in the dream realm. She recognized Han Qing's face with absolute clarity. It was simply that Han Qing had grown so much more handsome, a masterpiece that seemed impossible for the human world to produce. Their eyes met. For no discernible reason, Han Qing felt a strange sensation, as if a child lost for years had finally been found by his family. He squeezed out a thin smile. "It's me. Lord Divine, is it truly the Lord Divine?" Lin Wanqing stepped forward excitedly, wanting to embrace Han Qing, but then restrained herself and lowered her arms, exclaiming with joy, "Lord Divine, we have waited for you for 10 years. You have finally come back. Congratulations to the Lord Divine on successfully condensing his divine body." She knelt on one knee and pressed her cherry lips to the back of Han Qing's hand. The warm, soft, ticklish sensation was more than Han Qing could bear. Yao Tiao and the others also knelt on one knee, speaking with reverent solemnity, "Congratulations to the Lord Divine on successfully condensing his divine body." At this moment, Mattis and his guard detail, armed with specialized weaponry, came rushing in. Seeing this sight, they too were startled. Han Qing's condensation of a divine body was a confidential matter within the cult. No one except the cult leader and the high priestess knew about it. As a sub-deacon, he was naturally just as muddled. Nevertheless, despite being unable to grasp what was truly transpiring, he was wise enough to lower the guard captain's gun and, following the women, kneel on one knee before this deity, rendering his highest respects. In times past, when the faithful of Earth knelt to pray across time and space, Han Qing had never felt any tangible connection. But now, with so many believers kneeling before him in person, Han Qing could not articulate the feeling, and yet in his heart he knew it was rather wonderful. Inside the private cabin of the space elevator, Han Qing lounged languidly on a plush sofa, sipping the piping hot coffee that Lin Wanqing had personally brewed, feeling refreshed and unburdened. This texture, this taste, this aroma, none of it, not one bit, could the dream world have provided. A divine body did not truly need food or drink to survive. But this was the sensation of being alive. Merely becoming the sun would at best have counted as existing. "Wanqing, how has the cult grown these past 10 years? You must have worked hard." Han Qing was so comfortable that he could not be bothered to maintain an impressive bearing and asked offhandedly. I actually do not feel it was hard work. Just, over these 10 years the sun has become a red giant. It has brought severe adverse consequences to Earth. People of all nations believe it to be the fault of the Lord Divine, and the cult's growth has suffered great resistance because of it." As she spoke, anxiety crept across Lin Wanqing's expression. If things were allowed to continue in this manner, believers would not merely dwindle. Even Mars would not remain a suitable place to settle for much longer. A red giant, after all, would eventually devour the entire solar system. Mars could hardly escape disaster as well. Han Qing saw through her concern and reassured her, "The red giant is no problem. I have already begun repairing it. Within no long time the sun will return to its normal state." With the Lord Divine's promise, Lin Wanqing was at once relieved. She then added, "Apart from the red giant, there is one further matter. If the Lord Divine is able, could you perform a divine miracle to cleanse the diseases of Earth? Because of the red giant's radiation, many people have fallen victim to skin cancer. If they could be cured, the world would surely give thanks to the Lord Divine, and our cult's followers would certainly increase in droves." Hearing this, Han Qing felt somewhat abashed. The Earthling's presumption was actually correct. The red giant had indeed been caused by his own absorption in condensing his divine body at the cost of neglecting his duties. Since he had brought about all these adverse effects, it was his duty to erase them. He nodded and said, "Very well. I will act and heal them." With the means he now commanded, let alone skin cancer, even the dead could be resurrected. And there is the Divine Lord. Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have just dispatched the first advance team to Mars. If all goes smoothly, we can begin constructing a Martian city and start the migration. Once the Divine Lord performs a miracle to cure the world's diseases, I will announce the successful launch of the Mars migration plan. I believe the number of believers will at least double again. She paused for a moment, then raised her slender jade-like fingers in a triumphant V sign, looking like an adorable little dog seeking praise. Han Qing's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, reaching out his large hand to pat Lin Wanqing's head. Very good, well done. The Divine Lord shall reward you, Wanqing. What reward do you desire? Lin Wanqing was startled, a blush spreading across her exquisite face, radiating enchanting allure. It's all right. Whatever you want, just say it, and I will grant it. Han Qing declared with great magnanimity. Lin Wanqing stammered hesitantly. She wanted to ask whether the Divine Lord required attendance, or perhaps service in his chambers, but such words were too embarrassing to speak directly. After hesitating for a moment, she was about to speak, when Han Qing's gaze suddenly turned cold as a blade shifting toward the window of the carriage cabin. His sight seemed to pierce through time and space, reaching another dimension entirely. The 11th dimensional space. The Saphan was monitoring this very place. Though it was being interfered with and could not observe the specifics, it could still rely on supercomputing to calculate and deduce events. The warming of solar data, the sudden return of Lin Wanqing and the others from the space station. All signs indicated that the sun god had reappeared in the world. What's wrong, Divine Lord? Sensing Han Qing's shift in mood, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but shiver. Han Qing withdrew his malice and said calmly, the Saphan is monitoring this place. So it was the Saphan. Lin Wanqing said, the interference divine art you taught us has been very effective, Divine Lord. Over the years, the Saphan has never been able to do anything to us. Han Qing's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he said, From now on, you no longer need to use that troublesome interference divine art. Lin Wanqing and the other women were bewildered. No more interference divine art. Could there be a better alternative? Divine Lord, you mean? Once I have performed the miracle, Han Qing rose and walked to the window, speaking with ambitious resolve. I shall personally act to refine and subdue this Saphan. In the great Xia nation, the satellite feed lost sight of Han Qing. Chang Weici, Wang Jinan, and the others were startled, then began analyzing the situation. His ability to vanish into thin air somewhat resembles superpowers. It seems this bionic man is no ordinary being. It's highly likely he possesses self-awareness. Luo Ji remarked. A bionic man whose body could withstand the sun's surface heat and the extreme cold of space, possessing self-awareness and superhuman abilities. Such a being was nothing short of terrifying. If not for nuclear weapons, such a humanoid weapon of mass destruction could already dominate the Earth. He went straight up the space elevator. By the look of it, he's headed for the space station. So he really is with the Sun God cult. The question is whether he can resolve the crisis facing the cult. Let's wait and see. Even if he truly can't save the sun, we still have the Wandering Earth project. The generals discussed among themselves one after another. The Great Xia Nation had deep cooperation with the Sun God cult, and it had also invested in the Mars migration plan. Therefore, they too hoped the Sun God cult could weather this crisis. Just then, Wang Jinan's excited voice suddenly burst through Chang Weixi's earpiece. General Chang, great news. Wonderful news. His voice was so loud that everyone nearby could hear it, and they all turned to look. What is it, old Wang? Chang Weici asked in confusion. The solar data is recovering. Wang Jinan slammed the table excitedly. All indicators are rising, and at an extremely fast pace. The sun is saved. The red giant transition is reversing. Chang Weici was stunned for a moment, then broke into a joyful shout. Excellent. Truly excellent. The generals in the operations department likewise showed looks of elation upon hearing this. It looks like the solar civilization has finally made its move. Damn it, to think they waited until now. We've finally made it through those hellish days. This insane weather could roast people to death, even in winter. Hey, do you think there's a possibility that the one who crossed space is actually the sun god Qing? Otherwise, why would the sun begin recovering the moment he appeared? Impossible. How could an alien look exactly like a human? You're overthinking it. Exactly. It was probably some device left by the solar civilization activated by that bionic man. Luo Ji listened to all these words and sank into deep contemplation. Cough, cough. Chang Weici suddenly coughed violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The generals who had been chattering moments ago changed expression and hurriedly gathered around to check on him. General, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? General, you don't look well. Shall I call a doctor to take a look? Chang Weici waved his hand and said in a low voice, I caught a chill these past couple of days. Don't worry about me. Luo Ji helped me back to my office for a rest. He dismissed the officers and specifically asked Luo Ji to support him. Luo Ji silently helped Chang Weici leave the operations room. Back in the office, Luo Ji locked the door behind them and helped Chang Weici sit down. He tried to move as gently as possible, for he could sense that every step this gaunt old man took caused his body to tremble in pain. No matter how well he concealed it, his body's reactions could not deceive. The cough just now was less a cough than a strangled groan of suppressed agony. Chang Wei-si settled into the chair, forcing an expression of relief. One has to accept old age. If I don't rest soon, I won't even be able to stand. Luo Ji sat on the sofa nearby, calmly meeting the eyes of this old general who had spent half his life in warfare and held immense power, without a shred of fear or any other emotion. General Chang, in your current condition, you should be in a cadre ward receiving chemotherapy, not continuing to work. Chang Wei-si looked at him in surprise. I have several friends who suffer from skin cancer, and I often visit them. You might deceive others, General Chang, but you cannot deceive me. Luo Ji continued. The smell of a skin cancer patient. He knew it all too well. It was the stench of death and decay. Hearing this, Chang Wei-si let out a helpless dry laugh, lowered his eyelids, and leaned back in his chair, as expected of a scholar, meticulous and observant. I thought I had disguised it rather well. He closed his eyes, appearing to drift toward sleep. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. I'm already in the terminal stage. Chemotherapy is meaningless. To be honest, I'd rather die in the operations room than rot away pathetically in a hospital bed. Besides, I still need to see who will take over my post. Luo Ji frowned. He hadn't expected the man's illness to be so severe. That kind of pain would break even a youth as robust as an ox, yet this elderly man gritted his teeth and kept working day after day without rest. But doesn't the sun god cult have many priestesses who wield healing abilities? If you applied for help, General Chang, given the great Xia government's relationship with them, they wouldn't refuse to save you. Even if. Luo Ji trailed off as realization struck him. His voice died, his eyes grew vague, and he lowered his head. Chang Wei-si chuckled and said, You guessed right. Without their aid, this old man wouldn't have survived this long. It's just that this matter was kept confidential, so you didn't know. Assistant Priestess Ling Yue said she could extend my life by about half a year. That's enough time for me to arrange my affairs. Oh, and don't you dare tell Shi Chang about this. I know you two are close. Chang Wei-si's face twitched slightly as he rose to fetch a bottle of painkillers from the drawer, popping them into his mouth one after another like candy beans. Now that the solar civilization has emerged once more and the sun is about to return to normal, everything will get back on track. There's nothing left for me to worry about. It's just a pity that I won't live to witness the day the Wandering Earth project is carried out. Luo Ji's heart grew heavier and heavier with grief at these words. He wanted to say something, yet he didn't know what to say. All he could do was remain silent. By the way, that Ding Yi fellow has fallen ill and is receiving treatment in Haiqing. I had intended to go there myself to visit him, but my old bones can't manage the trip. If you have time, go and take a look for me. Since the red giant, he had only gazed at the sun twice, and then he fell ill. Fate is really a trickster, there's no arguing with it. Chang Wei-si lay back down, closed his eyes, his breathing slowing, as if he had truly fallen asleep. Luo Ji did not answer. He looked out the window with worry in his eyes. In his mind, he replayed the moment of that man who had traversed space, a body so flawless it did not seem human. If he is the sun god, all these misfortunes would surely be resolved. But would he be? The space elevator capsule descended to the Earth base at a measured pace. A colossal skybridge slid out from the far shore and extended outward. Whether it was the space tethers, the space elevator car, or this man-made skybridge, all were unimaginably vast, like creations of a giant deity. Han Qing and Lin Wanqing with a few others were inside it, small as ants. Master, you must be exhausted after 10 years spent refining your divine body. You would be wise to rest a while, and we can discuss something else. Lin Wanqing walked, speaking warmly. That remark touched Han Qing's heart. No wonder she was the one I chose as my warm little companion. So thoughtful. It has been so long since the sun was reborn. Now that he has a corporeal body, how could he not enjoy it after years of toil and seclusion? Han Qing's mind was already running wild. Seeing him say nothing, Lin Wanqing thought perhaps he did not want to, and with seasoned tact advised, Master, there is no need to worry about anything else. Isn't the sun recovering? Your miracle is better kept for the grand finale. Once the news ferments worldwide, you can act, and it will yield twice the result. There is no reason not to agree. Good, you arrange it. I am curious what Earth has to offer. Han Qing said with a straight face, unflustered. Even as Han Qing feasted, events unfolded as Lin Wanqing had predicted. Solar data warming became the globe's top headline. It quickly spread to people of all ages, everyone knew. And nations stirred by the enigmatic man who crossed space convened in secret military meetings. As for the result, no one knows. On the third day since Han Qing's birth, humanity around the world watched the sun god sect, and the sun god behind it, eager to know whether the sun god had truly returned. Journalists from major news outlets in search of first-hand material crowded, like paparazzi, to the doors of the Sun God Church headquarters in the United States at the Sacred Cathedral, hoping to seize the opportunity to interview Lin Wanqing. This was the moment of millions of eyes fixed on the scene. Something happened inside the sacred cathedral. The high priestesses of the Sun God Church filed out in neat formation onto the plaza before the doors. They knelt as one, singing hymns in praise of the Sun God. The display was so spectacular that reporters with long lenses and bystanders crowded in, cameras flashing. Yet there is more. Amidst the hymns that cleanse the heart, an Asian man robed in red, muscular and handsome, walked out barefoot from the church, and then, like a deity, he soared into the heavens. Not wires, not effects. He truly flew. The Americans witnessing it were all stunned. This person is none other than Han Qing, who had spent a few days playing on Earth, timing his actions to create a stir and perform miracles. As he rose higher into the sky, satellites from various nations detected the scene. The United States Army Command Center quickly gathered its senior officers in the operations room. Isn't this the android that emerged from the sun 3 days ago? What does he intend to do by flying out from the Sun God Church headquarters? Could he be planning a terrorist attack? Should we launch the Annihilator missiles to shoot him down first? You fool. What would a terrorist attack gain him? If he is of the Sun God Church faith must come first, he would not act rashly. They debated, their expressions tense. A weapon of this magnitude within their borders in the imperial capital, with no clue what he intends to do, the uncertainty was enough to make anyone break out in a cold sweat. Han Qing ascended higher, the ground receding. Humans on the ground could no longer catch him with the naked eye, but satellites from all countries could see him more clearly. The Xia Nation, the Galchik Nation, the Malbear Nation, and the White Elephant Nation all convened emergency war councils, bracing for the unknown. What is he up to? Could he be planning to return to the space station or head for Mars? The Xia War Department Chang Weici wondered not long ago. He had tried to negotiate with the Sun God Church, hoping to learn the identity and function of this android. But the Sun God Church, usually friendly toward Xia, gave an attitude that was completely contrary. Only 8 words: cold and distant church secrets, no disclosure. This intensified their curiosity. He has stopped. Someone cried out. Han Qing pierced through the troposphere, the ozone layer, and into the stratosphere. The red robe fluttered in the wind. His head tilted slightly upward, arms spread wide, as if embracing the heavens. Could this be an attack maneuver? Is he about to strike the Sun God Church's enemies? One general was puzzled and guessed. People dismissed the idea at first. But what happened next left everyone too shocked to argue. Han Qing opened his arms, raised them high, and above his head a golden egg-sized light ball formed. The orb, like a living thing, grew rapidly and expanded, so large that it looked like a second sun on Earth. Mass healing, let everyone recover, Han Qing thought to himself. The more those healed, the more believers. The more believers, the stronger the power of faith, the more power, the divine power. To atone for his mistakes, and to gain divine power, Han Qing showed no mercy. With all his might he unleashed his power. The sky-darkening, life-rich golden spheres burst forth, beams of brilliant gold across the heavens, flying in all directions. This sight shook people to the core. The United States Army Command. A lieutenant colonel cried in alarm that it indeed meant to commit a terror attack. General, should we quickly activate the defense systems? Brooks frowned, his eyes fixed on the satellite feed, but no reply. After years of service, the instincts honed through life and death told him that the golden light was not dangerous. If they acted rashly, it would likely cause unnecessary trouble. As the reach of the gold light expanded, more people grew uneasy. General, delaying any longer would be too late. Yes, General, for safety. General Brooks clenched his fists, still silent. At this moment, the imperial capital and Americans across California looked up at the sea of golden light streaking across the sky. And the light descended like a veil, covering everything. Merging into every body, it brought earth-shattering changes. Each person drenched in the golden light feels a surge of warm energy spreading through the body. Row after row of hospitals and wards. The golden light threads through the walls. The light falls indiscriminately upon every patient. On beds and in wheelchairs, they suddenly remove their respirators and cast off their wheelchairs, and all of them revert to normal human form. Doctors gape in disbelief, jaws gaping. The radiant light continues to spread, enveloping the world at an unbelievable speed, the earth itself seeming to be wrapped in a mantle of gold. Haicheng, the Taiyang Xinjiao Temple. It has nearly been converted into a hospital, becoming a life base for treating skin cancer patients in the Daxia Nation. Female nurses are busy at work tending to the patients with skin cancer in a deluxe ward. Li Yuzhen, one of the deputy attendants stationed here, stands by the bed, releasing emerald green light that pours steadily into the patients. As time passes, the emerald radiance grows dimmer. After 15 minutes, the light vanishes completely. Li Yuzhen's pale forehead beads with sweat, her breath short, her strength seems to fail. Deputy High Priest Li, how is she? Shirchong asks with concern. Li Yuzhen looks at him with a touch of apology and says, Captain Shirchong, the cancer cells in Mr. Ding Yi's body have metastasized to the bones. I can only suppress them, not eradicate them. Shirchong's face falls in disappointment. The radiation of the red supergiant is far too intense. Patients with skin cancer often develop systemic malignant tumors, and the cancer cells rapidly metastasize to the lymphatic system, even to the bones. Not to mention modern medicine. Even the Taiyang Xinjiao priestesses with extraordinary powers would struggle to treat this. Shichang asks unwillingly, Li Yuzhen, could you contact the head of the sect and send a deputy priest or the high priest here? Professor Ding is immensely important to our operations department. He must not come to harm. Li Yuzhen hesitates, shakes her head. In this situation, even if the strongest deputy priest of my sect healed, there would still be no cure. I'm sorry, Captain Shi. Shichang falls silent. Ding, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, slowly awakens. He stretches, yawns, and speaks in a light tone. Captain Shi, life and death are ordained. You should not force it. His appearance is pitiful. Whether one has truly accepted life and death or not, it only gives a sense of feigned ease. Shichang sighs helplessly. Ding. At that moment, the door suddenly bursts open. A young man straining his neck bursts in and grabs Li Yuzhen's shoulder, saying that she does not understand how important Ding is to the daxia. He is the backbone of the operations department, the youngest academician in the history of the daxia nation. Do you understand? He should be on his battlefield serving the country with a future as bright as can be, not lying on a sickbed waiting to die. Isn't your leader Lin Wanqing said to be as great as a god? Can she not treat this illness? If she cannot, then call the Taiyang Xinjiao. Why has the Taiyang Xinjiao stopped protecting you? Why has the Taiyang become a red giant? Answer me. Answer me. The man's ferocious face drains Li Yuzhen of color. Her lips tremble. She is not a battle priestess by nature and cannot respond under such pressure. Hey, I see. Calm down. Shichang pulls the man away, apologizing. Sorry, Deputy High Priest Li, he did not mean it. Li Yuzhen steadies herself, steps back, and forces a smile. It's fine. I know. AIC crouches on the floor, hands on her head, shoulders heaving, but no sobs. Ding looks at his student with a dim gaze. The ward is thick with suffocating silence. Yet a new twist and an anomaly strike again. A dazzling golden light pours down from the ceiling and settles on a few of them. Ding instantly senses a great change within his eyes, filled with astonishment. What is this? Shichang feels himself likewise at ease. His body seems to return to its prime at 18, shedding burdens, no more injuries, light and free. AIC crouched on the floor lifts her head, staring at the ceiling with tear-streaked cheeks. The least affected appears to be the exceptionally healthy goddess Li Yuzhen, who feels the energy drive away her monthly cycle, and her belly feels wonderfully relieved. The golden light dissolves within the body. Ding suddenly seems to go wild, violently tearing off his bandages. As the bandages fall away, he is stunned to find that all signs of the skin cancer have vanished. His skin becomes pale and smooth, as if newborn. I'm cured. Am I cured? Ding stares at his hands in disbelief. How can this be possible? Li Yuzhen watches incredulous. Outside, the noisy shouts flood into the room. Those voices carry relief, happiness, and fervor. The shouting grows louder until the temple itself seems to overflow with sound. Li Yuzhen rushes out uncertain. Down in the main hall, the elites from all walks of life with skin cancer now see the hideous lesions vanish, each one regaining a new life. The air shines with golden light. This is proof of divine blessing. Li Yuzhen stands astonished, moved to tears as she murmurs, this is a miracle, surely the Taiyang Xinjiao's miracle. The Taiyang Xinjiao has come to save us. Shichang peers out astonished and is likewise stunned by the sight. What was once mocked as a place of despair has become a paradise on earth. His eyes are unbelieving as he whispers, the Taiyang Xinjiao has really returned. The Great Xia Nation's operations department. At the moment, Han Qing unleashes a myriad rays of golden light. Chang Weixi's eyes go dark and he collapses with a dull thud. A group of generals jump in fright, busy and confused, first lifting him gently onto the conference table and laying him flat, then untying the neck restraints and loosening the stiff collars to ensure smooth breathing. Only in that moment do they discover the cancerous tissues hidden beneath the uniform, vast clusters of melanoma. The war room falls silent as deathly stillness takes hold. Those who had been running about in a flurry now stand frozen as steel. The iron-willed men look at the unconscious Chang Weici with faces as pale as if facing a corpse. Who would have thought the head of the operations department would also fall ill with skin cancer, and so severely? What is the Taiyang Xinjiao really doing? Wasn't it said to protect humanity? After the sun wreaked havoc, why does the sun disappear? Damn it, does he know he's harming people? A major grinds his teeth and kicks a chair in anger. Enough. Now is not the time for emotions. Immediately notify the Taiyang Xinjiao, and make sure they send the best priestesses here. With all means we must cure the general. A mid-aged colonel with a touch of frost in his temples endures his grief, and says firmly, I will go. A nearby lieutenant colonel calls out. The senior colonel nods, the sooner the better. The call hasn't gone out yet. The mighty golden light that had just shone in the northern hemisphere has descended upon the eastern hemisphere, sweeping through the operation department base and being absorbed by all. A A torrent of vibrant golden light surged into Chang Weixi's body. The ghastly patches of melanoma spread across his flesh melted away like ice and snow. In but a fleeting moment, his skin was restored entirely to its normal state. Even his formerly deathly pale complexion now suffused with healthy color, glowing with renewed vitality. Such a miraculous spectacle defying all scientific explanation unfolded before a cohort of steadfast materialists. The assembled officers rounded their eyes and hung their jaws agape, all utterly incredulous. Chang Weici groaned back to consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. The lingering traces of golden light drifting through the operations room air and the cluster of subordinates around him looking as absurd as comic puppets took him a considerable while to process. What do you think you're all doing? Chang Weici turned over and sat up, betraying not a hint of his age. Finding his clothes had been unfastened, his face changed, and he instinctively moved to cover himself. Then to his astonishment he discovered that the melanoma on his chest had simply vanished. Scarcely able to believe it, he flung up his garments. Every trace on his body had disappeared as well. Chang Weici cried out in shock. What in the world is going on? In his agitation, he had completely forgotten that his illness was something he had concealed from these subordinates. Fortunately, the officers had just learned the truth and understood full well what his exclamation meant. "Gee, General, you passed out just now. The skin cancer. It seems that the golden light released by that robot of the sun god Church healed you. You should be all right now." The middle-aged senior colonel ventured with some uncertainty. Chang Weici was dazed, his mind churning with a cascade of thoughts. His faculties, extraordinarily keen, swiftly reconstructed everything that had just transpired. Chang Weici found the claim that golden light had healed him utterly miraculous. He turned to the great screen. In the satellite footage, that man still hovered in midair, golden light raised in hand shining beneath its glow like a god. Is he truly a bionic robot? Can a bionic robot really accomplish something of this magnitude? Chang Weici stared blankly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the army command of the Huachi nation, General Brooks and his officers had likewise been compelled to accept the healing golden light, savoring its exquisite benefits. The advantages were beyond words. Every one of them felt as though they had been endowed with a brand new healthy body, experiencing the euphoric sensation of being reborn. And all of this was owed to that bionic robot of the sun god Church. Incredible. What kind of technology is this? It defies all imagination. No, this is not technology, this is a divine miracle. He is no mere technological product of the sun civilization. He is the sun god himself, a major exclaimed fervently. Those words struck a chord deep within General Brooks's heart. His chestnut eyes, limpid and glistening, were riveted to the screen as he murmured in awe, he must be the sun god. He must be. Who else but him could bestow such a miracle? In this bleak era where the red giant had descended 5 billion years ahead of schedule, the proportion of people worldwide stricken by terminal illness had surpassed that of any age before. The walls of hospitals had heard more prayers than any temple or cathedral. Hospitals had become battlegrounds where the human realm clashed with hell, tracks upon which despair took the baton from hope and sprinted onward. Too many people lost their faith within those walls. They no longer harbored any hope for the sun, even as observatories across the nations released tidings that the sun's data was warming. But what good was a warming trend? With terminal illness clinging to them, everything had already grown too late. Even if the sun returned to its main sequence stage, it could never redeem this desolate reality. That was what every patient and family member believed before they were drowned in that vast ocean of golden light. Yet no one could have anticipated happiness arriving so swiftly. After being engulfed by the golden light, it was not merely the skin cancer patients afflicted by the red giant's intense radiation who were healed. Leukemia patients, lung cancer patients, AIDS patients, and even schizophrenia patients. Every last one recovered to their original state. Even the family members keeping vigil by their bedsides found every minor ailment in their own bodies cured as well. A deaf old man heard his granddaughter's voice clearly for the first time in years. A myopic middle-aged man removed his bottle-bottom thick spectacles. An elderly man tormented by rhinitis for years breathed freely once more. They were astonished and deeply moved, rejoicing like carefree children. No one could explain what had transpired. It surpassed the bounds of science and rightfully belonged to the province of theology. Every healed patient unanimously deemed it one thing a miracle. At the sacred cathedral of the Huachi nation, those who had witnessed the event firsthand were left with an even more visceral impression. They had been the first recipients of the healing golden light, and also the swiftest to be converted into believers. When a journalist discovered that his own skin cancer had been cured, moved by the hymns of the sun god Church's priestesses, he wept with tears streaming down his face, set down his camera, knelt upon the plaza steps, and took a vow to join the sun god Church. And this was only the beginning. Across the internet of nations worldwide, short videos proliferated, of cured patients wailing in gratitude, kneeling to the ground, and giving thanks to the sun god. Every single one boasted colossal popularity. Then hot on its heels, Lin Wanqing, the leader of the Sun God Church, convened a press conference. It was to explain to the world just what this golden light enshrouding the globe truly was, and who exactly was the Asian man that reporters had captured on camera at the sacred cathedral. Perhaps many of you already possess the answer, but there are still those who do not know that figure is the incarnation of the supreme and almighty Sun God in the mortal realm, and that sea of golden light is his gift bestowed upon humanity. This is the Sun God's third miracle following the solar flare, divine punishment, and the wind of life. A miracle that possesses the efficacy to heal all diseases under heaven. You may call it the healing golden light. It was Lin Wanqing's first appearance before the public in a decade. Audiences were astonished to discover that not only had the years failed to leave the slightest trace upon her, she had actually grown even more beautiful than before. This too was evidently the Sun God's doing. A growing multitude devoted themselves to the Sun God Church. The first wave unquestionably were the patients who had been healed. Even those who had once been sworn enemies of the Sun God Church, craving nothing but its swift annihilation, had, after passing through the abyss of life and death, become utterly devout and unwaveringly steadfast in their faith in the Sun God. Next came the patients' family members. And then there were those who had been moved by the events. The converts streamed in from every corner and walk of life. According to the statistics compiled by the deaconess Sun Chi-Chi, the number of believers gained in just a few short days had not only made up for the tens of millions lost over the past decade, but had achieved a net increase of over 100 million. This is only the initial phase. As the events continue to ferment, everyone's faith in the Divine Lord will only deepen. Word will spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. The ranks of believers will certainly continue to swell. Within a luxurious villa, Sun Chi-Chi's voice emanated from the speakers. Han Qing sat upon the sofa, sensing the inexhaustible stream of power of faith within his sea of consciousness, his heart swelling with unbridled delight. At this rate, the divine power expended in this intervention would soon be fully recouped. Most crucially, the number of believers worldwide had surged by yet another 100 million. A monumental leap forward in the Sun God Church's march toward global dominance. Wanqing, what should we do next? Han Qing asked. Lin Wanqing answered with fervor, proclaimed the complete realization of the Mars migration plan. And also, capture the Soph and refine the Sopon. Bingo. Han Qing snapped his, crossed his, and spoke with confident assurance. Mars publicity be postponed. First refine GZ so that little thing won't irritate people anywhere at any time. As for the Mars publicity, Han Qing has a better idea. Show the results. They will be more impressive than a dry press conference, more persuasive and more credible. When the time comes, no one will claim that it is an alien conspiracy. Yet it is hard to say. After all, even this ironclad healing miracle has been viewed by some as the aliens' plot, which makes those who oppose the Sun God cult even more resolute. Lin Wanqing seemed to sense Han Qing's intention and said, everything obeys the Sun Master. Sun Master, should I intervene to suppress those who oppose the Sun cult? Han Qing blinked, smiled, and asked, how many humans on Earth believe in me? And how many do not? Lin Wanqing thought for a moment, seeming to understand Han Qing's meaning, but replied, Earth's population is about 7 billion, a more than 400 million believe in the Sun Master, the rest do not. Han Qing asked again, then could you use this crackdown to make the other 6 billion believe in me? Lin Wanqing shook her head. Then there is no point wasting effort. Han Qing said, to change Earth's people, that is a long process. What we must oppose has never been some Sun Hunters organization or the people who oppose the Sun God cult. Rather, it is the stubborn ideas rooted in Earth's minds for thousands of years. Over more than a decade, achieving such results is already quite impressive. We need not hurry. With a few hundred years of gradual influence, Earth's humans will naturally become my followers. 100 years hence, who will still remember the Sun Hunters organization or Etio? Only the sun shall endure. Han Qing has now forged an immortal demigod body. There is no longer any urgency to expand the followers. We will cultivate it slowly until under the radiant light all becomes the sacred soil of the Sun cult. It is only a matter of time. After hearing these words, Lin Wanqing and the room's senior priests wore hopeful expressions, their gazes vacant, as if they had already glimpsed centuries ahead when the Sun God cult dominates Earth, space, and time. But Sun Master, Lin Wanqing suddenly thought of something. Will the Wandering Earth project affect you? Xia's underground city project has already dug long, and the planetary engine schematics are complete. They have begun producing physical units. This plan could move so quickly largely thanks to the Sun God cult's theft of 3-body civilization data. It doesn't matter, don't trouble about it. Han Qing waved his hand. If Earth truly wanders one day, he would relocate his own nest as well. 11-dimensional space. GZ, by merging information from places it cannot monitor with other intelligence, calculated the positions of Han Qing, Lin Wanqing, and others, and began surveillance. At the ETO headquarters, senior leaders were in a heated meeting. All governments suspect that it is an android manufactured by the Sun civilization. but through Zhi's calculations 99.67 of his form is the sun god's human manifestation, and Lin Wanqing also admitted that he is the sun god's mortal avatar. The short von Neumann said, "We have enough evidence that that man is the sun god, even if only a clone he created. But its value to us is immeasurable. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Indeed, if we can obtain him, we could glimpse the full picture of the sun civilization through him. Even to locate the coordinates of their civilization. Offer them up to the master." Mozi exclaimed excitedly. Keiko Yamashita nodded, her voice cold. "Over these years the sun god cult has repeatedly infiltrated our HQ, stealing secrets. We have had no way to stop them. This time they must pay a heavy price." 10 years have passed. With the three-body civilization's support, ETO has grown rapidly, wielding numerous technologies far beyond their era. What angers them is that at every crucial moment of development, the sun god cult's thieves infiltrate the HQ and steal their breakthroughs. And they have no way to stop it. Face-to-face contact could trigger mind control and hypnosis. Even surveillance footage proves ineffective while GZ is hampered and unable to monitor the other side, moving as if in a land with no one. No matter how they relocate the HQ or implement defenses, they cannot stop them. Even more maddening is that the other side could wipe them out in a single strike. Yet they refuse to give in. They keep them in place, waiting for the moment when the harvest can begin. This ultimate humiliation is something they can scarcely bear. The sun god's avatar must be important to both the sun god and the sun god cult. Von Neumann licked his lips and said, "Let us take back a city from it. The United States. The Imperial City Villa District." Han Qing again sensed the familiar sensation of being watched. Mid-sentence he paused, suddenly eyes gleaming with golden divine light, traversing dimensions and glimpsing an old acquaintance. "GZ. It seems you really care about me. So eager to monitor me." Han Qing's lips curled, he flipped his hand and golden light rose in his palm. Lin Wanqing and her women saw this and knew at once that GZ was nearby. Among the rewards Han Qing had gained from the system, there was one that could manipulate dimensions, a supernatural power. An 11-dimensional framework from the three-body worldview derived from string theory. This theory posits that our universe is formed by vibrating strings moving through different dimensions. In this hypothesis, there is one time dimension and 3 extended spatial dimensions, plus 7 curled spatial dimensions. These extra dimensions twist and warp at microscopic levels, influencing the fundamental properties and laws of the universe. With humanity's current level of technology, one cannot touch or even detect dimensions beyond the 3. Yet GZ, through repeated clashes with the sun god, calculated that the other side cannot reach 11-dimensional space either. This is the foundation of its brazen surveillance. Once it discovers its calculations have erred, it will be too late. In Han Qing's palm, a talisman array forms. Golden threads flow and intertwine with a sense of magic and cutting-edge technology, gradually shaping twisted models of dimensions. Above the villa in the sky, golden threads pierce the void. Their speed seems slow, yet they are incredibly swift, weaving a cage that the naked eye can scarcely glimpse, sealing Sapon within the 11-dimensional space. This is Han Qing's divine art born from the dimension expansion power, the dimension cage. The Sophin, a supercomputer, instantly realizes it cannot break free and immediately sends a message to the ETO headquarters. This is the moment when the dimension cage asserts its grip. The Sapon cannot escape and seeks aid from the ETO. All ETO members' retinas flash a line of letters: "Save me. Save me. The sun god has captured me. Requesting rescue. Coordinates." Sapon likewise sent the distress message to the Sapon in the Trisolaran world. Then the signal was completely blocked and all contact with the outside world was severed. The cage is complete. Sophin, you surely remember how your sovereign ranted at me last time, don't you? Since I can't reach him for now, I'll collect a little interest from you first. Han Qing withdrew his divine jamming art, having just spoken those words to Sapon with mockery. "Lord Sun God, I believe there is no need for us to be enemies." Sapon immediately transmitted a signal wave. "Your goal is the power of faith, but our Trisolaran civilization merely wishes to find a suitable place to live. We can coexist in harmony." Through calculation, it selected the most suitable self-rescue words for the current situation. Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Besides, don't you think it's a little too late to say all this now? I gave you a warning a long time ago. Han Qing tilted his head slightly, raised his palm, and spread his fingers. An immense, invisible force of distorted space surged out without hesitation. Dimensional expansion. This ability acted directly on Sophin, swiftly casting it down from its lofty 11-dimensional space into the mortal world, its body slowly unfolding into 2 dimensions. How amazing! Lin Wanqing murmured, her eyes gleaming. The cross-dimensional capture was faster than she had imagined. This is the power of a god. In the sky, Sophin's body revealed only the tip of the iceberg, a plane the size of a basketball court etched with dense, intricate circuits. As time passed, the plane expanded larger and larger. until it covered the sky. A colossal high-tech electronic device appeared before the people of the Flower Flag Nation. Blue currents surged across it like a swarm of snakes darting in every direction, evoking an almost unreal sense of awe. In the mayor's office of Empire City, the garrison base, and the army headquarters of the Flower Flag Nation, people looked on at the scene with equal curiosity and shock. What in the world is that thing? General Brooks braced both hands on the desk, stared at the screen, and muttered in shock. He was not the only one. For light years from the solar system in the Trisolaran world, the Trisolarans were equally shocked. Sophan's distress message had been transmitted back. The Sovereign and the others fell into a deathly silence. What exactly had happened? Why had Sophan been captured by the Sun God? Sovereign, the Sun God, chose to capture Sophan rather than destroy it. There must be another purpose behind this. Whatever he does, I think we should stop him. The Science Consul said anxiously. The Sovereign nodded. Order the ETO to begin the rescue immediately. Sophan absolutely cannot fall into the Sun God's hands. Sophan was the crystallized wisdom of Trisolaran civilization, built at the cost of resources from one cosmic fleet after another. If it were lost like this, the loss would be too great. Meanwhile, at ETO headquarters, the core members were all in a panic. They had never imagined that one day Sophan would send them a distress signal. In a frantic rush, they found the scene of the incident using the coordinates Sophan had provided. They saw the Sun God, the one they had once regarded as prey, who had used inconceivable means to turn the tables and become the hunter. How did Sophan become two-dimensional? How could this happen? Wasn't Sophan in 11-dimensional space? What do we do now? Should we launch the Godslayer missiles? The Godslayers were beginning to panic. The situation had reversed too quickly. They were plunged into absolute passivity. The text in Qin Shi Huang's retina refreshed rapidly. The only two Sophans on Earth had conveyed the order. After reading the order, his face twitched. Then, grinding his teeth, he spat out a sentence from between clenched jaws. The Lord's order: rescue Sophan at all costs. Don't just stand there, move now. Unfolded into 2 dimensions, Sophan hung over Empire City, watched and photographed by the crowds. This plane was still only the tip of the iceberg. Sophan was still being unfolded unceasingly, spreading from Empire City to the entire Flower Flag Nation, and from there to the entire globe. Lin Wanqing and the other priestesses were thoroughly amazed. So this is a Sophan. To think that such a tiny particle could be unfolded into something this enormous with circuits etched upon it. The Trisolaran's technology is indeed formidable. Lin Wanqing stole a glance at Han Qing and said adoringly, but the Divine Master is even more impressive. Han Qing smiled faintly. Let me show you something even more impressive. Since he was going to refine, Sophan dimensional expansion alone would naturally not be enough. Han Qing snapped his fingers again. The circuits on Sophan erupted in electric sparks, one after another, like a cascade of toppling dominoes, as if a grand fireworks display were blooming across the sky. Minutes later, the electric light faded, and Sophan lost all signs of life. Is Sophan dead? The holy maiden Ma Lily blinked and asked curiously. It has merely been anesthetized. I'm going to perform a little surgery on it. Han Qing snapped his fingers again. A large stretch of circuits on Sophan surged with electricity. Then it returned to normal. Inside, where the naked eye could not see, the structures etched onto it had already been subtly and delicately altered. Electromagnetic control. This ability was exceedingly powerful. It was wholly thanks to this ability that Han Qing could refine Sophan so effortlessly. However, Han Qing had not yet fully mastered it. The pace of refinement was therefore somewhat slow. The speed at which Sophan's circuits recovered was nothing compared to the speed at which those magnificent electronic fireworks had burst forth moments before. But time was the last thing Han Qing lacked at the moment. Modify Sophan's circuits, reset its computer programs. Then Sophan will become my very own plaything. With it, everything I do from now on will be far more convenient. Besides, my persona as a being from a higher civilization can be made even more complete. Enough to fool those Trisolarans. Han Qing thought with anticipation. Suddenly behind him, a priestess's hairs stood on end. Her face turned pale, and she said in terror, Divine Master, I sense danger. The God of Death is coming. Hearing this, Han Qing glanced at her and asked casually, Oh, you still believe in the God of Death? The priestess froze. Recovering, she said with shame and unease. Forgive me, Divine Master. I've just grown accustomed to saying that. You are the only deity I believe in. Han Qing paid her no more attention and said, Wanqing Lily, go see what's going on. Lin Wanqing and Ma Lily stepped forward and acknowledged. Yes, Divine Master. They flew out of the villa, splitting to either side to guard this domain. At the army headquarters of the Flower Flag Nation, a colonel hurriedly burst into General Brooks's office and shouted, General, enemy attack. The radar array has detected 312 missiles inbound. Their destination should be Manhattan, Empire City. General Brooks's heart lurched. Who could be so bold? How dare they strike at the most prosperous city of the Flower Flag Nation? He turned his head and glanced at the two-dimensional Sophan unfolding on the screen. With a premonition that this matter was likely related to the Church of the Sun God, he thought for a moment and then ordered in a deep voice. Activate the Aegis anti-missile defense system immediately. Be sure to intercept those missiles. Over 300 missiles, if they fell upon Manhattan, would undoubtedly cause catastrophic devastation. Regardless of their political stance, the American military would never permit such an explosion within the city limits. However, what happened next surpassed General Brooks' expectations. General, the missile swarm has gone invisible. The Aegis system cannot detect it, and surface-to-air interceptors cannot be launched. The colonel reported in a cold sweat, terror evident. America's anti-missile system was the most advanced in the world, yet at this very moment it had failed. This meant that the missile swarm would detonate over Manhattan, a city of 1 million inhabitants. General Brooks felt a sudden chill race down his spine. Nevertheless, a sliver of hope remained in his heart. Sun God, you must stop these missiles. A dense swarm of missiles plummeted from the sky above Manhattan, their enormous and piercing whistles threatening to burst the eardrums of those on the ground. The goddesses noticed the anomaly, but showed no fear. Can't the American military intercept them? It seems to be ETO's Godslaughter missiles. Launching so many at once, they spared no expense. Lin Wanqing grew serious and called out Lily. Ma Lily nodded solemnly. I understand. White steam erupted from her body, her long black hair defying gravity and floating wildly. Sinews rose along her lithe muscles as she prepared for battle. In a single breath, Lin Wanqing vanished into the sky, her sharp command echoing in Ma Lily's ears. Run. Huh. Ma Lily froze, then hurriedly turned and flew toward the ground, inwardly chiding herself. You should have said so earlier. Lin Wanqing returned to Han Qing's side, somewhat embarrassed. My lord, those are ETO's Godslaughter missiles. It would be difficult for us to handle them. I fear we must trouble you to intervene. The Godslaughter missiles were a new high-tech weapon developed by ETO. Although their supernatural powers were formidable, they could not guarantee intercepting and destroying the missiles without causing any collateral damage in Manhattan. One misstep could cost 1 million lives. That was best not to take such a risk. Han Qing remained silent, his eyes growing sharp. Suddenly, golden divine light surged like a flood across the sky, engulfing the 300-plus missile swarm in an instant as it swept across the heavens. By the time the missiles were detonated, they had already been carried far beyond Manhattan to the open sea. Terrible energy raged in the ocean, raising colossal waves, wave after wave. ETO headquarters. How is this possible? This completely defies the laws of physics. Gods should not exist. This power is truly disgusting. The gods' layers watched the scene with both anger and jealousy. The Godslaughter missiles were the most powerful weapons capable of destroying gods without harming sovereigns. If they couldn't defeat their opponent even with this. The leader, known as Qin Shi Huang, his face etched with worry, fell silent for a moment before ordering, send out the suicide warriors. If it still fails, then we will have no other choice. Han Qing devoted himself entirely to dismantling the Sapon circuits and rewriting programs. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. The entire block was protected by the warriors of the Sun Temple. Further out, the American police had set up cordon lines, effectively declaring the area a forbidden zone. Deep into the night, inside the villa, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed, focused on modifying the Sapon. The stunning beauty Lin Wanqing leaned against the other end of the sofa, completely engrossed in watching The Big Bang Theory on TV, a bucket of popcorn in hand, crunching away. No one noticed. Figures darted swiftly through the dark shadows outside, where light could not reach. These uninvited guests moved with speed and agility, light as cats, making not a sound, as they took up every perfect vantage point around the villa. Once in position, they raised their hands, aiming at Han Qing. The skin on their palms split open, sliding aside to reveal alloy gun barrels inside that could emit laser beams. Han Qing showed no reaction. The lead assassin's eyes sneered. As a god, you can't even notice this. Then die. Clusters of dazzling lasers lit up outside the villa. Terrifying energy was about to pour forth. Lin Wanqing glanced outside, but casually grabbed a handful of popcorn and continued watching TV. Just as the lasers were about to fire, a cold female voice echoed behind them. Silence. The voice seemed to hold some magic. The assassins froze like puppets, their palm lasers failing to ignite. A female samurai in a black suit with a ponytail emerged slowly from the darkness, her left eye gleaming with purple malignant light. And then, countless hairs grew from the darkness, silently piercing through the assassins' bodies, quickly wrapping their corpses into cocoons and tossing them outside the villa. ETO's ants are quite persistent, aren't they? Which wave is this? Coming forward one after another to meet their doom. The black-haired female samurai also appeared from the darkness, speaking with disdain. The ponytailed woman looked through the large floor-to-ceiling window at Han Qing and Lin Wanqing under the warm light inside, placing a finger to her lips and saying, silence. Silence, what silence? I'm whispering you, it doesn't disturb the Lord at all. The black-haired woman muttered displeased, but still closed her mouth and retreated back into the darkness. The ponytailed woman nodded and followed. The moon set, and the sun rose. After dawn, people around the globe surprisingly discovered that the huge two-dimensional plane that had shrouded the Earth for 10 days in deep space had mysteriously appeared and then mysteriously vanished. Finally, the modification is complete. But from now on, you're my subordinate. I can't call you Saphan anymore. This Sophan, now restored to microscopic particles, fell into Han Qing's palm. 10 days of effort. Han Qing had finally succeeded in refining the thing. Please grant me a name, master. It emitted a signal wave. Han Qing pursed his lips and frowned, thinking hard for a moment, then his expression relaxed. I've got to do, I'll call you Xuannu. Xuannu refers to the goddess of the 9 heavens in Taoism, possessing immense power and righteous divinity. Perfect for this Saphan who has turned from darkness to light. Xuannu, thanks master for granting me a name. Xuannu immediately sent a signal wave. Han Qing nodded and asked, do you know where the other Saphan is? I can't find it. The Trisolarans had created 4 Sophans in total, 2 on Trisolaris and 2 on Earth. Having refined one, there should theoretically be 1 left on Earth. But it was clearly not nearby. Han Qing couldn't sense it. After a moment, Xuannu replied, my program has been altered, so I can't connect with other Sophans, but I can use signal search. The success rate of search is 17%. Such a low success rate. Han Qing's eyes widened. Xuannu answered, according to calculations, the Saphan has most likely hidden itself, increasing the difficulty of search. Han Qing thought about it and agreed. Forget it, I won't search. He said, it will eventually appear before me sooner or later. I don't believe the Trisolarans can resist the urge to spy on me. At that moment, a delicate voice came, and Lin Wanqing, who had been sleeping on Han Qing's lap, slowly awakened. She opened her eyes, saw Han Qing gazing at her, and quickly sat up, saying shyly, oh, how did I end up sleeping on the Lord's body? I'm sorry, Lord. Her cheeks flushed red, but her eyes overflowed with barely concealed glee. Han Qing would bet his divine status. If Lin Wanqing pursued acting, she would end up on the streets and starve to death. However, being desired by a beautiful woman was not a bad thing. Han Qing's mood became even more joyful. By the way, Lord, did you refine the Saphan? Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered this question. Han Qing replied, it has been refined, its current name is Xuannu. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up with delight. Great. I'll post about it right away. Lord, do you believe that once the public learns the truth, your followers will surely surge? Since coexisting with Han Qing's human form, Lin Wanqing's personality had reverted to the carefree, vivacious demeanor of her youth. Compared to press conferences, she now preferred posting on Twitter. Lin Wanqing pulled out her phone and began composing a post saying excitedly, the great sun god, in order to protect humanity, took the initiative to eliminate the Sophan, which served as the Trisolaran civilization's monitor and vanguard. At the same time, he has to fend off the Etio's intense attacks and sneak assaults. An event like this will surely move countless humans. I'll notify the governments of Daxia and the Flower Eagle country to come forward and testify. With authoritative backing, our follower count is bound to double or triple. Suit yourself. But are you really that familiar with the Flower Eagle country's government? Having slept for 10 years, Han Qing was unaware of many changes within the sun god cult. Somewhat. Lin Wanqing replied without looking up. It's just that the Flower Eagle country also invested in the space elevator. Relying solely on Mathis, this couldn't be done within 10 years. Moreover, the future Mars immigrant city will require enormous funding. Han Qing nodded upon hearing this. To him, none of that mattered. Only followers truly mattered. Okay. Lin Wanqing mimicked Han Qing and snapped her fingers. Though no sound came out, it didn't dampen her high spirits. The internet is already buzzing about the Saphan affair. With this push from me, it's bound to become the world's top trending topic. After more than a decade of preaching, she had developed a keen sense for the market. Sure enough, within half an hour of her tweet, the Saphan incident surged to the #1 hot search spot in countries around the globe. The already sensational event was utterly detonated. Of course, this was largely thanks to the fact that all nations clearly knew the sun god had emerged victorious in the confrontation with Trisolaran civilization, and thus they no longer suppressed the buzz. I told you all long ago that the sun god would protect us. Now do you believe it? Even the Saphan has been subdued by the great sun god. This is the beginning of the Trisolaran's destruction. Whether or not the sun god has ulterior motives, at least he is genuinely helping humanity right now. First, he descended with miracles to heal every patient on Earth, and now he has brought the Saphan under control. For my part, I choose to believe in the sun god. I'm joining the faith. Sign me up. The sun god is too cool in every sense of the word. I hope the sun god will just wipe out the Trisolaran civilization, so we won't have to move into underground cities or go wandering the cosmos with Earth. The sun god saved the sun, and will also save humanity and Earth. Those who believe in the sun god shall attain happiness. Praise the sun. In the comment section of Lin Wanqing's tweet, as well as in the comment sections of videos filmed by satellites and phones from officials and passersby of various nations, Han Qing's reputation overwhelmingly turned in his favor. Humanity's fear of the Trisolarans far surpassed their fear of the Sun God. At this moment, the Sun God's protection of humanity was no longer a slogan, but a tangible reality, bringing an unparalleled sense of security and awe. As a result, the number of Sun God believers skyrocketed. In the Trisolaran world, Saphan 1 has lost contact with Earth for 10 days, and the unfolded two-dimensional plane has also vanished from Earth. It appears to have been completely seized by the Sun God. The science executive said through gritted teeth, "I strongly suspect that the Sun God has evolved the ability to manipulate dimensions." The industry executive asked, "Do you mean the Sun God struck the Saphan down from the 11th dimension?" A Saphan would never unfold into two dimensions without cause. It must be the Sun God's doing. The science executive then turned to the Sovereign. "Sovereign, perhaps we should recall Saphan 2 first and redeploy it only after the Sun God is destroyed. The Sun God's ability to intrude upon the 11th dimension is far too dangerous." The Sovereign pondered for a moment before responding, "Have Saphan 2 go into hiding for now. The fact that he didn't directly see Saphan 2 proves his power has limits. Let the ETO eliminate him first, then resume Saphan 2's operations." On Earth at the Dachau Academy of Sciences, Ding Yi, immersed in the laboratory, was astonished to discover that the collider's vast streams of data had all returned to normal, a discovery that filled him with profound wonder. One of the Sophan's methods for sealing off Earth's fundamental physics was to intercept the target particles contaminating the collider's data. Ding Yi had been painstakingly sifting through mountains of erroneous results, trying to pick out the occasional correct collision data against the intended target particles. Through comparison, he was shocked to find that the particle collider's data had become pure and flawless, completely restored to normal. How could this be? Did the Saphan go on strike? Or has some unknown upheaval befallen the Trisolaran civilization? Ding Yi stared at the data comparison on the screen, muttering with equal parts excitement and confusion. At that moment, Baiaci came rushing in, breathless and beaming with excitement, shouting, "Teacher, teacher, great news!" Ding Yi, startled by his sudden outburst, frowned and asked, "What great news?" Baiaci exclaimed eagerly, "It's the Sun God. The Sun God captured the Saphan." The other professors and doctors in the lab froze for a moment, then were infected by the news and began to buzz with excitement. "Really? The Saphan has been captured? How did the Sun God manage it? Wasn't the Saphan hiding in the 11th dimension?" Baiaci said, "I don't know the details, but Lin Wanqing, the leader of the Sun God cult, along with the governments of various countries, have all announced the result. It should be true. Not should, it is true." Ding Yi's spirits soared. Only he could capture the Saphan. As a dying man who had been healed by the third miracle, he harbored not the slightest doubt about the truth of the matter, and his admiration for the Sun God climbed another notch. He couldn't help but think, by lifting the Trisolaran civilization's technological blockade on Earth, the Sun God has essentially given Earth a second life. This also shows that this Sun God bears no ill intentions toward Earth. Or perhaps with his absolute power, he simply disdains such tactics as suppressing technology. Lost in thought, Ding Yi was pulled back by a companion clapping him on the shoulder. "Old Ding, stop spacing out. Today is the glorious day physics comes back to life. We've got to celebrate properly." Ding Yi smiled and nodded, "All right." Elsewhere, in the solar system, Han Qing's true body was monitoring the regions equipped with particle colliders. Despite saying he wouldn't capture the Saphan, that was merely a smoke screen he had released to mislead the enemy, to lull them into complacency. Then he employed the returning spear tactic from the 36 stratagems. Yet after scouring every corner of the globe equipped with particle colliders, Han Qing found no trace of the Saphan. The little thing seemed to have vanished completely, leaving not a single clue behind. "To avoid me, you've even stopped sealing off Earth's fundamental physics. Should I call you timid or bold? Had that old fool of a Trisolaran sovereign. Let's see if he can still act so arrogant now." Han Qing thought, with vindicated satisfaction. On the other side, ETO headquarters, the hundreds of dispatched death squads were all wiped out. Jizi was seized by the Sun God. A grievous loss indeed. The senior leadership sat in a somber, tense mood. Jizi no longer dares to seal off Earth and cannot even monitor humanity. Unless we swiftly eliminate the Sun God, the situation will only grow worse. We cannot simply wait for doom. Mosey spoke up, breaking the silence. Shan Huizi nodded slightly and said, "Well said. Jizi, no. One has already been seized, and we have no scruples left. We can deploy the ultimate weapon against the Sun God. Furthermore, I suspect that destroying this body of the Sun God will render him unable to wield the power of the dimensions." Qin Shi Huang raised his gaze. "And what is your basis?" Before the Sun God disappeared, Jizi had been watching the sun from such a close distance that he did not capture Jizi. This suggests that at that time, he did not possess the ability to manipulate the dimensions or that he could not use it. I think this humanoid form is an experimental fusion of solar civilization's high technology with the divine path. The sun god is borrowing this body to wield the power to manipulate dimensions. If we destroy it now, Jizi might be able to resume work. The neighboring von Neumann's eyes gleamed with sharp light, growing ever more excited. That makes sense. I think we should give it a try. Even if the result isn't as hoped, destroying this fusion should likely deal a heavy blow to his vitality. Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment and found it feasible. He scanned the others and said, "If that is the case, let us vote. Those in favor of using the ultimate weapon, raise your hands." As the words fell, he and the 4 Godslayers along with the ETO leadership raised their right hands together. ETO Headquarters Base. Newton, Da Vinci, Aristotle, Zhou Wenwang. The 4 Godslayers rode the elevator down to the 11th basement level of the command and control center. The elevator doors opened. They moved through corridors and 3 alloy password doors, finally entering the nuclear missile launch control room. The small space was filled with precision military instruments. More than a dozen staff sat at the surrounding consoles awaiting orders at any moment. The 4 exchanged glances, nodded in unison, sat at the 4 central command seats, and entered a special password at the consoles before them. The control center sprang to life immediately. Target locked, Sun God. Location Huachi Guen, New York, Manhattan, latitude 4043, foot in longitude 7400 W. Verifying commands. The command is correct. Commencing launch. Entering launch countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Countdown complete. An intercontinental ballistic missile named Ho-E roared from a colossal ground-based launch shaft. Soaring through the air, a plume of flame erupted from its tail. Under immense thrust, it traced a straight obsidian contrail across the sky, rising at unbelievable speed, piercing the atmosphere and entering space. The United States. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. A nuclear fusion strike detected on its way. Warning. A nuclear fusion strike detected on its way. Intercept. The ICBM is still climbing towards space, and the U.S. Defense Department has already detected this terrifying weapon. The defense minister could hardly believe his ears. In this crisis era of a global alliance against the Trisolaran civilization, which country would dare to ignite a nuclear war without warning and point its spear at Huachigua? Have they gone mad? Minister, there is no time. Issue the intercept order immediately. The deputy minister reacted, first hurrying to warn. Intercepting the nuclear strike is the pinnacle of military technology. The urgency is such that it is measured not in seconds, but in 1/100th of a second. The consequences of this momentary lapse could be more catastrophic than imagined. Immediately activate the defense interception system. Ensure it is intercepted in space. The defense minister's brow soaked with sweat. In a grave voice he ordered, then added to the deputy, establish a rapid link to the president. The United States defense system coordinated with the intercept system as well, and within minutes missiles surged from their silos. And once the line to the president was connected, the defense minister urgently reported, Mr. President, an unknown force has launched a nuclear fusion strike against our country. We have 20 minutes. Please decide within 5 minutes whether to pursue nuclear interception or the dead hand plan. The sooner the better. Although the interception system has been activated, the defense minister harbors little hope, for the interceptors would inevitably lag behind the enemy's speed. Moreover, to disrupt the foe's detection and tracking systems, the ICBM network would use many decoys. Dozens or hundreds of targets, real and fake. If even one warhead slips through, it's a guaranteed defeat. The president was visibly stunned for a moment, then quickly steadied himself and said, I understand. The president of Huachigua hung up, mind in turmoil. This will be a difficult choice indeed. Nuclear interception saves 100 at the cost of 10,000. The dead hand plan. Must we truly wipe out all the nation's nuclear missiles to erase human civilization? With the booster fuel exhausted, Ho-E reached the orbital apogee and entered the terminal phase. The warhead was ruthlessly released, hurtling through the atmosphere toward New York and Huachigua along with decoys. The United States interceptors collided with it in the atmosphere, taking out most of the warheads, yet 9 warheads still broke through. The Pentagon. The defense minister saw the sight, and his face turned ashen. As expected, it could not be stopped. He clenched his fists, pondering why the nuclear strike targeted New York. New York, what is so special about it? A flash of inspiration, he recalled the missiles ETO had previously fired at Manhattan. The defense minister suddenly understood everything. This is aimed at the sun god. Sun god. Can he withstand a nuclear blast? The defense minister wondered anxiously. In the White House, the president finds it hard to decide. Seeing this scene, despair flickers in his eyes. A policymaker whispered tremulously, Oh God, New York is doomed. The president steadied himself, stood, and said, broadcast the news immediately to inform New Yorkers of the truth about the nuclear strike, and let them find their own way to survive. New York. In Queens and Manhattan, every household's TV received a nationwide emergency broadcast from the state network. The president, pale but calm, announced with sorrow, "Citizens, I regret to inform you that a nuclear fusion strike is about to hit New York. Our intercept system has failed. I am sorry. Please seek shelter immediately and stay away from the city as much as possible." Lin Wanqing, lounging on the sofa and watching TV, wore a blank expression. Nuclear fusion strike. Is that real? Sun God. Han Qing joked, "This Huachigo president is really something. The nuke is still a minute away from hitting, and he's only now ordering civilians to evacuate. Looks like I still have to take action after all. Looks like I have to step in after all." Television stations and the internet across America were all broadcasting the president's death declaration. The people of the entire nation witnessing this scene felt their hearts ache for the citizens of the imperial city of New York. New York was vast in area. Nuclear bombs were unlikely to flatten the entire metropolitan city, but destroying several districts was an effortless task. This also meant that millions would perish in this catastrophe. The subsequent earthquakes and radioactive dust would also permeate all of New York. It could be foreseen that this most prosperous city of America would cease to exist after today. I cannot fathom it. Who on earth is attacking New York? Shouldn't humanity now unite to launch the Wandering Earth project and escape the Trisolaran civilization? Why continue engaging in infighting? Why doesn't the president activate the Dead Hand Plan and let us all perish together? I wholeheartedly support that. Do not be so extreme. Perhaps this is the work of ETO's anti-human faction. Wouldn't the president activating the Dead Hand Plan be exactly what they desire? You speak nonsense. From where does ETO obtain the resources to develop nuclear weapons? It is over. New York is finished. Oh God, please hasten to save the people of New York. On the internet, people debated heatedly. In reality, terrified New York citizens had already begun a frantic exodus. Crowds jammed every street like an anthill car, horns merging into an endless ocean of sound that ceased not for a moment. Then came chain reaction collisions like a relay game, roads completely blocked, and the throngs began trampling one another. Wrecked automobiles caught fire. Flames surged heavenward, black smoke choking the sky. A little girl separated from her mother huddled helplessly in a corner weeping. Frail, elderly people lay on the ground trampled beneath hundreds or thousands of feet. Such scenes were everywhere. And yet none could escape the nuclear blast radius. Just as despair consumed the people, news broadcasts across the national internet and television abruptly shifted. The backdrop changed from the White House to the interior of a villa, and the president on screen was replaced by a handsome Asian man draped in crimson robes. His gaze held sacred authority as he spoke with composure. "Everyone need not panic. The nuclear bombs. I shall handle them." Two brief, unassuming sentences. Yet they radiated unparalleled confidence and pride. In Times Square, New York, someone asked in confusion, "Who is this?" Others recognized the man and cried out in joy, "It is the Sun God. The Sun God himself will save us. This is wonderful. We are saved. Let us pray to the Sun God at once. He shall surely perform a miracle." Believers of the Sun God cult throughout the city received a powerful injection of hope, kneeling devoutly where they stood, closing their eyes to pray. But to those who did not believe in the Sun God, this was nothing short of foolishness. They would not even spare a glance, continuing to flee desperately, while some had already abandoned all resistance, quietly waiting for death in the corners. At that very moment, 9 nuclear warheads that had broken through the siege arrived above New York. Only seconds remained before detonation. ETO headquarters. Von Neumann's eyes gleamed with madness as he said eagerly, "Even if he were born from the sun's interior rather than its surface, he could not possibly survive the bombardment of 9 hydrogen bombs. Those are temperatures exceeding tens of billions. What good is a divine body? Today, we shall slaughter a god." The other 3 godslayers also wore expressions of triumph and exhilaration. The resentment accumulated over these years could finally be vented. Even if they could not truly slay a god, eliminating one avatar of the Sun God and collecting some interest would suffice. Explode. Explode. Blow up the Sun God along with those damned female bandits of the Sun God cult. Von Neumann's eyes brimmed with manic laughter as he rambled excitedly, as though under the influence of something. However, the satellite footage that appeared next on screen caused his smile to freeze instantly. There, an impossibly perfect figure clad in red robes materialized above New York. He raised one hand. With this extraordinarily simple, yet staggering gesture, he grasped the 9 detonating nuclear warheads. The scene was inconceivable. How is this possible? The 4 godslayers froze their eyes, nearly splitting with shock. Above New York, Han Qing caught 9 hydrogen bombs with a single hand. His timing was impeccable. At the precise moment of explosion, he held them firmly in control. From his palm erupted immense, golden divine radiance, enveloping that world-destroying energy. Within a sea of fire at billions of degrees boiled, and churned wave upon wave, producing thunderous roars that shook the heavens themselves. It was chilling. The nuclear warheads. They seemed to bear the name Hoi. Who would have guessed ETO's lot had such flair for naming things? But to think they could kill me with a mere handful of hydrogen bombs. You vastly underestimate me. Han Qing channeled his monumental divine power, relentlessly compressing the terrifying nuclear energy of the 9 detonating hydrogen bombs, reducing them from celestial proportions to the size of an egg, then a pigeon egg, then a soybean. Click. At last. Han Qing snapped his fingers crisply. A wisp of azure smoke drifted from his fingertip. That nuclear fusion energy capable of extinguishing millions of lives across hundreds of kilometers simply dissipated. The 5 major powers of Blue Star, witnessing this through satellite feeds, were all rendered speechless. A divine being. This is the power of a god. It is simply beyond belief. At the White House, the American president muttered in profound shock. This earth-shattering might made him consider even faintly believing in the sun god. In the Great Xia War Department, Chang Weisi felt nothing but a throbbing headache. One hand extinguishing nuclear bombs. He now seriously questioned this individual's true identity. Is he truly a technological artifact of the sun civilization? Or is he the sun god himself? This cannot be a superpower. If it is, then this superpower is far too monstrous. Absorbing 9 hydrogen bombs with a single palm. Is this not too absurd? On Earth, is there anything remaining that can threaten him? A cluster of generals spoke with tongues tied in astonishment. They truly could not imagine how with Earth's current technology one might kill this monster. But they quickly sobered. Great Xia and the sun god cult were allies. There was no need to entertain such notions at present. Such concerns could be left for later generations to trouble themselves with. Trust in the wisdom of those who come after. New York. Over 9 million citizens had personally witnessed Han Qing catching nuclear warheads with his bare hands. All fell into profound awe. Even the stubborn non-believers among them accepted Han Qing from the depths of their hearts. Long live the sun god. We thank you for saving our lives. Great sun god, from this day forward our entire family shall be your devoted believers and followers unto death. Woe sun god. As the citizens gradually regained their composure, tears and laughter intermingled. Some kowtowed, others stood stunned, each displaying their own form of human response. Meanwhile, Han Qing, feeling the vast new reserves of faith power blooming within his spiritual sea, felt refreshed and invigorated. This time he had acquired quite a number of new believers as well. Were ETO truly his enemies? They were plainly bringers of fortune. The Pentagon Defense Headquarters. The Sun God cult has reported that it can now be confirmed that this terrorist attack was indeed carried out by ETO. The Minister of Defense connected to the President said solemnly, I strongly recommend that the President convene a UN General Assembly session and rally all nations to jointly crush this anti-human extremist terrorist organization. Otherwise, if we let them grow unchecked, Earth will surely be destroyed by them. The American President's eyes flickered with rage, yet he spoke calmly. I have already contacted Chairman Tsai. Additionally, you should maintain closer contact with the Sun God cult, ideally inviting them to join the operation. Drawing on the previous missile strike and this nuclear attack, they could assess ETO's technological capabilities. If any complications arose during the operation and the enemy deployed new weapons, the Sun God cult's supernatural protection would provide significant security. Days later, the American president convened a UN General Assembly session. World leaders understood that America had been pushed to its limit by ETO and was determined to strike back with full force. No nation would dare oppose such momentum. Moreover, ETO was a terrorist organization that genuinely needed to be eliminated. Nations then launched a coordinated joint operation to dismantle the group. Following diplomatic outreach from the Pentagon, Han Qing agreed to cooperate, and both sides would execute this operation together. First, the location of ETO's headquarters was identified. Han Qing shared this intelligence with the UN, and missile strikes reduced the facility to rubble within 20 minutes. However, ETO had already vacated the premises. The target was merely an empty shell. Meanwhile, law enforcement agencies worldwide coordinated with female officials possessing tracking and combat abilities to launch comprehensive sweeps across society. Regarding intelligence operations, the Sun God cult now had access to the supercomputer Xiannu. Results followed swiftly. Within just 1 month, ETO's core leadership was arrested on a massive scale worldwide, sustaining heavy losses. The operation continued. Staten Island in the Empire. A team of FBI agents and female warriors from the temple stormed into the Environmental Protection Association headquarters with swift action. Surrounded by the shocked expressions of environmentalists, they converged on the director's office. The woman who owned this office had golden hair and freckles across her face. She looked equally surprised that the group set down her pen and opened her mouth to speak, but was immediately interrupted. President Anna, we currently have evidence suggesting you are a member of the extremist terrorist organization ETO, facing charges, including endangering public safety, crimes against humanity, and treason. This is an arrest warrant. Oh, please come with us for investigation. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. An FBI agent produced an arrest warrant issued by the federal court. President Anna glanced at the document, her expression gradually shifting from shock to calm, then stood and spoke in a measured tone. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. However, she continued, I'm willing to help correct your mistake. She extended her pale arms, palms facing outward toward the assembled officers. She appeared ready to surrender, offering her wrists for the handcuffs. How could our president be a terrorist? Don't you have the wrong person, muttered several association members. Their voices faded when an FBI agent's glare silenced them. Another agent approached Anna with a weapon in one hand and handcuffs in the other. The moment they closed in, cold, murderous intent flashed in Anna's eyes. A temple warrior noticed the shift, and simultaneously, a warning appeared on her retinal display. Pope Gregory had a 76 probability of being an augmented human and a 24 chance of escaping. The warrior shouted urgently, stand back. Before her words finished echoing, she drew her katana in a silver flash and struck with blinding speed. Before anyone could react, her blade had already sliced through Anna's arms, severing the alloy limbs with impossible strength for a woman. Sparks erupted from the clean cut as Anna staggered backward, her face draining of color, and turned to flee through the broken window on the 20th floor. But as she turned, another flash of steel sliced through her legs at the base. The warrior sheathed her blade cleanly and hoisted the incapacitated figure, remarking, I've never encountered a high-level modified human before. You're ruthless even with yourself, Pope Gregory. Anna stared back with venomous hatred, remaining silent. On the surface, she was a wealthy woman with a Princeton degree and a doctorate in astrophysics, serving as president of a globally recognized environmental organization. But beneath that facade lay her true identity, one of ETO's core decision-makers known as Pope Gregory within the 183 civilization. The FBI agents were awestruck by the warrior's swift draw-and-sheath technique, watching in silent gratitude. Without her, they would have been reduced to bone dust by laser fire. Meanwhile, in Kenya, the Godslayers and their leaders had taken refuge in a squalid hideout. The Pope has been captured, someone reported. Damn it, if this continues, none of us will escape. Von Neumann's face darkened as he scanned the breaking global news on his phone. We need a plan, or fleeing won't save us, he said. Da Vinci paused before suggesting, perhaps we should contact the master. With Safin's assistance, at least we can conceal ourselves. Everyone turned to Qin Shi Huang. They had harbored hope, but the arrest of Anna, the Pope most skilled at hiding, shattered their last illusion. Qin Shi Huang's expression shifted before he agreed. Then let us seek the master's aid. He spoke to the air around him. Master, the sun god cult and various nations are conducting a global manhunt. Our core members have suffered heavy losses. Without Safin's help, we may not survive this crackdown. He was communicating with the Sapon fragment beside him. This communication device was a fragment Sapon had voluntarily split off for their use, limited in function, serving only as a means of contact. After Sapon relayed the message, the Trisolaran leadership learned of the crisis. The scientific counselor promptly reported to the head of state, who contemplated the intel for an extended period. Though ETO had failed to eliminate the sun god's physical form on Earth, allowing them to be destroyed would render all prior investments worthless. The timeline and feasibility of ETO's reconstruction remained uncertain. After weighing the options, he issued orders, let Sapon assist them. Head of state. Despite his reluctance, the scientific counselor complied, directing Sapon to support the ETO members. Moments later, words appeared across the retinas of ETO members on Earth. The master will aid you, fear not. Hope flickered across their faces. With Safin's protection, no nation's pursuit could reach them. But then something strange unfolded. Another message materialized on their retinas, rendered in flawless calligraphy. The sun watches over you. Qin Shi Huang and the others froze. At the sun god cult's headquarters, Han Qing smiled faintly and murmured, the trap has sprung. He stepped forward as golden ripples distorted the air around him, vanishing from sight. ETO meant nothing to Han Qing. His true objective was capturing Sapon, too. Over the sacred cathedral, Han Qing stood aloft, his palm unleashing golden streamlines that fused technology with magic, surging forth and piercing 11-dimensional stretched into the void. Sapon No. 2, which had just appeared, was instantly enveloped by the golden streams, its body slowly unfurling into a flat plane. A moment later, the Safin, transformed from microscopic particles into a macroscopic two-dimensional form, had already cloaked the entire nation of Kenya. Han Qing, while continuing to render it two-dimensional, deftly manipulated the electromagnetic controls to rewrite its circuitry and programs. ETO members watched this awe-inspiring spectacle with faces grim. It felt like a knot in the throat, a thorn in the side, and sitting on pins and needles. They knew they were being used again, yet there was no remedy. Humiliation overwhelmed the crowd. The three-body world. They discovered Sapon No. 2 had fallen. The Trisolar leader was furious beyond measure, his heart bleeding with pain. A Safin forged from the resources of a space fleet had been lost, and now 2 Sophins were missing at once. The crucial point: without Sophins they would lose their eyes and their most vital strategic layout. They could not monitor Earth's situation, nor could they block Earth's technology. When 400 years pass and the three-body world's first fleet reaches the solar system, what could they use to oppose Earth's technology, which might already have surpassed the three-body civilization? Could they even collude with it, a sun god with ulterior motives? The governors all fell silent. The atmosphere was oppressive. The military governor considered for a moment, then spoke with resolved certainty. Leader, I think we should continue sending Sophins to Earth even at the risk of being plundered. If we do not eliminate the sun god, we will be unable to complete the migration. The greatest obstacle to the three-body civilization's invasion of Earth comes from the sun god of the sun god church. If we do not send Sophins to Earth, they will have no means to counter the sun god. Then 400 years hence the first fleet would surely fail. Therefore, even at the risk of Sophins being plundered, they must not retreat. Regarding how to destroy the sun god's avatar in the next 43,000 three-body years, we must craft a detailed and meticulous plan. The leader suppressed his anger and reluctantly made a decision: send a spare Sopon. Sophins travel at the speed of light from the three-body world's coordinates to Earth 4 light-years away. This also meant that the three-body civilization and the sun god would suspend hostilities for 4 years. After the order was issued at the Grand Pendulum Monument Plaza, Sopon No. 2 was sent from the three-body world toward Earth at light speed. After Han Qing refined Sopon No. 2, he named it Xiannu to aid the Sun God Church's affairs while the other remained in his own hands. The United Nations cleanup actions against the ETO had been highly successful. The remaining tail-end work was no concern of the Sun God Church. Thus Han Qing began to consider his sacred undertaking to grow his followers. Master, I recently had Nana conduct a market survey and found a global problem that greatly affects faith. In the sacred cathedral, Han Qing sat on a soft, comfortable throne listening to Lin Wanqing report. Because of your manifestation, the vast majority of religious adherents worldwide believe that the deity they worship is real and will awaken soon. Thus their faith has grown even firmer. Some, even wishing to switch faiths, fear such repercussions as damnation after death. This is one reason why the Master's faithful expansion is not as rapid as imagined. Upon hearing this, Han Qing was somewhat surprised. These humans' minds are rather peculiar. God's awakening as well. If this were a fantasy world, Han Qing cast a glance at several women and asked, what do you think? Do you also believe the Earth's gods are real? Will they awaken in the near future? A few priestesses shook their heads firmly. The Sun God Church's doctrine, as recorded in its scriptures, is a strictly monotheistic faith. That is, there is only one God in the world, the Sun God. And Lin Wanqing and the others as the authors held the same view. Han Qing's eyes gleamed as he said, never mind them. Time will prove the truth. In time they will know whom to worship. Faith cannot be forced. Even forcing someone to worship you without true devotion yields only a negligible amount of faith's power. Rather than waging a heated battle with this stubborn faction, better to win the hearts of the faithless. Han Qing said, as long as we play the Mars migration move, well, the followers will naturally increase. Do you have any good ideas? Lin Wanqing asked with wide eyes. Master, didn't you say you had another plan? Prompted. Han Qing recalled and cleared his throat. Indeed, I have a plan. I intend to alter Mars's ecological environment, then reveal it to Earth's humans. Transform Mars into a second Earth. Such a miracle would surely attract a great wave of faith. Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened. If the Master is willing to act, that would be perfect. Mars can already be inhabited, but it lacks a biosphere. Without Earth-like self-sufficiency, even if humans engineered the environment, it would take centuries. Mars is rocky with no soil. Life in the ocean is easier to cultivate. On land, it is far harder. The rocks must be crushed into mud, then transplanted with Earth-origin plants near Mars's volcanoes, so they may root underground and slowly reshape the soil. That process would take an exceedingly long time. Han Qing pondered for a moment and said, very well, Wanqing, you will craft a Noah's Ark-like vast space, then move Earth's plants and animals, every kind just a bit, into it. The space doesn't need to be large, it only needs to sustain them. Leave the rest to me. Lin Wanqing hesitated briefly and reminded, Master, such a space plus other functional modules would be a monumental project, about 5 years' time. Han Qing stared for a moment. Why so long? 5 years to build a spacecraft capable of carrying every Earth species is already very fast. Lin Wanqing argued back, simply no. Han Qing shook his head. No need to build a spacecraft. Just a space and engine, a propulsion system, a control room. None of that is required. I will take and fly them there. Now Lin Wanqing understood and spoke with renewed vigor. With the Master in motion, those things truly aren't necessary. Then Master, I'll go and get it done now. She turned and strode away. Han Qing nodded, then suddenly remembered something and called out, right. The ship's note warned, do not bring mosquitoes. Under Han Qing's instruction, Taiyang Xinjiao raised funds, assembled a team of scientists, and began building the Noah's Ark prepared to voyage into space. Time flowed like water. In 2 years it passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qing spent this period at the Taiyang Xinjiao headquarters his days eating, drinking, and reveling in a life of ease. But such blissful days did not endure for long. The Taiyang Xinjiao, guided by the divine oracle, had built a miniature world. After relentless day and night efforts, it was finally completed, and this also signified that he would depart from Mars. It was a closed circular complex occupying an area equivalent to 7 metropolitan museums spanning 900,000 square meters, larger than the Gugong, where the ancient Xia emperors dwelt. Nestled in the Adirondack mountain range northeast of New York, its silver alloy exterior smooth and gleaming like an alien ruin. This miniature world comprised 9 levels. The topmost level housed a complete and sprawling array of high-tech facilities, including luxurious residences for the Taiyang Xinjiao's high priests, among them Han Qing's own living quarters. The 8th level is the communications and logistics area, with resource warehouses included, as well as more. These are exclusive spaces to store Earth's flora and fauna worthy of taking to Mars. The animals were kept in male-female pairs, and the plants likewise in male and female specimens to ensure reproduction. At this moment, Han Qing and the Taiyang Xinjiao priests stood before the spaceship, looking quite tiny. This ship, they built it so large. Fortunate for those with acrophobia. Han Qing mused, turning to ask, "Has the spaceship been named yet?" "Not yet. We are waiting for the master to bestow a name." "Very well." Han Qing, though outwardly expressionless, was indeed deep in thought. Fortuitously, the afterglow poured over the ship, bathing it in a golden hue like a small sun, which sparked an idea. "Then let's name it the Dongwang Hao." Dongwang Tai, one of Xia's sun gods. Although Han Qing's divinity bears little relation to East or West in his past life, he was after all a Xia native and naturally leans toward Xia. Since the Dongwang Hao is complete, the plan should move to the next phase. "I will go in and experience it," Han Qing said. Then he flew into the airlock. In any case, this would be his residence for a time, so it must be inspected. Han Qing took the lead and moved into the Dongwang Hao, giving its comfort a 5-star rating. Next came the Taiyang Xinjiao's priests. Behind them were the flora and fauna transported from around the world. It took the Taiyang Xinjiao half a month to move them all into the cabins. These strange actions drew the attention of the United States Department of Defense at the Pentagon in Washington during an online military briefing. A theater commander said, somewhat perplexed, "The Taiyang Xinjiao built such a colossal thing just to carry these animals. What is this? Noah's Ark? Is a flood coming?" Another theater commander said, "In the past 2 years, the Taiyang Xinjiao has procured a lot of high-tech materials from Xia and our country to build this Noah's Ark. I originally thought it would be a spacecraft to be sent to the solar civilization, but it is strange that it has no flight apparatus or weapons. That seems to be just a pure building. I cannot understand. Since the Taiyang Xinjiao isn't a secret research project, it should not be dangerous. Perhaps its function will be announced in due time." "Wait, Brooks, what did you just say? That Noah's Ark isn't equipped with flight devices?" "Yes." The defense secretary frowned and asked, "Then how did it fly?" From satellite footage, a massive ship, standing in the Adirondack mountain range, detached from gravity, hovered in midair, slowly rising toward the upper atmosphere. Brooks was stunned. Then an uncertain word surfaced in his mind: miracle. Dongwang Hao. Han Qing enveloped the ship, with puissance akin to a space egg, within a surge of immense divine power, lifting it into the sky. Propelled by his power, the Dongwang Hao sped up. In a minute it pierced the atmosphere and reached outer space. Taiyang Xinjiao priests, through bright, clean portholes, excitedly watched the cosmos. This time the Taiyang Xinjiao mobilized over 1,000 priests and more than 2,000 temple warriors. Among them, only a few high-ranking figures had accompanied Lin Wanqing on a mission. For most people, this action was a novel and unique experience. It is as if the master is carrying us through space. It is truly magical. So beautiful, so beautiful. I want to video call my mom to share this space scenery. If my parents knew I was aboard a spaceship piloted by the master himself, they would surely be proud of me. The crowd chatted, each one spiritedly energized. The 9th level, the bridge. Lin Wanqing asked curiously, "Master, approximately how long until we reach Mars?" She is curious about this Mars journey and wants to know which will reach Mars first, the ship or Shiha. No. 1. 2 years ago, Shiha experimental No. 1, due to technical reasons, failed to reach Mars and had to return. After regrouping, it set off again last year, and it has been 3 months since then. Han Qing pondered and estimated, probably a few days at most, not more than a week. Lin Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, "That fast?" The distance between Mars and Earth varies due to many factors. At the farthest, it's 400 million kilometers, at the closest 55 million kilometers, and ordinary ships would require at least about half a year to reach. 7 days would do. It sounds like a tale from 1001 Nights. Yet this fantasy could be realized precisely because it was spoken by Han Qing. When we reach Mars, Shiha No. 1 will surely not have arrived yet. When they arrive, they will probably be startled by the master's miracle of life. Lin Wanqing said with anticipation. Han Qing did not reply, feeling somewhat worn out. His happiness had lasted only a couple of years, and now he would have to be busy again. The days of idleness drifted further away. He only hoped this Mars colonization plan would attract more devout believers. Thus 5 days later, the Dongwang Hao neared Mars. The fiery planet came into view. We have finally arrived. Han Qing breathed out and steered the ship into Mars's atmosphere. The hull plowed through the air, causing a violent jolt. The animals aboard felt the tremor and grew restive, but priests timely calmed them, preventing injuries. 2 minutes later, the ship landed steadily on the summit of the holy mountain Han Qing had once excavated. The massive hatch opened, a ladder extended, and Taiyang Xinjiao priests and temple warriors filed out in orderly formation. They curiously surveyed this alien world never before trodden by humans. But with a crisp clap, they quickly lined up on both sides and fell silent. Master Lin Wanqing accompanied Han Qing as they stepped out from the Dongwang Hao. Han Qing did not land immediately, instead sweeping a glance over the surroundings and taking a deep breath. The air is quite fresh. Not bad. Han Qing nodded softly and murmured, "We can start the transformation now." The Sun Holy Mountain is the very heart of Mars. The transformation of nature must begin from here. Lin Wanqing deftly set up her live stream equipment and began filming. This was one of the measures to showcase the ecological changes on Mars to humanity on Earth, raising visibility to win more believers. Is the live stream on? It's on, Divine Lord. Point the camera at the mountain, not at me. But so many people want to revere the Divine Lord's divine face. How about we hold this angle until the viewership reaches 100 million? How about it, Divine Lord? Han Qing looked at the camera shoved right into his face and was somewhat speechless. Was this worship of divine beauty or merely gawking at a spectacle? Yet at this special moment, he could only make do. Lin Wanqing said with stars in her eyes, "The Divine Lord is truly handsome." With the Divine Lord holding court, the live stream is sure to be packed in no time. Han Qing said nothing. His deep gaze drifted into the distance, and he replied inwardly, "As if I needed you to tell me that." The divine body forged through 10 years of painstaking condensation was no laughing matter. Meanwhile, the beauty-chasing fans in the live stream went wild, sending gifts. "I may not believe in the faith, but the sun god is just too good-looking, There's a rumor that the sun god is a bionic being made from technology and divine power combined, which is why he's so formidable and so flawless. I wonder if it's true. Whether he's a bionic human or a bionic god, if I could marry such a man in this life, I'd die content. Sigh, it's too bad the sun god is gender-locked. Otherwise, I'd join the sun god cult and wed myself to the sun god as well. Get lost, you above. That's blasphemy. Mind the Divine Lord blasting you into reincarnation with a solar flare. The sun god is gorgeous, but the background looks so fake. Is this really Mars? Why did the sun god run off to Mars? The background does seem a bit phony. In just a few short seconds, the live stream's tip revenue had already reached hundreds of thousands of dollars. The viewer count had also exceeded 100 million and was still exploding upward. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing immediately took over as host. "Hello everyone. I am Lin Wanqing, the leader of the Sun God cult. Our cult arrived on Mars 1 day ago aboard our exclusive vessel, the Dongwang. As I said earlier on Twitter, Mars is now entirely suitable for human habitation. However, the biosphere here has not yet been fully established, so it cannot yet be self-sufficient like Earth. And so our Sun God cult will next carry out ecological transformation on Mars. As long as everyone keeps following us, you will see the entire process. The leading force behind the transformation of Mars is still our great and matchless Sun God. Exactly. For the future of humanity, our Divine Lord has personally descended upon Mars. Alright, enough idle talk. You will soon bear witness with your own eyes to a miracle of life." Lin Wanqing aimed the camera at the cliff. Though the shot was meant to be of the mountain, in fact, it was still Han Qing being filmed. Han Qing stood before the mountain wall and laid his large hand knuckles sharply defined upon it. The vast divine power contained in his body instantly surged out, engulfing the entire mountain at lightning speed and radiating unceasingly for 100 li and more in every direction. Boom! A dull, muffled roar blasted out, and the outer layer of the entire rocky mountain was instantly pulverized into perfectly uniform grains transformed into soil. Wrapped in divine power, they did not dissipate. They still covered the mountain. This was no psychic power nor a divine art. It was simply the ultimate application of divine power. As everyone knows, soil is the foundation for nurturing life. But this volcano is pure rock devoid of soil. What our Divine Lord is doing now is creating soil. Lin Wanqing provided commentary in perfect coordination. "Sow the seeds." Han Qing issued his command. The cult's 3,000-odd clergy immediately took seeds and seedlings of every kind from the Dongwang and scattered or planted them into the soil covering the mountain surface. They were many in number, but the holy mountain was too vast, so it took them quite a while to finish. Release the bacteria. Han Qing commanded again. The clergy moved a large device made predominantly of transparent glass to the summit and sprayed the air within it across the mountain. These are specially cultivated fungi and nitrogen-fixing bacteria. They can absorb nitrogen gas and transform it into nitrate compounds, a wonderful fertilizer for plants. Lin Wanqing explained with professional poise. Han Qing could in truth have done this step himself, but it was rather troublesome, and most crucially he simply couldn't be bothered. Take the easy road whenever possible. Never stand when you can sit. Never act unless necessary. Such was his philosophy of life. The bacterial seeding was complete. Han Qing snapped his fingers, unleashing weather control. Clouds instantly gathered above the holy mountain, and the air became filled with moist humidity. Turn the hand over, and clouds are born, and you turn it back, and rain comes down. The divine Lord has summoned the heavens. This great downpour on Mars will give rise to the first green life on the red planet. Lin Wanqing grew a little excited. The bullet comments in the live stream kept refreshing endlessly. Praise the sun. I was once blessed by a divine miracle of the sun god. Little did I imagine I'd witness another divine miracle after so many years. Grateful. It rains right after sowing. Won't the seeds be washed away? Don't meddle in divine affairs. High above, thunder boomed with a single violent crack. Fine raindrops drawn into silken threads fell one after another through the sky. Oh my God, golden rain. How extraordinary. This scene is so dreamlike. I want to take off my clothes and run into it. Are you sure standing in the rain is all you're going there to do? Whoa, biotech plus hardcore theological moves. Just which side is the sun god really on? This rain reminds me of that golden light. So the one who healed the world before truly was the sun god. I'm convinced now. Obviously. Other than our divine Lord, who else could possibly possess such power? Don't let those rumors fool you. The sun god goes all the way to Mars to farm. Has his ancestral farming gene finally awakened? Can't wait. Viewers in every country around the globe stared at the sun holy mountain, unable to tear their eyes away. The solar rain lasted about 3 minutes. The transplanted seedlings and scattered seeds on the ground began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The footage on Lin Wanqing's phone was crystal clear. Plants and trees grew explosively at an inconceivable pace, madly absorbing the life force within the golden rain, blooming, bearing fruit, seeds dropping back into the soil, then repeating the whole cycle endlessly. A dense, lush, verdant green covered the entire holy mountain. Lin Wanqing used her psychic power to hold herself aloft in the air, filming from above for a clearer and more intuitive view. With the holy mountain as the epicenter, the plants spread madly and unceasingly outward into the barren wastelands where not a single blade of grass grew. The clergy of the sun god cult stared wide-eyed, revealing fanatical worship mixed with shock. Even though they all wielded supernatural powers, none could help being shaken by the scene. The livestream's bullet comments meanwhile exploded in number. Holy shit. A miracle. I'm witnessing a miracle again, within my lifetime. At this rate, Mars will soon be covered in plants, and the ecosystem will change in mere minutes. The sun god is a total badass. I was wrong, sun god. I used to think the Mars migration plan was a hoax. Now I know who to believe. Sun god, please accept my apology and my knees. This rain imbued with the divine power of life took effect on more than just plants. After the clerics of the sun god cult absorbed the rainwater through their skin, they all felt tremendous changes in their bodies. My spiritual power has more than doubled. A male temple warrior muttered in shock. Me too. My superpower is far stronger than before. My physical strength has increased to 1 ton. Everyone cried out in surprise and joy. In their delight, they all understood that this was Han Qing's doing, and they excitedly saluted the sun god, thanked the divine Lord for his blessing. Thank the divine Lord for blessing us. Han Qing smiled faintly and said nothing. In the upcoming transformation of Mars, these believers would need to exert great effort, so it wouldn't do not to strengthen their bodies in advance. The vegetation continued to grow wildly, spreading outward from the sacred mountain. If one looked down from outer space, one could clearly see that a patch of green had appeared on the crown of Mars. On every major live streaming platform on Earth, over 100 million people watched this scene in shock, even though many of them did not believe what was happening was real. All living things grow by the sun. Praise the sun. This visual effect is way too realistic. My God, which special effects company made this? Golden rain life springing forth. This really has that Hollywood blockbuster feel. Ha ha ha, the sun god cult followers are going wild. Surely they don't actually believe this trick, do they? By the sun god above. How can there be people as foolish as you in this world? This is a miracle performed by the sun god. Don't you understand? A miracle. How can you prove it's real? Does it need proof? It's plainly obvious. Putting aside whether it's true or false in the final analysis, every so-called miracle the sun god has performed so far could be achieved by alien technology. Can you answer whether the sun god is a deity or a high-tech creation of an alien civilization? And why would he create this religion to deceive people's minds? Have you ever thought about that? Whether it's true or false we'll know once the Shiha-1 reaches Mars. All you haters get the hell out of here. You're not welcome in this stream. At this rate of transformation Mars will soon become humanity's second home, and we'll be able to emigrate there. Sun God, you are my eternal God. Hate all you want, hate all you want. Once Mars is fully transformed, not a single one of you haters will be allowed up there. Go wander off with Earth. Exactly. A dark underground city where even sunlight has to be simulated by technology is the only home you deserve. Oh, so Mars has become your Eden now. You'd better pray this isn't a scam, because when your faith collapses you'll be crying and running home to your mommies. Viewers from all countries in the live stream argued fiercely at breakneck speed. Bullet comments flashed by and vanished in an instant. Many were completely irrelevant to one another, yet somehow they echoed one another. The Great Xia Operations Department. A group of military leaders led by General Chang Wei was watching the live stream. The shock in their eyes had not yet faded. Their faces were tinted a lush green by the screen's boundless sea of vegetation and trees. So the Sun God cult built that Noah's Ark to go to Mars. And the people of the Sun God cult appeared directly on the Martian surface without any protective equipment. It seems Mars truly is suitable for human survival. This is indeed somewhat extraordinary. However, since the Sun God is transforming Mars's ecosystem in order to expand the cult, there's no reason to fake it and deceive anyone. That's right. If human technology had to transform Mars's ecosystem, it would take at least several hundred years. With the Sun God taking action, the efficiency is vastly improved. This is a good thing. The Great Xia commanders discussed it with great enthusiasm. Chang Wei also thought to himself, for humanity, this is indeed good news. They occupied high positions and had a broader perspective than ordinary people. Previously, through satellite imagery, they had witnessed Han Qing perform one miracle after another. Therefore, the foundation of their trust in the Sun God was even firmer, with few voices of doubt. The Mars transformation plan proceeded in full swing. Han Qing clearly sensed that ever since the live stream showed the process of Mars's transformation, believers had been increasing at twice the usual rate. However, few of these new believers were diehard followers, and the faith power they supplied was still faint, needing continued nurturing. The transformation of Mars and the working of miracles. This was precisely a process of absorbing believers and deepening their faith. After the transformation of the 200,000 square kilometers of land centered on the sacred mountain of the sun was completed, Han Qing cast a divine art directly, creating a ring of towering, majestic fire-red rock walls as a plan for the future Martian city. The clerics of the Sun God cult each fulfilled their own duties. What needed to be built was built, what needed to be sown was sown, and what needed to be bred was bred, all under Lin Wanqing's arrangement, methodical and orderly. A month later, in the divine residence on the 9th level of the Donghuang, Han Qing crossed his arms and looked at the planetary blueprint covering the table. How are the animals adapting? How is the breeding going? Lin Wanqing replied with the druids comforting them, they have adapted very well. The survival rate is currently 100%. With our intervention, they will gradually become pregnant and reproduce one after another. Among these 1,000 clerics were over 100 druids specially selected by Lin Wanqing from around the world for their animal-related powers, all to ensure that breeding would be foolproof. Han Qing nodded with satisfaction and said, the ecosystem's operation is basically on track. Next we should plant crops. Humans are also a part of this ecosystem. To survive on Mars over the long-term, crop cultivation is naturally indispensable. Han Qing led the team to the planned farmland outside the city. It was a specially transformed paddy field. Over the black mud the water was mirror-bright with clouds drifting within it. A tranquil, heart-cleansing sight. Han Qing walked barefoot through the water, looked around, and nodded. The soil has been improved well. It's very fertile. Start transplanting the seedlings now, and let's try to fill all 2 million mu of farmland today. Behind him the assembled clerics all broke out in a cold sweat. 2 million mu of farmland, filled in one day. Even the ancient Greek deity of agriculture would barely manage that. Don't just stand there, get into the water and work. Move it. Lin Wanqing urged, full of energy. First she used telekinesis to fix the live streaming device above her head. Then with telekinesis, she separated the rice seedlings piled behind her like a mountain one by one and neatly inserted them into the mud beneath the water. With her leading the way, the clerics rolled up their sleeves and got into the paddy fields. They did not have Lin Wanqing's convenience, however. But with all kinds of superpowers working together, rice seedlings flew through the air and the transplanting speed was extremely fast. After most of the day, Lin Wanqing looked back at the endless rice paddies and muttered, somewhat overwhelmed, it's too bad the Donghuang space was all used for animals and plants. Otherwise, bringing more than 100,000 automated smart machines would have saved us from doing the work ourselves. Her gaze searched the surroundings, but she could not find Han Qing. She found it strange, but didn't pay much attention, continuing to use telekinesis to transplant the seedlings. At that moment, a few kilometers beyond the boundless farmland, Han Qing stood before a huge ginkgo tree, frowning in thought. This ginkgo tree was identical to those on Earth with brown bark and green leaves, but at the treetop, there was a single newly grown tender leaf in vivid red, echoing Han Qing's fiery red robe. So after I transformed the Martian soil, it mutated? Han Qing asked. He had just been alerted by Xuanu, and came to inspect a ginkgo tree that had undergone a mutation. Then a line of text floated onto his retina. According to calculations, the Martian soil, influenced by its own nutrient elements, ultraviolet rays, alpha rays, and other cosmic radiation, as well as your divine power master, has undergone mutation. However, there is no need to worry. Based on current statistical data, this mutation has a positive effect on the survival of organisms. Hearing this, Han Qing was relieved. When Earth species were grown on an alien planet, mutation was normal. As long as survival was unaffected, it was no big issue. Xuanu, monitor these mutated organisms and remind me at any time if there is a problem. Understood. Han Qing took 2 more glances at the red leaf, then turned and flew away. And so another 2 months passed. The transformation of Mars's ecosystem was essentially complete. The crude spacecraft, overhauled and renamed the Shiha-1, finally crossed the boundless cosmos and arrived at Mars. Inside the spacecraft Shiha-1, the astronauts gazed through the portholes with exhilaration at the expanse of outer space after a half-year voyage. They had finally succeeded in reaching Mars. Because of the previous failure of the experimental Shiha vessel, the joy of this successful voyage to Mars was all the more intense. This is the first time humanity has set foot on Mars through our own efforts. A moment of extraordinary significance. Teams 1, 2, and 3 switch on all the livestream equipment. We must let our fellow humans across the globe witness this historic moment. The spacecraft commander issued the order excitedly through the communication system. Yes, Commander. Within the core module, more than 30 astronauts activated their livestream devices and filmed the space vista through the portholes. No sooner had the streams begun than the popularity indicators on their screens soared. Each astronaut boasted over 1 million viewers. The 3 team leaders topped the charts with over 10 million concurrent viewers each. The crew of Shiha-1 had prepared their accounts before the spacecraft departed, and they had broadcast almost continuously throughout the 6-month journey. As the first human spacecraft voyaging to Mars, these accounts had attracted tremendous attention, turning every crew member into a major TK influencer. Unlike Han Qing's wildly exaggerated mythological style, these scientists were true realists. Every triviality of life aboard the ship, every minor detail, was transmitted to the audience without omission. The sense of authenticity produced by such content was unparalleled. And so fans on Earth genuinely believed that the crew really were flying to Mars. It wasn't in vain that I followed you for 6 months. Finally, I get to see the real Mars. Your stream is truly authentic. Exactly. The Sun God cult's livestream next door is absurd. Whoever wrote their script should be ashamed. It's ridiculously over the top. According to their performance, the entire Mars has become the Garden of Eden. The Sun God might as well change his name to God Almighty. Typical of Asians. I'm not surprised at all. Not surprised. Are you done picking cotton before posting such a sweeping generalization? I wouldn't be surprised if the farm owner beats you to death for that. Internal leaks of the Sun God cult on the dark web revealed that those visions and miracles are all fake, special effects. The Sun God and his priests have been on Earth all along. They never went to Mars. Anyway, now that the expedition has reached Mars, they're bound to be exposed. Let's see how they explain this. We must ruthlessly expose them. Strike down the fraudulent Sun God cult. Even zombies would be disappointed if they opened your skulls. This very spaceship is under our Sun God cult. So what, we're exposing ourselves? Do you even hear yourselves talking? Stop arguing, you're ruining my view of Mars. Exactly. If you want to fight, do it on Twitter. Don't ruin this historic moment. Comments flooded the public screen. Most viewers were detractors of the Sun God cult, a minority were its faithful followers, while some remained rational observers sitting on the fence. Regardless of their stance, everyone eagerly anticipated this Mars exploration journey. The spacecraft flew for another 2 hours. Through the porthole. In the vast and silent cosmos, Mars grew increasingly distinct. All the astronauts fell silent, nearly holding their breath. Meanwhile, the livestream audience reached a fever pitch as the veil over Mars was about to be lifted. A torrent of comments flashed past too quickly to be read. The spacecraft has entered Mars orbit. The spacecraft is adjusting its attitude. Performing the second attitude adjustment. A magnetic, mature female voice reminded them in fluent English. As the spacecraft adjusted its angle, and the view from the porthole shifted, a planet verdant with greenery slowly came into view. Amid the boundless black void of space, its green was so intense it dazzled the eye. Like an oasis in the desert, a green gem in the sand, it radiated vibrant vitality. It instilled in the heart a refreshing sense of hope. This is Mars. At the sight of this alien world, the commander and the astronauts were stunned, speechless. Wasn't Mars supposed to be a bare reddish planet? How had it become so green it seemed to glow? We didn't somehow return to Earth, did we? An astronaut remarked in disbelief. Of course he knew this could not be Earth. Earth's surface is 71% ocean, so it appears azure from outer space. This planet, however, was green, meaning its land area vastly exceeded its oceans, making it a world entirely unlike Earth. Yet he could not help exclaiming so. Apart from Earth, where in the solar system was there a planet so full of signs of life? So this is the Mars that the sun god transformed. I never imagined it would have reached such a stage. The commander marveled. If humans were to terraform a planet, it would take thousands of years to reach this level, especially given that Earth's current technology was far from advanced enough. Praise the sun. The deputy at his side raised his hand in worship. While these scientific influencers reeled in shock, their live streams were nearly bombarded by comments. Am I seeing things? Mars turned green. Who made Mars green? Isn't Mars red? Isn't Mars barren with no life? OMG, I seriously suspect Shia. One has crossed through a black hole into another galaxy. Does the solar system really have a green planet like this? Detractors talk now. Here's the proof. What else have you got to criticize? You're not going to claim this is the sun god's doing, are you? It's obvious. This is the sun god's miracle. Folks, I thought the scientists on Shiha were truth-seeking materialists, but they turn out to be frauds too. They've colluded with the sun god cult to deceive us all. This is a complete scam. I'm going to report you to the platform. You're deceiving your viewers. You're spreading false information. Hatred has blinded your reason. Just open your eyes and look. You'll see that this is the real Mars. It is our God's blessing. Praise the sun. Greatness requires no words. The moment was simultaneously broadcast on the LED screen in New York's Times Square. As a city once saved by Han Qing, its citizens were struck speechless by the scene, deeply moved in their hearts. Yet in other cities around the globe, the scene gave rise to an entirely different reaction. Men and women shook their heads in disappointment and exited the streams. Some cursed furiously as if a close friend and a wife had conspired to swindle them of their family fortune. Whether they believed it or not, Shiha, one began its descent. Under tremendous thrust, it plunged through the atmosphere like a ball of fire, descending upon this alien world. Aboard the Dongwon, Han Qing raised his eyes toward the sky, golden light flowing within his gaze. They've arrived at quite an opportune moment. Watching go and receive them. Beyond the holy city lay a vast open field. A colossal object descended slowly. The fierce air pressure ruffled the seas of grass and wheat, undulating like a silken green satin, folding into layer upon layer of ripples. With a hiss, the spacecraft's hatch opened, and an alloy ramp extended downward, steadily touching the ground. The scientist astronauts descended the steps in orderly formation. Many still held up live streaming devices, but no one was paying attention to the live stream anymore. Their shocked gazes were all directed at the boundless wheat fields. Good heavens, they've already developed agriculture. With such a vast farmland, how much grain will it yield? The air here is so fresh. Taking a breath feels like having one's lungs rinsed and purified. By the sun god above, this is truly unbelievable. Any uninformed visitor would likely mistake this place for Earth. This land brimming with green vitality. Where is there even a trace of Mars's barrenness? At that moment, a group of figures flew out from within the fiery red, imposing city walls, rapidly approaching. Like a military-grade camera, the emerald pupils of the Shiha One's deputy commander dramatically contracted and expanded. She stared, soon recognizing the newcomers, and cried out in delight. It's the High Priestess. The newcomers were Lin Wanqing and a group of high-ranking priests. They alighted before the spacecraft to welcome the crew. Lin Wanqing smiled softly and said to everyone, "Welcome to Mars. Congratulations on the successful completion of your landing mission." She extended a jade-like hand in friendship. Thanks to the protection of the sun god. The commander stepped forward half a step in agitation and shook her hand enthusiastically. Though he was not a devotee of the Church of the Sun God, he held the church in high esteem. Having now witnessed the changes on Mars with his own eyes, the balance between science and theology in his mind had been irretrievably tipped. I had always thought that we would be the first humans to reach Mars. Never did I imagine that the Sun God and you High Priestess would not only have arrived earlier, but also transformed Mars into such a sight. It's truly beyond belief. The commander remarked with deep emotion, "We were brought here by the Lord, you landed here by means of technology. How can the two be compared? You are still the first humans to reach Mars using technology, which carries great significance." Lin Wanqing offered words of comfort. "Your Holiness." The deputy commander also stepped forward excitedly and shook Lin Wanqing's hand. "Well done." Lin Wanqing responded with praise. The deputy commander's cheeks flushed, and a wave of pride surged at once in her chest. To be praised by the High Priestess. That was an immense honor. The live stream captured this historic scene with crystal clear completeness, while viewers frantically flooded the chat with comments. It's staged. It's staged. No, I absolutely don't believe it. Can anyone tell me that place is Earth? The Shiha One's expedition was announced by the United Nations in official news. You people don't even believe the UN, do you? So, does that mean the sun god actually transformed Mars? OMG. These wheat fields look so healthy. Why do they seem larger than those on Earth? Is it just my imagination? Meanwhile, on Earth in the United States, the senior brass at the Department of Defense were also watching the live stream. They were equally stunned, exchanging glances with each other. No matter how many times I see it, the dramatic transformation of Mars is simply unbelievable. If this is real, then humanity truly has a second home. With Earth no longer locked down by sophins, and with the resources of an entire planet added, the technological development of our civilization will certainly surpass the three-body civilization. But without seeing it for myself, I still find it all unreal and unsettling. To the nations of Earth, the sun god is an ally upon whom they can rely, yet one they must always be wary of. Even the most ironclad facts could not set their minds at ease without verification. Who could guarantee that the other side would never betray them? Who could guarantee that their rival harbored no conspiracy? Any mistake could cost the lives of all humanity. Caution can never be wrong. The Secretary of Defense said, now that Mars has been successfully transformed, the Church of the Sun God's Mars immigration plan ought to be implemented. We can take this opportunity to probe the situation on Mars. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, the crew of the Shiha-1 expedition, borne aloft by telekinesis, had soared into the sky and were crossing the holy city. There were still no buildings inside the city, only planned eco-parks. Occasionally one could see busy priests. These trees look as if they have been growing here for decades, or even centuries. Each one is so thick and sturdy, almost like Earth's primeval forests. It must be said the air here is truly excellent. Earth has been polluted too heavily by humanity. This kind of fresh air makes even breathing feel exhilarating. Everyone look. That patch over there looks like a cornfield. How come the corn stalks grow as tall as trees? The scientist astronauts held up their phones, live streaming the scene all along. A team leader pointed at a vast expanse of green forest in the distance and exclaimed in shock, that is the experimental cornfield. The special soil on Mars can cause plant genes to mutate. When the corn bears fruit, the results will likely surpass our imagination. Lin Wanqing explained. Upon hearing this, the scientists all wore looks of fervor. They had not known that Martian soil possessed such an effect. If properly developed, this could well multiply crop yields on Earth several times over. It would be another blessing for humanity. A cornfield? Who are you fooling? This is clearly a forest of grass family plants. This corn resembles the super corn from that movie where one field could feed all of humanity. Have you noticed? The plants on Mars all seem one size larger. Corn stalks grow like saplings, saplings grow like trees, and trees grow like ancient giants. If we humans live on Mars, will we also become a size larger? I just recalled an old Daxiao film called 10 Brothers, in which there was a magical parcel of land that produced exactly this effect. It's just CGI. Surely no one actually believes it. Exactly. What's so special? There are countless special effects companies in the world that can produce this effect. Don't be fooled. This is a hoax by the Church of the Sun God to expand its influence. I think even the various governments have been deceived. One has to admit that this Eden-like fantasy holds a fatal attraction for Earthlings. The Church of the Sun God truly seizes on the weakness of human nature. It's been only a few years. Have everyone forgotten the red giant crisis triggered by the solar civilization? To the Sun God, humans are merely disposable sacrifices. This Mars immigration is certainly a grand conspiracy. The audience in the live stream continued to argue over whether the transformation of Mars was real. Meanwhile, Han Qing's gaze penetrated the Donghuang, watching the approaching group, and he murmured to himself, with this expedition as proof, most people on Earth will believe the transformation of Mars is genuine. The next step is to proceed with immigration. Interstellar immigration. That is the centerpiece of this entire sequence of plans. Wanqing, take them to the reception room and turn on the live streaming equipment. I'll be there shortly. Han Qing sent a telepathic message to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing replied, yes, Lord God. The mission commander noticed her speaking to herself and asked curiously, are you conversing with the Sun God leader Wanqing? Lin Wanqing answered, indeed. The Lord God has just told me that he will personally receive you all. Hearing this, the group of scientists and astronauts were taken aback, their hearts pounding with rapid excitement. That being was a deity towering high above. Even if mired in countless negative reviews and doubts, it did not change the fact that he possessed might far surpassing that of humanity. Being personally received by him was an honor that even heads of state had never enjoyed. After arriving at the reception room, the mission commander ordered everyone to turn off the live streaming equipment, but Lin Wanqing stopped him. She knew exactly what Han Qing intended. This wave was all about publicity. Naturally, the more viewers, the better. After all, there was strength in numbers. After sitting restlessly in their seats for a moment, the mission commander asked, Leader Wanqing, when we meet the Sun God, how should we salute him? Do we need to perform the Eastern kowtow? They were all eminent scholars, deeply devoted to their scientific fields, with little understanding of the outside world, especially of the sun god who had rarely appeared since his emergence. Lin Wanqing said a respectful bow will suffice. However, if you feel a strong desire, kowtowing is acceptable too. The sun god has accomplished such great deeds for humanity. Even if I had to kowtow, I would willingly do so. The mission commander chuckled. At that moment, golden ripples spread through the air above the head seat of the long table, and a figure slowly materialized. Everyone turned to look in unison and beheld Han Qing, whose features were astonishingly handsome. Greetings to you all. Han Qing greeted them in an approachable manner. Nevertheless, the divine majesty uniquely belonging to him still weighed heavily upon them, making it hard to breathe. Led by the mission commander, the scientists and astronauts hastily rose and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, sun god." Han Qing waved his hand and said, "Please sit." Everyone took their seats. Lin Wanqing also sat down beside Han Qing. "First of all, welcome to Mars," Han Qing said with a serious expression. "Having traveled all the way from the holy city, you should now have a basic understanding of Mars. What do you think of the terraforming?" The mission commander weighed his words carefully and replied cautiously, "I believe Mars can already be called humanity's second home. There is abundant sunlight and oxygen here, vast and fertile land, and the development of flora and fauna is also remarkably delightful. A nearly perfect ecosystem has taken shape here." That answer was very well received. Lin Wanqing revealed a faint smile. Han Qing also nodded with satisfaction and continued, "You are right. Mars's ecosystem is already approaching perfection. Moreover, I have cultivated over 5 million mu of farmland and 1 million mu of pasture here. Next, I intend to carry out large-scale interstellar migration, allowing some humans to come and live on this planet." The moment these words were spoken, everyone became instantly excited. "For the first wave, I plan to migrate 100,000 humans." Facing the camera, Han Qing's voice carried an unassailable yet soul-soothing divinity to all humans on Earth, regardless of faith, skin color, or nationality. As long as you are willing to immigrate to Mars, you may register with the Sun God Church to obtain a spot in the first wave of migration. The Sun God Church will lead you to jointly forge the future of Mars. These words were broadcast on countless electronic screens across Earth, echoing and imprinting themselves into the minds of countless people. Earth. Han Qing's live broadcast stirred up a worldwide uproar. The Sun God Church's propaganda efforts were also exceptionally thorough, with news of Mars migration flooding everywhere. Registration centers for the Sun God Church's migration program were established in major cities across the country. Crushed under such immense organizational power, many organizations that harbored hatred toward the Sun God Church could not stir up even a ripple. Their voices were drowned out. Countless people also shifted from initial skepticism to curious observation. Dachau State Operations Department. Chang Weisi was holding a meeting with a group of generals. Naturally, the topic of discussion was also the interstellar migration issue. The Sun God has released 100,000 migration slots. We can take this opportunity to send people to Mars to investigate the true situation there and find out what he is really up to. A lieutenant colonel clicked his teeth and shook his head, saying, "The Sun God has been too good to humanity, so good that it scares me a little. Hearing all of humanity resisting the Trisolarans and now Mars migration. If the organization permitted it, I would personally go to Mars to see what this is all about." His colleagues deeply felt the same and chimed in one after another. "Exactly, he's practically a savior. How does that saying go? Every gift fate gives you has its price secretly attached. The Sun God has bestowed such immense benefits upon humanity, and every time I think about it, I feel deeply unsettled." At that moment, a handsome man seated beside Chang Weisi spoke up. "Our team has reached a conclusion. The Sun God's current goal should be the power of faith that all deities need. His kindness toward humanity is actually an open scheme to expand his influence on Earth, develop followers, and absorb the power of faith. Humanity cannot, and has no way to, refuse the various benefits he bestows. Therefore, the authenticity of the Mars migration is beyond doubt. What we should really consider is whether we ought to appropriately control the number of Sun God Church followers." His remarks left the generals exchanging uneasy glances. Since what the Sun God wanted was the power of faith, could that even be controlled? The traces of the solar flare the Sun God had projected onto the deserts of the Flower Flag Nation years ago were still right there, as a reminder. Luo Ji continued, "Of course, the Sun God has not shown any hostility toward humanity so far. Given his immense threat level, I would not recommend taking such action during a period when we have no countermeasures or defensive means." Everyone echoed in agreement. "Exactly. If we mess this up, we might just create another formidable enemy for humanity. Besides, our Wandering Earth project may still need to rely on him. Better not stir up trouble." Chang Weisi set the tone with a resounding voice. "Enough. We must eat bite by bite and clear each hurdle one at a time. Deal with the Trisolarans first, then consider these matters. As for the Mars migration slots, I will apply to the Sun God Church. You all arrange for some capable young people to go up there and broaden their horizons. Meanwhile, the Flower Flag Nation. Army Commander Brooks hung up the phone and said angrily, "The sun god himself said anyone who wants to go to Mars can go. No restrictions on nationality, skin color, or faith. Yet those old fossils at the Department of Defense refuse to let me go. They're sticking their noses where they don't belong." The colonel beside him felt awkward upon hearing this. After all, who in their right mind would let their commander personally undertake such a mission? What if it was a trap? Wouldn't that just be handing him over for nothing? Forget it. Let the SEALs go. There will be more slots in the future anyway, General Brooks said after some thought. The colonel sighed with relief and replied, "Yes, General." At the same time, governments of the Sun Never Sets Empire, the Rooster Kingdom, the Bear Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and other countries all dispatched personnel preparing to head to Mars to investigate the situation. Not only that, internet celebrities and stars from various countries eager to ride this once-in-a-lifetime wave of massive attention also personally went to register with the Sun God Church. Traffic in the Imperial City of New York was completely paralyzed because of it. The Sacred Cathedral of New York was always packed to overflowing with people coming to register. With merely 100,000 slots, there were not even enough for the followers of the Sun God cult, let alone the fact that those who came to register were not limited to believers. Even with a daily cap on distribution, the immigration quotas were snapped up within 10 days. New York Adirondack Mountains. Over 100,000 people from countries around the globe who had obtained immigration slots gathered here. Counting the relatives and friends who had come to see them off, the crowd swelled to over 300,000. A sea of people stretching beyond the horizon, so dense, it was overwhelming. Nearly the entire New York police force had been dispatched to maintain order, and ambulances were stationed on site in case of emergencies. However, with the priests and temple warriors of the Sun God cult present, their presence seemed somewhat superfluous. "I'm so excited I can't breathe." A fashionably dressed American woman spread her 10 fingers and fanned the air in front of her nose, her colorful manicure dazzling. "Girlfriend, do you know? I heard that the Sun God cult's immigration quotas are randomly drawn after we register. For a group of besties like us to immigrate to Mars together is harder than winning the lottery." Beside her was another American beauty, not tall, but with a strikingly beautiful face, wearing a pair of sunglasses and an icy, aloof aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Scarlett, are you even listening to me?" Seeing no reaction, the woman raised her voice and poked her discontentedly with a fingernail. At that moment, someone in the crowd gasped, "Oh my God, it really is Scarlett. She's immigrating to Mars too." That shout drew everyone's attention. The crowd grew thicker and thicker, completely blocking the path ahead. "Scarlett, I'm your fan. Can I have your autograph? By the Sun God Goddess, please let me take a photo with you." Had it not been for the bodyguards holding them back, they would have surged forward and torn her apart. Not far away, another group of men and women was excitedly surrounding a celebrity, screaming, "Miss Anya! Miss Anya! Miss Anya, I'm your fan. Your beauty tutorial videos are amazing. Can we take a photo together?" Quite a few socialites who had obtained quotas, celebrities, influencers, industry elites, were now being recognized by fans experiencing the thrilling ordeal of a zombie siege. Silence. Suddenly, a cold, clear female voice swept over the crowd from above. Thousands of mouths instantly lost the ability to make a sound. They looked panicked, clutching their throats in confusion. A ponytailed female warrior clad in a black suit stepped out from the crowd, eerie purple light flickering in her eyes. Behind her followed dozens of burly, towering male temple warriors. "Miss Scarlett, for the sake of on-site order, please come with us to the special waiting area." A male warrior made a gesture of invitation toward Scarlett. Scarlett breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed her bestie, and said, "Sonia, let's go with them." Amid the crowd, several sharp gazes fell upon these temple warriors, and the ponytailed female warrior with the evil eye immediately sensed it, sweeping her gaze across each of them in turn. Those gazes recoiled as if electrocuted, quickly averting and then melting back into the crowd. "What's wrong, Chief?" A male warrior stepped forward and asked. The ponytailed woman shook her head. "Let's go." The spies sent by various governments were hardly a secret to the Sun God cult. After all, every immigrant had been identity checked by the Sapon mystic maidens. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the Sun God cult would simply turn a blind eye and couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Before long, someone noticed a black dot appearing in the sky. Everyone stared as it grew larger and larger until it gradually became discernible, a colossal silver egg. "It's the Eastern Sovereign. The Sun God has come to pick us up." Someone recognized the spacecraft and cried out in delight. The believers immediately knelt in waves, prostrating themselves. They began to pray devoutly. The Eastern Sovereign descended slowly, its hatch opened, and a boarding bridge extended outward. "Please line up in an orderly fashion and board one by one." Temple warriors formed 2 rows, standing beneath the bridge to maintain order. On the 9th level of the Eastern Sovereign, Han Qing looked at the crowd about to immigrate to Mars and thought, "Coming back and forth is such a hassle. When will the humans of this world build a cosmic mothership? That would save me from having to personally come ferry people." Even though all this was to increase his followers having to personally act as the chauffeur, still left Han Qing feeling irked, an odd sensation of being sent on an unpleasant business trip. Humanity clearly doesn't have such advanced technology yet. It will probably take another technological explosion, but that would be far too long. Harvesting the Trisolaran's technology would be much faster. I've already refined both of their softens. I wonder if they'll keep sending more. For Earth sake, they definitely won't give up. I'll just wait for them. Han Qing let his mind wander. All 100,000 people had gradually boarded the ship. The hatch closed. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the spacecraft activated, ascended high into the sky, and swiftly vanished from sight. Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Scarlet. I've now boarded the Eastern Sovereign, and I'm having dinner in the cafeteria. This is our dinner tonight: chicken fish bread and a vegetable salad. Also, the Eastern Sovereign's interior is truly enormous. It's absolutely unbelievable. We're currently active on the 5th level, and below, we're not allowed to enter the upper levels. Inside the bright, clean grand cafeteria, Scarlet was holding up her phone, live streaming to her fans, showing them her meal, and sharing information about the Eastern Sovereign. Her bestie Sonia squeezed half her face into the frame and said excitedly, "Also, the Sun God lives on the 9th level. I heard that in Eastern culture the number 9 carries great honor." Scarlet nodded. "Tomorrow I'll try to see if I can meet the Sun God." Everyone stay tuned. Their immigration to Mars wasn't just about following the trend of the times. It was also to grow their followers and popularity, and live streaming was the best way to do it. Scarlet was broadcasting live, and the people around her were all filming her. But no one dared approach her because of the Temple Warriors. Mars is a scam by the Sun God cult, don't go. Scarlet suddenly read out a viewer's comment, then said with a smile, No, I don't think so. Your opinion may have its reasons, but I chose to board this ship, which means I chose to trust. I don't want you posting such remarks in my live stream. In denying the Sun God, you're also denying my intelligence. Many supportive comments also appeared in the live chat. As expected of my goddess. Trusting the Divine Lord is absolutely correct. If the goddess believes, then I believe. I'm really sad because I didn't manage to get a migration slot. Although I've never paid attention to the Sun God cult before, such a smart and beautiful lady as you definitely made the right choice. I support you unconditionally. The single occupancy cabin aboard the Eastern Sovereign. A web celebrity named Anya was also live streaming the layered rings of light, casting her delicate features into radiant allure. As she wiped her face with a cleansing towel, she chatted with her fans. Babes, whose makeup cosplay do you want to see today? Type it on the public screen. The Sun Gods. No way, I can't do that without permission. That would be disrespectful to the deity, and I definitely don't want to be thrown off this ship. Hey, personified Mars. That's doable, but I need to think it through. For today, I'll just do a Friar-inspired makeup look. Yes, this is a single cabin on the Eastern Sovereign. The quality is decent, just a bit small, though that's understandable given how limited space is on a spaceship. Watching her live stream's popularity climb higher than ever before, surpassing even her peak viewership since she started streaming, Anya's heart blossomed with joy. Choosing to emigrate to Mars this time was definitely the right call. Once she reached Mars, her followers were bound to multiply even more. 5 levels above her head, a lean, weathered British man was also live streaming from his cabin. His channel boasted over 10 million viewers, no less than those of celebrities and influencers. He was displaying his gear one by one before the camera. This is the food I've prepared for my Mars expedition and wilderness survival. Dried mealworms and dried beef liver. Haha, yes, after removing the head and innards, its protein is 6 times that of beef. There are no wild animals on Mars, yet so finding food out there is tough. I have to bring my own. If you guys are looking forward to this series, follow me. Let's explore Mars together. Meanwhile, Han Qing, seated cross-legged in meditation, was piloting the ship, while also keeping an eye on these celebrities. Seeing them all working diligently on their live streams, he felt even more satisfied. With these highly influential celebrities as the protagonists of this migration story, more and more people would believe it, and more would yearn to emigrate to Mars this Eden. Before long, he could lie back and harvest faith power effortlessly. 3 days later, the Eastern Sovereign returned to Mars. Scarlet, Anya, Baird, and others stood before the porthole, holding up their phones to capture the scene. A verdant planet dotted with patches of blue. It was like a priceless work of art wrought in jewels unfolding before their eyes. OMG, this is truly the handiwork of God. Scarlet's beautiful eyes widened in awe. Seeing it with her own eyes was incomparable to watching videos. The shock was beyond words. It could only be felt deep in the heart. Handiwork of God. No, this is the creation of the Sun God. Her best friend Sonia was also marveling, her nail art fluttering before her nose. So beautiful, I can't breathe. Meanwhile, their live stream viewership exploded. It really does look gorgeous, but why is Mars so green? Mars has less water than Earth, but its vegetation is thick and lush, so it appears green. I want to go to Mars so badly. If I could go, I'd even drink sister's bathwater. Why, you sure know how to get a deal, don't you? The Sun God Church hasn't live-streamed in ages. I wonder what Mars looks like now. So excited. The Eastern Sovereign pierced through Mars' atmosphere and landed smoothly on the landing field outside the Holy City. Over 1,000 temple warriors stood waiting, 1 to maintain order and 2 to guide the passengers after they disembarked. After all, this holy city was absolutely enormous. What fresh air. So kind to people with rhinitis. Anya stepped down the ramp excitedly, rubbing her nose. She wore a personified Mars makeup look, a leaf green dress, translucent wings, pointed ears, and fiery red pupils, like an elf. But the viewers in her live stream had no time to pay attention to her. Oh my God, that red mountain is massive. What is that place? That appears to be the sacred mountain of the Sun God Church, where the Sun God resides. The city was built around that mountain. Then believers are so blessed. They just have to look up to see the Sun God. Are those wheat fields beside it? Why are the ears of grain red? How amazing. I know this one. It's caused by Mars soil mutation. Apparently, a lot of agricultural scientists came on this migration trip specifically to study the land. Now, does anyone still argue that only the Divine Lord can bring happiness to humanity? Who agrees, who opposes? I support the Sun God. He really did bring humanity to Mars. The 100,000 migrants passed through the gates and entered the holy city in succession. Inside, a road led straight to the sacred mountain. Both sides of the road were lined with lush, thriving plant life, vibrant and full of vitality. I hear bird songs and the chirping of insects. It seems the ecological environment here is truly excellent. Animals are multiplying at an astonishing rate. Maybe in a while we won't need to worry about finding meat in the wild either. Baird held up his phone, equally elated. This untouched planet was not just an Eden. It was paradise for someone with his spirit of adventure. I can't believe Mars terraforming is real. People used to say the Mars migration was a scam, but clearly it isn't. This place is so beautiful. I have no idea what those naysayers were thinking. Forget them. They're just people who hate the Sun God Church. Still, you can't blame them too much. Those 10 years under the Red Giant really were harsh. People have to look forward, and the Sun God did cure all of humanity's diseases. Surely that makes up for those 10 years, doesn't it? I wonder when the next round of interstellar migration spots will open up. I want to go so badly. Sun God, please take me with you. No, Divine Lord, you are my Lord. I want to join the Sun God Church. I don't want to keep grinding in the rat race on Earth. Please take me to Mars. 1. I'd rather break my neck surviving in the wild on Mars than drop dead from overtime at my desk. I'm so jealous I've ground my molars to dust. Can't watch this stream anymore. Anyone else here applying to join the Sun God Church? Count me in. Doubts in the livestream chat were few and far between. The authenticity of the Martian home had been personally verified by the idols, and fans were growing eager, many yearning to emigrate to Mars and start a wonderful new life. All along the way, every member of the migrant convoy raised their phones, filming videos and sharing their Martian experiences with family and friends. Spies from various nations also sent their captured footage to their handlers. These authenticated videos were forwarded to government offices around the world, once again stirring up a massive uproar. The White House Flower Flag Nation. The president stared at the Martian video sent by the Department of Defense, his face filled with astonishment and fascination. So this is the real Mars. The Sun God has truly done it. Humanity now has another home to live on. Excellent, excellent. It's a pity that Earth hasn't yet developed a space, otherwise we could harness Mars resources on a large scale to sustain the wandering Earth plan. But if the Sun God is willing to hand, we could take this step as well. The president of the GWA's eyes glinted with calculation as he plotted. The advisor at his side reminded him, Your Excellency, the Sun God cult has always maintained that Earth should not leave the solar system. The Sun God would not agree to help with such a request. Let's think of other ways then, the Huachigua president said with a hint of regret. The advisor spoke again. Moreover, we have another major problem to solve. Once Mars immigration begins, it won't stop in the short term. A vast number of talents and workers from around the world will rapidly drain away, which would be extremely unfavorable to the wandering Earth plan. Yet we cannot predict the consequences of sabotaging the Sun God's plan if he grows displeased. The words were not finished, but the meaning was clear. The Huachigua president winced again. This is indeed a very thorny problem. In that light, the opening of this second homeland does not seem worth celebrating. The Huachigua president said, The bird that sticks its head out will be shot. There will be others more anxious than us. Let us observe for now. The Great Xia government. A group of senior officials watching the video were struck with astonishment. This Mars transformation is far too successful. It is hard to imagine possessing such power to create a world worthy of being called a god is not an overstatement. Alas, the Harvest Shade dream has actually been realized on Mars. Oh, what a pity. Earth's resources are too tight. If Mars could share the burden, our pressure would be greatly reduced. This is only a mere hypothetical for now, relying on Shihino. One alone cannot achieve much unless we can build a space battleship now, but the reality is that every country's resources are poured into the Wandering Earth plan, making a space battleship impractical to research. Indeed, but we no longer have the Sapan blockade. When technology erupts next, it may fill these gaps. Indeed, we must accelerate technological development. The day when the Stellaris civilization returns won't be far, and we cannot rely on the sun god's protection forever. The others argued, while Chang Weici frowned, weighing the pros and cons of Mars immigration for Xia. Awe and elation coexisted. Life still has to be lived with careful budgeting. The essentials, rice, oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, and tea, cannot be spared. By Xiangguo Prime Minister's office. A bearded, white-haired elder sat cross-legged on a yoga mat, completely absorbed in the Mars video delivered by the intelligence, his eyes filled with an unbelievable light. They have really transformed this barren Mars into a star of life. Creator God, this is essentially the Creator God. If only the Sun God were not our nation's deity otherwise. The Prime Minister's face, stamped with shock, flickered with a moment of hope, then returned to disappointment and gloom. If I remember correctly, the Sun God first bestowed a miracle in Xia. Unfortunately, that group of people didn't know how to utilize it. Heaven's gift, not taken, they brought their own misfortune upon themselves. They will pay a heavy price sooner or later. Then how can we make use of him? The domestic policy of integrating government and religion is underway. It is impossible to accept the sun god cult, even though the temples have stubbornly rooted themselves on the homeland. The Bai Xiangguo Prime Minister, nicknamed the Old Immortal, sinks into deep contemplation. The heads of government of various countries were stunned to see these videos and were thoroughly convinced about the Mars plan. And the people, except for a few stubborn old minds who still believe this is an alien conspiracy, the majority chose to believe and began to consider immigration, especially those whose lives are not going well. Believers scattered across the country grew more devout and resolute, often gathering in temples for large-scale prayers and sacrifices, praising the sun god. Under such feverish ideological influence, sun god followers grew worldwide, even in the most remote and impoverished villages. People learned of the sun god's Mars transformation through the news, and it became casual chatter. Han Qing on Mars felt the power of faith rising at an ever faster pace. 1 month later, Lin Wanqing arrived with cheerful news. Master, good news, your followers have reached 1 billion, and the numbers are still rising. Indeed, that is good news. The days of hard work have not been in vain. Han Qing smiled in satisfaction, lounging with arms spread along the back of the sofa, and said, nice. But do not open immigration quotas for now. We'll talk again in a while. Wait for my notice. Lin Wanqing froze for a moment, then smiled. I understand Master intends to implement scarcity marketing. Han Qing raised an eyebrow. Wrong. This is a planned Mars immigration development strategy. Mars construction also needs time. Immigration of 100,000 can be supported by the Donghuang. How with more people? Where will they live? What would they eat? What would they use? How would illnesses be treated? What about accidents? Primitive living is not that easy. Lin Wanqing nodded again, saying earnestly, I understand. I'll have the publicity team do a good job, Master, rest assured. Han Qing looked at her and smiled. You think you understand everything. All right, go do it. The next day, Lin Wanqing, with Mars' emerald green sacred mountain as the backdrop, held an interplanetary online press conference. She first announced the sun god cult's large-scale immigration strategy and emphasized that the next immigration quotas would be no less than before. But to better shape Mars, the sun god cult would fix a portion of immigration quotas for its own believers to serve as the backbone for transforming Mars. Once this news spread, it immediately dominated global headlines. Gods create, believers manage, building a beautiful home for humanity. What a grandless initiative. Most crucially, joining the sun god cult would be like adding an extra insurance to immigration quotas. The next opening of immigration quotas would still be unknown and applicants would only multiply. Oh, no one wants to miss this opportunity. To seize the chance to enter this present world paradise and Eden on earth, more and more people joined the sun god cult. And under the eager anticipation of believers and the public, the cult grew. The sun god cult finally issued the next immigration quotas. This time 5 million. Anyway, Mars farmlands are vast and food is abundant. Nurturing these people is easy, yet such generous action drew the dissatisfaction of many rulers. The massive drain of talent and labor within the country is something rulers dread most, yet such things are happening, and with great momentum. The losses caused by it are incalculable. Police state the capital of Leh. 4:30 in the morning. The new moon still hung at one corner of the sky, casting a hazy glow. A damp and cool breeze wrapped in moisture swept across more than half of the city and drifted into the place where supreme power of the nation converged to Bade Royal Palace. The propaganda of the sun cult has become increasingly outrageous, and many of our citizens have been poisoned by them. Many people have even begun to abandon their faith, which is unforgivable. Your Majesty, we can no longer tolerate such things happening. At the round table meeting, a noble official spoke, excitedly spitting as he talked. The head of justice sitting opposite him continued, recently more and more citizens are attempting to smuggle out of the country through the border ferry lake to immigrate to Mars. We must take action to make people know the consequences of betraying the true Lord. I suggest using strong measures to purge those beyond redemption who have been brainwashed by the Sun cult, and then seal off all the demagogic lies about immigrating to Mars in order to stabilize public sentiment and maintain the purity of our national religious tradition. The king's face was grim as he silently played with the emerald ring on his finger. The Sun God cult had established many temple branches around the world. However, in a few countries where faith was highly concentrated and other religions were extremely rejected, they had not interloped. Belize State, a theocratic nation, was one of them. The Mars immigration incident had already touched their bottom line. What do you think? How should we deal with those citizens? The king suppressed the murderous intent surging in his heart and asked for the opinions of the other ministers. A general spoke. Saint Mahomet once said, whoever betrays the faith, kill them. We should of course execute the doctrine unconditionally. The king, having received the answer he wanted, secured the ring on his finger and said, then let us act. From this moment, close all airports and stations, control the internet, and conduct a comprehensive inspection throughout the country. All information related to the Sun cult is to be destroyed. Anyone who has betrayed their faith and intends to smuggle out of our country to immigrate to Mars shall be killed. The capital of Belize State and the garrisons in various places, after receiving the king's orders, left their military bases with extremely high efficiency, entered the city, and cooperated with the National Network Electronic Command to search civilians. In a residential community of Ley City, people stood at their doorways looking uneasily through the windows at the soldiers who had broken in, watching that group of guys in uniform smashing and searching in their neighbors' homes. They knew soon it would be their turn. No one dared to voice opposition or resist. The gunshot that had pierced the sky 5 minutes ago still echoed in people's ears, constantly amplifying the fear in their hearts. It seems they're checking for apostates. I told you so. That cult, the government definitely needs to control it. A thin-faced woman nervously clutched her thin shirt, a hint of relief in her fearful tone. But this has nothing to do with us. Right, Alancy? No one answered. She turned around. Her husband was nowhere to be seen on the balcony. The sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets was coming from the room. The woman opened her eyes wide and looked over, a hint of terror in her eyes. The man named Alancy pulled out a mobile phone from the depths of the wardrobe. He stood with his back to his wife, his fingers trembling as he unlocked the phone password, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping onto the phone screen. What are you doing? Alancy, what are you doing? Don't tell me you've betrayed the faith. The woman, suppressing her shrill voice, called out, tremblingly tugging at her husband's sleeve again and again. Tell me you have nothing to do with the Sun cult. Please. The man impatiently broke free with a sudden jerk and growled. How can we immigrate to Mars without joining the cult? How can we see him without immigrating to Mars? Only he can save our daughter. Do you want to watch our daughter suffer and die from leukemia? Years had passed since the Sun God healed all humanity in the world, but the plague had long broken through the gates of hell and stepped onto the mortal realm once more. The woman was pushed against the wall by this force. Hearing this answer, her face was full of despair, breathing rapidly, and she slid down the wall to the floor with no strength in her body. Dad, Mom, can you stop fighting? Unknown to when, a pale-faced, skeleton-thin little girl appeared at the doorway, speaking weakly and innocently. Seeing her daughter, the man immediately lifted his face and forced a reluctant smile. It's okay, Narges, we're not fighting. Go back to your room first, okay? Dad will come see you soon. The screen displayed the instruction asking whether to format, and he decisively clicked yes, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. At this moment, the front door was banged repeatedly. The woman's body trembled in shock, and the family of three simultaneously looked toward the doorway. Another gunshot rang out, startling a flock of foraging pigeons into flight. A man with blood gushing from his forehead free fell from the 6th-floor balcony. A disheveled woman rushed out, throwing herself against the windowsill, screaming and wailing, but was soon forcibly dragged away by 2 soldiers. 5 minutes later, 2 police soldiers escorted the woman and a girl downstairs, and they were both violently stuffed into a prison vehicle. The information on the phone has been recovered. Inside there are chat records between that man and the smuggler, as well as information about the Sun cult. It can be confirmed that their family are apostates planning to smuggle through the fairy lake in 3 days. An information soldier handed the phone to a squad leader. Additionally, there are 78 more criminals in this residential area who illegally broke through the national IP blockades, and most of them are likely also connected to the Sun cult. The squad leader took the phone and said coldly, continue the search. Nearly 300 people were taken away from the entire residential area. This scenario was playing out across the nation. And in the capital Ley, these apostates connected to the Sun God cult with their hands cuffed behind their backs were brought to the national square. The king, the head of justice, the commander of the 3 armed forces, and a group of noble officials stood on the stands of the square, looking at these apostates with cold and disgusted gazes. The national media institutions held up equipment on the other side to film, and the execution of the apostates would be broadcast to the entire nation. Your Majesty, these are the first batch of apostates, 5,001 in number. We can carry out the execution first. The second batch is being escorted on the way. A commander stepped forward to report to the king. The king said indifferently, then begin. The soldiers loaded their weapons, aiming at the civilians kneeling in rows. Some of them were numb, some were angry. The little girl was trembling with fear, hiding in her mother's arms. The Mars immigration is a lie that the demon tempted you with. You believed in the demon, betrayed the one true God, and became apostates. Therefore you must pay with your lives. With your blood wash away the disgrace you have brought upon this nation. The king's majestic voice echoed across the square. After speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Execute." The desperate woman pressed her body tightly against her daughter, her eyes tightly closed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Alansi, did you see the sun god? Sun god, if you truly have spirit, please save us, I beg you." Mars. Han Qing, who was manipulating the weather to nourish the farmlands, suddenly heard the prayers in his mind. His expression slightly changed. The rolling black clouds in the sky immediately stirred up countless terrifying lightning bolts. The immigrants were all startled. "Master Xian Nu has detected that the police state on Earth is slaughtering your believers and potential believers. I have already notified the high priest stationed on Earth to intervene." Xian Nu's prompt also appeared on his retinal display at the same time. A murderous intent emerged in Han Qing's eyes as he coldly said, "I will handle it personally." Han Qing never expected that even at this time there were still people on Earth blind enough to harm his believers. Boris country. Golden divine light flowed in Han Qing's eyes, illuminating the scene on Earth. When he saw soldiers of Boris country pointing guns at their civilian believers, some of whom were even children, Han Qing's anger only grew stronger. He directly sentenced these people to death, 10,000 deaths. At this moment, the king of Boris country barked in order to execute. The guns aimed at these civilians fired without hesitation, unleashing a storm of bullets. Those kneeling in the square cried out and screamed, some struggling to their feet in desperate resistance. But how could flesh and blood withstand such gunfire? The tragic outcome was inevitable. The king, chief justice, military commander, and nobles all wore expressions of satisfaction. These foolish apostates, brainwashed by the demonic lies of Martian colonization, should be purged this way. None shall be spared, young or old. However, just as bullets rained down and death seemed imminent for all present, far away on Mars, Han Qing extended his hand, and suddenly a massive golden barrier materialized over Boris Square, enveloping all the believers. The bullets struck the barrier like stones on steel, ringing out as they fell to the ground. The miraculous sight stunned everyone. The king and his men stared in confusion, while the commoners gazed at the barrier, bewildered. What was happening? "You insects who have harmed my believers deserve 10,000 deaths." Han Qing spoke coldly. His majestic divine voice immediately echoed across the entire nation of Boris country, and tens of thousands looked up at the sky in shock. "It's the sun god." A Boris person who was fluent in Daxiao language exclaimed with joy, "The sun god." The believers in the square were overwhelmed with emotion. That leukemia-stricken little girl Narges also lifted her pale face, her eyes curiously searching the sky for traces of the sun god, but was soon forced to squint as sunlight pierced her vision. She still remembered the stories her father used to tell her about the sun god Mars and the super corn as he put her to sleep. But her father had been killed. He would never tell her bedtime stories again. Her mother Claudia looked up at the sky, stunned for a moment, then tears of joy flowed down her face. "The sun god has truly manifested. Alanis, did you see? It is he who saved us. Your choice was correct, you were right." The kneeling believers were filled with excitement, eagerly praying to the sun god, pouring out their hearts and pleading their cases. Meanwhile, the king, nobles, chief justice, and military commander in the stands were filled with fear in their eyes. Although the two sides didn't understand each other's language, the apostates had already revealed the other's identity. No one expected the sun god on Mars to intervene. The king forced himself to calm down and shouted at the sky, "You evil god, get out of my country. We don't want you here. May Allah bless us. If you don't leave now, you'll be killed by Allah." Xian Nu translated his words to Han Qing. Han Qing remained silent, only letting out a cold smile. Suddenly, a golden laser beam shot from midair, sweeping across the Boris king's mouth at tremendous speed, fusing his lips together in charred flesh that emitted a sickly, burning odor. The agonizing pain forced the king to shriek hysterically. His mouth tore open, revealing raw flesh and blood-red gums along with stark white teeth. His screams grew even more desperate. What made him even more despairing and tormented was the text appearing on his retina, "Where is your Allah?" Han Qing didn't execute these beasts immediately. Instead, he channeled divine power, creating golden protective barriers one by one. trapping Boris country's instruments of violence within the barriers, then shielding the believers scattered across various cities to prevent further casualties. Then Han Qing's healing divine light shone upon the believers who had been shot dead. Their physical wounds miraculously healed, warm life returned to those bodies as chests gradually rose and fell, nostrils fluttered, and breath returned. Such an extraordinary scene left countless witnesses speechless with awe. Some fanatic believers knelt on both knees calling out the name of Allah. Unfortunately, this miracle did not come from Allah. All that responded to them was the boundless, scorching sun. The sun god must have descended a miracle, saving us and restoring us from death. Having walked the brink of death, Alanis was moved to tears, bowing repeatedly before the great sun hanging in the heavens, and immense streams of devout and pure faith power erupted from within him. Many more like him existed. Each one's faith power had multiplied 7 to 8 times compared to before, reaching levels ordinary believers could never achieve. Having completed all this, Han Qing turned his attention back to the capital of life, focusing on the king and that group of noble officials. Xian Nu, initiate global live broadcast. Didn't they want to execute my believers for all to see? Then I'll execute them for the whole world to watch. Han Qing seized this opportunity to spread his faith and instill fear throughout the realm. Since he had acted, he would do so completely, not offering sweetness without consequence. Sooner or later, other nations would follow Boris country's example, acting with impunity and daring to slaughter even their own followers. Under Xian Nu's control, the global broadcast launched rapidly, dominating the front pages of major news outlets with the headline punishing the aristocratic rulers of Boris Kingdom. The camera focused on the utterly wretched Boris King and that group of terrified noble officials, seemingly uncertain whether to surrender or not. You mercilessly massacred my believers when you pointed guns at civilians. Have you ever considered there would come a day like this? A golden light flickered in the air and a figure emerged before their eyes. That person possessed a handsome visage, his athletic and well-proportioned frame draped in crimson robes, barefoot, exuding an aura of sacred, inviolable majesty. The sun god. Both believers and non-believers finally recognized who had arrived. It was indeed the sun god whose face had dominated every news cover during the Mars colonization campaign. The believers knelt in fervent worship. The king, overwhelmed by agony, fell to his knees and repeatedly slammed his forehead against the floor, imploring Han Qing, "Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. I understand." The king roared desperately for mercy. The sight was as pitiful as it could possibly be. Those in the live stream who didn't understand the situation immediately began discussing, "What's happening? This person looks so pitiful. Why does his mouth look like that? Like zombies in horror films. What is the sun god doing? Why punish Boris country suddenly? Is it because others don't worship you that you do something like this? You arrived late and missed it. The sun god just said it was because Polis slaughtered his believers." Exactly. How could the divine lord indiscriminately kill the innocent? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Polis is a theocratic state with extreme fundamentalism. Isn't it suicide for ordinary people to believe in the sun god cult there? They have to sneak out first. Oh my God, are these citizens being escorted to the square for execution? There are so many bullet casings on the ground. And that light shield. It seems the sun god saved them. At that moment, a believer from Polis commented in explanation. It was the government that wanted to kill us because we believed in the sun god church and wanted to emigrate to Mars. If the sun god hadn't intervened to save us, we would have been massacred. So that's what happened. Truly horrifying. It wasn't this big before. Probably this Mars migration is too tempting. If it were me, I couldn't resist either. Who wouldn't believe in a real god like this? God loves the world. Praise the sun. The live stream's popularity kept soaring. People all over the world were watching this broadcast. Even the president of the Flower Flag Nation, who was having lunch at the White House, was watching on his phone. Demon. This is a demon wearing the skin of a god. Fire. What are you all waiting for? A commander roared in fury, his face red and neck swollen. He kicked aside a nearby guard, snatched the rifle from his hands, and aimed at Han Qing. The muzzle spat. Tongues of fire bullets were spent, yet still failed to penetrate the thin golden barrier. Refusing to believe it, he snatched another guard's gun. When the bullets ran out, he discarded it and grabbed another, until all the guns had been thrown to the ground and no weapon remained. The commander stood still, panting, heavily stunned for a long moment, then collapsed to his knees and prayed desperately to Allah. Only then did the nobles and officials finally despair and face reality. They knelt on the ground one after another, begging Han Qing for mercy, doing exactly the same thing as the apostates they had most despised and scorned. Even so, Han Qing did not waver in the slightest in his resolve to kill these people. Originally, he had wanted to cite scriptures and invoke several sacred laws of the Sun God Church to judge them. But those religious canons and laws had all been written by Lin Wanqing and the other women. He had never read them. After thinking it over, he only said one sentence. To kill my believers is to kill me. You are guilty beyond redemption. The majestic and awe-inspiring divine voice echoed throughout the entire Polis region. Even though the language was unintelligible, the meaning contained in the voice was clearly felt by everyone. The believers were moved to tears. The live stream stirred up a torrent of comments. A Daxiao believer's translation coming uninvited. This sentence means to kill my believers is to kill me. You are guilty beyond redemption. The Sun God truly loves his believers. I'm crying. So moving. The Divine Lord truly loves believers as his own children. I don't understand why some people still refuse to join the faith. Praise the Sun. That's about enough. Looking at the Polis heretics kowtowing desperately, Han Qing showed no mercy. Blazing, dazzling sunlight cascaded down from the sky like a golden waterfall pouring torrentially onto their bodies. The skin, flesh, fat, and bones of those Polis nobles and officials were decomposed by the searing heat into carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, until only a wisp of green smoke remained, dissipating completely without a trace in the air, as if they had never been born. That's a huge laser beam, but why is it irregular? Is this technology or divine power? I can't tell what this thing is. Anyone know? Isn't the main point that Polis's top leaders were all killed? They deserved it. Who told them to slaughter our brothers and sisters and provoke the Sun God? This is what they had coming. Hey wait, the king of Polis doesn't seem to be dead yet. A sharp-eyed viewer in the live stream noticed that after the waterfall of light dispersed, the king of Polis was still kneeling in place, not vaporized. The king of Polis was scared, senseless, still mechanically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Han Qing hadn't killed him, not because he was letting him off. Rather, he had thought of a better method of execution. Han Qing's projection passed through the golden curtain of light and arrived before the king, as if sensing something. The king stopped kowtowing and slowly raised his head to look at Han Qing. His eyes were filled with humble supplication, remorse, and terror. Oh Sun God, I know I was wrong. I regret it. Please forgive my sins. 2 tears trickled from the corners of his eyes as he endured excruciating pain to stammer out slurred words. The Polis language was synchronously translated to Han Qing by the mystic maiden. Han Qing placed his hand upon the king's head. In that case, kneel here and repent. A spark of divine radiance bloomed upon his forehead. The king's festering forehead instantly transformed into a patch of pale gray stone skin. He opened his mouth in terror, but no sound came out. The pale gray magical stone patterns rapidly covered his entire head, then spread across his whole body. In this way the man turned into a living statue, his face frozen in shock, astonishment, and fear. Everyone present was filled with shock. Their king had actually been turned to stone. God must not be blasphemed. This is the price of sacrilege. Mortals, remember this warning. Han Qing announced solemnly to the camera. The Flower Flag Nation. The president of the Flower Flag Nation, who was dining, swallowed the chewy steak in his mouth, nearly choking. He hastily washed it down with a sip of milk and couldn't help cursing. Damn this steak. Why is it so tough? What's wrong with the head chef today? He had lost his appetite and mood for eating. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he turned off the live stream. Those idiots in Polis went way too far. No wonder the Sun God brought down divine punishment. As the president complained, he couldn't help thinking. But what exactly would be considered not going too far? There were too many people in the Flower Flag Nation who believed in the Sun God Church. If they weren't controlled, he estimated they would all emigrate to Mars. This was hardly good news. However, how to control it was an extremely thorny problem. Polis had already submitted its answer of violent confrontation, and that was unquestionably a dead end. Not only the president of the Flower Flag Nation, but also several heads of theocratic fundamentalist states, trembling with fear at the sight, were unable to sit still. They immediately abandoned any idea of arresting civilians. After dealing with these blasphemers, Han Qing was about to disperse his projection. However, feeling the hopeful gazes of the believers, he turned back and gave them his positive image once more. Praise the Sun. Praise the Sun. The believers immediately worshipped joyfully. Han Qing noticed the pale, sickly little girl in the crowd. She timidly observed him with her big eyes. Han Qing smiled gently at her. Feeling the kindness in that smile, the little girl shyly smiled back. Han Qing's projection vanished, and a wisp of golden light burrowed into Narcissa's forehead. She felt warmth coursing through her body, then her vision darkened, her body went limp, and she fainted. Claudia was startled. Seeing her daughter's complexion rapidly turn rosy, she vaguely understood what had happened. Overcome with emotion, she wept tears of joy and kowtowed toward the blazing sun in the sky. When Ma Lily, the holy maiden of the Sun God cult, arrived at Rai, the capital of Polis, with a contingent of temple warriors, night had already fallen. The leader of the new political party that had taken over the country received them in the royal palace. Holy maiden of the Sun God cult, if you are here to preach, I am sorry, but I am afraid we cannot accommodate you. A handsome middle-aged man in a black suit and a bushy beard, the new King Hajagat, said, our nation fuses religion and state. We cannot accept any foreign faith. This is the unshakable foundation of our country. Even if the previous king is dead, even if I myself die, no successor party will ever agree to such a demand. The atmosphere turned tense and confrontational the moment they met. Ma Lily studied him for a few moments and said coolly, if I had come here to preach, you would not have been able to finish that sentence. A powerful surge of oppressive force swept outward at once. As for why that sentence would not have been finished, the meaning was unmistakable. Cold sweat broke out on Hajigat's palms. Suppressing the nausea brought on by the intense shock, he said the sun god is compassionate, and I believe his followers would never do anything excessive or inhumane. Ma Lily gave a disdainful smile. Humanity is something to be discussed with humans. Hajigat immediately said we are different from the previous government. For example, Ma Lily crossed her arms. Hajigat exchanged a glance with the aide beside him and confirmed, as for our citizens who believe in the sun god cult, we will no longer kill them. We will send them out of the country unconditionally and deliver them to you. We will keep to our side and you to yours. This move served two purposes at once. It did not offend the sun god cult, and it satisfied the extreme exclusivity of their theocratic polity. Ma Lily had actually come only to gather believers. Since he had made such a promise, she did not refuse. She nodded and said, our temple warriors will remain stationed here for a while. I hope you will honor your word. Hajigat said agreed. Ma Lily rose to leave. As she was about to go, something else occurred to her. She turned her head and smiled playfully. Oh, one reminder, you had better not move the previous king's stone statue. That is a miracle sent down by the sun god. If it is damaged in any way, you will bear the consequences. A look of speechlessness crossed Hajigat's face, and then he said magnanimously, I'll just give you the king's statue as well. Keeping that wicked thing would serve no purpose other than destroying the government's authority and infinitely elevating the sun god's position in the hearts of the people. It was best to hand it over to the sun god cult. Meanwhile, the footage of Han Qing's divine punishment had been separately clipped from the livestream replay by believers and made into a video that spread widely on websites around the world. Even the fierce protests from the countries of Western Asia that followed the same religion were to no avail. After this incident, the sun god's believers jumped to 1.2 billion. This scale had already overtaken Hinduism, the world's third largest religion, and was closing in on the second largest, breathing down the neck of Christianity, which ranked first. Compared with these ancient faiths with histories spanning thousands of years, the sun god cult, a newborn child, had grown at a truly astonishing rate. Meanwhile, in the Trisolaran world, the sovereign and the consuls had finally devised a viable plan to deal with Han Qing after more than 2 years of research. There is no doubt that the intelligent being of the solar civilization possesses special means to counter sophons. Once sophons reach Earth, they can only hide from place to place. With the slightest carelessness, they will be captured. If there are no other means of attack, no matter how many sophons we launch, it will be of no use. The meeting continued. The science consul said, therefore, allow me to introduce this new plan to destroy our powerful enemy, the Demon Eye Project. The sovereign, thinking of something, asked, does that have anything to do with the Demon Eye civilization? The Demon Eye civilization was one that the Trisolaran civilization had observed decades ago while conducting low-dimensional unfolding experiments with sophons. Because the civilization gave the intuitive impression of countless eyes, it was named the Demon Eye civilization. After observing that civilization, the Trisolaran capital was nearly destroyed by it. That was why the sovereign's impression of it was so deep. This plan is to use the Demon Eye civilization to attack the intelligent being of the solar civilization, driving a wolf to devour a tiger. The science consul said this. The military consul asked in puzzlement, wasn't the Demon Eye civilization already destroyed by our nuclear bombs? The science consul shook his head. What we destroyed was only the Demon Eye that entered the Trisolaran universe. That civilization was not wiped out. The military consul was still worried. Even if it wasn't wiped out, how can we guarantee that the Demon Eye civilization can kill that guy? The science consul said when it was violently reduced from 11 dimensions to 3, that civilization still was not destroyed. It was still able to remold itself and survive by adapting to the lower dimension. It even peered into worlds beyond its own universe and launched attacks that could only be described as horrifying. I believe its mastery of cosmic manipulation far exceeds that of our Trisolaran civilization. The Demon Eye civilization that appeared was destroyed no more than 4 Trisolaran hours after we first observed it. If it had been given more time, I think it could have created even more powerful weapons. How strong the intelligent being of the solar civilization truly is, and how strong the civilization behind it truly is, we still do not know. Therefore, whether it can kill him cannot be guaranteed. But the Sapon calculated that the Demon Eye civilization has at least a 50% chance of killing him. These words plunged all the consuls into deep thought. On careful reflection, it really was the case. If a civilization as terrifying as that, one that could survive violent dimensional reduction, were given time to grow, destroying the Trisolaran civilization would be no trouble at all. Then the sun god, whose power was at least on the surface comparable to that of the Trisolaran civilization, should pose no great problem either. I think this plan is feasible, said the Culture and Education Consul. The agriculture industry and other consuls nodded in approval one after another. Seeing this, the sovereign also spoke. Since that is the case, let us use this demon-eye civilization to drive the wolf against the tiger. And so it was settled. Time flowed like water, and 2 more years passed in the twinkling of an eye. In a certain underground base on Earth, members of the ETO were conducting a secret experiment. For the past 4 years, they had been like rats in the open, scurrying from one hiding place to another. Even they were surprised they had managed to hide for so long. They strongly suspected that they had not yet been hunted down and wiped out, not because they had hidden well, but because the Sun God cult needed them to harvest science and technology. Even so, harboring anxiety, fear, and rage, they continued to develop technology and conduct experiments, all for the day when they could wash away their humiliation and exact their revenge. At the center of this enormous laboratory sat a giant apparatus of intricate structure. It resembled an oil lamp, the lamp head above, a base below, and a transparent hollow in the middle. At that moment, the upper and lower instruments emitted a humming sound and moved at extreme speed, gradually exciting a blindingly brilliant hazy ball of light in the central zone. Wisps of lightning like matter coiled around it, a power that was terrifying even to imagine. Macroelectron excited. Ball lightning unfolded. Test subject no. 151, please enter. A cold, clear female voice directed the experiment. A young man with an impassive face stood before the instrument. Upon receiving the command, he resolutely stepped into that mass of matter, and his figure was instantly engulfed by the glowing cluster. The ETO scientists observed with tense concentration. Another instrument in the laboratory allowed them to see inside the glowing mass. In the instant the man designated as test subject no. 151 stepped into the mass, his flesh turned to dust. His protective suit, however, remained completely intact. This was because the macroelectron resonated with the wave of the human body. A human is indeed a concrete object, but in essence it is composed of quarks and electrons, all of which possess the property of wave-particle duality. At the moment the mass came into contact with the human body, both exhibited their wave nature and resonated. This resonance could reduce a human body to ashes, but it could also fuse the two into one. On the screen of the observation instrument, a human silhouette was clearly visible within the glowing mass. That was the quantized test subject. He stood still for a moment inside the macroelectron, then flew out of the instrument and hovered above the heads of the group. Yet when viewed without the instrument, the space above their heads was utterly empty. Nothing was there, for that mass of quanta had transcended the limits of naked eye observation. Did it succeed? Von Neumann stared intently at the instrument, asking uncertainly. No one answered. Everyone's expression was grave. A few seconds later, the instrument flashed a red warning. Quantum body has collapsed. Experiment failed. The human-shaped quantum coalesced on the screen, gradually faded into nothingness. The group's mood visibly sank. It was clear that everyone was deeply disappointed. Damn it. Von Neumann furiously kicked a chair. Qin Shi Huang let out a sigh. Da Vinci then said, it seems that if we cannot solve the quantum superposition problem, this experiment will never succeed. Once these quantum phantoms are observed, they collapse and die. How can they possibly be deployed in warfare? This experiment was a new project developed by ETO over the past 2 years, and it had reached its most critical final stage. Yet it was this very final step that had repeatedly thwarted them. Until today, they had not succeeded. Their death warriors were nearly exhausted. If the Sapan were still here, we would have succeeded half a year ago. King Wen of Zhou said with regret. With our knowledge and cognition, it is almost impossible to overcome this problem in a short time. Yamasuji Keiko's eyes shimmered with the same resolute light as the test subjects. Let us run the experiment once more. We have not invested enough. If we keep trying, we will eventually find a solution. Mozi reminded them. We do not have many death warriors left. Hearing this, the light in Yamasuji Keiko's eyes dimmed slightly. This was a special period. Every death warrior was now extremely precious. Under the joint siege of multiple nations, it was difficult for them to replenish their ranks from outside. Just then a line of text appeared on their retinas. Your failed experiments stem from your oversight of the variables inherent in the test subjects themselves. The dejected group was stunned. Then in shock they looked at one another. From the ecstatic and bewildered expressions on each other's faces, they confirmed that the words on their retinas were no illusion. It was the Sapan returning. After 4 years, it had finally reached Earth from the Trisolaran world. The Lord has not abandoned us after all. Qin Shi Huang said excitedly. Von Neumann, unable to contain his exhilaration, his eyes reddening, said, Soften, since you know the root of the problem, surely you can solve it. Hurry and guide us. As long as our experiment succeeds, we are confident in completing the Godslayer plan. The words on their retinas updated very well. At once everyone's spirits soared. The experiment resumed. Under the guidance of the Sapan, a supercomputer, they gained knowledge and experience they had never anticipated. Test subject no. 152 likewise advanced with decisive strides into the ball lightning. However, unlike no. 151. A few moments later he drifted out of the instrument. Even under everyone's observation, he did not collapse, vanish, or die. The crowd continued to gaze at him for a long time, each person's face brimming with excitement and fascination. The experiment succeeded as expected. I never imagined success could be achieved this way. We must have been trapped in a dead end before. Da Vinci said with admiration, Saphan is truly Saphan. At that moment the Saphan again communicated through their retinas, do not celebrate too soon. This quantumized state will last at most 3 months before collapsing. That bucket of cold water was thrown at just the right time. The group's enthusiasm subsided noticeably. 3 months is still enough for us to execute the plan. Qin Shi Huang declared, we will now mass-produce quantum phantoms and use them to destroy the sun god. The Saphan calculated this possibility. There was no response. But Saphan, is it really all right for you to appear so openly? The sun god possesses the power to control dimensions. If you were discovered, Yamasuji Keiko said with concern. The Saphan replied, the environment is safe for now. Von Neumann then asked, Saphan, do you believe our quantum phantom plan can succeed? All of the scientists were cautiously hopeful. This was their life's work, so of course they longed to hear an affirmative answer. The Saphan, however, did not answer directly, do not worry. Even if the quantum phantom plan fails, I have another plan. But this plan will consume me, so you should first deploy the ghost assassins. The group was pleasantly surprised at these words. To think the Lord had yet another plan. With that plan serving as a fallback, they could now act boldly and without reservation. But what exactly was that plan? Everyone was curious, yet the Saphan did not elaborate. At the headquarters of the Church of the Sun God, the Sacred Cathedral, Han Qing, lying on the sofa watching TV, frowned and murmured to himself, you all are conspiring so loudly that it is hard for me not to overhear. Han Qing, who possessed the divine name hearing, had listened to the entire exchange between the ETO members and the Saphan without missing a single word. Ghost assassin. How novel. Still, the appearance of a new Saphan is excellent news. Han Qing calculated. More than 4 years had passed. The Church of the Sun God had not acquired any new technology. Saphan's arrival was timely, bringing new expertise that could propel the church forward once more. Han Qing waved a hand, opened the refrigerator door from across the room, retrieved a bottle of liquor, twisted off the cap, and took 2 hearty gulps. The fiery, smooth taste spread through his mouth. If only I could obtain the technology for building space mothership engines. Earth's technology is woefully lacking, and engines can never be scaled up. Every Mars migration requires me to personally act as the chauffeur. This is utterly exhausting. Although doing so does seem to attract more believers, he reflected. After all, I am probably the only deity who treats his followers this well. Han Qing continued to scheme. In these 2 years his followers had grown to 1.5 billion, completely replacing Christianity as the world's largest religion. As a result, Han Qing had reaped tremendous benefits, his divine power increasing 7 or 8-fold. After another few decades of accumulation, he would be able to condense a divine body once again and attain the true sun god body. A luxurious pink Bentley halted before the sacred square. A temple warrior in a black suit and sunglasses stepped out from the driver's seat, swiftly crossed rear, and opened the door. A single snow-white smooth leg extended from the car, purple tie-dyed cheapao slit only to above the calf, leaving her beauty unseen. Next, her slender figure emerged in full. Beneath the meticulously coiled jet-black bun secured with a sunbird hairpin was a flawless oriental face. It is hard to believe that sacred purity and seductive charm could reside on one face. As she appeared, the square's devotees fixed their ardent gazes upon her. The master is here. Master, greetings. Tens of thousands of adherents on the square bowed in homage to Lin Wanqing. Master Lin Wanqing answered warmly as she greeted the crowd, crossing the sacred square with a brisk, clever step and entering the temple. In the center of the square stood a colossal statue of the sun god, serene and smiling. His left hand surrounded the stars of the solar system, his right hand raised to the heavens. His black hair, the muscular lines, and the layered red robes were carved with exquisite realism. If colored, they would be indistinguishable from a real person. Before it, the statue of the Polish king, kneeling in penitence, looked utterly small. After Lin Wanqing disappeared from view, a Greek male believer, reluctant to look away, spoke of the rare chance to meet the master in person, claiming the master is more beautiful in life than on television. The master is not only beautiful, but also more beautiful in artistry. This sun god statue was carved by the master's own hand, stroke by stroke. Nearby, a Huachi Gua female believer looked up at the statue, hands pressed together in prayer, face full of reverence. The Greek believer, astonished, studied the statue again and murmured that he had expected a work by a great sculptor like Pygmalion, only to learn that the master himself had crafted it. It seems the master's love for the sun god runs far deeper than ours. The temple's personal guard stood dutifully at the lower levels, watching every passing high priest. Lin Wanqing then ascended and entered the dome of the Saint Hall where Han Qing resided. Above the sun god is depicted performing miracles, a glorious epic of salvation, while below lay a surprisingly domestic scene: sofa, refrigerator, TV, computer, and a PS4. Han Qing in a red robe sat cross-legged on the sofa, savoring a drink and watching a BBC documentary titled Exploring the Sun. Master, there is an urgent matter to report. Lin Wanqing came to the sofa and spoke gravely. Han Qing looked up in mild puzzlement and asked what it was. There is someone trying to kill you. Lin Wanqing said that the Sophons launched by the Trisolarans had arrived on Earth, and they and ETO were preparing a plan involving a ghost assassin, an unknown plan to assassinate you. Han Qing had already known this, so he nodded without surprise and redirected his gaze to the TV, remarking that her little bird might have told her. Over the years, under a united siege by nations, ETO had fallen to a wretched state, with many members despairing and their faith crumbling. Seizing this moment, Lin Wanqing recruited them. They naturally became undercover operatives embedded within ETO as spies for the sun god cult. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing understood that Han Qing probably already knew about the plan and sighed a little in resignation, admitting that since the Sophons appeared they had told her at once. I thought the master did not know and you had wasted a trip. Han Qing replied that Lin Wanqing was busy with church affairs and could have had Xian Nu convey it, so why did she have to come back in person? Lin Wanqing's face flushed slightly as she whispered with a hint of grievance that she wanted to tell the master to his face, and looked at him as if seeking understanding. Han Qing smiled faintly. Very well, I understand. Sit down and tell me slowly. He patted the sofa. Having received permission, Lin Wanqing approached with a small smile and sat close to Han Qing, occupying a space that could have held 3 or 4 adults. A faint sweet fragrance wafted over, exceptionally pleasant. Han Qing glanced at her with a half-amused, half-bewildered expression. What is this all about? This little girl always does such surprising little actions, and it seems to be happening more and more recently. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes wide in innocence and asked, what's wrong, master? She then looped an arm around Han Qing's, the gentle touch wrapping around him. It's hard to tell who is getting the upper hand here. Han Qing cleared his throat, sipped his wine, and replied that it was nothing. So master, does that quantum ghost plan threaten you? ETO seems confident. I am a little worried. What are you worried about? He countered. It cannot hurt me, just as a nuclear bomb cannot harm the sun. As my chief believer, you should admit that the master does not care. Have you ever seen a god killed by mortals? Let alone you, those Sophons cannot harm you. This Sopon is one of the abortive wall-facer plans, good for nothing. The Trisolarans are not afraid, and Han Qing cares little. Chase and Lin Wanqing said, better safe than sorry. Nevertheless, Sopon still has another plan to deal with you, master. Sopon has not said what it is, and its danger remains unknown. That plan is worth guarding against. Han Qing pondered and replied that it did not matter. Let your little bird keep watching for now. The minds of the Trisolarans are shallow, and they likely lack a clever idea. Master, won't you refine Sopon? Refining it would thwart that plan, right? Lin Wanqing asked. Too soon. Wait a while longer, and let ETO learn more about Trisolaran technology to guide Earth civilization. If I act now, I would have to wait 4 years for Sopon anyway, or as for that plan, I told you not to mind it. Han Qing spoke as if stating a trivial matter. Over these 4 years his followers have grown, and so has his own strength. His use of various abilities and mystic arts has grown more adept. Where refining Sopon once took 10 days, he could now seize and refine it in an instant. Seeing Han Qing's confidence, Lin Wanqing did not press further and replied simply that she understood. She added that she should get on with her duties. Han Qing nodded. Lin Wanqing clutched her stomach and coquettishly asked if she could eat something there, as she hadn't eaten on the way back. They met eyes. Han Qing replied with a refusal that began to form, but before he could finish speaking, the moment hung in the air. Lin Wanqing immediately smiled and said that the master would never allow her to go hungry, insisting that the master surely would not let her starve. Her cheerful gesture drew a glance to a bustling, Gaulish middle-aged man who stepped into the dome ready to take on the role of chef. He wore a pristine white chef's uniform with a chef's hat bearing the Sun God Church logo, and asked in fluent Old Xia with a warm smile what the master or the master should command. Although Han Qing possessed divinity, he had not forsaken human pleasures. Tasting the world's cuisines remained one of his goals. Thus 2 years ago, Lin Wanqing found many chefs for Han Qing. Paul stood out from among them, and after exposure to the evolution rays awakened a cooking-related superpower. The dishes they produced were nothing short of sublime. Divine Lord, would you like something to eat or drink? Lin Wanqing asked, assuming the role of the host. Han Qing knew he could not keep watching the documentary, so he said helplessly, a cup of coffee, please. Lin Wanqing smiled sweetly. Sure, then a cappuccino. 15 minutes later. A warm cappuccino was set before Han Qing, while a chilled ice cream mousse cake, still emitting frosty vapor, was set before Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing picked up the purplish-red cherry from the top, her pearly teeth closing gently around it, as she bit it off and chewed the cool, tender flesh. Traces of sweetness bloomed on her taste buds, and her expression visibly brightened with pleasure as she opened up. By the way, Divine Lord, it has been over 4 years since you descended to the mortal world, hasn't it? Aren't you planning to reproduce and have descendants? The false gods of Earth's major religions all have countless offspring. Their divine genealogies stretch on and on. But you're a true god, yet you've always been all alone. That's simply not right. Han Qing habitually stirred his coffee into a swirl and said, "When did you join the Daxia Family Planning Commission?" I had no idea. Even a god could be pressured into having children. He had never imagined that. Lin Wanqing burst into a laugh blooming like a flower and said playfully, "Can't I also serve as the Women's Affairs Director of Earth Village? Comrade Xiaohan, the organization is very concerned about your personal romantic life. While advancing the sacred cause, you must also pay attention to your private life." With that, she scooped up a large piece of vanilla ice cream and held it to Han Qing's lips. "Come on, the Divine Lord should have the first bite." Han Qing hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and ate the ice cream. He was not especially fond of sweets, but the cool, refreshing sensation was rather pleasant. "It got on the corner of your mouth." Noticing it, Lin Wanqing put down her spoon, gently wiped the bit of vanilla ice cream from the corner of Han Qing's mouth with her index finger, then sucked it clean with her rosebud lips. The gesture was completely subconscious, as natural as a pair of young lovers being together. Han Qing looked at Lin Wanqing with surprise. Lin Wanqing reacted a moment too late. Her exquisite face quickly turned the color of red dates, and she explained shyly and uneasily, "I'm sorry, Divine Lord. I didn't mean to." Han Qing looked at her without saying anything. He suddenly remembered the time many years ago when he had first entered Lin Wanqing's dream and seen her. Yet his silence brought about a sudden immense shift in the atmosphere. It was awkward and stifling, suffocating. Lin Wanqing sat, as if on pins and needles. She did not know what she should do now, nor whether Han Qing was angry, even though her relationship with Han Qing was beyond all comparison. But the immense gap between a deity and a mortal had kept her in a state of extreme inferiority. Normally, acting coquettish was already the most she dared to do. A move as far over the line as this was something she had never done. It had truly been an unintentional mistake. "Why say sorry?" Han Qing put down his coffee and asked. Lin Wanqing lowered her head and said shamefacedly. Wanqing was carried away with joy, overstepped the bounds, and offended the Divine Lord. "Please punish me, Divine Lord." Han Qing smiled and said, "Did I blame you?" At these words, the tense atmosphere melted away like ice and snow. Lin Wanqing raised her head and looked fixedly at Han Qing, her mood rising and falling like a roller coaster. She thought in shocked delight, "The Divine Lord isn't angry." "Little Wanqing, I know you've always harbored feelings for me, but—" Han Qing began, but did not finish the sentence. The reason he had never responded was that he feared once he opened this Pandora's box, he would never be able to control himself again. And yet, such ascetic practice had never been Han Qing's goal. He had attained godhood, and within his divine soul, there inevitably existed a divine nature indifferent to all things. But that was still far from overpowering his humanity. What lived inside his body was still a human soul, just now touched by that vivid and beautiful moment. Han Qing suddenly felt that there was no need to suppress his desires. Moreover, if he could really have a few divine offspring, it might be quite fun. Perhaps it would even add a few extra combatants when waging war across the universe in the future. Lin Wanqing's pupils trembled slightly. She had not expected Han Qing to tear through the paper window so directly. But what? No matter what. Since the paper window had already been torn through, and the Divine Lord was not angry, then she no longer had to hold back. In her excitement, Lin Wanqing said very directly in a loud voice, "Divine Lord, I truly have always adored you, and I want to have children with you. If the Divine Lord is willing, I want to be with you." Downstairs, the female temple warrior who served as both bodyguard and driver nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What did she just hear? What did she just hear? What in the world is Her Holiness the High Priestess doing in there? This is far too unladylike. Her Holiness must have lost her mind. Divine Lord, please don't take offense. Immediately after she heard Han Qing's magnetic yet extremely calm reply, "Okay," she nearly fainted. Good heavens. Soon a high-heeled shoe flew out. Then from inside came earth-shattering sounds of creation. When the temple warriors and senior priests in the sanctuary heard it, they all showed looks of disbelief. Who would be so bold as to do that kind of thing here? Soon after, they recognized the voices as those of the Divine Lord and the High Priestess, and their faces turned red as monkeys' backsides. Many priestesses felt pangs of envy and jealousy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At the headquarters of the Church of the Sun God, in a certain office, the holy maiden Ma Lily was plucking the petals from a rose one by one, muttering crossly, "Damned Wanqing, rotten Wanqing. Didn't she say she would not dare to confess even if she were beaten to death? And now she's already done that with the Divine Lord. How infuriatingly sly. Like hell, I believe you." Over the past few days, almost all the senior priests at headquarters had learned about Han Qing and Lin Wanqing, as the holy maiden Ma Lily was extremely jealous too. After all, giving one's body to serve the god was the ultimate dream of every priestess. It was just that Han Qing had spent the past few years eating, drinking, and enjoying himself without ever touching women, so none of them had dared to go even half a step beyond the line. Who could have expected that Lin Wanqing, being nearest to the water, would seize the moon first and steal the prize with lightning speed? Humph, just wait until Yao Tiao and Nana come back. We'll teach you a lesson together. Just you wait. Ma Lily crushed the stamen and stem together into a wisp of smoke that faded into the air. Just then the phone rang. She raised her hand to answer it. Hello. Holy Maiden, something has happened at the United Nations Security Council. Please come to Mount Sinai Hospital as soon as possible. Ma Lily's expression turned serious. What happened? The priest on the other end said several generals on the Security Council were assassinated at the same time on the same day. Their deaths were extremely strange. There were no external injuries. An autopsy revealed bruises resembling finger marks on their hearts, as if they had been killed by ghosts. The Security Council believes this is a supernatural event and wants us to step in. Ma Lily frowned. Killed by ghosts. In this world there are gods, but no ghosts. Could it be the ETO's quantum specters? Regarding the Quantum Ghost Project, the high-ranking members of the Sun God cult had all been notified, so Ma Lily was also aware of it. Upon thinking of this, she rose and said, Understood. I'll be there immediately. Ma Lily hung up the phone and dialed another number. Catalina, bring your team of temple warriors to Sinai Hospital. I'll wait for you there. The voice on the other end responded with characteristic brevity. Yes, Holy Maiden. Ma Lily opened the window. The fierce wind from the high-rise building rushed into the office, scattering the A4 documents in chaotic disarray. She stepped onto the windowsill and leaped into the void, transforming into a streak of darkness that swiftly vanished into the horizon. New York City, Sinai Hospital underground morgue. Ma Lily arrived with a team of temple warriors. A senior priest of the Sun God cult and the chairman of the Security Council Counterterrorism Committee, along with their guards, had been waiting for some time. Holy Maiden of the Sun God cult, you finally arrived. The counterterrorism chairman spoke in English, quite agitated as he stepped forward to shake Ma Lily's hand. The Security Council has encountered a supernatural incident, and we can only turn to your cult for assistance. I believe this matter is inextricably linked to ETO. All those who have died were generals responsible for our anti-ETO operations. Ma Lily withdrew her hand and said calmly, Let me see the bodies. This way, please. Arriving before the large refrigeration unit storing corpses, the guards pulled out 6 body drawers, indicating that 6 Security Council generals had perished. This was no small number. Ma Lily had killed numerous people over the years and was long accustomed to corpses. After careful examination, she discovered that the hearts of these individuals indeed bore bruises resembling finger marks. For ordinary people this would be utterly terrifying. But for Ma Lily there was nothing mysterious about it. This is indeed the work of ghosts, but specifically the quantum ghosts of ETO. Ma Lily removed her gloves and handed them to a temple warrior beside her, speaking with gravity. Our Sun God cult will take over this case. Furthermore, I suggest that other Security Council generals responsible for, or who have previously been involved in anti-ETO operations, seek refuge at our cult's headquarters. Quantum ghosts are extremely troublesome. Their numbers are unknown, and they may not be eliminated anytime soon. Upon hearing this, the counterterrorism chairman's expression turned grateful. That's excellent. Thank you. Ma Lily smiled. You should thank the Sun God instead. The counterterrorism chairman mimicked the Sun God cult's prayer gesture and said sincerely, Praise the sun. Ma Lily turned to the temple warriors behind her and called out, Catalina. Yes. An Indo-European mixed-race beauty in a black dress stepped forward. She was the woman from Colombia whom Xian Nu had identified through calculation and analysis as capable of detecting quantum ghosts. Catalina took a step, her figure flickering like a malfunctioning holographic projection. Another step, and she had completely vanished from sight, as if evaporated from existence. A look of astonishment crossed the faces of the UN officials and guards. This was the supernatural ability of the Sun God cult's priests. Truly miraculous. Having disappeared from everyone's sight, Catalina approached the corpses and gazed intently. In her vision, the world was rendered in cold, gray tones. Above the hearts of the 6 Security Council generals' corpses there existed extremely fine filaments, barely perceptible to the naked eye, drifting in the air. She did not know what they connected to at the other end, nor where they led. Her mission was to find that other end. Holy Maiden, follow me. Catalina took Ma Lily's hand, and they walked out of the morgue. The temple warriors followed closely behind, quickly disappearing from view. The counterterrorism chairman craned his neck to watch them go, and said, Let's head back. Relay what the Holy Maiden just said to the Secretary General. Ma Lily and her companions pursued their investigation, eventually reaching the Gulf of Aden in Somali waters. This was a region frequently frequented by international pirates. A few years ago, a battle against ETO had also taken place here. The naval escort formation deployed at that time came from the Boris nation. Ma Lily had a sense of impending doom. Could the enemy's next target be the Boris naval forces stationed here? Holy Maiden, all 6 quantum ghost filaments are on those warships. They must be hiding there. Catalina, having returned from her ghost state, extended her finger toward the naval fleet in the ocean. Ma Lily furrowed her brow, pondered for a moment, and said, "Those phantom things may be planning another assassination. We must act quickly." Qian, accelerate. Standing on a Persian-style magic carpet floating in the air, Yao, a temple warrior who had received the command, drove the carpet forward with her while speeding toward the warships. Catalina re-entered her ghost state, ready for combat at any moment. Qian Nu, notify the Boris naval fleet not to attack us. Warn them that ghosts are lurking aboard the ships, and to be vigilant against assassinations. Ma Lily issued her orders to Qian Nu. However, after a moment, a response from Qian Nu appeared on her retina. "There are no human beings on the fleet." These words made Ma Lily freeze for an instant. Then a chilling dread crawled up her spine. She realized something, every hair on her body standing on end, and she shouted to Yao, "Retreat quickly. This is a trap." Before she could finish her sentence, her voice was cut off. An invisible yet immensely powerful force compressed the air at high speed, producing a thunderous roar that swept past like a tide, and then receded. The warships below exploded one after another under the horrified gaze of the onlookers. The ocean's surface was engulfed by surging seas of fire, and Ma Lily and her companions were instantly consumed. The scorching heat made them feel as though they were in hell itself. Trapped within the carpet's enveloping interior, the air grew thin and blistering, nearly scorching their respiratory tracts, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Fortunately, this dire situation lasted only a brief moment. The magic carpet quickly flew them out of the sea of fire and unfolded its 4 corners. Yao's face was pale. The maneuver had drained much of her strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone gulped down the air from the sea surface thick with the smell of diesel. Ma Lily's physique was extraordinarily robust and unaffected by the ordeal. But suddenly she felt her right hand being squeezed tightly. A biting coldness rapidly spread from her palm up her arm. Holy Maiden we seemed to be surrounded. Catalina's voice trembled with terror. Coldness invaded her entire body. Ma Lily's vision went black, and she gained an entirely new grayish perspective. She saw 6 shadowy figures of quantum ghosts rising from the exploding warships, the filaments in the air originating from them. But if it were only them, how could they be surrounded? Before Ma Lily could fully process this, she saw more and more quantum ghosts rising from beneath them, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. This was an entire army of quantum ghosts. This was a trap within a trap. Ma Lily's scalp went numb in an instant. Where did the ETO come by so many quantum specters? This is a matter of thousands of lives. A human experiment on such a massive scale. Did the United Nations truly not notice a thing? Ma Lily had rehearsed every conceivable scenario in her mind, yet this was the one situation she had never anticipated. Whether to fight or flee was no longer in question. Surrounded by these quantum specters, escape was impossible. Even if she herself could flee, the divine priests and temple warriors could not. They had to fight. The army of quantum specters was already surging toward them like a tide. "Yao, all of you go first. Katali, hold tight to me." With a cry to Katali, Ma Lily sprang forward and met the enemy head-on. Her black hair lashed wildly while the lithe, exquisite muscles of her body housed inconceivable might. Every casual punch and kick set off a burst of sonic booms. With Katali's empowerment, she was able to touch the quantum specters, but her blows could only repel them. "Saintus, my power is too weak to bring you fully into this domain. Your attacks can only do them limited harm," Katali warned anxiously. Ma Lily gritted her teeth. "We'll hold them off as long as we can, Yao." Turning around, she saw that the divine priests on the magic carpet had already been surrounded. At that moment, they were barely holding on with nothing but a film of golden divine light, like a lonely boat adrift on a sea of suffering on the verge of being swallowed at any instant. A male temple warrior hacked wildly before him with his greatsword, yet unable to see the specters, he was only cleaving air, and even when a strike landed, it could not hurt the thing in the least. In that brief moment of distraction, Ma Lily felt a sudden pang in her heart. Looking down, she saw a quantum specter had plunged its hand into her chest, its 5 fingers clutching at her very heart. Hiss! She suppressed the agonizing pain. Summoning every shred of her immense strength, Ma Lily gripped the specter's hand, yanked it forcibly from her body, swung it around in a full circle, and, using it as a weapon, whipped around to strike at the horde besieging the magic carpet. But there were simply too many specters. For every one she sent flying, 2 more surged in. Like zombies, they knew no fear and felt nothing. Only an endless, relentless drive to attack. In the blink of an eye, Ma Lily was enshrouded in layers of specters, becoming a ghostly sphere floating in midair. "Saintus, what should we do? At this rate, they'll kill us." Katali asked, pressing down her fear. Ma Lily said furiously, "These cursed things are forcing me to use my trump card." Katali was delighted to hear that. The Saintess still has a trump card. Why wouldn't I? With that, Ma Lily drew a deep breath and shouted at the top of her lungs. Divine Lord. Save me. A tremendous sonic boom burst outward, no weaker than the warship's explosion just moments ago. In that instant, the blazing sun suspended in the deep sky suddenly swelled, its light became dazzlingly intense, and a crimson figure slowly materialized. Han Qing, a cup of cappuccino in hand, remarked with disdain, "What a racket! Are you trying to deafen me?" Despite the complaint, this was a matter of his believers' lives, so Han Qing did not hesitate. Golden divine light blazed from both his eyes, sweeping across the quantum specters. Those cursed creatures instantly dissolved like ice and snow, collapsing and dissipating one after another. In a single fleeting instant, the plan the ETO had rested such high hopes upon was utterly ruined. Katali, in her spectral form, was nearly frightened out of her wits and hastily shifted back to her human body. Seeing this, Ma Lily and the others breathed sighs of relief. Thank goodness the Divine Lord acted in time. Otherwise we would have been goners this time. A temple warrior of Great Xia said with lingering fear, "Those ETO people are truly vicious and sinister, using so many human lives to refine quantum specters. And on top of that, laying a trap within a trap." Ma Lily said with pent-up frustration. Had those enemies possessed physical bodies, one punch from her would have been enough to kill, not merely one. 10 would have been effortless. But the enemies happened to be those accursed ghosts. For all the strength she possessed, she could not bring it to bear. "All right, the rest of you head back now. Wait any longer, and soon you won't be able to leave at all." The golden divine light in Han Qing's eyes faded as he gazed into deeper dimensions. "What? There are still enemies." Ma Lily shrank her neck at once. "Then we'll withdraw first. Divine Lord, be careful. With powerful enemies still lurking, remaining here would only slow him down." Discretion was the better part of valor. They climbed onto the magic carpet and vanished from the scene in an instant. A moment later, the new Sapon that the Trisolaran world had dispatched to Earth flew at light speed into outer space. "So you dare to appear directly. It seems you're quite confident in that plan of yours to annihilate me." Han Qing narrowed his eyes. The Sapon made no response at all. It instantly unfolded itself from 11 dimensions down to 3. At the same time, in outer space, a colossal demon eye appeared. The moment he laid eyes on it, Han Qing felt a familiar sensation. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. All at once he understood the Trisolaran's plan. "So you intended to use the demon eye civilization to destroy me." This move of driving the wolf to devour the tiger was well played. This demon eye was unmistakably the demon eye civilization from the Trisolaran world. As Han Qing recalled, that civilization was the most powerful in the 11-dimensional micro-universe that the Trisolarans had discovered. They could control all matter and energy within their universe. When the Trisolaran world, while experimenting, had mistakenly unfolded a Sapon into 3 dimensions, this civilization was violently brought down to 3 dimensions as well. Yet the adversary had not only survived, but had even observed the universe beyond. It then retaliated against the Trisolaran world, coming within a hair's breadth of annihilating the Trisolaran capital. If Han Qing remembered correctly, the weapon the other side had used was a mirror. Within the 3-dimensional universe unrolled by the Sophin, countless cosmic fragments were swiftly assembled by the demon eye into an enormous mirror, capturing the sunlight from outer space. A colossal spot of light pierced the atmosphere, blanketing the entire Somali Sea area. The entire expanse of ocean became scorching beyond measure, and countless marine creatures were instantly cooked alive. The demon eye seemed able to perceive threats. The light spot rapidly contracted, coalescing into a cone of radiance that fell upon Han Qing. His figure was drowned in a blaze of incandescence while churning columns of smoke soared skyward. "Using me to kill me. That's a bit excessive, don't you think?" Even as the light cone engulfed him, Han Qing's body remained utterly unharmed. Though a demigod body could not match his true body, neither was it something an attack of this level could harm. Han Qing invoked a divine art and struck out with a single palm. In the boundless reaches of space, a colossal golden palm, comparable in size to a planet, materialized and descended toward the demon eye, appearing slow, yet striking with terrifying speed. The colossal demon eye instantly burst apart, and the light cone, along with the enormous mirror that had gathered the sun's rays, turned to ash and dissipated. But it was not over yet. At the very instant that demon eye perished, a dozen more demon eyes sprang forth in succession from the 3-dimensional universe. Gathering their cosmic-grade power into an immense Mobius loop, they caught the colossal palm descending from space. At the sight, Han Qing was faintly surprised. That single palm strike was enough to rank among the top 10 in his divine arts. Yet it had shattered only one demon eye. This civilization's response and its command of cosmic power were truly beyond imagination. After that attack had been neutralized, the dozen or so demon eyes turned once more toward Earth. At the same time, the U.S. military, the Great Siam military, and the Russian military, along with the United Nations Planetary Defense Council, all discovered this battle. Upon beholding those dreadful demon eyes in the sky, they were stunned and terrified all at once. What are those eyes? Have the Trisolarans attacked? No, impossible. They won't arrive for another 400 years. The U.S. Secretary of Defense muttered neurotically to himself. Chang Weici frowned at the satellite feed. Through the reflected light cone from earlier, he discovered Han Qing in the Somali Sea area. An alien civilization. Is it attacking the sun god? Chang Weici pondered, gradually grasping the situation, then issued the order. Ready the nuclear warheads at once. Be prepared to reinforce the sun god at any moment. At the headquarters of the Sun God Church. So this is the Trisolarans' plan. Lin Wanqing watched the demon eye in space with deep concern. Though she trusted Han Qing absolutely, those enormous eyes that sent chills through one's body were still truly horrifying. Trust the Divine Lord, trust the Divine Lord. Lin Wanqing silently recited in her heart. Just then, those demon eyes unleashed a second assault upon Han Qing on Earth. These demon eyes gathered the power of the universe, slowly shaping it into violet orbs charged with annihilation, like burning dead stars descending into the final twilight of the cosmos. Seeing the orbs, Han Qing hesitated for a moment. Should he simply refine the sapon and seal the dimensional gateway? It was not that he feared the attacks. In his perception, the enemy posed no threat at all, but once this attack was unleashed, it would likely affect the humans on Earth. Even a single earthquake or tsunami would be enough. Those would mean thousands upon thousands of lives lost. Some of those lives might even include his own followers. After thinking it over, Han Qing decided not to do it. He was more eager to seize this opportunity to learn about this alien civilization. Logically, they should also be enemies of the Trisolarans. Perhaps they could be turned to his advantage. Take this battle into space. With that thought, golden divine light churned violently around Han Qing. The sea surface was instantly pressed down by a mighty force into a vast depression several hundred meters wide. Boom. A golden streak tore across the sky, pierced the atmosphere at an inconceivable speed, and entered outer space. Han Qing's human form was as insignificant as a speck of dust before the colossal demon eyes. The tremendous contrast made everyone on Earth watching the battle grow deeply worried. The demon eyes, for their part, were taken aback. At such close range, their attacks could exert maximum power. Was this fellow not simply courting death? What? Even if the solar light cone could not kill him, this attack was far more powerful than the last one. Big-eyed monster, come on. Han Qing did not care whether they understood him. He simply crooked his fingers in a beckoning motion. The purple orbs condensed by the demon eyes expanded abruptly. Arranged in an arc, the demon eyes fired in unison toward the center, and over a dozen energy beams converged into a single super beam with an absolutely terrifying aura. It shot straight at Han Qing. If this attack were several times stronger, at the planetary level, it might actually wound my demigod body. Too bad you clearly cannot raise it any further. Han Qing perceived the limit of this technique at a glance. He bathed directly in the energy beam and pressed forward with his formidable physical body. A blazing, delicate golden thread instantly pierced through the energy beam, swept across the colossal bodies of the demon eyes, and returned to its starting point. Han Qing's figure reappeared. The immense energy beam and the dozen-odd demon eyes silently disintegrated and vanished into the cold void of space. Han Qing versus the demon eyes. Han Qing knocks out the demon eyes. At the Sun God cult headquarters, seeing this, Lin Wanqing's taut heart finally eased. From her powerlessness grew the desire to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger, endlessly stronger, could she help the Divine Lord rather than be a helpless spectator. At the Planetary Defense Council, the commanders all wore expressions of shock. It seems that of these two alien civilizations, the solar civilization is the more powerful. I can sense that the Sun God has not yet unleashed his full strength. Where did those big eyes come from? They are not Trisolarans. Has yet another alien civilization discovered us? That shouldn't be. Chairwoman Sei folded her arms in thought. Every additional civilization that discovered Earth made Earth more dangerous. Earth had now been exposed to 3 alien civilizations. The road ahead would only become harder, she feared. At the Daxiao Operations Department, Chang Weici also breathed a sigh of relief. The Space Force must be established as soon as possible. Otherwise, Earth civilization can only watch these wars from the sidelines. Before we can even react, the battle is already over. One officer said uncertainly, General, it seems the battle is not over yet. Those bizarre line-like shapes in outer space are still being generated endlessly. The group stared intently at the satellite images, and all noticed it as well. That looks like a channel connecting to another universe, Luo Ji said with a frown. I wonder just how many demon eyes the demon eye civilization actually has. If the dimensional entrance is not closed, they may keep surging out endlessly to attack me. Should I go inside and take a look? But if my physical body were damaged, it would be a terrible hassle. Han Qing's thoughts churned. He had originally wanted to charge straight into that space. Yet he could not be certain what was waiting inside. If he encountered a danger too difficult to handle, this physical body would be ruined. Condensing another one was not difficult. But rebuilding from scratch would be like a school kid bringing finished homework to school only to lose the notebook on the way, or an overworked office worker staying up all night to perfect a presentation only to fail to save it because the neighborhood had a power outage. Han Qing had unfortunately experienced both. He did not want to experience that feeling again, but he was intensely curious about what the demonized civilization looked like. So after a moment's thought, he ultimately used a divine projection. As if his soul had left his body, an identical Han Qing stepped out of him and flew unhurriedly into the ever-shifting dimensional gateway. Han Qing had the power to control dimensions, but he had never actually entered a dimensional universe. This was his first time stepping into the 11th dimensional space. This universe was extraordinarily strange. Cubes, spheres, triangles, and countless other shapes were stacked throughout it. Rings, three-dimensional crosses, and even twisted loops resembling Mobius strips. These geometric forms filled most of the universe like building blocks scattered by a giant's child. Han Qing was somewhat dazzled by the sight. Just as he was about to explore, thin black-violet energy beams shot at him from every direction, each one compressed to the extreme and carrying a terrifying stellar-level force. Han Qing's figure flickered continuously through outer space, evading the attacks. His projection could not withstand attacks of this magnitude. One single grace would scatter it in an instant. Yet the energy beams grew thicker and denser, as thick as a sudden rainstorm, leaving nowhere to dodge. Han Qing felt somewhat helpless. It seemed this exploration was doomed to fail. He no longer bothered to resist in vain. Standing where he was, he let the spectacular black-violet laser rain engulf him completely. Back in the solar system, Han Qing felt a sudden spike of pain like a needle in his brow. He rubbed it and muttered in annoyance, "It's rare for me to get serious. This really kills my motivation for the job." This demonized civilization was weak in three-dimensional space, but in the 11th dimension, it was clearly formidable. Those energy beams could never be their trump card. With only this projection going in would probably not end well. Han Qing reached out and seized the Sapon. The Sapon was fully aware that it could not escape. Silently, it transmitted all the intelligence from the start of the Quantum Spectre project up to the present moment back to the Trisolaran world in a single torrent. Meanwhile, golden light poured from Han Qing's palm as he sealed it. Then he wielded his power over dimensions and restored it to the 11th dimension. Anyway, he had ample time. He could keep the demonized civilization for slow, deliberate study. It's a pity this world follows the Dark Forest law. Otherwise, perhaps I could negotiate with the demonized civilization and coexist peacefully. Then again, that idea is far too naive and wishful. Better to find a way to steal their civilization's technology. That is more practical. Or perhaps spread a religion in the demonized universe. Lost in these idle thoughts, Han Qing flew back to Earth. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the Trisolaran world, the Trisolaran High Command received the final message sent before the Sapon was refined. The demonized project has failed. The Trisolaran world, the Sovereign, and the assembled executives stared at the message, all of them bitterly disappointed. Failed again. Rage smoldered beneath the Sovereign's disappointment. After dimensional reduction, the demonized civilization's combat power was ultimately limited. The science executive said they didn't even survive a single Trisolaran hour outside Earth. That sentient entity of the solar civilization reacted far too quickly for us and gave the demonized civilization no chance whatsoever. They referred to Han Qing as a sentient entity, refusing to regard him as a god. The Sapon has been plundered again, said the agriculture executive. This loss is simply too severe. The military executive said this is the necessary cost of war. The culture and education executive said, fortunately, we sent 3 Sophins last time, 2 of them are still available. However, since the demonized civilization couldn't handle that fellow, these 2 Sophins must not be exposed again. The Sovereign asked, do any of you have a good plan? As for Han Qing, a powerful emotion called hatred had taken root in his heart. He could not rest until the man was dead. The executives exchanged glances, none able to find words. But just then the science executive spoke up. Sovereign Etio has sent word. They have a new plan. Hearing this, the Sovereign said contemptuously, what kind of good plan could they possibly have? After burning 40,000 Trisolaran hours, they produced the Quantum Spectre plan, and even that was only accomplished with the Sophin's aid. And what came of it? A single glance from that man, and it all collapsed. The military executive said, but they are human after all. Yes, after all, they were human. How much could a bug accomplish? Still, they were human. In the arts of intrigue, they far surpassed the Trisolarans. So it wouldn't hurt to hear this idea. The Sovereign was silent for a moment, then asked approvingly, what do they intend to do? Earth. ETO underground base. With the failure of both the Quantum Spectre plan and the Demon Eye plan, the core high-ranking members had faces dark enough to drip water. They sat in depressed silence while Mosey, the handsome middle-aged man before them, reported their new proposal to the Sapon. At present, the Lord's space fleet cannot arrive in time, and the Sun God is impossibly troublesome. A frontal assault no longer yields any benefit. Until we possess an effective means to slay the Sun God, we can shift our angle of attack and dismantle the enemy from within. The Sovereign asked, for instance, Mosey continued, for instance, sow discord between the sun god and his followers and drive a wedge between him and Earth's governments. The Sapan once calculated that the sun god's reason for establishing a religion was with overwhelming probability to obtain the energy of faith. Therefore we can reduce his believers. If his believers decrease, his strength may weaken as well. These words persuaded the Trisolaran High Command. Previously they had been wholly intent on meeting the sun god head-on and killing him. Never had they considered the problem from this angle. The sovereign became interested and asked, "Tell me, how will you reduce his believers?" "Massacre humanity." Mosey said the terror of a massacre would only make humanity cling to the sun god. Even more, the number of believers would only grow. The sun god has played the role of Earth's savior all along. That point has been thoroughly proven. I think using religion to cure religion would be far more effective. Earth's religions worship many gods: God, Zeus, Buddha, Ra, the three pure ones. If we create these deities one by one and let them perform miracles, those believers will naturally return to their former faiths. As soon as they appear, the sun god's faith power will surely decline. Even if the sun god kills them all by slaying the gods believers revere, he will offend most humans for an entire generation and will never again obtain the faith of those people. The Trisolaran sovereign was delighted. This plan sounded genuinely plausible. The only real difficulty perhaps lay in creating gods. But for the sake of destroying the sun god, it was a challenge worth taking. Facing the assembled group, he said, "This is a very good idea. Then let us execute this plan at once." More than 10 days had passed since Han Qing destroyed the giant eye monster that appeared in space. Throughout that time he had shut himself inside his room studying the demon eye universe. Even without this research, Han Qing would still have kept himself confined to his room. After more than 4 years of whining, dining, and indulging in pleasure, he had grown rather weary of it. People are strange that way when, like Sisyphus, they endlessly push a boulder and burn themselves out. They dream every day of all the things they would do. Yet once freedom is won and idleness stretches on, life begins to feel dull, and they long for something to fill their time. Han Qing was in exactly such a contradictory state. Studying the demon eye universe brought him a spark of novelty, like dropping a few pebbles into a sea of boredom, and briefly pulled him away from his indulgence in carnal pleasures. Ding! The system has detected that the host has worked diligently for 1 year. System reward lightspeed flight. Han Qing, who was idly toying with the sofa, suddenly heard the long-absent voice of the system in his mind. He bolted up from the sofa, at once astonishment spreading across his face. Lightspeed flight. Is the system being so generous? This was an ability Han Qing had long coveted. With a complete divine body, reaching light speed would be child's play, but with his current half-divine body, it was far beyond his reach. With this ability, I'll have the capital to strike at the Trisolaran world, and those laser beams from the demon eye universe can be easily dodged too. Han Qing thought with eager anticipation. I just gained the power of lightspeed flight. Time to get familiar with it in the solar system. Han Qing composed himself, and no sooner said than done, left the sacred cathedral and flew into outer space. The priests of the Church of the Sun God looked up at the sky and saw a golden contrail soaring straight upward. Knowing that the Sun God had gone out, they all bowed in devout reverence. Where is the Divine Lord off to? Having just left the United Nations headquarters after a meeting, Lin Wanqing saw the sight and muttered curiously. Just then her phone suddenly rang. When she answered, Yang Na's syrupy voice came through. Wanqing, I found out. On the day Lily carried out her mission, everyone aboard the Polis Kingdom warship had been turned into quantum specters by ETO using macroelectrons. That was why she and Newt didn't find any humans on board at the time. That King is furious. He swears he will destroy ETO. It seems among the dead sailors were some relatives from his wife's family. She was clearly about to dive into gossip. Lin Wanqing immediately cut her off. All right, I know, Nana. I need to go back to headquarters first. We'll talk later. She hung up and flew back to headquarters with her telekinesis. When she went to Han Qing's room, she found that he had left no message behind. Puzzled and uneasy, Lin Wanqing thought, strange. Where has the Divine Lord gone? Meanwhile, at Dachau Observatory, Wang Zhenan and the others stared at the space imagery relayed from the satellite, all utterly baffled. What was that thing careening wildly through the solar system? And why was it flying so fast? The images transmitted back from the satellite were extremely chaotic, as if someone had been scribbling across the solar system. No rhyme, no reason. Wang Zhenan frowned and said, activate the supercomputer and find out exactly what's going on. The entire observatory immediately went into action. The supercomputer crunched through the calculations step by step, and the results soon came out. Sha Ruishan reported with a strange expression, Director, those lights in space are reflections from an object flying at light speed. As for that object, it seems to be the sun god of the sun god cult. No, not seems. It is the sun god flying across the solar system at light speed. At that, Wang Zhenan's eyes widened in shock. For a moment his mind failed to react. The sun god could fly at light speed. The great Xia was not the only one to observe the solar system's anomalies. Through calculations, other nations and the Planetary Defense Council all reached the same result, and even the Saphan lurking on Earth detected it. The Saphan immediately transmitted this vital strategic information to the Trisolaran world. The Trisolaran world. When the Trisolaran sovereign learned of this from the science executive, he was utterly stunned. He had believed he already attached enough importance to that intelligent being of the solar civilization, yet to his astonishment, every overestimation was still an underestimation. Lightspeed flight. That was a level even the present Trisolaran civilization had yet to achieve. Sovereign. The science executive tried to rouse him. The sovereign's brainwaves were in disarray for a moment. He answered, if it can fly at light speed, then the solar civilization's level is far too high for us Trisolarans. The propaganda executive said fearfully, then, are we completely unable to oppose him? All the executives showed uneasy looks. An atmosphere of defeat was spreading. The military executive immediately stepped forward and said, do not belittle the enemy, nor yourself. According to the information sent back by the Saphan, that intelligent being of the solar civilization destroyed some magic eyes, but it also suffered losses at the hands of the magic eye civilization. It is not so powerful as to be invincible. Even if we cannot defeat him, we can still use the magic eye civilization to destroy him. These words steadied the high-ranking officials. But how do we use the magic eye civilization? Why would they listen to us? The culture and education executive asked, feeling that the idea was unreliable. The universe abides by the law of the dark forest. Once two civilizations come into contact, it is bound to lead to a life-and-death struggle. It was the same with them and the magic eye civilization. It was only because the magic eye civilization was in the 11th dimensional space. The two sides were not in the same dimension. Thus war could not break out for the time being. But as for making use of the other side, once the dimensions unfolded, the other side would probably start a war with the Trisolaran civilization first. The military executive actually had no better solution. He braced himself and said, have the Saphan enter the 11th dimensional space, and then the sovereign can speak with the leader of the magic eye civilization and persuade them. The sovereign was speechless. Are you certain they can be persuaded? The military executive said, I think we should try. That intelligent being from the solar civilization plundered 3 Saphans, so it must know the coordinates of our Trisolaran world. With lightspeed mobility, it will reach the Trisolaran world in merely 40,000 Trisolaran hours. Our time is running out. That was the truth. Helpless, the sovereign thought for a moment and had to say, indeed, this is the only way now. Let's do it. The Trisolarans acted quickly. After the meeting's decision, they immediately dispatched a Saphan to the 11th dimensional space into the universe of the magic eye civilization. The solar system. Having finished his test flight, Han Qing returned to Earth in high spirits, and his thoughts became active. As for attacking the Trisolaran world, Han Qing still felt he should wait a little longer. At present, he still lacked the strength to fight a high-level civilization. If the Trisolaran world in a mutual destruction move broadcast the solar system's coordinates into the universe, it would be disastrous. The safest and most reliable course was to test the waters with the magic eye civilization first. After a few more decades, once enough faith power had accumulated and he had condensed his sun-god body, he would have full confidence and could then take down the Trisolaran civilization. Back in his room, Han Qing saw Lin Wanqing sitting dejectedly on his sofa. He asked, what's wrong, little silly girl? Seeing Han Qing, Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened with joy. She quickly rose and said, God Lord, I thought you had left. Leave? Where could I possibly go? Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together, looked out the window, and muttered shyly, like going back to your own civilization. Han Qing understood her thoughts. He smiled and patted her head, saying, I just went out for a stroll. Don't overthink it. Hearing that, Lin Wanqing felt relieved. All right, I understand. Then she turned to official matters. By the way, God Lord, the next batch of Mars immigration quotas is almost full. What do you think? Han Qing was deeply reluctant when he heard he would have to be the driver again. But those people were the very source of his divine power, and he could not refuse. He could only say, let's talk about it later. Lin Wanqing nodded obediently. All right, God Lord. Just then, Han Qing suddenly noticed some changes in the 11th dimensional space. A portion of his consciousness had always been observing that space, so no subtle movement could escape his attention. He shifted his focus over immediately. Han Qing saw the gigantic Saphan in the 11th dimensional space charging into the entrance of the Magic Eye universe. What is the Saphan doing? A suicide attack on the Magic Eye civilization. But it doesn't possess any offensive capability either. Han Qing was puzzled. After thinking it over, as if his soul had left his body, a projection instantly slipped into the 11th dimensional space and followed the Saphan into the Magic Eye universe. At the instant Han Qing entered the Magic Eye universe, he saw the colossal Saphan captured by a matrix-like net, dragged into a gigantic planet and completely vanishing. Seeing the Saphan simply deliver its head like that, Han Qing became even more confused. What exactly were the Trisolarans up to? While he was still bewildered, the magic eyes discovered him. In an instant, countless purple-black energy beams shot toward him like a torrential storm. Though the projection was still a projection, it was no longer what it once was. Han Qing immediately unleashed lightspeed flight. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of light, perfectly evading every energy beam, and flew into the planet where the Saphan had been dragged. At the moment he entered the planet, Han Qing used the covert divine art he had studied for a long time. His body instantly morphed into geometric shapes like those building block toys. This time, sure enough, those magic eyes did not detect him, nor did they attack. The planets of the Magic Eye universe were incomparably vast, even larger than Han Qing's stellar body. Thus the triangular city on this planet was also colossal. Gazing down from the sky, it stretched beyond sight, seemingly infinite. The Magic Eye beings in this city were likewise enormous. They had no humanoid bodies, only a single eye and a number of ethereal ghost-like tentacles. They were divided into male and female. Males were far larger with irregular tentacles colored black-purple. Females were smaller and delicate with orderly pink tentacles. Not only were they enormous in stature, but their numbers were also vast. After all, Han Qing had roughly estimated that this city alone was about as huge as Earth. This was also the reason Han Qing had been observing the Magic Eye universe. If a single city was this vast, then the faith power he could obtain by spreading the sun god cult here would be incalculable. A colossal scout aircraft thundered across the sky. Its shell and structure felt less like steel and more like the bones of a living creature. Not so much a machine as a monstrous beast blotting out the sky. Once it had flown past, a rift opened in a hidden corner of the Eye Demon city with golden ripples spreading from it in layer after layer. Then, Han Qing stepped out restored to human form. Eye Demons varied greatly in size, seemingly corresponding to their rank. The buildings where low-ranking Eye Demons dwelled in the outer city were not much different in size from human architecture. The buildings of the high-ranking Eye Demons in the inner city, however, were enormously grand. Standing before these mountain-like structures, Han Qing was like an ant. Yet the temperament and aura he emanated were incomparably sacred and vast. These palaces, as if raised by heavenly giants, seemed to have been made for him alone. Glibber glubber. Suddenly, a colossal purple-black tentacle stretched out from the fantastical building and swiftly stopped in front of Han Qing. At its tip was an abyssal mouth covered with fangs that looked like writhing worms. It uttered an alien language Han Qing could not understand and blasted out a stench-laden oppressive gale. Han Qing was not curious about what it had said. The only two thoughts in his mind were, so ugly, so foul. Then on the great mouth at the tip of the tentacle a small eye burst through the flesh like a seed sprouting. It was small by the tentacle's measure, but already the size of a person roving as it sized up Han Qing. Han Qing could read curiosity, bewilderment, anger, and other emotions in it. Enduring the discomfort, he raised his palm and laid it upon the tentacle. His divine sense swept over the other creature's colossal body in an instant. The Eye Demon's physical structure, cellular genes, and chemical elements surfaced in Han Qing's mind, becoming as clear and simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Sensing something, the Eye Demon instantly withdrew its tentacle as if shocked by electricity. The palm Han Qing had pressed against it transformed into a sticky purple-black tentacle, like an octopus limb somewhere between the tangible and the intangible. It coiled tightly around the other tentacle, and Han Qing, carried by that force, was pulled into the palace. Along the way, Han Qing's physical body transformed into an Eye Demon form at an inconceivable speed. The ferocious gaping mouth at the tip of his tentacle stretched open in absurd exaggeration, and in a single bite devoured the owner of that tentacle, another Eye Demon. Knowledge entered his brain in the most twisted way. The chaotic memories of this noble Eye Demon surfaced in Han Qing's mind, and at the same time, he established some kind of connection with a strange existence through inscrutable fate. In a daze, Han Qing saw a planet-sized blood-red wall covered with irregular markings and fleshy tumors of varying sizes. Occasionally, it emitted a flickering purple-pink light, exuding an air of mystery and horror. It was the birthplace and mother of all high-ranking Eye Demons, the Life Mother Wall. It was also the shared faith of all Eye Demons. So even Eye Demons have their own indigenous faith. If so, preaching here might be a little difficult. Han Qing was thinking. A female Eye Demon drifted slowly in through the doorway, her large eye fixed on Han Qing. The mouth part at the tip of her tentacle made a strange sound. Master, what was that commotion just now? I was a little worried about you. Having devoured an Eye Demon, Han Qing had gained some of its memories and skills, including its language system, so he answered at once. I'm fine, Bei Fu, no need to worry. His speech was still a bit halting. The maidservant Bei Fu replied. Very well then. Does Master need anything to eat? No, I'm not hungry yet. Han Qing continued to answer her. Then Bei Fu said, Very well, Master, I'll take my leave now, and turned to leave. In Eye Demon's eyes there was no distinction between beautiful and ugly, only between useful and useless. This maidservant, according to the original owner's memories, was extremely useful. She managed thousands of low-ranking I-demon servants, quasi-I-demon slaves, and life energy assets in perfect order. If he wanted to spread the faith, she was the best place to start. Han Qing thought for a moment, then said, "Don't go yet, Bei Fu. Stay. I have something to tell you." Bei Fu obediently turned back. "What instructions does Master have?" Han Qing's large eye stared at her gravely, and he asked, "Bei Fu, do you believe in the existence of gods?" Bei Fu's large eye froze, giving her an almost adorably dazed look. "Why does Master ask?" "Because this concerns a choice." Bei Fu did not know what choice it concerned, but she said anyway. "Didn't scholars overturn the theory of gods long ago? Our origin as I-demons is the life mother wall, and the mother wall's birth, simply put, was an inevitable accident of the universe, unrelated to divine creation. As for so-called gods, they are merely abstract constructs born of the ignorance of forerunners in a benighted age, or perhaps advanced alien intelligences from other dimensions beyond our comprehension. Therefore, I do not believe in the existence of gods." Han Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. This maidservant seemed to know far more than he had imagined. Was I-demon civilization really this advanced? Han Qing marshaled his words and rebutted unhurriedly. "Your understanding is wrong. Gods truly exist. Once biotechnology flourished in our I-demon civilization, no one believed in gods any longer. They vanished and hid themselves away. They did not cease to exist. You say the life mother wall's birth was an inevitable accident of the universe. How do you know gods were not the same?" Bei Fu was deeply puzzled. Master, why had he begun to believe such ancient and benighted thoughts? Just now I perceived the presence of the Father God. After we spoke, he imparted to me miraculous knowledge beyond anything I could have imagined, and bestowed upon me the station of first apostle, allowing me to spread his faith across this land and cast his divine radiance. These deceptive words came trippingly to Han Qing's tongue, but to an I-demon steeped in civilization, they clearly carried little persuasive force. Bei Fu stared at Han Qing for a long while, then said, "Master, are you ill? I will summon a healer at once." Han Qing said, "No, I am not ill. On the contrary, I have never been healthier. The things I have said transcend your understanding, so it is only natural that you do not believe them. Next, I will let you witness a miracle. Once you have seen it, you will naturally understand." His tentacle reached out and wrapped around Bei Fu's tentacle. His mighty divine sense fabricated a scene that had never existed and transmitted it into her mind. It was the dawn of I-demon civilization. The sun, that radiant star, shone down upon the land, causing the life mother wall to become pregnant and give birth to I-demons. In this story, the life mother wall is the origin and mother of all I-demons, while the sun is the indispensable second origin and father of all I-demons. More precisely, the Father God. This majestic vision from the ancient past left Bei Fu utterly stunned. Her worldview was rapidly crumbling. In the story, the sun suspended in the high heavens resembled a giant eye that radiated light and warmth, exuding an air of holiness. Bei Fu looked up at it, and inexplicably felt as if she were locking eyes with it. By some unseen design, she formed a connection with it. A beam of dazzling holy sunlight shone upon her. The sun's voiceless voice echoed through her body. Bei Fu's heart and soul were baptized. Her worldview was being reshaped. When the two tentacles parted, Bei Fu's large eye had already taken on a noble, mysterious pale gold filled with iron-hard devotion. She bowed toward the sky and said in worship, "Father God above, praise the sun." Han Qing asked, "Did the Father God also impart divine arts to you, Bei Fu?" "Yes, my mind now contains many memories that are not my own, along with skills." "Is that what divine arts are?" Bei Fu gleaned many obscure divine hints from her gaze upon the sun. The subtle suggestions Han Qing had given her the means to make her believe in him. Bei Fu also obtained many divine arts from that ray of sunlight, and she would need time to gradually assimilate them. Han Qing meticulously played the role of the first apostle, the demon eye, and said, "Yes, those are divine arts. Familiarize yourself with them, then employ them with proficiency. From this moment on, we are no longer master and servant Bei Fu. We are brother and sister. You are the second apostle of the Father God, and you shall bear the sacred duty of spreading the faith." Hearing this, Bei Fu revealed a flicker of excitement and replied with the utmost reverence, "From this moment on, Bei Fu of Gaomi City, second apostle of the Father God, will spare no effort to spread the Father God's glory across the land." Han Qing said with satisfaction, "Very well. From now on, you have the authority to use all the resources at my disposal. As long as it serves the purpose of spreading the faith, you need not report to me at all." Han Qing had no intention of remaining in the demon eye universe. The world style was too bizarre. Moreover, there was not the slightest pleasure to be found. After delegating authority to this female demon eye and granting her free reign to preach, Han Qing intended to locate Jizi. Once he found Jizi, he would leave this place. Bei Fu danced with joy. "Then I shall begin with your servants and slaves, my brother. With them joining the Father God, we'll have over 4,000 believers. These are entirely your decisions, Bei Fu. There is no need to ask for my opinion. The Father God has accepted you. You have absolute freedom regarding missionary work, Han Qing said. A look of gratitude appeared on Beifu's face. Han Qing could feel her faith power swelling to twice its former strength, turning into a mighty ceaseless river. On Earth, only a few high priests of the solar cult could attain such a level. It had to be said CPU control was truly effective. Suddenly Han Qing spotted a black dot hovering in the air above the city center. That black dot looked somewhat familiar. His large eyes burst forth with golden divine light. Blessed by divine arts, he instantly discerned what it was, an object etched all over with integrated circuits. It was precisely Jizi who had entered the Demon Eye universe. It was bound by a biotech net of the Demon Eye civilization. Hundreds of high-level Demon Eye people were modifying its integrated circuits. Clearly the Trisolaran's plan for communication had not succeeded. Such a fine Jizi, what a waste to just abandon it to the Demon Eye civilization. Let's rescue it. Han Qing thought to himself, then said to Beifu. Beifu, the Father God is summoning me. I must go fulfill my own mission. As you know, if you encounter any difficulties during your missionary work, pray to the Father God, and he will help you through. Beifu's gaze was full of reluctance, yet she did not try to hold him back. She said, Please go, brother. I will not let you or the Father God down. Before the words faded away, the Demon Eye transformation of Han Qing had already vanished. Beifu's pale golden eyes gradually grew resolute. Levitating, she flew out of the palace, ready to begin preaching from here. Flying at light speed, Han Qing arrived directly at the heart of Gaomi City. It was an enormous square. Tens of thousands of low-level Demon Eye people were busy on the ground, operating massive and delicate biomachines, methodically assisting the high-level Demon Eye people in modifying Jizi. An endless stream of Demon Eye engineers soared into the sky, joining the team. On the periphery, Demon Eye troops stood guard, maintaining order. Jizi can also fly at light speed. Logically, it should not have been captured by the Demon Eye civilization. Yet it was caught after all. It is not a weapon in itself, and entering the Demon Eye universe was clearly for some other purpose. Could the Trisolarans be trying to establish diplomatic relations with the Demon Eye people? This does not comply with the Dark Forest law after all. Han Qing deliberated. Without hesitation, he moved to the rescue. Golden streams surged forth from his eyes, melting through the Demon Eye people's net and transforming into a cage that locked around Jizi. He pulled it away, vanishing from the spot in an instant, leaving only a long trail of light across the sky. It looked like a strange wound that did not bleed. By the time those Demon Eye engineers reacted, Han Qing was already far away. Angry roars rang out one after another. In Gaomi City, one after another, colossal demon eyes that blotted out the sky soared upward, chasing after that streak of light. Han Qing's projection fled the 11-dimensional space at light speed, and none of the demon eyes could catch up. Then he returned to the 3-dimensional world. Jizi had already been completely refined. Chuanu no? 3. Tell me, why did the Trisolarans send Jizi to the Demon Eye universe? The projection returned to Han Qing's body, and Jizi was delivered into the palm of his main body. Han Qing then voiced the question that concerned him. This was also one of the major reasons he had rescued Jizi. Chuanu no? 3 replied. After you used lightspeed flight and were observed by the Jizi on Earth, it caused tremendous shock to the Trisolaran civilization. They grew fearful and decided to ally with the Demon Eye civilization to destroy you. Hearing this, Han Qing rubbed his chin. Allying with the Demon Eye civilization to destroy him. Weren't these dehydrated freaks being too naive? But apart from this approach, they seemed to have no other choices. Of course, they could also choose to expose the solar system's coordinates and perish together, but obviously they did not want to go down that path. The Demon Eye civilization has Beifu preaching for me. Before long, I'll be able to harvest faith power from them. The Trisolaran civilization could actually be handled in the same way. Their technological civilization is not that formidable, yet it shouldn't be able to do anything to me, who has mastered lightspeed flight. However, the Trisolaran world is a highly centralized technological world, and there may not be a place for gods to intervene. Han Qing's thoughts raced. If preaching truly proved impossible, then wiping out the Trisolaran world would be fine. After much deliberation, Han Qing decided to take that course. Survival or destruction. Let the Trisolarans ponder that for themselves. To be safe, Han Qing would use his projection once again. Chuanu no? 3. Lead the way. Quietly, let's enter the Trisolaran world. Han Qing issued the order. Yes, master. Chuanu no? 3 immediately flew off at light speed, leaving the holy cathedral with the projection following close behind. Han Qing followed Chuanu no? 3, hurtling through the universe at light speed. Passing Mars, the second life-bearing planet of the solar system home to humanity, passing Jupiter, the most massive planet in the solar system, and Saturn, the second most massive, Han Qing charged out of the solar system in one breath and arrived at the vast, boundless Milky Way galaxy. With Neptune at his back, Han Qing paused here for a fleeting moment. Turning around, he cast a glance at the solar system homeland under his dominion, then resumed his journey at light speed. This projection of Han Qing's maintained an awareness link with his avatar, but only for simple information transmission. Other links, such as emotional connection, were severed. In this way, the tedious journey would not affect his avatar. Although Han Qing craved some novelty and excitement, how could traveling be considered exciting? Knowing that Earth was 2 light years away from the Trisolaran world in Centaurus, this meant a journey of 4 years. Han Qing prayed to himself, hoping he wouldn't die of boredom along the way. During the long journey, Han Qing calculated the time. In the blink of an eye, he had flown more than 3 light years. Master detecting the Trisolaran's first fleet ahead, Xuanyu suddenly gave a warning. Han Qing was not at all surprised to encounter the Trisolaran fleet. Over the past 3 years aboard the vessel, he had grown thoroughly bored and conducted extensive deductions regarding future events. This situation had long been within his anticipation. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Since we have met, then let us draw our swords. Han Qing thought silently. A sensor operator immediately detected the unidentified entity appearing before the fleet's formation. Immediately thereafter, the entire fleet was roused from alert. Alarm sirens blared in unison. The fleet's commanding officer issued a decisive order. Rehydration. The Trisolaran military was awakened from their torpor and immersed in liquid to restore vitality. Moments later, all Trisolarans had recovered, assuming their positions and entering combat readiness. Target has entered strike range. All units focus maximum firepower upon the target. Upon detecting the target entering weapon range, the Trisolaran commander issued his order without hesitation. There was no intention to negotiate, no shred of pity or wavering. Upon sighting the enemy, life or death would be decided. A resolute adherence to the laws of the cosmos. Countless nuclear weapons launched forth dense as torrential rain hurled toward Han Qing. Witnessing this, Han Qing could not help but recall that saying. The greatest respect one civilization can show another is utter annihilation. These desiccated creatures deemed an attack of this caliber sufficient against him. How little respect they showed. Han Qing transformed into a streak of light, evading the nuclear warheads and laser fire with the effortless grace of one who passes through a garden of 10,000 flowers untouched. The nuclear warheads detonated one after another, gigantic blossoms of fire erupting throughout space. Enormous quantities of radiation and beams wove together into a dense minefield, attempting to seal Han Qing within. However, beneath the gaze of countless Trisolarans, that golden thread still threaded through the sea of flames escaped and continued approaching the fleet at light speed. Such large-scale bombardment failing to eliminate the enemy left the first fleet commander somewhat flustered. He spoke. What in the heavens is that thing? Droplets. Deploy droplets. The droplet was both a Trisolaran probe and a devastating weapon, boasting a magnificent record of destroying over 2,000 warships. This was the Trisolaran's ultimate weapon, their source of confidence. After a series of operations, the petite droplet was launched, bearing down upon that slender, enigmatic golden ray. A droplet. Han Qing observed the tiny, innocuous-looking droplet and immediately recognized it, harboring the desire to test himself against it. Though formidable, the droplet had not yet reached planetary tier and theoretically could not kill him. However, this was merely a projection, and in direct confrontation, victory or defeat remained uncertain. Regardless, this droplet cannot match my speed nor pierce through me. Let us see if I can shatter it. Thinking this, Han Qing charged forward and struck with a single punch. Under the impact of light-speed force, his divine fist slammed into the droplet. Han Qing felt his entire arm go numb from the shock, yet the droplet remained motionless, utterly unblemished, and suddenly accelerated toward him. Han Qing dodged with extraordinary speed, meanwhile unleashing relentless dual-fist strikes upon the droplet. After images multiplied infinitely, and in an instant he resembled a 1,000-armed guanyin. 10 seconds or so passed. Han Qing ceased his assault. Divine power burned through his reserves like fuel. The droplet remained unbroken. The density of this thing was simply too great. If the authentic droplet had arrived, crushing it would have been effortless. But this projection possessed severely limited strength and divine power. Such attrition was not worth the cost. The enemy's image has been analyzed. The opponent is that intelligent entity from solar civilization. A Trisolaran officer reported, projecting the footage of Han Qing's battle with the droplet onto the war room's main screen. Information between the First Fleet and the home planet synchronized instantly, so they were aware of Han Qing's existence. Upon seeing this, the commander was momentarily surprised, then a sense of contempt arose. So it is him. I had presumed this sun deity to be far more formidable. Unexpectedly, he cannot even crack a droplet. At this level, how does he dare oppose the Trisolaran civilization? Deploy all remaining droplets. Today we shall extinguish this solar civilization entity, eliminating a great calamity for our homeworld. The commander spoke with martial grandeur. Soon thereafter, the remaining 9 droplets were projected, forming a coordinated array designed to encircle Han Qing. Troublesome. Han Qing frowned slightly and immediately turned, fleeing at light speed. These droplets could not be shattered by force. If entangled, he would expend considerable divine power. That power needed to be reserved for causing devastation throughout Trisolaran territory, not wasted here. Han Qing's disappearance was interpreted by the Trisolarans as victory. They celebrated wildly, failing to notice that one of their own aboard the fleet had been swiftly seized by a massive hand and dragged into an unoccupied corner. Moments later, Han Qing emerged from the shadows brandishing a firearm indistinguishable from any other Trisolaran aboard the fleet. First, determine which vessel the commander occupies. Eliminate all senior officers, seize control of the droplets, then make our escape. Han Qing thought this as he walked toward the crowd. Just then, he was suddenly halted by a voice. Hold it. Where did you go without authorization? Why didn't you file a report? A Trisolaran officer demanded sternly. Under this interrogation, Han Qing's thoughts raced. What the devil? They noticed me leaving for such a brief moment. How should I respond? That I went to relieve myself. No, why would going to the restroom require reporting? That makes no sense. The spectral emissions from his mirror-like surface flickered violently. The Trisolaran officer detected the anomaly. Meanwhile, transmissions came through from the war room. This Trisolaran's brainwave patterns are abnormal electromagnetic output excessively powerful. Seize him. This neural transmission reached Han Qing as well. He paused, then immediately comprehended that his cover had been compromised. He felt utterly speechless. What bizarre beings these Trisolarans were in the entire cosmos. Not only were they incapable of deception, but they continuously monitored brainwaves. Surrounding Trisolaran soldiers closed in, opening fire on Han Qing without hesitation. Han Qing reverted to his true form, delivering a palm strike. Blazing golden solar radiance lanced forth like concentrated lasers, sending over 100 Trisolarans flying. However, as Han Qing had anticipated, the Trisolarans were not vaporized into smoke. Upon closer inspection, Han Qing realized it was due to their protective suits. Those suits, crafted from unknown materials, merely emitted thick plumes of smoke upon impact, showing no signs of melting whatsoever. Though Han Qing had not exerted his full strength to withstand defense to this degree, the material was undoubtedly extraordinary. Smooth as glass, seemingly composed of the same material as the droplets. Han Qing murmured in his mind. How troublesome. He intensified his assault, golden flames igniting around his body. With a sweeping palm strike, the 100+ Trisolaran soldiers behind him were obliterated in an explosion. Immense destructive power. Often the simplest, most unadorned attacks suffice. The Trisolarans this time did not rise again. Through their helmets, it could be observed that the flesh within their protective suits had been entirely evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Nevertheless, to this vast fleet, 100 Trisolarans were but a single drop of water. Fresh troops continuously supplemented the ranks, resembling a horde of undead besieging a fortress. Han Qing felt increasingly troubled. This is wasting too much divine power. If I slaughter them, all this projection will dissipate regardless. Considering this, Han Qing resolved to withdraw. Employing lightspeed flight, he departed that vessel directly. Due to this attack, the First Fleet raised its alert status to maximum. The troops who had intended to undergo desiccation remained rehydrated instead, standing ready to counter any further assault from Han Qing. And Han Qing indeed had precisely such intentions. Let us employ mental attacks this time. Save some energy. Within a certain planet, Han Qing observed the Trisolaran fleet passing through space and activated his dream projection. Although the Trisolarans differed greatly from Earthlings, they too needed to eat, sleep, and attend to their biological necessities, just like any other creatures. This was the opportunity Han Qing had pinpointed. 36 hours in Earth time had elapsed since the last attack, during which numerous Trisolarans aboard the fleet had entered hibernation. Han Qing selected one Trisolaran's dream and projected himself into it. Within this dreamscape, the Trisolaran world of the stable era unfolded, a world where the Earth was reviving and all things were thriving. Upon the spring landscape, Trisolarans stood encased in their revival pods. Han Qing's consciousness descended into this realm. A gentle spring breeze caressed his face, the sunlight warm and radiant, as though he had truly arrived in the Trisolaran world. Unaffected by these sensations, his gaze quickly locked onto a solitary Trisolaran among the crowd, deep in pleasant dreams. Who could have anticipated that the being's mirrored surface would suddenly flare with erratic spectral flashes as sheer terror inundated the dreamscape? Han Qing perceived the Trisolaran's fearful stare and couldn't help but wonder. Does he know he's dreaming? That doesn't make sense. Even if he knows he's dreaming, he should perceive me as a nightmare, yet the depth of his terror is as if he's fully aware I've come to kill him. As these thoughts crossed Han Qing's mind, golden flames erupted beneath his feet, spreading rapidly into a sea of fire that surged toward the Trisolaran. The Trisolaran turned and fled for his life. Meanwhile, aboard the First Fleet, a monitor detected anomalous brainwave activity from his injured commander, who lay in suspended slumber. The solar civilization's intelligence is in my dream. It's coming for me. Requesting backup, requesting backup. The brainwave signal radiated outward. Simultaneously, the mirrored surfaces of other sleeping Trisolarans in the storage bay began to glow. The monitor urgently reported to his superiors. Within the dreamscape, Han Qing suddenly witnessed something extraordinary. Before the fleeing Trisolaran, countless others materialized, over 1,000 strong, their mirrored surfaces flashing erratically. Thunder split the heavens, dissolving into a spring downpour that quenched the flames. The terrified Trisolaran halted, turned to face Han Qing, and took his place within the formation. The entire dreamscape underwent a dramatic transformation as individual dream bubbles merged into one vast, interconnected realm. Han Qing paused. Is this even possible? How are these Trisolarans entering dreams? He pondered deeply. Han Qing gradually understood. The Trisolarans communicated through brainwaves, neural connections that translated directly into shared dreams. Combined with their formidable mental prowess and absence of the confusion that typically clouds the dreaming state, they could rapidly assemble counterattack forces. So what if they can enter dreams? A mere 1,000 Trisolarans. Could your mental strength possibly surpass mine? Han Qing scoffed at the notion. At that very moment, the commander of the first Trisolaran fleet issued an urgent order: all personnel force yourselves into hibernation and enter the dreamscape. Eradicate the invading intelligence from the solar civilization. At his command, every Trisolaran soldier aboard the fleet, save for the ship operators and monitors, entered hibernation. Within the dreamscape, golden flames erupted across Han Qing's body, evaporating the storm clouds over half the realm and creating a surreal landscape divided between clear skies and torrential rain. Before Han Qing could strike, hundreds more Trisolarans materialized within the dream, converging rapidly into a formidable army. Their mental energy converged vast as an ocean. They've formed an army. Their response time is impressive. 4 Trisolaran sweet dreams represent the stable era, while nightmares mirror the chaotic era. Let me show you once more the devastating fury of the chaotic era, when the suns scorch all in their path. Han Qing remained unyielding, his radiance blazing intensely as it swelled dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he became a miniature sun. All organic and inorganic matter within sight melted away beneath its divine radiance, much like ice yielding to warmth. The Trisolaran army was no exception. Their fragile forms vaporized instantly. Yet the dreamscape itself refused to collapse. Moments later, the vanished Trisolaran army reappeared, their bodies completely unblemished, as though no harm had ever befallen them. Their bodies merged into one, coalescing into a colossal Trisolaran whose size rivaled the miniature sun of this dreamscape. The giant Trisolaran endured the searing heat, reached out, and seized Han Qing, pulling him close in an iron embrace. Han Qing pushed his temperature to the absolute maximum, yet could only melt away a single layer of the being's flesh. In response, a protective membrane emerged across the Trisolaran titan's body, shielding it from the intense heat. Then every muscle tensed as it sought to tear this stellar body asunder through sheer brute force. Han Qing was utterly speechless at this display. With that protective armor, how am I supposed to fight? These skin-wearing monsters certainly know how to think. It was clear that destroying the opponent through sheer heat and strength was no longer feasible. His mind raced, formulating a swift plan. Han Qing transformed into a liquid stellar form, coiling around the Trisolaran titan like a python attempting to constrict it to death. But after a short while, he abandoned the effort. The Trisolaran titan lay on the ground, thrashing uncontrollably, while chunks of solar matter dripped onto the earth below. Han Qing understood that this technique could only paralyze his opponent, rendering it immobile. It would not suffice to crush the Trisolaran titan entirely. Thus, Han Qing considered transforming into alternative weapons, a photon bullet, a dual-vector foil, or perhaps a black hole, but discovered that merely conceiving such thoughts began to consume his mental energy almost immediately. The mental expenditure required for such transformations would undoubtedly be immense. For this projection, manifesting those weapons might obliterate the Trisolaran titan, but he would likely never awaken himself. Even if he managed to wake, he'd be of little use upon reaching the Trisolaran world. Losing a single projection was hardly catastrophic. But without this projection, Han Qing would need another 4 years to complete the journey. That was what he truly could not endure. Never mind. They're still centuries away from reaching Earth. I'll deal with them whenever I have the time. No point wasting energy now. With that decisive thought, Han Qing withdrew from the dreamscape without hesitation. The Trisolarans of the First Fleet, having escaped death by a thread, began to awaken one by one, each trembling with residual fear. They hadn't even caught their breath. The Supreme Commander urgently ordered all hands to your stations. Do not lower your guard. The Trisolarans maintained tense vigilance, prepared to repel any further assault from Han Qing at a moment's notice. It wasn't until numerous Trisolarans succumbed to severe psychological trauma and collapsed under the strain of such intense operations that the Supreme Commander finally ordered them into dehydrated hibernation. And Han Qing, the very being who had driven these Trisolarans to such desperation, had already resumed his journey traveling at light speed toward the Trisolaran world. Like the first fleet of the Trisolarans traversing the vast cosmic dust and leaving a trail of passage behind, Han Qing spent another tedious 9+ months traveling at light speed through space before finally reaching his destination Alpha Centauri. 3 colossal stars radiated boundless light and heat here. Han Qing employed the concealment divine art to hide in the void, eluding the Trisolarans' reconnaissance technology. Golden light glimmered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the Trisolaran planet wrenched by the 3 suns. It was a planet of utter desolation. Every city was a metal construct. In the greatest of those cities was a plaza bearing a giant pendulum. The moment he saw it, Han Qing knew that this was the capital of the Trisolarans, where the Trisolaran sovereign dwelled. If the Trisolaran civilization were to be annihilated, starting here was best cripple the central leadership, and the civilization would fall into brief paralysis, giving invaders ample time to raise the entire planet. Yet that was not Han Qing's sole purpose. If the Trisolaran world could not spread the divine faith, then it would not be too late to strike. This time I must either keep my brainwaves under control or research and devise a divine technique. Otherwise, once I assume a Trisolaran form and become unable to lie, it would be terrible news for spreading the faith. He pondered this as he drifted into the Trisolaran planet. In a city far from the Trisolaran capital, Han Qing stood atop a tall building resembling a bell tower, observing the Trisolarans on the streets below. The chaotic era had not yet passed. A tiny sun had just risen at the edge of the sky, ready to set at any moment. The weather was bitterly cold. The Trisolarans, still active, were all clad in electrically heated garments. They waited at stations in numb composure, for vehicles worked in numb composure like emotionless machines, devoid of the vitality of those ugly yet fantastical big eyes of the Demon Eye civilization. But in the Demon Eye civilization, it was only the high-ranking Demon Eye beings who exuded vitality. The low-ranking Demon Eye-like creatures and slaves were almost the same as machines. This is what Trisolaran civilization requires. Apart from the will to survive, other emotions are superfluous to them, making individuals and society weak in spirit, burdens detrimental to survival. Yet they undoubtedly yearn for a beautiful world as well, which is very favorable for preaching. That monitor 1379 sent Yi Wenjie the signal, "Do not answer," in order to guard the beautiful world in his heart. It seems the Trisolaran sovereign did not execute him. I wonder in which city he now lives. Han Qing left the bell tower, flying over the city, searching for the first believer he would choose in the Trisolaran world. Should it be an ignorant, low-born Trisolaran or a high-class Trisolaran of extraordinary intellect? Each had its advantages and disadvantages. The former was easier to deceive, the latter possessed wider influence. However, Trisolaran ignorance was relative. The way Trisolarans reproduced was through fusion. The organic matter of male and female would merge into a single body, which then split into 3 to 5 viable individuals, inheriting partial memories of both parents. One could say they were born with knowledge. Deceiving them then was not so easy after all. His mind wandering, Han Qing passed over the industrial zone at the city's edge and arrived at a residential area in the inner city. It was as cold and dreary as the rest rows of houses, offering not a shred of the warmth of home. My sister can no longer work. Just yesterday she was force dehydrated and sent to the central plaza to be burned. I am truly grieved. Listen, you have no competitive advantage. I don't want to reproduce with you. But if I don't reproduce, soon my lifespan will come to an end. If I can't obtain this job, I'll never be able to transcend my class. I must become an official in the cultural and educational system. I refuse to spend my life in that cramped, freezing factory or toiling in the fields forever. I have far greater value. The brainwaves of the Trisolarans conversing and thinking in the room radiated outward and were captured by Han Qing. He trained his gaze on the male Trisolaran who aspired to climb the class ladder. That fellow was somewhat unique, in his thinking of course. In appearance to Han Qing, all Trisolarans looked exactly the same, as if stamped from one mold. I can try starting with him. Han Qing thought, and transformed into a Trisolaran before descending into the man's room. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar fellow being in the room made the pondering Trisolaran freeze momentarily, then understandably fall into puzzlement and fear. Who are you? Why did you break into my home? He faced Han Qing, backing to the door step by step, ready to flee. Han Qing released divine power to shroud the entire room, preventing his escape, and keeping their brainwaves from being intercepted by outsiders so as not to expose his plan. I am a god. Han Qing replied in kind through brainwaves. The answer was brief and firm. He was not lying. He truly was a god. The Trisolaran was baffled again, unable to comprehend. It was too absurd for him. How could this world have a god? Yet everyone knew that Trisolarans were utterly incapable of lying. To be able to say, it meant the other was truly a god, or at least the other himself genuinely believed so. After a brief, stunned silence, the Trisolaran drew a conclusion and answered, You are not a god. You are insane. Han Qing's brainwaves burst out instantly. You're the one who's insane. The Trisolaran. Han Qing calmed his mood and asked, what is your citizen number? Citizen 86948. Very well, 86948. Why do you think I am insane? Do you even need to ask? Gods don't exist at all. Also, whoever you are, I believe you should leave my home. Otherwise, I will report you to the law enforcement officer. What you are doing is a crime. If you are caught, you will be put to death. No, you won't do that because you simply can't. Han Qing released a wisp of divine power, pressing down upon the Trisolaran. 86,948 felt as if a mountain weighed on his body, unable to move a single inch. He grew even more panicked. What is going on? Why can't I move? What have you done to me? This is divine suppression. Han Qing replied, as you said, gods don't exist. Then how would you explain this phenomenon? The question stumped the Trisolaran. After a moment, he answered in a daze. I don't know. This must be some sort of powerful technology. Then what about this? The room dissolved and the two arrived amid the starry universe. Han Qing's body suddenly swelled into a colossal star as the Trisolaran confronted terrifying light and heat, nearly dying of fright. Do not be afraid. A god would never harm his own followers. Han Qing comforted him while the Trisolaran's brainwaves were in utter chaos. It took a long while before he regained a measure of clarity and calm, and then he immediately shot out a stream of questions. What in the world is this? What exactly are you? Why did a sun appear in my room? What is it that you really want? Han Qing responded, do you still not understand? I am a god, the sun god, and you are the first believer I have chosen in this world. 86984, you are very fortunate. The Trisolaran 86948, who had just calmed down, instantly revealed unprecedented fear. His brainwaves sputtered out in broken, incoherent bursts, unable to form any logical language, like a computer infected by a virus. How could you be this shaken? Han Qing found it hard to understand. The guy was already teetering on the edge of collapse. If he did not intervene, the Trisolaran civilization would likely be gaining a new psychiatric patient. His first mission of preaching in the Trisolaran world was about to fail. Han Qing immediately layered a hypnotic ability onto the illusion he had crafted. The sunlight instantly became gentle and soft, like a mother's eyes brimming with loving affection. The message conveyed was only one: you are perfectly safe. Under such powerful suggestion, 86,948 gradually calmed down. Why are you so afraid? Han Qing asked. The Trisolaran paused for a moment, then answered truthfully, because I fear you. Han Qing was overjoyed. Was this the bait being taken? The other had even switched to an honorific. Sun God, if you are divine, why did you create the chaotic era, an environment of extreme cruelty that makes it impossible for us Trisolarans to survive? Every one of us has fear etched into our very bones. The Trisolaran said uneasily. Han Qing had not expected the other to accept so easily that he was the sun god, even the very concept. Did this suggest that among the Trisolarans' more than 200 cycles of civilization, there had once been a mythological era? That is a very good question. Han Qing racked his brain for the right words. With a flash of inspiration, he said in a scolding tone, this is all your own doing, Trisolarans. You have brought it upon yourselves. The fading of the mythological era weakened my power. You abandoned your faith and chose the path of technology, yet you utterly lack the ability to end the chaotic era. If you had continued to believe in me, the Trisolaran world would have long ago become a planet as beautiful as paradise. How could you have fallen to such a state? The Trisolaran was stunned. As a Trisolaran with ideals and ambitions, 86948 had fantasized countless times how wonderful it would be if the chaotic era did not exist. In that case, his life would surely have been completely different. Even if the sovereign had announced the migration plan many years ago, and even if the migration truly could go smoothly, would a place be reserved for someone at the bottom like himself? He would most likely not even land that ideal job. More likely, he would toil away at some dreary post for his entire life, just to secure food and shelter, until after 700,000 or 800,000 Trisolaran hours, when he became too old to work, he would be forcibly dehydrated and burned to ashes. A life devoid of wealth, status, love, and hope. Yet this hellish existence was something he had never actually needed to endure. Why did his ancestors not continue to worship the sun god? Why did they choose such an arduous and desperate path? His ancestors' thoughts were beyond his reach. 86,948's heart grew stirred. The important thing was that he now had the opportunity to choose. The sun god had manifested in the world. Did this mean the god was about to save the Trisolaran world? These thoughts were relayed by him without reservation. Han Qing, after taking them, and laughed inwardly like a schemer whose plot had succeeded. Believe in me, 86,948. Han Qing pressed on, coaxing. Believe in me, and you will no longer need to undergo interstellar migration with the risk of being discovered by higher civilizations and then destroyed. You Trisolarans can also reclaim those beautiful emotions that have been suppressed, obtain magnificent and thriving cultural achievements, and experience a life you never dared to imagine. A life without dehydration or soaking with ample food and clothing, free from the tyranny of extreme autocracy. Believe in me. The chaotic era will come to an end and Trisolaran civilization will gain new life. Han Qing's words, given power by magic, were deeply inscribed upon this Trisolaran's mind. He surrendered himself to emotion, kneeling in worship. Sun God, I beg you to save me, to save the Trisolaran world. The Trisolaran world was an extremely autocratic regime. There was no respect for the individual. Its law had only two verdicts: guilty and not guilty. The guilty were executed, the not guilty released. Those who had no job died, and those too old to work died as well. Everyone lived under a suffocating pressure with no hope. Even after the Trisolaran sovereign announced the migration plan, the low-ranking Trisolarans still felt no joy. Their lifespans would simply be burned away in cramped workstations, and aboard the starships sailing toward a planet as beautiful as paradise, there was no place for them. The promise of the god was undoubtedly a ray of light shining into their world. On the third day after Han Qing descended upon the Trisolaran world, more than 2,000 Trisolaran believers had already knelt before Han Qing, praying to him devoutly. I had thought preaching here would be quite difficult. I never expected it to be so easy. Han Qing looked at the group of Trisolarans kneeling before him, thinking happily. This way he would not have to fight tooth and nail. He could secretly develop his divine cult and erode the Trisolaran world from within. At that moment, 86948, appointed as the first disciple of the Trisolaran world, brought a special Trisolaran passing through the kneeling believers to approach Han Qing. My lord, this is one of the governors of our city. He also wishes to join the Church of the Sun God. 86948 introduced respectfully. The governor saluted. Sun God. A governor had high status and great power. If he also joined the church, the pace of their expansion would greatly accelerate. Han Qing nodded and said with satisfaction, "Very good, my first disciple. You have made a contribution. I will bestow upon you another divine technique." 86948 prostrated himself in great excitement. "Thank you for your grace, Lord." The believers transmitted envious brainwaves. "If you can win over governors or carry out large-scale proselytization, I will also grant you divine powers, allowing you to grow stronger and evolve into more advanced beings." Han Qing seized the moment, painting a grandiose vision for his followers. The governor followed up, "My lord, if you can send people to protect me, I can ensure that the entire city will be embraced in your arms in a short time." Hearing that, Han Qing was taken aback. Really? The city might be small, but it still had several 100,000 people. The governor went on to explain, "My lord may not know, but in our Trisolaran civilization, a Church of the Sun God actually existed long ago. Because of the chaotic era caused by the triple star system, we Trisolarans have always held a natural dread and worship of the sun. The Church of the Sun God arose as a result. Only later, with the advancement of science and the centralization of absolute power, did the rulers suppress and outlaw it. Our memories and knowledge have been passed down through generations. The fear and worship of the Sun God are engraved in our veins. So as long as my lord can protect my safety, I am confident that within a short time I can make this city return to your embrace." His remarks confirmed Han Qing's earlier suspicion. No wonder the Trisolarans had accepted him so readily. They were all, each and every one, latent worshippers of the Sun God. "In that case, I have every reason to comply." Han Qing said with anticipation, "I will grant you divine power, teach you divine techniques, and also dispatch a guard of holy protectors to protect you." The governor said gratefully, "To serve the Sun God is my honor. I look forward to the day when you end the chaotic era." "Commander, we have uncovered the reason behind the recent disappearances in the city. They worship a taboo sect from an ancient mythological civilization, the cult of the Sun God. They idle away their days, refusing to engage in any productive work, praying to their sun deity in an abandoned factory. I have sent men to keep watch. We can arrest them at any moment." An enforcement captain reported to his superior. The mirror-faced enforcer's visage shimmered with flickering light as he pondered, then spoke. "Just 3 days ago, an administrator from the mayor's office also went missing. It seems he has joined this cult as well." The enforcement captain nodded. "That must be it. Then begin the arrest operation. All sinners who have joined this cult shall be forcibly dehydrated and taken to the central square for public burning. As for the municipal hall, conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot allow this heretical cult to infiltrate our official system." The enforcer issued his order. At that moment, a Trisolaran burst in to report. "Commander, the mayor has arrived for an inspection." The enforcer frowned slightly. Why didn't he notify me beforehand if the mayor was coming? His subordinate could not possibly know the answer, nor did he expect one. Rising to his feet, he walked toward the entrance and said, "Continue with the arrest operation. I will receive the mayor. Perhaps this is connected to the missing administrator." The enforcer led a group of colleagues to the grand entrance of the facility. What greeted their eyes was the mayor standing at the doorway with a procession of municipal officials. Whether it was mere imagination or not, the enforcer felt their mirror-like surfaces faintly radiating an eerie golden hue. "Mayor, what brings you here so suddenly?" The enforcer approached the mayor and asked. The mayor gazed at him. A torrent of waves laced with an immense flood of information surged forth. "I have come to spread the faith." The enforcer paused, drew the firearm at his waist, and declared, "You too have joined that heretical cult." The mayor replied calmly, "Put down your weapon. You cannot stop me." Threads of divine power seeped from within the mayor, pressing down upon the enforcer. The latter instantly felt an unbearable weight crush his body, unable to even lift a single finger. Terror seized his heart. Han Qing stood atop the tall building of the municipal hall, gazing down at the small city. He watched the banners of the sun god cult rising one after another, his heart brimming with joy. This was the Trisolaran speed. Only alien beings like the Trisolarans, who communicated through brainwaves, could ignite such a swift wave of ideological fervor. This spread was as unstoppable as a plague or a mimetic virus. At this rate, not a single Trisolaran in the city would escape. 11 days later, as that 2779th administrator had predicted, he had truly accomplished the impossible. Within a remarkably short span, he had led every Trisolaran in the city to throw themselves into the embrace of the sun god. Belief energy poured into him in an unceasing stream. Han Qing discovered that the faith energy provided by Trisolarans was generally twice as potent as that offered by humans. It seemed to stem from their more intense yearning for a better life, as well as the reverence and awe for the sun ingrained in their bones over countless generations. Regardless, humanity had only just entered the crisis era. Their lives were far less arduous than those of the Trisolarans, and the potential of their spiritual will had not yet been fully unleashed. If I could conquer all the Trisolarans on this planet and make them my followers, the faith energy I would gain would far exceed that of all humanity on Earth. Spreading the faith here was indeed the right choice. And in the Mystic Eye universe, Beifu is also faithfully fulfilling her duties. I can sense the faith and prayers of those Mystic Eye people. Han Qing grew ever more eager. Earth civilization, Trisolaran civilization, and Mystic Eye civilization, though all still exceedingly weak in this dark forest, the faith energy they provided was undeniably substantial. They could serve as the cornerstone for his march across the cosmos. "Master, this city now belongs to you." At that moment, the mayor led a group of administrators to Han Qing's side. Han Qing said with satisfaction, "You have done well. I shall bestow upon each of you a divine technique." The mayor then spoke. "Master, I recommend you travel to the capital to spread the faith. If you can persuade our head of state, then our entire Trisolaran civilization shall return to your embrace." The Trisolarans too understood the principle of striking at the head to subdue the body. Han Qing had long held this intention. He said, "From now on, abandon this city and spread the faith to other cities across Trisolaris at all costs. Should you encounter difficulties, pray to me. As for myself, I shall head to the capital to attempt converting your head of state." All the believers bowed in worship and responded, "As you command." Since Trisolaran thought was transparent with no secrets to keep, intelligence regarding the sun god cult spread naturally. This sent shockwaves through the Trisolaran capital. Head of state, a city in our northern territory has suddenly, without warning, embraced the sun god cult, a sect originating from the 21st cycle of civilization. Its adherents have abandoned the city and are spreading their faith to neighboring towns. Even our communications personnel in the capital have been infected, the military administrator declared. "I request permission to carry out nuclear strikes against them." Upon hearing this, the propaganda administrator immediately interjected. "That is inadvisable. Nuclear strikes that spare neither friend nor foe will incur severe repercussions." The industry administrator also spoke. "Those cities house numerous factories. A nuclear strike would leave none intact, dealing a devastating blow to our civilization's development." Enraged by these remarks, the military administrator thundered, "If the sun god cult continues to grow, the north will fall. Do you not understand that sometimes one must cut away the flesh to heal the wound?" The propaganda and industry administrators fell silent. The education administrator asked, "Why has the sun god cult suddenly risen? If we fail to suppress its source, even the price we pay may not suffice to resolve this crisis." "Need you ask?" The military administrator retorted resentfully. The head of state spoke. "It must be that intelligent entity from the solar civilization that infiltrated our planet. Our first fleet failed to kill him." A look of apprehension crossed the faces of all the administrators. "He has exploited the weakness of our civilization's historical ties to sun god worship, spreading his faith at an unimaginable speed. If we do not eliminate him soon, the cities in the north may all fall." "I support the military administrator." The agriculture administrator stated resolutely. The other administrators remained opposed. Seeing this, the head of state declared, "Deploy the military to suppress them first. Execute all Trisolarans who have joined the sun god cult." The cult has only just begun to rise. If we nip this in the bud promptly, we can contain it. Nuclear strikes against the northern cities would inflict unacceptable damage on our technological explosion. We must accelerate our research into lightspeed flight, construct a second fleet, and complete the interstellar migration. With the head of state's order, no matter how reluctant, the military administrator complied. Armies from across the land were reactivated from their suspended states and ordered to enter the major northern cities of the Trisolaran world to eradicate the adherents of the sun god cult. The Trisolaran military conducted ruthless suppressions across major cities in the north. Many followers and personnel affiliated with the cult of the sun god were forcibly dehydrated and burned. In the square of each city a pillar of smoke rose day and night, never extinguishing. We are innocent. We are righteous. We can no longer stand idly by and be slaughtered. We must resist. Carry this righteous path to its conclusion. Spread the radiance of the sun god to every corner of the Trisolaran world. End the chaotic era. We have the right, and we have the power to do this. This is the blessing of the sun god. Inside a vast enclosed assembly hall, a Trisolaran priest conducted ideological mobilization for his followers before battle. His powerful brainwaves transmitted across great distances. Trisolaran followers received them one after another. Even those who were not believers could sense their resolution that disregarded life and death, and it sparked contemplation within them. What belief and faith had transformed these kindred beings from cold indifference into passionate conviction? And what power made them believe they could end the chaotic era and save their world? Did gods truly exist? Did the sun god truly possess such power? Praise the sun. The priest meditated upon the stellar image of Qing. Brainwaves rippled across the city. Faith spread uncontrollably like a plague. Dehydrate. Surrounded by layers of soldiers, the military commander issued his merciless order. In the city square, the military escorted a large group of Trisolarans to this location. They forcibly dehydrated the cultists, those who worshipped the cult of the sun god, preparing to add another log to the great fire burning at the center. Suddenly, a Trisolaran believer threw himself forward, shoving aside the soldier in front of him. The soldier collided with another. The commotion drew everyone's gaze. The spirit of resistance radiating from that Trisolaran believer infected the entire crowd through brainwaves. Other Trisolarans began to rebel as well. Soldiers resorted to fists and feet to suppress them, and the two sides clashed in a chaotic melee. Witnessing this scene, the commander was somewhat stunned. These criminals were resisting. For the Trisolaran society, numb to a terrifying degree, this was utterly inconceivable. Would it not be better to meekly submit to dehydration and incineration? You are wasting bullets. You are wasting resources of our civilization, resources that should be devoted to scientific research and preparations for the Great Migration. The commander's angry brainwave projection exploded outward. Open fire. Killed him. The soldiers held nothing back. Weapons were chambered and gunfire erupted toward the Trisolarans. However, a golden barrier suddenly rose swiftly, forming a protective dome that covered the crowd. Bullets could not penetrate it. Before anyone could react, a whip of fire screamed down from the sky. With unimaginable sharpness, it sliced through the soldiers at their waists, melting their firearms in two. They fell to the ground, which was scorched with a blackened scar. The military commander and his soldiers were utterly astonished. At that moment, a powerful yet tranquil brainwave transmission arrived. The god says we should help one another. As they watched, a group of strangely dressed Trisolarans emerged from the other end of the street. In the still raging extreme cold of the chaotic era, they braved the freezing temperatures without thermal suits. Their leader wore, even draped himself in a crimson robe resembling figures from ancient religious murals of lost civilizations. The officer recognized him as a priest of the cult of the sun god. The priest's brainwave projection spread once more. The god says, destroy all who oppose us. Above his head, a sun of blinding light and overwhelming heat rose into being. The mirrored surfaces of the soldiers' bodies flickered violently. Fear was spreading. No edict from Qing was needed. Under the leadership of the priest, the Trisolaran believers began to resist in an organized and disciplined manner. They rescued ordinary believers, clashed with the suppressing military forces, seized key facilities throughout the cities, and spread their faith at any cost. Except for them. Qing himself was also on his way to the capital, spreading his faith along the route. The speed at which cities along the way fell began to overwhelm the Trisolarans. Inside the capital conference room, leader, the facts prove my judgment was correct. Apart from our military, whose willpower is unyielding and cannot be easily swayed by his proselytizing, the rest of the Trisolaran populace cannot resist those temptations and lies. It is as virulent as a plague. Due to the military's successive defeats and heavy losses, the military administrator could no longer maintain composure. If this continues, the entire northern region will fall. We must, immediately, deploy nuclear weapons. Destroy the Trisolarans who embrace the heretical cult together with that sentient intelligence of the solar civilization. Making such a decision, severing one's own arm to save the body, was no easy matter. The Trisolaran leader found himself torn. The lifespan of a Trisolaran was finite, only 700,000 to 800,000 trisolar hours. His sole ambition was to complete the next technological explosion as quickly as possible during his tenure creating lightspeed spacecraft for interstellar migration to Earth. Yet destroying the entire northern Trisolaran population and their facilities would deal a devastating blow to Trisolaran civilization, significantly reducing the probability of a technological explosion. The science administrator spoke up. Perhaps we have a better solution. Earth civilization has a technology under development called the mental seal. In simple terms, it can influence specific parts of the neural network, determining the brain's thinking and judgment mechanisms. If we develop such a device and implant a mental seal in every Trisolaran designating the sun god as an enemy, we would not need to deploy nuclear weapons to destroy the North. This remark piqued everyone's interest. The military administrator, however, was deeply dismissive. Oh, then tell me, how long would it take to develop such a machine? The science administrator paused and answered honestly, I do not know. It is quite challenging and requires calculation before we can determine an answer. The military administrator grew even more scornful. If you cannot guarantee it will be ready in the short term, do not make such proposals. They will only delay military operations. By the time you finish developing it, the cult of the sun god will already have reached the capital. Do you wish to watch our civilization perish in such a ridiculous manner? A civilization dying from proselytizing. This was too tragic. And this was absolutely no joke. At this rate of spread, it might not even take 10,000 trisolar hours before Trisolaran civilization was destroyed. The science administrator was rendered speechless. I believe the mental seal technology must continue to be developed. If we fail to eliminate the solar civilization's sentient intelligence this time, and it continues to spread its faith across the world, shall we carpet bomb every place it is touched with nuclear weapons? We cannot afford such a cost. The culture administrator pointed out the stakes, speaking on behalf of the science administrator while also supporting the military administrator's plan. The military administrator turned to the leader. Leader. At that moment, the leader, grief-stricken, made his decision. Technological explosion, lightspeed technology, interstellar migration. All of these depended on the survival of the civilization. If the civilization itself ceased to exist, what sense would any of that make? With resignation, he said, do as you say. Purge the North. The military administrator breathed a sigh of relief, rose, and rendered a military salute. Yes. He strode toward the exit of the conference room. Just then the science administrator suddenly sprang to his feet and exclaimed excitedly, Leader, the Sophins dispatched to the Magic Eye universe 500 trisolar hours ago have responded. The Magic Eye civilization requests to speak with you. The leader froze, equally stirred. 100 Trisolaran hours earlier. In the 11-dimensional Demon Eye universe in Gaomi City, inside a colossal flesh and blood factory. Demon Eye-like creatures with human-like torsos and heads worked diligently on the assembly line manufacturing the enormous daily quantities of life energy packs required by the inner city. A male Demon Eye drifted slowly in midair, patrolling like an idle plankton, his tentacles occasionally lashing at the weary workers. When 7 Sundays had passed and Moon Day arrived, the Demon Eye overseers left and the assembly line fell quiet. Yet the workers did not use this precious time to rest. They left the factory, went to a garbage disposal station in the outer city, passed through a tunnel beneath the workroom, and entered a hidden base underground. The underground meeting hall was not small. Its seating could accommodate tens of thousands. At this moment, it was full of Demon Eye-like creatures, and even dwarf slaves. Despite their enormous differences in social status, they sat together on equal footing, creating a remarkable spectacle in Demon Eye society. They prayed quietly to a statue of the sun. After a while, a male Demon Eye flew in from another entrance. His body was so huge that it occupied nearly half of the hall, enough to show his noble status. After entering, he did not speak. Instead, he moved to one side and assumed the role of a guard or bodyguard. Then, a slightly smaller female Demon Eye flew in as well. Her large eyes bore faint noble golden patterns with a hidden exalted air. She was Bei Fu, the second apostle and missionary appointed by Han Qing in the Demon Eye civilization. Everyone rose respectfully. Lord Second Apostle. Bei Fu steadied herself and said with authority, there are 3,100 strongholds on the planet. This is the last stop. After I finish inspecting it, I will enter seclusion for a while to comprehend the higher divine arts bestowed on me by the sun god, so as to fight those hunters. Everyone listened quietly. Today I bring you a new task, living sacrifice. On every moon day from now on, you must offer at least one living sacrifice to the sun god, whether Demon Eye-like creature or slave. Before we believed in the sun god, we had life, but we were like walking corpses, no different from the dead. After believing in the sun god, we are reborn and perceive the truth. This is true living. Kill a non-believer, transform them into our brothers and sisters, and complete the sacrifice. That is your task from now on. Bei Fu's voice waves echoed through the hall. Every believer accepted the task with reverence and calm. All replied in unison, "May the Father God's radiance reach every corner of the universe." On every moon day that followed, living sacrifices were carried out in every city of the Demon Eye planet, in every hidden corner unknown to the world. The followers of the Church of the Sun God doubled with each moon day. Meanwhile, in the palace of the chieftain of the Demon Eye universe, a colossal purple-black demon eye, it was flying into a rage, wrapping its tentacles around a pillar and smashing it to pieces. "You pack of good-for-nothings who only waste the resources of the universe. I gave you ample time to wipe out those heretics, but you let them multiply like insects until there were more and more. You even brought those filthy cult rituals to the capital. What use is there in keeping you? Just looking at you makes me want to throw up." The Demon Eye city lords floating in the air on both sides trembled and did not dare make a sound. Just this past moon day, one demon eye after another in the capital had died in the sacrificial rituals of the Church of the Sun God. Those who could not be converted into believers of the Sun God were all killed without mercy. "Chieftain, it is not that we are unwilling. These heretics who believe in the sun as their father god are initially estimated to number tens of millions. They operate secretly with organization and discipline and are very cunning, making them truly difficult to eradicate." A Demon Eye city lord poured out his grievances. The chieftain's giant eye shot out a beam of pitch-black energy, blasting him directly into a cloud of light dust that dispersed into the air. "Since you can't do it, I'll replace you with someone who can." Under this fury, no one dared say no again. "Chieftain, to wipe out the Church of the Sun God. In fact, it is not that difficult, but the right method is needed," another Demon Eye city lord said cautiously. The chieftain's giant eye looked at him. "Oh, tell me what method, what approach can thoroughly eradicate these nauseating insects?" That Demon Eye city lord breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "We have suppressed these believers repeatedly. Not only have we failed to destroy them, they have only grown more numerous. I think this problem must still be solved at its root." The chieftain asked in confusion, "What? You want to destroy the sun?" The Demon Eye city lord immediately said, "Exactly." His tentacles swept across the air, and the image of the Saphan and Han Qing's human form emerged one after another, lifelike and vivid. "That intelligent entity is not from our universe, nor is it from our dimension. Like those Trisolarans, it is a creature of the three-dimensional universe. The Trisolarans' dimensional reduction of us last time was precisely because they wanted us to destroy him. The Trisolarans should know him very well. If we can cooperate with the Trisolarans and destroy him, the Church of the Sun God will naturally never grow." Hearing this, the chieftain asked, "Are you certain the Trisolaran civilization will cooperate with us?" The Demon Eye city lord said, "Of course. They sent that kind of harmless supercomputer into our universe precisely for peace negotiations, didn't they, eh?" The chieftain thought for a long moment and still decided to end this cult that would bring endless trouble and threaten the universe, so he accepted the strategy. "All right, then we will solve this problem at its root." After a moment, the captured Saphan was brought to the chieftain's palace. The chieftain said, "Tell your master that we can talk about that red-robed intelligent entity." The Trisolaran civilization, having communicated with the Demon Eye civilization through the Saphan, felt greatly excited. After all, if the two sides could achieve cooperation, the probability of defeating Han Qing would greatly increase. They all knew that nuclear bombs could not kill Han Qing. If they allowed him to keep preaching like this, their civilization would probably be destroyed before the thought-stamping machine could be developed. That powerful intelligent entity belongs to the solar civilization. That is how we named it, because we observed it on a star. The body you saw is an avatar created by that intelligent entity, a body shape of another civilized race. His true body is still hidden in the sun. After a brief contact, the two sides began communicating, and the Trisolaran sovereign solemnly introduced Han Qing to the other side. What the Trisolaran sovereign had not expected was the bluntness that followed. The Demon Eye civilization was extremely direct. It bluntly threw out a sentence, "Trisolarans, don't waste precious time. You only need to tell me how to destroy him." This was the confidence of a civilization that dominated an entire dimension. The military council revealed an expression of envy. The Trisolarans held a brief meeting on how to destroy Han Qing. Only then did they realize that they actually knew very little about this powerful enemy and knew nothing at all about his weaknesses. But they had an even more powerful ally. No weakness was needed. Only coordinates were needed. In the end, the sovereign resolutely told the other side a great secret on which the survival of 4 civilizations depended. "We don't know how to destroy him either. However, what I can tell you is which star the solar civilization's stronghold is on. Earth, headquarters of the sun god cult." Han Qing lay sprawled on the sofa in perfect indolence, eating popcorn one kernel at a time. The TV before him played vivid images. yet they belonged to no program broadcast by any country on Earth. Rather, it resembled something like a first-person adventure game. See that? Those are the trisolar ants. Their skin is like a mirror, and actually quite sturdy, hard, and tough, alike exceptionally resistant to burning. They're practically born firewood. Han Qing narrated with considerable relish. The Saintess Ma Lily, the High Priestess Yao Tiao, and Yang Na sat off to the side watching it all in astonishment. So this is the real Trisolaran civilization. I thought their world would be exactly like that game the ETO developed, with a colossal pyramid in the middle of everything. I never imagined they'd all be modern cities. Of course, the pyramids are relics from who knows how many civilizational cycles ago. How could they possibly preserve anything so antiquated? For some reason, seeing them draped in red robes as priests sends an inexplicable chill through me, like those mannequins in clothing stores suddenly coming to life. It's strangely horrifying, Ma Lily said with a slight grimace. Yang Na extended one finger and declared with absolute certainty, I know, you're having an acute case of the Bigu effect. Ma Lily immediately shot her a glare. Cut it out. It's called the Uncanny Valley, all right. What the TV was displaying was in fact everything Han Qing's projection had seen and experienced in the Trisolaran world. Lin Wanqing walked in holding 4 cups of coffee and a glass of juice and said, What's so scary about Trisolar ants? The eye demon people of the eye demon civilization are the truly dreadful ones. One glimpse of those enormous eyes and I guarantee you'll be having nightmares. Yang Na said in surprise. Huh, the Divine Lord has been to the eye demon civilization too. Why didn't we know about this? Ma Lily's expression turned somewhat jealous. Yao Tiao wore the look of one who had long since perceived everything. It's hardly anything major. The eye demon civilization follows the path of biotechnology, ascension through flesh and blood. The whole planet is filthy and revolting. You're better off not watching it all. Han Qing raised a cup of coffee to his lips. For no reason he could name, a restless premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. Lin Wanqing, catching his knitted brow, asked with concern, Divine Lord, are you feeling unwell? Han Qing mulled it over for a moment, then shook his head. No, I can't quite say. Though he had never experienced this since becoming the son, Han Qing understood it was his instinctive perception of danger. But Han Qing could not make sense of it. Where was this danger coming from? Even at their absolute worst, the Trisolaran civilization could at most destroy his projection. There was no way they could threaten his true body. Then was it the eye demon civilization? The believers he had left behind in the eye demon universe had been developing swiftly and covertly underground. Yet even now they numbered only tens of millions. Surely that was not enough to threaten the entire civilization and drive them into a desperate life and death struggle. And yet, Han Qing shifted restlessly, his unease growing by the moment. He decided to observe the 11th dimensional space. And just at that instant, Han Qing felt a violent stab of pain in his heart, as if someone had plunged a blade into his flesh and churned it wildly. In the next moment, a system notification surfaced in his mind. Ding! The star that serves as the host's true body has suffered severe damage and has already entered a red giant state ahead of schedule. Host remain alert. Host remain alert. 1 microsecond, or perhaps 10 microseconds, before that. The eye demon civilization. Target locked. Dimensions are about to unfold. Prepare for attack. After delivering its warning, Sapon unfolded itself into 3 dimensions, and a colossal channel connecting the 2 dimensions materialized. On the other end, it was clearly visible. A star radiating boundless light and heat. Stellar class Star Devourer energy beam ready. The grand gift meticulously prepared by the entire eye demon civilization universe was aimed squarely at this star, including a space virus they had bred at the cost of an entire star. Fire! The eye demon leader swept a tentacle and gave the command. A beam of lake blue energy shot through Safin's body at an inconceivable speed, hurtled across the cold and silent abyss of space, and plunged into the sun itself. All of this happened in an instant. The sun, intent on its work, was wounded before it could even react. The images flooded into Han Qing's mind like a surging tide, and rage ignited within him. So it really is the eye demon civilization. Damn it! Han Qing felt as if countless insects were gnawing at his body. The agonizing pain stoked within him a boundless infernal anger. He saw the eye demon army on the other side of the channel. The arrogance brimming in those colossal eyes only added fuel to the fire. System, can my injuries recover? Suppressing the pain, Han Qing first asked the system. The system replied promptly. The host's injuries are grievous. Even diligent work cannot restore them. The host may attempt recovery through the expenditure of divine power. To expend divine power with a formidable enemy at hand was unquestionably unwise. And this outcome was without a doubt the final straw that broke the camel's back. This was the angriest Han Qing had ever been. Flare energy surged and churned within him. Under the ceaseless compression of divine power, it far outstripped the so-called strongest X-class, climbing past the planetary scale and reaching all the way to the stellar scale. Meanwhile, the Eye Demon civilization still refused to stop. The stellar-class Star-Devourer beam gathered once more its vast lake blue glow surrounded by the Eye Demons. In his towering rage, Han Qing sent the solar flare streaking toward the dimensional channel Saphan had established. How naive. A lower dimension trying to strike at a higher dimension. The Eye Demon leader's enormous eyes brimmed with contempt. Wielding cosmic power, he instantly elevated the section of dimensional space before the channel by a full dimension. The solar flare, capable of destroying a star, was caught by the warp point, knocked off course, and grazed past, coming perilously close to blasting Mercury, the nearest planet to the sun, into oblivion. Seeing this, Han Qing immediately unleashed his own power of dimensional unfolding. Strands of golden filament wound through space like silk, entangling Saphan and forcing its dimension back down to 3 dimensions where it was held fast. Then, cataclysmic nuclear fusion erupted within his body as divine power compressed it without respite. The pressure and heat amplified the fusion still further, nearly giving rise to a supernova explosion. He can control dimensions too. The Eye Demon leader was taken aback. Sensing the terrifying energy brewing inside the sun, he immediately panicked. Quick, close the channel now. Saphan gave no response whatsoever. If sound could exist in space, the entire solar system would have been flooded with the sun's furious roar and the Eye Demon leader's frantic commands. Moments later, the fusion energy compressed to its absolute limit erupted outward. A monstrous golden ray capable of destroying all in its path tore into the Eye Demon universe. Stop it! Stop it! Block it, damn you! The Eye Demon leader was beside himself with desperation. Under his frantic goading, the stellar-class energy beam, still not fully charged, was launched once again. This time that wisp of lake blue failed to achieve anything. To say it was like a lake's surface shattered by a pebble would hardly be apt. It was more like a small lake vaporized by a meteorite set ablaze. With nothing left to impede it, the golden ray punched through planet after planet across the Eye Demon universe. Those planets exploded in silence like a fiery rose unfurling its petals. Even with the Eye Demon leader and his kin straining with every last ounce of their strength, the ray still bore into the planet they called home. The Eye Demon world, which should have been marking Moon Day, suddenly flared into blinding brilliance. The ray pierced the planet of the Eye Demon civilization almost from one end to the other. Countless high-level Eye Demons factories, palaces, and public facilities were engulfed by the roiling golden sea of fire. The sky and the earth were reduced to black and white. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The ray passed through planet after planet and city after city, crossing hundreds of thousands of miles before its power waned, but it still pierced through the mother wall of flesh, as enormous as a planet, which countless Eye Demons regarded as their mother. No, the Eye Demon leader let out a pain-racked roar. His curled tentacles snapped back like those of an octopus compressing into a single bundle, and he shot toward his homeworld like a cannonball. At the same time, countless City Lord-level Eye Demons wielded cosmic power and transformed into a giant tentacle, crushing the Saphan with a single whip-like blow. The dimensional passage closed rapidly. The Eye Demon leader descended before the mother wall of flesh. The stench of charred cooked meat filled the entire space. The scorched black gash looked as if a meteorite had struck. At the rupture, blood poured down like a rushing river. He could clearly sense that the enemy's single blow had killed at least several 100,000 of his unborn kin, not to mention the death toll in the major cities across the planet. Despite being caught by surprise, that star had not only survived, but had also delivered such a ferocious counterattack. Within the Eye Demon leader's intense hatred was a trace of admiration. That was a formidable foe, one worthy of the Eye Demon civilization's all-out effort to kill. He watched as the dimensional passage was sealed shut. Han Qing's murderous intent had yet to fade. The attack just now had been aimed at annihilating the enemy civilization, but he had not expected them to weaken most of its power, leaving only small-scale damage. That failed to match his expectations. Waves of excruciating pain from his true body being gnawed surged over him. Han Qing decided to add a little extra spice for the Eye Demon civilization. Through the threads of faith in his sea of consciousness, he sent a telepathic message to Beifu. In the Eye Demon civilization at Gaomi City, the stronghold of the Sun God cult, Beifu hovered in the sky, looking down at the city engulfed in a sea of flames. Within the golden fire, she sensed the presence of Father God and rapturously absorbed the divine power that had not yet dispersed. Is this the divine punishment Father God has sent down? Even the mother wall has been pierced. How powerful! Beifu could see that the mother wall spiritually connected to her was wounded, and a faint doubt rose in her heart. What had the Eye Demon civilization done to provoke such fury from Father God? Beifu. A mental call entered her mind. Beifu was thunderstruck, trembling with excitement as she answered toward the sun. Father God, this is the first time you have called me. Han Qing said, I have always seen your devotion. Now the time has come. The Eye Demon Sovereign has run wild and attempted to slay a god. I have already inflicted divine punishment. From today onward, Beifu, you no longer have to hide. I command you to vigorously expand the Sun God cult and take the Eye Demon Sovereign's place. Beifu was startled. The Eye Demon King had actually attempted to murder Father God. This was utterly treasonous. But replacing him was no small task. Though the Sun God cult had many followers, it still had only one City Lord level powerhouse. On the surface, it could not contend with the Eye Demon King. But Father God's command had to be obeyed unconditionally. Beifu said respectfully, as you command. I will work toward this goal. Han Qing did not respond further. Instead, through the power of faith, he channeled a stream of pure divine power into Beifu, helping her rise above the City Lord level. Only then could she pose a threat to the Eye Demon civilization. Divine power swirled around Beifu as she felt her life form slowly evolving. Her body grew larger and larger until the returning Gaomi City Lord noticed her at once. In the depths of space above, the Gaomi City Lord's huge eye stared at Beifu with loathing. This scent, it is the power of that intelligent entity. So you are a believer in that heretical sun cult, and yet you dare to show yourself so openly. Die. Demonic light gathered in his demonic eye and turned into a spear of light that shot out violently, rending the sky. Countless eye demons in the city noticed what was happening and looked up at the battle. Among them were many Sun God cult believers whose hearts tightened with anxiety when they saw Beifu attacked. Just as the spear of light was about to pierce Beifu, she vanished in an instant and evaded the blow. Gaomi City Lord, for ambushing me, I should kill you on the spot. But Father God is merciful to all living beings, so I will give you a choice: join the Sun God cult or die. Beifu slowly ascended, facing him with pride. Her life form had evolved, and she no longer feared him. The Gaomi City Lord sneered, you. Do you know that the so-called Father God you worship has been gravely wounded by the King Sovereign and is on the verge of death? If you surrender now and disband the Sun God cult on the spot, I will give you a way to live. At those words, you're courting death. Beifu's fury erupted and her huge eye became a blazing sun radiating boundless light and heat. Wherever the divine light touched the Gaomi City Lord's tentacles, they turned gray and then petrified. When the wind blew, they crumbled into powder and scattered. Sensing the scent of death, he turned pale with terror, fled in disgrace, and escaped the city without looking back. Seeing this, the believers in the city cheered with excitement. The non-believers were stunned. The City Lord had actually been defeated. Was Gaomi City finished then? Beifu withdrew her divine light, and her voice resounded throughout Gaomi City. The Eye Demon King has committed the unforgivable crime of attempting to slay Father God. From today onward, let all believers of our cult make it their mission to slay him. Across the Eye Demon civilization, rebels rose up one after another, making the cities, already thrown into chaos by the divine punishment, even more chaotic. The Sun God cult's doctrine of equality first won over large numbers of lower-class slaves and Eye Demon-like beings. They abandoned their masters and walked out of the factories. They joined the Sun God cult's camp and prayed day and night to the Sun God, offering up the power of their faith. Meanwhile, the factories that produced life energy lost their labor force. This gave the high-ranking Eye Demons a massive headache. The Eye Demon King had wanted to personally suppress them, but in order to heal the mother wall of life, he could only delay. The solar system Earth. The two rays in space could be clearly seen from Earth, but the public had no idea what had happened, let alone what those magnificent rays meant. Only the astronomical observatories of various nations, through their telescopes and satellites, could discern the battle between two great civilizations unfolding in space. Dachau Operations Department. General Chang, that lake blue ray struck the sun. Now the sun's data has dropped sharply, and it has entered its red giant phase ahead of schedule again. Wang Zhenan's worried voice came through the intercom. Chang Weici furrowed his brows and said, by the look of it, the Sun God has driven back the other civilization. The Sun God may also repair the sun. It should not be too serious a problem. I hope so. This time it's still quite serious. I'm just afraid. Well, forget it. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Wang Zhenan did not finish. Han Qing carefully examined the injuries of his original body. In a microscopic state, everything could be clearly seen. A peculiar life form never before encountered was continuously birthing itself within his body, devouring his internal energy like mold or viruses, multiplying at an alarming rate. Han Qing attempted to eradicate it using divine power. Fortunately, this virus was not particularly resilient. With minimal effort, his divine energy was able to eliminate it entirely. Beyond that, there remained a massive wound to the core that required urgent repair. The internal nuclear energy had become insufficient to sustain solar radiation. The balance was disrupted. Gravity gained the upper hand, causing the core to contract while the outer shell expanded, marking the onset of a red giant phase. This state proved extremely hostile to the habitable planets within the solar system. Han Qing himself experienced significant discomfort, as though sensing his own mortality drawing near. Following the system's instructions, Han Qing channeled the divine energy he had originally reserved for achieving his complete form, directing it toward repairing the wounds. Vast divine energy surged through him. The collapsed core was partially restored, yet his reserves had been nearly exhausted. A sharp headache formed as he assessed the situation. Years of accumulated divine power, seemingly abundant, proved utterly insufficient in practice. I must vigorously expand my congregation. Han Qing made his resolve. It was not merely for healing, but also for the destruction of the demonized civilization. Earth. Observatories across nations and the United Nations Planetary Defense Council had witnessed the cosmic war firsthand, and through data analysis confirmed that the sun had entered another red giant phase. As they deliberated whether to inform the public, news of the red giant stage flooded the media. The theories and data were genuine, yet carried an air of calculated manipulation. At the ETO underground headquarters, senior leaders contacted the Trisolarans through Sophons. Lord, the demonized civilization's assault has succeeded. The sun has entered its red giant phase. We are already amplifying this message across Earth. Von Neumann said triumphantly. Humans are inherently self-preserving creatures. Once they learn the sun faces destruction, they will surely abandon the sun god cult. This would also weaken their power. The Trisolaran leader and the Council of Governors felt gratified. The alliance with the demonized civilization had proven wise indeed. Your survival hinges on the success of our god creation program, the leader instructed. Do not let the sun god cult discover you again. Rest assured, Lord. Our base lies deep beneath the ocean floor. They will never find us, Qin Shi Huang assured him. The leader said, excellent. I will have Sophons provide technological assistance. As your saying goes, when an enemy is weakened, deliver the final blow. You must quickly develop a deity to strike the dying solar civilization while it is vulnerable. Yes. Hope surged through the ETO members. The fall of the sun god was imminent. After the transmission ended, Qin Shi Huang stated, you four godslayers must accelerate the god creation plan and produce a deity as soon as possible. During this time, we will launch extensive propaganda to reveal to ordinary people the truth that the sun is about to be extinguished. Guided by ETO's infiltration, scientists across nations began disparaging the sun. Academic conferences, news interviews, social media platforms, and countless untraceable marketing accounts wove together a comprehensive propaganda network targeting all demographics. Yet this argument only garnered initial enthusiasm before being quickly abandoned and ignored. Amidst the scarce viral video comments, dissenting voices rose to prominence. The sun has become a red giant before, once, twice, 3 times, yet it hasn't exploded. You experts speak nothing but nonsense. Even if a civilization war occurred, the sun god has already driven away the other civilization and will heal the sun. The red giant phase will vanish within years at most. Randomly throwing a brick on the street would likely hit several so-called experts. Rather than trust you, I prefer to believe in the sun god. Excuse me. The Wandering Earth project is already underway with well-constructed underground cities. Even if the sun enters its red giant phase, we can shelter underground for a few years and emerge once the sun god restores it. True enough, perhaps the sun god will perform another miracle to heal our ailments. It's been too long since my lower back pain flared up. I should stop talking and get back to work. You bottom feeders desperate for clicks, may the Lord rain divine punishment upon you and destroy you. These comments reflected the true thoughts of the masses. The public's indifference across nations infuriated ETO to no end. They even sought evidence to prove the sun god had been killed by the demonized civilization, leaving behind only a mechanical construct on Earth. However, the theory proved too radical and extreme. The very next day after its publication, the scientist was arrested by authorities. At the sun god cult's headquarters, Lin Wanqing sat beside Han Qing and asked cautiously, Divine Lord, roughly how long will it take for the sun to recover from this red giant phase? Han Qing, lost in thought about expanding his followers, replied absent-mindedly, what's wrong? Lin Wanqing shook her head, nothing, I was just asking. I need to adjust our internal arrangements accordingly. Perhaps a year, perhaps a decade, perhaps a century. It depends on the circumstances. Healing these wounds requires massive divine power, and until that energy is gathered, the red giant phase will persist. Han Qing had no intention of concealing this truth. Since it could be healed, it was not a major concern. Lin Wanqing felt somewhat relieved, said no more, rose obediently with a soft acknowledgement, and left the room. Downstairs, a beautiful woman of indigenous descent immediately stepped forward to report. Exalted leader, the vice acolyte of the Venezuelan branch, seeks guidance from headquarters on how to handle the scientist who spread rumors about the sun god. The one who spread the rumor. Lin Wanqing paused. Yes, his background has already been thoroughly investigated by the sect. No blemishes or criminal record. He was likely swayed by those extremist ideologies. Lin Wanqing considered for a moment before saying, regardless, sentence him severely. Charge him with colluding with ETO and hand him over to American authorities for execution. She had informants embedded within ETO and understood this was no coincidence. Yet these extremists had grown quite sophisticated in their methods. While orchestrating their schemes, they had managed to operate covertly beneath the surface. The indigenous descended female priestess respectfully responded yes. Shortly thereafter, news spread worldwide that the astronomer had colluded with ETO and published extreme rhetoric targeting the sun god. ETO gained unwanted attention, and the public grew increasingly distrustful of any negative narratives surrounding the sun god. This development left ETO utterly speechless. Even the Trisolarans couldn't fathom how the sun god maintained such composure and stability despite the circumstances. Han Qing pondered. The pool of believers on Earth is already saturated. Even if miracles and fear could drive humanity into the Church of the Sun God, the faith power they could offer would mostly not even match the amount provided by ordinary believers. To expand the faithful and gain divine power, it would be better to focus on the Trisolaran civilization or the demonized civilization. Individuals of both races possessed far stronger mental power than humans, and the faith power they supplied was worth to ordinary believers. More importantly, spreading the faith in these two civilizations was far easier than on Earth. Even more crucial was that preaching in these two civilizations was also an offensive means to weaken the enemy. Nourishing war through war, that was the most cost-effective approach. Xian Nu analyzed for me what method can spread the faith faster. Han Qing asked the Xian Nu Unit 1 placed beside him. After computing for a moment, Xian Nu answered, Master, may use a large-scale mental divine art that alters believers' perception to increase the speed of conversion. For the divine arts template, you may refer to the thought steel imprint technology created by Bill Hines, the brain scientist of Earth's sun never set empire. This hint sparked an idea in Han Qing. Thought steel imprint technology. Is that the technology that created the runaway steel imprint clan? It really is a good method. Han Qing made up his mind and said Xian Nu locate Bill Hines. After searching, Xian Nu quickly found the man's exact location and fed the coordinates to Han Qing's retina. A shimmer of light flickered and Han Qing vanished from the room. Inside a research facility that looked like a huge gymnasium, an experiment was underway. Dr. Hines subject No. 104 has developed hydrophobia. His brain and organs show no damage after testing, but like someone with rabies, he is extremely afraid of water. At this point, it is basically certain that your instrument is taking effect. The director of the medical department of the Thought Steel Imprint research team reported this. Hearing it, Hines's heartbeat quickened. After so many years of dedicated research, am I finally about to reach that step? Suppressing his emotions, he put down his pen and stood up. Take me to the laboratory. Of course. Standing at the glass window of a laboratory, Bill Hines saw subject No. 104. The subject was a university student from the land of cherry blossoms who had volunteered for the experiment to earn some pocket money. His face was gaunt, and his lips were chapped and split from lack of water. Even so, during meals he would not drink a single drop of water. He even refused to eat food that contained moisture. When a nurse handed him a glass of water, he shoved it away as if avoiding a viper. His fear was so extreme that it sent him into convulsions. Water is the source of life. 70% of the human body is water. It is impossible for water to be poisonous. There can be only one reason for this kind of terror. Show me the results of the test propositions. Bill Hines felt increasingly excited. When he reached the computer, several test propositions appeared on the screen. Proposition No. 5 was glaringly displayed. Water is highly toxic. The director of the medical department said for Proposition 5 his answer was false. At this moment, Bill Hines was finally certain. Uncontrollable joy appeared on his face as he said repeat the experiment on Proposition No. 5 with the same scanning parameters. As for the test subject, I'll do it myself. For this experiment, to verify whether the Thought Steel Imprint machine had truly taken effect, Hines decided to go under the machine himself. The experiment can be repeated but switched to a different proposition. A remarkably pleasant and magnetic male voice suddenly sounded in the laboratory. Everyone turned toward the voice. A red-robed Asian man had appeared out of thin air in the room. He was barefoot, standing on air, his entire body mysteriously suspended. The sun god. The medical director recognized him, his knees went weak, and he almost kneeled. A look of realization crossed Bill Hines's puzzled face. He had always heard that the sun god's beauty was unmatched in the world. He had not expected it to be true. The man knew of the sun god by reputation, but buried in his experiments, he had never seen his true face. This was the first time. Sun god. I bow before the sun god. A nurse who believed in the Church of the Sun God kneeled on one knee in reverence. Such fanatical behavior seemed unremarkable to everyone there. After all, the Church of the Sun God had been established for so long that the lives of its believers had long been thoroughly interwoven with the masses. Bill Hines asked respectfully in awkward Chinese, the Sun God has graced my lab with his presence. To what do I owe this honor? Because of the rise of the Church of the Sun God in recent years, Eastern power had become increasingly formidable. Although the United Nations still designated French as the primary written language, Chinese had begun to be accepted and studied by various nations. I heard that your thought steel imprint technology has matured, so I came to take a look. Han Qing said amiably. A feeling of pride instantly swelled in Bill Hines's chest. Of the 5 wall-facers of the Planetary Defense Council, only he had won the Sun God's favor. You mentioned wanting to change the proposition. May I ask what you would like to change it to? He asked expectantly. Han Qing smiled slightly and asked back, before that, let me ask you a question, Dr. Hines. Do you believe in gods? Bill Hines was stunned and did not know how to answer. In truth, he did not believe. Between the two options, that the Sun God was a creation of alien technology or that he was a true deity, he leaned strongly toward the former. But answering that he did not believe directly in front of the Sun God somehow seemed inadvisable. I never force anyone to believe in me. You may speak freely, Han Qing said to reassure him. Bill Hines shook his head with slight apology. I don't believe in gods. I prefer to believe that you are a more advanced, intelligent life form that humanity cannot comprehend. Receiving this expected answer, Han Qing nodded. Very well. Then proposition no. 5 will be changed to the Sun God is the only true God. What do you think? Bill Hines was also quite eager to try and did not refuse. An interesting experiment. I believe it's worth a try. In the analytic imaging room, black letters appeared against a white background reading the Sun God is the only true God. Hines pressed the false key. The dense scan of the thought steel imprint machine produced a faint feeling of heat in the brain. After a moment, under everyone's expectant gaze, he walked out of the imaging room. How do you feel? Han Qing asked. Bill Hines tried hard to meet Han Qing's eyes and keep calm, but no matter what he did, he could not. His face was filled with awe and agitation, and 2 streams of hot tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he kneeled piously at Han Qing's feet and said in a trembling voice, the Sun God is the only true God. I can't control myself. At the same time, a thread of pure faith power poured into Han Qing's sea of consciousness. This also meant that the man truly regarded him as the only true God and had genuinely believed in him. Han Qing smiled faintly, revealing a row of neat, gleaming white teeth. It seemed that the thought steel imprint technology had truly matured. From now on, all he needed was to create a similar divine art by imitation, and he could begin large-scale proselytization. Han Qing channeled a trace of divine power back through the link of faith. Haynes instantly felt an infinitely sacred power wash over him, purifying both his soul and body. Only 4 words could describe his current state: reborn. His aged body seemed to return to the vigor of 18, a comfort beyond the reach of words. Han Qing said, your mind-sealing technology proved useful to me. I shall not take advantage of you. Consider this my compensation. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Though they did not understand what reward the Sun God had offered, observing Dr. Haynes' expression of utter bliss, they could vaguely discern that he had received some benefit unattainable to ordinary people. Envy stirred within each of them. Thank you for the Sun God's blessing. Having expressed his reverence, Dr. Haynes rose to his feet, gratefully embracing the transformation now taking place within him. Next, I require you to explain in detail the operating principles of this equipment. Would that be acceptable? As Han Qing spoke these words, he entered the analysis chamber. With the conviction that the Sun God was the one true deity occupying his every thought, Haynes could scarcely imagine refusal. He immediately followed inside and launched into an eloquent explanation. I am at the Sun God's service. To construct this apparatus, I first converted previous software simulations into hardware, employing microprocessors to mimic individual neurons. Oh, forgive me. I should begin with the initial software developed at the study's inception. Han Qing listened as Haynes employed those obscure and incomprehensible technical terms. Divine power spread forth. The complex system began to replicate itself. Roughly 2 hours elapsed. The simulated divine technique successfully reconstructed the mind seal art and refined several of its more intricate and tedious operations. Enough, Dr. Haynes. Haynes had grown so engrossed in his explanation that 2 hours had passed, and he was far from finished. Judging by his manner, 3 days and nights would barely suffice. Even after Han Qing interrupted him, he appeared thoroughly reluctant to stop. Has the Sun God fully grasped the principle behind the Mind Seal technology? In truth, there remains so much I have yet to explain thoroughly. Indeed, I have understood it completely. Han Qing smiled gently and responded, Dr. Haynes, I now require some test subjects to experiment with my newly acquired technique. Might I borrow your laboratory? Haynes offered his generosity with enthusiasm. How many test subjects does the Sun God require? A dozen will suffice, preferably volunteers. Leave it to me. Dr. Haynes' laboratory maintained a pool of over 1,000 subjects, making it effortless to locate a dozen volunteers. After but a brief moment, a nurse guided 13 selected subjects forward and reported, Sun God, I have brought the test subjects you requested. The group comprised men and women of various skin tones spanning from elderly to young, all of European or American descent. Upon beholding Han Qing, their expressions diverged. Some showed curiosity, others reverence, and still more adoration. By the sun god above, am I dreaming? Have I truly seen the sun god with my own eyes? An ancient frail man, overcome with emotion, discarded his crutch and rushed toward Han Qing, kneeling before him. By the sun god above, I am overjoyed. Han Qing smiled and helped the old man rise. Sun god. The others, though less demonstrative, likewise bowed in reverence. Han Qing explained to them the nature of the trial involving the divine mind seal technique, leaving the decision to participate entirely in their hands. Regardless of the trial's outcome, you or your families will receive funding from the Church of the Sun God Foundation. $20,000. What do you think? We can increase the amount if necessary. Setting these terms stemmed from his uncertainty regarding potential side effects of the mind seal, since the divine technique was merely replicated and substantially modified. Moreover, since these individuals had placed their trust in him, he could not mistreat them whether side effects manifested or not. The 13 had already been willing to sacrifice themselves, and upon learning of the substantial compensation, they eagerly agreed. Very well. Let me remind you once more. The trial may cause unforeseen psychological harm, and you may withdraw at any time, Han Qing stated. Sun God, we are willing. You have done so much to protect Earth, and we wish to emulate you in contributing to its preservation, declared the elderly man, his face brimming with devotion. The others voiced their agreement in unison. Yes, Sun God, we consent to the experiment and will harbor no regrets. Then so be it. Without hesitation, Han Qing raised his hand and cast the divine mind seal upon them directly, a technique remarkably swift and efficient. In the past, altering another's convictions demanded tireless persuasion and every conceivable effort. Now it sufficed to implant a single thought that the Sun God is the sole true deity, the unwavering object of one's faith unto death. By this measure, it represented a significant advancement. Within mere moments, the 13 subjects' gazes toward Han Qing had shifted from reverence to fanaticism, an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Sun God, has the experiment commenced? I cannot explain it, but I feel better than ever before. Divine Lord, this is nothing short of an unparalleled blessing. My Lord, I would lay down my life for you should you but command it. They prostrated themselves before Han Qing, like devoted followers pouring forth words of extravagant praise. Dr. Haynes and the medical staff stood utterly awestruck. Han Qing too sensed the surge in their faith power directed toward him, reaching the level of absolute devotion. Visibly, none of them exhibited any abnormalities. The procedure had succeeded. Dr. Haynes, please have them undergo a full physical examination to check for any complications. After a moment's reflection, Han Qing voiced his concern. Haynes nodded. Leave it to me. The Sun God may return to my office and await the results. He led them away while the director of the medical department escorted Han Qing to his simply furnished office. Roughly half an hour passed. Haynes returned with the test reports and addressed Han Qing gravely. Sun God, the mind seal experiment proved highly successful. However, scientific analysis reveals a decline in intelligence among the subjects. Each experienced a drop of 5 to 10 points on IQ measures. No other complications have been detected thus far. Han Qing was taken aback. Intelligence reduction. This side effect proved potentially lethal. For any species to thrive and grow stronger, wisdom is indispensable, whether it be humanity's mastery of tools or the Trisolaran's adaptation into desiccated organisms. It seemed this divine technique could not be wielded upon humankind. Otherwise, successive generations would see human intellect deteriorate, stripping away wisdom and creativity, erasing the future itself. Han Qing felt a pang of disappointment. His original intention had been to craft another divine technique to bind all humanity in worship. Yet reducing the global population to imbeciles was hardly the outcome he sought. Fortunately, this divine ability could be deployed against the Trisolarans and the demon-eye humans, those alien races. Should they lose their intelligence, so much the better, sparing him the constant threat of invasion and surprise attacks. With that affair concluded, Han Qing's form dissolved into a spray of minuscule, many-faceted golden scales and faded away within Dr. Haynes's laboratory. This miraculous art of evasion once again evoked boundless wonder from the spectators. The director of the medical department composed himself and asked, Dr. Haynes, now that you have personally proven the results of the experiment, would you care to remove the thought stamp that makes you believe in the Sun God? He could sense that the other party was in an unnaturally excitable state. Something was awry. Why should I remove it? I have already thought it through. Gazing into the distance through the window, Haynes spoke, with eyes burning with fervor. The Sun God is humanity's sole hope. I believe I have found a way to save humanity. The director's eyes bulged. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Haynes intended to use thought stamp technology to make all people worship the Sun God? Back at the headquarters of the Sun God Church, Han Qing resolved to display the divine art he had only just created in the Magic Eye universe. The Trisolarans were likewise enemies, to be sure, but in truth they had almost no capacity to resist. Eliminating the Magic Eye civilization, a civilization that could genuinely threaten him, was strategically the sounder choice. This was not an act of vindictive retaliation. Han Qing asked himself and knew that he had never been such a person. Immeasurable divine power surged outward, condensing into figures one after another, each identical to himself. This time he deployed not one projection, not two, but 10. The divine power expended was unprecedented in magnitude, nearly draining Han Qing's stores to the dregs. Once the projections had fully taken form, Han Qing reshaped them into the likeness of Magic Eye people. This expedition into the Magic Eye universe must recoup 10 times the divine power I have expended. Han Qing thought, his heart aching. Xian Nu unfolded a dimensional passage, and the 10 projections filed through it one by one into the 11-dimensional Magic Eye universe. The Magic Eye universe. 10 Han Qings in Magic Eye form shot forward at light speed, scattering in all directions toward every corner of the planet. One of them arrived at a city called Baiwu in the eastern part of the planet. It chanced to be Moon Day. Yet owing to the devastating destruction wrought by the solar rays, the laboring class of Magic Eye-like beings and the slaves were granted no rest. Under the officials' orders, they hurriedly set about repairing the city's various installations. The golden thread that slashed through the night sky drew countless stares. The townsfolk took it for a blazing meteor hurtling past. Only when that blazing meteor descended and hovered above the city, unveiling a colossal eye of fiery orange and pale gold like a sun in itself, did the onlookers below abruptly realize that it was a Magic Eye person, and one of a variety never seen before. That imperious bearing of unrivaled supremacy between heaven and earth. Could it be that a new king had been born from the mother wall? Who are you? What do you intend? A shrill interrogative sound wave drilled up from the ground into the sky, spreading with the swiftness of rippling water. Behind it came an army of Magic Eye soldiers. They rose gradually into the air, assuming a closing encirclement that hemmed Han Qing, that perilous intruder, in the center. It seemed the least aberrant movement from him would invite a merciless assault. Facing them, Han Qing declared serenely, "I am the Sun God." No sooner had these words left his lips than the Magic Eye army recoiled in shock. The Sun God? What absurd jest was this? That was merely an illusion fabricated by alien forces. Since when did gods exist in the world? Yet, this single sentence sufficed to define his identity and allegiance. Without the slightest hesitation, the Magic Eye officer commanded, "Alien enemy, seize him." More than 100 Magic Eye soldiers thrashed their tentacles in wild frenzy, their eye rays crisscrossing to weave a vast net, in an instant converging upon Han Qing from all directions with no blind spots. "You have been bereft of faith for far too long. So long that you have lost all reverence for the divine. Now it is time to return to the Father God's embrace." As he spoke, Han Qing's golden pupils radiated splendor. Strands of the thought-stamped divine art shot forth one after another, slipping through the apertures of the net and branding themselves into the minds of those Magic Eye soldiers. Every one of the Magic Eye people instantly stood transfixed. Seeing their vacant, befuddled appearances, Han Qing's heart could not help but grow anxious. Could it be that this divine art was simply ineffective against Magic Eye beings? After all, the brains of the Magic Eye people were unlike those of Earthlings. Or perhaps when used upon them, the art produced a far severer side effect. If not, why were they reacting in this manner? The net woven by the Magic Eye soldiers dissolved beneath the searing heat radiating around Han Qing. Moments later, Han Qing's doubts were entirely dispelled. More than 100 Magic Eye soldiers regained their senses, and with an attitude of utmost reverence made obeisance. "The Father God is right. We have lost our faith for far too long. We thank the Father God for restoring our belief." Han Qing heaved an immediate sigh of relief. The Magic Eye people on the ground, however, who had been gazing upward at the spectacle, were left utterly flabbergasted. What was happening here? One glimmer of golden light, and everyone had gone over to the enemy. Just as they were hesitating over whether to take up arms against this uncanny foe, Han Qing launched another assault. The golden eye in the sky abruptly burst into radiance 10,000 times more blinding than before. Within the blaze, faint silhouettes could be discerned, dense clusters of spiritual imprints, their substance resembling legless jellyfish. "You too shall receive my grace." Han Qing's euphoric sound waves resounded across the heavens. "Flee!" A noble Magic Eye shrieked in terror, tentacles lashing wildly, and was the first to dart away. In swift succession came swarms of high-ranking Magic Eye elites together with Magic Eye soldiers who had forfeited all will to fight. Their numbers were so immense they obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. Thus unfolded the panorama of a mass rout. The slaves and the Magic Eye-like people, however, fell to their knees in transports of excitement, worshipping devoutly. The Father God is above. Even though the upper echelons of the Magic Eye strove desperately to suppress all tidings of the Sun God Church, those alluringly seductive doctrines and legends still spread through the lower classes with unstoppable force. A world of equality, a world without oppression, a world where one would never be used as a source of life energy. How infinitely enticing was that prospect? They all awaited the Father God's deliverance with longing. At this very moment, with their dreams made real, why on earth would they run? As for the official Magic Eye propaganda that the Sun God Church was an alien force, they did not believe it, or rather they did not care. The golden light was far swifter than those fleeing wretches. Within a radius of 100 li, every Magic Eye person, every Magic Eye-like person, and every dwarf slave was branded with the thought stamp and converted into a devout adherent of the Sun God. The fleeing Magic Eye people halted mid-motion. Turning to face the direction where their Father God stood, they worshipped with rapturous zeal. The power of faith trickle by trickle converged into mighty rivers and poured into Han Qing's body. The moment to remake heaven and earth has arrived. Conquer this city. Go forth and do all that you desire, all that you were meant to do. A magnificent new era awaits you. Han Qing's voice, grand, holy, and saturated with seductive persuasion, echoed through the skies. As you command, Father God. To this flock of believers his words were the highest decree to be fulfilled, even at the cost of their lives. The Magic Eye believers immediately coalesced into a mighty host and advanced toward the depths of Mist City. Han Qing did not linger either. He soared through the city, searching as he went. He arrived at a tract of malevolent land that had not yet been purified, and there he resumed the same procedure as before. The cities of the Magic Eye planet were extraordinarily immense. One of them alone was nearly as vast as the entire Earth. To infect so enormous an area in a single stroke was near impossible unless his true body came in person. Fortunately, the 10 avatars labored in concert, multiplying their efficiency tenfold. Moreover, the believers, especially those of the lowest echelons, passed the word from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, so the pace of expansion was by no means slow. The City Lord's Palace. Gang Duo, the City Lord of Fog City, his tentacles restless and agitated, danced in the air. His spiritual sense linked to a massive 100-eyed satellite orbiting in space, through which he could clearly observe the situation in Fog City. He knew all too well that the situation was dire. Large numbers of believers poured into the inner city from all directions. The army could only barely hold out for a short while. Fearfully, before a month passed, those fanatics would breach the inner city walls soon enough. My lord, those heretics who worship extraterrestrial intelligences, they are powerful, and every one of them fears death not at all. We cannot hold them for long. For your safety, perhaps we should. The demonic eye general in command of the army hesitated, words trailing off. Hearing this, the other demonic eye officials felt their hearts sink. Had the situation truly deteriorated to such desperate depths? Do you mean I should retreat without even fighting? If the king were to find out, do you know what fate awaits you? Gang Duo roared with fury. The demonic eye general shuddered, daring not speak further. How progresses the cultivation of the parasites? Gang Duo asked the female demonic eye beside him. The latter replied, they are still reproducing on a massive scale. Currently, there are 500,000 parasites. Gang Duo spoke with urgency, release them now. Whatever they can delay is all we need. The parasites they spoke of were creatures resembling a fusion of snakes and geckos from Earth, slender and finger-sized, moving with remarkable speed and agility. They were among the most common plagues of the demonic eye civilization. Once infected by the parasites, the demonic eye people would have their brains devoured, turning into mindless beasts before perishing from organ failure within a short time. To resist those fearless believers, Gang Duo had devised this desperate measure. Mutual destruction. You seem a bit extreme. A voice suddenly echoed through the magnificent city, Lord's Great Hall. The demonic eye people immediately bristled with tension, their gazes following the sound. They discovered an unusual individual of their kind. A variant whose fiery orange-tinted golden hue had never emerged from the flesh mother wall. They had only seen such coloration on high-ranking demonic eye people blessed by the Sun God. This nearly pure gold demonic eye was undoubtedly a member of the Sun God cult. With terrorists at their gates, Gang Duo's most sensitive nerves were violently provoked, and he roared with equal parts terror and fury, kill him. Quick, strike him down. The 20-plus powerful demonic eye figures present simultaneously unleashed energy beams, combining them in their signature assault. The beams merged into a colossal purple-black torrent, its power multiplied dozens of times over, surging toward Han Qing. This technique Han Qing had long grown accustomed to. With a burst of light-speed movement, he carved a luminous trail through the air, appearing instantly behind Gang Duo. Then a divine technique of mental seal condensed at the tip of his tentacle, striking deep into Gang Duo's body. Gang Duo's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster, sinking to the lowest depths before surging to another extreme. Anger and fear dissipated like wisps of smoke. His large eyes, after a fleeting moment of calm, now brimmed with fanaticism and reverence. Before the other demonic eye people could react, they too were branded with the mental seal. In a single encounter, the entire leadership of Fog City fell, becoming devoted believers. Heavenly Father, forgive us for our past transgressions. How foolish we were to resist your light. Gang Duo prostrated his trembling body at Han Qing's feet, speaking from the depths of his heart. Like a faithfully tamed dog, infinitely docile and obedient. Han Qing was quite pleased with his display. Since you understand, then spend your remaining days making amends. Summon all demonic eye people, humanoid demonic eye beings, and slaves. I shall bestow my blessing upon them. Gang Duo responded with reverence, as you command, Heavenly Father. The entire Fog City was completely sealed off. An impenetrable net of Sun God cult believers surrounded the outer city. Within the inner city, Gang Duo maintained absolute control. Any who sought to flee had missed their window, forced to follow the tide, as the city lord gathered them into the urban center for the divine blessing ceremony. The central plaza teemed with countless demonic eye citizens packed densely together, stretching beyond sight. Believer armies stood guard on all four sides. At the front of the queue stood the noble demonic eye people least willing to attend this gathering, their spirits utterly lifeless, as if mourning a death. The line stretched so far back it vanished beyond sight, from several kilometers away. Behind them stood the humanoid demonic eye beings and dwarf slaves. Their demeanor was the complete opposite of the despondent nobles, each radiating vitality, as though witnessing the greatest joy of their lives. The entire venue was utterly silent, devoid of any disturbance. A cold wind swept through, stirring the thin white mist suspended in the air. Han Qing floated above the speaker's platform, drawing upon the divine power within his body to gather and concentrate the mental seal technique. The sky resembled an inverted golden ocean, its waves churning violently. Once the energy accumulation reached its peak, that golden sea surged downward, carrying countless mental seals that swept across the entire plaza. Every demonic eye person was branded with the mental seal of Sun God worship. In just moments, the entire plaza's atmosphere transformed in unison into fervent fanaticism. The newly converted believers cried out to their Heavenly Father, bowing and worshipping before Han Qing. The overwhelming surge of faith power filled Han Qing with immense joy. Karma is an inexorable cycle. One who had wounded him would bear the full weight of retribution. Han Qing calculated that employing this method he would soon reach the royal city and consume the entire demonic eye civilization. Using the divine power they provided, he would heal his own original body. Gang Duo, from this day forward you shall be my third apostle. Lead this army and advance toward the central regions. As Han Qing issued his commands, his tentacle brushed against Gang Duo. Several powerful offensive divine techniques were transferred into the other's body through direct transmission. Gang Duo will certainly not fail to live up to Heavenly Father's expectations. The demonic eye being responded with boundless excitement. Gaomi City. Having seized control of the city lord's authority and linked her spiritual sense to the orbital hundred-eyed satellite, Beifu could clearly observe through those eyes as successive armies of believers attacked the cities below. Upon those sky-blocking airships, the banners of the Sun God fluttered proudly in the wind. Her heart raced with increasing excitement. The horn of attack has already sounded. As the second apostle consecrated by our Heavenly Father, I shall not lag behind in spreading his radiance. Beifu gave her orders decisively. Activate the flesh mothership and mobilize all military forces in Gaomi City. Join me in attacking the Spice City to the north. Behind her stood the noble demonic eye people of Gaomi City, those she had forced to convert to the Sun God faith against their will. Reluctantly they responded, yes, second apostle. On the demonic eye planet, the worship of the Sun God spread like a virulent plague, unstoppable and overwhelming. The army of believers grew ever larger. City after city fell in succession. 1 year later, the Sun God cult had seized control of 10 cities. The cities of the demonic eye civilization were vast beyond measure, each housing enormous populations. Over the course of that year, Han Qing had garnered more than 1 billion believers. Whether demonic eye people, humanoid variants, or dwarf slaves, all bore the mental seal, transformed into the most devoted of followers. If only I could cultivate a few more billion believers, the divine power would be nearly sufficient. Han Qing calculated carefully and suddenly realized that with just a few 100 million more faithful, he could finally manifest the complete form of the Sun God body he had long dreamed of. The second apostle Beth pays homage to the Father God. The third apostle Gondo pays homage to the Father God. The fourth apostle Frere pays homage to the Father God. In the open wilderness, 10 apostles of the Magus race, each having reached the ascension level and capable of traversing the void of space, saluted Han Qing. This was the second largest city of the Magus civilization, situated near the royal capital. The grand army of the Sun God's faithful had just completed its great convergence here, and for the first time in a year the 10 apostles stood together. You have all worked hard during this period. Han Qing turned to them and offered words of reassurance. Throughout this year it was thanks to these beings, preaching his doctrine and waging war, that the church had expanded with such breathtaking speed. His concern was genuine, and being suddenly graced by such care from the Father God, the 10 apostles were moved nearly to tears, their faith power surging forth in an instant. To fight for the Father God is my honor. It is the Father God who bears the greatest burden in leading us. The 10 apostles from the depths of their hearts began their flattery. Over this past year, whenever moments like this arose, Han Qing couldn't help but feel that the Magus Eye civilization, aside from serving as his divine power cultivation base, still possessed some other redeeming qualities. Father God, when shall we march on the royal capital? We are fully prepared, ready to attack at any moment and slay on. The second apostle Beth declared with fervent fighting spirit. Indeed, I am prepared to sacrifice everything for the Father God. I vow to seize the royal capital for you even at the cost of my life. The third apostle Frere echoed with equal excitement. The other apostles immediately shot him looks of displeasure. It seemed they resented the fact that he had rushed to voice such a loyal proclamation, seizing the opportunity to showcase his devotion before they could. To attack the royal capital we need no mighty army. Han Qing replied succinctly. This great rebel force's most vital purpose was not to conquer cities or seize territory. Rather, it was to provide him with faith power. The royal capital of the Magus Eye realm was home to the civilization's most formidable warriors, as well as its absolute strongest being, the Magus Eye King. Assaulting it would be no easy task. It was entirely possible that all 1 billion faithful could perish in such an assault. Han Qing would never squander his most precious wealth on such foolishness. The 10 apostles, confused by his words, all froze for a moment. They weren't needed. Did the Father God have another army at his disposal? For the attack on the royal city, I shall lead you personally. As for the great army, let them remain here and pray to me. As Han Qing spoke, 9 colossal avatars identical to him flew over at light speed and came to rest by his side. Success or failure would be decided in a single stroke. If he succeeded, the entire Magus Eye civilization would fall into the palm of his hand. If he failed, his 1 billion faithful would be purged by the enemy. Yet such a failure was of course impossible. With the divine power Han Qing had amassed, he could instantly manifest 10 or even 20 more identical projections into the Magus Eye universe. Even if this attempt failed, he could resort to a swarm tactic and inevitably bring down the Magus Eye King. Still, Han Qing speculated that the big-eyed freak was nowhere near powerful enough to force him to such lengths. Yes, Father God. The 10 apostles felt no fear. Instead, they were exceedingly thrilled. Wrapping them in his divine power, Han Qing flew at light speed, vanishing from the city in an instant. The next moment, he crossed over 90,000 kilometers and arrived at the Magus Eye royal capital. A majestic city wall loomed before them. Han Qing halted, sweeping his vast divine sense outward with meticulous precision. Aside from being more prosperous, the royal capital was essentially no different from any other city. Before long, Han Qing detected a massive army gathered within the capital. By rough estimate, it numbered 10 million. As chance would have it, this army was currently on the move, apparently bound for the fallen cities to purge the rebels. A fleet of flesh and blood motherships blanketed the sky, a truly spectacular sight. As Han Qing's divine sense swept across them, the entire Magus Eye army sensed the intrusion. One massive eye after another turned to stare toward the same direction. Good thing I don't suffer from trypophobia, or you lot would have me nauseous. Han Qing quipped while merging his 10 projections into a single colossal Magus Eye the size of Mount Tai. Its body radiated dazzling golden light. Under the blazing solar day, it seemed to be a second sun upon the earth. The 10 apostles gazed upon it with adoration, their confidence in this lone struggle burning bright. And so they arrived at the Magus Eye royal capital. The Magus Eye King detected and locked onto Han Qing and his party at once. Upon witnessing Han Qing's technique of merging 10 bodies into one, a flicker of surprise crossed his pupil, quickly replaced by contempt. Charlatan tricks. 10 bodies, or 100. All will be shattered before absolute power. Sun God, today you shall fall here and learn the price of invading the Magus Eye civilization. To heal the mother of the Magus Eye people he had endured for a whole year. Today was the storm of counterattack. He directly issued a command through his mind to the army: charge the motherships. The Magus Eye soldiers aboard the flesh and blood motherships channeled their power into the living machines beneath them, the runes flickering with purplish-pink light as energy surged deep within. Over 100 motherships extended their cannons from pitch-black hulls, adjusting and calibrating until each was fixed in optimal position. Motherships fully charged. Hearing this, gave the next order: lock onto the target. Prepare to fire. At the control consoles inside the motherships, the Ascension-level Magus Eyes likewise locked onto Han Qing and responded: target locked. Ready to annihilate the enemy at any moment, awaiting the king's command. As the motherships rose to a certain altitude, crossing over the city wall to face the evil god outside, the Magus Eye King gave the command without hesitation: fire. More than 200 motherships simultaneously unleashed beams of violet-black laser energy, as thick as skyscrapers. At the same time, the power of the cosmos surged. A curtain-like black membrane draped itself across the sky, cutting off the sun. Though he did not know the true source of Han Qing's power, the Magus I King would rather overkill than spare a single possibility. He directly sealed off the entire planet, preventing any sunlight from shining through. No mercy and so cautious. Quite promising, aren't you? Han Qing commented, gazing at the terrifying sky-covering spectacle of 10,000 cannons firing in unison, and offered his praise without the slightest stinginess. With a burst of acceleration, he charged head-on toward the onslaught. No divine arts, no extraordinary powers. Han Qing used no defensive measures whatsoever. He simply offered his projection up to the enemy like a martial arts coach presenting a training dummy to a child, generous, magnanimous, and even laced with eager anticipation. Such an unorthodox move made the 10 apostles' hearts skip a beat. What was the Father God doing? Even the Magus I King On's pupil betrayed a flicker of confusion. Could this fellow be trying to replicate his battle outside Earth, resisting energy beams with his physical body? Yet this body was in no way comparable to the flesh of that earthling creature. On finally settled on a plausible explanation, thinking contemptuously, arrogant fool. You're begging for death. Then a deafening, earth-shattering boom thundered outward. Han Qing's Magus I form was blasted to pieces by the laser bombardment, exploding into a sky-filling haze of faint, translucent golden light. Divine art mass steel branding. This was an improved, enhanced version he had painstakingly devised over the past year. The Magus I King froze, sensed something alarming, and hurriedly commanded, quickly, activate the defensive shield. Yan was quick to react and quick to relay his orders, yet still not quick enough to catch Han Qing, who had transformed into light. 10 projections and boundless divine power condensed into a colossal mental brand, searing itself fiercely into those demon-eye people. All who had been illuminated by the divine light had their eyes turned clear and fanatical in an instant. After a year of Han Qing's optimization and refinement, this divine art no longer had any pre-conversion wind-up. Everything happened in an instant. However, the divine art had only shown upon 100-odd motherships. The motherships in the rear, after receiving Yan's command, raised elliptical blood-red protective shields to block mental imprinting. Nor was that divine power wasted. It gathered anew and condensed into Han Qing's demon-eye form. All my believers attacked the demon I King Yan. Han Qing gave the order with authority. More than 5 million demon-eye people switched sides on the spot, and flesh motherships bombarded their own kind behind them. The two sides engaged in an ultimate exchange of firepower. One after another, flesh motherships were shattered and sank from the sky. Seeing this, Yan's heart ached until he could hardly breathe. These were the pinnacle of the civilization's combat strength, top-tier strategic assets. Destroying them in such a battle was too great a waste. Beifu, it's your turn. Capture the demon I King alive if possible, if not kill him. Han Qing ordered the 10 apostles behind him. The 10 of them, long since itching for a chance to prove themselves, shot out in an instant and rocketed into the royal city. That ferocious battle lasted an entire solar day. Since the top combatants on both sides had decided the outcome, the 10 million-strong armies were decided as well. Countless demon-eye people saw the demon I King Yan pinned to a flesh mothership by the 10 apostles, unable to resist. Those demon-eye people who had not been seared by the mass mental brand knew that this civilizational war had been lost by the demon-eye race, and lost utterly. A civilization that had dominated an entire dimension had in just a few years been wiped out in such an inconceivable way. The demon-eye civilization suffered total defeat before the Sun civilization. The 10 apostles escorted the captured demon-eye king and brought him before Han Qing. Pleased to meet you, Yan. Hovering above the throne in the royal palace, Han Qing looked down at the demon-eye king, now reduced to a prisoner, and offered a greeting. Evil alien creature, you needn't try to delude me. I won't fall for it. Though Yan was captured and wrapped from head to toe in dense sun chains, he still did not lower his proud head. One contemptuous eye stared at Han Qing. As expected of a king of a civilization, this pride is something ordinary people cannot replicate. Han Qing did not mind at all. He flew down from the throne and transformed into human form. This kind of body was still more fitting, more familiar, and more useful. But you should know that at certain moments the influence of kingly dominance is negative. Han Qing smiled slightly and said, Earth civilization has a saying, beneath another's eaves one must bow one's head. Do you understand? Yan gave Han Qing a cold, contemptuous stare, and this time simply refused to respond. The two regarded each other in silence for a long moment. Han Qing said, very well. It seems you have nothing left to say, so I will make my move. He did the same as before. He drove a mental brand divine art into Yan's body. The look in Yan's eyes, once full of contempt and hatred, changed in an instant. Yet it did not become the reverence and fervor of a believer. Han Qing read from it a complicated blend of love and hate, and keenly sensed that something was off. You think you can control me? I, Yan, am the master of this universe. I have boundless power. You are too naive. Father God. Yan had been taunting just fine, but suddenly an address he had never anticipated burst out at an inappropriate moment. Han Qing was likewise startled by the cry. Hadn't he just called him an evil alien creature? What was this sudden Father God? Split personality. Oh. Humiliated and enraged Yan let out a thunderous roar and his body violently convulsed. But with the chains in place, no matter what he did, he could not unleash any attack. A counterattack? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Intrigued, Han Qing said, Yan, let us have an in-depth exchange. His hands pressed against Yan's torso, and mental brand divine arts shot into Yan's body one after another like a machine gun. Yan's roars grew weaker and weaker. After roughly an Earth hour under the bombardment of countless mental brand arts, this proud king's cognition was finally overwritten. Father God above. Yan bowed in worship, his chains trailing across the floor with a clatter. So in the end, am I your Father God, or an evil alien creature? Han Qing teased him. Through the unbroken stream of faith power being offered, he knew that Yan had truly become his believer, but he still wanted to hear the other say it aloud. You are the sole and eternal Father God of the demonized civilization, and also Yan's Father God. Yan once committed an error born of low cognition. From this day on he will never err again. The Demon Eye King said with incomparable piety. Han Qing was satisfied at last. He could not help marveling that this fellow truly was the leader of a civilization. His mental power was unprecedentedly formidable. The faith power he offered was pure and abundant, almost matching Lin Wanqing's contribution. If nurtured for a few more years, this fellow could definitely become Han Qing's foremost devotee. To know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest good. Han Qing asked, do you know how to make amends? He waved his hand, and the chains on Yan receded like a tide. Restored to freedom, the Demon Eye King bowed his head and said yes. Next, I will lead the entire civilization onto the right path, believing in you. No returning to the embrace of you, Father God. The Sun God cult will become the sole state religion of our civilization. He knew the drill. Han Qing did not need to waste words on this underling. Han Qing grew even more satisfied. Good that you understand. Then go and do it. 1 year from today, I expect you to make it so that no one in the demonized civilization lacks faith. And let the Sun God cult become the spiritual home of the Demon Eye people. Yan accepted the order. Yes. I will certainly accomplish it. Rest assured, Father God. With that, he flew out of the palace. Immediately after, the 10 apostles flew in. All of them had suffered injuries of varying severity. The third apostle, Gondwa, had half of his huge eye sheared away. He had survived this long only because the divine arts were sustaining him. This was the price of capturing Yan alive. Han Qing looked at them and felt a pang of heartache, more or less. Drawing on the limited divine power in his body, he cast healing divine arts upon them. A gentle, warm divine light swept over them, and their wounds healed one after another, as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Thank you, Father God, for your mercy. The 10 apostles were moved to bow in worship, and their faith power surged once more. Forget these empty formalities. From today onward, assist Yan in spreading the Sun God cult throughout the civilization. Can you do it? Han Qing asked. The 10 apostles answered with absolute certainty, we certainly can. Excellent. Since you have handled this matter well, I will reward you generously. Han Qing said, the propagation of the faith is a race against time. All of you move quickly. Yes, Father God. The 10 apostles departed with reverence. After a year of brutal warfare, the demon civilization's planet could hardly be described in any other way than a world riddled with devastation. Under the guidance of King Iowin and the 10 apostles, all races observed the doctrine of equality, and regardless of status, they participated in the grand endeavor of post-war reconstruction. The propagation efforts remained uninterrupted. Majestic and sacred temples to the Sun God rose from the earth one after another. Since the Sun God religion was established as the state faith, every resident on the planet was required to believe, eliminating the need for Han Qing to expend divine power using the steel seal divine art. Propagating from top to bottom proved 10,000 times easier than building from the ground up, and followers of the Sun God religion grew at an astonishing rate. Although the Sun God religion had previously seized control of 10 cities, this planet held far more than those urban centers. Among the 3 civilizations within Han Qing's reach, the demon civilization possessed by far the largest population and tremendous potential. Han Qing's avatar would occasionally appear to perform divine miracles, deepening the devotion of his followers and thereby gathering greater power through their faith. Thus the passage of time continued. Another Earth year slipped away before he could notice. Han Qing sat cross-legged on the sofa, wrapped in a crimson robe that seemed to burn like fire. With his eyes gently closed, he sensed the surging divine power continuously accumulating within his sea of consciousness. Over the past 2 years, the accumulated faith from the believers of 3 civilizations had reached its peak, nearly overflowing his sea of consciousness with magnificent divine energy. This meant he could now condense a complete Sun God body. With the demon civilization conquered, the Trisolaran civilization will be unable to stir up trouble for the time being. The only matter I need to consider now is Earth. Han Qing's thoughts raced like lightning. He had no intention of using this divine power to repair his physical body, as it would yield little improvement in combat strength. The red giant would not explode anytime soon, so it made more sense to first refine his divine form. Earth had already been discovered by 2 civilizations, and more would surely come. For the sake of the solar system and his own survival, he needed to strengthen his power as quickly as possible. Only with overwhelming strength could one afford to live carefree. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared at the doorway. Lin Wanqing knocked on the open door and asked, "Divine Lord, you called for us." Behind her followed the high priestess and a group of senior clergy. Some were experiencing their first close encounter with the sun god, their faces alight with excitement. They couldn't help but stare intently at Han Qing, as though missing a single glance would be an irreparable loss, neither willing to yield to the other. "Come in," Han Qing said slowly, opening his eyes with an expressionless face. He was long accustomed to the reverent gazes of his followers. The group entered the room sensing that something significant was about to unfold. They stood neatly beside the sofa as Lin Wanqing poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Han Qing. Han Qing took the teacup and spoke. "I have summoned you to convey something important. I need to condense my complete divine form and will likely be absent for approximately a century. During this century, the red giant state will persist, and the sun will gradually worsen. You must prepare in advance." Upon hearing these words, the women were startled. The previous decade-long red giant phase had already inflicted enormous devastation on Earth, and recovery had only recently begun. If the next century remained in red giant state, the consequences were unthinkable. "Divine Lord, without your protection, a century of red giant activity would inevitably bring unprecedented disasters to humanity on Earth and Mars. This will surely breed human resentment, which may harm your faith," a senior deity cautioned. Lin Wanqing glanced at her and replied, "Since the Divine Lord has summoned us here, he surely has measures in place. Do not interrupt." The deity lowered her head timidly and fell silent. Han Qing continued, "The sun's condition will deteriorate over this century, but do not worry. I will envelop Earth and Mars with my divine power to shield humanity from significant harm, provided they cease reckless planetary modifications." Wanqing reminded the Planetary Defense Council to halt the Wandering Earth project. Previously, Han Qing had simply ignored the Wandering plan, but now it concerned the lives of over 7 billion people on Earth. He could no longer remain indifferent. Lin Wanqing nodded respectfully. "Yes, I will personally communicate with them regarding this matter. Ensure all necessary preparations are completed, particularly accelerating the construction of the space carriers. The Donghuang can no longer be relied upon for future migrations. And furthermore," Han Qing's pale golden eyes radiating divine presence swept across the assembled crowd, a gentle smile touching his lips. "When I complete this incarnation and a true god descends upon the mortal realm, I shall elevate all of you to demigodhood." Since the establishment of the divine faith, Han Qing had never made such promises to his followers. Now that he would become a true deity, it was time to reward these early pioneers like Lin Wanqing for their devotion and service. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing and Ma Lily could scarcely maintain their composure. Their faces naturally revealed expressions of thrilling anticipation and deep longing. A demigod's body granted near immortality. They would no longer fear the threats of aging or death and could serve beside the sun god for eternity. Their hearts raced with excitement. Could ordinary humans ascend to godhood? However, Divine Lord. He hesitated. "Are you certain we can survive another 100 years? Ma Lily spoke with uncertainty. Han Qing smiled gently. "Your bodies have already been reshaped by divine power. Why fear not reaching that milestone? 100 years is nothing. 2 or 3 centuries will pass effortlessly." Ma Lily chuckled softly. "I confess I was somewhat apprehensive, but if the Divine Lord says so, I feel at ease." Lin Wanqing, however, felt differently. After the initial excitement faded, she realized she would not see Han Qing for a full century. Her eyes filled with reluctant sorrow. "Divine Lord. Then until we meet again in 100 years. Very well. When I return, I will treat you to strawberry pastry." Han Qing winked at her, then dissolved into shimmering golden scales that vanished into the air. Just a year prior, when the I-Demon civilization had fallen, Han Qing had been in high spirits and personally prepared numerous dishes. Lin Wanqing had fallen in love with one particular creation, the strawberry pastry. Throughout the year, she had pleaded many times to taste his strawberry pastry again, but Han Qing had simply been too reluctant to cook. Yet upon hearing his promise, Lin Wanqing's heart swelled with emotion. Vast formless divine power enveloped Earth and Mars in successive layers, ensuring they would remain shielded from the red giant's radiation for the coming century. Within the sun, Han Qing moved as naturally as a fish in water gliding toward the core. Invisible barriers formed around the star in succession. Though not particularly formidable, these barriers would serve as both an early warning system and a buffer. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, there would be time to respond. With everything in place, Han Qing relaxed his body and mind, beginning the process of condensing his complete sun god form. The United Nations Planetary Defense Council. Summoned by the divine oracle conveyed by Lin Wanqing, chairperson Sei, delegates from every nation and scientists of immense standing gathered together in fierce debate over whether the Wandering Earth project should be halted. Those assembled split into two camps. One camp chose to believe in the solar god and pressed for the Wandering Earth project to be stopped. The other side also believed, but did not want to believe entirely. They remained convinced that humanity should keep its own means of defense or escape, so that in any war it would not be left completely passive. These were all familiar arguments. Still, it was the first time they had been discussed on such a large scale. Now that we have the solar god's protection, the Saphan no longer seals off Earth, and human technology can continue to develop. We have better alternatives, developing more powerful weapons, for example. There is no need to keep investing resources in the Wandering Earth project. It is a waste. No, these two are not mutually exclusive. While continuing the Wandering Earth project, we can just as easily develop high-tech weapons. We absolutely must not give up the only means of escape we have. Before absolute power, doesn't such a chance appear utterly ridiculous and laughable? I'll ask you only one question: how do you get past the solar god? To abandon or not to abandon the Wandering Earth project? That is a false dilemma. The truth is, we humans have no choice, understand? Have you people ever seriously thought through the consequences of staying in the solar system? Are we to simply hand over humanity's fate and put up not even the slightest resistance? If you are so afraid of the solar god, you might as well go join the Church of the Solar God. I look at this issue with an unyielding conviction in humanity's eventual victory. In fact, from the very beginning, I never approved of the plan proposed by you defeatists. I proposed that the Wallfacer Conference be reconsidered and that Heinz's thought seal technology be made available to everyone, not just the military. It looked as though a quarrel was about to break out. Chairperson Sei said, "Enough. Let us all be quiet." The microphone amplified the words, making them almost deafening. The entire assembly slowly fell silent. All eyes turned to the dais. Chairperson Sei said, "Next we will decide by vote. Those in favor of indefinitely shelving the Wandering Earth project, please raise your hands." The representatives of the 5 nations around the round table raised their hands one after another. Seeing this, the opposing scientists and national representatives shook their heads helplessly. With those 5 votes unanimous, there was no need to take any further votes. The Wandering Earth project was finished. Meanwhile, at the Solar God Church headquarters, Lin Wanqing was sitting, quite presumptuously, on Han Qing's sofa, completely absorbed in the computer screen before her. It displayed the character creation interface of a Souls-like game set during the 3 Kingdoms period of Daxia. Without realizing it, she shaped the character to look exactly like Han Qing. She immediately felt it was inappropriate, so she reset the design and started over. Yet the new face she created was still Han Qing's. And so she took her time admiring the almost lifelike Han Qing. "Wanqing, are you in there?" At that moment, the holy maiden Ma Lily pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Lin Wanqing, she wore an expression of, "I knew it. I looked everywhere for you. I guessed you had to be here, and I was right." She walked over, sat down on the sofa, and said, "This is the Divine Lord's room, Wanqing. Playing games here is far too audacious, don't you think?" Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at her and muttered, "What do you know?" "What do I know? Isn't it simply that Lady Wanqing wants to ease her lovesickness by experiencing every little detail of the Divine Lord's life? What's so hard to understand? Do you think I can't see through your little schemes?" Ma Lily declared this proudly, then nudged Lin Wanqing and said, "Move over, I want to play too." "Hey, there's so much space here. Why do you have to squash yourself against me?" "Because you smell nice. I simply love squeezing next to you." Ma Lily reached out to grab Lin Wanqing's ticklish spot. Lin Wanqing immediately threw down the controller and counterattacked. The 2 women at once began wrestling playfully on the sofa. Only when they had tired themselves out and laid back to catch their breath did Ma Lily remember why she had come. "Oh, Wanqing, the United Nations Planetary Defense Council has agreed to abandon the Wandering Earth project. You don't need to worry about the divine power barrier the Divine Lord left behind being destroyed." Lin Wanqing said, "I know. Tell mates to continue pulling in investment from all nations and build the space mothership as soon as possible. Also, the publicity about the Red Giant must be done well so that feelings of hatred do not spread." Ma Lily said casually, "Don't worry. The Red Giant has happened more than once or twice. Everyone has long since gotten used to it." Indeed, the Red Giant had not appeared just once or twice. Human society already had ample experience in dealing with it. With Han Qing's divine power barrier, as well, humanity was not greatly impacted in the first few years. Most people believed the Red Giant would pass within a few years. But as time went by, the situation slowly changed. 3 or 4 years could be treated as if nothing had happened. 5 or 6 years were still acceptable. When the Red Giant had persisted for more than 10 years, surpassing humanity's tolerance threshold, the ensuing uproar immediately intensified. In every nation, a voice began to emerge: the sun would never heal again. Fortunately, the Church of the Solar God had done excellent publicity work, so this voice did not gain much resonance, nor did it trigger widespread discussion. It has only been a little over a decade. The barrier left by the Divine Lord hasn't even broken. What exactly are these people worried about? At the Church of the Solar God's sacred assembly, the priests were filled with discontent. They had spent no small amount of effort quelling public opinion. Lin Wanqing's voice came through a speaker. Stop complaining. Public opinion will only grow worse from now on. Let us do what we must and wait for the Divine Lord's return. I hope that 90 years from now the number of believers in our church will be greater, not fewer. The priests responded solemnly one after another. Just as Lin Wanqing had said, in the second decade public opinion could no longer be suppressed. All around the world, regardless of age or gender, in government halls and among ordinary people, discussion began over whether the sun would ever recover and whether humanity would go extinct. Even the long-abandoned Wandering Earth project was revived after deliberations by the Planetary Defense Council. Humanity was visibly panicking. In the ETO underground base, the Four Gods layers seized a moment of respite and held a small council. 20 years ago, they had tried to persuade humanity that the sun was dead. But at that time, no one cared and no one listened. Now, 20 years later, in an age when panic was sweeping through all of humanity, they decided to try once more. The Red Giant has lasted 23 years now. Humanity no longer believes the Solar God can heal the sun. This is our chance. Plant the seed of doubt and let it take root. If we can use this opportunity to split the world's governments from the Solar God, so much the better. Impossible. Humanity is neither brave enough nor stupid enough for that. We will only send people to provoke emotions. As for the rest, let nature take its course. We must focus our energy on the God-making project. The Four Gods layers had not gone into hibernation because they had to carry out the God-making project, and so they were already old and decrepit. In Von Neumann's clouded old eyes burned a fierce light of hatred as he anticipated the schism between the Church of the Solar God and the world's governments. Chairman Garnin, I must reiterate the stance of the Sun God cult. The Reaching Wanderer project must never be restarted. In the office of the Planetary Defense Council, Garnin the Bearlander, who had succeeded Chairman SAE, was conducting a video call with Lin Wanqing, the leader of the Sun God cult, flanked by office staff and representatives of the 7 permanent member states. Some representatives were familiar faces, others were new. Over 20 years had passed, and the institution had seen great changes in its personnel. In the 23 years since the Red Giant appeared, neither Earth nor Mars has suffered any calamity. Not a single person has died because of it. All thanks to the divine barrier the Sun God has cast over both planets. I tell you plainly, the Reaching Wanderer project, which would transform Earth, will damage that protective membrane. Once divine protection is lost, catastrophe will strike both worlds in an instant. Lin Wanqing warned sternly. The representative of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom said, if the Sun God truly protects Earth and Mars, why can't he fix the sun? The Red Giant has persisted for 23 years, and our patience has limits. Moreover, what guarantee do you have that the barrier won't vanish even if we don't transform Earth? The Red Giant has already lasted 23 years, and our patience has limits. Furthermore, what guarantee do you have that this barrier will not disappear even if we do not alter Earth? The representative of the Gallic Kingdom added, Chief Cult Leader Wanqing, your followers span the globe. You must understand the global trend better than we do. The restart of the Reaching Wanderer project is beyond negotiation. People worldwide live in fear. They wish to relocate to a safer star system rather than remain on Earth awaiting doom indefinitely. Garnin shrugged. Cult Leader Lin, I'm sorry, but as you can see, this is the will of all humanity. Watching their obstinate expressions, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of anger. For the fate of humanity, I must remind you that this so-called will of the people is heavily diluted. Do you have any idea how much ETO has invested to agitate public sentiment? You are walking down the path of destruction they have preset for humanity. Garnin interlaced his fingers and placed them before him, nodding. I understand your feelings, Cult Leader Lin. We too know that ETO fans the flames. But the Red Giant cannot be faked. It grows larger and brighter with each passing day. We have reason to suspect the Sun God has lost the ability to repair the sun, or perhaps has already left the solar system. The Planetary Defense Council has already passed the proposal to restart the Reaching Wanderer project. We hope the Sun God cult will refrain from excessive interference in UN affairs. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt as though she were casting pearls before swine. They had even warned her not to meddle in governance. She realized there was nothing more to say to these stubborn, iron-hearted fools. Chairman Garnin, do not forget that Earth's science and technology were gifts from the divine. To defy the Sun Gods will lead to no good end. Honest advice jars on the ear, but I have said all I must say. With that, Lin Wanqing ended the communication. Nations had invested in the Sun God cult space carriers, and in return the cult shared the technology gleaned from the Trisolaran civilization. The United Nations' ambition to build planetary engines, once dismissed as a fantasy, was now within reach. This was the bedrock of the UN's confidence in launching the project. The representative of the Great Xia Kingdom voiced concern. Chairman, provoking the sun god cult may not be a wise choice. We should proceed step by step. We are moving too hastily. Garnier glanced at him. The red giant has persisted for 23 years. How much longer must we proceed step by step? Another 100 years. The Great Xia representative was taken aback, heaved a sigh, and said no more. At the sun god cult's headquarters around the conference table, the high priestess Yang Na suggested, cult leader, since those people refuse to listen, why not we? She drew her palm across her neck. Lin Wanqing shook her head. We are not a terrorist organization. Moreover, our conflict with the governments is out in the open. If anything happened to them, we would be prime suspects. Escalating tensions could trigger a world war at any moment. The murderous look faded from Yang Na's face, and she said innocently, I meant we should have them removed. All cult members should go on strike, halt production, take to the streets, and stage sit-ins. With over 1 billion people causing such a stir, I doubt the UN can withstand it. Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment, then asked the group, what do you all think? Yao Qiao said, I think it's worth a try. Ma Lily added, I agree too. I just worry they might use force and cause mass casualties. But if they dare to play dirty, I'll flip the whole table. At worst, we can all go to Mars. The other acolytes murmured among themselves and eventually endorsed Yang Na's proposal. Lin Wanqing said, then it's settled. Yao Qiao select a team to form a committee and arrange divine priests worldwide to lead the protest marches. You will be in charge of this. Yao Qiao rose and replied, understood. Meanwhile, the Planetary Defense Council was industriously constructing planetary engines in preparation for Earth's evacuation, while the sun god cult's protest movements were likewise proceeding with organization and discipline. Believers from around the world took to the streets and staged peaceful protests under the slogans, Love the Earth, and Oppose Destruction. They raised banners, placards, and simulated images of Earth after the evacuation, going on strike, marching, sitting in, and protesting. The sun god cult produced images and videos depicting humanity huddled underground, a scarred and pockmarked surface, and lethal icy wastelands after the Reaching Wanderer project, circulating them widely across major websites. This indeed resonated with many. However, it also drew intense attention from governments worldwide and provoked another segment of the public, those who supported the Reaching Wanderer project. Some were spontaneous, others backed by officials organizing counter-protests to block the devotees' marches, often locking the streets in gridlock. Friction between the two sides escalated daily. In the Gallic Kingdom at the Élysée Palace, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a protest force composed of sun god cult devotees suddenly surged forward in a mighty flood, breaching the defense lines of the patrol police. They sat in protest before the nation's supreme administrative office. Clad in yellow vests symbolizing the sun, they formed a spectacular sea of yellow. At the Paris Prefecture of Police, the chief gripped the phone, his body rigid and standing at attention, while his other hand repeatedly wiped sweat from his brow. Occasionally he bowed apologetically. Yes. This is my fault, Mr. President. I will resolve this as soon as possible, I guarantee it. Yes. I promise it won't affect your commute home. Yes. When the roaring on the other end subsided, he respectfully and cautiously hung up the phone. Instantly his expression shifted. His face flushed the color of pork liver, his eyes nearly shot flames, and he muttered through clenched teeth, these damned fanatical devotees causing trouble day in and day out. Isn't all of Paris big enough for your protests and marches? You had to sit in front of the Élysée Palace. You're asking for death, so don't blame me. He took the police cap from his desk, placed it upon his head as smooth as a mirror, adjusted it squarely, and strode briskly out of the office. Under his command, all of Paris's patrol officers along with 3,000 riot police were deployed to the 8th arrondissement. To counter the protest demonstrations staged by the Sun God Church, a temporary command center was swiftly established, gathering the highest-ranking police leadership from across Paris. Inside the conference room of the command center, the Commissioner General, who had just finished a phone call with the President of Gaul, pushed open the door and walked in with a group of subordinates. As everyone started to rise, he waved his hand impatiently and said no salutes. Everyone half rose, then sat back down. The Commissioner General went to his position but did not take a seat. Resting both hands on the table, he said in a loud voice, "Report the situation on the scene." The Assistant Commissioner General rose and reported, "Commissioner General, the Sun God Church's protest is still expanding. Current estimates put the crowd at more than 50,000 and traffic in the 8th arrondissement is severely gridlocked. In addition, the riot police and gendarmerie units have finished deployment. If persuasion fails, we can crack down on the protesters with force at any time." Hearing this, the Commissioner General glared and said, "Use force. Do you think those Sun God Church priests are vegetarians? The only difference between them and extremist terrorists is that they don't attack others first. Once the fuse is lit and the situation gets out of hand, will you take responsibility for it?" The Assistant Commissioner General faltered and asked, "Then what do you plan to do, Commissioner General?" This time they have come to the Élysée Palace with their minds made up. Every Sun God Church believer in Paris is converging here. According to the Transport Department's projection, at least another 100,000 or so are still on the road. It is essentially impossible to talk them into dispersing. If we allow this strike and demonstration to drag on, I'm afraid it will deal a heavy blow to our country's economy. A chief superintendent chimed in, that's right. The Sun God Church has also brought in a large number of temple warriors to protect the food supply for the protest, and portable toilets are almost stacked from the 8th arrondissement all the way to the 17th. The Commissioner General's brows knit into a knot deep enough to wring out oil. He hadn't expected the situation to be so serious. If this was the case, then without suppressing the protest by force there might be no way to resolve it at all. But now that the crisis was upon him, his anger faded instead. Is Lin Wanqing making an example of our Gaul? Of the 7 permanent members of the Planetary Defense Council, why does the fiercest first fire have to burn in Gaul? The Commissioner General took a deep breath and looked at everyone. They protest peacefully because they want to occupy the moral and legal high ground. Since that's the case, let's make them lose their footing and create an opening. There are certain things that don't require me to teach you how to do them. The protest must be broken up within 5 hours. If I assent after this whole affair, the president will demand an accounting. I'll suffer, and none of you will get away scot-free either. Everyone in the command center immediately grimaced. 5 hours. Those fanatical believers of the Sun God Church had almost sunk their roots into the Élysée Palace. How could they possibly be made to withdraw in 5 hours? Seeing everyone hesitate, the Commissioner General slammed the table and roared, "Then get moving." Only then did they scramble into action. At the Élysée Palace. At this moment, all the police riot units and the gendarmerie's elite, sword the GIGN, were gathered here. Media outlets from all directions also swarmed in like flies drawn to blood, training their telephoto lenses and broadcast cameras on both sides. Some were even broadcasting the scene live. Mary, the Sun God Church's subdeaconess, sat cross-legged at the very front of the protest column. She was dressed in ordinary clothes. By appearance alone, she did not look like a religious figure at all, but rather like a bright, beautiful female college student. In her hand was a wooden placard scrawled with yellow paint carrying slogans against the Wandering Earth Project. On her left and right stood priests of descending rank and temple warriors. About 20 meters ahead stood the stern, orderly ranks of riot police. She, however, ignored them and listened calmly to her companion's report on operations. Lady Mary, the protest teams have been arriving one after another. Besides those we originally planned for, there are also believers who came on their own. In total, around 120,000 people, all expected to reach the Élysée Palace within 5 hours, guaranteed to flood the entire 8th arrondissement. The assistant priest said excitedly, "As long as the president doesn't agree to stop the Wandering Earth Project for even one day, we'll block the streets for one day. With this much pressure, we'll definitely break him." Mary calculated for a moment, frowned, and asked, "How many temple warriors do we still have available?" The assistant replied, "A little over 300. Mary immediately shook her head and rejected the plan. Notify the spontaneous protesters at once to disband on the spot and go home. With too few temple warriors, we can't maintain order, and it would be all too easy for something to go wrong. The Sun God Church had been locked in tense friction with various governments and counter-protesting citizens for many days. Without clergy there to keep order, the situation could quickly spiral out of control. This was also the strategic principle set by the church's senior leadership. For any demonstration or protest, there must be organization and discipline. Hearing her words, the assistant said, "Very well, I'll pass the word down right away." The sun was scorching. In the blink of an eye, 2 full hours had passed. More and more believers gathered in the 8th arrondissement. Whenever gendarmes or police officers tried to block them, they simply sat down on the spot, practicing pure nonviolent non-cooperation. But soon after, a 1,000-member protest column spontaneously formed by believers entered the fray. The situation changed. They acted with agitation, scuffling with gendarmes and police, and used violence to force their way through the lines. The authorities still haven't even used loudspeakers to urge us to leave. They're patient, aren't they? In front of the Élysée Palace, the assistant glanced at his watch and murmured casually. Mary also found it strange. This level of calm did not match the authorities' usual style. Then suddenly she heard an uproar behind her. She turned her head and looked intently. She saw a sprawling mass of confusion in the rear. Many believers stood up in wary curiosity and craned their necks to look back. Her keen senses told her that something was wrong, and she immediately ordered, "Linda, take some people to see what's going on in the back." The assistant stood up and answered, "Yes, Lady Mary." Before she even finished speaking, a Molotov cocktail arced across the sky and fell toward the crowd. A temple warrior, quick of eye and hand, pulled off his uniform, leapt over the crowd, caught the bottle, and swiftly extinguished the burning cloth at its neck. Immediately after, more Molotov cocktails hurtled over. Their targets were no longer the believers, but the Paris police and gendarmes stationed on the left and right. The sheer number made it obvious that this was premeditated. If those Molotov cocktails landed, the situation would inevitably explode as well. Watch out, Mary shouted. On her back, 2 lumps bulged rapidly at her shoulder blades tore through her clothes and unfurled. They were enormous bird wings, each one more than 5 meters long. She beat them hard, and a gale burst forth, blowing the firebombs aimed at the official forces high into the air. At the same time, Mary shot across the crowd, descended like an angel, and landed in a flash amid the chaos at the rear. Now she could see clearly a group of believers in yellow vests holding placards were scuffling with a band of police. Her wings gave a single flap, and the air roared. The people tangled in the fight were instantly flattened by the wind, as if an invisible hand pressed them all to the ground. The scene fell silent for a moment. Temple warriors swarmed over and subdued the rioters. You impersonate our believers, launch a terrorist attack, and try to stir up conflict. Who sent you? Mary stared hard at the middle-aged man at the head of the rioters and demanded. He did not answer, only gave her a mocking smile. The ominous feeling in Mary's heart grew ever stronger. Boom! Suddenly an explosion thundered from behind. Mary turned to look. A crimson pillar of flames rose from within the gendarme formation. On the high platform of the Élysée Palace, a police commander raised a megaphone and bellowed, "The Sun God Church believers are rioting and injuring people. Suppress them by force immediately." The piercing noise from the sonic weaponry assaulted the air. Mary could barely withstand it, but the temple warriors all clutched their ears in agony, while the devotees collapsed one after another like a field of grass bowing before a fierce gale. The truth was unmistakable. Now the Paris police prefecture had staged an elaborate performance. These weapons had been prepared long in advance, all for the purpose of violent suppression. Watching her fallen comrades, Mary felt fury surge within her heart. Yet she paid them no heed. Scanning the surroundings, she unfurled her colossal wings and shot forth like lightning toward the reporters outside the venue who were greedily filming the scene. An elite squad of gendarmes also lunged toward the journalists. They met head-on. In an instant, Mary's feathers transformed into a thick, blood-red hue. With casualties on both sides numbering in the hundreds, the Paris incident spread across the globe within days. The Solar Divine cult presented evidence accusing the Paris police prefecture of orchestrating a conspiracy, instigating riots, and then violently suppressing the protesters in blatant contempt for human rights and the law. The Gallic government in turn accused the Solar Divine cult of extremism, alleging that they had attempted to use terrorism to force the termination of the Wandering Earth project, plotting to attack the Élysée Palace and hold the president hostage. Each side insisted on its own narrative. Ordinary people no longer knew whom to believe. At such a critical juncture, the truth had become largely irrelevant. People only see what they wish to see. When the butterfly of fate flutters its wings, a storm sweeps the globe. More and more violent clashes erupt, and reports of casualties flood the headlines. Paris, as the epicenter, was caught in dire straits. At a meeting between the Planetary Defense Council and the Solar Divine cult, the Gallic representative declared with fierce rhetoric, "I demand that the Solar Divine cult immediately cease all protest activities. You wield transcendent power, yet you use it to harm humanity. Such extreme malignant demonstrations have already inflicted tremendous harm upon the destiny of mankind. I warn you, stop immediately. Otherwise the Planetary Defense Council will resort to extreme measures." As he spoke, Lin Wanqing responded coldly, "I demand that the Planetary Defense Council immediately halt the Wandering Earth project. If the divine barrier left by the Sun God is destroyed, the casualties inflicted upon humanity by the Red Giant will far surpass those of these mere clashes. Furthermore, it is your Gallic government that conspired and resorted to force. You must bear full responsibility for the people and police officers who have bled and died in protests around the world." Instead of spouting nonsense here, the Gallic representative was livid and about to retort, but Chairman Galnin silenced him with a gesture, signaling him to speak no more. "I understand that the Solar Divine cult too is acting for the sake of humanity's fate." Garnin continued, "Most conflicts in this world are not between right and wrong, but between right and right. Though we may diverge, our paths ultimately lead to the same destination." "Very well then, Cult Master Lin." He paused, then said, "If you can summon the Sun God to appear, proving that he still protects humanity and cure the sun within 10 years, then I guarantee that the Wandering Earth project will remain indefinitely suspended." Lin Wanqing fell silent. Han Xing had once said that condensing a divine body would require 100 years. In another decade, barely 30-odd years would have passed. How could he possibly appear? Even if he could appear, it was impossible to cure the Red Giant. Her silence was already the answer. The Gallic representative let out a cold snort. Garnin declared, "Then I am sorry, Cult Master Lin. For the sake of humanity's fate, the Planetary Defense Council has decided that it will no longer accept the protest actions of the Solar Divine cult's faithful. If they gather again in the streets, whether lawfully or not, we will suppress them by force." Seeing such obstinacy, Lin Wanqing replied without courtesy, "If you can manage it." The high-level negotiations collapsed once again. Social contradictions across nations grew ever more acute. 3 years after the Paris incident, Garnin's declaration took full effect as nations could no longer tolerate the faithful's protests. The solar divine cult's protests incited military crackdowns from various countries, and the high-ranking priests of its headquarters poured forth almost in full force to support believers in different regions. Under such circumstances, the best possible outcome was a prolonged stalemate. The worst would be an all-out eruption of conflict resulting in mass casualties. The media's voice leaned almost entirely toward the various governments. Yet factions of the solar divine cult also rose to speak for themselves. This violent conflict dragged on for another 2 years. After a sub-priest of the solar divine cult was killed and 2 generals of the permanent member states of the Planetary Defense Council fell, neither side could bear such losses any longer. After rounds of negotiation, they decided to convene another meeting. Worldwide protests by solar divine cult believers ceased, and the attention of all nations turned toward this summit. Manhattan, the United States. United Nations Headquarters. Cult Master Lin Wanqing, accompanied by the Holy Maiden Ma Lily and several archpriests, attended the meeting. Around the round table the lines were sharply drawn. Planetary Defense Council Chairman Garnin and the representatives of the 7 permanent member states were all aged, their faces marked by the wear of time. Meanwhile, on the solar divine cult side, every one of them looked younger than the next. Decades had passed, yet not a single wrinkle, not a single gray hair had been added. Cult Master Lin, Garnin said with a smile, I am very pleased that you came to attend in person. This shows that you likewise place great importance on this meeting. I believe there is a high probability these talks will conclude successfully. Lin Wanqing cut to the chase. Chairman Garnin, just state your terms directly. The great Xia representative interjected, this still requires discussion. Let us see where each other's bottom lines lie. Ma Lily responded, very well then, why don't you state your bottom line first? What exactly does the Planetary Defense Council intend to hold as inviolable? Garnin said, the red giant has persisted for nearly 30 years. The sun god has never reappeared, and the sun's indicators continue to deteriorate with no sign of improvement. We have every reason to suspect that the sun god has abandoned Earth. Therefore, the Wandering Earth project must proceed. That is our bottom line. If the divine barrier left by the sun god is broken, as a result, we alone will bear all consequences. Lin Wanqing said, I can guarantee that 70 years from now the sun god will reappear. And the divine power barrier left by the sun god is enough to protect Earth until that very moment. The Gallic representative said, Cult Master Lin, you must be aware that such an assurance is entirely baseless. That ethereal divine power cannot be quantified, cannot be monitored, and cannot even be verified. If that barrier shatters during this period, what then? And if the sun god still does not appear after 70 years, what then? You ask us to suspend the Wandering Earth project indefinitely, yet you offer no corresponding contingency measures. That is an unreasonable demand. The Gallic representative had been replaced 2 years earlier. The current one was a woman who once served as Minister of Defense, Alan Sejor. Lin Wanqing met her gaze for a long moment, then said, for the current level of Earth civilization's technology, attempting to quantify divine means is utterly naive. For over 30 years of the red giant, neither Earth nor Mars has encountered any catastrophe. That is proof enough of everything. I need not say more. Yet now you wish to personally destroy this safeguard, and still demand that I provide an emergency contingency plan. Don't you find that utterly absurd? The representative of Gaul was left speechless, his face turning faintly awkward. Jia Erning said, at the risk of offending your beliefs, the sun god is in the end an alien civilization. Earth can be cast aside by him at any moment. Now that Earth has already been discovered by 2 civilizations, the peril has greatly multiplied. Even if he were to abandon Earth, he would have every justification. The destiny of our human race must be kept firmly in our own hands. At his blasphemy against the sun god, several women showed furious expressions and glared at Jia Erning. The pressure on him surged at once. A fine sweat began to bead on his forehead. He averted his gaze, drew a handkerchief from his pocket, and silently dabbed his brow. Humans are exactly such arrogant, conceited, and short-sighted creatures. Since you have no faith in the sun god, very well. We shall divide the planets and govern separately. Lin Wanqing, her eyes icy, said, all humans who believe in the sun god shall migrate to Mars. Those who do not believe in the sun god may all live in the underground cities, drifting wherever they please. We'll mind our own business and spare ourselves from senseless slaughter. Thanks to years of progress, the Sun God Church had already developed space motherships capable of independently carrying out large-scale interstellar migration. That was why Lin Wanqing could speak so. The representative of Sakura country immediately objected. No. According to the outer space law, extraterrestrial bodies may not be owned by any country or private individual. Lin Wanqing looked at him contemptuously. Has all of mankind developed Mars? Mars belongs solely to the sun god. It is entirely reasonable for us believers to live there. Even Earth likewise belongs to the sun god. Don't talk about such laughable regulations as the outer space law, something that can be amended at any moment. Under our sect's canon and precepts, I could even exercise authority over Earth on behalf of the sun god. The Sakura country representative was left disgruntled. Jia Erning said, so Mars is the bottom line of the sun god church. Lin Wanqing said, exactly. Then allow us a short time to consult one another, Jia Erning said after a moment's consideration. Go ahead. Roughly 2 hours passed. The heads of state had exchanged views. The Planetary Defense Council had also made its decision. Regarding the proposal of High Priestess Lin for the sake of humanity's common fate, after solemn deliberation, we have unanimously agreed. Divide the planets and govern separately, without mutual interference, Chairman Jia Erning declared. Lin Wanqing was not surprised by this result. The Sun God Church had also developed no small amount of advanced technology over these years. It had managed to build nuclear bombs as well. The other side had no choice but to consent, otherwise a full-scale war would break out and human civilization would be destroyed in an instant. Giving up a measure of interest in exchange for Earth's freedom was worthwhile for the United Nations. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Wanqing rose and extended her hand. Jia Erning also stood up and shook Lin Wanqing's hand firmly. Camera lights flashed in a storm, the image froze, and official reporters outside captured this historic scene. An hour later, this photo appeared on official news programs of countries around the world. We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. According to the latest report from this station, Lin Wanqing, the High Priestess of the Sun God Church, has reached an agreement with Jia Erning, chairman of the Planetary Defense Council. The two sides have achieved a high degree of unanimity on the strategic arrangement for the common future destiny of mankind. From today on, the Sun God Church will no longer stage protests or demonstrations, and the Planetary Defense Council's Wandering Earth project will also proceed. High Priestess Lin Wanqing stated that the two parties decided through talks to divide the planets and govern separately. The Sun God Church will lead its believers to immigrate to Mars. This is the symbol of an old era drawing to a close and the prelude to a new era about to unfold. New York's Times Square. Countless office workers saw the historic moment of the handshake between Lin Wanqing and Jia Erning on that enormous LED screen. People who had been walking in haste gradually paused, displaying expressions of disbelief. Divide the planets, rule separately. The Sun God Church had actually taken Mars for itself, and what was even more exaggerated was that the United Nations had agreed. Great. I've long wanted to emigrate to Mars. What do those humans who don't believe in the sun god have to do with us? Life and death are all a matter of fate. No part of it lies in human hands. The days of living in fear are finally over. No more enduring those charlatans of the Sun God Church. For the past 2 years, I haven't even dared to go shopping. You people may wander off with Earth. Without the protection of the sun god, let's see where you can possibly drift. Be careful that other civilizations don't discover you. One shot from a star-destroying cannon and your planet, and everyone on it will be erased. And what good will you get by going to Mars? The Trisolaran civilization is on its way. The Demon Eye civilization has also discovered the solar system. This place will sooner or later become the paradise of extraterrestrials. If you still refuse to leave, then just wait for death. In the online world, these two voices kept quarreling endlessly. Daxiao Nation. The Operations Department. Jiang Zhili, who had replaced General Chang Weici, looked at this news with a complex expression on his weathered face. So it really is as Luo Ji and the others studied. Dividing the planets and ruling separately. This is hardly good news for humanity. This meant humanity was no longer united. A division of such magnitude was bound to exert profound influence. The wounds and pains it would inflict would linger for half a century, or even longer. Many of our country's high-tech talents have joined the Sun God Church. Now that Lin Wanqing has proposed dividing the planets, they will surely follow her to Mars. Should we carry out some persuasion work? A general asked. Jiang Zhili sighed. Persuade them as much as you can. Everyone we keep counts. The sun god has already turned tail, but what could humanity accomplish by remaining on Mars? That general nodded in profound agreement. On account of the sun god's disappearance, the Mars immigration plan that had been stalled for almost 30 years was being launched once more. To the believers, this was unquestionably splendid news. They sold their possessions, left their native soil, and bearing devout faith and beautiful hopes for the future, traversed thousands of miles to reach the Gabon base. That was where the space motherships landed, the Gabon base, whose grounds covered an area comparable to a provincial capital. A colossal space mothership stretched across the ground. The dock was a sea of people. Believers from all corners of the world gathered shoulder to shoulder, so dense that one could not see the end. Is this the legendary space mothership? It didn't look so huge on television, or I never thought it would be this immense when seen in person. A middle-aged man said in shock. Of course, this mothership contains a complete ecosystem. Even if we don't migrate to Mars, we could live out our lives on board. The girl beside him said excitedly. After nearly 30 years, we can finally emigrate to Mars. From now on, I'm a Martian. Upon hearing this, The middle-aged man remarked with emotion, "Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye so many years have passed? The first interstellar migration happened back when I was a child. That year I wanted to sign up, but I was a dumb kid with no money and your grandpa wouldn't allow it. So it was delayed until now." In Grandpa's era, the sun god frequently descended with miracles. Having witnessed such miracles with your own eyes, how can you still refuse to believe? What a stubborn old man. The girl Lin Jian pouted and said. Lin Dongjian smiled wryly. Your grandfather was an atheist in his youth. After he enlisted, he believed even less. He always held to the mainstream narrative, insisting that the sun god was a creation of technology. Not just back then. Even now, many people think the same. There's nothing we can do about it. Mainstream. What right do they have to call themselves mainstream? Our sun god church is the mainstream now. Lin Jian puffed out her chest proudly, then flashed a sly smile. But Dad, if Grandpa hadn't made you stay on Earth back, then you'd never have met Mom. So he deserves some credit after all. True enough, Lin Dongjian said. If I hadn't met your mother, you siblings wouldn't have been born. Lin Dongjian smiled happily, drawing his daughter into his arm. Then something occurred to him. Why are Grandpa and the others taking so long in the restroom? Lin Jian said, maybe they got lost. This place is really, really big. Just then an old man and his little grandson squeezed out of the crowd. The grandfather had grizzled hair, but stood straight-backed. The grandson was chubby and fair, only 4 or 5 years old, with a lollipop from a food company under the Sun God Church in his mouth. In recent years, the Sun God Church had expanded across all fields: technology, medicine, food, education, new energy. There was scarcely an industry in which it didn't have a stake. This was one of the reasons society's opposition to the Sun God Church was growing louder. Oh, it's packed with people everywhere. The queue at the restroom stretched like a long dragon, waiting until a man turned to stone. The old man casually thrust a hardcover book from his coat into Lin Dongjian's hands. Just now Junjun insisted on doing his business, but there was no toilet paper. Luckily someone was handing out free books. Seeing the hardcover book, Lin Dongjian's face changed. Dad, this is our church's sacred canon. You're showing disrespect to the deity. You'll be punished. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. Are you cursing your old man to die young? You unfilial son. Lin Dongjian gave a wry smile. You don't understand, Dad. The church recently formed a divine punishment army. An offense like disrespecting the gods. Once put on the scale, even 1,000 caddies can't balance it. In a bad case, they'll exact divine punishment, and our family can kiss the emigration goodbye. Did anyone see you? He opened the book, found more than a dozen pages torn out, and immediately stuffed it into his coat. Hearing how serious his son put it, the old man was also a bit intimidated. Of course not. Besides, would I be punished just for tearing out a few pages? If your sun god is that petty, you'd better stop worshipping him. Lin Jian said helplessly, Grandpa, if you keep going I can't help but report you. Once we're on Mars, don't you dare do anything stupid or say anything silly. Up there they're all even more devout than we are. If you're caught, there'll be serious consequences. I still want to try to become a divine officer. I don't want to have my qualification revoked. The little boy pulled the lollipop from his mouth and said coaxingly, That's right, that's right. Sister is right. Lin Jian smiled and scooped her little brother into her arms. You little scamp, Grandpa broke the rules for you, yet you act like nothing's wrong. You're grounded from lollipops for a month. The old man grew uncomfortable and threw a bit of a tantrum, waving his hand. So many rules. I told you long ago, I didn't want to emigrate. I don't believe in any god anyway. Going to Mars would just cause you trouble. Dongjian, return my ticket. I'm not going. Consider this trip as seeing you off. What are you doing, Dad? Lin Dongjian knew full well that this was the old man being too proud to admit his true feelings. He urged earnestly, Dad, look at the crowd at the dock. Doesn't every family stay together in one piece? Didn't we already agree on all this before we came? Fine. If you're truly willing to leave Jian and Junjun, then stay. I'm telling you, the Earth government is dead set on the Wandering Earth project and will definitely leave the solar system. I've even brought the ashes of my mother and Yinshu with us. If you stay alone, he'll take care of you. 100 years from now, would you become a wandering ghost? The old man fell silent and gave a long sigh. Come on, Grandpa. The experts at the Academy have researched it. The environment on Mars is excellent, good for longevity. Living to over 100 is no problem. You're not even 70 yet. You still have prime years ahead. Lin Jian linked her arm through her grandfather's. The old man was amused by her phrase, prime years, and laughed. All right. I'll listen to you. Let's go. The family walked forward hand in hand, gradually disappearing into the sea of boarding passengers. Interstellar emigration was not always so smooth, however. The counter-melody of separation also accompanied people. In Daxia Haiqing City, Song Yin ended her day of hosting work and as usual went to worship at the Sun God Temple in the city center. Since she was 16, she had maintained this habit for 10 years. Every time she knelt before the statue of the Sun God to pray, she felt a genuine tranquility from deep within. It was like returning to infancy and sleeping peacefully in her mother's arms. Each worship session left Song Yan's spirit cleansed. She always regretted not being born in the era when the sun god still lived on Earth, and because of that she strove all the harder to trace the sun god's footsteps. After scoring 723 in the college entrance examination and being admitted to Peking University, she went against her family's wishes and firmly chose religious studies. But as the sun god had vanished, the sun god church had not added a new subdeacon or higher senior priest for nearly 30 years. Not becoming a senior priest meant she could never be eligible to enter the Central Assembly, the very place where the sun god had lived. Song Yin thought it over for a long time, then gave up on the priesthood, and went to a TV station as a host presenting a program sponsored by the Sun God Church. For years ago, when her father died of a heart attack, she no longer had that lingering worry, so she resolutely joined the protests. For that, she was even invited to the police station for tea, and her relationship with her boyfriend grew tense for a time. Fortunately, the Sun God Church had now reached an agreement with the United Nations, dividing the stars into separate spheres of governance. There was no longer any need to risk her life to protest the Wandering Earth project. Her phone suddenly vibrated. Song Yin glanced at it. A message from her boyfriend, finished praying. Come home. Let's talk. Then 2 more popped up. I've got good news for you. Never mind, I'll come pick you up. She was scheduled to fly to the Gabon base the next day. Song Yin had bought 2 plane tickets intending to convince her boyfriend tonight. Originally, she was 70% confident, but this good news made her feel something was off. 20 minutes later, a fiery red motorcycle roared up, performed a slick drift, and screeched to a halt in front of the majestic church. The trailing wind lifted Song Yan's white long dress. The rider raised his visor, revealing a resolute, handsome face, and smiled at Song Yan. Xiaoyan, are you hungry? I made a feast. Let's go home and eat. He was Song Yan's boyfriend Li Yi. Song Yan blinked her lovely eyes and said, oh, great. Under the gaze of passers-by who didn't know whom to envy, Song Yan climbed onto the motorcycle. Li Yi, why did you for the first time cook today? Did you find a good job? Li Yi chuckled. I was just about to tell you. Didn't the UN sign that treaty with the Sun God Church on dividing the stars? The various governments are about to push the Wandering Earth project hard, and they've started recruiting engineers with high salaries. I applied a few days ago and got the offer today. Song Yin was hardly surprised by this. In this era, a boyfriend with a PhD in physics was a hot commodity, and landing such a fine job wasn't difficult at all. But, are you still planning to come to Mars with me? The question she wanted to ask never made it out, replaced instead by a compliment that slipped past her lips. Impressive. Li Yi handed Song Yin a helmet and said with unmistakable sweetness, of course. Including performance bonuses, my annual salary is over $1 million. I have a permanent position and housing, meals, transportation. Everything's covered. The only thing is there are 2 downsides. That ocean view house you've been dreaming of is definitely out of the question. We'll be moving into an underground city in the future. And another thing, the job will be demanding. But I'll try my best to make time for you. All right. He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared forward into the night. The cool wind rushed against them as the scenery on both sides blurred and fell away. Li Yi. Song Yin called his name, trying to interrupt him. This afternoon, when I was at the seafood market getting groceries, there was a dog seller at the entrance. I spotted a whole litter of village mutt puppies, and I remembered you'd always wanted one, right? So I picked one with a particularly gentle temperament. You'll see when you get home. I know you'll love it. Li Yi kept rambling on. Actually, maybe this is for the best, isn't it? I mean the partition treaty. The tensions have only grown worse these past 2 years. If things keep going like this, a third world war might be right around the corner. We wouldn't even need the Trisolarans. Humanity would just wipe itself out. The solar cult staying on Earth is bad for everyone. And Mars was terraformed by the sun god anyway, so it's only fair to give it to them. Li Yi, you're driving too fast. Song Yin pushed up her visor, and wind flooded in along with the smoky smell of roadside barbecue stalls. Am I? Then I'll slow down. The motorcycle eased its speed, and Song Yin tightened her arms around her boyfriend's sturdy waist. Li Yi, I don't want to go home right now. Take me to the seaside for a while. Li Yi was silent for a moment, then answered, all right. Leaving the bustling city behind, they rode all the way to the Bund. There were many young couples there watching the sea. By the roadside, a devout old woman wearing a sunbird necklace pendant was handing out free copies of the solar cult's scriptures to passers-by. Under the moonlight, the sea was blue. A cold, briny wind rushed ashore in waves crashing against the beach. Song Yin held her boyfriend with one arm and dangled her high heels from the other, walking barefoot along the sand. After savoring the sea breeze for a while, she said out of nowhere, the sun god is barefoot too. Li Yi replied, the sun god can float in the air, so his feet never get dirty. Not like us humans. You'd better wash your feet thoroughly when we get back. Mind the sand getting stuck under your nails. Song Yin smiled faintly. You're quite talkative today. Because? Li Yi stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a moment, then spoke without sugarcoating it. Because I want you to stay with me. Stay on Earth. Song Yin took 2 more steps forward, yet their hands did not part, stretching a bridge between them. And I want you to come with me. To immigrate to Mars together. When her boyfriend remained silent, Song Yin said, "Do you know how many civilizations there are in this universe?" "Why suddenly ask that? How could anyone say for sure?" "Maybe. For every star we can see, there's a civilization to match. Do you still remember the basic axioms of cosmic sociology?" "Of course. First, survival is the primary need of every civilization. Second, civilizations continuously grow and expand, but the total mass of matter in the universe remains constant." "What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying that even if the Wandering Earth project succeeds, humanity's future is still bleak because we're too weak. You always claim the sun god is a technological creation, a bionic being. Even if that groundless assumption of yours were true, Earth can't even handle one such bionic. Adrift in the universe, how long could humanity possibly survive?" Song Yin swung her arm, pulling Li Yi's along with it, and continued, "Only the sun god can save humanity. That is beyond dispute. Li Yi, our church believes in a deity, but we develop technology just the same. Mars has 100 industries waiting to flourish. If you come with me, you'll be well treated there too. Even if you don't earn such a high salary, our combined income would be more than enough for us to live in peace, raise children, and spend a lifetime together." Li Yi was silent for a moment, then let go of Song Yan's hand. They stood only inches apart, yet an invisible chasm seemed to open between them. "Xiao Yin, when will you finally understand that the sun god has already abandoned humanity? The red giant catastrophe is irreversible. Staying in the solar system is what truly leads nowhere." Song Yin shook her head. "The sun god is merely resting. The Lord of the Church has told us that in a little over 70 years the sun god will return. Since descending into this world, the sun god has never done anything to harm humanity and has never deceived us. He wouldn't just abandon us. What you're saying is baseless speculation." Li Yi's frustration burned in his chest. "That's a lie, can't you see it? If they didn't say that, why would any of you agree to emigrate to Mars? Who can guarantee that believers will live well after the partition? For all you know, you'll all be turned into slaves." His mind flashed back to the press conference, the solemn words of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Great Xia, "Have faith in the human government." At this very moment, he said the same to Song Yin. "Xiao Yin, have faith in the human government." They were both stubborn as mules, each more obstinate than the other. Song Yin turned away, refusing to look at him anymore. "I know the education you received growing up makes it impossible for you to believe in the sun god. But the truth is often counterintuitive, counter-logical, counter-common sense, and even counter-humanity. What you believe in is the lie. A lie fabricated by politicians who refuse to give up their power in exchange for humanity's survival." Li Yi shot back without missing a beat. "The Planetary Defense Council has been far too lenient with the solar cult. That's why believers like you harbor such notions." Song Yin laughed bitterly in anger, then spun around again. "If you truly understood the solar cult, you wouldn't say that. Let me tell you, with the right command, the solar cult could replace every government on Earth with a brand new ruling party within a single day. Human technology is nowhere near enough to contend with the grace of a deity. Do you understand?" Li Yi's temper flared, and he refused to yield an inch. If the solar cult really had that kind of power, why wouldn't it do so? The facts have already given the answer. Because you people can't. Song Yin was at a loss for words. "That's because divine mercy is compassionate. If it really came to war, Earth would have been reduced to ashes by nuclear bombs long ago. Forget it. I didn't bring you out here to talk politics. Li Yi, I hope you'll come and live on Mars with me. I've already completed the handover at work and bought my plane ticket for tomorrow. I sincerely invite you." The two of them gazed at each other in the moonlight, the only sounds in their ears the crashing waves and the whispering wind. Song Yin saw her boyfriend's lips move slightly, forming the two words she least wanted to hear. "I'm sorry. Between the cult and the government, he still chose the government. Between her and his future, he still chose his future." Li Yi said, "I'm staying on Earth to build the planetary engines, and then I'll wander the cosmos together with Earth. Mars is a place for the sun god's believers. Our whole family has never believed in gods or immortals." "Song Yin, I'm truly sorry." Song Yin was speechless for a long time, then said sorrowfully, "The Liang will not set sail for another week. If you change your mind, please let me know at any time." "If I were to change my mind?" Li lowered his head, gazing at his feet sinking into the sandy soil. The conversation had failed. Back home, the two finished their last, parting meal, in silence, the exquisite feast tasting as bland as wax. Song Yin also spotted that adorable little countryside puppy. She had not intended to keep it. But after it nuzzled her with its tiny head again and again, she finally softened. She booked pet transport services on the Sun God Sect's official website. Early the next morning, Song Yin took the puppy and left this warm home. Although her boyfriend had said he wouldn't see her off when the moment came, he still ran out with his hair tousled like a bird's nest. "I'll see you off, see you all the way to Gabon." "What about your work?" "I've taken leave." "All right." The two took a ride-hailing car from a subsidiary company of the Sun God Sect, a service launched only in the past 2 years to prevent believers from being refused rides or encountering accidents in vehicles. Its inception stemmed from a murder case that occurred on a ride-hailing car. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at Qing Airport. The place was packed with people. Nearly 9/10 were Sun God sect believers heading to the Gabon base by plane. Some of them knelt before the windows, devoutly praying to the sun. Sometimes I truly cannot understand you all. It's already a new era, yet you still believe in gods. Li looked at the praying crowd and shook his head. By that logic, how much superior are you who worship science? Song Yin said. If they went on, they would surely argue. Li fell silent. He decided to let his girlfriend have her way one last time to depart Earth happily. The plane took off. 15 hours later, they arrived at Gabon base airport. Before even landing, see the enormous star-level warship docked at the shipyard the Lion. If Song Yin were to choose among the 10 wonders of the new world, this space aircraft carrier would undoubtedly rank first. It represented the pinnacle of human technology. Andy, we've arrived, don't sleep anymore. Ignoring her boyfriend snoring soundly, Song Yin turned to wake a haggard, middle-aged woman beside him. She had met her during the journey. The woman was also a believer. The auntie slowly woke up, sat up, and rubbed her waist, shaking her head with a smile. Oh, the ride was exhausting. Getting old means we can't compare to you youngsters. It'll get better once we reach Mars. The environment there is very rejuvenating. Song Yin comforted her. The issue of Mars's planetary magnetic field hasn't been resolved. If the divine barrier left by the sun god fails, solar wind will directly blast into Mars. Whether it's rejuvenating or not, it will definitely cause harm. Li, now awake, remarked casually. Song Yin turned and glared at him. Mars isn't drifting away. The barrier left by the gods won't break. You'd do better to worry about Earth instead. The auntie said with a chuckle. It doesn't matter, I don't believe in gods myself. Moving to Mars isn't about prolonging life. Ooh, I just want to fulfill my son's wish. Hearing her words, both looked over in surprise. No wonder you're migrating alone. Annie, what happened to your son? Li asked. The auntie replied, a genetically inherited skeletal muscle degenerative disease. He passed away 2 years ago. If he were still alive, he'd be about your age. He worshipped the sun god enormously. Our home was filled with figurines of the sun god's miracles and an enormous Dongwang model. He kept nagging about immigrating to Mars. But alas, the sun god left Earth when I was still a young girl and hasn't returned since. As she spoke of this, sadness inevitably clouded her eyes. Yet her tone was not so heavy. It was like she was faintly recounting a stranger's story. Song Yin frowned and asked, didn't you apply for treatment from the healing divine priestesses? This is an institution of the sun god sect that has persisted since the last red giant era. It does not serve the public, it treats believers free of charge. The auntie smiled and shook her head. There are only a few healing divine priestesses. With so many believers applying worldwide, how can they possibly manage? Not to mention the protest activities in recent years that have caused so many casualties. They are even more overwhelmed. Song Yin and her boyfriend fell silent. Li felt apologetic for his earlier remark. Andy, Mars is beautiful. Your son would be very happy knowing you are going there on his behalf. The auntie nodded with a smile, gazing out the window at the Liang, and said no more. All three fell silent, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Li took Song Yin's hand. After the plane landed, the two drifted with the crowd to the shipyard, which was equally packed beyond sight. Song Yin estimated that lining up to board the ship would take several hours. So many people, it's like squeezing oil dregs. Li felt a chill at the crowd. Song Yin did not respond to his comment. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked softly, Li, do you want to go with me? I bought 2 tickets. Li's heart raced. His head flushed, yet he still declined, saying, if I go with you, what about my parents? Who will support them in their old age? Song Yin said, do you trust the government, but not its pension policies? Li shook his head. I can only see you off this far. Song Yin said no more, nodded, pulled her suitcase, steadied the dog's carrier, and walked into the crowd. Daxia Operations Department. Inside a laboratory, Zhuang Gulan and Chun Jingbai, 2 women, stepped out. They were dressed in civilian clothes which stood out sharply against the white coats and military uniforms around them. Surely you two will reconsider. If you agree to stay, the state will certainly not mistreat you. You two can be granted the rank of Brigadier General. The priestesses who remain can also receive military ranks and positions, housing and jobs. The state will cover everything. You will absolutely not be at a loss. Zhang Yufeng, who had succeeded Shi Chong, said with sincere attitude. Zhuang Gulan shook her head. The sect master has ordered that all clergy must not remain on Earth. We cannot disobey the sect master's command. Chun Jingbai also said, we have always been believers of the sun god. Our initial choice to cooperate was under the premise of not harming the sun god sect's interests. If not for Daxia's wholehearted funding of our sect's space aircraft carrier development, we would have already left when the Paris riot incident occurred 5 years ago. Zhang Yufeng knew he could not persuade them, and sighed regretfully. With the Sapan blockade lifted, human technology was advancing rapidly. The distance to cracking these superpower codes was not far, and preliminary results had even been achieved. But it happened precisely at this moment. The sun god sect had fallen out with the United Nations. They intended to divide the stars and govern separately. More than 60 years of painstaking research would likely come to a halt here. Her phone rang. Zhuang Gulan glanced at it and looked up saying, "Captain Zhang, we still have a mission. We must take our leave first." Zhang Yufeng nodded. "I'll see you off." At the Sun God Sect headquarters, a sudden knock came at the office door. Lin Wanqing, who was signing a pile of documents, said, without looking up, "Come in." A red-haired priestess from the Flowery Flag Nation walked in carrying a bundle of documents. "Sect Master, these are more documents sent over by the Planetary Defense Council." Lin Wanqing looked up and felt a headache coming on. Why were there so many tedious documents? If it were not for the interests of the Sun God Sect, she would really be tempted to set a fire and burn them all to ashes. "Just put them here." The priestess set the heavy stack of documents on the desk, blocking half of Lin Wanqing's face. She continued, "There's one more thing, Sect Master. High Priestess Yao Qiao asked me to tell you that your parents took this morning's flight back to Haiqing." Lin Wanqing frowned and nodded. "I see." She took out her phone and dialed a number. After a moment, a kind voice came through the phone. "Wanqing?" Lin Wanqing asked. "Mom, the blazing sun is about to lift off. Why are you and Dad going back to Haiqing? Why didn't you even tell me before going back?" At that moment, Mother Lin was climbing the stairs with Father Lin. Both of their bodies had been nourished by divine power. Though they were nearly 100 years old, they showed no signs of old age and moved with light, nimble steps. "Oh, your father wouldn't let me say anything. We've made up our minds. Once we return to Haiqing this time, we're not leaving again. We never really felt at home in the Flowery Flag Nation anyway. For so many years we put up with it for your sake. Now you're talking about dividing up the stars and interstellar migration. Mars is so far away, and we don't want to be tossed back and forth anymore. We Daxiao people believe in fallen leaves returning to their roots, Mom." Lin Wanqing called out. Mother Lin chuckled and said, "You're over 70, now it's time you stood on your own. Besides, isn't the sun god keeping you company?" Lin Wanqing's nose stung as she tried to persuade her. "Mom, I know you two are nostalgic, but do you think Haiqing is still the Haiqing of 60 years ago? Everything has changed now, and it will change even more in the future. The Wandering Earth project is going to sacrifice Earth's surface. If you stay on Earth, you'll have to live in the underground cities later. They're even going to fly out of the solar system. Without the sun, how cold will Earth be? I know how afraid of the cold you and Dad are. Don't joke with me, Mom. The blazing sun sets sail in 7 days. Treat these 7 days as a vacation, and then come obediently after you've had your fun, won't you? You don't want your daughter to be lonely and helpless on Mars, do you, Ed?" Actually, Mother Lin had not been that eager to stay in Haiqing. As expected, she was swayed by her daughter's words. Seeing this, Father Lin took the phone and said, "Wanqing, you're using your silver tongue to fool your mother again. This is exactly how you tricked us into going to the Flowery Flag Nation back then." With her father, Lin Wanqing was not so easygoing. At a loss for words, she said, "Dad, if you want to stay, then stay by yourself. I'm warning you, don't take Mom hostage." Father Lin snorted. "You think hiring a bunch of old ladies to play mahjong with your mother all day is filial piety? You're the one holding your mother hostage. She wants to return to Haiqing with me, not go to some Mars. If you're truly filial, don't force us." With that, he hung up the phone. Lin Wanqing looked at her phone helplessly, but she did not call back. Yao Qiao had always been meticulous. Moreover, she understood that Lin Wanqing would never allow her parents to remain on Earth. She had surely made arrangements. Telling her about it was simply a heads up. She gathered her thoughts and continued signing documents. Meanwhile, when Mother Lin saw her husband hang up on their daughter, she could not help scolding. "You old mule. All your relatives and friends are dead. What's the point of insisting on going back to Haiqing? Our daughter is busy every day, and she still has to worry about you. I was born in Haiqing, and I will die here. Even if we move to the underground city, the Lin Ancestral Shrine will move down with me. My only regret now is that I didn't have another son. Shuqin, if you want to go to Mars, then go. I'm staying." Father Lin took out his key and walked to the door of his home. The spring festival couplets on the door had already weathered into mummified paper so brittle that a mere touch would reduce them to a pile of powder. Their faded words were still faintly discernible. "With fortune smooth the family's name spreads far, a longing for kin blessings endure long." The horizontal inscription read, "Harmony in the family makes all things prosper." Mother Lin had put them up with her own hands more than 60 years ago. The weight of the years hit them at once. She had never imagined that a single trip to the Flowery Flag Nation would stretch on for so many years, and she drifted into a daze remembering the past. When Father Lin opened the door with the key, the interior was not covered with dust. It was bright and tidy without even a speck of dust, and 2 cups of hot tea were on the table. "What is this?" Father Lin and Mother Lin exchanged glances, both utterly puzzled. At that moment, 2 beautiful women wearing gloves and aprons walked out of the kitchen. The one with the teardrop mole under her, I said with a radiant smile, "Uncle and Auntie, you're back. Who are you?" The visitors were none other than Zhuang Gulan and Chun Jingbai, who had received their assignment from High Priestess Yao Tiao. Zhuang Gulan said with a smile, We are priestesses of the sun god sect stationed in Qing, responsible for taking care of you both for the next 7 days. You can also think of us as tour guides. Qing has changed quite a bit, and many of the old places are hard to find. If there's anywhere you'd like to go, just tell us. Father Lin's face darkened and he was about to flare up, but Mother Lin patted his arm and said with a smile, "Fine, then we'll be troubling you." Chen Jingbai smiled and said, "No trouble at all. The sect master has 1,000 affairs to attend to and cannot get away. This is simply what we as her subordinates should do." Father Lin tried to speak again, but Mother Lin assumed the authority of a wife and mother and snapped, "7 days is more than enough for you to move your ancestral shrine. Talk any more nonsense, and I'll leave you in Qing on your own." Father Lin looked at her, his expression gradually turning aggrieved. His mustache twitched, but in the end he said nothing and turned his head away in a huff. Over those 7 days, followers from around the world gathered in Gabon. The statue of the sun god at the sun god sect's headquarters was also moved and transported onto the mothership. Because of their shared origins, the nation of Daxia sent a group of officials to bid farewell to Lin Wanqing and the other senior members. Governments from all over the world broadcast the event live at the scene. All humanity was watching this crucial moment. No matter what, it was historic. No matter what, there was no denying that the sun god sect had brought many benefits to Earth. The presidents and heads of state of the 7 permanent member nations of the Planetary Defense Council watched the space mothership, which represented the most advanced science and technology of the era, roar into the sky and pierce through the atmosphere. Their departure was supposed to mean Earth's freedom, yet the humans watching the broadcast felt a strange emptiness at the bottom of their hearts and a chill down their spines, as if they had lost something important. More than half a century had passed since the sun god descended into the world. The sun god's miracles and the influence of the sun god sect had taken root in the hearts of people across the globe, whether that influence was positive or negative. Therefore, the sun god sect's departure left people with an emptiness. At ETO headquarters, the large screen showed the mighty silhouette of the blazing sun vanishing into the clouds. The 4 gods' layers were excited. After so many years, this moment had finally arrived. The sun god sect had left, and the era of ETO was about to begin. Awaken all members from hibernation. The era of serving the Lord is here. Godslayer no. One declared excitedly. Aboard the blazing sun, Lin Wanqing stood before the enormous transparent viewport, watching the azure earth recede into the distance as melancholy washed over her. It would not be long now. This living planet would become lifeless and desolate. The places where she had once lived. The traces left by the sun god. All of it would be scattered to nothing by the planetary engines. The wandering earth. Even if humanity truly could escape alien civilizations and drift alone through the vast cosmos, when would there ever be an end? Watching your parents have been settled. High Priestess Yao Tiao walked over. Lin Wanqing said, Thank you." Yao Tiao said nothing. The two fell silent, watching the earth grow distant, old memories flashing through their minds. "Yao Tiao, do you think the Divine Lord will blame us for giving up Earth?" Lin Wanqing suddenly asked. "Why would you think that?" Yao Tiao looked at her. Lin Wanqing answered with a complicated expression. "There are still so many souls without faith on Earth, yet we failed to enlighten them. Over the years we have also caused so many casualties among our believers. Sometimes I wonder whether I was wrong. Perhaps Nana's idea was the right one." Yao Tiao shook her head. "You've done very well balancing the relationship between the cult and the government all these years. Nana's plan may be simple, quick, and direct, but don't forget, we are not gods. We do not have such power. If we truly had done that by the time the Divine Lord awakened, there might not be many believers left on Earth. That would have been a lose-lose ending. But don't regret your choices, because no matter how you choose, you will regret it. We should put our energy into building Mars." Yao Tiao interrupted Lin Wanqing. "Our religious structure still needs a major overhaul. We have to establish a new Mars government that unifies church and state. With so many policies to draft, you'll have more than enough to keep you busy." After hearing what she said, Lin Wanqing felt much better. "You're right. Call everyone to the meeting room. We should finish perfecting the framework before reaching Mars. By the way, how is the pronatal policy you were asked to draft last time coming along?" Lin Wanqing pulled herself together, and the two began discussing government affairs. Meanwhile, in the Flower Flag Nation government, the broadcast of the Blazing Sun's departure ended. The newly inaugurated president convened a meeting with his think tank. "The Sun God cult has taken away 2/3 of our citizens, including no small number of high-end talents from every walk of life. It's no exaggeration to say we've been severely crippled. We must formulate a new immigration policy to bring in more talent and labor as quickly as possible," an advisor said. The president was deeply worried. As the headquarters of the Sun God cult, the Flower Flag Nation had suffered the most from this partition of the stars. The population had been small to begin with. Now it was even smaller. The economy took a heavy hit, and scientific talent had been hollowed out. "Draft countermeasures as soon as possible. Also keep an eye on the planetary engine engineers. We'll offer double whatever other countries are paying. Our Flower Flag Nation's influence in the Wandering Earth project must be the highest, the president said solemnly. Meanwhile, ETO headquarters. One by one the high-tech sleep pods opened. The core decision-makers who had entered hibernation years ago woke from within and were helped to their feet by staff members. The four gods layers stood by welcoming them back. Once the awakening was complete, the leader codenamed Qing Shi Huang asked, Yamasuji Keiko, why have you awakened us? Has the Godslayer plan succeeded? Of the four Godslayers, only Yamasuji Keiko had been one of the original Godslayers. The other three had already been succeeded by new members. They were not like the priests of the Sun God cult, who could remain youthful forever. The consequence of not hibernating was dying of old age. Not successful yet, but it won't be long now. Yamasuji Keiko hunched over said in a creaking voice like a broken shamisen, over these decades because of the Sun God's disappearance human governments have clashed fiercely with the Sun God cult. Just today the Sun God cult led all its believers to Mars, carving out a separate realm among the stars from human governments. From now on we no longer need to worry about them sabotaging our plan. The awakened ETO members were all astonished. Humanity had turned out to be this foolish. They actually drove the Sun God cult away. Good. Qin Shi Huang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Since the Sun God's descent to the world, he had never been this happy. Now that the Sun God cult was gone, who could still oppose ETO? The Saphan could once again seal off Earth's fundamental physics. This planet would once again be reduced to a plaything in their grasp. When his laughter subsided, Qin Shi Huang said, bring me the intelligence archives from these years. A member distributed the important materials compiled over the years, one copy to each of the newly awakened decision-makers. After they finished reading, Qin Shi Huang's excitement faded considerably. The partition of the stars happened only because the Sun God is missing. Lin Wanqing once said the Sun God would return in 70 years. In other words, the Sun God cult will come sweeping back then. Da Vinci said exactly. The Sun God cult is afraid that a full-scale conflict would weaken the power of their faith, so they retreated to Mars. Once the Sun God awakens, and they have backing again, they will certainly refuse to allow the Wandering Earth project to move forward. Yamasuji Keiko nodded and added, so the humans on Earth are still potential believers. If we win them over first, the Sun God cult will find every step difficult in the future. Qin Shi Huang nodded. When can the test subject be put into service? It has reached the final stage. About 3 more days. Yamasuji Keiko said. 3 more days passed. In the ETO underground laboratory, a transparent sealed pod contained a completely naked human. He was tall, over 2 meters in height, with full glistening muscles and dense golden body hair. He bore the head of a classic Nordic Viking. His left eye was bright and fierce, brimming with wildness and divinity, while his right eye was pitch black and hollow, a sightless orb. Test subject no. 1 Odin. Final program implantation is complete. Commencing activation now. A staff member pressed the firing key. A progress bar reading, starting, immediately appeared on the screen. About 10 seconds later it filled completely, and a notification reading, startup successful, popped up. The sealed pod door burst open automatically with a blast of white vapor. Odin strode forth in large steps. A primal ferocious aura came rushing at them. His body was forged from a superalloy specially developed by ETO. He could lift objects 2,000 times his own weight and withstand temperatures of 3,000 degrees Celsius. His top speed could reach supersonic. He also possessed self-repair functions, and his reaction speed was twice as fast as a supercomputer. To make him fit for his divine role, ETO had also implanted a great deal of black technology into him, allowing him to unleash lightning, emit brain rays, hypnotize humans, and so on. Even if he could not measure up to the intelligent being born from the sun, he was an absolute superhuman on Earth. Odin was the king of the gods in Norse mythology, yet those who worshipped him were few. Under the influence of Christianity, most of the Nordic nations had abandoned their ancient faith. As for why they did not create a deity with high popularity like God or the Eastern Buddha, it was because ETO had misgivings, fearing that they might encounter insurmountable problems. Better to use Odin as a test of the waters. Greetings, my creators. Odin's single eye swept over the assembly as he spoke in a magnetic, authoritative voice. Hello, Odin. Yamasuji Keiko said, do you know why we created you? As she spoke, she waved her hand. A staff member immediately brought over the prepared nano-combat suit. The garment fell onto Odin and draped itself around his body of its own accord, adjusting its size and form until it became a formidable, divine battle robe in an instant. Subjugate humanity, spread the faith, and oppose the Church of the Sun God and the government. Odin's gaze was deep as he looked at his new attire, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Though he was an android, he had wisdom, just like a Saphan. Do you have a plan for action? Qin Shi Huang asked. Odin answered with confidence, my brain is far more powerful than humanity's most powerful supercomputer. I know exactly how to spread the faith. There is no need for you to worry. Yamasuji Keiko explained, over the years we have made extensive arrangements in Northern Europe. Faith in Odin has already been restored in many places. You need not worry that he will lack believers. Oh, what we must do now is expand that faith. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nodded with relief. Then let the plan begin. Go, Odin, fulfill your mission. At the order, Odin stepped forward and left the laboratory as a blur. Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. The sky was gloomy, light snow fluttering in a biting wind. The broad streets were thick with traffic. A large trailer truck was moving slowly along. A bearded middle-aged driver was at the wheel. His face was flushed, his eyes glazed, he hiccuped with liquor-smelling breath, and his hands on the steering wheel would not stop trembling. Even after downing a bottle of vodka, his craving remained unsated. Today should have been the happy anniversary of his first year of sobriety. After work, he would go to the sobriety support group and celebrate properly with his companions. But as he passed the tavern on the street corner, the rich aroma of spirits wafting out seized his mind, and the volcano suppressed for an entire year erupted all at once. He sat at the bar and drank one glass after another until he had finished the bottle of vodka. Then, feeling triumphant, he walked out of the tavern and resumed work. The alcohol numbed his brain and dulled his reactions. The traffic light flashed an unmistakable red, yet the truck continued forward. By the time the driver realized it, he slammed his foot in panic toward the brake, but his foot hit the accelerator instead. At that moment, a school bus packed with children was crossing the road. The trailer truck roared in from the side and smashed into it. The horn screamed, the driver screamed, and the children screamed. Pedestrians felt their breath stop, their eyes wide with horror. Yet at the very moment this tragedy was about to unfold, a figure abruptly descended from the heavens and landed between the two vehicles, amid the wind and snow. The crowd could now barely make out a towering, muscular man of ancient bearing, dressed like a deity from a pantheon, with a shock of brilliant golden hair whipping in the freezing wind. Is that the king of the gods, Odin? An old woman sitting by the entrance of a roadside cafe recognized him and rose to her feet in agitation. Odin caught the trailer truck with one hand, stopping the massive horsepower and enormous inertia with strength that no human body could possibly possess. The vehicle screeched against the ground, setting the teeth on edge. The asphalt burst into spiderweb cracks stretching more than 10 meters. The trailer truck, as if it were a clay figurine hurled to the ground, was crushed to nearly half its original size. OMG! OMG! Staring through the transparent windshield at Odin, the driver instantly sobered up, calling out God's name in excitement and terror. I am not God. My name is Odin. Odin gazed straight at him, his tone aloof. The driver was stunned. Having said this, Odin shoved the trailer truck aside with ease, and beneath the stunned gaze of the crowd soared into the sky and swiftly departed. The schoolchildren inside the bus pressed their faces against the windows, watching their savior with curiosity, while adults poured out of their vehicles, staring in awe at the figure growing distant in the sky. Some were already raising their phones to film. Unbelievable. Our God has truly returned. The prophecy is real. The prophecy is real. The old woman knelt in fervent worship toward the direction in which Odin had disappeared. At some point, a prophecy had begun to circulate through the societies of the 5 Nordic countries. On a certain day, in a certain month, in a certain year, Odin, the king of the gods in Norse mythology, would descend to the world, saving his believers and saving the world. This was, of course, an ETO promotional campaign. Through ETO's covert machinations, Odin's believers in the 5 Nordic countries gradually grew into a force, and in rivalry with the local Catholic Church and the Church of the Sun God, they built no small number of churches. At the Temple of Odin in Stockholm, priests and devout believers had gathered in the Plaza of the Gods to hold a sacrificial ceremony welcoming the return of the God King. Among them were not a few figures of power and influence. For years, people have been hyping Odin as the God King of Norse mythology. For the sake of this prophesied day, these believers have staged such an elaborate event and invited media from every sphere. I just want to know, if Odin doesn't come, how will they ever resolve this? A young reporter from a Swedish daily camera on his shoulder chatted with the host beside him. He was clearly an atheist. The female reporter shrugged. You're too naive. Of course Odin will show up, but whether the one who appears as the real Odin is hard to say. Like the religions in the Tubo region of Dachau, they say Odin has been reborn and you have no evidence, right? The two chatted idly. Before long, the snowflakes had turned their shoulders white. Odin's worshippers carried their offerings to the altar, then like sorcerers casting spells sang and danced around the bonfire with blood smeared across their faces. That such a primitive, unadulterated sacrificial rite could appear in the crisis era when technology was beyond compare was truly a rare wonder. The reporters faithfully captured it all. The bonfire blazed ever higher, bathing the surroundings in orange light. The rite reached its climax. As if struck by lightning, the high priest turned his face up to the sky and poured out guttural, raving Viking incantations, both arms reaching out as though to embrace something. Just as the atheists on the scene had rolled their eyes to the heavens, the wind and snow in the sky suddenly intensified. The north wind howled, snowflakes fell like huge mats. A figure descended slowly from deep in the sky, a blood-red cape extraordinarily eye-catching. The believers squinted toward him, gradually recognizing the one they had waited for so long. Odin, the king of the gods. The God King has descended. The prophecy has come true. The God King has arrived. The believers shouted ecstatically and knelt to the ground in worship. The reporters were dumbstruck. Videos of Odin, the All-Father, saving people and descending upon the world flooded the internet, with media across the 5 Nordic countries competing to report the story. It caused shock worldwide. Oh my God, Odin looks so magnificent. That build, that physique, and overwhelming presence. As expected of the king of the gods. Is this a god? He just seems a bit stronger and can fly. He can't compare to that so-called sun god at all, right? What's there to be shocked about? First the sun god leaves, and now an Odin appears. What is happening to this world? Odin is part of the Nordic native faith. His sudden resurgence shows that religious scholars' predictions were right. Gods will continue to appear, more and more of them. This isn't a god at all. He's clearly a bionic human, just like the sun god. This must be another alien technology invasion. I hope everyone won't be deceived. Why doesn't the government just ban these religions outright? If these cults rise again, we'll repeat the disaster of the sun god cult. Exactly. I publicly propose that all superstitious faiths and gods be banned completely. Who do you think you are to make a public proposal? Careful. Hades, Anubis, Yinlawa, Hela, Yama, Izanami, and Lucifer might all come knocking on your door at night for a chat. Why did the Nordic gods revive instead of our Xia gods? Isn't the sun god enough for Xia? What did the Nordic gods do to you? While the internet raged with heated debate, the Nordic countries were no less fervent. Large crowds of northerners gathered in Stockholm to worship. Even some Catholics converted their faith and became devotees of Odin, the All-Father. This matter drew serious attention from the Nordic Council. The sun god cult also took the matter seriously. Inside the blazing sun conference room, Lin Wanqing walked in, leading several high priestesses. A group of senior priests rose to their feet and said, "Matriarch, please sit down." Lin Wanqing took her seat and said, "Miranda, our high priestess stationed on Earth, has sent word that a new god has appeared in Sweden. Odin, the king of the gods in Norse mythology. Xuanu, send the files to everyone." After a brief manipulation by Xuanu, reports about Odin saving a child and descending to the mortal world appeared on everyone's computers. He must be a false god. There is only one true god in this world, and that is the god sovereign. An acolyte glanced through the report and immediately spoke up. The words drew unanimous agreement. The sun god cult had always been monotheistic. Even if the other side truly were a god, they would never acknowledge it. There are 3 possibilities for this so-called Odin All-Father's appearance. First, it's a scheme by Earth forces to erase our influence. Second, he is a bionic human created by alien technology. Third, perhaps he really is a god. Another deputy priest analyzed. These images are not enough to judge Odin's true power. Should we test him? We don't know yet whether he's friend or foe, and contact could be dangerous. I think it's better to have Xuanu monitor him and wait for the god sovereign to awaken before dealing with him. If we trouble the god sovereign with everything, we believers seem useless. Among the sisters stationed on Earth, we have 1 high priestess, 2 priests, and 4 deputy priests, all with combat talents. I think we can probe him. The women began to discuss. Actually, Lin Wanqing suspected that Odin was Etio's doing. But now that Etio had Sapan on guard, no spy could relay information out. She had no way to confirm her suspicion. I also think we can probe him. Ma Lily said, "How about I take a small ship back? That Odin looks pretty strong to me." She cracked her knuckles, eager to go. As one of the few in the cult with a physical combat talent, Ma Lily was always eager for battle, but had never found a suitable opponent. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Lin Wanqing said, "Send a message to Miranda telling her to probe the depths of the Nordic king of gods while ensuring the safety of the sisters. If she can't handle it, Lily, then you can go back." Hearing this, Ma Lily said reluctantly, "Fine then." At that moment, a breaking news alert suddenly appeared on the computer in front of Lin Wanqing. Solar radiation anomalies in Nagashima, Sakura country have caused severe burns to 4,000 people and killed 231. The red giant crisis has finally arrived. Lin Wanqing froze. Had the divine power barrier been breached so quickly? Sakura country was really pushing things too far with its wandering Earth plan. At this rate, casualties would only keep rising. I've warned them so many times, yet they refuse to listen. Lin Wanqing sighed and said, "Let me issue one final warning." This time the sun god's warning was directed not only at national governments, but also at the general public through the internet. Lin Wanqing personally recorded a video to deliver the warning. Television stations around the world broadcast the video. "I am Lin Wanqing, the matriarch of the sun god cult. I solemnly warn you that the casualties in Nagashima, Sakura country were not caused by solar radiation anomalies. If that were the case, the entire world would have been stricken by intense radiation damage. The radiation leak was caused entirely by the construction and operation of planetary engines which damaged the divine protective barrier left by the sun god. If the United Nations continues to stubbornly pursue the wandering Earth plan, then the entire world and all of humanity will pay the price for your actions. Lin Wanqing's tone was exceedingly grave. Stockholm. A 4-year-old girl pointed at the television and stammered, "Grandma, look, a fairy." The old lady knocked her granddaughter's hand down and scolded, "What fairy? She's a demon." Just as the news segment ended, the television station abruptly cut to another breaking news story. The Nordic king of gods Odin stood in his temple, his single eye gleaming with awe-inspiring light, and said solemnly, regarding the sun god cult's statement on the radiation anomaly in Nagashima Sakura country, "I hope everyone will not be deceived. Divine protective barrier. That is something that has never existed. It is merely a natural phenomenon of the sun in its red giant state. As the sun's red giant phase worsens, such phenomena will only become more frequent. I advise everyone to move underground as soon as possible to avoid severe radiation burns. Do not listen to the lies of the sun god cult." The moment the old lady saw Odin, she immediately wore a fanatical expression of worship and said, "What the god says is right. The sun god cult is deceiving people." Her granddaughter looked at Odin in wonder, then giggled and mimicked, "The sun god cult is deceiving people. The sun god cult is deceiving people." Such a confrontational statement was more than enough to show his stance. Aboard the blazing sun, Lin Wanqing's gaze turned icy. This man was indeed an enemy, not a friend. A god talking about this shoddy science. He must be a bionic human, no doubt. Ma Lily pointed at Odin on the screen and said, "It could not yet be confirmed whether it was a humanoid." Lin Wanqing decided to wait for news from the sisters stationed on Earth. As time passed, more and more planetary engines were built on Earth, and the divine barrier left by Han Qing was continuously destroyed, fulfilling the prophecy of Odin, the Nordic god king. This also led many humans to switch sides and begin worshipping Odin. The scope spread from Northern Europe to the entire world. Etio was extremely excited about this. If they could gather such a large number of believers on this scale, then in the future they would undoubtedly be able to attract the followers of the sun god as well. The headquarters of the cult of the sun god. In the past, red-robed priests were everywhere, and the flourishing scene of worshippers like mountains and seas had long vanished. Now only 7 or 8 senior priests and over 20 temple warriors guarded this place. The vast palace stood empty and desolate, with a gentle breeze causing the heavy curtains to sway slightly. The resident high priestess Miranda sat on the second-row bench in the temple, her crossed leg resting a laptop, its screen displaying another distinctly Nordic-style building. That was the Odin Temple in Stockholm, over 6,000 kilometers away. The reminder from Xiannu appeared on her retina. The target is expected to appear in 10 seconds. Miranda took a deep breath and closed her eyes. 50 meters away from the Odin Temple, another Miranda, sitting on the bench, opened her eyes. She wore a down jacket and a knit hat with the same face, but different clothing. This was the ability of a deputy priest of the cult of the sun god replication. The replicated Miranda could exert about 50% of the original's power. 10 seconds later, a Maybach Accelero drove to the temple door, and the god king Odin emerged from the temple, surrounded by priests and believers preparing to attend a council. Miranda's pupils contracted slightly as she gazed at Odin. Atomic slash. Almost simultaneously, Odin's single eye turned toward Miranda, his dignified gaze becoming fierce like an eagle or wolf. Eyes met. Sudden mutation occurred. The Kar priests and believers before Odin were cut in half by an invisible sharp force. Not even the snowflakes falling through the air were spared. That was a microscopic level power difficult to perceive with the naked eye. However, this strike failed to take effect. In Miranda's vision, Odin suddenly disappeared. Then a loud bang echoed in her ears. Her vision went black, and Odin appeared before her, his large hand grasping her neck and lifting her into the air. Thunder and lightning erupted in the sky. A bolt of lightning crashed down, aimed directly at Miranda. Without hesitation, she pressed the self-destruct button in her hand. Boom! A sea of fire engulfed them both. The replica was blown to ashes. Odin stood in the sea of fire unharmed, his cold gaze fixed on the scattered fragments. At least supersonic speed with the power to control lightning. His speed is too fast. If I can't immobilize him, my attacks won't work. The battle ended in one round, gathering too little information to determine what he actually is. But one thing is certain, he is definitely not as powerful as the Divine Master. If it were him, one glance would have killed me already. No need for close combat. Miranda frowned, summarizing. Then she quickly reported this information to Lin Wanqing. Unable to test the results, and with the opponent so powerful, Lin Wanqing did not issue new orders. She let the priests stationed there observe quietly to avoid casualties. Regardless of whether the opponent was truly a god or an ETO-developed android waiting for the Divine Master's revival would turn them both to ashes. The sea of lightning and thunder Odin created above Stockholm had caused a sensation in human society once again. Such divine miracles nearly confirmed his status as a god, and his followers were steadily increasing. The three-body world. The three-body civilization's capital. The military consul was reporting to the head of state 10 three-body hours ago. The faithful army of the sun god cult broke through our encirclement, created a large gap in the east, and is advancing rapidly toward the east. Within 500 three-body hours they will reach city A41. The head of state felt a headache upon hearing this. How many times has this breakthrough happened? Can you tell me why we can never stop them? The military consul said helplessly. The priests of the sun god cult possess unique superpowers, and with the help of that intelligent entity from the solar civilization, our technological strength finds it difficult to contain them. After decades of development, parts of the three-body planet cities have already been completely controlled by the sun god cult. The capital sent troops to suppress them, but instead of eliminating them, the believers keep growing. Every time they are surrounded, the enemy can break through, relying on mysterious powers. Like loaches difficult to catch. Head of state, our urgent priority is to kill the source of evil, otherwise we will never be able to eradicate the sun god cult. He is spreading propaganda everywhere claiming that if all three-body people believe in the sun god will merge the three stars into one, ending the chaotic era and ushering in an eternal stable era. Unless we kill him and completely destroy all records of the sun god cult, the believers will be endless. The head of state knew the nuclear bomb plan was about to be activated again. But whether that plan could actually kill that intelligent entity remained uncertain. How fortunate it would be if the Demon Eye civilization had eliminated their main body, sparing the three-body civilization from such dire circumstances. It is too late to relieve City A41. I have detected that several armies of Sun God cult believers are converging on City U-23 for pilgrimage. That should be their headquarters, the location of that intelligent entity from the solar civilization. The military consul continued, I suggest we withdraw our forces to clear the path, wait for them to gather together, and then destroy them all with nuclear weapons. The head of state had already accepted reality, looking at the consuls and asking, do you have any objections? The consuls were unanimous, passing the proposal with a full vote. Cities on the planet's outermost perimeter had almost all been devoured. If they did not use decisive force to eliminate the enemy now and let them advance unchecked, the capital would be in danger. Very well, let us proceed as planned, the head of state ordered. The military consul gave a military salute and left the conference room. However, just as everyone was preparing to disperse and leave, sirens suddenly blared outside. The communication device in front of the science consul lit up, and he said, head of state, an intelligence station intercepted a special message bound for City U-23. Upon hearing this, both the head of state and the consuls were astonished. That was the headquarters of the sun god cult, a city that had already fallen. How could an intelligence station be sending messages there? Could it be? An unsettling truth was about to surface. At that moment, the military consul who had just left walked back in his mirror-like surface flickering with spectral light and said angrily, head of state, someone has been using the intelligence station to leak information to the sun god cult's forces. Among us there is a traitor. Investigate immediately and find that traitor. The Führer was equally furious. The entire capital was placed under martial law. The Führer, high-ranking officials and intelligence personnel all gathered at Grand Pendulum Clock Square. The Trisolarans had no secrets to hide. Interrogation required no torture. Only the simplest method was needed. Questions. Relying solely on brainwave communication, the Trisolarans could not lie. Whatever was asked, they would undoubtedly provide the most honest answer. After screening through a massive pool of intelligence agents for 2 trisolar times, the military governor finally found a thread in that tangled mess. Did you send that message? In the ranks, the officer questioned an intelligence agent. The latter fell silent. Silence was also an answer. 2 soldiers immediately restrained the agent. The officer asked again, did you send that message? This time the agent answered yes. Following the clues, they soon traced back to the mastermind behind it all. Who instructed you? The military governor questioned the intelligence station director. The latter remained fearfully silent. You should know we have many ways to make you speak. Will you choose to talk now or experience all those punishments first? The military governor threatened. After long hesitation, the latter said, it was the Secretary General. The moment the secret was revealed, everyone was utterly shocked. That was the second in command of the Trisolaran regime, the Führer's own aide. The traitor was actually him. How had the solar deity cult penetrated to such depths? The Führer glanced at the Secretary General beside him and ordered, arrest him. Soldiers swarmed forward. Though subdued, the Secretary General's brainwaves fluctuated violently as he screamed desperately, the solar deity will end the chaotic era. You understand nothing. You are the ones who are wrong. We must surrender to the solar deity immediately. Welcome the stable era. Stop struggling. The solar deity will surely triumph. Upon hearing this, everyone present shuddered. Furious, the Führer ordered, dehydrate him and burn him, and thoroughly investigate all departments connected to the Secretary General from top to bottom. Burn all personnel involved. A great fire raged through the Trisolaran capital. Yet this did not deter the believers from their pilgrimage. With no Trisolaran army to block or suppress them, waves of believers continuously flooded into City U-24. Though the chaotic era still reigned with abnormally bitter cold within this city, it was warm as spring. Trisolarans could venture out without electric heated suits, and dehydrated plants were growing with vigorous vitality. The city full of sunflowers adorned it like a golden metropolis. Pay the highest tribute to the all-knowing, omnipotent solar deity. Wave after wave of believer armies arrived at the city center to worship and kneel. The surging crowd stretched beyond the horizon. In the heart of the city square, Han Qing, in Trisolaran form clad in crimson robes, sat cross-legged and floated above the crowd, calmly receiving their devotion. Endless massive faith power poured into his body, then was converted into pure divine strength. The Trisolarans are truly the most worry-free. No mental steel seal needed at all, Han Qing thought contentedly. These believers spread faith to one another. He no longer needed to expend effort preaching. God's solar deity, may I ask when you will end the chaotic era? A young Trisolaran in the worship queue asked curiously. When all Trisolarans believe in me, Han Qing answered, looking at him. But if you end the chaotic era first, all Trisolarans will surely believe in you. The young Trisolaran did not quite understand. Han Qing smiled and said, only when all Trisolarans believe in me, allowing me to achieve true divinity, can I control the 3 stars. The young Trisolaran asked in confusion, achieve true divinity. Does that mean you are currently a false god? Had he not been able to clearly sense the faith thread connecting to the other, Han Qing would have thought this one was deliberately seeking trouble. The nearby adult Trisolaran hastily pulled the child back and said, solar deity, forgive us. The child speaks foolishly out of ignorance. Han Qing showed no resentment. No matter. Children speak without malice. Facing the assembled pilgrims, he preached once more, true divinity is a state of being. As long as all Trisolarans believe in me, allowing me to achieve true divinity, I will merge the 3 stars into one, ending the chaotic era. Let the Trisolaran world welcome an eternal stable era. No more dehydrating, no more abandoning beautiful emotions, art, and life for mere survival. Each time he made such promises, the believer's faith power would critically surge, temporarily doubling. Thus Han Qing made this promise once every day. Of course he was not lying. If all Trisolarans on this planet believed in him, he truly did possess the ability to end the chaotic era. However, that would require his true self to appear in person. The projection was far from possessing such power. Praise the sun. The believers excitedly kowtowed. But just then a discordant brainwave spread through the crowd. Solar deity, I am your loyal believer, but I wish to know, how can you prove that after achieving true divinity, you will have the power to end the chaotic era? Among the kneeling crowd, a single Trisolaran stood up. If we all believe in you, yet you cannot end the chaotic era, and our Trisolaran world's technology stagnates. Because of this, by then most of our generation will have exhausted their lifespans with no chance of interstellar migration. Have you considered such a scenario? Han Qing looked at him. Between them existed no faith thread. This meant the other was not his believer. You are not my believer. You must be a spy sent by the capital, correct? Han Qing asked. The Trisolaran did not expect to be exposed so quickly. After a moment of silence, he replied, yes. Upon these words, the Trisolarans in the square erupted in fury, roaring, burn him to death. Burn him to death. The spy's body trembled, fear-ridden brainwaves continuously radiating forth, yet he never begged for mercy. It was clear he faced death without flinching. Although you are a spy, your doubts I can answer. What you suspect is nothing more than my inability to control the stars. Before I achieve true divinity, I indeed cannot control the 3 stars. But regarding all matters pertaining to the stars, I have complete knowledge. Han Qing did not rush to act. He tilted his head, gazing at the sky, sensing the changes of the 3 stars. Possessing the divine nature of the solar deity, every change of those 3 stars was exceptionally clear to him. After 1 trisolar time, the first star will appear, first lasting for 4 trisolar times. Then the second star will emerge, the double stars in the sky. You should know what this signifies. Han Qing continued. It means the trisolar planet will be captured by a single star and become its satellite. The Trisolaran world will welcome an 11-day brief, stable era. Then a solar storm will follow. Han Qing shared all the information he had sensed. The spy felt a flicker of curiosity. Was the stable era really coming so soon? Was it true? Whether true or false, you may verify it yourself, Han Qing said. A trisolar an hour later. As Han Qing had said, the first star appeared in the sky. The believers cheered and rejoiced. This proved that the sun god was right. No, this doesn't prove anything yet. The undercover believer had not forgotten his mission. He refused to believe that the sun god could truly predict these changes. Han Qing did not argue. Another 4 Trisolaran hours passed. A second flying star appeared. This meant that things were indeed unfolding as Han Qing had predicted. The Trisolaran planet had been captured by a star, becoming its satellite and welcoming a brief stable era. The sky grew bright. The entire Trisolaran world no longer bore the deathly air of the chaotic era. The undercover believer, however unwilling he was, could not help but believe Han Qing at this moment. His body was still trembling, yet not from fear but from excitement and elation. The movements of those three stars shifted in countless ways, utterly without pattern. Even the Trisolaran civilization, which had endured more than 200 cycles of civilization and developed its technology to its present level, still could not calculate them. But this sun god could state them with perfect accuracy. That alone proved far too much. The believers' faith became even more devout and unshakable. They knelt on the ground in worship, and the power of faith surged once more. Even a mosquito is still meat. Since you're here, you might as well kneel too. Han Qing unleashed the thought imprint divine art and thrust it through the air into the undercover believer's body. To his surprise, there was no response at all. Failed. Han Qing was stunned. That shouldn't be. After thinking it over carefully, Han Qing roughly understood why. Because Trisolarans were creatures that communicated through brainwaves, the mechanism determining their neural network judgments differed from that of humans and the demoni, people, so the thought imprint divine art could not take effect. Sun God, you are right, and we are the ones who were wrong. I already look forward to the scene after all Trisolarans believe in you, the three stars fusing into one. Unexpectedly, that undercover believer knelt down and sincerely prostrated himself before Han Qing. A silken thread of faith was drawn between them. Han Qing was slightly surprised again. He had not expected to be able to move this fellow. Seeing this, the believers grew even more excited. The sun god's greatness will eventually convert all Trisolarans. Destroy the capital government. The world belongs to the sun god. A high priest praised him from the bottom of his heart. The world belongs to the sun god. The crowd shouted as one. Their voices were mighty. Han Qing's mood grew even more cheerful, and he said, "The world is mine, and it is also yours. Be prepared to welcome the stable era." The believers all made obeisance. The power of faith surged once more. However, this harmonious scene of God and mortals did not last long. Above the Golden City, an unsettling air raid siren suddenly blared. Sun God, an enemy nuclear strike is incoming. It is expected to reach this city in 0.05 Trisolaran hours. A priest in charge of military affairs pushed through the crowd and rushed over to report. The news spread rapidly outward from the plaza. Panic and fear seized the believers. Since believing in the sun god, they were no longer numb and apathetic. With so little time, and with such a wide lethal radius, they simply could not escape. If the nuclear missiles really exploded, then 24 City would be left without a single survivor. Sun god, what should we do? A believer asked fearfully. Because the Trisolaran regime was a government that unified the entire planet, civil wars basically never happened. Therefore, the city had no air raid shelters or nuclear bunkers. All they could seem to do was wait to die. Don't be afraid. I will act. Han Qing answered calmly. His composure infected the surrounding believers. It greatly reduced their fear. The sun shines and gives heat because its core is undergoing constant nuclear fusion. Nuclear bombs are also nuclear fusion. The sun god surely has a way to counter them. We need not be afraid. A priest said loudly, excitedly. The believers thought about it and felt that this reasoning was sound. No longer afraid, they prayed devoutly to the sun god. Han Qing soared into the sky, brimming with confidence. When it came to nuclear explosions, who could outdo him? He was the founding ancestor of nuclear blasts. The Trisolarans trying to kill him with nuclear bombs was as absurd as trying to destroy the sun with a nuclear bomb. Besides, he could fly at light speed and could easily destroy the nuclear missiles before they detonated. However, that would be over too quickly. The believers would not be able to see it clearly. Han Qing intended to put on something spectacular and gain another surge of faith power. He kept ascending. Soon he was no longer visible to the naked eye. Using military equipment, the believers projected Han Qing's image in the sky onto the wall of the plaza. Just a few moments later, over 100 nuclear missiles, densely packed, screamed in from the horizon, carving striking trails across the bright sun-drenched sky. Han Qing extended one hand. Divine power surged out, seized the 100-plus nuclear missiles, and held them motionless in midair, unable to advance an inch. Seeing this, the believers cheered. At the Trisolaran capital, having witnessed this through satellites, the head of state ordered without hesitation, "Detonate the nuclear missiles. Blow him to pieces." As the order was given, the nuclear missiles were detonated by remote control. The believers in U-23 City heard only a dense series of muffled thuds. The world suddenly lost its color. Apart from the orange sea of fire high above, heaven and earth had turned black and white. This was a sight they knew well. The nuclear missiles had exploded. The sun god had not neutralized them. The cluster of warheads had still detonated. The believers looked up at the sky. Fear continued to spread among them. In that instant, many of them even wavered in their faith. If the sun god could not even withstand nuclear bombs, could he really control the stars? And in the chaotic era, the sun god is dead. The sun god is dead. Some of the weak-willed spoke in despair. At this moment, no one refuted them. The sky above the entire city was covered by a vivid sea of fire, yet the city and its believers were untouched. They did not even feel the slightest heat. Someone noticed the anomaly. Why are we still alive? A red-robed priest asked in confusion. Not to mention more than 100 nuclear missiles exploding over the city. Even a single one would have made survival impossible. Yet now, against all reason, they were still alive. Look, the sea of fire is shrinking. A believer pointed at the sky and shouted. The believers stared upward and saw the fire contracting at a visible speed as swiftly as the sea receding at low tide. Within about a dozen breaths, the sea of fire condensed into a small sun hovering above the city. And beneath that sun, Qing held it aloft with one hand. His boundless divine might left an indelible impression on the believers' hearts. The sun god isn't dead. He even compressed the power of the nuclear blast. The high priest cried out excitedly. I almost couldn't contain it. But fortunately I managed to hold it together. Qing breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. With divine power, he slowly compressed the explosive force of the 100+ nuclear missiles into a great arrow as long as an arm, then used divine power to condense a divine bow. He knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring taut like a full moon. Locking onto the Trisolaran capital, Qing loosed the arrow. At the Trisolaran capital, the heads of state, who had witnessed Qing's divine might, felt a chill of dread. The nuclear bombs had already detonated, yet he had forcibly gathered their energy and even more astonishingly compressed it into a single arrow. Even the Trisolaran's current level of science and technology could not explain how he had done it. What does he intend to do? The military archon saw Qing drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, and an ominous feeling rose in him. The science archon said fearfully he couldn't be thinking of counterattacking, could he? On the satellite feed, Qing shot that arrow toward the capital. There was no longer any doubt he was counterattacking. The military archon hastily ordered, quickly activate the defensive interception system. Intercept that arrow. That was a weapon condensed from over 100 nuclear warheads. If it exploded over the capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. The capital and the defensive systems of the surrounding cities activated at once. All manner of high-tech weapons poured out in full force, some to intercept the attack, some to slay the sun god. Target locked. Saturation attack to intercept. A sky-filling net of energy beams and missiles caught Qing's great nuclear arrow midway. An endless sea of fire instantly engulfed heaven and earth, a scene of apocalypse. U-24 City. These bastards just can't stay quiet for even one day. Qing's extended divine sense perceived the Trisolaran's attack, and he was somewhat exasperated. He only wanted to peacefully receive his followers' worship and gather faith energy. But the Trisolaran government would not allow it. So he could only expend divine power to play along. Everyone take your positions. Begin the counterattack. Qing's brainwaves spread across the entire city. The army of believers immediately began to move in orderly fashion. After so many years of war, they had long since become accustomed to it. The great battle was about to break out. The Trisolaran army could not overcome the army of believers, it could only slow their expansion. And so the two sides parried back and forth in this game, and in the blink of an eye another 5 years had passed. In those 5 years, the Sun God Church captured 10 cities and gained nearly 100 million followers, a meteoric rise. Master Lin Wanqing requests to speak with you. Shall I connect the line? Qing, who was in the middle of receiving his followers' worship, suddenly received a notification from Xiannu 3. My. Qing responded, put her through. His true body had been asleep for over 30 years. His followers did not know that this projection in the Trisolaran world was actually him. Apparently, they had learned of it through Xiannu 3. Why would she be so eager to contact him? Could something have happened on Earth? May the Divine Lord be well. As soon as the two connected, Lin Wanqing greeted him happily. She had originally thought she would not be able to speak with Qing for another 60 or 70 years. Unexpectedly, Qing had left a projection in the Trisolaran world, which happened to ease the torment of her mad longing for him. Qing asked, Wanqing, has something happened? The joy on Lin Wanqing's face gradually faded. She said, yes. Divine Lord, could you return to Earth for a while? To reinforce Earth's divine power barrier. Because the Earth government forcibly pushed forward with the Wandering Earth plan, the planetary engines they built damaged the divine power protective layer you left behind. Now the red giant star is causing extremely severe harm to Earth. If this continues, I fear humanity will die on a massive scale. Upon hearing this, Qing was somewhat exasperated. These humans on Earth really give people no peace of mind. If they had simply not launched the Wandering Earth plan, that divine power would have been enough to protect Earth for 100 years. Now in just over 30 years it had been destroyed. Were they so eager to rush into space and court death? We have negotiated many times, but the Planetary Defense Council insists on doing this. Lin Wanqing explained. This is only a projection of mine. To set up a protective layer, I would need far more divine power than I have. Ignoring her, Han Qing refused. Since they destroyed the protective layer, you may as well move to Mars. After so many years, the space mothership should have been built already, shouldn't it? Although he had so many followers in the Trisolaran world providing divine power, every major battle consumed a great deal. Moreover, even if he did go back to slightly reinforce the barrier, once the planetary engines started running, wouldn't it be damaged anyway? How much divine power could sustain that kind of consumption? Lin Wanqing said the space mothership was built long ago. We migrated to Mars on the mothership 5 years ago, but as long as you are safe. Hearing this, Han Qing said bluntly, as for the divine power barrier, wait until my true body recovers. Since they insist on recklessly carrying out the Wandering Earth plan, they must bear the consequences. Then, all right. On this issue, Lin Wanqing said no more on the matter and went on, there is one more thing I must report to you, Divine Lord. 5 years ago, a fellow appeared on Earth claiming to be Odin the God King. In these years, he has established a Norse divine court, and with his gods has been winning followers on Earth while disparaging the Sun God Church. We cannot get a clear measure of their strength, so we have not acted rashly. Han Qing found it novel. Odin the God King, a Norse divine court. Which civilization was stirring up trouble this time? The demonic Eye civilization had already been conquered. Then it was the Trisolaran civilization. He had not expected that after all these years the legacy of the ETO would have continued. Those cockroach-like creatures. Han Qing's emotions did not stir. He simply said, I see. The communication was cut off. Lin Wanqing looked somewhat helpless. Ma Lily and the others beside her wore the same expression. If the Divine Lord cannot return, then there is no helping it. Lin Wanqing said. Refuse the Great Xia government's request. We are powerless. The reason she had contacted Han Qing was first that Lin Wanqing had wanted to save the Sun God's potential followers on Earth. Second, it was also because of Great Xia's request. But since the Divine Lord had said no, there was nothing more to say. After all, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Great Xia Operations Department. General, the Sun God Church has rejected our request. Lin Wanqing, the church leader, says they have no way either. A communications officer reported. Inside the meeting room, a group of generals sat in a circle. Jiang Zhili waved his hand as expected, and the latter withdrew. He stood up and said solemnly, our only course now is to save ourselves. The red giant's radiation is too severe and the number of cancer patients is soaring. The surface is already unfit for human habitation. The nation of Great Xia must move into underground cities ahead of schedule. Notify the State Council. The whole nation must complete the relocation within 3 months. In addition, all personnel who must work on the surface are to wear protective suits. We must reduce the harm to the minimum. The generals answered yes. Haicheng. Crowds surged and traffic flowed without end. Because of the relocation notice issued by the state, all the people of Great Xia began to move into the underground cities. People wore some protective suits, hats, and sunglasses. Even in the scorching heat, they were unwilling to expose the slightest bit of skin. Mom, I don't want to go to the underground city. I don't want to move, I want to go home. Within the sea of people, a fully armed, tightly wrapped little boy was throwing a tantrum, refusing to move forward. His mother grabbed him and scolded, go home. From now on, the underground city is home. We're lucky to get a place there. Do you know that foreigners have to enter a lottery? Many of them can't even get in even if they want to. Hurry up, don't cause trouble for others. The boy, reluctant and unwilling, squatted down directly to test his mother's strength. The road was already crowded to the point of congestion. With the family blocking the way, those behind them could not move forward, provoking a chorus of complaints and urgings. What's going on over there? Don't obstruct the flow of traffic. A traffic inspector dressed in a cooling protective suit approached, holding a communicator. The mother quickly smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, the child is just being naughty. I'll take him away right now. She hoisted the child up and dragged him forward with extra effort, and the little boy immediately burst into tears. Yet at this moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own troubles, and crying was hardly unique here. As long as no one blocked traffic, nobody paid it any mind. Ahead of the queue was a station-like security checkpoint. The crowd that passed through surged into a colossal elevator. Once it was packed, the elevator's multi-layered composite doors sealed tightly shut, descending into the deep earth. Haicheng had built more than 200 entrances to the underground city, but they had to accommodate the passage of nearly 30 million people. The congestion was unimaginable. Oh, it's all the Sun God's fault. If he hadn't lured the eye of the demon civilization here, the sun wouldn't have been attacked, and we wouldn't have had to move to the underground city so soon. Living underground, the thought alone is suffocating. That's not quite right either. Even without the eye of the demon civilization, there was still the Trisolaran civilization. As long as the Wandering Earth project was launched, we would definitely have had to move underground. Every cloud has a silver lining. At least the Sun God cult took away several 100 million people from our Xia Empire. Otherwise, we'd be stuck in a lottery, and those left on the surface would bake into dried jerky sooner or later. If only we could dehydrate too, just store ourselves dehydrated. The Trisolarans are pretty formidable. I heard the Northern European Pantheon is working on some communication plan to negotiate with them. In the elevator, a few burly men who worked as drivers were chewing the fat. After descending 5 kilometers underground, a gentle automated female voice announced, "You have arrived at Haicheng Underground City. Please do not push. Let others exit first, wait in line, and keep order." The composite elevator doors opened. Clean, spacious roads. Blue sky, white clouds. Warm sunlight, gentle spring breeze. Towering high-rises stood in clusters. It was a city almost indistinguishable from the surface. It left the crowd entering the underground city stunned. Who would have thought that this underground city, which the government had touted as a simulated natural environment built from holographic imagery, would deliver an experience exactly as advertised? This was humanity's new home. Meanwhile, a remote ocean buoy station on the distant sea surface was suddenly swallowed by an endless expanse of towering waves. The sky-obscuring swells spread across the ocean at 500 kilometers per hour. The Haicheng Marine Monitoring Station soon detected the anomaly. Through the optical remote sensing wave height gauge, they came to a concrete understanding of the tsunami, a sheer cliff-like waveform with wave heights reaching about 40 meters. If such a tsunami struck Haicheng, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented catastrophic calamity. Notify the Haicheng government immediately. Begin defensive operations at once. The station chief, drenched in cold sweat, frantically issued the order. This is the Haicheng Marine Monitoring Station. We have detected a tsunami approaching from the open sea. It is currently 120 kilometers from Haicheng. Please immediately commence defense and rescue operations. Evacuate the people. The communications operator's voice trembled as she repeated the message. Haicheng government received. Haicheng government received. Comrades at the monitoring station, retreat to safe areas as soon as possible. But with such a ferocious natural disaster, and so little time, how could the government possibly keep up? 2 minutes later, the Haicheng government issued a city-wide disaster announcement. Level 1 red tsunami disaster warning. A level 1 tsunami is about to strike Haicheng. Please proceed orderly into the underground city to take shelter or try to find higher ground. Elevator entrances will be sealed in 9 minutes. As an underground city built by the sea, all kinds of marine disasters had been anticipated from the very beginning. But this tsunami had arrived so abruptly that evacuating tens of millions of people within just a dozen or so minutes was simply unrealistic. Once the alarm was sounded, the entire city plunged into panic. The crowd frantically fought for positions in the elevators, shoving, stampeding, arguing, tearing at one another. It took merely a dozen seconds for order to dissolve into a boiling cauldron of chaos. The patrol officers at the scene did everything they could, but they couldn't stop the anarchy. "My wife is pregnant. Let her go down first, please. I beg you, let my child go first. Get lost. A grown man fighting women and children for a spot. Have you no shame? Screw that. Why the hell should I yield to you? Is my life not a life? Everyone get out of my way. Officer, please do something. People are dying here." At all 200-plus elevator entrances, it was exactly the same without exception. Even warning shots fired into the air by the patrol police couldn't deter anyone. Every single person was fighting with all their might to survive. Under such chaos, it went without saying that the efficiency was tragically low. Those still at the back of the line had given up on seeking refuge in the underground city and fled instead toward the towering buildings lining the streets, pinning their hopes on these civilian structures being able to withstand the disaster. And so another 10 minutes passed. People saw a black line on the horizon rapidly closing and growing nearer and clearer by the second. The black line swelled into a sky-obscuring wall of seawater carrying a reeking wind and a roaring howl as it surged into Haicheng. The buildings crumbled like tofu dregs shattered by the first impact and buried beneath the waves, never to rise again. Even the high-rises could only bow and break under the overwhelming force. The citizens sheltering in the high-rises, the citizens who had failed to make it into the underground city, all stared in horror as the apocalyptic waves bore down upon them. Even knowing they couldn't escape, they still scattered desperately in every direction. It's over. At the Haicheng government office in the underground city, the mayor watched this scene on the screen, his limbs going weak and his heart turning icy cold. Nearly 80% of Haicheng citizens had not made it underground. This tsunami would reap at least 10 million lives. He could not shirk the blame. Even 1,000 deaths could not atone for it. As an atheist, the mayor at this moment desperately wished for a god to come save him, to save Haicheng. Just as he and the countless citizens of Haicheng were sinking into utter despair, a figure appeared in the sky above the city, standing directly against the towering tsunami. The newcomer wore a dazzling crimson robe, barefoot and hovering in midair. The elderly officials in the city government and the elderly citizens of Haicheng who were still fleeing caught sight of that figure and a divine name instantly surfaced in their minds: the sun god. Han Qing waved his hand, and invisible divine power surged forth, spreading into a thin film that enveloped the whole city of Haiqing like a bubble. The towering waves crashed against this invisible wall. At once they were forcibly stopped, unable to advance another inch. Wave after wave roared and battered against it, yet could only churn back in helpless frustration. The fleeing citizens all froze in place. That figure in the sky, who was he? Why did he bear some resemblance to the legendary sun god? Although the government and the Church of the Sun God were embroiled in a public uproar, people knew little about the sun god, who had vanished for more than 30 years. The vast majority of young people had never seen his true face. But those older people in their 40s and 50s now recognized the newcomer. It's the sun god. My god, the sun god is back. Am I seeing things? Didn't the UN say that the sun god had abandoned Earth? Thank heavens we're saved. At the underground city's municipal government, the mayor, having narrowly survived the disaster, heaved a sigh of relief. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Perhaps a god had heard his call and appeared to save Haiqing. Gods were real. Once this thought took hold, it could no longer be suppressed. Threads of the power of faith crossed time and space, connecting the mayor to Han Qing. Through this faint power of faith, Han Qing heard the man's thoughts and found it rather amusing. He had appeared, of course, not because of the mayor's call, but because of what Lin Wanqing had said. After thinking it over, he decided to return to Earth. What came back was a projection of the 11-dimensional cosmic magic civilization. Of course, this was not to reinforce Earth's divine barrier, but to deal with that so-called Norse pantheon. He just hadn't expected to run into a tsunami disaster the moment he returned. Such a perfect opportunity to manifest divine miracles was not one Han Qing would let pass. After making his move, he had indeed gained a great deal of faith. So it's true that the sun god rescues the suffering. Sun god above. Thank the sun god. As the tsunami receded and the sea returned to calm, many people knelt toward Han Qing in the sky, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. The power of faith poured into Han Qing's body without cease. Han Qing did not linger because of it. Xian knew Mark Odin's position. Xian knew search for a moment. A short while later, coordinate data streamed into his retinas. Han Qing's figure vanished in an instant. Daxiao Operations Department. Zhang Zhili, having received the notice, immediately checked the satellite feed locating Haiqing. Sure enough, he spotted Han Qing. He was also one of those who had seen the sun god with their own eyes. Astonishment swept over him at that moment. The sun god has actually appeared and saved all of Haiqing. He truly hasn't abandoned Earth. But didn't Lin Wanqing declare that the sun god wouldn't return for another 70 years? Why has the timetable been moved up? Zhang Zhili crossed his arms and frowned in thought. General, should we track the sun god's trail? One of the generals asked. Zhang Zhili nodded. Let's see what he intends to do. All of Daxia's satellites were immediately mobilized, sweeping every corner of the globe again and again. Soon they located Han Qing's figure. General, the sun god has appeared in Stockholm. Almost instantly a possibility occurred to Zhang Zhili. General, could the sun god also be planning to join the Norse pantheon? What is he doing in Northern Europe? The general asked curiously. Zhang Zhili shook his head. The Church of the Sun God is monotheistic, believing that all things in heaven and earth have but one Lord, the sun. Even if those beings truly are gods, they are not of the same pantheon. How could the sun god possibly join the Norse pantheon? As for his going to Stockholm, Zhang Zhili paused, then offered his conjecture he might be going there to slay gods. Stockholm. Han Qing descended slowly from the sky, treading the air with bare feet. Under the stunned gaze of passers-by and security personnel, he walked toward the towering edifice before him. This was the headquarters of the Nordic Council. All the members of the Norse pantheon were here. Stop him. The head of security shouted, swallowing hard. Though unnerved, the two security guards stepped forward with their hands on their holstered pistols and warned, Sir, this is a government institution. Unauthorized persons are not allowed inside. Please leave at once, or we will resort to force. Han Qing did not spare them a single glance and continued onward. The two security guards immediately drew their guns, released the safeties, and aimed at Han Qing, but an invisible force froze them in place. Their breathing stopped, dust hung suspended, and it seemed as if time itself had stood still in that area. The head of security was frantically speaking into his radio. There's a situation in the ground floor lobby. Requesting backup. Requesting BA. He did not finish. The frozen zone spread to him. The Swedish conference hall of the council. Tall and powerfully built, with a handsome, heroic bearing, Balder, the god of light, stood at the podium addressing dignitaries and journalists. His voice had the resonance of elegance and depth. We of the Norse pantheon have reached a preliminary agreement with the Trisolaran regime. The Trisolarans will unreservedly contribute their science and technology for Earth's civilization to learn and advance, while we only need to cede a portion of Earth's land for them to inhabit. There is no need for concern. As everyone knows, the Trisolarans are incapable of lying, so we can trust them. This is a decision that benefits both sides. Humanity will receive trisolaran technology and develop rapidly elevating civilization. The fusion and cooperation of Earth and trisolaran civilizations will usher in a magnificent new era. In the future, the Norse pantheon will join forces with the trisolaran civilization to better govern Earth and explore the universe. Balder was the new god developed by the ETO. With the experience gained from Odin, their pace in creating gods had multiplied dozens of times. Of the Norse pantheon's 12 principal gods, 6 had now been created. They were Odin, the king of the gods, Thor, the god of thunder, Frigg, the goddess of love, Loki, the god of mischief, Heimdall, the guardian god, and Balder, the god of light. Their divine offices differed, and so did their functions. The light god, for instance, was the god of spring and joy, an incarnation of light, and possessed of extraordinary beauty and charisma, ideal for an orator whose task was to indoctrinate humanity. After Balder finished his speech, applause broke out in the audience. This was not the first time the Norse pantheon had made such remarks. Odin, the king of the gods, had been proposing this cooperative initiative for more than half a year. Many people in the Nordic region had accepted their policies, and even the official authorities had done the same. Otherwise, the Norse pantheon would never have been able to appear at the Nordic Council's headquarters. Now let us welcome my father Odin, king of the gods, to the stage. Balder flashed the crowd a devastatingly charming smile. Odin stepped onto the podium, but not in the manner of a speaker. His single eye glinted with fierce light as he stared at the entrance of the conference hall. Behind him, Thor, Frigg, Loki, and Heimdall also stepped forward, all gazing in the same direction. The assembled crowd looked as one. There they saw the dazzling crimson robe and an eastern face whose beauty surpassed that of the god of light by 10,000 times. The sun god. How did he come? An elderly government official with white hair in his 60s abruptly stood up, his face filled with astonishment. 30 years ago, the sun god's influence was unmatched. Everyone had deeply engraved that sacred and flawless eastern face into their minds. Even if they wanted to forget, they simply could not. Therefore, the moment Han Qing appeared, most officials in the conference hall recognized him and began whispering. Nordic pantheon. Clowns. A faint golden light shimmered in Han Qing's eyes as he swept his gaze over Odin's group, a mocking disdain crossing his features. His expectations were not misplaced. These self-proclaimed gods were nothing more than machine androids constructed from scrap metal and iron. In recent years, no other civilization had been known to have discovered Earth. The demonized civilization was under complete control. The Trisolaran civilization's first fleet remained over 3 light years away from Earth. The origin of these machines was self-evident. You lot of broken scrap created by ETO dare to speak so arrogantly here. ETO is your master, and the Trisolarans are your master's master. Yet you claim to govern Earth alongside them. Utterly absurd. Han Qing shouted loudly. Through his language-based ability, his words automatically transformed into Swedish. Those present heard it, but were utterly bewildered. How could this be? This is sheer hysteria. ETO vanished long ago. Don't slander me. An official who had been severely brainwashed immediately retorted. Before he finished speaking, his mouth melted like candle wax sealed shut, unable to utter another word. He clutched his face in terror, letting out muffled screams. This sight startled those officials who had wanted to speak, and they quickly shut their mouths. The sun god died long ago. What fake god are you? Spreading heresy and sowing discord here. Do you know I can kill you outright? Odin's single eye scanned Han Qing as he roared without fear. He had long propagated the notion that the sun god was dead to the masses. Because they were mechanical beings disguised as gods, they had to acknowledge divine existence to maintain their facade. Even though many in human society didn't recognize the sun god as a deity, they had to accept it. If the sun god was already dead, then this appearing figure could not possibly be him. Bullshit. Han Qing retorted bluntly with an air of contempt. Freya, the goddess of love, changed color and reprimanded. Blasphemy against the divine deserves death 1,000 times over. Guards. A group of Valkyries dressed in ancient Nordic armor emerged from backstage in perfect formation. Tall and muscular, their faces resolute, eyes cold with broadswords at their waists, each step sending waves of chilling authority through the air. These were humanoid weapons developed by ETO. Though not as powerful as the gods themselves, they could easily overwhelm conventional firearms. A bunch of imposter gods, quite the showmanship. Han Qing sneered. Didn't ETO implant detection devices in you? Or is your algorithm insufficient to calculate the probability of death if you attack me? Kill him. Freya ignored the remark and gave the order decisively. The Valkyries drew their swords with a clashing ring blurring into streaks of motion as they surged toward Han Qing. At the forefront was Hidalmer, one of the 12 principal Norse deities, the legendary guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. Optical technology on his body erupted with divine radiance, resembling a colossal light sword shaped like a human face, exuding intense heat. A machine is just a machine, both stupid and clumsy. Han Qing extended his hand and clenched it at a distance. An invisible force seized the dozen Valkyries and Hidalmer, alike compressing them into a spherical mass. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the divine confinement. Han Qing's palm closed into a fist. The spherical mass instantly erupted in a burst of electrical sparks. Beneath the tattered synthetic skin, white nutrient fluid seeped out, while mechanical bones and wires lay scattered, integrated circuits completely destroyed. Only Hidalmer's severed head remained, its mechanical jaw opening and closing. This display proved their true nature. No further explanation was necessary. The officials, dignitaries, and media present stood frozen in shock. The Nordic gods they had worshipped were truly robots. Balder cleaned this up. Odin transmitted through consciousness. Balder's expression shifted from amusement to murderous intent. Anyone who knew the truth at the scene had to die. Otherwise they could never keep the secret from humanity again. Han Qing denied them the chance. He tossed aside the wreckage and fixed his gaze on Odin. Odin's internal mechanisms activated, summoning countless lightning bolts from the air that surged toward Han Qing in chaotic waves. Wielding thunder and delivering such devastating attacks might seem godlike to mortals, but to Han Qing, even being struck would feel less than a tickle. The force paled compared to nuclear explosives, the heat nothing against the sun, and the velocity laughably slow. It posed no real threat whatsoever. Did ETO spend all these years producing only this trash? Trisolaran technology wasted on them. Han Qing didn't even need divine powers. By channeling electromagnetic force, he dissolved the lightning barrage directly. The lightning that had filled the entire conference hall vanished, as if by magic. One strike failed. Odin surged toward Han Qing at supersonic speed, intending to kill him with his mechanical body. His mind was more powerful than any supercomputer. He could calculate his odds against Han Qing, just as he could determine that his chances of escape approached zero. Therefore this strike was a desperate fight to the death. Odin's body overloaded with flames, closing the distance to Han Qing in an instant. Palm aimed forward, but before the attack could land, Han Qing met his gaze. Golden light erupted from his eyes. Odin's body instantly shattered into fragments. Then Han Qing's gaze shifted toward the Norse pantheon. Their bodies detonated sequentially, like firecrackers, rendering bone and metal to dust. Components designed to withstand missiles and extreme temperatures burned as embers rained down. Within mere seconds, the entire Nordic pantheon was annihilated. How is this possible? An official collapsed into his chair, unable to accept the outcome. Their illusion of Eden shattered alongside these robots. The false hopes and beauty the Nordic pantheon had offered turned to ash in that moment. Even if you weren't robots, but genuine deities daring to compete with me for worship deserves 1,000 deaths. And those ETO cockroaches. With the false gods vanquished, Han Qing felt revitalized and commanded Xuannu, "Find me the ETO headquarters." Xuannu replied without delay. After receiving the coordinates, Han Qing's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the Nordic officials and reporters still frozen in shock. At the same time, every nation also noticed that the sun god who had vanished for 30 years had reappeared. In the United States, at the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense and the others watched through satellite imagery as Han Qing entered the Nordic Council. Sensing trouble, he immediately ordered contact the Swedish government and find out exactly what is happening at the Nordic Council headquarters. Even though the sun god had disappeared, the research groups in various countries devoted to studying his achievements had not been disbanded. Over the years, they had continued working without pause. The United States had previously studied and discussed what attitude the sun god would adopt toward the Norse pantheon if he truly returned, as Lin Wanqing had said. The research group had unanimously concluded that the two sides would inevitably head down the road of mutual destruction. The Secretary of Defense had a premonition that a divine war must have already broken out inside that building. Secretary, the sun god has appeared again in the Kebnekaise Mountains in Sweden, a staff member reported. So quickly. At the Dachau Operations Department, Zhang Zhili was rather surprised. He had originally expected the sun god to wage an earth-shattering battle against the Norse pantheon. Yet in the satellite surveillance images, there had not been even a splash. Could the Norse pantheon have been wiped out by the sun god so effortlessly? It seemed he had overestimated these Norse gods. General, look. That mountain. Hearing this, Zhang Zhili turned his attention back to the screen. The sun god, standing aloft in the air, grabbed at empty space as though seizing something. When he raised his arm, that enormous ice-sealed mountain range in Sweden was uprooted in its entirety. It was a spectacular and soul-stirring sight. After all these years witnessing a miracle with his own eyes, once more Zhang Zhili's heart still surged. Yet he did not believe it was divine power. Rather, it was a technological power humanity could not yet comprehend. He had always hoped that humankind might one day master such power. The colossal mountain range was violently torn from the earth. The ETO base, buried deep underground, was completely exposed. It's over. The ETO leader, codenamed Qin Shi Huang, sank into despair. At the instant Odin encountered Han Qing, he had already sent a signal to the ETO. The ETO understood very well that the god they had created could never prevail against the sun god, so they immediately gathered their things and prepared to flee. But Odin and the others had not bought themselves even a minute of escape time. Now that the sun god had lifted off the very lid of their lair, and the Sapon had long since escaped, they had no chance of survival whatsoever. To think that the Godslayer project carried out over 2 generations at immense cost could not even wound a single hair of the sun god. What meaning does our existence have? The 4 Godslayers were equally despairing. Through the images relayed back before Odin's death, they had witnessed the sun god's might. Their hearts held not only despair, but a profound desolation. The crushing frustration of having spent a lifetime without being able to harm the enemy in the slightest. You human vermin may be despicable, but you have brought Earth a fair amount of Trisolaran technology, so I will grant you a measure of mercy. Han Qing spoke in a mocking tone. His voice reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. I won't send you to humanity's international court to suffer all kinds of torment. I'll do it myself and give you a painless death. If you can reincarnate as humans in your next life, remember to burn high incense and pray diligently to me. When death stared them in the face, the ETO members were no different from ordinary humans. They also broke down and wailed, refusing to accept their fate, as they fled in panic like ants on a hot walk. Han Qing casually condensed a nuclear fusion fireball and hurled it down. Boom. Flames surged like a sea, and heaven and earth lost their color. The ETO base was blown to pieces. Over 1,000 people were vaporized in an instant. These turncoats who had hidden for decades were gone without a trace. I know you're all watching. Han Qing raised his head and said calmly, mind your own countries and people. Don't keep breeding this anti-human trash that chooses to side with aliens. Then he seemed about to rise and gave a contemptuous smile. Forget it. I doubt you can do it anyway. Han Qing had grown disappointed in Earth's governments, so he stopped making demands. Having said that, he flew off Earth at light speed. His words echoed across the information screens of Earth's various national operations departments and the Planetary Defense Council. That contemptuous smile and that phrase, I doubt you can do it anyway, left generals around the world with complicated expressions. Mars. At the Sun God Temple, Lin Wanqing and the others watched every scene through Xin Nu's broadcast. The divine priests were brimming with excitement. For one thing, after so many years they had finally seen the divine sovereign. For another, it was truly magnificent how Han Qing had destroyed the Norse pantheon and the ETO with a snap of his fingers. I said those clowns could never be gods. A pack of bionic robots that kept making noisy challenges. In the end, they couldn't even last one move under the divine sovereign. Ma Lily jumped up, her whole body burning with fervor. The ETO and the Norse pantheon have been destroyed, but their followers are still a problem. I hope Earth's governments can resolve it. Lin Wanqing nodded. Yang Na said expectantly, is the divine sovereign coming to Mars to meet with us? Wonderful. I haven't seen the divine sovereign for so many years. I've missed him so much. The broadcast from Xin Nu soon gave a negative answer. Han Qing's silhouette crossed through outer space and flew straight into the sun. Within the sun, Han Qing's projection merged with his true body. The vast reserves of stored divine power were likewise fused into a single crucible. As divine power surged, the condensation of his divine body accelerated. Sensing that, Han Qing contacted Lin Wanqing through the power of faith. Wanqing, I have already taken control of the Demon Eye civilization and obtained all the faith of the Demon Eye universe. The condensation of my divine body is speeding up. After roughly another decade or so, it should succeed. Lin Wanqing replied, joyfully, great. I'll wait for you, divine sovereign. The women, hearing her suddenly speak like that, all realized Han Qing had opened a private channel with her, and they asked curiously, Wanqing, what did the divine sovereign tell you? High Priestess, does the divine sovereign have any instructions? We want to know too. Can you tell us? Lin Wanqing relayed Han Qing's words to them. They became even more excited. In another 10 years, they would be able to see the divine sovereign again. In another 10 years, the divine sovereign's promise would be fulfilled, and they would become demigods. To think that in just a few short decades, the divine sovereign has subdued an entire civilization. Lin Wanqing said with high spirits, Lily, go spread this joyous news to all the people of Mars. Yao Chao, contact Earth. I want to speak with the Planetary Defense Council. They should be able to wait 10 years. Once the divine sovereign awakens, Earth will be saved. Holy city of Mars. This vast human capital and political center was home to more than 60 million people. Thanks to the terraformed Mars's abundant resources, the land was vast and sparsely populated. It had already become a high welfare society. There was no crowded housing, air pollution, traffic congestion, water scarcity, or violence. People no longer had to empty their wallets and sink into debt for decades to buy a commodity built of concrete and steel. Here, housing was almost free, and all medical costs were likewise borne by the government. Marriage and love were free. In recent years, the theocratic government had been encouraging childbirth, and some welfare benefits were beyond anything that people living on Earth could ever imagine. In short, people here had plenty of time to enjoy life and to take part in a series of religious activities from worship to sacrificial rites. Yet, even with such a wonderful life, the happiness of the people here was still not as high as one might imagine, for they were believers so devout that they would willingly sacrifice their lives to the sun god at any moment. Living in an age of divine concealment, unable to behold the sun god face to face, unable to receive his blessing, and even less able to become his attendants, they were like infants deprived of a mother's care, suffering a pain all too easy to imagine. It was a colossal spiritual emptiness and bitterness that could only be released through frequent worship and one magnificent sacrificial ceremony after another. At the city's center, the circular clock on a towering building's electronic screen was suddenly replaced by the figure of the holy maiden Ma Lily. My beloved subjects. A single call. It drew the attention of all humanity on Mars. Just moments ago, we received a divine revelation. The demon eye civilization has been led into salvation by God. She delivered the prescripted address and proclaimed to the whole population the joyful news that the sun god would return in 10 years. The believers discussed it among themselves, still seemingly unable to believe it. In a certain classroom, Song Yin, who had entered the teaching profession, stood in the corridor with the children listening to the holy maiden's address relayed by the school broadcast station. A smile spread across her face. In 10 years, perhaps she would still have a chance. This news was like a spark falling into a wheat field. An unstoppable fire of celebration blazed through the believers. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing's connection with Earth's Planetary Defense Council had been established. Even though the stars had been divided and governed separately, she did not want to abandon the humans on Earth. Those humans were not only her own kind, they were also potential believers of the sun god, a precious resource. On the information screen, both delegations appeared. The Church of the Sun God's lineup remained unchanged. On the Planetary Defense Council's side, however, the chairperson had changed once again. Lei Baoyuo, a citizen of the Flower Flag Nation, was the former director of the Intelligence Strategy Bureau of the Planetary Defense Council. He was only 39 when he rose to the chairmanship, a preeminent figure among the rationalist faction of the Wandering Era's younger generation. He had an extremely cold face, eyes as calm as an ancient well, and no trace of expression. High Priestess Lin Wanqing, just 5 minutes ago, I received word that the sun god suddenly appeared on Earth and wiped out ETO, that extreme anti-human terrorist organization, as well as the robotic organization they had created, the Nordic Pantheon. This request of yours to speak with the council seems to be related to the sun god, isn't it? Lin Wanqing did not deny it. Yes, Chairman Lei Baoyuo, the sun god has delivered a new revelation to humanity. You should also be very clear about the matter of the demon eye universe. The sun was wounded by their attacks, causing it to become a red giant 5 billion years ahead of schedule. And just today, the demon eye civilization has been completely conquered by the divine lord. The intelligent beings of the entire civilization have become children of the sun. As a result, the time for the divine lord's revival can be reduced from 70 years to 10. Lei Baoyuo understood her intention, but he still asked, feigning ignorance. What does this have to do with Earth? We will soon go wandering and flee the solar system. Lin Wanqing made her request. It only requires 10 years. Once the divine lord revives, the red giant state will disappear. You only need to wait another 10 years. I hope that during this period you will not proceed with the wandering Earth plan. A faint smile appeared on Lei Baoyuo's face. He shook his head and said, High Priestess Lin Wanqing, regardless of whether the sun god can or will heal the sun, I would first like to ask you, if the sun god cures the sun, do you think we should simply continue to live peacefully in the solar system? What else? With humanity currently at the lowest level of planetary civilization, if we do not stay put in the solar system, what do we intend to do? Lin Wanqing said without mercy. Do not think that fleeing the solar system will let you escape the Trisolarans. Sophins can travel at light speed. Even if they do not follow you forever, they can calculate every escape route you take. When the time comes, Trisolaran fleets will intercept you with precision, let alone the fact that there are so many other civilizations in the universe. No, you underestimate humanity too much. Given enough time, our applied physics will reach its peak, and developing lightspeed interstellar ships will not be difficult. By then, even if the Trisolarans track us, what can they do? Lei Baoyuo said, The sun god is indeed very powerful, but you must also think carefully. If he truly revives, and the Trisolarans are convinced that they can never obtain this planet, what would they do? They only need to do what Professor Luo Ji did, broadcast to the universe and send a curse. The so-called curse was simply coordinates. To send the coordinates of a planet out into the universe. Naturally, it would attract the purge of a more powerful civilization. Lin Wanqing had no idea why these people would rather consider every possible terrible consequence than trust the sun god. Humanity always had an inexplicable confidence in itself. That star used by the Wallfacer project as an experiment was also destroyed only decades after its coordinates were broadcast. According to your hypothesis, even if the Trisolarans really do this, humanity still has decades to escape. Why begrudge these 10 years to secure a better chance of survival? Lin Wanqing continued to persuade him. Lei Baoyuo nodded, but he had already lost the will to continue the conversation. In a bureaucratic tone he said, "You are right. The Planetary Defense Council attaches great importance to your proposal. We will convene a meeting to study whether to adopt it. Thank you, High Priestess Lin Wanqing, for your contribution to humanity." Lin Wanqing knew it was time to end the call. At a loss for words she said, "I hope you will consider it carefully." The call ended. The representative of the Never-Setting Sun Empire asked, "Chairman, when will the meeting be convened?" Lei Baoyuo glanced at her and asked, "What meeting?" The representative of the Never-Setting Sun Empire frowned. "But you just said." A trace of mockery flashed in Lei Baoyuo's eyes. "Very well, then let's convene the meeting right away and see what everyone truly thinks. However, I do not believe anyone will agree to wait for the sun god. This meeting is a complete waste of time." With such an attitude prevailing, the Planetary Defense Council's review meeting naturally could not lead to a positive result. The proposal was nearly unanimously rejected. They all agreed that Earth should continue with the Wandering Earth plan. Earth's planetary engines were still under construction. The vast majority of humanity had already relocated to underground cities. The United Nations showed no inclination to halt the Wandering Earth project. 1 year passed, then 2, then 3. Lin Wanqing was utterly resigned. Since these unbending souls would not heed reason, having set their minds like tempered iron, further admonition was futile. Lin Wanqing ordered the recall of High Priestess Miranda, who was stationed on Earth. When the small spacecraft named Dawnlight departed Earth through the docks at the Gabon base, it signified that the sun god cult had completely abandoned Earth. The Planetary Defense Council, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief. This meant Earth was thoroughly free. There was no longer any need to worry about the sun god cult making a move. Since the beginning of the Wandering Era, nations had allocated a portion of their military expenditures to develop various high technologies for defending against superpowered individuals. Many priests of the sun god cult who had once revealed their superhuman abilities had also been registered by the intelligence agencies of various countries. Experts from the scientific community analyzed their weaknesses day and night, researching the means to attack and defend against them. The purpose was to guard against these superhumans staging a coup to seize power. Now at last that enormous military expenditure could be curtailed and redirected to the Wandering Project. Earth, the Conviction Center. This was the facility founded by wall-facer Bill Hines to forge ideological stamps for soldiers. Over the years, tens of thousands of officers had undergone the transformation. They came from the space forces of various nations, as well as generals from the Planetary Defense Council, who for some purpose had imprinted upon themselves the thought stamp of humanity's inevitable victory. Yet they were unaware that the propositions fed by these four thought-stamping machines had long been tampered with. Sitting in his office, Bill Hines, whose appearance had barely changed over the years, his body nourished by divine power, watched the news footage on the screen showing the Dawnlight departing Earth, and he understood that the sun god cult had abandoned Earth. There was a trace of sorrow in his eyes. But more prominent was the resolve to take up the sacred flame and keep it burning blazingly. The departure of the sun god cult meant that the responsibility of spreading the faith and saving Earth now fell squarely on his shoulders, and he had the confidence to bear it. "I only hope there is enough time. Give us another century, no half a century, and the stamped are certain to penetrate the upper echelons." Bill Hines mused. At that time human rule would topple, and the glory of the sun god would shine upon Earth once more. Year 71 of the Wandering Era. The sun god cult and Earth had divided the stars and reigned separately for 13 years. And there were still 2 years until the sun god would revive. After nearly a century of research and development by the United Nations, with nations pouring in every possible resource, the Wandering Earth project had finally reached its implementation stage. 10,000 fusion planetary engines located across Eurasia, North America, and the North African continent, along with 7,000 steering engines positioned along the equator, were all completed. These planetary propulsion engines were colossal. Each stood 11 kilometers tall, a massive structure 2 kilometers higher than Mount Everest. Beneath each planetary engine lay an underground city inhabited by a vast number of humans. Owing to the red giant, Earth's living conditions had become extremely harsh. The human population had already dwindled drastically. In this era, no humans survived on the surface. Planetary Defense Council. A grand conference was being convened. Just yesterday, we flawlessly completed the construction, commissioning, and operation of the planetary engines. These engines will soon be ignited at full power to drive Earth and set us on our wandering journey. Facing the delegates of various nations and scientists of all fields, Lei Baoyuo, the rotating chairman, said calmly, "The Wandering Earth project consists of 3 phases: the braking phase, the escape phase, and the wandering phase. At present, we are still in the braking phase. After we cease Earth's rotation, we face an even greater challenge. using a gravitational slingshot to escape the solar system and find a new home in the vast cosmos. We now stand at a turning point in human history, confronting unprecedented challenges. Humanity has never shrunk from hardship, and this time I believe if we humans unite as one, we will likewise overcome these difficult times and weather the storm. Hereby I declare that on April 5th of the 71st year of the Wandering Era, the Wandering Earth Project is officially launched. Thunderous applause erupted. The Wandering Earth Project, which humanity had eagerly awaited for more than 70 years, was finally about to come true. However, those seated in the audience were not all elated. Several generals from the Planetary Defense Council wore broad smiles on their faces, yet their eyes were steeped in shadow, devoid of any mirth. Escaping the solar system meant escaping the sun god. As members of the stamped indoctrinated with the doctrine of the true God and embedded within human society as sleepers, they obviously could not accept this plan. After the meeting of the Planetary Defense Council concluded, another meeting hidden in the shadows unfolded. Earth should not wander. To flee from God's embrace is the sure road to death. Mankind is utterly foolish. We should seize power by force, dissolve the Planetary Defense Council, and terminate this plan. That is an excellent proposal, but do not forget that we are utterly incapable of it at present. At the very least, we would need to become leaders of a nation's space force before we could possess the capability to take power by arms. Then what shall we do? Watch as Earth flees the solar system. It is better if we continue to lie low and grow stronger. Even if Earth escapes the solar system, what of it? As long as we take control of Earth in the future, we can still return to the solar system and return to the embrace of God. Your Daxia has the best relationship with the sun god cult, has obtained the most extraterrestrial technology, and has been developing stellar-class warships. I believe you should vie for the position of captain. We'll do our best. But is no one really going to consider seizing power by force? You can calculate the probability of success before you bring up that topic again. Do not forget, once we are exposed, the conviction center will be destroyed, and Earth will never again receive God's salvation. At the beginning of the meeting, everyone had been furious. But gradually all of them calmed down. After all, the stamped accounted for only a small minority in the military, a tiny handful limited in the height of their ranks. Changing the Wandering Earth Project would be too difficult. Even someone as formidable as Zhang Beihai had only managed to take away one warship. Unless some major upheaval occurred, the stamped could do nothing but remain in hiding. Choosing the right moment to act was their advantage. The next day, the Wandering Earth Project was set in motion completely. The control center of the Planetary Defense Council issued the ignition command. The engineers of the planetary engines, using firestones, lit the 7,000 steering engines along the equator. The immense fusion kinetic energy took effect, and the sky over the entire equator was scorched blood red by towering pillars of flame. The Earth ceased its rotation, gradually braked to a halt. The Earth ceased its rotation. The Eastern Hemisphere was plunged into a profound darkness as temperatures plummeted, while the Western Hemisphere was scorched relentlessly by the red giant, causing rivers, lakes, and seas to evaporate swiftly. This was the breaking era. However, this period was very brief. After escaping the solar system, the entire world would enter a dark frozen age, shared equally by all. With 10,000 planetary engines ignited across Eurasia, North America, and North Africa, the Earth stirred back into motion, advancing along its predetermined trajectory. A giant leap for the planet itself. As the planetary engines roared at full power, the planet's surface began to melt. Next, the Earth would circle the sun 15 times to gradually build up speed. From the breaking halt to the early stages of escape, the plan proceeded without a single mishap. All was going as scheduled. This meant the Wandering Earth Project had achieved preliminary success. The only two great challenges remaining were to use Jupiter's slingshot effect to escape the solar system and seek a new home in the universe. In the control center of the Planetary Defense Council, everyone rose to their feet, and applause resounded unabated. Ordinary people in the underground cities were also watching this momentous historical moment, and everyone cheered. From then on, humanity would escape the shadow of the Trisolarans and the sun god. Humanity was free. Humans living on Mars were watching the zoomed surveillance images. Upon learning that the Earth was about to leave the solar system, their expressions were complicated. I never imagined humans would truly succeed. But can they really escape the solar system? Using Jupiter's slingshot effect is certainly a genius idea, but the practical difficulty of executing this maneuver is no less than that of a human trying to ascend to heaven on foot. Ma Lily said with her arms crossed. Yao Tiao wiped her glasses and continued, for this moment they've prepared for over 70 years. It would be strange if they didn't succeed. However, even after escaping the solar system, I don't think favorably of them. With such a low civilization level, their survival probability in the universe is simply too low. Lin Wanqing simply watched the Earth flying on the screen, saying nothing. The future of Earth's humanity, where it would go, was no longer theirs to decide. I just hope they don't go extinct too soon and still have a chance to turn back. Song Yin watched the news that the Earth had begun its wandering. A tinge of reluctance emerged in her serene eyes. No matter how many times she had mentally prepared herself, the pain still hurt. But she harbored no regret. Even if given another chance, she would make the same choice. The class bell rang. She put down her phone, composed herself, and turned to the children with a gentle smile. Today we are going to study a poem by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Wei, thinking of my brothers on the Double Ninth Festival. The complete poem appeared on the high-tech holographic display. The students sat upright and recited earnestly after her. Alone, a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my kin twice as much on every festive day. From afar I know my brothers climb the heights, all wearing Cornell sprays, except one is missing. On Earth, the operating engineers who had ignited the planetary engines temporarily finished their work. Yet their taut nerves did not relax because of it. Next, they needed to adjust the parameters and continuously accelerate the planetary engines. In the end, the Earth would orbit the Sun 15 times and attain escape velocity. Amid the crowd, Li Yi in his protective suit looked up at the dark starry sky through his transparent helmet. His gaze finally found Mars, and his eyes were full of love and reluctance. Yet no matter how deep the reluctance, it ultimately turned into a soft sigh. Let's go, Li Yi, a colleague called out. After one last deep gaze, Li Yi withdrew his eyes and followed the team away. A year later, according to the original plan, the Earth orbited the Sun 15 times, shifted its trajectory, and arrived at Jupiter's orbit. Jupiter's volume is more than 1300 times that of the Earth. Its surface is covered with colorful bands. A giant storm eye hung there like a terrifying pupil gazing at the Earth. The Earth approached Jupiter cautiously. It was like a marble pulled by magnetic force. Judging from the disparity in their sizes, one felt that the Earth could not escape the grasp of this behemoth, could not even become a satellite of Jupiter. In the engine control center of the Planetary Defense Council, as the gravitational field approached its critical point, commands were issued one after another. Following the pre-computed values, the engineers fired the planetary engines at full power, preparing to reach escape velocity at the instant the Earth was flung out. However, at this critical juncture, alarms blared in the control center. The flashing red light shone upon every face, making them look utterly terrified. Staring at the windows popping up on the screen, an engineer cried out in a trembling voice, "The calculation is wrong. The parameters are off. Earth is about to be captured by Jupiter's gravity. At this rate, Earth will crash into Jupiter." The commander froze and shouted, "How can this be? Start all planetary engines at full power and escape Jupiter's gravitational field at once." The engineer pointed at the screen and said in despair, "We've already been captured by Jupiter's gravity. Many planetary engines have failed under its pull, and the remaining thrust is nowhere near enough to reach escape velocity." The commander was filled with despair upon hearing this. The news rapidly reached the high-ranking officials of the Planetary Defense Council. Lei Luobua and the delegates from all nations wore increasingly grim faces. Calculation failed? How could such a low-level mistake happen? Are those scientists a bunch of idiots? They are going to be the death of all humanity. The American delegate couldn't help cursing profusely. The intensification of Jupiter's gravity is also an unexpected circumstance. In any case, it has happened. Let's think about how to solve the problem first. We don't have much time. The Dacia delegate said. According to calculations, the Earth would slam into Jupiter in 37 hours. Lei Luobua gritted his teeth and ordered, "Notify all scientists that a solution must be devised within 24 hours. Also send all engineers to the surface to repair the planetary engines." The command was rapidly issued. Engineers from the 10,000 underground cities donned protective suits, boarded engineering vehicles, and drove into the elevators heading to the surface. Meanwhile, scientists from all countries held intense meetings to discuss solutions. 24 hours passed, and they finally came up with a solution. The Jupiter Ignition Plan. At the meeting facing Chairman Lei Luobua and the delegates from all nations, a scientist presented the outcome of the discussions. Jupiter's atmosphere contains about 90% hydrogen, while Earth's atmosphere is about 21% oxygen. When Jupiter draws Earth's atmosphere in, the two gases will mix and reach the ignition point. We can ignite the hydrogen-oxygen mixture to produce a huge explosion shockwave that will push the Earth away and prevent the collision. Lei Luobua exchanged a look with the delegates and asked, "What is the probability of this plan's success? Have you calculated it?" The scientist's expression was somewhat odd, and he said, "This plan is actually the last resort. Even if all the planetary engines are repaired, we still can't escape Jupiter's gravity on our own right now. We need external assistance. I think we should try it no matter what the probability is." Lei Luobua's face darkened slightly. "I asked you for the success probability. This is a mathematical question. Just give me an exact number." "Understand." The scientist's gaze wavered, and he lowered his head before answering 0. Lei Luobua bit back his urge to kill. 24 precious hours. Had that been all they had to devise an escape plan with a 0% chance of success? The faces of the representatives from various nations were equally grim. Only one general from the Planetary Defense Council couldn't contain himself and let out a chuckle. In such a solemn and dire occasion, this laugh was blatantly out of place. All eyes sharp as daggers turned toward him. He immediately stifled his laughter and shifted to a grave expression. Are you jesting with me? With a 0% success rate, what's the point of attempting this? You're playing with the lives of all humanity. Lei Luobua could no longer maintain his composure. His voice was suppressed, but still nearly a roar. I am not jesting. We in the scientific community unanimously agree that we must make this attempt, otherwise we have but one path, waiting for death. The scientist spoke with noticeably wavering conviction. Lei Luobua fell silent for a moment, then sneered, since Earth will be destroyed whether we try or not, we might as well conserve our strength and kneel together before the sun god, praying for salvation. As a rational and steadfast atheist, his words were clearly sarcastic, and everyone present understood this. But the general from the Planetary Defense Council who had laughed earlier interjected, I think this plan is sound. It has a higher success rate than the plan to ignite Jupiter. Lei Luo cast him a cold glance, ignored him, and said, immediately draw up a detailed plan. We still have 17 hours to ignite Jupiter. This is humanity's final opportunity. Do not make any further mistakes. The meeting dragged on for another hour. The plan's details were finalized by all nations. Daxiao would provide the spacecraft, Huaguei would supply 300,000 tons of fuel, and Yinghua would contribute a squad of suicide pilots. Though Yinghua had striven mightily to shake off the stereotype of its people being prone to desperate last stands, when Huaguei spoke, it clearly had no option but to comply. Over the next 15 hours, all nations mobilized every resource at their disposal. They completed the construction of this suicidal spacecraft. Chairman, the spacecraft's fuel loading is complete and the pilots are in position. We can launch at any moment. However, there are still 2,000 planetary engines that remain unrepaired. The secretary reported to Lei Luobua. This posed a tremendous dilemma. With merely 1 hour remaining before Earth would collide with Jupiter, humanity no longer had the time to repair these 2,000 planetary engines. If they failed to make a decision, soon their last chance of escape would also be lost. As chairman of the Planetary Defense Council, Lei Luobua displayed the courage befitting his station at this critical moment. Let them launch. Within 1 hour, repair as many engines as you can. Yes. The secretary departed after receiving the order. As that spacecraft bearing the hope of humanity's survival soared toward Jupiter, every heart on Earth tightened with tension. Whether they would survive hinged entirely on whether this plan would succeed. When the spacecraft reached a position relatively safe from Earth, the Yinghua pilot received the self-destruct command from the command center. At the instant of the spacecraft's detonation, blinding light and terrifying energy erupted instantly, igniting the hydrogen-oxygen mixture between Jupiter and Earth. The sea of flames spread rapidly and tremendous energy poured forth. In theory, Earth could have used this thrust to veer away from Jupiter. But the planetary engines on Earth had not been fully repaired. The two could not work in concert. A plan with a 0% success rate was naturally destined to fail. Earth deviated from its original trajectory, but still continued hurtling toward collision with Jupiter. All of humanity plunged into profound despair. The engineers on the surface who had been constructing the engines without cease also paused their work and gazed in terror at the sea of fire and Jupiter that filled the sky. Has humanity reached its final moment? Is this our destiny? In the underground city, countless humans began to embrace and weep, preparing to spend their last dozens of minutes in the arms of their kin and lovers, striving to leave no regrets. At the Planetary Defense Council, the plan had failed. Lei Luobua, his rationality shattered, racked his brains for one last lifeline. With reddened eyes, he said, Quick, beg Mars for help. They must have a way. Staff quickly contacted the sun god worship government on Mars. The holographic screen flickered to life, and the figures of Lin Wanqing and the other women appeared before everyone. Leader Lin Wanqing, Earth is about to collide with Jupiter. You must save us. You must have a way, right? Lei Luobua said with earnest, hopeful eyes, gazing at these people's fearful yet expectant eyes. It was truly difficult to utter the words of refusal. But Lin Wanqing paused for a moment, then shook her head with compassion. I'm sorry, Chairman Lei Luo, we also have no way. Regarding Earth's predicament, they had long been informed through Qixi. But what could they possibly do about such a matter? Unless a deity descends. But 2 years remained until the sun god's revival, which was obviously impossible. What about the sun god? Isn't it about to revive soon? 2 years early or late should not matter, right? Billions of human lives on Earth, billions of lives can't just disappear like this. Lei Luobua continued to beg. But these words made Lin Wanqing somewhat angry. What do you mean by 2 years early or late doesn't matter? I told you to wait 10 years before talking about anything else, but you insisted on the Wandering Earth plan. Now that something has gone wrong, you're saying this nonsense. What were you doing all along? Should the sun god always clean up your mistakes at any time? Lei Luobua knew he had spoken inappropriately and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Leader Lin Wanqing, I spoke wrongly. But can you just stand by and watch billions of your fellow humans die? You are the only one who can speak to the sun god. You must help humanity. Lin Wanqing said coldly. I also have no way. If you want the deity to act, then pray to the deity yourselves. Whether you can receive the deity's salvation depends on how devout you are. Saying this, she terminated the communication. Seeing this, Lei Luoba's expression became even darker. Looking at the representatives from various countries behind him, he gritted his teeth and made a decision saying, notify all humanity to pray to the sun god immediately. The communication channels of various countries' war departments all rang with the United Nations French announcement, and they quickly used their national languages to inform their respective populations. Vast numbers of people knelt down in despair to pray to the sun god, even those who didn't believe in gods at all. At this moment, they also knelt down with hope for survival. At the Planetary Defense Council, the representatives from various countries had already knelt down, all looking at Lei Luoba. This was the last hope. The more people who prayed, the greater the chance of survival. Lei Luoba's expression was as unpleasant as if he had eaten a fly. Without saying a word, he also knelt down. Everyone joined their palms, closed their eyes, and began to pray to the sun god. Mars. Lin Wanqing had hung up the video call with Lei Luoba, but she was not so cold-hearted as to watch billions of humans die without lifting a finger. Turning around, she ordered, Lily, immediately notify all of humanity on Mars to pray to the Lord God, hoping the Lord God will hear our prayers and step in to save Earth. Ma Lily nodded. All right. This was the only thing they could do. If the Lord God was unable to intervene, then Earth's humans had brought disaster upon themselves. They had already done their duty to the utmost. Ma Lily's figure soon appeared on the tech screens of Mars's major cities. Upon learning that Earth was about to collide with Jupiter, people were first stunned. They hadn't expected the wandering Earth plan to advance so quickly, and it had failed. Although they had migrated to Mars, the believers still had friends and relatives on Earth who did not believe in the divine. They all turned toward the sun and began to pray devoutly. Sun God, Earth is about to be destroyed. I beg you to save Earth, save those lost lambs, and let them return to your embrace. Sun God, I beg you, save our family. I don't want to die, and I don't want my parents to die either. From now on, we will believe in you wholeheartedly. Sun God, I am only 40 years old, and I can't die yet. Save me, save me. As long as I live, I will definitely donate a large sum of money to the Sun God Temple. Sun God, I am one of your faithful believers on Earth. Although the high-ranking members of the Planetary Defense Council are stupidly detestable, ordinary people on Earth are innocent, and those children are innocent. If you can hear our calls, I beg you to reach out and save Earth. Sun God, I don't know if you can hear my prayer. I didn't believe in you before, and maybe I still don't believe in you now. But I don't want to die, and praying to you is my only way out. I suspect you probably can't hear my prayer, so this is just my self-consolation. I don't want to die in such agony. Sun God, I am not your follower, and I doubt I will receive your salvation. But I still want to make a wish before I die. My girlfriend is your believer, and her lifelong dream is to become a priest. On Mars, on Earth, all of humanity was praying to the sun god. Han Qing, who was condensing his divine body, suddenly felt a vast and pure stream of faith power surging into him, and a flood of prayers echoed in his mind. Earth colliding with Jupiter. These humans on Earth really are asking for trouble. They want to handle an intricate job without the proper tools. And now they know to pray to me. Han Qing sneered at Earth's high-ranking officials, but still decided to take action. After all, his divine body was nearly complete, and with this divine power boosting him, it would only be faster. Reviving a little early wouldn't make much difference. Under the prayers of billions of people, the sun underwent a change. A dazzling golden light flew out from the sun, streaked across space like a rainbow, and at an inconceivable speed reached Jupiter, placing itself before Earth. Jupiter's massive gravitational field was severed in an instant. The force that had captured Earth disappeared. The planetary engines immediately kicked in, and Earth began to slowly fly away from Jupiter. The Engine Control Center and the Planetary Defense Council all observed this miraculous scene, too shaken to speak. Is the sun god truly manifesting? Lei Luoba was dumbfounded and stuttered. He had already abandoned all hope. But that figure standing tall to hold back the heavens rekindled the flame of hope in his heart. The representatives of the 7 permanent member states wore expressions much like those of Earth's billions, eyes brimming with tears, faces filled with emotion. At that moment, the vast majority of them believed in the existence of God. Praise the sun. The representative of the Daxiao state said with heartfelt sincerity, I never imagined. The sun god is real. God truly exists. He really heard our prayers and has come to save us, to save Earth. Great, we're saved. Grateful to the sun god. Thank you, thank you. Countless humans knelt and kowtowed, moved to tears. Li Yi watched the golden light streak across the sky, and tears burst from his eyes. All these years he had been wronging his girlfriend. The one who was wrong had always been himself. If relying on the incomplete planetary engines, it would take a day or two for Earth to break free of Jupiter. Han Qing naturally wouldn't wait that long. Supporting Earth with his hand, he accelerated its flight, and in a moment it left Jupiter behind and returned to space. Then Han Qing nudged Earth back onto its original orbit. Since he had personally intervened, Earth could forget about wandering. It would obediently stay and contribute faith power to him. When humans on Earth realized that Earth was rapidly retreating and had returned to its original orbit, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. The Wandering Earth project had inflicted tremendous psychological trauma on their minds. At the critical juncture between life and death, the vast majority of humans had new reflections. Clearly, it was better and safer for Earth to remain in the solar system. A perfectly good Earth, and you've made it into this miserable state. Might as well give it to the Trisolarans to live on. Han Qing looked at the originally azure planet, now a cold, dead star, and felt displeased. After setting up a barrier of divine power around Earth, he cast a divine spell. Golden light swiftly swept across the entire planet. The planetary engines were forcibly shut down. Continents, rivers, and seas. Ice and snow melted. Plants grew madly, and birds, beasts, and all kinds of animals came into being. In just 8 minutes, the entire Earth, once lifeless and bleak, was restored to a vibrant and thriving state. After witnessing such a miracle, even those in the underground cities who had not believed much in God were finally conquered. Divine grace is as vast as the sea. Praise the sun. More and more people bowed their heads and prayed devoutly. The Planetary Defense Council. Lei Baoyuo's expression was complicated. So this was a god. The efforts humanity had made over 70 years couldn't match a mere flick of his fingers. Perhaps 8 years ago he should have listened to Lin Wanqing and waited 10 years for the sun god. Or perhaps even earlier. Chairman Jia Erning should also have listened to Lin Wanqing and shelved the Wandering Earth plan indefinitely. Humanity had wasted over 70 years and countless resources. It was truly too foolish. While Lei Baoyuo was frantically reflecting on his mistakes, his vision suddenly blurred, and a red-robed man of incomparably handsome features appeared before him. Although he had never met the sun god in person, he had read the sun god's files and recognized the visitor at first glance. Lei Baoyuo was taken aback, then lowered his head like a child who had done wrong and knelt at Han Qing's feet. Sun god, have you come to punish me? Do you really think you're that important? Han Qing couldn't be bothered to reply. He glanced at him and said, summon the heads of state and all senior officials and generals. I have something to say to you. After receiving the summons from the sun god, the leaders of various nations, after exchanging views, decided to go in person to pay homage. First, it was to thank the sun god for saving the Earth. Second, in truth, they dared not refuse. Unlike the superpowered followers of the sun god cult, humanity's current technological weapons were utterly incapable of opposing the sun god. Therefore, it was wise to submit lest they become sacrificial lambs for making an example of someone. Although the sun god had always firmly stood on humanity's side, he was not a merciful bodhisattva. Several outbursts of wrath in history were proof. Over the next few hours, the heads of state, politicians, and military generals from various nations successively arrived at the headquarters of the United Nations Planetary Defense Council. When Jiang Zhili, the minister of the Daxia Space Force, entered the venue with the Daxia delegation, all 7 permanent members were present. These people, who possessed supreme power on Earth, were conversing in low voices in the venue. Calm and composed, occasionally smiling. Yet the tension inadvertently revealed from their bodies and expressions was impossible to conceal. Those who had reached such heights were all of a certain age. Some had even seen the sun god with their own eyes and knew this deity all too well. The awe rooted in the depths of their souls, normally suppressed, now surged uncontrollably. I wonder what the sun god has summoned us for. Under normal circumstances, any problem could be solved by turning to Chairman Lei Baoyuo. There's no need to call us all here. Perhaps our insistence on the Wandering Earth project has angered the sun god, so he wants to punish us. The sun god is merciful and compassionate. He certainly wouldn't do such a thing. King Boris, who was turned into a stone statue, wouldn't think so. Let's not be so optimistic. We haven't done anything wrong. The sun god called us here perhaps just to assign some task, like ordering us to stop the Wandering Earth project and the like. The Wandering Earth, we had no choice. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At that moment, a divine grand voice that seemed to come with cinematic special effects rang out. No choice. You have always had choices. It's just that your choices have always been wrong. Mistakes upon mistakes until they became intolerable. Han Qing stepped forward, followed by Lei Baoyuo and other officials of the Planetary Defense Council. They were reverent with the serene expression of those who had found conversion. Lin Wanqing repeatedly told you to stop the Wandering Earth project. Why didn't you listen? When choices were given, you didn't take them. Now you say you have no choice. Han Qing rebuked mercilessly. Sun god, forgive my impertinence. We humans merely made choices aligned with our own positions. In our eyes, that wasn't wrong. Even if a catastrophe that nearly destroyed humanity occurred, it only showed that our technological development was insufficient, said the Prime Minister of the Sakura country, bowing. Speak of right and wrong when it's right, and speak of positions when it's wrong. Han Qing said coldly, since you like bowing so much, then keep bowing. That is my position. As the words fell, the Sakura country's prime minister suddenly found that he could not straighten his back, and his face turned bitter. If only he hadn't spoken out of turn. Seeing this, the others dared not say another word. They listened to the reprimand, trembling with fear. As the saying goes, ignorance is not the obstacle to survival. Arrogance is. Han Qing continued. Over these 70 years, your arrogance has led you to commit too many mistakes and do too many foolish things. The greatest folly was implementing the Wandering Earth project. You nearly buried billions of lives on Earth by your own hands. His majestic gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Under immense pressure, cold sweat seeped from every person. To you, excessive intelligence is superfluous. You only need to govern the Earth according to the rules, and humanity will embrace a beautiful future. The heads of state and senior officials were somewhat puzzled. Excessive intelligence is superfluous. What does that mean? Just then, one after another thought-brand divine arts condensed in the air and at tremendous speed flew into the bodies of the people in the venue. Their puzzled eyes gradually cleared. Lifting their heads to look at Han Qing, they were filled with reverence and worship. To you, excessive intelligence is superfluous. To prevent you from doing foolish things again, obediently accept the thought-brand divine art. Han Qing thought to himself, Sun God, to receive the favor of the deity is our honor. The president of the Flower Flag country spoke, first, his tone excited. The brainwashed crowd hastened to express their loyalty. Han Qing said, do you all know what to do next? They nodded repeatedly. We will terminate the Wandering Earth project and make all humanity believe in the Sun God. Their intelligence had been lowered a bit, but they weren't stupid. Then go do it. After settling this matter, Han Qing couldn't be bothered to waste more words with these people. He took a step and vanished from the venue. Han Qing flew at light speed and instantly arrived inside the sun. Divine power surged forth, repairing the wounds of the sun, his true body. This red giant, which had expanded for decades, began visibly to shrink. Its color returned to normal. The core was filled with hydrogen atoms continuously fusing into helium atoms. The faith contributed by Earth, the Demon Eye universe, and half of the Trisolaran planet meant he no longer had to worry about insufficient divine power. Releasing endless torrents of divine power, Han Qing ended this red giant that had lasted nearly half a century. The illness of his true body was cured. Han Qing felt refreshed from both spirit and body, as if a thorn had been pulled from his flesh. 8 minutes later, the sun, once again a main sequence star, appeared in the eyes of Earth's humanity. People had already been 80% convinced by the sun god who had saved them, and with the faith proclamations from various governments, and the sun restored to its former state. Humanity on Earth was utterly submissive. At the faith center, Bill Hines was moved to tears. His choice had not been wrong. Only the sun god could save humanity. Praise the sun. At this moment, the space forces of various nations and the Stamp tribe saluted the sun devoutly. Mars, Lin Wanqing, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Divine Lord had stepped in. Otherwise, the lives of billions on Earth would have been lost. I wonder if this time the Divine Lord appeared in the true body or a projection. Even the sun was healed, so it should be the true body, right? Ma Lily said excitedly, rubbing her hands together. The revival of the Divine Lord was indeed a great occasion. This also meant that they could receive the Divine Lord's grace, ascending to a brand new life level and becoming demigods. Lin Wanqing nodded. It should be the true body. The Divine Lord's projection would not have the ability to repair the sun. Look, the Divine Lord is flying toward Mars. Yang Na exclaimed in surprise. The Divine Lord is coming to Mars. In the broadcast from Xin, a beam of light flew out from the sun and headed toward Mars. The group of divine officials were overjoyed. After waiting for decades, this moment had finally arrived. 10. All the believers on Mars were kneeling devoutly before the sun, welcoming the return of their deity. Radiant golden divine light cascaded from the heavens, and those bathed in its glow felt an overwhelming warmth permeate their bodies, their limbs and bones tingling with unprecedented comfort. Some who had suffered from lingering ailments found themselves instantly healed. It went without saying, this was the sun god's blessing. Praise the sun. The believers' faith energy doubled. Atop the sacred mountain, Lin Wanqing and the others had been waiting here for a long time, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed upward at the crimson figure descending from the sky. Divine Lord. Welcome, Divine Lord. Han Qing descended, a smile gracing his features as he faced the assembly. Wanqing, you have waited long enough. Only a few decades have passed. Lin Wanqing spoke with a touch of shyness, though there was something else she wished to say, but kept hidden. Even if she had to wait 10,000 years, she would endure it. Han Qing, however, had already read her unspoken thoughts, his gaze toward her, now carrying a trace of affection. Divine Lord, what of the situation on Earth? During this revival, it would be wise to take full control of Earth to prevent them from harboring any misguided schemes, Yao Qiao reminded him. Earth's humans have already submitted. No need to concern ourselves with them further. Han Qing replied, I promised you all that after my revival I would elevate each of you to demigod status. The moment of fulfillment has arrived. Han Qing summoned all the senior disciples of the divine sect from the common era. The women's expressions grew increasingly animated. Han Qing promptly gathered all the divine officials engaged in administrative duties. Hundreds assembled into orderly formations before Han Qing. Han Qing swept his hand, channeling divine power directly into them. Since these women lacked divine authority, full godhood was unattainable. Instead, Han Qing forged them semi-divine bodies, granting near-immortal flesh capable of storing and wielding divine power. As for the distribution of divine power, Han Qing managed it automatically as the central system. Their faith energy continuously transformed into divine power, which Han Qing then channeled back to the women. A mutual exchange that benefited both sides. An immense surge of divine power purified and reshaped their physical forms. From spirit to flesh, they achieved comprehensive elevation. This transformation mirrored the ancient epoch when humanity's ancestors first emerged from the oceans onto land. They felt the profound hierarchy separating them from ordinary humans now, and a deeper reverence for Han Qing stirred within their hearts. As demigods, they grasped Han Qing's terrifying power with newfound clarity. Divine Lord. Truly immeasurably formidable. Han Qing opened her eyes to gaze upon Han Qing. Within her perception, he existed not merely before her, but permeated every corner of the world. Even the furthest limits of a demigod's perception could not capture even a fraction of his form. His power was boundless, as vast as the cosmos itself. We thank the Divine Lord for this blessing. The women knelt in reverent unison. This is the reward you deserve. Han Qing waved his sleeve, levitating them from the ground. Familiarize yourselves with your new powers, then you may depart. Han Qing, stay behind. Yes. Upon hearing Han Qing single out only Han Qing to remain, Ma Lily and the others felt a pang of envious resentment, yet they departed obediently nonetheless. Han Qing commanded, Han Qing, stay behind. He added, dispatch someone to Earth to establish a presence and oversee the locals. I'm preparing to journey to Proxima to subjugate the Trisolarans. I'll depart Mars shortly. Han Qing startled. Huh. She murmured with a hint of grievance, but we barely got to see the Divine Lord. Can't he stay on Mars a bit longer? The Trisolarans aren't posing any threat right now. Having waited decades only to be parted so soon, it was simply too painful. Han Qing chuckled. Silly girl, my true body's departure has nothing to do with my projections. I'll leave one behind to keep you company on Mars. Han Qing snapped out of it, giving Han Qing a resentful glance. He laughed heartily and ruffled her hair. Perhaps. Forget it, then, Divine Lord. Mars gets rather dull anyway. Let me accompany you to Proxima, instead. I'd like to help fight the Trisolarans. I suppose it's acceptable, but be careful not to get hurt. The Trisolarans fire nuclear missiles as though they cost nothing. Han Qing considered it and agreed. With the Divine Lord here, what should I fear? Han Qing harbored no worries at all, and perhaps that was reasonable. Moreover, as a demigod, Han Qing was safe from the Trisolarans unless she encountered a droplet. Han Qing snapped his fingers, and the air before them unfurled like a scroll. Golden radiance flooded outward, opening a spatial gateway. Currently, the Trisolaran civilization posed Han Qing's only threat. To prevent them from broadcasting the solar system's coordinates across the universe in a desperate act, he had to strike swiftly and eliminate them. After consolidating his complete divine form, Han Qing's mastery of divine techniques had grown formidable. For travel, he no longer needed to laboriously rely on lightspeed flight. As long as there were anchor points, he could traverse the cosmos with ease. It functioned similarly to micro-wormhole transport technology, both enabling instantaneous displacement between 2 points across the universe. Let us go. Han Qing grasped Han Qing's hand and stepped through the spatial gate. The world blurred momentarily, and she experienced a faint sensation of weightlessness. When her vision cleared, she found herself on a desolate, freezing planet where the sky hung perpetually dark. Beneath their feet lay a city forged from metal. A continuous stream of devout followers marched outward from its borders. Han Qing no longer needed to employ illusionary transformations. He could present a different visage to each observer. To these followers, he appeared as a star walking among mortals, while Han Qing seemed little more than a moon in orbit. Han Qing explained the situation to Han Qing as she examined the ant-like Trisolarans below with fascination. These beings are remarkable. I can sense their devout faith in the Divine Lord, and it actually exceeds what humans typically possess. In her perception, above every Trisolaran's head flowed a river of devotion that converged into a vast ocean, endlessly pouring into Han Qing's body. Han Qing offered no comment, simply grasped Han Qing's hand, and they accelerated to light speed. In an instant they arrived at the Grand Clock Square in the Trisolaran capital. The Trisolarans reacted with startling speed. Missiles erupted from every direction the moment Han Qing appeared. They showed no regard for their own citizens in the city center, willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate him. Inside the command center, the Trisolaran leader urgently shouted. After all these years, the Trisolarans had finally produced another weapon as devastating as the droplet. He understood well enough that nuclear weapons could not kill Han Qing. The droplet was their true trump card. Han Qing, let these nuclear warheads serve as your first trial in growth. Deal with them. Han Qing did not intervene himself, but instead delegated the task to Lin Wanqing. While imparting divine power into her, he also instilled in her a portion of divine arts sufficient to handle these nuclear weapons. Yes, Divine Master. Lin Wanqing's expression grew grave as she pondered briefly before raising one hand. The surrounding space underwent a dramatic transformation, as if a bubble inflated upon a thin sheet of paper, rapidly expanding outward to collide squarely with the incoming warheads. In an instant, the missiles that had flown and transformed into a series of scrolls and paintings. Plutonium cores, neutron reflectors composed of heavy metals such as depleted uranium and tungsten, aluminum spherical pushers, implosion lenses. Countless information and infinite detail unfolded before their eyes. The power of dimensions. Lin Wanqing's snow-white hands blurred through the air as though plucking invisible strings upon a celestial zither. With swift precision, she dismantled the warheads into scattered components. As the four-dimensional curvature point collapsed, a rain of mechanical fragments fell from the sky. A mere ounce moving 1,000 pounds. Impressive, Han Qing remarked approvingly. Yet the technique still lacked offensive potency. If she could turn these warheads against their sender, it would be perfect. Lin Wanqing beamed with delight. I never expected dimensional power to be so formidable. Indeed, Han Qing replied. Dimensional reduction strikes operate beyond conventional logic. Among the civilizations of the cosmos, there exists one called the Singer civilization. They have mastered a technology known as dual-directional foil, capable of flattening all things in the universe into two-dimensional planes. Dimensional divine arts can replicate similar operations, though far more complex. You may give it a try. Lin Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment. Divine Master, have you discovered yet another civilization? Something like that. The Singer civilization, the scavenger of the cosmos, had never crossed his path. Had they encountered each other, the solar system would long since have been struck. He made no effort to elaborate further, for such encounters were inevitable. Earth, Trisolaris, and the Demon Eye. These three civilizations were far from enough for Han Qing. Han Qing's ambition for expansion continued to swell. A droplet is hurtling toward us. Attempt to reduce it to 2 dimensions. Lin Wanqing extended her divine sense outward and perceived the droplet approaching from 10 kilometers away. The droplet. Is this also a Trisolaran weapon? It appears entirely harmless. It may seem harmless, yet a single strike carries the force of 2,000 detonations. Han Qing explained. It is an interstellar probe constructed by the Trisolaran civilization using strong interaction material. Its hardness exceeds that of the toughest substance in the solar system by over 100-fold. To put it plainly, humanity's strongest stellar-class warships would not survive a single second against it. Lin Wanqing's surprise gave way to excitement. Then I shall attempt it. She raised her arm and unleashed her divine art. The droplet hurtled toward them at supersonic speed, arriving before her eyes in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Wanqing's extraordinarily complex two-dimensional reduction technique had not yet fully formed. She had only just received these divine arts. Unable to execute such a demanding operation with ease, Lin Wanqing's expression shifted. She decisively abandoned her dimensional control, and golden light erupted from both palms as she prepared to intercept the strike head-on. Just as she braced herself with utmost caution, trembling ever so slightly, ready to receive the droplet with both palms, she was astonished to discover that the probe had already been reduced to 2 dimensions, transformed into a slender sheet of paper. Lin Wanqing froze for a moment before realizing what had happened, then glanced apologetically toward Han Qing. It is nothing, Han Qing reassured her gently. You will have ample opportunity to practice in time. Lin Wanqing nodded, pinching the 2-dimensionally flattened droplet and sensing the residual traces of divine arts upon it. At that moment, Han Qing reached out his hand into empty air and grasped. Figures of the Trisolarans materialized one after another upon the plaza. The very Trisolaran Prime and his council of administrators, forcibly summoned by divine arts. Their minds were clearly still immersed in the previous scenario. Their mirror-smooth surfaces flickered violently, and their brainwaves transmitted a torrent of frantic signals. Launch a saturated strike immediately. Cover the Prime's retreat. Spare no cost. Hold back the Sun God at all prices. The droplet has been reduced to 2 dimensions. How is this possible? How could she command such a terrifying power? It's over. Our Trisolaran civilization is finished. We could not even withstand that human, let alone the Sun God. Why has the Sun God suddenly grown so overwhelmingly powerful? This defies all reason. When they realized they had appeared in the Pendulum Plaza of the capital, they were all momentarily stunned, and their brainwaves surged into violent activity once more. What is happening? How do we end up here, Sun God? The Sun God has captured us. Fear spread rapidly among them. Han Qing spoke calmly. You can see for yourselves, your Trisolaran civilization has been defeated. You now have two paths: surrender and submit to my rule, or resist to the very end and be consumed by my flames. He fixed his gaze upon the Trisolaran Prime, projecting immense pressure toward him. We have been defeated. There is no hope remaining. Surrender, Prime. The Sun God's power is immeasurable. Perhaps only she can truly end the chaotic era. Prime, resistance at this point is meaningless. Let us surrender. The administrators of propaganda and culture defected on the spot, frantically urging the Prime with terror in their voices. None of them wished to be burned alive. After a moment of silence, the military administrator also spoke in despair. Prime, we have suffered total defeat. There is no chance left. Amidst the surrender of all his ministers, the ancient Trisolaran Prime, long past his natural lifespan, remained stubbornly resolute. Even in death, I will never yield. You desire me to become your follower. That will never happen. I would rather die. Unexpectedly, even within Trisolaris, there existed such an unbending spirit. Han Qing merely smiled and said nothing further. With a flick of his fingers, a cluster of golden flames descended upon the Trisolaran Prime. What he sought in righteousness he obtained. Since he preferred death, then die he should. The flames crackled and consumed him entirely. This Trisolaran leader. Perhaps his death was not in vain. Lin Wanqing mused as she watched the flames. You have all shown the wisdom of understanding the times, and thus your lives shall be spared. From this moment forth establish the cult of the Sun God across all of Trisolaris. Those who refuse to believe shall be burned. Han Qing casually placed binding seals upon the Trisolaran administrators, subduing them. The newly appointed Secretary General of the Prime stepped forward and declared, Sun God, fear not. For the continuation of our civilization, we shall do as you command. On the day when all Trisolarans come to worship the Sun God, we pray that you honor your promise, merging the three suns into one to end the chaotic era forever. Lin Wanqing looked at Han Qing in astonishment. She had originally wondered whether to relocate the surrendered Trisolarans to the solar system. But Han Qing had resolved the chaotic era from its very root. How could one possibly merge three stars into one? Such a feat defied comprehension. Yet Lin Wanqing trusted Han Qing unconditionally. Her curiosity lay simply in the methods behind such impossible power. With the Führer dead and all chancellors surrendering, the Trisolarans could hardly mount any effective resistance. Within 2 Trisolaran years, the entire planet submitted to the feet of the Sun God. The capital issued the highest decree: all Trisolarans must worship the Sun God or face the death penalty. The Trisolarans already harbored boundless reverence and awe toward the Sun God, and with this decree their faith spread rapidly across the globe, growing stronger by the moment. Han Qing could clearly feel the power of faith surging continuously within him. Although the Trisolarans' living conditions were harsh, their population was vast, and their productivity far exceeded that of Earth's humans. If not for the chaotic eras caused by the triple star system, they might have already undergone multiple technological explosions and ascended to a higher civilization tier. Great Sun God, we have followed your supreme will, and all Trisolarans now worship you. Will you fulfill your promise and end the chaotic era? The Pendulum Plaza in the capital. The great pendulum clock pulsed with rhythmic cadence, and beneath it stood the Trisolaran effigy of the Sun God, neither in Trisolaran nor human form, but as a stellar body, perfectly matching the ancient Trisolaran imagery of their sun deity. The newly appointed Trisolaran leader, accompanied by a cohort of chancellors, knelt before the divine statue in prayer. After several breaths, a spatial rift tore open in the sky. Han Qing and Lin Wanqing emerged from within. They had been journeying across the Trisolaran planet, though there was little worth experiencing during this chaotic era. We pay homage to the Sun God. All the Trisolarans in the plaza knelt together, their mental waves converging into a single unified thought. Your devout worship deserves reward. Today I shall end this chaotic era for you, granting Trisolaran civilization eternal stability and peace. Han Qing spoke, with his divine form fully manifested, concluding the chaotic era was merely a trivial matter. We thank the Sun God. All Trisolarans bowed their heads in fervent gratitude. They were about to witness history. The chaotic era that had plagued Trisolaran civilization for over 200 cycles was finally coming to an end. Rooting for you, Lord Divine, Lin Wanqing said. Han Qing nodded, then departed at light speed, leaving the planet behind for the void of space. In the vacuum of space, none of these 3 stars matched the mass of Earth's sun, making the operation straightforward. The true challenge lay in merging them without triggering an explosion or collapse into a black hole, a feat requiring exquisite control. Boundless divine power erupted from Han Qing's body, manifesting as countless golden chains that wrapped around each of the 3 rotating stars, bringing them to an abrupt halt in the cosmos. As the chains tightened, the 3 stars broke free from their orbital paths, drawn gradually closer together at a measured pace. Should the stars collide too violently, risking dispersal into a nebula, collapse into a neutron star, or explode with gamma radiation, the divine energy required would multiply exponentially, and Han Qing had no desire for such complications. Shielded by divine power, a single trisolaran year later, the 3 stars drew near and gently collided. At this moment, vast quantities of gas and dust from the star's outer layers erupted into space, creating an extraordinarily spectacular nebula. The trisolarans, observing this through their technology, were utterly stunned. The stars are merging, Lin Wanqing thought in awe. This miracle was without question the most breathtaking of all divine wonders. At the cores of the 3 stars, immense impact forces combined with extreme heat and pressure to initiate fusion, releasing staggering energy. To prevent this from destroying the trisolaran planet, Han Qing reinforced his divine barrier. All energy bursts dissipated within the confines of this barrier. The fusion of stars into a new celestial body is inherently a rare cosmic event, typically requiring eons to accomplish, as the nascent star gradually absorbs the mass, energy, and chemical composition of its predecessors. Yet Han Qing accelerated the process immeasurably, infusing the stars with divine power akin to administering oxytocin, compressing what would have taken millennia into mere moments. The 3 stars merged before visible eyes into one singular body, their combined mass swelling to dimensions greater than before, radiating intense light and heat that illuminated the surrounding cosmos. With the stellar fusion complete, one final task remained, that of redrawing the orbital path of the trisolaran planet. Han Qing wielded his boundless divine power to guide the planet into a suitable orbit around the newborn star, positioning it at an optimal distance for trisolaran habitation. Under the gravitational influence of this new sun, the trisolaran world began its slow, deliberate revolution along the path he had charted. The trisolaran planet. A brilliant, radiant sun now hung in the trisolaran sky, dispersing the freezing mists and frost, casting its gentle warmth upon every trisolaran below. Overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, they fell to their knees in gratitude, bowing reverently before this newfound sun. Praise the sun god. Thank you, sun god, for saving trisolaran civilization. Our civilization shall serve you eternally until the very end. I knew it. The sun god would never deceive us. He has truly ended the chaotic era. We trisolarans no longer need endure this suffering. Had the trisolarans possessed the ability to weep, these devotees would have been moved to tears of gratitude. Their mental waves surged with emotion, and the spectral reflections dancing across their mirrored surfaces shimmered like the flashing lights of a KTV venue. In the void of space, Han Qing sensed the collective faith of the trisolarans had multiplied roughly tenfold, an enormous treasure. Having condensed his complete divine form, he now commanded numerous powerful godly arts, though unleashing them demanded vast reserves of divine energy. More was always better. Helping these dehydrated creatures wasn't in vain. Though this was a one-time opportunity, we won't see such exponential growth again, but steady increases are still substantial. Han Qing returned to the Pendulum Plaza on the trisolaran planet in high spirits. Praise the sun. The Chancellor approached with deep emotion, saying, Sun God, thank you for ending the chaotic era. You are the one true God of this world, and the trisolarans will worship you forever until our civilization perishes. This newly born star will endure for over 9 billion years. Until then, your trisolaran civilization shall remain safe and secure. Han Qing spoke. The Chancellor glanced at Lin Wanqing beside him, remembering something. Yes, I shall issue the order immediately for the First Fleet to return. We no longer need search for a new homeland. In the vast expanse of cosmic space, aboard the magnificent trisolaran space fleet numbering in the millions, the Supreme Commander was strategizing with his subordinates about the future. According to intelligence from the home planet, the ETO on Earth has already been destroyed. They were never particularly useful to begin with. As long as we destroy Earth's governmental military forces, humanity will surrender naturally. The only thing we need guard against is Earth humans broadcasting signals into the cosmos. I hope the homeworld can undergo a technological explosion during our voyage, though otherwise, given how troublesome the sun god is, we may well fail to conquer the solar system. Our fleet has a deterrent system. Even if we cannot conquer the solar system, we can still negotiate and take a place. At the very least, Mars will be ours. Although they had driven back the sun god last time, they later learned that it had only been a projection. If even a projection was so difficult to deal with, the true body was obviously all the more terrifying. Fleet resources were limited. They could only pin their hopes on the homeworld's technological explosion and the creation of weapons even more powerful than the droplet. Just at that moment, the fleet's chief communications officer suddenly reported, Captain, the homeworld has transmitted a message. The captain asked, what message? The communications officer said in disbelief. C-211, the former sovereign has died. C-212 has succeeded as the new sovereign. The sovereign orders our first fleet to return at once and abandon the plan to attack Earth. The captain was taken aback. What? The succession from the old sovereign to the new had been expected. But the order to return and abandon Earth was utterly unreasonable. The triple-star system was extremely unstable. At any moment, the phenomenon of 3 suns hanging in the sky at once could occur, destroying the entire Trisolaran civilization. Now that they had found a livable paradise like Earth, were they supposed to give it up? This was not only contrary to the interests of the Trisolaran civilization, it also betrayed the sacrifices and efforts of the entire fleet. Did the sovereign offer any explanation? The captain asked. The communications officer shook his head. No. Connect with the capital immediately. I want to speak with the sovereign. The captain was seething with rage. The connection was quickly established. He demanded, Sovereign, why did you issue an order so contrary to the interests of the Trisolaran people? Please provide a reasonable explanation. The sovereign said, the sun god has blessed Trisolaris. The chaotic era on the Trisolaran homeworld has already ended. We no longer need to invade Earth to live well. Is this explanation reasonable enough? The sun god's blessing. The end of the chaotic era. The captain felt his mind momentarily unable to process these words. Could such words even be strung together? That is utterly impossible. The captain said coldly. It seems the old sovereign's death was not so simple. C-212, you've been controlled by that sun god, haven't you? C-211, when he was sovereign, refused to obey the divine will and has met the fate a sinner deserves. Now all of us Trisolarans believe in the sun god. In turn, the sun god has kept his promise. He merged the 3 stars into one and brought the chaotic era to an end. Do you understand? We no longer need Earth, the sovereign explained. Hearing this, the captain's heart sank straight to the bottom. The entire homeworld had fallen. If that was so, the first fleet was the last hope of the Trisolarans. I don't understand, and I don't want to. Just have the sun god speak to me directly. You, have the sun god speak to me directly. The captain roared. The sovereign, however, remained completely calm. I cannot make that decision. You may speak with the deity only if the sun god agrees. I need to consult the god. A moment later, Han Qing's figure appeared on the screen. The captain immediately said, Sun god, I don't care how you took over our Trisolaran homeworld. Get out, right now, immediately. Han Qing looked at him and asked, or else, what do you intend to do? Otherwise we'll all perish together. The captain shouted, aren't you very attached to Earth? I'll broadcast Earth's coordinates into the universe right now. You make the choice. Han Qing was silent. The captain grew even more agitated. Are you willing to give up Earth? Then I'll broadcast the coordinates of the Trisolaran homeworld. You will lose every one of your worshippers. You seem to be going a bit extreme, Han Qing said with a sigh. This fleet was also home to quite a number of people. Even a fly was meat. Han Qing had originally not intended to abandon this morsel. But this morsel was fighting back. Then it had to be disposed of in a harmless way. Broadcast the coordinates of Earth and the Trisolaran civilization. Do you think this first fleet of yours, not even capable of lightspeed flight, can carry on the Trisolaran civilization? Han Qing said, still, you don't need to do that. I will leave your homeworld, but in return you will also give up Earth. We'll leave each other alone. Torrents of divine power poured into dimensional space, spreading out without bound. Effortlessly they locked onto the Trisolaran First Fleet, sailing through the void. I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise I would rather see everything destroyed than let the homeworld fall into your hands. The captain said viciously. You are genuinely loyal to the Trisolaran civilization. For that I quite admire you. But your mistake is precisely that you overestimate yourself. Your deterrent methods mean nothing to me. That is normal, of course. With your intelligence you are not yet capable of realizing this. As Han Qing spoke, the captain and the fleet's senior officers all felt, for reasons unknown, a sense of extreme dread. Inside the control cabin, space tore open and a golden-rimmed gate appeared. Under everyone's gaze a figure emerged from within. That red robe was dazzling. Everyone aboard this fleet knew him all too well. It was the sun god who had once wreaked havoc throughout the fleet. You originally had a chance to survive. Han Qing spoke. The captain's whole body trembled. He surged forward, trying to slam the emergency button before him. In that instant, infinite golden light burst from Han Qing's body. Golden beams tore through the entire warship and continued to shoot across the fleet, turning more than 1,000 vessels into sieves. It was only after a brief moment that the successive explosions rang out. The sound was not an explosion in the ordinary human sense. It was like the noise of a character dying in a video game, or an old computer's power supply cutting out. The first fleet was annihilated, every last ship. Only at the moment of death did the Supreme Commander, also the captain of the First Fleet, realize just how powerful the sun god truly was. Facing his true form, they had not even had the chance to launch the droplet. The golden death rays dissipated. Han Qing suddenly frowned and looked toward the rear of the fleet. Behind the First Fleet, a hidden space warship had witnessed the fleet's destruction. The captain did not wallow in such troublesome emotions as pain and grief. Instead, he decisively activated the deterrence system and broadcast Earth's coordinates. This instantly drew Han Qing's attention. An invisible force wrapped around the warship and wrenched it into 5 pieces in a flash. The vessel exploded and flames engulfed the Trisolarans inside. Han Qing's figure appeared above the wreckage, his expression rather grim. He had been careless. How could he have let these ants broadcast Earth's coordinates? Now intercepting it was no longer possible. This message would very likely soon be discovered by other civilizations in the universe, most likely by the Singer civilization. Although Han Qing still wanted to expand, he was not yet ready to face the Singer civilization. Besides, the universe contains tens of billions of galaxies, each with tens of billions of stars and countless civilizations. Presumably, quite a few are even more powerful than the Singer civilization. Exposing our coordinates while knowing nothing about those civilizations is far too dangerous. Earth is no longer safe. No, the entire solar system is no longer safe. What should we do? Han Qing's mind instantly conjured up numerous solutions. A flash of inspiration. A single idea took hold of his mind. He was the sun himself. What was there to fear? Why not simply take the entire solar system and leave the Milky Way? By the time the Singer or other civilizations received these coordinates, he would have already fled and hidden millions of light years away. Although he had fully condensed his solar divine body, Han Qing had no intention of fighting a battle without certainty. Any thought of underestimating an enemy was an affront to life itself. The Singer's dual vector foil was not something he particularly feared. But that thing was merely a tool the Singer used to clean up lower civilizations. The other side must possess far more powerful offensive weaponry. Until he could ascertain the destructive power of such weapons, it was unwise to engage directly. Those advanced civilizations should receive the signal sent by this warship in a few decades or centuries. And they will conduct reconnaissance at both the launch point and the coordinate point to make judgments. I can set up some divine arts here for observation. This is also a way to learn about other civilizations. After observing the enemy and assessing their strength, he would then decide whether to treat them as guests, cut off their heads, or take them in as dogs. With that thought, Han Qing buried a mass of divine power deep within the soil of this space. After confirming it could not be easily unearthed, he opened a spatial gate and stepped through. The moment he returned to the Trisolaran planet, Lin Wanqing immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "How did it go, Divine Lord?" The Trisolaran sovereign and the Council of Executives also wanted to ask what had happened. The loss of signal on their communication screens filled them with a foreboding sense of dread. "The First Fleet has been completely destroyed by me." After Han Qing said these words, the hearts of the Trisolaran high-ranking officials finally sank into despair. They felt deep regret for the deaths of their kin in the First Fleet. As for Han Qing, they also expressed deep regret. It was the Trisolaran's sin that they had been unable to make the First Fleet submit and thus provide the Sun God with more believers. To actually threaten the Divine Lord with Earth's coordinates, they truly are tired of living. It serves them right to be wiped out. Traitorous ingrates like that must never be allowed to remain. Lin Wanqing said indignantly. As the Dark Forest Law became widely known to humanity, she was fully aware that Earth's exposure meant the entire solar system was exposed. The Sun and Mars would likewise be struck by advanced civilizations. The First Fleet's conduct was absolutely intolerable. Your Trisolaran fleet formation is truly bizarre. A warship lurked so far away from the main fleet that it managed to broadcast Earth's coordinates. Han Qing looked at the Trisolaran sovereign and suddenly said, "Now that the coordinates have been leaked, the solar system is no longer safe." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing and the Trisolarans were all stunned. They actually broadcast it. The solar system was surely doomed. The powerful civilizations in the universe are as numerous as hairs on an ox, not weak and easily bullied like the Trisolarans. Lin Wanqing's scalp tingled and her palms sweated. The Trisolaran sovereign even knelt down and said fearfully, "Forgive me, Sun God. I am willing to take responsibility. Please sentence me to the extreme penalty. Burn me to death." Han Qing said, somewhat speechless. "Would burning you to death retrieve the Earth's coordinates that have already been broadcast? Burning you to death will only cost me a believer. Don't say such foolish things to me again." Upon hearing this, the Trisolaran sovereign rose uneasily and said, Then what does the Sun God plan to do?" There was a studied casualness in Han Qing's words. "Do nothing much. Just take the solar system on a wandering journey." Lin Wanqing nearly fainted. The Wandering Earth project had just been aborted. And now here came another, the Wandering Solar System project. Of course, she had no intention of questioning Han Qing. Having witnessed his means of fusing 3 stars into one, she believed that the Wandering Solar System project was not impossible. Still, it was too thrilling. That was a staggeringly vast stellar system. "Sun God, I actually have a somewhat audacious request," the Trisolaran sovereign said rather sheepishly. He looked as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Han Qing said, "Speak your mind." The Trisolaran sovereign said, Sun God, when you take the solar system on its wandering journey, could you bring our Trisolaran civilization along? In our predictions and deductions, the powerful civilizations in the universe are able to lock onto the coordinates of both the broadcaster and the target through the various signals dispersed throughout the cosmos. The First Fleet broadcast Earth's coordinates, and this will certainly also expose the Trisolaran civilization. Without the Sun God's protection, we surely cannot survive. Han Qing had intended this all along, so he nodded and agreed. Fine. Leaving the Trisolarans behind in the Milky Way was clearly unwise. What if those powerful civilizations came and read their memories? He would be directly exposed with no secrets left. Han Qing said, Next I will plan the galaxy we are heading to, and the solar system will descend upon Proxima Centauri. When the time comes, you will leave with me. I will fuse your star with my own body to form a new stellar system. The Trisolaran sovereign sighed in relief and said, Thank you, Sun God. And watching after you return to Earth, broadcast to all of humanity on Mars and Earth announcing the Wandering Solar System project. Remember to present it in a positive light. We are not fleeing. We are moving. Han Qing emphasized one point. If it were a flight, it would make him the Sun God appear cowardly, and it would tarnish the invincible, glorious, and majestic image he held in humanity's hearts. Lin Wanqing naturally understood the gravity of the situation and immediately agreed. After returning to Mars, Lin Wanqing first contacted Earth's Planetary Defense Council. Thanks to Han Qing's divine art of thought, imprinting, the United Nations and various countries had become the Sun God's most fanatical devotees, establishing branches of the Divine Church and laying the groundwork for a theocratic union of religion and state. When it was announced to Earth's governments that the solar system would follow the Sun God into the universe to explore new civilizations, everyone was utterly stunned. Is the entire solar system going to leave with the Sun God? Is that even possible? Confined as they were to the Wandering Earth project, humanity simply could not imagine the grandeur of an entire solar system drifting through space. The Daxia representative said, For the Sun God this should not be difficult. And moreover, there is the law of gravity. If the Sun chooses to leave the solar system, it would be very difficult for us on Earth to stop it. But this is too hasty. Why do we suddenly need to explore the universe? Holy Lord, has something happened to the Sun God? Chairman Lei Luobua asked, both curious and worried. There is no cause for concern, do not overthink it. The Milky Way is too small. The Divine Lord intends to journey to other galaxies in search of more civilizations. The light of the Divine should be sown into every corner of the universe. Lin Wanqing replied calmly. Hearing this, the members of the Planetary Defense Council were somewhat puzzled. Had the Milky Way not yet been fully developed? There must be no small number of civilizations hidden within it, so why not first spread the faith in the Milky Way? Yet since Lin Wanqing had spoken as she did, they did not find it appropriate to press the matter further. Chairman Lei Luobua said, Very well then. We shall cooperate with the Sun God unconditionally. Shortly afterward, Mars and Earth broadcast this news to all of humanity. All of humanity was of mixed feelings concerning the solar system's imminent voyage, delighted that the Sun God had become so formidable, yet anxious at the prospect of encountering an even more powerful civilization in the boundless cosmos. After all, humanity's fear of the unknown is etched into its very genes. Fortunately, the governments of Mars and Earth both mounted vigorous campaigns of positive publicity. Advertisements filled every corner, greatly dissolving humanity's tension. At the Holy Mountain Temple on Mars, in a cherry blossom courtyard, Zizi, dressed in a kimono, was performing the tea ceremony to serve Han Qing, Lin Wanqing, and the others. The cult leader of the Sun God cult, the Holy Maidens, and all the high priests were present. Except for Han Qing, who was savoring his tea, everyone wore a solemn expression, holding teacups and looking at Han Qing. Although publicly we claim that the solar system's migration is to search for more civilizations, in truth, we are fleeing from the cleansers of the universe. Han Qing said candidly to his most devoted followers, the Trisolaran fleet has broadcast Earth's coordinates across the universe. Before long, the cleansers will attack the solar system. Without understanding the opponent, it is not advisable to engage in direct confrontation. Except for Lin Wanqing, everyone present was just learning the truth, and their faces were full of shock. Hasn't the Trisolaran planet already been subjugated by the Divine Lord? Then why did it still broadcast the solar system's coordinates? Ma Lili asked. Lin Wanqing briefly explained the situation, and only then did the women come to understand. I see. But since the Divine Lord is so powerful, it should be all right even if we do not move our base right. Yang Na said. Yao Tiao shook her head. This is a matter of great consequence. It is better to act prudently. I support the migration. The other women also voiced their support one after another. Han Qing, however, had not asked for their opinions. He continued, What I need is an immense amount of faith power. I hope that during the migration ahead you can devise a plan to stimulate believers into producing even more faith power. That will be your task from now on. After fully condensing his divine body, Han Qing naturally received knowledge of the divine hierarchy from his divine essence. The gods were divided into 5 ranks: Lesser God, Intermediate God, Greater God, Sovereign God, and Creator God. He was still at the Lesser God stage. To ascend divine power was indispensable. At the rate believers were currently producing faith power, Han Qing could ascend to Intermediate God within another century. But he was far from satisfied with such speed. Within at most a few decades, the solar system would inevitably be discovered by an advanced civilization. Han Qing hoped that by that time, he would have absolute certainty in subduing them. By subdue, he did not mean destroying the ships or intelligences sent to cleanse the solar system, but rather conquering their entire homeworld, for instance the mother world of the Singer civilization. Of course, this would also require cultivating mighty divine arts. Han Qing still vaguely remembered. The Singer civilization's homeworld possessed powerful weapons of mathematical law that could alter the laws of the universe. This meant that if he wished to eradicate them, then he would have to master law-level divine arts. After assigning the tasks to the women, Han Qing drank the last cup of tea Zhi had poured for him, then left the courtyard. His divine consciousness spread outward, enveloping Mars, Earth, and the many planets. Then his divine power followed, covering the stars of the solar system a second time. At the same time, an enormous spatial gate opened in the Milky Way, some 4 light-years in diameter. Only a gate of such immense size could prevent the solar system from being destroyed by the tidal forces within it. As for why the spatial gate had to be opened within the Milky Way, it was because the solar system was merely 1 light-year in diameter. If one opened such a gate at home, the house would collapse. At this moment, people on both Mars and Earth looked up at the sky. A breathtaking golden gate filled the entire starry expanse, and many humans felt their legs weaken and their hearts tremble. Heavens! What is this? Have alien civilizations come to attack us? What is going on with this gate? At the Planetary Defense Council, Lei Luobo was so shocked that his mouth refused to close. In the Daxia Combat Operations Department, Zhang Zhili and the others were also startled, hastily using their telescopes to observe, anxious to know what was happening in the universe. Humans, do not be alarmed. This is the Master leading the stars away from the Milky Way. At that moment, Xuannu relayed this message to every single human. Only then did people feel at ease gazing up at the colossal gate in the sky with excitement. The solar system was about to leave the Milky Way. This was absolutely the most resplendent stroke in human history, a divine miracle that would shake the ages. Driven by Han Qing's divine power, the stars of the solar system surged one by one into the spatial gate and arrived at the Centaurus system where the Trisolarans dwelled. The Trisolarans then, in the stable era, watched as another colossal star suddenly appeared in the sky, and dread crept across their faces. Hadn't the 3-star system already been resolved? Why did another immense star appear? Could it be that the chaotic era was about to return? The Trisolarans Zhi detected the situation in the solar system and quickly notified all Trisolarans, calming their fears. They learned that this was the sun god's miracle. Their faith power erupted once again. With the protection of such a great deity, Trisolaran civilization was certain to endure for eternity. Han Qing felt a pang of heartache at the continuous drain of divine power. If the believers do not produce twice as much faith power henceforth, they will have let down all the divine power I expended. Immediately afterward, Han Qing repeated the same tactic, fusing the Trisolaran star with his true body, then positioning the Trisolaran planet into the solar system's orbit adjacent to Earth. As a result, the solar system now had 3 life-bearing planets with a total of more than 20 billion sentient believers. Earth and Mars together accounted for more than 8 billion, and the Trisolaran planet for over 13 billion. Not to mention the 11-dimensional Demon Eye universe. The faith power generated by so many believers at every moment was a truly staggering figure, and the amount consumed in steering the star system through the cosmos was less than 1/3 of that total. Under Han Qing's control, the sun began its migration toward the Andromeda Galaxy, one of the Milky Way's neighbors. More than 2 million light-years from Earth and roughly twice the size of the Milky Way, it was an extremely suitable place for relocation. While Han Qing guided the entire star system adrift through the universe, the women of the Sun God cult, the Trisolaran High Command, and Earth senior leadership were deliberating over how to spur the believers into generating twice as much faith power. There are 2 ways to enhance humanity's faith in the Sun God. The first is what Mars is currently doing, increasing the human population, spreading theological doctrines, uprooting outdated ideologies, and providing medical and economic aid to humanity so that more people come to believe in the Sun God. The second is to stratify levels of faith and employ various measures to motivate believers to elevate their contributed faith rank. These 2 approaches can in fact be implemented in tandem. First, we issue policies encouraging reproduction. For every child a family brings into the world, we provide a host of rewards: housing, healthcare, financial support, opportunities to attend elite schools, employment prospects for family members, and so on. Second, we establish a hierarchy of faith. These are the ranks I formulated after investigating the devotees and clerics of the sun god faith. Please consider them a reference. A Trisolaran executive displayed the faith hierarchy he had devised to the assembly through a sapon. Lin Wanqing and the other clerics along with the high-ranking officials of Earth's government listened intently. At the very bottom are ordinary believers. Their reverence for the sun god is quite limited. Their minds are still filled with outdated ideologies from before the common era of Earth civilization, and their stance is wavering. This is precisely why I have said that to elevate the faithful we must eradicate these harmful thoughts, start from childhood, and instill divine doctrine. They correspond to the rank of cup. The faith power they can provide is as meager as the tea in a small cup. Next are the equally foundational believers, the pool rank. They make up more than half of humanity. Their faith in the sun god is somewhat firmer. They feel gratitude for the sun god's benevolence, and often pray in hopes that the sun god will satisfy their desires. Their devotion falls short, and the faith power they can provide is akin to a pool of water. The third rank is river. Those who reach this level are typically clergy within the church. Their worship of the sun god flows ceaselessly like the endless surging rivers. They are free of desires so devout that they would give their lives for the sun god, without a moment's regret. The fourth rank is ocean. This is the magnitude attainable only by high-ranking clerics, such as sub-ministers and ministers. One person here outshines 100 million others. Perhaps it is because they have become demigods, and their spiritual power has increased accordingly. The faith power they supply is vast and boundless. The fifth rank is immeasurable. As the name suggests, it is beyond measure and statistic. This is the rank attained by many high priests. Our ultimate goal is to cultivate all believers into those of immeasurable faith power. If we can reach that step, then in a century the sun god may ascend to become the sovereign deity. The Trisolaran spoke endlessly of his plans. In truth, the plans of all three parties were rather similar because there were only these two means of elevating faith power. It was simply that the Trisolaran's plan was set out in greater detail. He had even conducted surveys of all the clerics through the sun god. This question may be a little impolite, but as the first person beneath the throne of the deity, could it be that Lin Wanqing's faith power has no rank? Or is hers also of the immeasurable rank? Asked Chairman Lelobo of the Planetary Defense Council with curiosity. This question also piqued the curiosity of the women of the Divine Church. The Trisolaran glanced at Lin Wanqing, and only after seeing that she made no objection did he speak. Lin Wanqing's rank holds no reference value. Her faith power has already shattered dimensional boundaries, inexhaustible, ever-flowing. This is the result of merging extraordinary faith power with a demigod's body. It is nearly impossible for ordinary humans to achieve such a realm. I have named it the Klein rank. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. They had never imagined that Lin Wanqing's depth of faith had already reached such a level. Lin Wanqing's expression held a hint of pride as she said, "Regarding the incentive measures of the second plan, I have something to add." "Please speak," the Trisolaran executive said. Lin Wanqing said, "When the Sun God Church was first established, while I and several high priests were drafting the sacred canon, we omitted the crucial construction of heaven and hell. The elements of heaven and hell play an immensely positive role in inspiring faith. They are indispensable. We should restore them." This was a lesson Lin Wanqing had learned through governing Mars. Life on Mars was blissful and crime had dropped considerably. But that did not mean crime was absent. The punishments of the church government remained at the legal level, not the theological level. If believers came to know that there existed a hell where sinners were punished, then a red line would naturally be drawn in their hearts, serving as a deterrent. And besides hell, there would be a heaven where the devout could dwell, so believers would yearn for it day and night. Under the deterrent of the punishment mechanism and the allure of the reward mechanism, the faithful would inevitably produce abundant faith power. Supplemented by other measures, raising one's faith rank step by step would be no difficult feat. They deliberated for a long while over the construction of heaven and hell. In the end, the plan was settled and handed to Lin Wanqing to seek the divine will. Construct heaven and hell. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's introduction, Han Qing was somewhat surprised. Lin Wanqing said yes. This will greatly benefit the believers in elevating their faith ranks. Mortals require such a system to be guided. We plan to raise the faith rank of every believer by 1 level within the next 50 years and by 2 levels within 100 years in order to fulfill the goals set by the Divine Lord. It had to be said that this plan was rather enticing. But constructing 2 small worlds was hardly a simple task. Divine arts, divine power, time. These were all costs to be invested. Han Qing pondered for a moment, then said, "Let me think about it." Lin Wanqing did not press him. She said, "As you command, Divine Lord. I shall take my leave." The trilateral talks produced numerous policies, each aimed at the believers of their respective planets. During this period, and for some time to come, their executives would be exceedingly busy. After Lin Wanqing left, Han Qing raised his palm and gazed at its center, his will surging. Tiny golden threads as fine as strands of hair flowed out, intertwining into intricate geometric patterns. They slowly organized into a sealed sphere, a space constructed with dimensional power and divine force. This was still far from being worthy of the name Small World. Han Qing attempted to pour into it the elements essential for survival, water for instance. Under the catalysis of divine power within this palm-sized space, crystalline water gradually surged forth, forming a primordial sea. Then came land. The chemical elements composing land were gathered and condensed. A stretch of land took shape at the center of the space. But at that very moment, pop, the space burst apart like a water bubble and the water sloshed to the ground. It had failed. Han Qing frowned and pondered over the cause for a while, then began the work of creation anew. After several attempts in a row had not succeeded, this left him somewhat perplexed. He remembered that in work the Trisolarans could create microworlds. How could he, a god, fail to create one? Where could the problem lie? Yet the Trisolarans' creation of microworlds appears 100 billion years later in the storyline. By then, Trisolaran technology would be a completely different concept from what it is now. My current divine arts are still far from the threshold of creation. I can only simulate as best as I can. In this situation, even if the Trisolarans offered assistance, it would be of little use. I must study it myself step by step. Han Qing steadied his mind and resumed the experiments. While guiding the solar system to roam the cosmos, he attempted to create a world with split attention. After 7 days, he still had not succeeded. Yet he found a shortcut. It was to merge divine arts with Xiannu to forge a virtual space within which he could conjure heaven and hell. But this space could only contain the spirit. The flesh could not enter. Han Qing separated a thread of consciousness to enter the space, or lines of code densely crisscrossed, infinite, boundless. If I tweak it a bit more, it'll be almost ready. Han Qing snapped his fingers. The entire space took shape, and heaven and hell became tangible. Within the upper space, at dawn appeared a dreamlike hazy light, bathed the earth, mountains and rivers grew, flowers and butterflies, trees and birds, temples of classical and modern styles interwoven. Everything beautiful. Below there was no sun, it was dim and silent, a vast barren desert, endless and desolate, where black flames burned day and night with crackling sounds. Oh, one can imagine the beings arriving here would be roasted to death, worse than dead. Han Qing named them the light domain and the dark domain. Souls entering the light domain can cultivate scriptures to obtain divine arts, gradually increasing their spiritual power to generate more power of faith. Souls entering the dark domain can also, through repentance and prayer, provide power of faith to atone. The crucial point is, these two spaces would, according to the deepest beauty and the deepest horror in each person's consciousness, morph into that person's own heaven and hell. For instance, a fat otaku entering the light domain would have his heaven surrounded by numerous anime heroines. For a corporate slave entering the dark domain, he would become Sisyphus, endlessly toiling. Having completed all this, Han Qing summoned Lin Wanqing and handed over this simplified heaven and hell to her. I have granted you partial authority. You may operate this space at will, and you may also let Xiannu operate freely. Moreover, this is usable by the Trisolarans as well. Go back, familiarize yourself with it, and put it into use. Lin Wanqing looked at the apple-like object in her hand, somewhat suspicious. Heaven and hell, a single apple. Han Qing reminded the method is to project a thread of spirit into it. Let me try. Lin Wanqing immersed her consciousness into the apple, and the scene blurred. She instantly found herself in the light domain. A man appeared beside her, incredibly handsome. It was Han Qing. He did not radiate the vast, boundless, godly aura. Evidently, the light domain had tailor-made this heaven for Lin Wanqing. Consciousness sinking. Lin Wanqing returned to the dark domain. The burning pain of the flames was bearable, but the people around her had already disappeared. She withdrew her spirit and exited the dark domain. With this, it will surely greatly fuel the believer's power of faith. Lin Wanqing's eyes flashed with light, her spirit buoyant. Not to mention, once you enter the light domain, you are near immortality. Just this immortality alone would drive humankind and the Trisolarans mad, even if it required sacrificing the body. Moreover, in the light domain, you can meet the people you most want to see and live a heaven-like life. Mars, Earth, and the Trisolaran world vigorously promoted the light domain and dark domain. Soon a wave swept through both humankind and the Trisolarans. Elderly people went mad for it. Those who had lost friends and loved ones also went crazy, while criminals trembled. Earth's and Mars's prisons were mass executing heavy criminals, sending them to serve time in the dark domain. That sunless, desolate hell constantly subjected its inhabitants to the flames. By comparison, prison life, with 3 meals a day, was nothing short of paradise. Earth, the center of faith. The Statue of Liberty at the gate had long since been replaced by a majestic statue of the sun god wielding the stars, his red robes billowing. Many people formed a long queue before the gate. They were all ready to use Mind Seal imprint technology to boost their power of faith. Chi-level believers. After the policy was announced, most lower-tier believers chose this shortcut to gain better social welfare, even to immigrate to Mars. Although Earth also worshipped the sun god, Mars's immigration policy toward Earthlings had not been opened. Now the conditions were extremely harsh. Only those whose faith levels reached Qi level were eligible to apply to immigrate to Mars. Among the crowd, Li looked at the endless queue with a face of bitterness and speechlessness. Humans are indeed ingrate wolves. The sun god has saved all of humankind countless times, yet their faith in the sun god is so scant. If Mars's high welfare society hadn't lured them, these folks probably wouldn't have come to fight the mind seals. As for oneself, one of course is different. The education and service experiences since childhood left his mind difficult to turn around for a time. He could only rely on the mind seals. Qi level is only eligible to apply. Zhanghe level can securely secure the quota to immigrate to Mars. Xiaoyan, wait for me, I will go to Mars to find you. Li looked up at the starry sky, thinking firmly to himself. Time passed year after year. The solar system drifted lonely through the cosmos. And as Lin Wanqing and others planned, the believers' faith levels rose gradually. In the 20th year of wandering the solar system, the Church of the Sun God conducted its first major faith census, and the result was very successful. All the lower-tier believers' faith levels reached Qi level. The Trisolaran world was the same. But the Trisolaran world boasted Zhanghe-level believers by many times more than humans. One could say the Trisolarans had almost become the central power contributing faith power. As for the Moyan civilization, although their faith levels toward the sun god could not be measured among the 110 souls entering the light domain, 90% were Moyan. Lin Wanqing once doubted that among the three civilizations humanity contributed the least to the sun god. Therefore she was full of a sense of crisis and worked hard to raise humanity's faith levels. Under the management of Lin Wanqing and the other women, the sun god sect experienced rapid expansion. Society underwent tremendous transformation, with nearly all of humanity leaning heavily toward theology, while science was relegated to a subordinate role and a mere tool. The political structure underwent equally dramatic changes as well. The center of political power completely shifted to the religious faction, and the concepts of nation and ethnicity gradually blurred. Various borders were dismantled until people shared only one identity, that of the sun god subjects. All of the god subjects yearned for the sacred lands of Mars and the light domain, praying for the Lord's divine blessings to descend upon them. Half a century after the solar system began its wandering, the sun god sect conducted a second comprehensive assessment of faith levels. 1/3 of humanity had reached the river grade, while the number of ocean grade believers in the light domain expanded wildly to 500,000. It was in that year that Qing successfully ascended to the rank of an intermediate god. I had thought I would have to wait another century. Yet somehow the timeline was cut in half directly. It seems Wanqing and the others have been working diligently indeed. Qing sensed the changes in divine power within his spiritual sea. The originally formless and intangible divine power had now liquefied into a golden ocean, vast, magnificent, and boundless. After ascending to an intermediate god, the quality of his divine power had transformed, becoming far more condensed and refined. A single drop could now spawn an ocean. With this, I need not worry about divine power running short when casting powerful divine arts. Qing pondered, then unfurled his divine sense, sweeping across the entirety of Mars in an instant. After half a century of transformation, Mars had undergone earth-shaking changes, growing both more advanced and more primordial. Classical temples and shrines could be seen everywhere, while flying cars streamed continuously overhead. In this era, Trisolarans had fully integrated into human society. They could be found across all professions, including those of priests and priestesses, especially within government institutions. Due to their telepathic communication and inability to lie, humans at every level trusted them with governance matters entirely. Their unwavering transparency was an irreplaceable trait among humanity's allies. Of course, they served only in auxiliary roles. Xuanu and Jizi played far more important parts behind the scenes. Divine sense swept over Earth. Earth had now formed a federal system with major authority concentrated in the hands of the Grand Priest. Society hosted only those Trisolaran scientists who assisted human technological advancement. Divine sense then swept over the Trisolaris system. This should be where the three planets had undergone the greatest changes, with the chaos era no longer disrupting them. Within merely a few decades, they had restored the splendor of ancient civilization while never neglecting their worship of the sun god. Not only did they build temples across the surface, but they also constructed a space city known as Sun City, capable of housing 20 million souls. Only Trisolarans occupying the upper tiers of the social hierarchy could reside there. At this very moment, Lin Wanqing and a group of grand priests were engaged in discussions with the head of state of Trisolaris within that space city. Every detail of their conversation flowed clearly into Qing's ears, yet the topics held no interest for him. His divine sense continued to expand. spreading beyond the solar system. Previously, Han Qing's divine sense had covered only 1 light year, just enough to encompass the entire solar system. But now, 10 light years, 20 light years. Han Qing's divine sense had reached 100 light years away instantly. With this range, exploring other civilizations throughout the universe will be far more convenient. As Han Qing pondered, his divine sense suddenly received a response. He sensed an intelligent consciousness observing the cosmos hiding within a warped point of 4-dimensional space at a distance of 10 light years from the solar system. However, due to the vast disparity in life levels, the other party had detected no anomalies. A civilization that has mastered dimensional power. Are they natives of 3-dimensional space or a higher dimensional civilization descended from above? After a moment of thought, Han Qing marked that civilization with his divine sense and set the solar system in motion toward it. The fact that the other party could sense his divine sense indicated a not low civilization grade. The power used for observation was mental, not gravitational waves nor electromagnetic waves. Perhaps it was not a technological civilization. If he could subjugate that civilization, his own ascension would undoubtedly proceed much faster. Meanwhile, in the Milky Way within a seed ship, an electromagnetic wave was emitted. This electromagnetic wave was not meant for information transmission. If Han Qing were present, he would surely be able to decipher its meaning. It was an ancient melody. I saw my love. I flew to her side. Singing was essential for the singer, meaningful and interesting. It was his solace amid the endless, boundless universe. Work was not his joy, but a necessity for survival. While singing, the singer piloted the ship toward a coordinate obtained 10 time grains earlier, a coordinate that was supposed to hold an organic planet containing a civilization. But now, the singer saw only emptiness. Not only had the planet disappeared, but the entire star system was gone. Such a situation was extremely rare in the singer's long career of cleanup operations. Even when civilizations fled, they did so by boarding ships, not by taking entire planets or whole star systems with them. That would be not only inefficient, but profoundly foolish. Moving such a massive, cumbersome cluster of planets through the cosmos would be like a bright lantern in the darkness, far too conspicuous. The main core of the seed ship began swallowing all information within the surrounding space. Thick membranes, long membranes, short membranes, light membranes. Every seed ship of the Singer civilization possessed a main core, and each main core held this same capability. After reading this information, it would record and cross-reference it against information banks, using dot matrix matching to locate the coordinates of both the broadcasters and the runaways. After reading all information from the solar system, the Singer began reading the coordinate that had sent this signal. That is the location of the first Stellaris fleet. He soon learned that a battle had occurred there. A destroyed fleet sent this coordinate into the cosmos. It seems they were enemies. Since there was a fleet, there must be a homeworld. If they wished to use the dark forest hypothesis to eliminate their foes, they should understand they too would eventually be destroyed. The main core continued processing. The Singer soon locked onto the Alpha Centauri system. After comparing with the information bank, he was surprised to discover 3 stars and 1 planet missing here, just as in the vanished solar system. This made the situation exceedingly bizarre. Both the broadcaster and the broadcasted were annihilated. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the universe. What was extraordinary was the manner of their destruction. Neither a light particle strike nor a dual-directional foil attack, even a star's explosion, would have left traces behind. For the first time, the Singer felt genuine interest toward these low-tier civilizations. This was a mystery of the cosmos, and the Singer now wanted to solve it. In the cosmic abyss, the solar system, veiled in divine power, hurtled forward at near light speed. Trisolarans, Earth and Mars, all 3 parties, trained their space telescopes upon the life-bearing planet that drew ever closer. Merely a day earlier, they had learned from Han Qing that the solar system was about to encounter another civilization. Yet of that civilization, they remained wholly ignorant. The planet was shrouded in absolute darkness. No trace of life could be detected, but beneath that thick, murky darkness, perhaps another prospect lay concealed. It still required exploration. This is the first civilization we have stumbled upon since our wandering. Lin Wanqing's palms began to tingle. Perhaps we may use it as a whetstone to hone our blades. But Wanqing, it seems we have received no order to attack, Yao Tiao reminded from the side. It had been a leisurely, pleasant afternoon. Han Qing, seated in the courtyard sipping tea, had been gazing into the distance as though observing something. Only after Lin Wanqing asked out of curiosity did she learn of that civilization's existence. Yet Lin Wanqing and the other women had detected no indication that Han Qing wished them to act. Still, Lin Wanqing yearned for a trial. Perhaps the Divine Lord deems us inefficient, but we can prove ourselves efficient. Never forget, we are no longer mortals. We are demigods. As Lin Wanqing spoke, golden flames flickered in her eyes. What? We're going to war? Really? I want in too. The next moment, a figure materialized out of thin air. Ma Lily cracked her knuckles, itching for action. An arrow of peace was a blessing for ordinary people, For a creature war-hardened to the bone, it was sheer torment. Among the 10 billion humans, she was probably the only one who had voluntarily requested to enter the dark domain, for there she could fight without restraint to her heart's content. Of course you'll come, Lily. Gather the high priests attached to the holy army. We set out at once. Lin Wanqing issued the order. Seeing this, Yao Tiao could only sigh. To leave on a whim, how headstrong. Then again, the Divine Lord must have sanctioned it. In the solar system, nothing escaped his sight. She lifted her head. The sun blazed fiercely in the deep sky. Inside the cherry blossom courtyard, Han Qing sat cross-legged at the tea table, 2 fingers pinching a teacup, gently swirling the emerald liquid. His golden pupils watched Lin Wanqing and the other women across time and space. He had originally intended to act in person, but since Lin Wanqing offered to do it, he was more than willing to save himself the trouble and reap the benefits without lifting a finger. He only hoped they could be truly efficient. Seeing that they were all assembled, Han Qing snapped his fingers, opening a spatial gate before Lin Wanqing and the others, a gate that led directly to that planet. The Divine Lord. Seeing the gate, Lin Wanqing was instantly invigorated. With a wave, she commanded, "Move out." Clad in a black nano-combat suit, her hair in a ponytail, tactical goggles over her eyes, she stepped through the spatial gate at the vanguard. Ma Lily, Yao Tiao, Yang Na, and a host of high priests followed in her wake. Then the spatial gate closed. Suddenly, images surfaced in Han Qing's mind. It was the seed of divine power he had buried years ago, taking root, sprouting, and bearing fruit. In his pupils reflected a singer's seed vessel. Han Qing absorbed every piece of information it held. So it was indeed the Singer civilization that first discovered Earth and Stellaris. Through the ship's central AI core, the Singer can read all information dispersed in space, and it also has maps of every major galaxy and the great eyes for observation. It should not be long before they discover the solar system. But I have already ascended to a mid-tier god. Whether it is a photoid strike or a two-dimensional foil, both are utterly beneath notice. Han Qing thought with confidence. Once he subjugated that civilization and the Singer civilization, his ascension would accelerate even further. From within the golden spatial gate, Lin Wanqing and her women emerged. As expected, the pitch-black clouds shrouding the planet had been deliberately created by certain intelligent beings for the purpose of concealment. Beneath the cloud layer, alien life thrived, low-entropy life at that. The hallmark of low-entropy beings is to hide themselves. Yet this civilization apparently had not developed the instinct to cleanse another. It had not even detected the approaching solar system, a telling sign of how primitive it remained. The women descended into an immense sea of giant trees. The trees towered like skyscrapers with supple branches drooping from lofty trunks, each branch densely covered with flower buds. The blossoms radiated shades of pink, purple, crimson, and gold, illuminating everything within sight. A realm that could have been the elven havens of legend. Xuannu, map this planet. Lin Wanqing had no mood for the scenery. Upon touchdown, she issued the command. Xuannu shot through the sky at light speed, surveyed the world in an instant, and produced an exhaustive map. After Lin Wanqing reviewed it, her brows furrowed. Something about this civilization was deeply strange. Jili Guyuladaliwa. A bizarre cry erupted from the forest. An alien intelligence of humanoid form stared at Lin Wanqing and the others, shrieking in terror. He is sending a message. 20-odd intelligent beings are converging on us, warned a high priest skilled in reconnaissance. Ma Lily's form flickered, and at an inconceivable speed, she caught the shrieking alien, then returned to her original spot. The creature's physique was taller and more slender than a human's, its skin adorned with luminous patterns that flashed like a Trisolaran's when the being was agitated. A pearl-like gem was embedded in its forehead, and all the women sensed an extraordinary energy within it. Fancy that. This civilization's life forms look so much like humans. Hey, someone come dissect him for study. Ma Lily called over a Trisolaran high priest from the group. It is terrified. It is a civilian of this world. Killing it will not further our plan, the priest conveyed through brainwaves. Through Xuannu's auto-translation system, the women also understood what the creature had been shouting. Monsters. Invaders. Help, help. Come kill them. To these aliens, the humans of Earth had become invading monsters. Lin Wanqing said, his body emits an energy fluctuation akin to spiritual power, roughly equal to a 9th-rank gatekeeping divine officer of the divine cult. For a civilian in this world to possess the power of a divine officer. She studied the alien intently, then declared, I shall name your kind the spirit race. Lily, release him. We are pressed for time, we have no leisure to toy with them. Xuannu had already marked this world's political epicenter, the capital of the spirit race. Seizing that seat of power would mean seizing the entire civilization. Wasting time on these civilians was obviously unwise. Very well. Ma Lily had no interest in such weaklings. She tossed the creature aside and dusted off her hands. A surge of divine power enveloped the company, and in the blink of an eye they teleported across 1,000 li. Above a city 3,000 kilometers away, the silhouettes of Lin Wanqing and her companions materialized. Before the defensive mechanisms could react, they vanished once again in a spatial jump. This planet was roughly the size of Jupiter in the solar system, with a mass more than 300 times that of Earth and a volume more than 1,000 times greater. This meant not only that the planet teemed with an absurd number of life forms, but also that Lin Wanqing and her party would have to perform spatial jumps again and again before they could reach the enemy capital. Meanwhile, news of the invaders was relayed from the major cities to the capital of the spirit race. Within the colossal temple, the Golden King, supreme leader of the spirit race, observed Lin Wanqing and her companions through the Soul Prophet's crystal orb as they ceaselessly made spatial jumps, his gaze filled with confusion and fury. How did these alien creatures come to our planet? Why did we remain completely oblivious? To think we let them enter like they were walking into an unguarded land. The Soul Prophet bowed in apology. Forgive me, Your Majesty. They must have employed mystical means beyond technology. Moreover, each of them commands spiritual power that, like Your Majesty, surpasses my ability to observe. Capturing their images was already my limit. Oomph. The Golden King let out a cold snort and said, from the look of it, they are headed straight for Zion. Spread the order, enter first-level war readiness, immediately muster all war shamans, and intercept them outside the city. Yes, my king. The Soul Prophet bowed once more before leading a group of subordinates out of the palace. 20 minutes later, at last Lin Wanqing and her companions arrived at Zion, the capital of the spirit race. The spirit race did not dwell on the surface, only industrial facilities were in operation there. Like ants building a nest, they had dug out an underground lair reachable only through those labyrinthine tunnels beneath the earth. Jessica, clear the way. Nana dived deep. Lin Wanqing gave the order. Her divine sense perceived a vast army approaching, and that was indeed the case. The moment her words fell, hundreds of thousands of high-ranking war shamans of the spirit race surged out from the underground tunnels. Some were dressed for high-tech warfare, equipped with hand cannons and light blades, while others bore bows and wore grass skirts in primitive fashion. Yet the amalgamation was remarkably natural. 7 great priestesses flew out from the ranks. With a turn of their hands, they manifested divine lamps one after another. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. 7 lamps in all, each with a distinct function. They were devastating tools for mass combat. Kill, a young Soul Prophet commanded. 100,000 war shamans roared and swarmed forward. Jessica shone the red lamp upon the war shamans before her. They instantly became crimson-eyed and delirious, hacking down allies and enemies indiscriminately. As for those struck by the orange lamp, they turned greedy and ravenous, crazily devouring every living thing they could see. The other lamp-wielding priestesses also played their respective parts. 7 lamps held back an army of thousands. Strolling with leisurely ease, Lin Wanqing and her companions passed the war shamans and entered the tunnel. As for Yang Na, she had already vanished without a trace. Amid the light and shadow of the underground city, a countless multitude of Yang Na appeared at once. The moment they realized their surroundings were not the destination they wanted, they scattered and disappeared just as quickly. The spirit race people noticed this anomaly and, terrified, reported it at once. Inside the Golden King's palace, above 10,000 torches, a graceful golden-haired woman appeared simultaneously on every flame. Are you the leader of the spirit race? You look not bad. Paying no attention to the courtiers in the hall, Yang Na looked at the Golden King on the throne with great interest. Although the Golden King's handsomeness was already sublimely otherworldly, it still could not compare to even a single strand of Han Qing's hair. Then not bad referred to his strength. This fellow actually possessed power equivalent to the realm of a demigod. He was undoubtedly the supreme powerhouse of this planet. Damned invaders. How dare you enter my palace? The Golden King stared at Yang Na furiously and lashed out with a palm strike. Yang Na smiled lightly. The divine art she had learned allowed her to merge with light itself. Oh, she would not be hurt or bleed, and as long as light existed, she could be reborn in her prime. The light flared up violently. The Golden King snatched back his hand, as if electrocuted. A charred black patch on his palm sent up white smoke tinged with the smell of cooked flesh. He couldn't help roaring, "Put out the fire." The assembled courtiers burst out with spiritual energy, coalescing clear springs from thin air and dousing all the flames in the hall. Hee, I can exploit the light on your spirit race bodies too. Yang Na had still not vanished. Instead, she shifted onto the bodies of the spirit race beings, especially the Golden Kings. From the first moment I saw you, I understood your nature. You don't think I have no way to take you down, do you? The Golden King, however, laughed rather than panicking and looked at Yang Na with contempt. For some reason, Yang Na sensed something ominous. Cage the light shadow assassin. Seize this accursed blasphemer. At the Golden King's single thought, every Yang Na in the palace was instantly trapped inside golden cages materialized from thin air and crashed to the ground. Yang Na was taken aback. How could this happen? She was light itself. We spirit race, as long as our spiritual energy is sufficient, can construct anything we desire, even a concept. Your methods are indeed extraordinary, but they are far from enough to annihilate our civilization. The stars approaching are your bases, I take it. Next, I will absorb your energy, destroy your civilization, and take over your inhabited planets. This is the price of invading our homeworld. The Golden King waved his hand, summoning the small, exquisite cage into his palm, and spoke with contemptuous arrogance. Yet Yang Na did not show the panic he expected. She merely looked at him calmly. Is that so? I don't think so. A cold yet pleasant voice drifted in from outside. Lin Wanqing walked into the pitch-dark temple with Yao Tiao and High Priestess Miranda. The braziers along the way ignited one by one at her steps, illuminating the entire hall anew. The Golden King narrowed his eyes at the newcomers, feeling as though thorns were pricking his back. Instinct told him this invader was immensely powerful. On Mars, Han Xin watched the battle with extreme calmness. The spiritual energy of these spirit race beings, capable of creating conceptual things, was exceptionally formidable. It contained a certain law that coincided with the divine art he was studying. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from it and achieve a new breakthrough. Yet beneath that planet's surface there lurked a troublesome entity. Han Xin stared at it, sensing its fear. Perhaps it was the planet's true treasure. Meanwhile, the main core of the Singer's seed ship had already located the solar system, cruising through the Milky Way. The solar system actually has an extra planet. That must be the civilization that broadcast the solar system's coordinates to the universe. It appears to have been subdued by the solar system's civilization. According to database comparisons, this star's mass has increased several-fold. Why? Has it merged with another star? This civilization has the ability to control a stellar system and possesses near-light-speed flight capability. A photoid strike would not destroy it completely. Using a dual-vector foil would be more prudent. The Singer pondered for a moment, then established a connection with the elders of the civilization. Elder, I require a dual-vector foil. I have discovered a star system adrift in the universe. The civilization that inhabits it, seeking to escape from a strike, conquered the civilization that had broadcast their coordinates, and then chose to flee the Milky Way. I must clean them up. So said the Singer. These explanations were superfluous. The Elder did not intend to pry. Take it. The dual-vector foil, crystalline and pristine in its encapsulated state, floated before the Singer like a small, flattened sheet of candy wrapper, unassuming, yet devastatingly effective. Compared with those more costly and brutal cleaning instruments, the Singer harbored a distinct fondness for the dual-vector foil. Elder, why were you so readily willing to grant me the dual-vector foil this time? The Singer inquired. Given the destructive nature of the dual-vector foil, once set in motion, it would never cease. It was not an object to be lightly bestowed. The Elder did not answer. Yet the absence of an answer was itself an answer. Everyone is employing the dual-vector foil. The universe will inevitably descend into two dimensions sooner or later. Elder, has the mother world already prepared for two-dimensionalization? The Singer asked with curiosity. The Elder replied, mind your own cleaning work and refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. The Singer was thoroughly rebuffed. Rather than feeling discouraged, the Singer now gained a sense of certainty. It appeared the mother world's war against the fringe civilizations was not faring well. But after the dimensional descent, would the mother world truly prevail over those fringe civilizations? The mother world had prepared for two-dimensionalization in advance, yet the fringe civilizations had not necessarily done so. Perhaps the mere descent into two dimensions would suffice to annihilate them. With this thought, the Singer raised the dual-vector foil, with its force-field tentacles piloted the seed ship and flew toward that star system, still lingering within the Milky Way, rootless and adrift, having not yet wandered far. Within the Golden King's temple, Lin Wanqing remarked coolly, your race possesses a rather intriguing talent. Since you are the supreme powerhouse of this civilization, you may prove of some use to the Divine Lord. If you surrender, I can grant you a measure of dignity. The Golden King let out a cold snort, the jewel upon his forehead blazing with light. Then, in unison, the forehead jewels of over 100 vassals within the palace flashed at the same frequency, channeling all their spiritual energy into the king's body, even at the cost of their lives. Yet their lives had been born for the king in the first place. Such a death was meaningful. Their bodies slumped limply to the ground. The radiance at the Golden King's forehead swelled ever more magnificent, illuminating the entire palace as brightly as day. His whole body transformed into a resplendent gold, and without the slightest hesitation, he pointed at the women, declaring, you shall pay the price for your greed. Turn to gold, you ants. Spiritual energy surged forth. From beneath the Golden King's feet, the rock, the flames, and the pillars alike turned to gold, spreading outward at a terrifying speed. Yet when the tide reached Lin Wanqing's feet, it came to an abrupt halt. A wisp of golden flame flickered to life in her palm, and she smiled. True gold fears not the fiery trial. Can you withstand the burning of my flame? Gold melts at over 1,000 degrees and boils at over 2,800 degrees. The solar divine fire in Lin Wanqing's palm burned at a temperature exceeding 6,000 degrees, more than sufficient to vaporize the Golden King. I shall summon ice to freeze this flame. I shall turn it into a dead fire. Sensing the mortal threat, the Golden King erupted into a thunderous roar. Lin Wanqing felt a biting chill spreading through her palm, and the flame within it was truly frozen solid. Yet the ice melted ceaselessly, shrinking smaller and smaller, evidently unable to hold on. My divine power was bestowed by the Divine Lord, inexhaustible and eternal. How could your spiritual energy ever hope to compare? But this game has reached its end. Efficiency. That was the true objective of this operation. Space twisted violently. The Golden King suddenly sensed the anomaly. He raised his head in shock and beheld the breathtakingly beautiful colossal visage looming in the sky. Why had his opponent grown so immense? No, he quickly realized. It was not that she had grown larger, but that he had been shrunk. He had been displaced into an entirely different space. The palace melted away like snow and ice, revealing crimson immaterial walls all around. Since you refuse dignity, I shall grant it to you myself. The Daylight Forge will melt you down and forge you into a puppet. Your spiritual energy, I imagine, will be preserved. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing closed the furnace lid nestled in her palm. Yao Tiao and Miranda exchanged a glance. They were demigods as well, yet the divine arts they commanded were nowhere near as formidable. Despite his immense power, the Golden King never had the opportunity to exert it before being collected directly into the furnace. By the way, where is Lily? Lin Wanqing asked. Lily has gone deep underground. She said she sensed a powerful life form, Yao Tiao reported. The spirit race's tunnels were not only as numerous as the hairs on an ox, but also unfathomably deep. Ma Lily had flown vertically downward through this colossal cavern for at least 20 kilometers without yet reaching the bottom. I'm closing in. I can smell that stench. Somewhat like bedbugs. With such exuberant life force, it must be a big boss, right? I left the Golden King to Wanqing. I hope you at least won't disappoint me. Ma Lily muttered with unrestrained excitement. A gleam of light appeared ahead in the tunnel. It was a platform roughly the size of a small town packed with sleeping spirit race members. They lay within bone-in flesh-textured sleep pods, their forms diminutive, resembling newborns. Is this how the spirit race are born? They don't seem to possess those organs, but neither do they fuse and split like the Trisolarans. This form of propagation resembles artificial cultivation, or perhaps, Ma Lily speculated, a burst of air detonating around her as she accelerated deeper into the abyss. She flew another 10 kilometers before reaching the terminus. In this colossal subterranean realm, she beheld a sight that shook her to the core. A mountain of flesh fused with the earth sprawled across the cavern floor. Dense clusters of embryos were expelled from its body, and adult spirit race members promptly carried them into biological cultivation pods. And the exuberant life force that Ma Lily had sensed, it was emanating from this very mountain of flesh. For a moment, nausea surged within her. Those beautiful elf-like spirit race beings had been produced by such a repulsive creature. It defied all reason. Jili Guyuluwa. A group of spirit race members spotted Ma Lily and charged furiously, their spiritual energy materializing into light swords and plasma hand cannons. Yet such weaklings were obviously no match for Ma Lily. One punch apiece. The charging spirit race soldiers were blasted into a gaseous state, not even a trace of residue left behind. The spirit race cultivation workers, paralyzed with terror, dropped to their knees and kowtowed without cease. And yet they were not begging Ma Lily for mercy. They were instead praying to the mountain of flesh before them. Great Mother, save us, save us. Upon hearing this address, Ma Lily immediately thought of the flesh mother wall of the demonized civilization. But that wall had been nothing more than a purely reproductive organ. Did these spirit race members' desperate prayers and pleas mean that this mountain of flesh possessed self-awareness and its own capacity for combat? Ma Lily licked her lips. One test strike will settle it. She threw a punch at the mountain of flesh. That fist, capable of piercing the planet's core, landed upon the flesh mountain, yet produced only a muffled colossal tremor and a shockwave. The mountain of flesh seemed provoked. Its mass surged upward from every direction, sealing the exits and entrances, then hurtled toward Ma Lily. Nana, Miranda, go find Lily. Mystic Maiden, help me take control of the spirit race's communication network, cut off all their connections, and notify the Sacred Army to take over here. Lin Wanqing put away the divine artifact, the casting furnace, and spoke. Forced to lose the ability to exchange information, this civilization would soon fall into paralysis. With most of its top combat power already dismantled, the cleanup would be much easier. It would probably be completely conquered before the solar system even incorporated this planet into its domain. The spirit race civilization. A remarkably swift victory. All right, understood. The two women Yang Na and Miranda replied. Just as they were about to go deeper into the tunnels, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble. The tremor grew stronger and closer, as if an earth dragon were turning over below. Be careful. Get out of the way. Her divine sense detected the colossal creature. Lin Wanqing's expression changed, and she shouted a warning. Boom. The enormous palace burst apart in an instant. From deep underground, a mountain of flesh surged all the way to the surface, tearing a massive wound in the earth. On the ground, the war shamans of the spirit race and the high priestesses of the sun god cult who had been locked in battle desperately scattered for cover. Lin Wanqing and the other women floated in the sky, frowning as they stared at the mountain of flesh. Lily. The irregular mountain of flesh was pitch black, giving no impression of being a living being at all. Yet its constantly writhing surface and the vigorous life force surging from within reminded everyone otherwise. It was not merely alive, it was also extraordinarily powerful. At the peak of the flesh mountain stood a petite, exquisite figure, Ma Lily. But her state was deeply wrong. Purple light blazed from her eyes, her black hair lashed through the air, and malevolent qi shrouded her entire body. On closer inspection, one could see that fleshy tendrils split from the mountain had pierced deep into her body, especially her head. Invaders, you have gone too far. Ma Lily opened her mouth and her voice was cold as frost, utterly unlike her usual tone. Could the holy maiden be controlled by that mountain of flesh? Miranda said in shock. In the cult, Ma Lily's combat strength ranked among the top 5, yet she had actually fallen into the hands of this unspeakable flesh mountain. What sort of supernatural power did it possess? Even the cult's high priestesses were astonished. A phantom image of the casting furnace appeared in Lin Wanqing's palm as she stared coldly at the creature. I have already stripped the spirit race of their ambition to explore the cosmos, destroyed their starships, and forged the dark night cloud to seal off this entire planet. Why? Why do you still refuse to let me go? You are forcing my hand. Ma Lily seemed frantic and deranged. Hearing her tone, Lin Wanqing felt a flicker of doubt. Her divine sense tried to probe deeper, but was blocked by the creature. This flesh mountain had the power to ward off divine sense. Yet in that fleeting glimpse, Lin Wanqing had also noticed that it did not possess spiritual energy like that of the Golden King. That meant it was most likely not spirit race, which also explained why its life form differed so radically from theirs. Whatever it is, release Lily and everything can be discussed. Lin Wanqing said, I am doing this for your own good. You should know that if you keep fighting, you have no chance of victory. Ma Lily let out a cold, mocking laugh. Victory? Foolish creature. In the 300 million years since I was born, countless races have tried to become my enemy. The Orc civilization, the Ether Ape civilization, the Titan Star civilization, the Spirit Race civilization, but without exception, I devoured them all. You insignificant ants are far too arrogant. How dare you claim you can defeat me? Do you truly think yourself strong? Lin Wanqing could not tell whether it was speaking truth or lies. If it was true, then this flesh mountain likely possessed extraordinary abilities. Lily was in danger. The high priestesses abandoned the spirit race war shamans and voluntarily encircled the mountain of flesh, even though their bodies were as tiny as mosquitoes by comparison. Arrogant and haughty civilizations are always doomed to destruction. But rest assured, I will continue your civilization just as I continued the spirit races. You possess greater potential than the spirit race. Once I obtain you, I may gain even more formidable power. The flesh mountain trembled violently, and the entire earth quaked in response. In the next moment, egg-like lumps of flesh emerged across its surface, swelling rapidly until they grew to about the height of a person. They were densely packed together, a true nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. Lin Wanqing watched, restraining the urge to strike. What scheme was this creature cooking up? When those tumors expanded to a critical threshold, they burst open with a crack, and inside were human beings. These humans, male and female, came into the world naked as newborns. The auras erupting from their bodies actually rivaled the Golden King, barely reaching the demigod level. This was utterly incredible. It meant the creature had mastered a method of hatching life at an even higher plane of existence. Your genes are extraordinarily powerful. I automatically absorbed your genes and fused them with the spirit race's genes to create an even stronger race. You may call them new humans or new spirit race. They will personally destroy you. The flesh mountain said smugly. Thanks to its genetic protocol, many powerful civilizations had been destroyed by its own hand. When confronting these bizarre interstellar races, all it had to do was create counterparts stronger than them, and the war was as good as won. This war would surely end in victory, just as all previous ones had. You truly are very powerful. In Lin Wanqing's eyes there was more excitement than shock. If she could capture this creature alive, then powerful believers of the Divine Lord could be produced endlessly. This was no enemy at all. It was a living, breathing flesh factory for manufacturing the power of faith. Divine Lord, please make your move. I believe I have found this planet's most precious treasure. Lin Wanqing pressed her palms together in prayer. Those new humans at the Golden King realm were too numerous, and the battle could not possibly be decided anytime soon. Most importantly, once battle broke out, Ma Lily's safety could not be guaranteed. Requesting reinforcements was the safer choice. Han Qing, who had been watching the entire battle, intervened without hesitation. Here is a drop of my blood. Try to hatch a new me. Suddenly a vast and mighty voice resounded across heaven and earth, as if the very will of this world were speaking. Then the dark night cloud that had shrouded this planet for several eons split open. Blinding golden divine light spilled down through the rift, illuminating the entire world. The women of the sun god cult had long grown accustomed to it. The spirit race people were nearly blinded. Sensing the presence that had been watching it all along, the flesh mountain began to tremble, its previous arrogance and bluster vanishing completely. A golden droplet of rain fell from the sky, drifting down, with neither weight nor urgency. The flesh mountain had nowhere to hide. It could only steel itself and absorb the droplet. It immediately tried to decipher all the information contained within it. As long as it could obtain that being's genes and the secret of its strength, perhaps it too could create descendants just as powerful. This was its chance to survive. The flesh mountain had underestimated a single drop of divine blood and overestimated itself. Upon landing upon its form, the inviolable black flesh mass began to melt away with alarming rapidity. In the span of a single breath, it had already lost a kilometer of volume. That was undoubtedly a forbidden entity, a terrifying force beyond comprehension. I am doomed to die. Throughout the vast expanse of time, the mother nest experienced such an intense premonition for the first time. It was gripped by an indescribable terror, and its mighty spiritual sense, which could nurture thousands of offspring in simultaneous incubation, was on the verge of collapse. That single drop of blood transformed into a celestial net shrouding the mother nest entirely. It melted the nest ever smaller with each passing moment. Ma Lily was involuntarily expelled from within. The mother nest was reduced to a mass the size of a honeycomb. With a flash of golden radiance, the mother nest vanished into the void. Mars, gazing at the quivering creature in his palm, Han Qing recognized it as the entity that had sensed his divine power and attempted to counter-scout him. Unexpectedly, this civilization had bestowed upon him two surprises in swift succession. One was the spirit clan capable of creating anything at will, an ability that perfectly aligned with the divine arts he was cultivating. The other was a being capable of absorbing all manner of genetic material to forge powerful successors. A race like the spirit clan destroyed by your hands. You possess considerable potential. Han Qing praised. Are you? You are the divine lord that woman spoke of. Are you truly a god? Does a deity truly exist within this universe? After perceiving the other's willingness to communicate, the mother nest timidly posed a question. What do you believe? Han Qing countered. The mother nest had never encountered such an overwhelmingly powerful life form. That single drop of blood was nearly as potent as a star-annihilating cannon. If this was not the power of a god, it could not fathom what such power might resemble. You are a god. The mother nest hesitated before offering its answer. From henceforth you shall develop within the solar system. I shall grant you freedom along with potent genetics. Han Qing's divine sense permeated the mother nest's body, beginning to study and analyze its physiological structure and tier of existence. Should he be able to mass-produce mother nests and have them subsequently mass-produce new human followers, Han Qing felt that within a single century he would inevitably ascend to the rank of sovereign deity. You would not slay me. The mother nest stood stunned. What benefit would slaughtering you bring me? Han Qing remarked. However, in exchange for your freedom, you must still pay a modest price. The mother nest asked with agitation. What? Faith. Han Qing condensed a divine art known as the mental steel seal and drove it into the mother nest's body. Almost instantaneously, an endless river of devotion surged into Han Qing's form. The faith power this entity could generate had directly reached the boundless tier. Praise the sun. The mother nest spoke from the depths of its being. As long as you can accomplish merits, I shall elevate your life tier, enabling you to ascend even further. Han Qing painted a grand vision for the mother nest. The mother nest believed it without reservation. Having confirmed the mother nest had become a vassal, Han Qing cast it back to the spirit clan planet, commanding it to assist Lin Wanqing and the others in governing the world. At the same moment, an unfamiliar visual message surfaced in Han Qing's mind. It was the singer's seed ship drawing near to the solar system. In Han Qing's foresight, the singer cast forth a two-dimensional foil attacking the solar system. The singer's movements are quite swift. Shall we eliminate them completely by directly deploying a two-dimensional foil? Han Qing murmured to himself. This was one of the divine arts he had acquired upon ascending to the rank of intermediate deity. It could glimpse the fleeting future. It was a divine art connected to the passage of time. All divine arts pertaining to time held paramount importance to Han Qing. For time's existence was exceedingly peculiar. It existed simultaneously across 11 dimensions, possessed irreplaceable significance, and was fundamentally intertwined with the laws governing the cosmos. Were he able to fully master the power of time, Han Qing thought he might also, much like the Zeroers, be capable of resetting the universe. Of course, not by reducing the cosmos to 0 dimensions, but by manipulating the timeline itself. leaping through the great river of space-time, returning to the earliest epochs of the universe, and employing his formidable divine arts alongside contemporary technology to overwhelm the primitives. However, these remained mere fantasies at present. An intermediate deity was far removed from achieving such a feat. With the Mother Nest's aid, subjugating the Spirit Clan civilization proved exceedingly effortless. Every member of the Spirit Clan upon this planet had been incubated by her. She wielded absolute spiritual dominion over these offspring. With merely a single thought, these Spirit Clan members surrendered their arms and became complete vassals of the solar deity sect. Henceforth, Lin Wanqing and the other women had no further role to play. The takeover of the planet, the propagation of faith, and all other concluding matters were comprehensively executed by the dedicated Holy Army. Divine Lord, once again you have deigned to intervene. Entering the courtyard where Han Qing resided, Lin Wanqing said somewhat embarrassedly, I am truly sorry. Ma Lily's cheeks flushed crimson, growing even more embarrassed. She had always been overly confident in her abilities. Encountering such an unreasonable and overwhelmingly powerful opponent this time, and suffering such a rebuff, left a bitter taste in her heart. It is of no consequence. What you have done is already sufficient. Han Qing did not rebuke them. After all, they had spared him considerable effort. Subduing the Mother Nest had not been particularly troublesome either. Furthermore, Divine Lord, this is a puppet of the Spirit Clan's Golden King forged within my casting furnace. It still retains a portion of its former intellect, and can harness spiritual energy to respond to various situations. Lin Wanqing retrieved the furnace and deposited the Golden King figure within with casual indifference. I believed it might prove useful to the Divine Lord, so I brought it along. This entity would indeed prove somewhat beneficial in the study of divine arts. Han Qing offered his approval. Well done. However, concerning the spiritual energy research on the Golden King, you Wanqing shall take charge. I may need to journey abroad for a period of time. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanqing and the other women were all taken aback. Where is the Divine Lord intending to go? Could it be you have discovered yet another civilization? Han Qing nodded. Do you still recall the Singer civilization I once mentioned to you? Those were words Han Qing had spoken decades prior during his assault upon the Trisolarans. Lin Wanqing still remembered them with perfect clarity. The Singer civilization was a formidable power possessing the ability to reduce all things to 2 dimensions. The Singer civilization is coming straight for us. I shall next endeavor to subdue this civilization. Han Qing stated. During this period, all matters concerning the solar system shall fall under your full authority, Wanqing. Should any issues arise, you may pray to me at any time. Lin Wanqing said with evident reluctance, Very well, Divine Lord. Upon his departure, who knew how many years would transpire? But fortunately, as a demigoddess, she possessed ample time to await his return. Just at that moment, Xian Nu suddenly issued an alarm. Master, detecting dimensional weapon, 2-dimensional foil strike. Danger, danger. The Singer lifted the 2-dimensional foil with its force field tentacles and hurled it toward the solar system. The foil streaked toward its target at near light speed, no longer contained. Its encasing force field gradually dissipated, emanating a soft white radiance. Earth, Trisolaris, and Mars. All 3 factions witnessed the spectacle unfold. Given humanity's current technological limitations, they lacked the means to halt the credit card-sized 2-dimensional foil, so they immediately initiated reports through every level of their command structure. How could the Singer have caught up so swiftly? Lin Wanqing expressed astonishment. Even upon discovering the wandering solar system, surely dozens of light years of pursuit would be required to close the distance. It appeared the Singer civilization had also mastered curvature jump technology. After all, they are a super civilization commanding dozens of star systems, Han Qing remarked. This conveniently spares me the trouble of seeking them out. As his words faded, his figure vanished from the courtyard, reappearing in an instant at the fringes of the solar system space. Humanity and the Trisolarans immediately broadcast this scene to their entire populations. The sun god personally engaging in combat was hardly an ordinary sight. This rare opportunity allowed the faithful to witness his divine majesty firsthand, which would undoubtedly strengthen their devotion and elevate their standing within the faith hierarchy. At this moment, the 2-dimensional foil had already decelerated to 1,000th the speed of light, exhibiting pronounced gravitational wave signatures. These waves were extraordinarily powerful, radiating through the vacuum at light speed and already provoking a response from the sun. Without intervention, the sun would be the first celestial body to undergo 2-dimensionalization, for it possessed the greatest mass within the solar system. Inside the seed ship, the Singer quickly detected Han Qing, who had materialized out of nowhere. So this is the intelligent entity of the solar system civilization. Its physical form can appear directly in the vacuum of space, a feat uncommon even among civilizations composed of organic sentient beings. Yet he intends to challenge the 2-dimensional foil with merely his flesh and blood form. Far too naive, it seems. He clearly lacks any comprehension of what the two-dimensional foil represents as a weapon. While his civilization has somehow managed to mobilize an entire star system for cosmic evacuation, their cognition remains woefully primitive. The singer observed with curiosity, directing its main core to scan and analyze the entity. Yet the target appeared as though it did not exist at all. The main core could extract absolutely no valid information. The two-dimensional foil soon arrived before Han Qing. To the singer's astonishment, the foil came to a complete halt, frozen in place, as though time itself had been arrested in that region. At first, the singer presumed the opponent was wielding dimensional power. However, after further observation, the singer confirmed otherwise. The entity was manipulating time itself. This also meant the classification of this civilization needed to be recalculated entirely. A civilization capable of mastering time was unprecedented in the singer's long cleansing career, undoubtedly fascinating and profoundly significant. Staring at the red-robed man, his gaze grew noticeably more intense. The two-dimensional foil has stopped. Its temporal power. Lin Wanqing and the other priestesses of the cult of the sun god also observed this confrontation that could scarcely be called a battle. Immediately, they observed the gravitational field of the two-dimensional foil beginning to converge at light speed. A constructed gravitational field resealed the foil, its radiance dimming until it vanished completely. Han Qing could of course have destroyed the two-dimensional foil directly. He even possessed 9 distinct methods to annihilate it, such as leveraging quantum entanglement, constructing high-dimensional spatial barriers, deploying antimatter, and wielding various divine arts. But this weapon held immense research value for both humanity and the Trisolarans. Preserving it as scientific material would better serve the advancement of civilization. He can freely manipulate gravitational waves and force fields, and knows how to encase a two-dimensional foil possessing mass equivalent to Europa. My initial assessment was flawed. He not only understands the two-dimensional foil, but demonstrates profound expertise. The singer recorded these observations. He is an extraordinarily unique sentient being, undoubtedly occupying a leadership position within the solar civilization. I will launch a photon particle attack against him, though I believe it poses no genuine threat. This is merely a test. The pilfering of the two-dimensional foil did not cause the panic. Throughout his endless cleansing campaigns, he had rarely encountered such an interesting and significant scenario. If he could capture this intelligent being and obtain the ability to control time, it might aid the mother world in its desperate struggle. Eliminating frontier civilizations outright was not impossible. The singer perceived the apex of the Tower of Significance pulsing with radiant light. Meanwhile, Han Qing's mind once again received visions of future events. He saw the interior of a spacecraft where the singer was performing certain operations, and then a photon particle being loaded into a particle accelerator. A photon particle strike. Han Qing's golden pupils reflected the identical vision. Across the cosmos, a nearly imperceptible point of light suddenly flared. It was the moment the photon particle was launched. The singer operated the seed ship to fire a photon particle, accelerating it to light speed, its mass continuously increasing. The surrounding spacetime appeared to warp and distort. The photon particle left a faint luminous trail through space, appearing to leap rather than travel smoothly due to its extreme velocity. It quickly reached the solar system, confronting Han Qing directly. At this moment, its mass had also reached maximum capacity. A single impact would tear a colossal breach through a star, causing it to collapse and eject its material in a spectacular stellar explosion. Such an explosion was sufficient to destroy an entire stellar system. As a cleaner, the singer had witnessed countless times such magnificent and exquisite spectacles. But this time, just as he had anticipated, the photon particle failed to produce any effect. Han Qing swept his hand, grasping the particle, whose mass could destroy a star and which traveled at light speed, into his palm. A golden flash flashed, and the particle miraculously vanished. Such a casually performed gesture was no more strenuous than a human picking up a grape. On Earth, Mars, and Trisolaris, scientists from all 3 factions felt their knees weaken with awe and reverence. Elder, I have traced the solar system's whereabouts. It drifts through the cosmos, dragging along the planet that broadcast the solar system's coordinates. Upon witnessing the failure of the photon particle strike, the singer was about to report to the Elder. However, he had already lost his opportunity. The signal was severed. The main core's self-initiated escape program was also interrupted. Everything came to an abrupt halt. A foreboding sensation arose within the singer, a chill crawling up his back. He turned around, and as expected discovered the red-robed intelligent being, who had been in the solar system moments ago, now standing inside his seed ship. Singer correct. Han Qing carefully inspected the interior of this advanced civilization spacecraft, and said amicably, I apologize for disrupting your cleansing work, but I trust you won't mind. Just as you won't mind accompanying me to your mother world, correct? Consider the length of time I have waited for you. The main core automatically translated the intruder's alien language for the singer. The singer's expression stiffened, gradually taking on a look of terror. He realized the cunning and horror of this intelligent entity. In this game of predation, he was the one being hunted. The other had even been waiting for his arrival, and he, utterly unaware, had stepped straight into a trap set long ago. But why? Although the solar system civilization exhibited the low-entropy nature of hiding itself and cleansing others, it absolutely should not and could not have accomplished this. What exactly are you? A being like you should not exist in this universe. Setting aside the other's design for the moment, the singer had never seen a carbon-based life form catch a light particle strike barehanded. Answering a question with a question is not a good habit. Han Qing appeared before the singer. The oppressive aura made the singer feel suffocated. His streamlined body trembled lightly. You? Why do you want to go to our home world? That is not a place you should go. The singer said. What you should do is destroy me and the seed ship, leaving no trace behind, and continue to wander and flee in the universe. Han Qing smiled and said, It seems you have great confidence in your home world. Our civilization commands numerous star systems and is an invincible presence in this three-dimensional universe. If you invade our home world, you will surely die and your civilization will perish with you. The singer continued to threaten Han Qing, but it all seemed like a weak-hearted attempt to intimidate. An invincible presence. But from what I know, your war with the peripheral civilizations has not been going well. How long until you fully undergo two-dimensionalization? 100 time granules, or 1,000, 10,000 time granules. Han Qing said, utterly unmoved. These words sent a chill down the singer's spine. How could a sentient being from this low-level civilization know their civilization's secrets with such precision? You must be wondering how I know all this. Your civilization has a long history, and the rings of history must have recorded traces of beings like me. By rights, your CPU should have already calculated the answer. Don't tell me that the intelligent AI main core created by your mighty civilization is not even as useful as the Trisolaran Sapon. As Han Qing spoke, he began custom crafting a divine art of thought imprinting for the singer. The brain structure of each species differs, requiring certain fine-tuning. For Han Qing at his current level, this fine-tuning was extremely fast, merely an instant. The singer's body trembled even more violently, shaking like a sieve. As Han Qing had said, the main core had already calculated the most plausible identity of Han Qing. The singer, his face full of bitterness, said with great difficulty, That is only an abstract concept. Any civilization that has moved beyond its primitive era knows that such a being is fundamentally impossible. Is that so? Then tell me, what should I be? Han Qing thrust the divine art into the singer's body. The singer's body stiffened at once, and his expression shifted erratically. In his mind, he saw a magnificent sight, a great sun illuminating all things in the universe, radiating vibrant life, shining upon everything, dispelling the eternal stillness of the cosmos, and he was deeply moved. See the sun god. The singer almost shed tears in an exaggerated display, but unfortunately he lacked that function. Kneeling before Han Qing and kowtowing, the singer said devoutly, O sun god above, please forgive my earlier rudeness. Under the influence of the divine art of thought, imprinting the existence of a deity had become a perfectly normal thing in his mind. A current of faith power flowed from him, surging like pool water into Han Qing's sea of consciousness. This was the guaranteed baseline level of the divine art of thought imprinting. Pool-level faith. Now will you take me to your home world? Han Qing asked. The singer hesitated for a moment, then said, Of course, but I would not advise the sun god to enter my home world. Why? The singer continued, Sun god, although you are immensely powerful, my home world is not so easily conquered. Our capital possesses a mathematical law weapon that controls the laws of the universe. I am very worried about you. Just now he had refused to lead the way because he feared Han Qing would slaughter everyone. Now he refused to lead the way because he worried for Han Qing's safety. In just a brief moment, the singer's mindset had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Mathematical law weapon. Han Qing heard this term for the first time, feeling curious and puzzled. Could the singer civilization truly create such a powerful weapon? To alter the laws of the universe, that was almost tantamount to being a god, at least for low-level civilizations. Yes, the mathematical law weapon is in the hands of our Grand Elder. If any anomaly is detected, he will activate it without hesitation. The singer said, I trust your great power unconditionally, but it would be better not to take that risk. These words did indeed make sense. After a moment's thought, then tell me about your civilization. Tell me in detail, leaving nothing out so I can understand before making a decision. Han Qing added, regarding the unfamiliar singer civilization, he urgently needed comprehensive intelligence without any gaps. Yes, my lord. The singer immediately recounted everything he knew. The singer civilization had descended from higher dimensions step by step through dimensional reduction. Throughout its descent, it had consistently maintained its technological advancement, staying one step ahead of civilizations at the same dimensional level. But every dimension had its own overlord. The Singer civilization appeared quite carefree in the universe, cleaning up others every day, but in reality, it was nothing more than a low-entropy entity that only knew how to hide itself and clean up others. Therefore, whenever it encountered a powerful adversary it could not overcome, the Singer civilization would modify its own bodies and then voluntarily undergo dimensional reduction. In this way, the adversary would die in reincarnation, that is, perish under the dimensional reduction strike and dissolve into nothingness. The bodies of the sentient beings in the Singer civilization, moreover, were not immutable. Now they had transcended the carbon-based realm and entered a full era of virtual information interaction. Only low-level cleaners like the Singer or essential figures, such as the elders, still retained traditional physical bodies. The Singer civilization no longer had many true individuals. The great virtual interaction era. Is this not similar to the light domain and dark domain I created? The Singer civilization has actually resorted to the means of mass consciousness ascension. Han Qing was slightly astonished. If that were the case, how could he venture into the Singer civilization's home world? Should he transform the divine art of thought imprinting into a meme virus? 90% of the opposing civilization had become virtual entities. If the experiment succeeded, Han Qing would obtain a civilization of immense scale without striking a single blow, and his faith level might even break through 500. At this thought, Han Qing resolved to set off at once for the Singer civilization. Who else knows the coordinates of the solar system? You haven't transmitted them back to the homeworld, have you? Han Qing asked. If the coordinates were exposed, he would have to settle the solar system first before taking action. Otherwise, who knew when another dual-vector foil would come flying over? The Singer shook his head repeatedly. No, only I know. Very well. Give me the coordinates of your homeworld, then cut off communications and stay in the solar system to help my civilization advance its technology. While you're at it, set up a concealment system. You should be able to do that, right? Han Qing added. He remembered that, as mentioned in the original work, every cleaner's seed ship could grow into a new civilization in the universe. These seed ships contained many secrets of the Singer civilization, functioning like a small moving star. Building a system to conceal the solar system would be quite easy. The Singer was taken aback. So everything he had said before was in vain. What? Han Qing raised an eyebrow. The Singer then replied with a hint of helplessness. All right, but Sun God, you must be extremely careful. The mathematical law weapons of the homeworld are something even I have never come into contact with. You will have to explore everything on your own, Sun God. After all, he was merely a lowly cleaner. Han Qing could understand. Having obtained the coordinates, he notified Lin Wanqing and then flew away from the place at the speed of light. Mars. Lin Wanqing looked at the starry sky with some anxiety, hoping that the God Sovereign's journey would go smoothly. We must commence the hive nest experiment as soon as possible. As long as we mass-produce powerful new humans to believe in the God Sovereign, we can elevate the God Sovereign's power to a higher level and gain more confidence in conquering this civilization. Lin Wanqing turned her gaze to the hive nest. The hive nest, standing in the wilderness of Mars, had no idea what it was about to experience, but only felt a mysterious chill running down its back. The Singer civilization had mastered many star systems, but its homeworld was still located at the galactic center of the Milky Way, roughly 2500 light-years away from the current position of the solar system. If he relied solely on lightspeed flight, it would take at least 2500 years to reach the Singer homeworld. Naturally, Han Qing could not wait that long. Using folded space dimensional jumps would be far faster. Mastering the Singer civilization means mastering the entire Milky Way. Once that happens, all civilizations in the galaxy will worship me, and I should soon be able to ascend to the rank of Creator God. However, the Singer civilization is still at war with the Edge civilization. If their mathematical law weapons are truly that powerful, perhaps I could consider cooperating with them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Han Qing's mind wandered. The journey was long. After the 10,000th jump, he finally arrived at the center of the Milky Way. This was the brightest region of the entire Milky Way. At its center were old stars that had become white dwarfs, while the periphery was populated by newborn young stars. The galactic center contained millions of stars along with vast amounts of nebulae and interstellar matter, forming an enormous luminous stellar cluster. Having wandered through the universe for so many years, this was the most spectacular cosmic sight Han Qing had ever seen. It was also the first time he felt awestruck since becoming a god. Life in this universe was truly too insignificant. Even a lifespan of 1,000 years or 10,000 years was no more than that of an ephemeral mayfly born at dawn and deceased by dusk. Only by becoming a god could one achieve immortality. The density of celestial bodies and the gravitational field at the galactic center are extremely strong, and there are stellar winds and black holes. Ordinary civilizations could never have arisen here. Only a high-dimensional civilization like the Singers would choose to multiply here. As Han Qing thought this, he spread out his divine sense, swiftly probing 100 light-years away. Within that range, he discovered a planet showing signs of life. He then performed a dimensional jump and arrived at that planet's location. Upon arriving, he realized with a start that the planet was merely one among countless life-bearing worlds. This was the habitable zone of the galactic center. Every star system here hosted a civilization. The intelligent beings had streamlined bodies and mirror-like surfaces for heads exactly like the Singers. This habitable zone was obviously the Singer civilization's homeworld. As expected of a civilization descended from higher dimensions, the homeworld's life-bearing planets stretch a full 100 light-years across. How many beings must live here? Even if 99% of their population is integrated into the virtual world, the remaining 1% still outnumbers the combined populations of humans, Trisolarans, and the demonized civilization. Han Qing's eyes burned with desire. These were all potential believers, stepping stones to godhood. It's good to be so militarily mighty. They've even been so sloppy about hiding, so sure that no one in the 3D universe can stand against them. Just as Han Qing was about to push his divine sense beyond its current range to explore exactly how vast the Singer homeworld was, he noticed something unusual. At the edge of the homeworld, the Singer civilization was battling another civilization. Countless fleets were burning as both sides fired many high-tech weapons, though dual-vector foils were still the mainstay. Is that the Edge civilization? Han Qing's divine sense observed the intelligent beings locked in fierce combat with the Singer civilization. Those beings were quite peculiar. Most of them had forms similar to humans, but their muscles and bones were made of metal with electric currents and magnetic fields serving as blood. They were completely mechanical life forms. To be able to trade blows with the Singer civilization, this must be the legendary Edge civilization. These mechanical beings were the very existence that could force the Singer civilization to resort to two-dimensionalization, and Han Qing's curiosity about them grew even stronger. At this moment, both sides were unleashing all kinds of high-tech weapons, and the most formidable of these were, of course, the dual-vector foils. The edge of this homeworld was being two-dimensionalized at tremendous speed. Although the two-dimensionalization process of a dual-vector foil is slow, the sheer number of foils these two civilizations were hurling made up for it. First helped the Edge civilization defeat the Singer civilization. Thinking this, Han Qing performed another dimensional jump and arrived at the center of the battlefield. Both the Singer civilization and the Edge civilization paid the highest tribute to this alien who had appeared out of nowhere and simultaneously launched dual-vector foils at him. However, they had not anticipated that the dual-vector foils flying toward him would in a bizarre turn instantly revert to their encapsulated state, quietly floating before the alien, utterly harmless. This was profoundly shocking to both civilizations. For them, a dual-vector foil was what a nuclear bomb was to humanity. Once detonated, it was absolutely irreversible, a weapon of mutual annihilation. Given enough time, the entire universe would slowly be two-dimensionalized. Yet now this alien had effortlessly neutralized them. Which civilization does this intelligent being belong to? Search immediately. The Supreme Commander of the Singer fleet ordered at once. The Super Corps went into high-speed operation. The result came quickly. Among the more than 60,000 civilizations known to them, no intelligent being's appearance matched this alien. This meant that the adversary came from an unknown and formidable civilization. Why has he appeared on our battlefield? The Singer civilization also attacked him, indicating he is not among their ranks. The commander of the border civilization was equally intrigued by Han Qing's identity. Commander, should we launch a saturation attack against him? The adjutant asked. The border civilization commander contemplated briefly, then replied, not yet. Let us observe what the Singer civilization does first. Being at a disadvantage, they would hardly tolerate such an unstable element on the battlefield. Judging from the way the opponent neutralized the dual-directional foil, a feat so astonishing it defied belief, this was undoubtedly a formidable threat. The laborious task of reconnaissance could well be left to the Singer civilization. As the border civilization commander had anticipated, the Singer civilization immediately launched an even more ferocious barrage with waves of dual-directional foils, revealing their palpable anxiety. Indeed impatient, Han Qing remarked. Throughout history, it has always been you who use dual-directional foils to eliminate others. Today you shall taste what it means to be cleared by them. Han Qing gazed at the incoming foils without a hint of alarm. In an instant, he merged them into one colossal dual-directional foil, enveloping the Singer civilization's fleet. Over 100 warships were instantly drawn by the foil's immense gravitational pull, then inevitably flattened into two dimensions. A vast picture emerged at the heart of the battlefield. The Singer civilization's commander froze, then roared in fury. Damn it, what manner of creature is this? They were already at a disadvantage on the battlefield, and now this interference. How could they possibly continue fighting? Creature, you insignificant ants, open your eyes and see clearly. Standing before you is the Lord of the universe's stars, the sovereign of light and fire, the sun god. Han Qing continued to build his legend. His words transcended mere sound, traveling through divine power directly into the consciousness of every sentient being on the battlefield. Though they could not understand the language, they instantly comprehended its meaning. Lord of the Universe's stars, sun god. A god. Not only the Singer civilization, but also the border civilization were stunned into silence by those words. Could there truly be gods in the cosmos? Indeed, beings existed who wielded extraordinary power, capable of resisting entire fleets or even obliterating planets with ease. Yet that did not make them gods. It merely indicated that such power could potentially be decoded and even replicated. Therefore, despite their shock at Han Qing's capabilities, neither side regarded him as a deity. In this universe, all things are subject to decay. Your civilizations, your lives. Once orderly, they drift from order into disorder through entropy's relentless march. You phantoms shall perish alongside this dying cosmos. But all who believe in me shall attain eternal life. I shall redeem this failing universe and forge a new cosmos, eternal, imperishable, unchanging, free from sorrow and fear. Han Qing continued. The border civilization commander pondered briefly, then waved his hand. Retreat for now. Whatever this alien intended, it certainly was no kindness. And the being showed no discrimination. It would target indiscriminately. He had no desire to draw its ire. Let this alien direct his wrath toward the Singer civilization instead. The vast border civilization fleet gradually withdrew. The Singer civilization's commander breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to this mad alien, the outcome of this battle would not have been as devastating. However, the price of confronting such an entity would surely be steep. Retreat, retreat, he ordered. Squadron 979 remained behind to manage the aftermath. The Singer commander issued his orders accordingly. He had already made up his mind. Upon returning, he would immediately petition the Grand Elder to deploy the mathematical law weapon to eliminate this unstable element. Of course, this assumed the being was not a true god. But could genuine deities exist? Such notions were merely ancient legends from countless billions of time grains past. This universe harbored no gods whatsoever. Supercore analyzed the opponent's purpose in posing as a deity. The Singer commander mused aloud. Supercore was the super AI of the homeworld, its capabilities surpassing those of the main cores aboard siege ships in every dimension. After its CPU processed intensely for a moment, Supercore responded. The reason for feigning divinity may be to dismantle the Singer civilization's armed forces and destroy them entirely. Alternatively, they may seek certain resources to elevate their existence. Neither scenario was favorable news. At that very moment, Supercore issued another alert. Enemy anomaly detected. Enemy anomaly detected. Please review immediately. Upon hearing this, the Singer commander immediately switched to observation mode. Han Qing's figure appeared on the screen. What followed was chilling. Han Qing's body split like a fracturing star, sending forth countless identical duplicates. Each one shot away at light speed, then jumped out of existence. Nowhere new. This bizarre spectacle filled the Singer commander with dread. Supercore immediately tracked the destinations of those duplicates. Tracking failed. The enemy appears to possess some form of jamming capability. The response came almost instantaneously. With that, the Singer commander watched as Han Qing's duplicates multiplied into infinity before vanishing completely. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. Notify the Grand Elder of the Sun God's appearance. Activate the homeworld's highest defense system immediately. Only after Supercore carried out the order did he feel a flicker of relief. Yet seconds later, he sprang to his feet in alarm. Alert, enemy designated Sun God detected at homeworld K485 star system. Please take immediate countermeasures. Alert, Sun God detected at homeworld N8496 star system. Please take immediate countermeasures. Alert. The screen gradually filled with Han Qing's figures. Supercore's warnings echoed continuously as it detected him on more and more inhabited planets until dense grids covered the entire display. The commander and those present felt their scalp tingle with dread. In but a brief moment, the enemy had already infiltrated the entire homeworld. What exactly did he intend to do? When this sun god appeared, the border civilization attacked him as well, and they were the first to retreat. He is certainly not their ally. He must be driven purely by resources. If he claims to be a god, what does he need? Followers. Faith. Given that the dual-directional foil is ineffective against him, perhaps only the Grand Elder's mathematical law weapon can kill him. The Singer commander's mind raced as he declared, "Connect me to the Council of Elders immediately. I request authorization to deploy the mathematical law weapon." He could no longer wait to return and propose it. Facing this unknown yet overwhelmingly powerful enemy, if they did not strike with thunderous force to eliminate him, the Singer civilization risked suffering catastrophic losses. Han Qing's myriad projections were scattered across every world of the Singer civilization, their divine power continuously consumed as they coalesced into a divine art comparable to a planet in scale, forging an indelible mental seal. Before the Singer civilization could react, that sea of pure white divine power cascaded downward. In almost an instant, All life-bearing planets across the Singer civilization's mother world spanning over 100 light-years were transformed into a dazzling white. Even when the hypernuclei activated their force field defense shields at the absolute limit, they proved utterly ineffective. This ocean washed over all life forms within the Singer civilization that still possessed physical bodies. Meanwhile, the Elder Council heeded the commander's suggestion and immediately activated their ultimate weapon, the Blade of Infinite Sequence. Han Qing suddenly perceived that one life-bearing planet had not been tainted by his divine art. He examined it closely. It turned out the enemy had sliced through dimensions existing independently across three-dimensional reality. So that must be where the Singer civilization's Elder Council resides. Once that place is eliminated, completing the decapitation strike, the Singer civilization will be completely conquered. Han Qing's projection locked onto the council's location and hurtled toward it at light speed. The next moment he arrived within a magnificent and grand hall. 24 elders sat arranged in a fan-shaped formation before him, their spiritual consciousness blazing like torches illuminating Han Qing's figure. They were not surprised that Han Qing could break through dimensional space to appear here. To simultaneously contaminate an entire mother world demonstrated his extraordinary strength. The Grand Elder asked, "Extraterrestrial intellect, what have you done to our people?" "Only a minor assistance." Han Qing smiled and said, "I believe you need it as well. Of course you may attempt to resist, but I do not think it will be of any use." A surge of anger rose within the Grand Elder. As a civilization descended from higher dimensions, masters wielding dominion over countless star systems, when had they ever been so scorned? "We have encountered many powerful civilizations, yet all were ultimately destroyed by us. Do you know why?" The Grand Elder rose to his feet and said coldly, "Because of arrogance." No sooner had the words left his lips than a three-dimensional lattice woven from countless numerical symbols and geometric shapes materialized within the hall, shimmering with dark blue light. This was the Singer civilization's mathematical law weapon, conceived upon the principle of infinite sequences. This sequence was far from a simple ascending or descending progression. It was a complex system encompassing all possibilities and transformations within the cosmos. It could simulate and manipulate this sequence, affecting the very structure and laws of the universe by altering a single numerical value. There are no gods in the universe, yet you exist within it. Thus you are not a god. Beyond dimensional severance, the Singer civilization unleashed their second ability, logician. Han Qing immediately felt his thoughts subject to intense interference, his projection freezing on the spot, as though trapped in endless contemplation. Yet within a fleeting moment, Han Qing's true body shifted over. He casually brushed aside that contaminating force and said calmly, "You are ignorant. Pigs are also ignorant. Therefore you are a pig." No sooner had the words fallen than the Grand Elder's physical form twisted and transformed into an earthly life species, a wild black boar. In that brief exchange, Han Qing had already simulated the opponent's methods to construct an entirely new divine art. The second elder took up the weapon and declared, "I will not repeat the mistake my predecessor made." Sequence overturn. Han Qing immediately sensed an inexorable force within the universe attempting to erase his very existence. He felt like a virus infiltrating a computer, being hunted by antivirus software. Even as a middle-tier deity, he still felt a trace of threat. Yet the power the opponent could wield was far too feeble. Even if he stood motionless and allowed the attack, they could not kill him. So this is a cosmic law weapon. Though it cannot harm me, it is quite overpowered. There must be other shortcomings, otherwise the Singer civilization would not be dominated by a marginal civilization. As Han Qing pondered, his great hand reached out, seized that dark blue crystal core, and pressed it into his chest. His divine physique churned like a colossal furnace, beginning to refine the object. After several breaths, Han Qing successfully shut down the antivirus software. How is this possible? The elders watched Han Qing in shock. "Do you have other artifacts? Save us some time and produce them all at once," Han Qing said, still craving more. He had gleaned considerable insight into cosmic laws and principles from this mathematical law weapon. Give him a while longer, and he could simulate an entirely new version. A brand new Cosmic Law Modulator Pro Max Edition. The Singer civilization elders felt a wave of helplessness. Such a formidable weapon was their civilization's ultimate trump card. Where could there be more? Who could have foreseen it being snatched away in one grasp? This was nothing short of a desecration of cosmic laws themselves. Nothing left. Then stand still and submit. Seeing this, Han Qing snapped his fingers. The ocean of divine seals descended once more, inundating the entire planet. The marginal civilization quickly detected anomalies within the Singer civilization. They ceased their active war preparations. Even their reconnaissance fleets failed to appear for an extended period, quiet and docile like batteries awaiting silent collection. This was undeniably abnormal. The marginal civilization believed it was connected to the extraterrestrial entity that had bizarrely appeared on the battlefield that day. "We must ascertain what has transpired within the Singer civilization." This is inseparable from that extraterrestrial intellect who claimed to be a deity. If he can silently resolve the Singer civilization, then he poses equal threat to us. If we fail to seize the initiative, we will fall into a fatal predicament. An orange-cased robot spoke. His words earned the approval of the High Command. With all due respect, whether you seize the initiative is irrelevant. I can guarantee with absolute certainty, without choosing submission, you will inevitably march toward annihilation regardless of your actions. A figure materialized silently within the council chamber. Han Qing sat arrogantly in the vacant seat at the far end, his posture so relaxed it bordered on laziness. That splash of crimson was simply glaring. The cluster of robots exchanged glances. They simultaneously reached a decision. Incident 04 has occurred. Authorization granted for Ultimate Defense Protocol. Bang! A star system exploded, its spectacular display so breathtaking it left observers speechless. Cosmic rays, radiation, thermal energy, and various matter ejecta. All of the marginal civilization's stellar-class fleets gazed distantly at the scene. There lay their newly expanded star system, serving as a temporary command center against the Singer civilization where the Empire's highest-ranking commanders had gathered. Now that very place had been destroyed by invaders. Just as they prepared further action, an anomaly erupted. In shock, they witnessed those exploded stars and planets inexplicably reverting to their original state. Time had reversed. Your methods are slightly more useful than those of the Singer civilization. Han Qing remained seated in the vacant position at the end of the conference room, saying with a smile, but still entirely useless. Now I give you another choice: survival or destruction. A Singer civilization alone, of course, could not satisfy Han Qing's appetite. After thoroughly studying their mathematical weaponry, Han Qing immediately proceeded to the outpost of the Edge civilization. As a nascent civilization, the Edge civilization did not command vast territories, merely a corner of the galaxy. Yet their technological might surpassed that of the Singer civilization. They could serve perfectly as a blade in his hand, carving out new dominions across the universe. These machines had exhaustively calculated the future countless times, yet never once did they arrive at a victorious outcome. The power of time was simply too unfathomable. This meant that to refuse Han Qing was to embrace annihilation. And survival is the foremost need of any civilization. We pay homage to the Sun God. The supreme commanders of the Empire knelt before Han Qing, offering their loyalty. Han Qing said with satisfaction, "Trust yourselves. This is the most correct decision you have ever made in your lives." Soon after, the Singer civilization and the Edge civilization merged, both becoming part of the Solar civilization. After a brief respite, the majority of their military might was dispatched to march upon the cosmos and conquer even more civilizations. With his soul strength, Han Qing had overturned the laws of the Dark Forest. He promulgated the Solar Edict: any civilization that worshipped the Sun God would be permitted to live. As for those who refused, death was the only path. The world is unfair, the universe is unfair, and even gods are unfair. The faithful are saved while the foolish sink into oblivion. Such was Han Qing's cruel law. While the two great civilizations were jointly expanding at a furious pace, conquering worlds to secure Han Qing's dominion, humanity was also striving on their end. Over the span of 100 years, Lin Wanqing had virtually completed humanity's metabolic transformation. The mother nest tirelessly birthed new humans day and night, becoming humanity's living bulwark of flesh and blood. It not only reproduced with extraordinary efficiency, but the new humans it spawned were also born with inherent mother nest memories. Born with innate knowledge, their growth period was drastically shortened. Most crucially, the mental strength of the new humans was universally powerful, over 100 times greater than that of the previous generation. As a result, Lin Wanqing reorganized the hierarchy of faith. This time the River Sea tier stood at the very bottom. Under such a system of devotion, the faith power Han Qing received was beyond imagination. Endless streams of faith power surged into a sea of consciousness, where they were converted into divine power. This divine power was continuously channeled into the several laws that were perpetually evolving. One after another, bridges of law arose connecting the heavens and the earth. These were the laws Han Qing had comprehended over the past century. Through 100 years of development, he had successfully ascended to the rank of High God. His divine perception could now extend to 1,000 light years away. His divine power had also reached a new height. And the women like Lin Wanqing who were nourished in return could all clearly feel that their strength had risen by not just one tier. Lord God, what are you thinking about? Shouldn't you be elated about ascending to High God? Why do you seem so preoccupied? Atop the sacred mountain of Mars, Han Qing stood on the mountaintop, gazing at the starry sky with a furrowed brow. Hearing Lin Wanqing's curious question, he said, "Nothing. I was just wondering. Beyond this universe, is there yet another universe?" Before others, Han Qing might maintain the persona of one who knows all and can do all, but with Lin Wanqing, he could not be bothered to keep up the facade. A universe beyond the universe. Lin Wanqing was taken aback, then said, theoretically speaking, there is only one infinite universe. Why would the Lord God believe there are more universes? Have you discovered something? Han Qing nodded. After ascending to high God, Han Qing had comprehended a law of causality through his cultivation. In all the universe, everything is bound by cause and effect. Birth and extinction succeed each other in an endless cycle. Han Qing also perceived a thread of causality attached to his system. Yet the end of that thread lay not in the Milky Way nor even within this universe. Han Qing could not help but contemplate far deeper questions. The origin of the system, his own transmigration and rebirth. What secrets lay hidden within? Parallel timelines. A multiverse. Or perhaps this so-called infinite universe was merely a marble in the hands of some extraterrestrial being. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing any of this to anyone. Seeing that he merely hummed in acknowledgement with no further follow-up, Lin Wanqing understood and consoled him. Lord God still has 2 great realms ahead. Perhaps upon reaching the position of Creator God, you shall come to know all things. There is no need to rush. Creator God. Very well, I shall explore this question after I become the Creator God, Han Qing mused. Stars drifted, galaxies wheeled, and all things lived and perished in endless cycles. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the sweeping conquest of the 2 boss-level civilizations, the Singer civilization and the Edge civilization, every civilization in the Milky Way had been turned thoroughly upside down. All civilizations in the galaxy now worshipped the Sun God. Han Qing, as a matter of course, ascended to the rank of sovereign God. His mastery over the laws and principles of the universe had become profoundly adept, perfected in every aspect. Under these circumstances, had he relied solely on his existing believers to ascend to Creator God, Han Qing calculated that it would take roughly 10 million years, or even more. Even for a deity, that span of time was simply too long for Han Qing, too long to endure. And so Han Qing made a decision: march upon other galaxies. According to the estimations of the Singer civilization and the Edge civilization, the universe contained at least 2 trillion galaxies, with countless civilizations hidden within them. If he could spread his faith throughout the entire universe, the time required to become the Creator God could perhaps be reduced to within 1 million years. The universe was too vast. Even using curvature spacecraft and dimensional leaps, traversing all these galaxies would demand an immense amount of time. After careful deliberation, Han Qing decided on a simpler approach: broadcast. At the same time, this would serve as a grand survey. Through the broadcast, he would map the coordinates of every civilization in every galaxy, compile them into a grand chart, and sow seeds of divine power. Any civilization that refused to submit and believe would be met with an open space gate and an immediate orbital descent. This way, the time required to dominate the universe would be drastically reduced. The broadcast was not carried through technological means such as gravitational waves, electromagnetic waves, or quantum signals. Those were far too limited, and the solar civilization's technology had yet to reach a level capable of broadcasting across the entire universe. So Han Qing decided to use divine arts. A divine broadcast imbued with self-translation function, further enhanced by a 100-fold amplification buff. In Han Qing's predictive simulations, this would absolutely be capable of reaching all 2 trillion galaxies. The whole solar civilization listened to Han Qing's broadcast. Civilizations of the universe. He who now speaks to you is the master of countless trillions of stars, the dominator of light and fire, the supreme sun god. Whether you are a Type 1 civilization, Type 2, or Type 3, whether you are carbon-based life or silicon-based life, at this very moment the divine radiance has been cast upon you. Listen devoutly to the divine words, for they hold a decisive significance to your survival. Across countless millions of galaxies, Han Qing's message played simultaneously. His phrasing was rather tactful, but the meaning was unmistakably clear. Any intelligent being could easily decipher it. The faithful shall live, the faithless shall die. Spreading radiance is merely your lie. This is plainly nothing more than carving out fiefdoms across the universe. Not content with seizing land, you have also enclosed the very people who till it. Regarding Han Qing's broadcast, this was how the Zero Returners perceived it. The Zero Returners were the collective designation for a great god-level civilization behind which stood an equally powerful federation of civilizations. Each of these civilizations was immensely powerful. They were dedicated to upholding the safety of the universe. Yes, safety, not peace. As long as the universe remained safe, they paid no heed to the tedious games of civilizations in which the big fish ate the small, and you destroyed me while I destroyed you. But now, in this era where dual vector foils have been abused to the point of littering the entire universe, the universe is no longer safe. It is only a matter of time before the whole universe is rendered two-dimensional. They had already prepared to relegate the universe to 0 dimensions and restart it, like turning the clock back to 12 o'clock to make everything begin anew. The preparation process was exceptionally long. 10,000 years, or even 100,000, did not amount to a mere fraction of it. and it was during this very preparation. The Zero-Returner civilization heard an arrogant broadcast declaration from another civilization. The ability to broadcast across the entire universe marked the maturity of that civilization's technology. It also meant that its ambition had spread to every corner of the universe, violating the Zero-Returner's safety plan. The Zero-Returners quickly pinpointed the broadcast's origin coordinates, and they broadcast back in response. Solar civilization, cease your absurd actions at once. Otherwise, I am obliged to eliminate you, an unstable factor, before the universe resets. Every living being in the solar system heard this voice. Which civilization is this? How dare it broadcast such threatening words toward our solar system? The priestesses of the sun god were furious. Over the course of 3,000 years, they had already transcended the demigod level and were advancing toward godhood. However, the solar divine court established by Han Qing had yet to see a single new god ascend. Han Qing's golden pupils pierced through space-time, arriving at a certain civilization countless galaxies away, and he murmured softly, Zero-Returners. Zero-Returners, a civilization beyond the Milky Way. Lin Wanqing asked, Divine Lord, are they very strong? Of course. In the three-body universe, the Zero-Returners were a bona fide supreme civilization possessing the ability to restart the universe, something Han Qing could not yet accomplish. Han Qing had not expected that only a step into his plan to conquer the universe he would run into such a stubborn tough nut. Just how far have the great god civilizations developed? Does being able to restart the universe mean they have already fully mastered its laws? Han Qing pondered his odds of victory. Forget it. At this juncture, let me open up a few new timelines. Han Qing closed his eyes. Within the boundless river of time, a new branch belonging to the solar civilization was carved out. The branch then continued to divide like the roots and veins of a tree, growing into countless offshoots. Each held a different possibility. Even if the solar system were destroyed now, Han Qing could still return to this very juncture. But this move had consumed 9/10 of his divine power. Sun God, should we reply to the Zero-Returners? At that moment, the Singer civilization sent a signal to ask. Reply? What reply? Initiate the grand galactic sacrifice immediately and pray to me. Yes. Han Qing needed to replenish his divine power before going to clash with the Zero-Returners. The Zero-Returners waited for a long time, but received no reply from the solar system. This arrogant attitude of having read and ignoring them was infuriating. It appears they have no intention of stopping. They have committed the sin of arrogance. I propose that we reset the solar civilization. I agree. Agreed. The motion is carried. There was no warning whatsoever. The Milky Way was instantly two-dimensionalized, becoming a so-called starry scroll. The Singer civilization, the Edge civilization, humanity, the Trisolarans, the Spirit race, the Hive Nest, and even Han Qing all turned into figures within the painting, as if in an epic of heroes. Two dimensions were not the point. The dimensional reduction was still ongoing. Before long, this scroll would turn into a string in the universe. A flash of white light. The timeline rewound to the moment when the Zero-Returner civilization had broadcast. Han Qing's golden pupils crossed the universe, gazing at that civilization, and he murmured, Zero-Returners. Truly formidable indeed. They can actually reset an entire galaxy in an instant. I almost didn't react in time. However, if that was the limit of their power, then they would have no choice but to kneel at his feet. Zero-Returners, a civilization beyond the Milky Way. Divine Lord, are they strong? Lin Wanqing asked. Mediocre at best, Han Qing said as his figure vanished in an instant. At the instant Han Qing disappeared, the prophet system of the Zero-Returner civilization issued a warning. The solar civilization intends to make a move against us. Arrogant. It seems we must destroy this cosmic terrorist. Wait. Do you sense something amiss? It feels as though we have experienced all this before. Now that you mention it, I do feel something like that. Enough nonsense. A sentient being is dimensional jumping toward us. Activate the purge system at once. The galaxy where the Zero-Returners resided did not belong to any galaxy ever observed by the solar civilization. It was an unimaginably distant place. After some effort, Han Qing finally arrived at an unfamiliar galaxy that was still over 70,000 light-years away from the Zero-Returner civilization. His divine sense perceived. The enemy had already erected a defense system there. Just as he was about to break through, an irresistible force from the universe acted directly upon his divine body. Han Qing's divine body was suddenly deconstructed into the most fundamental form of particle energy. Although he had attained the realm of immortality and indestructibility, the manifested physical flesh could still be destroyed by the laws of the universe. A few seconds later, those energy forms reassembled. Han Qing's divine body restored itself, but immediately after it was deconstructed once more. This happened 4 times. Han Qing then stopped restoring his divine body altogether, and instead, in an overwhelming particle state, surged toward the Zero-Returner civilization. The particles were dazzling gold. United, they formed an ocean capable of covering an entire galaxy. He has turned into a particle state. Activate the antimatter weapon. The Zero Returners quickly raised a magnetic field barrier and activated a powerful weapon, an antimatter weapon capable of canceling out normal matter particles. The entire peripheral galaxy was detonated by the annihilation reaction of antimatter colliding with matter. Is it dealt with, observing? Soon the Zero Returners discovered that those golden particles were completely unharmed and continued sweeping onward like a torrent. It no longer seemed to be matter, but something of a higher order. Quick, dimensional reduction and reset. At this critical moment, the Zero Returners could no longer care about the danger to their home, and they immediately moved to reset the surrounding galaxies. But that golden ocean traversed space-time, arriving directly at their galaxy, and even appeared precisely above the planet they inhabited. Only a god can defeat a god. Unfortunately, Zeroers, you are not gods. Qing did not hesitate for a moment. He swept across the political planet of the Zeroer Federation civilization. Endless streams of particles spread across the entire star system simultaneously. Submerging, continuously submerging. The Zeroer civilization did not, like other civilizations, become conquered and reduced to subjects. 20 years passed. Qing swallowed the entire Zeroer civilization, inheriting all their understanding of the universe. It became the nutrient for cultivating laws. Qing reformed his divine body. His physique became immeasurably vast. With a single step, he could span 100,000 light years. Truly befitting a great divine civilization. With them paving the way for me, ascending to Creator God might only take about 10,000 years. Qing took a step, his figure constantly shrinking as space-time sped backward. He returned directly to Mars to the moment after the Zeroer broadcast before he had set out. At the same time, he also retracted the timeline branches within the river of space-time. To counter the Zeroers, Qing had prepared over 3,000 timelines for the solar system. But the Zeroers had only destroyed the solar system once. Lord God, the Zeroers are a civilization beyond the Milky Way, correct? How powerful are they? Lin Wanqing asked. After posing the question, she hesitated, as though encountering something deeply familiar. It felt as if she had asked these very words before. Not bad, Qing replied. At that moment, a message arrived from the Singer civilization. Sun God, should we respond to the Zeroer civilization? The Zeroer civilization no longer exists. Continue with whatever was on your agenda, Qing said. Lin Wanqing paused once more. No longer exists. What was that about? The broadcast happened one moment and gone the next. Lin Wanqing quickly grasped the situation. It was the Divine Lord who intervened. Your divine powers have grown even more refined, my lord. Congratulations. Lin Wanqing said joyfully. Qing raised his hand and gently patted her head. A stream of white light flowed into her forehead. Lin Wanqing felt something new manifest in her mind. A mass of white radiance exuding an aura of profound mystery. Divine Lord, what is this? A divine core. Qing declared. From this moment forward, you are the first goddess of the solar god court. Starting today, do not remain on Mars. Lead all the priests across the cosmos. Within 1,000 years, I want every known and unknown civilization in the universe to submit to me. Can you accomplish this? The Zeroers had already been dealt with. Next came consolidating the forces scattered throughout the universe to aid his own advancement toward Creator God status. These lesser beings did not warrant his personal involvement. Handing this over to Lin Wanqing and her companions was sufficient. Lin Wanqing responded with overwhelming excitement. Within a millennium, I will ensure the entire universe prostrates itself at the Divine Lord's feet. With the Divine Core, she would achieve immortality and stand eternally by the Divine Lord's side, a long-held ambition now within reach. Her battle fervor surged to its zenith. 1,000 years neither drags on endlessly nor passes in a flash. After Qing devoured the Zeroers in one swift act, no civilization anywhere possessed the power to halt the Sun civilization's advance. Among the 2 trillion galaxies, over 2 million civilizations erected statues of the Sun God, constructed temples in his honor, and reverently upheld the solar scripture. Qing became the undisputed master of the cosmos. The entire universe regarded nurturing the Sun God as its sacred duty, continuously offering up the power of faith. Qing established the law that believers survive while the disbelieving perish. Lin Wanqing imposed even stricter demands. Any civilization unable to elevate its populace's faith to the boundless level within 1,000 years would be consumed by the mother nest. The mother nest would automatically produce new superior races based on genetic specifications. Yet, even nascent racial civilizations that failed to meet the faith threshold would face the same fate of annihilation. Conversely, those who achieved the standard would grant their civilization leaders the reward of demigodification, while their subjects would bask in the nourishment of divine power. Qing was never stingy with his rewards. After conquering the entire universe, he bestowed a divine core upon each veteran of the solar god religion. He had long possessed the ability to craft such things effortlessly. As long as they submitted to him and held faith in him, Han Qing cared little if every being in the future became a god. Under such oppressive conditions, facing the threat of civilization's destruction, 90% of civilizations reached the boundless standard. The remaining 10% with the Mother Nest's assistance also successfully met their targets. Now the only task was to maintain this state. As for how long the believers wholly devoted to production lines no longer cared. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years passed. Nourished by the sustenance of the entire universe, Han Qing had fully comprehended all laws and divine principles within it, ascending to the realm of Creator God. With a single thought, he could annihilate this infinitely vast universe without any effect upon himself or conjure forth an entirely new cosmos. Even if the very concept of divinity were erased, it would bear no consequence on Han Qing. He existed beyond birth and death, beyond increase and diminishment. True eternity. I never imagined that achieving Creator God status would require over 10,000 years. Though time has lost its meaning for me now, Han Qing gazed at the universe cradled in his palm. It was time to seek the answer to that question. With his little finger, he drew forth a thread from within the universe itself. That was the system's causal thread. Following that thread, he arrived at the universe's edge. By all reasoning, since this cosmos was infinite, such a boundary should not exist. Yet Han Qing had undeniably encountered this edge, a boundary on another plane, or rather a barrier. A door should appear here. Han Qing's thought materialized as a weathered door of space-time manifested at the barrier. He stepped forward gradually, but a potent repulsive force suddenly thrust him backward. Simultaneously, prayers from every living being across the universe surfaced in Han Qing's mind, converging into a single, "Will do not leave." Han Qing understood this was a warning from whatever dwelled at the other end of the system's causal thread. No one can sway my will. Scram. With a cold command, Han Qing shattered that consciousness entirely. Forcing his way against the repulsion, he shoved the door open and strode through. After a blinding flash of white light, Han Qing's vision clarified, revealing the scene before him. It was a room, cluttered yet passably tidy. A man sat at a computer desk with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his fingers flying across the keyboard. At the sound of the door opening, the man glanced up. Han Qing fixed his gaze on the origin of this causal thread. Their eyes met. The man froze. The cigarette fell from his mouth to the ground.